Chapter 1. After being laid off, I activated the game production system. Please, Star God, go online quickly. I yearned to conquer the vastness of the stars and the sea. Crossed out, I wished to meet more charming female characters. I just discovered a game bug and promptly took a screenshot to submit it. Please fix it quickly. Do not betray the expectations of us players. The waist of Miss Silver Sparrow is simply stunning. If I don't draw a duplicate, I shall play until the server closes. Although the game is immensely enjoyable, I must express that it is rather simple. Please increase the difficulty. Duly noted. Thank you, Wanderer, for your feedback. Upon the official launch of the game, we will place 1,000 star sands in the Wanderer's backpack as a token of our gratitude. Setting down his fine bone china coffee cup, Lynn, dressed in a crisp white shirt and possessing striking features, sat at his workstation, meticulously reviewing player feedback one line at a time. For particularly notable feedback, he would personally respond via email. A subtle smile of understanding graced his lips as his nimble fingers danced across the keyboard, diligently documenting the bugs submitted by players in his work log. After 2.5 years of tireless dedication, the fruits of their labor were finally manifesting. Under Lynn's guidance, the team had worked day and night to meticulously craft the premium online game Star God, which had garnered abundant praise from players during its beta testing phase. At present, only a few minor bugs remained to be rectified, and the final touches needed to be completed before Star God could be officially launched on a chosen date. Lynn firmly believed that the game's explosive success across the internet was an inevitable outcome. The mere thought of this ignited an uncontrollable surge of excitement within him. This not only signified a potential promotion and salary increase, but more importantly, he was on the verge of realizing a dream he had cherished for so long. From a young age, Lynn had harbored a profound passion for video games. The black and white handheld consoles, the NES and Sega systems, the exhilarating arcade games like King of Fighters and Street Fighter, followed by later consoles like the PS and classic computer games such as Tomb Raider and GTA. These games had accompanied him through countless joyful moments, and he knew each one intimately, from gameplay mechanics to narratives and unique features. However, all of these games that brought him boundless joy had originated from abroad. From that moment, a dream quietly took root in Lynn's mind. He aspired to create a game entirely developed by his fellow countrymen. A magnificent game that would leave players in awe and showered with accolades. To bring this dream to fruition, Lynn resolutely chose to major in game design during his university years. After graduation, he successfully joined a game company, leveraging his solid expertise and exceptional talent. Due to his outstanding technical skills and exemplary work performance, Lynn received numerous promotions. Ultimately, he was granted a rare opportunity to personally lead a team in the creation of his own game. Now, this dream was on the cusp of realization. Lynn opened the code page, preparing to rectify the bugs. Just as his slender fingers were about to touch the keys. Knock, 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 someone was at the door. Lynn raised his head and gently said, "Please come in." Secretary Xiao Wang entered respectfully, stating, "Mr. Lin, President Gu requests your presence in her office." Without much thought, Lin nodded and replied, "All right, I shall head over now." He rose from his seat and exited the office, while the screen before him flickered faintly with lines of code yet to be repaired. The elevator ascended slowly, reaching the 35th floor of the president's office. Lin was soon in the presence of the newly appointed president, Gu Qinghan. At 28, she was tall and possessed exquisite features, yet her demeanor was perpetually aloof. It was said that she held a master's degree in financial management from a prestigious business school in the United States, a distinguished returnee. Additionally, seated on the office sofa was a man clad in a tailored suit, glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of arrogant superiority. He spoke, "So, you're Lin? Your technical skills are quite commendable. I am Yi Jun, and I propose you remain as my deputy." Lin cast a glance at him, ignoring the offer, and turned to Gu Qinghan, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion as he inquired, "President Gu, what does this mean?" With an icy gaze and an authoritative tone, Gu Qinghan replied, "Lin, I regret to inform you that you have been terminated. Effective immediately, you will no longer serve as the head of the Star God Project. Yi Jun will assume your position. He has previously contributed to the development of 2 AAA titles at Ubisoft, surpassing your capabilities. Upon finishing her statement, Gu Qinghan abruptly tossed a termination contract onto Lin's desk. Lin raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the document. During Lin's tenure as the chief planner for StarGod, he repeatedly rejected the company's proposals regarding game operations, refusing to comply with the company's reasonable request to launch StarGod for public testing. After consideration, the company has decided to terminate its labor relationship with Lin. Upon reading the draconian contract, Lin finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Seeing the immense success of the StarGod closed beta, which was bound to yield substantial profits post-launch, Gu Qinghan evidently aimed to conspire with Yi Jun to oust him. In doing so, once the game went live, she would no longer be obliged to promote or reward him, merely incurring a minor severance payment. The nefarious nature of capitalism was laid bare before him. A wave of nausea washed over Lin, his fury igniting within. These two unscrupulous individuals dared to sully the game he had painstakingly developed. With impending termination, Lin could no longer contain his wrath and decided to retaliate fiercely. He regarded Gu Qinghan with an expression of incredulity, his voice laced with anger. Do you really call that a reasonable proposal? Selling power in a card game shop, offering VIP mounts, and publishing a power leaderboard. Such profoundly foolish ideas could only originate from someone with their intellect caught in a door. Moreover, StarGod still requires further optimization, with numerous bugs left unresolved. Forcing a launch now would only tarnish the game's reputation. Are you truly satisfied with the prospect of its failure? Fool! How dare you call me a fool? Gu Qinghan's face turned ashen with fury. Lin had the audacity to confront her directly, a display of unparalleled boldness. Gritting her teeth, she retorted fiercely. Lin, you are no longer in charge of StarGod. What right do you have to admonish me? Lin let out a cold laugh, asserting, "Oh, I led the team in the development of StarGod from start to finish. I am intimately familiar with every line of code and personally involved in the design of each character. No one in this world understands this game better than I do. Moreover, it is not you who can dismiss me, rather, it is I who can terminate your positions. Should any issues arise with StarGod in the future, do not even think of begging me to return." With that, Lin decisively signed his name on the contract. Watching Lin inscribe his name, Gu Qinghan ground her teeth and declared, "Rest assured, I will never beg you to come back." Beside them, Yi Jun stepped forward, crossing his arms with a disdainful expression. "You speak as if the company cannot function without you. Fear not, I will manage StarGod proficiently, ensuring it surpasses what you achieved." Lin regarded Yi Jun with a hint of contempt, inquiring, "Do you even like games? Do you understand the player's sentiments? Have you ever checked the feedback emails in the back end?" Yi Jun's face momentarily registered shock as he countered, "What are you talking about?" Lin scoffed. "If even the creators of the game do not cherish it or comprehend the player's voices, how can they craft a game that ignites passion and is revered as a masterpiece?" Just as Lin finished speaking, a melodious sound suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding, the host's speech perfectly aligns with the independent game development system and is currently binding. Independent game development system, at your service. As long as you create independent games, you will acquire various skills related to game development. From this moment on, embark on the journey to create a magnificent masterpiece. Lin was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with elation. He had not anticipated that the legendary system would truly manifest, and even bind to him, particularly one related to game development. Lin had intended to resign and pursue independent game creation, fully aware it might consume several years of his life. Yet, he had no regrets. He was solely focused on crafting the game of his dreams. With the system's support, he felt that the timeline would significantly shorten. How wonderful it was to finally create the game he envisioned without any constraints. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, but he swiftly regained his composure. Yi Jun, having recovered, sneered, "Of course, I enjoy games. But unlike you, I don't bury myself in them, neglecting basic interpersonal relationships, which led to your dismissal today." A slight smile tugged at the corners of Lin's mouth. "I heard you came from Ubisoft? You must be adept at fixing bugs, then. I've left a few delightful surprises in the underlying code of StarGod. Please take care of them." For reasons unknown, Yi Jun felt an overwhelming sense of being overshadowed by Lin. He feigned calmness, stating, "There's no need for your concern, just a few minor bugs. How difficult could they be to fix? Lynn turned her head and resolutely walked outside. At that moment, Gu Qinghan behind her spoke up. Lynn, don't forget that you have signed a non-compete agreement, which prohibits you from participating in game development at any gaming company for a year. Otherwise, you will face exorbitant penalties. A triumphant smile appeared on Gu Qinghan's face, as if she could already envision Lynn in a desperate situation. Lynn turned around, a faint smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Rest assured, I shall not join any gaming company. I aspire to create independent games, akin to Minecraft or Palworld." Upon hearing this, both Gu Qinghan and Yi Jun were momentarily taken aback, only for their expressions to swiftly morph into unmasked derision. Yi Jun clutched his stomach, laughing, "Ha! Independent games? Lynn, wake up. Do you really think you can create a game all by yourself? Are you planning to use Unreal Engine to make a 4,399 minigame?" Gu Qinghan smirked. "Lynn, if you truly manage to develop a wildly successful independent game, I will come to your door and bow to apologize." Lynn's expression remained serene, her gaze unwavering as she declared, "I shall await your arrival." Chapter 2. Creating a romance game from scratch, perhaps in a hurried attempt to sever ties with Lynn. The previous game company promptly transferred a sum of 247,605 yuan into his bank account, leaving him with a remaining balance of 1,712,604.15 yuan. Although this amount was substantial and received in a timely manner, it paled in comparison to the potential revenue that Lynn's upcoming game, Star God, was poised to generate. The annual earnings from that game would be measured in the hundreds of millions, provided Lynn was at the helm of its operation. Handing it over to Gu Qinghan and Yi Jun, however, would undoubtedly result in the game being reduced to an incomprehensible mess within 3 days, and completely fizzling out within 2 weeks. But that was no longer his concern. As Lynn drove home, the October air in Jeangi carried a hint of chill, yet his heart burned with fervor. He was finally free to create the game he had always envisioned. With declarations already made, he needed to expedite the development process. Lynn was determined to show Gu Qinghan and Yi Jun what constituted a truly excellent game. But what kind of game should he create? The Dragon Kingdom was replete with game material. Tales from the Three Kingdoms, the Spring and Autumn period, the Legend of the Gods, Neza, Sun Wukong. A plethora of mythological and historical figures were ripe for adaptation. However, as an indie developer, Lynn recognized that his exploration of the system remained insufficient. Moreover, lacking experience in crafting AAA games, he was particularly stringent with himself regarding the choice of theme. This decision was of utmost importance. His vehicle crawled through the congested traffic, and he observed several couples strolling hand in hand, radiating sweetness. "Great General, you will always treat me well, won't you?" "Of course, little soldier. I shall protect you for a lifetime. You're the best. Let us have ice cream." If little soldier hasn't had it, then I won't eat either. Watching that couple engage in their role play, Lynn felt a twinge of envy, a pang of longing for companionship. Throughout his university years, he had immersed himself in his studies, consistently rejecting the advances of girls. Romance would only impede my game development. This mindset had persisted from college through to his postgraduate career, resulting in a prolonged absence of romantic relationships. His mother nagged him annually about marriage, insisting on matchmaking, while Lynn always deflected with excuses of being too busy with work. Yet today, after being laid off, a sense of melancholy washed over him. How wonderful it would be to have a sweet, charming girl in the passenger seat, offering him comfort, playfully declaring, "Forget it, let us not do this anymore. Happiness is what matters." After work, they could stroll through the supermarket together, cook dinner side by side, watch television, and ultimately fall asleep in each other's arms. Just the thought of it was intoxicatingly sweet. A smile flickered in Lynn's eyes, as if that vivacious girl were truly seated beside him. In the blink of an eye, the young girl had vanished like a wisp of wind, leaving the passenger seat conspicuously empty. Lynn felt a twinge of melancholy. After all, it was merely a fantasy. Some individuals might spend their entire lives searching without ever finding that girl whose eyes are solely filled with their image. Lynn recalled a saying he had encountered. If one does not experience romance during their school years, the prospect of love in society becomes exceedingly bleak. Even a straightforward man like Lynn occasionally yearned for affection deep within his heart. There exist countless ordinary individuals in society, many of whom may never encounter love, with some even lacking the opportunity for female companionship. This materialistic society makes it exceedingly challenging for them to meet their true love. This represents a vast, latent demographic with a certain degree of purchasing power. Lynn's eyes began to gleam with newfound inspiration. What if love could intertwine with gaming? Surely, there was potential in such a concept. Indeed, he could create an entirely immersive romantic game. Lynn's conviction in his idea grew stronger. I shall embark on the journey of developing a dating game from scratch. With the green light signaling his path, Lynn pressed the accelerator and steered himself onto the right course. Before long, he returned to his residence in the Binjiang community of Jeangi City. As a tech-savvy game developer, Lynn typically spent his leisure time playing various games. His home was merely a temporary shelter where sustenance mattered little. Survival was the primary concern. His living quarters consisted of an ordinary two-bedroom apartment, characterized by the mundanity of daily life, routine work, and the commonplace ebb and flow of existence. Yet today felt distinctly extraordinary. With keys in hand, Lynn hummed a cheerful tune as he approached his home, when suddenly, the vibrant voice of a girl from Sichuan echoed in his ears. Oh, for heaven's sake, this Chung Yaojin is utterly useless. Full health and using his ultimate on nothing. What was this archer playing? I'm just scattering some seeds on the screen, and even a chicken plays better than you lot. Upon exiting the elevator and turning left towards his front door, Lynn was met with the sight of a girl squatting on the ground. Engrossed in playing Honor of Kings, her Sichuan dialect laced with animated commentary about her teammates' incompetence. Lynn paused for a moment. This girl had delicate features. Her pert little nose crinkling in irritation as she played, and her long, flowing black hair was tied back in a ponytail. She stood at approximately 165 meters tall, clad in a white top that strained against her curves, complemented by form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long legs, which seemed almost impossibly elongated. Her proportions were impeccable, akin to a character straight out of a video game. According to Lynn's standards of flattery, she could easily be modeled within a game. The only aspect marring her beauty was her outspoken nature, which promptly drew him back to reality. The pressing question arose, what are you doing in front of my door? Lynn felt a vague sense of familiarity toward this girl, yet he could not place where he had seen her before. She, too, had noticed Lynn's return, rising in surprise to scrutinize him, as if reconciling her recollections. She ceased her Sichuan dialect and, in a sweet, delicate Mandarin, inquired, are you Lynn Gidge? Lynn felt a swell of emotion. So this woman could indeed speak kindly. And what a delightful lowly voice it was. Lynn nodded and said, I am Lynn. And you are? The girl smiled, pointing to herself, and exclaimed, you don't remember me? I am Su Wanran. Oh, the one who stole loquats with you and was chased by Grandma Wong for 3 streets. In an instant, Lynn's memories were transported back to his childhood. Indeed, he had a little follower named Su Wanran, who was 4 years his junior, clad in split-crotch pants, crying and calling out to him as she trailed behind him. Brother Lynn. After growing up, Lynn went to study in Jeangi and had not seen her since. He was astonished to see how much she had grown. He picked up his phone and opened his mother's WeChat, recalling a 60-second voice message from her. He hadn't listened to it all, but it seemed she had mentioned something about him taking care of someone. She had referred to Su Wanran, saying she was graduating from university and would be interning here, asking him to help her find a job and look after her. The message concluded with his mother's mischievous chuckle. Lynn was taken aback, thinking, what a surprise reunion with a childhood companion. Suddenly, the sound of shattering crystal echoed from his phone, indicating that Su Wanran had lost another game. You bunch of useless players. I could find 4 bots that play better than you. Su Wanran puffed up her cheeks in frustration. Lynn and Su Wanran exchanged wide-eyed glances. Gulyalu, Su Wanran's brows arched playfully. I'm a bit hungry, Lynn replied, come. Follow me inside. Chapter 3. System Tasks, Simulated Romance. Wow, Lynn. The noodles you made are absolutely delectable. Su Wanran slurped the braised beef noodles prepared by Lynn, her face radiating satisfaction. Lynn couldn't help but interject. Perhaps it's best if you refrain from calling me brother. Just refer to me as Lynn. It makes me sound like some creepy brother complex. All right, brother. Su Wanran replied with a mischievous grin. Lynn remained silent for a moment before resignedly saying, suit yourself. Ah, it's so hot. What did you put in these noodles? I feel like I'm burning up. Su Wanran exclaimed, fanning her delicate neck with her hand. It's the chili, I added chili. Lynn explained. Oh, Su Wanran acknowledged, setting her bowl down and licking her lips. Once satiated, she turned her gaze towards Lynn, her eyes darting playfully, and with a cheeky smile, she said, Lynn, let me tour your home. Perhaps I might discover a hidden treasure. Lynn's expression darkened, and he retorted, get lost. All right, I shall roll away smoothly. Su Wanran said with a laugh, patting her round belly as she prepared to lounge on the sofa. But Lynn wouldn't let her escape that easily. Just as she was about to step out of his line of sight, he pulled her back. I cooked, you wash the dishes. Have you no sense of responsibility? Lynn admonished sternly. Su Wanran chuckled, haha, you caught me. Fine, I'll wash the dishes. She obediently scampered off to the sink. And soon the sound of running water filled the kitchen. Leaning against the kitchen door, Lynn watched Su Wanran wash the dishes and remarked, make sure to bring your ID. I'll take you to rent a room later. Su Wanran froze momentarily, her expression shifting to one of mock distress as she crossed her arms, her eyes wide with trepidation. So soon? I only had a bowl of noodles. Isn't that a bit hasty? People usually have at least a bowl of spicy hot pot. Lynn was left speechless, rolling his eyes. What are you thinking? I meant to take you to rent a room first. Then we can look for an apartment tomorrow. You can't possibly stay at my place tonight, can you? A lone man and a woman together. Su Wanran giggled, poking her finger and whispering, your mother said I could stay at your place with meals included. And you do have another room, right? I could sleep in there. She pointed towards Lynn's workspace. Lynn sighed in exasperation. That's my workspace. There's no bed. Just a computer. Su Wanran blinked innocently and said, then I'll sleep in your room. I hope it doesn't smell like a dog. Lynn was perplexed, pondering why Su Wanran seemed so keen on this arrangement. Do you not have money for rent? He suddenly asked. Caught off guard, Su Wanran stammered. Oh well, that's not it. I just, spent a bit on a game recently, so, may I temporarily stay with you? Lynn revealed a sly smile and remarked. Su Wanran, I believe you wouldn't want your mother to discover your secret gaming expenditures, would you? Su Wanran's face instantly transformed into one of terror as she stammered. What do you intend to do? Are you suggesting that you have malicious intentions towards me? Upon hearing Su Wanran speak in the dialect, Lynn could only muse in disbelief at the fluctuations in her attractiveness. As Lynn appeared poised to retrieve her phone and report the matter to her mother, Su Wanran urgently pleaded, please, I beg you. Lynn, you wouldn't want to see me homeless, would you? I can sleep on the sofa. Su Wanran proactively offered to take the sofa. A good man cannot resist 3 pleas, especially since Su Wanran was Lynn's childhood friend, and he found himself softening. Fine, just make sure to move out as soon as you find a job. Lynn relented with a sigh. Oh joy, you're the best, big brother Lynn. Our cohabitation begins now. Su Wanran exclaimed with excitement. Lynn, exasperated, retorted, please refrain from saying such peculiar things. Understood. I won't provoke you again, Lynn. Su Wanran replied, her eyes wide with feigned innocence as she glanced around. Upon opening Lynn's refrigerator, she gasped in delight. Wow, so many snacks. With sparkling eyes, she cautiously inquired, see, can I open a bag to eat? Lynn suddenly felt as though a mouse had invaded his home, one that his mother had unwittingly invited. Fine, indulge yourself. Just remember, if you gain weight, no one will want you. Lynn quipped with irritation. Yay, Su Wanran cheered, tearing open a bag of spicy chicken feet and munching away. Between bites, she mused, I should find a job soon. I heard you're a head of a gaming company, which aligns perfectly with my major. I studied game design, and I'm quite skilled. Just get me in as a team leader, with benefits, weekends off, close to home, and a decent salary. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? The mere mention of this prompted Lynn to recall his recent dismissal, causing his expression to darken. He understood he needed to work swiftly to create the perfect romance game. Additionally, it was time to test the capabilities of his game development system. For the first time, Lynn examined the panel of his game production system. Host, Lynn, age, 29, identity, independent game developer, current skills, code output proficiency, 79, expert level, concept art proficiency, 88, leading level, character design proficiency, 51, elite level, skill proficiency levels, novice, beginner, proficient, mastery, elite, leading, expert, grandmaster dash. The evaluation reveals a game developer of remarkable prowess, devoid of any shortcomings. Even in the absence of a system, they possess the innate ability to create independent games, driven by an ardent passion for gaming. System tasks entail the completion of specific objectives, rewarding the participant with unique incentives that refresh daily. Simple tasks suggest that as an independent game developer, enlisting like-minded colleagues can expedite the game's production. Recruiting a subordinate yields a 10 increase in game development progress, with the potential for a lucky critical hit to grant an additional 10 advancement. General tasks acknowledge the inherent challenges of beginnings, involving the creation of game files and the design of game icons, while randomly enhancing the host's professional skills to a master level. Challenging tasks assert that the system's game production hinges upon the host's cognitive experiences. For instance, if one aspires to create an immersive romantic game, the most essential step is to engage in romantic experiences, such as initiating affectionate contact with an attractive individual, thus capturing the exhilarating sensation of love at first sight and achieving a 40 increase in game production progress. The system marketplace remains inaccessible until the creation of the first independent game, upon achieving 1 million downloads, at which point the marketplace will automatically unlock. Chapter 4. Romantic Adventures, My Fantastical Girlfriend. Upon witnessing the system's evaluation of himself, the assigned tasks, and the enigmatic system marketplace, Lynn's heart raced with excitement. Goodness! What distinguishes this system from a cheat? By merely fulfilling the tasks set forth by the system, he could directly obtain progress in game development. Essentially, Lynn alone was equivalent to an entire game development team. No, he surpassed even that. Lynn was comparable to a AAA game company. With just a day or two of effort, he could craft a flawless game. Moreover, it would transcend all existing AAA titles. Lynn could even dare to dream of a perfect romance game, one devoid of a fixed storyline, where each player encounters a unique fantastical girlfriend. Just imagine, as players interact with one another, they discover that the fantasy girlfriend within the game is uniquely theirs, each individual's narrative and experience diverging dramatically. How breathtaking that would be. Merely contemplating this sent shivers of excitement through Lynn. The only dilemma lay in the system's initial tasks, which were relatively straightforward, recruiting individuals and designing game icons. However, this final task, dating, engaging intimately with a high-profile individual and experiencing the thrill of infatuation, is this system serious? The game's creation hinges upon my experiential understanding. If I were to create something akin to Grand Theft Auto, would I need to rob a bank, steal a car, and accumulate a notoriety level that attracts a horde of police vehicles in pursuit? Beep. The system will not issue tasks that jeopardize the host's life. The game creation process necessitates real-world experiences as a reference. You may perceive this as AI deep learning. Alternatively, you may opt not to complete the tasks, though progress in game development will consequently slow. This confounded system, with its AI. Fine, considering the 40 game development progress. I shall seek an opportunity to complete this task. But where shall I find a high-profile girl to fulfill this requirement? Lynn exhaled deeply, his gaze settling on Su Wanran, his eyes suddenly glinting like a ravenous wolf eyeing a plump lamb. Was she not the perfect subject? He could accomplish 2 daily tasks with her. Startled by Lynn's intense gaze, Su Wanran exclaimed in her Sichuan dialect, "Hey, why are you staring at me? Do I have flowers on my face? If you keep looking, are you trying to take the chance to kiss me? I warn you, I've trained in karate. If you dare to act out of line, I'll turn you into a panda." With that, Su Wanran proceeded to demonstrate a series of karate moves in front of Lynn. What karate? It was merely an exaggerated display of a delinquent's enthusiasm. Lynn rolled his eyes. Indeed, the Sichuan dragon's words were far from appealing. To simulate romance with a girl like her felt utterly awkward. If only he could silence her sharp tongue. Waving his hand dismissively, Lynn adopted a strategy of feigned indifference. Just focus on finding a job. Dreaming of using me as a backdoor to success is pure fantasy. Su Wanran puffed her cheeks and said, Am I asking too much of you? How about starting as an intern? My skills are quite decent. Lynn glanced at Su Wanran seriously and sighed. Alas, you arrived too late. If only you had come sooner. Su Wanran's face lit up with curiosity as she asked, What would have happened if I had arrived earlier? Lynn replied, If you had come earlier, we would have both joyfully received our dismissal package today, and I would have had a companion. Su Wanran, in disbelief, exclaimed, What? You were laid off? No, I voluntarily resigned from the gaming company. Lynn shook his head, casually opening the door to his workspace and stepping inside. He then powered up his top-of-the-line computer, which he had specially equipped for gaming and video editing to enhance productivity. Su Wanran followed him in, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. Bro, you quit without hesitation. That's the spirit. Skilled individuals are valued everywhere. When you decide to switch jobs, could you take me along? Lynn smiled and nonchalantly replied, No, no company has approached me. I resigned to pursue independent game development. Independent games? What type of game do you plan to create? Su Wanran inquired, her mouth full of spicy chicken feet, her face brimming with astonishment. Lynn, seated in his gaming chair, wore a confident smile. I intend to develop a romance game, rated 18. Su Wanran's expression turned to one of utter shock. Are you planning to make that kind of risk a game? Isn't that illegal in our country? Please, don't tread down a criminal path. Lynn playfully tapped Su Wanran on the head and retorted, who said I was making that kind of game? I'm focusing on pure love, mind you. The kind that can be released on the domestic gaming marketplace. Su Wanran chuckled and expressed her interest. Let me get involved. If we succeed in independent game development, we could earn a fortune and achieve financial freedom in no time. Lynn cast a sidelong glance at Su Wanran and scoffed. Do you really think it's that simple? Independent game development can take several years. Su Wanran patted her chest, brimming with confidence. You don't believe in me, do you? My technical skills are top-notch. I even received awards in university. Can you manage without me? Lynn, intrigued by Su Wanran's confidence, remembered that the system needed him to recruit someone. With a mindset to test the younger generation, he said, all right then, try designing a game icon. If it turns out well, I will indeed hire you as an employee, with a monthly salary of 5,000 to 10,000. Really? Boss, it's a deal. Watch me whip it up in no time. Upon hearing about the salary, Su Wanran's face lit up with joy. Calling him boss repeatedly, she settled down, skillfully opened the software, and began her design work. She created a new document and then looked up at Lynn, asking, Boss, what is the name of the game? Lynn pondered for a moment, carefully deliberating on the title of the game. Let us name it My Fantastical Girlfriend. In the hearts of many young men resides an idealized vision of a girl, a flawless moonlight, an ethereal specter of a companion. Our game aims to create that dreamlike figure they yearn for. Very well. The title shall be My Fantastical Girlfriend. Su Wanran swiftly tapped away at the keyboard. Chapter 5. Crafting the Game Icon. Rewarding Master-Level Aesthetic Storyboarding. Lynn nearly choked on his frustration and exclaimed, Su Wanran, can you not be so provocative? Su Wanran, feeling a slight sting from Lynn's playful poke, rubbed her head and chuckled. Oh, my apologies, it was unintentional. With that, she pressed enter, renaming the project to Lynn's request, My Fantasy Girlfriend. All right, I'm ready. Boss, what are the requirements? Su Wanran inquired. Lynn stroked his chin thoughtfully, stating, Firstly, I believe the icon for a fantasy girlfriend should be visually appealing, featuring a youthful and beautiful maiden. Su Wanran picked up the drawing tablet in front of her and began sketching. Her brushstrokes were remarkably swift, indicating her expertise. Before long, the game icon took shape. It depicted a succubus clad in a pink dress, with an enchanting face and heart-shaped eyes, gazing at the player on the screen. The pulsating hearts in her eyes evoked a sense of desire in the players. What do you think? Isn't it alluring? Especially with that 18 icon. It certainly stirs the imagination. Su Wanran declared proudly. Lynn was at a loss for words, retorting, You truly are a talent. Blessed with an innate gift for the risku, aren't you? But first, we need to get this approved. It seems like it needs a touch of divine light. Su Wanran laughed. Oh dear, my apologies. I've grown accustomed to it from drawing so much. So, what do you think of my professional skills, boss? Lynn replied, Indeed. Your skills are commendable, surpassing some members of my team. You are now qualified to join my independent game studio, with an internship salary of 5,000 per month. Contingent on your performance. Su Wanran cheered, Yay? Boss, can I possibly advance to 000? Get lost. Such a heartless boss. Ding. Congratulations to the host for recruiting the first employee. Task completion triggers a critical reward, granting a 20 progress boost in game development. Lynn felt a surge of excitement. Achieving 20 progress so swiftly made him eager to tackle the second system task. Step aside, let me draw, Lynn declared, shoving Su Wanran aside. As his hands touched the drawing tablet, a system prompt chimed in his ear. Ding. Host detected creating the game My Fantasy Girlfriend, rewarding the host with master-level drawing techniques, master-level storyboarding, and 3D illustration skills. In the next moment, Lynn felt as though he were possessed by the spirits of Makoto Shinkai and Hayao Miyazaki, with industry-leading artistic methods and appreciation flooding into his mind. Taking a deep breath, Lynn began to draw. His nimble fingers danced across the touchpad, expertly maneuvering various brush types without a single undue action. On the computer screen, A perfect depiction of a young maiden began to emerge. Su Wanran watched in awe, transitioning from astonishment to shock, ultimately leaving her mouth agape in an A shape. In astonishment, the boss exclaimed, "I never imagined you would surpass even the professors in our game design department. Your ability to produce such work without alteration is truly remarkable." Lynn chuckled lightly and replied, "Isn't this merely the foundation?" Before long, a flawless icon materialized. It depicted a maiden clad in a white dress, her fair legs and shoulders exuding an aura of purity, yet tinged with a hint of allure. Strikingly, she possessed no visage. Her face was an ethereal void, evoking endless imaginings, as if she might leap forth from the screen. Su Wanran, taken aback, remarked, "I feel as though I can see her face. Boss, your use of negative space is extraordinary. You truly are the leader of a top-tier gaming company." In a fleeting reverie, Lynn too seemed to glimpse the countenance of the fantastical maiden, who bore a resemblance to Su Wanran. With a smirk, Lynn boasted, "Just average. Really, ranked third in the world." Su Wanran, her admiration evident, declared, "Boss, I'm sticking with you. I want to create an independent game by your side." Lynn responded, "Excellent. Tell me, what is the most crucial aspect of a romance game?" Su Wanran replied, "Of course, it's the perfect heroine." Lynn acknowledged, "Indeed, the heroine is vital. Yet, having played countless romance games, I've encountered narratives with tragic characters, perfect endings, and heartwarming reunions. While players can experience varying storylines based on their choices, the essence of each player's journey remains the same, akin to reading the same novel. I pondered whether it were possible for each person's game narrative to be unique." Su Wanran, slightly bewildered by Lynn's words, asked, "Wait, are you suggesting?" Lynn spread his arms wide, envisioning a grand blueprint. "Since we are dealing with a fantasy girlfriend, each individual's idealized version of a girl will differ. Hence, I propose to create an unprecedented romance game, one devoid of fixed plots, completely randomly generated. An immersive romantic experience akin to reality." Su Wanran was taken aback, exclaiming, "Boss, your idea is utterly audacious. Even with 2,000 people, we couldn't possibly create the game you envision." Lynn replied, "I am well aware of the impossibility of such a feat. The resources required would be astronomical. However, I have a solution." Lynn possessed a system. Its computational resources were boundless, akin to a superintelligent AI. To avoid alarming Su Wanran, he reassured her, "I have developed a unique AI algorithm specifically for romance games, capable of automatically generating heroines and storylines." Previously, Lynn had secured 20 of the game's production progress from the system, effectively allowing the system to craft the game while Lynn provided inspiration. Thus far, the game had reached a playable state, and its production progress increased by 1 each hour. With deft movements, Lynn operated the computer and astonishingly accessed the interface of Fantasy Girlfriend. Indeed, a pink, dreamlike interface appeared on the screen. To the left was the game settings menu, while to the right, the Fantasy Girlfriend awaited. "Commence the game. Game settings." An array of captivating young women flashed across the game interface, leaving Su Wanran utterly astonished. Goodness, the animations are astonishingly lifelike. Su Wanran felt a sense of bewilderment. It turned out that Lynn was truly remarkable. Developing AI algorithms by oneself? Su Wanran suddenly perceived herself as a mere novice in Lynn's presence. Her hands fell limply at her sides. "Boss, what role do I have here? This AI has already crafted everything beautifully." Lynn replied, "Of course, you have tasks to undertake. Currently, the Fantasy Girlfriend is still in the debugging phase, and I need you to assist in development, crafting romantic narratives that imbue the AI-generated plots with greater tension." Lynn closed his eyes briefly. For instance, a down-and-out race car driver encounters an about-to-be-scrapped racing mech girl, or a terminally ill high school student who, before his demise, meets his little butterfly. Upon hearing Lynn's descriptions, Su Wanran's eyes sparkled with understanding. "I see. Leave it to me, boss. I will ensure the AI is perfected." Lynn nodded affirmatively. "Then I entrust this to you." Su Wanran settled before the computer, staring at the girlfriend generation page within the game, and began to type her incantation. "My youthful fantasy girlfriend is a succubus." "Why do you keep thinking about succubi?" Ding dong. The game Star God you reserved is about to enter public beta testing. Chapter 6. The launch of Star God sparks a storm. Gu Qinghan is stunned. as Lynn and Su Wanran immersed themselves in the game's narrative throughout the night. Lynn's former company, Sci-Fi Games, announced on its official website the impending public release of Star God. Upon receiving the notification on his mobile device, Lynn smiled subtly, knowing that the surprise he had left behind was about to ignite. He could already foresee that under Gu Qinghan and Yi Jun's management, this game was doomed to fail. At noon the following day, Starfire Games officially launched. Countless players flocked to download the game. Wow, is it really going public so soon? I've only seen games delayed, never released ahead of schedule. Didn't they say they needed more time for closed testing? There are still several bugs unresolved. Perhaps they burned the midnight oil to fix them. Commendable. Hee, my beloved Silver Sparrow, my wife Islia, my beloved Chi Li. Here I come. A multitude of players entered the game with high expectations, especially since it had garnered endless praise during the closed beta. Furthermore, Gu Qinghan had recently invested heavily in advertisements across various platforms, pouring millions into promotional efforts. She urgently needed to demonstrate to the stakeholders that the game was not only profitable, but also a potential blockbuster. To celebrate this, Gu Qinghan had already prepared the champagne. She turned to Yi Jun. The bugs that were left over have all been fixed, right? Yi Jun confidently signaled an okay gesture. They were quite tricky, but rest assured. CEO Gu, they were merely minor bugs. All patches have been applied, and I guarantee they will not resurface. Gu Qinghan nodded in approval. Now that's what I call professionalism. Hearing Yi Jun's assurance, Gu Qinghan felt a sense of relief. After all, Yi Jun was far more reliable than Lynn, who had little experience. If he said the game was ready for launch, it was indeed ready. If he assured her that the bugs were resolved, they were resolved. At that moment, an employee brought delightful news. Fantastic news, CEO. The server's backend has already surpassed 200,000 downloads, and we anticipate millions of users flooding into our game. This is a tremendous breakthrough, CEO. This is merely the first day. The numbers may skyrocket, and soon, our player base could reach into the hundreds of millions. Upon hearing this, a triumphant smile graced Gu Qinghan's face. Huh, Lynn, what did I tell you? Isn't it better to launch early and generate profits? You insisted on delaying, and now, if our rivals capitalize on our delay, there will be no place to lament. Gu Qinghan also felt a sense of satisfaction regarding her previous decision to dismiss Lynn, realizing that she had indeed made the right choice. It was essential to remove obstacles that hindered the company's progress, even if it required a bold severance. I, Gu Qinghan, have made no mistakes. She addressed her staff. Excellent. Let us maintain this momentum. Simultaneously, the first batch of players who entered the game discovered something amiss. Compared to the closed beta, bugs were rampant. Upon my word, am I truly engaging in a horror game? How has the character's model become so distorted? Is this optimization utterly abysmal? What is this? Just look at me. My trousers are all but discarded, and upon witnessing this scene, I hurled my phone away in sheer frustration. A player shared their in-game screenshots on a forum. There. The character Silver Sparrow, once exquisitely crafted, now resembles a lump of dough, grotesquely stretched towards some unseen point on the screen, convulsing in an unsettling manner. The comments section swiftly descended into chaos, with players vehemently denouncing the Crimson Fire Game Company. How infuriating. My beloved Silver Sparrow has been so horrifically distorted by your hands. Goodness, has the public beta for the strange immortal commenced? The entire Star God world seems to be crumbling and warping. This game's optimization is truly deplorable. With my RTX 5090, I found myself frozen in place the moment I entered the lunar orbit. Is it your intention to set up paywalls while neglecting the game's quality? If such a simple optimization can yield these results, no matter how intriguing the subsequent narrative may be, I shan't download it. What on earth is happening? During the closed beta, such significant issues never arose. They were merely minor bugs. Who can fathom this? Why does the situation seem to regress? Soon, observant players began to piece together the puzzle. Wait, has the lead planner for Star God been replaced? Some astute individuals, utilizing various investigative tools, discovered that Lynn, the original developer of Star God games, had been dismissed from the Crimson Fire Game Company, replaced by someone named Yi Jun. Who on earth is this Yi Jun? Does he even possess the skills to develop a game? I looked into Yi Jun's background. He hails from Ubisoft. Ah, so he is a product of Bugsoft. That explains everything. Initially, Lynn was performing admirably. Why would you replace him? Does Yi Jun have the capability to oversee a grand world game? Clearly, he lacks the requisite skills. Now, with bugs rampant, The game is virtually unplayable. Are you actively trying to dissuade us? This experience is utterly torturous. I wouldn't play it even if you paid me. Brothers, uninstall and restart. Before long, game reviewers began to ride the wave of discontent, editing videos to capitalize on the situation. Star God gameplay report. Shocking. We discovered a multitude of bugs in this limited game. This is undoubtedly the most regrettable game of the year. The art style, gameplay, narrative, and the freshness of world exploration. Such a pity that it has been ruined by bugs. Why I am pessimistic about Star God. The internet is inundated with vitriol directed at Star God games. Players possess discerning eyes. How does one gauge the quality of a game? They can sense the attitude of the developers. Within a mere morning, Star God's reputation began to plummet. Prospective players, who were previously on the fence, have now hesitated upon encountering such a deluge of negative reviews. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan of Crimson Fire Game Company remains blissfully unaware, dreaming that achieving over 100 million in revenue on the first day is a trivial feat. Just then, a staff member rushed over in a flurry. Mr. Gu, we have a serious problem. Gu Qinghan frowned. What is the situation? The game is riddled with bugs, and players are uninstalling it. The download figures have plummeted. Now, after just an hour, we are left with only a few 100,000 downloads. Gu Qinghan sprang to his feet, his expression darkening ominously. How is this possible? Yi Jun, did you not assure me that you had resolved all the bugs left by Lynn? Yi Jun feigned calmness. I did fix them. It's just that some new bugs have emerged, which is quite normal. Gu Qinghan frowned deeper. More bugs appearing is normal? Yi Jun, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replied, it is. The code for Star God game is inherently complex and requires time to address. Although Yi Jun had rectified some minor bugs in Star God, his patches had inadvertently spawned new and increasingly troublesome issues. Chapter 7. Lynn's final blessing to the Star God players. Every draw results in gold. The game now teeters on the brink of collapse. After hearing Yi Jun's words, Gu Qinghan felt a shiver run down his spine. Tasked with fixing bugs, he inadvertently created a slew of new ones. Goodness, have I unwittingly recruited a fool? Suddenly, Gu Qinghan recalled Lynn's warning. Should any issues arise with the Star God game, do not summon me back. In that instant, realization struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him rooted to the spot. Had Lynn foreseen this predicament? Was it a mistake to part ways with Lynn? Had I erred? No. How could I have made a mistake? It's merely a programming issue. The game could function without Lynn. Gu Qinghan struggled to regain his composure and immediately began devising a rescue plan. Quickly enlist those influencers and online personalities to boost the game's reputation. Furthermore, we must promptly kneel an apology, offering Stardust and Star Sand to retain player loyalty. Once players witness our earnestness as the Chihua Game Company, I am confident they will stay. Moreover, having bugs is a blessing in disguise. The team below was utterly bewildered. The game is riddled with bugs, and soon no one will play it. How can this be considered a blessing? Gu Qinghan elaborated. The more bugs we have, the more we can fix. With each bug resolved, players will recognize our commitment. If we had optimized the game from the outset, players would never witness our progress. Upon hearing this, the assembled team members were left speechless. What an audacious proclamation. Alarmingly, one staff member interjected, Mr. Gu, a new bug has appeared. Gu Qinghan waved his hand dismissively. No need to panic. She now has so many lice that she fears not the bites. Whether one bug or 10, it makes no difference. The employee, still anxious, responded, but this bug is related to the draw system. For some reason, the draw system has collapsed. Whether single draws or 10 consecutive draws, they all guarantee gold, rendering our safety net ineffective. What? Gu Qinghan felt a surge of fury, his composure unraveling. The draw system is the most crucial foundation of the game. Guaranteed gold implies players no longer need to recharge, triggering a complete crisis for the company. Gu Qinghan could no longer remain seated, confronting the head of the project. Yi Jun, what on earth have you done? Why has this happened? Yi Jun, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, exclaimed, why does the underlying code of this game relate entirely to the draw probabilities? The more he attempted to fix it, the more errors he encountered. Yi Jun could not fathom that when Lynn initially crafted the original code for Star God, she had intertwined character affinity and usage rates with the draw system. Aside from the fixed safety net, that is, there exists a concept known as the destined star, which implies a certain probability of bypassing the constraints of the card pool to directly obtain a desired character. This phenomenon requires players to forge profound bonds with the characters within the game. Lynn had initiated the development of a mechanism reminiscent of real human responses quite early on, aiming to provide players with an authentically immersive experience. However, Lynn was dismissed, and this hidden Easter egg, buried deep within Star God, was explosively uncovered by the newly appointed Yi-Jun. As the programmers floundered in despair, grappling with bugs that seemed insurmountable, even the project lead, Yi-Jun, began to scratch his head in evident anguish. Faced with the multitude of Easter eggs left by Lynn, he was utterly dumbfounded. With hundreds of thousands of lines of code to comb through in search of a single error, it was a task that felt like a death sentence. Gu Qinghan furrowed her brow and confronted her inept programmers, demanding, "What purpose do I serve by employing you? You cannot even rectify a minor bug." When Lynn was here, the game functioned perfectly. How is it that under your stewardship, nothing is being accomplished? Was Lynn the sole architect of this game? Indeed, Lynn had personally overseen the handling of almost every bug over the years, possessing an unparalleled understanding of the game that enabled him to resolve issues with finesse. One former programmer from Lynn's team raised his head and asked, "Then why did you let Mr. Lynn go?" Gu Qinghan was momentarily speechless, her heart racing. She had been unaware of Lynn's exceptional prowess. She had always perceived him as someone who simply clocked in and out without putting in extra hours, mistakenly believing him to be lackadaisical. Who could have anticipated that Lynn was a technological genius? The layoffs had struck a critical nerve. Currently, players were fervently drawing from the card pool, and with every moment, the company was incurring losses, all while shareholders watched closely. Had she known, she would have retained Lynn for a while longer. She paused over Lynn's phone number in her contacts, contemplating her next move. Should she apologize to Lynn and invite him back to lead the project? Gu Qinghan envisioned the scene in her mind. "I apologize, Lynn, for my previous erroneous decision. I wish to renegotiate our contract, allowing you to continue as the head of Star God, with terms of your choosing." Imagining Lynn's haughty, derisive smirk, she could almost hear him say, "Oh, what's this? The game has bugs, and Yi-Jun cannot handle them? Did you not claim his capabilities exceeded mine, or have you simply misjudged the situation?" With humility, Gu Qinghan pleaded, "I am sorry. What if I offer a 30 salary increase? Lynn, do you believe such a meager gesture will entice me back? Now, kneel and apologize. You are being unreasonable. Gu Qinghan, you surely do not wish for Star God to fail and for you to be dismissed, do you? What do you propose? Though you may lack talent in other areas, your beauty and figure are quite commendable. How about you spend a night with me?" Gu Qinghan suddenly opened her eyes, her breath quickening, a surge of fear coursing through her. Her gaze wavered as she contemplated, No, I have offended Lin so terribly before. If I were to seek his aid now, he would undoubtedly humiliate me severely, perhaps even impose unreasonable demands. No, Gu Qinghan, I must not yield to Lin. Is it merely a technical conundrum? I refuse to believe that with high salaries offered, there isn't someone who can resolve this. Before proceeding, Gu Qinghan resolved to forcibly revert the game to its beta state. This way, although minor bugs would persist, at least the gacha system would return to normal. This was the best solution she could conceive. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qinghan regained her composure and made the decision. A forced rollback and compensation of 300 star sands to the entire server, as if nothing had occurred. One of the operational planners muttered softly, This utterly ruined the game's reputation? Gu Qinghan replied coldly, Do you wish to be laid off as well? The operational planner displayed a look of dismay typical of a worker overwhelmed by their circumstances. I will attend to it immediately. Before long, the news of the forced rollback due to the gacha system's guaranteed gold bug spread throughout the entire server. Lin picked up his phone and glanced at the latest game announcement. Closing his eyes momentarily, a smile graced his lips. As expected, Yi-Jun had indeed set off that Easter egg. This could be considered my final gift to the Star God players. Lin had anticipated that Gu Qinghan would exploit the situation, acknowledge the error, and shoulder the costs of the gold bug, offering players a benefit. In this manner, even if the game quality faltered, at least the official stance would remain favorable, enticing some players to continue their patronage. Yet, Gu Qinghan had chosen to enforce a rollback. Gu Qinghan's series of audacious maneuvers nearly elicited laughter from Lin. Such audacity! It seemed that under Gu Qinghan's management, Star God would not last more than 3 days before fading away. They needn't come to plead with me. Even if they did, I would not return. Lynn cast a glance at the game development progress displayed on the system panel. My fantasy girlfriend, development progress 37. It was still rather slow. I can hardly wait for players to experience this new game, but to expedite the development process, aside from waiting, there was only one method left: engaging in intimate contact with the opposite sex. Lynn's gaze drifted towards Su Wanran, who was sprawled on the sofa, her long, fair leg extending out as she slept soundly. Chapter 8. Can simulated romance enhance game development progress? Su Wanran was sleeping soundly, and it was already past 1 in the afternoon. She had yet to awaken. The previous night, she had stayed up until 3 in the morning, tirelessly working to meet deadlines. When it came to game development, she exhibited an unparalleled tenacity, becoming utterly engrossed once she began. Throughout the night, she not only crafted over 10 exquisite storyboards, but also meticulously penned more than 20 sweet and enchanting romantic plotlines. Her dedication bore fruit. As the progress of the game advanced by a notable 3, one could not help but wonder what drove her to such fervor. Was she perhaps hoping for a raise? Lynn's gaze gently rested upon the slumbering Su Wanran on the sofa. Draped in a fluffy pajama set, she curled up like an adorable little white rabbit. Despite the light blanket covering her, her graceful figure remained evident. Soft sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon her waist, creating an elegant undulating line against the pristine white wall behind her. Lynn felt a surge of anxiety as he beheld her. Su Wanran stirred restlessly in her sleep, murmuring softly before kicking off the blanket. With one delicate foot, she thrust the light cover aside, revealing her attire beneath, which did little to conceal her alluring form. Lynn's eyes fell upon her radiant skin, akin to an endless allure. With a slight gulp, Lynn marveled inwardly, astonished by Su Wanran's remarkably developed physique, reminiscent of the enchanting seductresses found within novels. The only blemish on this beauty was her rather juvenile pajama design, adorned with pink bear patterns. Lynn found himself lost in thought, imagining how captivating she would appear in a violet lace nightgown. Ahem. In that moment, he became somewhat dazed, as the image of the slumbering girl before him began to intertwine with that of his idealized girlfriend. A flicker of longing ignited within him. How delightful it would be to behold such a charming girl every day. Suddenly, Su Wanran's dream-laden utterance in the Sichuan dialect jolted Lynn back to reality. Akin to a splash of cold water, the sleeping beauty transformed into a fierce Sichuan dragon with her words. Wait, this is wrong. Why am I entertaining such peculiar fantasies? Lynn hastily slapped his cheek, attempting to rouse himself from the burgeoning romantic thoughts. Could it be that the ideal girlfriend I have always envisioned is none other than Su Wanran? Impossible. I was quite the nuisance to her in our childhood. She followed me around like a little shadow. It wasn't so bad when she remained silent, but her thick Sichuan accent when she did speak? How could I ever be attracted to that? It must be an illusion. Absolutely a mere illusion. Perhaps I should focus on how to tackle that challenging task assigned by the system. Upon the mere thought of the exasperating task assigned by the system, Lynn felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The requirement mandated intimate skin contact with a member of the opposite sex possessing an appearance rated above 90. In order to experience that exhilarating sensation of a racing heart. Typically immersed in the world of game development, Lynn engaged in little social interaction, leaving him at a loss for finding anyone who fit such a criterion, let alone someone with whom to share intimate contact. After much contemplation, it seemed that only Su Wanran might fulfill this condition. However, the dilemma remained. What excuse could he possibly concoct to initiate such closeness with Su Wanran? Su Wanran, could I touch your hand? Lynn mentally rehearsed the scenario, envisioning her reaction. She would undoubtedly perceive him as a pervert, possibly even informing his mother, which would result in an immediate social death. No, that line of thought was entirely unfeasible. Just then, while Lynn sat on the sofa, deep in thought, Su Wanran turned in her sleep, smacking her lips, and one delicate, rosy foot crept into his view. Her 5 toes were round and adorable, resembling 5 petite magic wands. Lynn's expression darkened as he snapped, Hey, Su Wanran, retract your foot. Despite calling out her name several times, she remained unresponsive, sleeping soundly. Her indifference reminiscent of a drunken husband in a Japanese drama. Wait a moment. Gazing at the foot so close before him, Lynn suddenly recalled the task assigned by the system. He silently inquired within, System, as long as I engage in skin contact, I can complete the task, correct? Ding. Indeed. As long as there is skin contact lasting over 5 seconds, the challenging task shall be accomplished. Lynn's gaze returned to Su Wanran, and he pondered, perhaps. While she was in such a deep slumber, he could gently touch her foot. Lynn firmly reassured himself that he was not a pervert. Nor did he possess a foot fetish. He would never touch those potentially odorous toes without reason. He simply wished to fulfill the task set by that insufferable system. Slowly, he extended his hand, inching closer to Su Wanran's big toe, his heart racing uncontrollably. Lynn's mind became a battleground of conflicting thoughts. What if Su Wanran awakened? If discovered, he would find himself irreparably tainted, labeled a deviant. In the midst of his turmoil, Su Wanran's foot seemed to sense something amiss and withdrew beneath the covers. Lynn exhaled a silent sigh of relief, internally chiding himself. Lynn, how could you entertain such inappropriate thoughts? Su Wanran is working tirelessly to assist you with your game. How could you exploit her vulnerability? This task was proving far too arduous to accomplish. Lynn recognized that he was not the type to take advantage of others. And even if Su Wanran were entirely oblivious, touching her would not bring him any harm. Yet, he found himself unable to proceed with such an act under her unawareness. Never mind. I shall seek another opportunity to accomplish the task later. In order to reward the diligent Su Wanran, Lynn resolved to personally prepare a delightful meal for her. He cast a glance at the still slumbering Su Wanran and was about to rise and head to the kitchen. As he passed by the corridor next to the coffee table, Lynn noticed that the blanket covering Su Wanran had slipped off once more. He gently crouched down, carefully draping the blanket back over her. Just as he was about to stand up and depart, it seemed that Su Wanran caught a whiff of Lynn's presence. Suddenly, her small hands clutched tightly around his body, and she mumbled in her dreams, "Big brother, please don't go. I beg you." A pair of icy little hands clung to him, leaving Lynn momentarily stunned, his breath quickening. He attempted to rouse Su Wanran, softly saying, "Hey, Su Wanran, what are you dreaming about?" Lowering his gaze upon her, he saw her eyes tightly shut, her face adorned with a look of reluctance, akin to a child fearful of abandonment, pleading with Lynn not to leave. The more he tried to extricate himself, the tighter Su Wanran held on, resembling a koala clinging desperately to a tree trunk, unwilling to let go. Lynn could distinctly feel his body pressed against her soft form, her arms securely enveloping him, rendering any attempt to break free futile. "Wah, Lynn Gidge, after you go to Jeangi, will you never come back to play with me again? I don't want you to leave, big pot." Lynn's pupils slightly contracted as he gazed at Su Wanran, childhood memories flooding back like a tidal wave. It was during his early years when he was about to depart for Jeangi for school. Upon hearing the news, Su Wanran had wept uncontrollably, following him closely, clutching his hand so tightly that she refused to let go, insisting on accompanying him. Her tone and expression back then were strikingly similar to her current demeanor. Was Su Wanran dreaming of their childhood separation? Gradually ceasing his struggles, Lynn tenderly stroked Su Wanran's head, whispering softly, "Rest assured, this time, I shall not leave." It seemed his words reached her, for a sweet smile graced Su Wanran's face as she nodded vigorously before sinking back into a deep slumber. Lynn finally exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the challenging professional task. Reward, game development progress increased by 40. Current game development progress, 76. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, a mix of surprise and joy swelling within him as he realized that the task had been unintentionally accomplished. Indeed, sometimes what one seeks eludes their grasp, only to be found effortlessly. Ha ha ha, Lynn silently reveled in his delight. However, there remained a pressing dilemma. How could he extract his hand from Su Wanran's embrace? At this moment, his hand was tightly ensnared by her arm, making withdrawal a considerable challenge. Lynn could only proceed with utmost caution, slowly attempting to free his hand from Su Wanran's chest. Just as he was on the verge of successfully withdrawing his hand, Su Wanran, in a state of bewilderment, opened her eyes. Looking down, she discovered Lynn crouching before her, his hand cautiously pulling away. "What are you doing?" she inquired. Lynn and Su Wanran locked gazes, their eyes wide in mutual surprise, creating a moment of palpable awkwardness. Lynn spoke softly. "I mentioned that you were dreaming about holding me tightly, refusing to let go, insisting on grasping my arm. Do you believe me?" Chapter 9. Best friends surely, What you just did wasn't inappropriate, was it? Ah, Lynn is such a pervert. Sneaking touches while I slumbered. Couldn't resist, could he? Su Wanran's face flushed crimson like a bubbling teapot as she curled up on the sofa, hurling all the cushions at Lynn. Taking the cushions, Lynn felt more wrong than doughy. Just a moment ago, you were dreaming of indulging in a feast. It was you who dreamt of our farewell. Clinging to me, sobbing uncontrollably, with tears and snot flowing freely. Do you not recall any of this? Upon his words, Su Wanran seemed to indeed remember. She recalled dreaming of Lynn inviting her to enjoy a delightful meal, and just as she was about to share it with him, he boarded the bus to Jeangi for school. In a panic, she had chased after him, crying and pleading for him not to leave. Lynn had leapt from the bus to embrace her, assuring her, "I shall not depart." Indeed, there was some truth to this recollection. Sitting on the sofa, her cheeks flushed and burning, Su Wanran thought, "Yes, that did happen." Lynn remarked, "Now you can cease your pillow assaults, having wronged me so." "Alas, I am heartbroken." Embarrassed, Su Wanran lowered the pillow, pouting softly, "But you did touch me, so let us just consider it even." Lynn shrugged, "Very well, now go wash up. I shall prepare a meal. Hurry, and peel some garlic for me." Upon hearing the promise of delicious food, Su Wanran's eyes sparkled with excitement. But once Lynn requested her help with garlic, her hands drooped in disappointment, resembling a disgruntled night owl. "Ugh, I detest garlic." Observing Su Wanran's adorable puffed cheeks, Lynn felt no pity. "Quickly now, I have several sumptuous dishes to prepare, and as a newcomer, I must properly entertain you." Su Wanran's eyes lit up. "Yay, I want sweet and sour ribs, sauerkraut fish, and braised pork." Lynn poked her forehead playfully. Quite the list of demands. Su Wanran giggled, "Don't worry. I'll be ready in a jiffy, 5 minutes." With that, she dashed into the restroom. Lynn chuckled. Donning the traditional attire of a Sichuan man, a pink Peppa Pig apron, before entering the kitchen to commence his culinary endeavors. As Lynn cooked, Su Wanran peeled garlic beside him, occasionally sneaking tastes of the already prepared dishes, behaving like a little glutton. She was promptly shooed out. "Wait outside." "Oh, very well." Indeed, having a companion made cooking much more enjoyable. Could this be the legendary synergy of a man and woman working together? While stirring the pot, Lynn noticed his game development progress leap from 76 to 77. It appeared the game was nearing completion. He glanced at the newly released daily tasks. Simple task: compose a BGM for the game. Reward 10 progress in game development. Normal task: identify and rectify game bugs to ensure an enjoyable experience for players. Reward 1 skill upgrade to master level. Difficult task: the game is 70 developed and may require some external feedback. Find a suitable adult male to play the game for 1 hour. Reward 20 progress in game development. After reviewing today's tasks, he nodded. It seemed that upon completing these assignments, the game would be finished. How remarkably swift. Elated, he hastened his cooking, eager to find a male player for an initial experience of the game. Before long, a lavish spread of dishes was prepared by Lynn. Su Wanran exclaimed, "Wow, so many of these are my favorites. Can I start?" She looked at Lynn with anticipation. Lynn picked up his chopsticks. "Why are you staring at me? Eat." With a mischievous grin, he added, "I 1 tea hold back." Soon, Su Wanran's cheeks were stuffed, resembling a little hamster. The lunch concluded swiftly, and she declared, "Ah, I'm so full. I feel like I've overindulged. My stomach has expanded." Cradling her slightly protruding belly, she gazed at Lynn. "I'm going to gain a few pounds. It's all your fault for cooking so deliciously. Come now, don't speak such nonsense. Who made your belly bigger? If my mother finds out, I'll be in trouble. Besides, what is our current relationship?" Lynn replied with mock seriousness. Su Wanran giggled, "Well, boss." Lynn nodded. Maintaining his serious demeanor, "I hereby announce that the game is nearing completion. We shall enter beta testing likely tomorrow or the day after." "So soon?" Su Wanran's expression was one of disbelief. Lynn affirmed, "Did you think this was traditional game development? It's not a slow grind. My AI algorithms are quite impressive. Once the game is released, we shall make a fortune. Yay, we're going to make a lot of money. I want to buy skins." Su Wanran's eyes sparkled with avarice. "Thus, you must wash the dishes first, then get back to work." "And you, boss?" Su Wanran inquired, curiosity evident in her gaze. Lynn smiled faintly, reclining on the sofa like a wealthy landlord, and pulled out his phone. "Timmy, Glory, activate." Su Wanran gritted her teeth in frustration. "Ah? You wretched capitalist boss, always making me work." Lynn nonchalantly remarked, "I'll raise your salary to 10,000 a month." Hee hee, my boss is so generous. Please don't treat me like a mere beast of burden. Su Wanran's face lit up with joy as she cheerfully scampered off to wash the dishes. Meanwhile, Lynn's good friend in the game, Sweet Soft Cat, who is also a real-life companion, Jeangi, logged on. This young man is Lynn's college classmate, an ordinary worker who, due to his appearance, has never experienced the joys of romance. His leisure activities primarily consist of playing video games and indulging in adult content. According to him, adopting such a soft and adorable username would attract skilled players to guide him. He believes that using a voice changer suffices for communication. By employing this tactic, he has ascended to several seasons of the Honor King rank, and there are even admirers who purchase skins for him. Lynn finds Zhang Wei's behavior utterly disgraceful. Upon entering the gaming room, Zhang Wei's loud voice echoed, "Mambo, finally, you're online. It wasn't too easy. Come on, let us play a couple of rounds." Lynn promptly initiated the game and connected with Zhang Wei. "What have you been up to lately?" Lynn inquired. Zhang Wei replied, I got laid off. So I'm just playing games every day. What else can I do? There are no girls to date, so gaming it is. Do you have any good adult content recommendations?" Lynn, with utmost seriousness, responded, "Dude, I don't engage with adult content. I've never even known what it is." Zhang Wei chuckled mischievously. "Humph, you're still single, right? What do you do as a single man if not indulge in adult content? Are you waiting for a five-fingered lady?" At that moment, Su Wanran's voice floated in from the kitchen. "Hey, where should I put this bowl?" Lynn replied, "In the left cupboard." Su Wanran responded with an "oh" and obediently returned to washing dishes. However, on the other end of the microphone, Zhang Wei fell into an unusual silence for a moment. He then abruptly canceled the game preparation. Lynn questioned, "What is going on? Why aren't we starting?" Zhang Wei, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "What is happening? What is with that girl's voice? You're not dating someone, are you? Damn it. We agreed to stay single together until old age, and you're secretly dating someone at your place. Come on. You have to tell me you're just playing a prank, right? I know there are those voice chats where girls are talking. Tricking others is one thing, but tricking a bro is not allowed. Ha ha ha, it must be that." Even through the screen, Lynn could sense Zhang Wei's despair. "Oh, there is indeed a girl in my room." Chuckling, he thought, let us see him try to disbelieve this. He exited the game, turned on his phone camera, and pointed it at Su Wanran. "Su Wanran, look at me." At that moment, Su Wanran was in the kitchen sneaking bites of leftover sweet and sour ribs. Startled by Lynn's words, with the ribs in her mouth, she looked up at him like a kitten caught in mischief. "What is up?" Lynn gave a classic Hitchcock shot, capturing her before waving his hand dismissively. "It's none of your business. Continue." Su Wanran responded with an "oh," and squatted down to continue her secret feast. Lynn sent the video of Su Wanran to Zhang Wei. Shortly after, a 60-second voice message from Zhang Wei arrived, filled with uncontainable anguish and despair. "Wait, bro, how did you even start dating? Damn, she is so beautiful. This is like campus belle level. You need to tell me she is not a decoy you hired to trick me." "Woo woo." Lynn chuckled and comforted Zhang Wei, saying, "I must be insane. I paid someone to deceive you. Alas, she is actually my childhood friend, merely staying here for a couple of days while I assist her in job hunting and finding accommodation. She won't be here long." "Do you really have a childhood friend?" Zhang Wei inquired enviously. "My childhood friend is nowhere near as beautiful as yours, and I haven't been in touch with her for ages. I've forgotten what she looks like." Lynn scoffed. "I would rather she not come at all. You have no idea how annoying she can be. When she speaks in her Sichuan dialect, it's like being mauled by a dinosaur. It's quite painful. Besides, she will leave in a couple of days and won't be living with me permanently. There is nothing between us. You, my friend, are blissfully ignorant. This girl likes you, can't you see?" Zhang Wei remarked. Lynn paused momentarily, contemplating. Zhang Wei continued, "Based on my extensive experience with women, she certainly adores you. And it seems she has liked you since childhood." "How so?" Lynn inquired. "First of all, a girl specifically comes to your place to study a rather niche field like game design, which is uncommon for females. Wouldn't it be more sensible for someone of her caliber to pursue a career in aviation or hospitality? Why choose game design? Then, she asks you for help in finding a job and stays at your home. Can't you see the signs?" Zhang Wei explained. Lynn stroked his chin, pondering this perspective. Could it be that Su Wanran genuinely harbored feelings for him, despite her outward disdain? Zhang Wei, frustrated, exclaimed, "Damn it, I could almost curse. If I had a girl like that interested in me, I would consider it a blessing from my past life. You're making my stomach ache with envy." Observing Zhang Wei lose interest in his game, Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment. He wasn't attempting to boast. He simply hadn't considered it that way until now, especially after hearing Zhang Wei's envious remarks. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin. Today, the system had issued a challenging task requiring a male participant to experience a game. He hadn't yet decided whom to invite, considering the game was still in its developmental phase and under confidentiality. Perfect timing. I'll have Zhang Wei try it out. Lin thought as he approached his computer. Zhang Wei, I'm sending you a file. It's an independent game I've created. Just play it yourself and keep it to yourself. This is still in the testing phase and not yet fully completed. Moreover, after an hour of gameplay, the main file will self-destruct, Lin explained as he transferred the file to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was taken aback. An independent game? Why the secrecy? You've piqued my curiosity. Stop pretending and open it already, Lin urged. After downloading and extracting the file, Zhang Wei opened it and exclaimed, My fantasy girlfriend? Goodness, man. Tell me this isn't an adult game. Lin sighed. Is my game really that reminiscent of adult content? Chapter 10. Zhang Wei. Isn't it just a visual novel? I've played them before. Meanwhile, in Nuhu City, at Zhang Wei's home, the desk is adorned with an array of anime figurines. The walls are decorated with stickers from series like One Piece, and the bed is topped with a pillow emblazoned with the image of an anime waifu, unmistakably marking it as the abode of an ordinary anime enthusiast. Zhang Wei, typically reserved, only reveals his more relaxed side in the company of friends. He struggles to meet the gaze of beautiful women, often lowering his eyes in shyness. Having remained single for 28 years, he has never experienced the sensation of being in love. Although he outwardly claims to have no interest in romance due to its perceived complications and expenses, deep down, he yearns for a cute anime girl to call his girlfriend. As Zhang Wei gazes at the game My Fantasy Girlfriend extracted on his computer, a smile graces his face. Buddy, this is visual novel material, right? I must say, that icon is quite impressive. It almost feels as though I can see the girl's face in a haze. He marvels at the game icon crafted by Lynn. The blank visage of the fantasy girlfriend is, in fact, a strikingly beautiful face that, upon closer inspection, reveals itself to be an empty, ethereal countenance. Zhang Wei briefly questions whether his recent indulgences have led to hallucinations. Did you really allocate the entire budget to the game icon? He muses. I've encountered many indie games like this, relying solely on exquisite covers and enticing descriptions to draw players in. Yet the actual gameplay often falls short, leaving players hanging with nothing substantial to show for it. And just my luck, I've missed the refund window. This visual novel is hardly yellow. It's borderline criminal, you know? You wouldn't be trying to cash in using this method, would you? That would earn you some serious disdain. Lynn, with a mysterious smile, retorts, I told you, this is not a visual novel, it's a pure love game. However, with a high degree of exploration and maxing out the affection levels, who knows what might transpire? Intrigued by Lynn's words, Zhang Wei feels his interest piqued. Although he is reluctant to admit, he is somewhat eager to play this game. Lynn, do you have any idea how many dating games I've played? Do you know the wealth of my romantic experience? Have you any inkling of how many times I've been brought to tears by a game as storyline? It's no exaggeration to say I've played every dating game on the market. My heart is encased in concrete. I swear, there isn't a game left that can touch my soul. Hearing Zhang Wei's boastful declaration, Lynn raises an eyebrow with a smirk. You have 59 minutes. Dang. With such confidence, I must see just how entertaining this visual novel can truly be. Rest assured, my critique will be nothing short of scathing. Zhang Wei rolls up his sleeves, settles into his gaming chair, and with a flourish, clicks the right mouse button, dramatically proclaiming, My Fantasy Girlfriend, commence. A pink game interface materializes before Zhang Wei's eyes. Following this, a series of common phrases and reminders pertinent to gaming emerged, such as some individuals experiencing discomfort while playing in 3D. Then, the 18 symbol in the lower right corner captured Zhang Wei's attention. Goodness, an age rating of 18. How can you claim this isn't adult content? Excitement surged within him as he fervently clicked the mouse, eager to enter the game interface. Soon enough, a pop-up appeared, prompting players to choose a name for themselves. For the sake of immersive gameplay, it was best to input one's own name. If someone else's name were entered, one might hesitate, questioning if their personal information was being compromised. Yet, Zhang Wei felt no such concern. After all, there are at least millions of people named Zhang Wei worldwide. He promptly typed his own name into the pop-up and pressed the enter key. In the next moment, A game inquiry interface materialized before him. Player Zhang, do you wish for the forthcoming game world to be based on fantasy or reality? This choice would significantly influence the development of the storyline. For instance, should you select a fantastical realm, your dream girlfriend would manifest within that universe. If you choose the realm of martial arts and courts, your ideal partner might be an empress. However, if you opt for the real world, for a genuine immersive experience, it would be prudent to allow the game to scan your actual room to create a realistic model. Below, over 10 categories emerged, each representing a distinct world: modern metropolis, campus romance, Japanese and Korean classics, European charm, fantastical cultivation, martial arts courts, high martial era, Western fantasy, madness of the Germanic style, horror world. Wow, this game has everything, even martial arts courts and fantastical realms, not to mention scanning real rooms. Is it truly that remarkable? Zhang Wei wore a skeptical expression. Even AAA titles rarely invest such extensive resources into crafting numerous expansive worlds. So how many realms must they have created? Surely, this is just a gimmick. There must be unlocking conditions. It's all a trap to deceive players and extract their money. The narrative is likely fixed, and the game's freedom is probably minimal. It might just end up being a text-based game. Zhang Wei stroked his chin, utterly incredulous that an independent game could offer such an array of choices. I shall see if this is genuinely selectable. As an enthusiast of the anime realm, he was naturally drawn to the world of fantasy. Thus, he boldly opted for the realm of cultivation. Embracing the romantic ideals of cultivation from the Dragon Country, Zhang Wei decisively chose the cultivation world. The world is now generating. A cry of birth echoed. Your dream girlfriend has arrived. Adjusting the timeline. Calling forth the cultivation realm model. Loading battle effects. Zhang Wei observed the continual pop-ups, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he shook his head. It's all quite theatrical, surely. It will just be a text-based game with a few accompanying images. How impressive that would be. However, the very next second, the game loading progress reached 100. A brand new world unfolded before Zhang Wei. The entire aesthetic of the game has undergone a profound transformation, shifting from its original pink interface to one steeped in the ethereal charm of immortal cultivation. The game unfurls across 2 pages like a magnificent scroll, accompanied by the melodious sound of a flute, enveloped in mist and towering celestial mountains. Zhang Wei's first-person perspective begins to descend, and the scenery gradually comes into focus. My goodness, is this cutscene still CGI? It appears so strikingly realistic. Zhang Wei's eyes illuminate with wonder. Even this introductory sequence surpasses many domestic martial arts and immortal-themed online games. His curiosity is thoroughly piqued, and he is eager to witness the unfolding narrative. Soon, his viewpoint lands upon a jade platform, stained with blood, littered with the corpses of cultivators, and resonating with the cacophony of battle cries. Good grief. This bloodshed and the combat effects are astonishingly lifelike. Can this even pass inspection? Zhang Wei is shaken. This first-person perspective is overwhelmingly impactful, akin to a divine vantage point observing the struggle below. Amidst the crimson-stained chaos stands a graceful figure clad in a black robe, her attire soaked in blood, wielding a 3-foot-long sword with unwavering resolve. Her beautiful eyes, tinged with red, and her delicately featured face, partially obscured by her hair, reflect the agony of her injuries and the torment within. Jiang Yan, in her anguish, realizes that her fate is sealed here today. It is a bitter pill to swallow. She is yet to personally avenge her enemies, to repay her parents' grievances, and confront those so-called righteous villains. Alas, if only she had one more moment to break through to the nascent soul stage, would it ultimately remain unattainable? Zhang Wei can hear Jiang Yan's thoughts echoing in his mind. As he absorbs her desperate murmurs, he is once again struck by the game's artistry and effects. Good heavens! The expressions, the texture of her hair, and the anti-aliasing, also lifelike. How is this possible? He begins to suspect that this is not mere game design, but rather a live-action portrayal, with the characters being actual actors. Yet, if that were the case, the production costs would skyrocket. Yet the female demon refuses to surrender. A thunderous voice interrupts Zhang Wei's contemplation, prompting him to shift his perspective to the surroundings. Countless cultivators swarm around, some with white hair yet youthful faces. Others stand idly by, observing with indifference, and there are elegantly dressed women, casting envious glances at the female demon before them. However, wary of Jiang Yan's potential counterattack in her final moments, none dare to approach. Demoness, we have woven a net of fate around you today. There is no escape. Surrender at once. Jiang, you have slaughtered my entire family and decimated the Qingyan sect. Had I been present at the sect, I too might have perished by your hand. Today, I shall avenge my master and fellow disciples. A female cultivator, her eyes aflame with rage, glares at Jiang. Jiang, your crimes are unparalleled, unworthy of the righteous path. Today, no one can save you. My 10,000 demon banners require one more master soul. If you wish to avoid obliteration, submit to my banner as a servant. Upon hearing the accusations from these so-called righteous leaders, Jiang felt no remorse. Her only regret was her insufficient power to eliminate these alleged righteous scoundrels. With a grim smile, she pointed at all the righteous individuals present and declared, "You accuse me of being a demon? How many of you have not taken lives more than I have?" She then turned her gaze toward the female cultivator from the Qingyan sect, sneering at that time. "Did your sect leader truly bring me back for the purpose of cultivation? You extracted my ice spiritual root, imprisoned me in a dark, sunless dungeon, and drained my essence. From that moment, I silently vowed that if I had the opportunity, I would ensure your annihilation." She continued, "And you? How many lives have perished under the demon suppression flag? Yet you dare to label me a demon? My parents were merely honest villagers, yet they fell victim to your righteous hands. If I am guilty, my only sin is not having exterminated all of you." Every word Jiang uttered left the righteous cultivators speechless, filled with trepidation. The heavens are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. What does it matter if a few mortals are slain? The demoness, even in her final moments, continues to spew venomous words. Why engage in discourse with her? Let the demoness meet her demise. I, Jiang, am undoubtedly destined to die today, but who among you dares to step forward? I do not mind taking you down with me." Jiang let out a bitter laugh, her eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Since death was certain, she resolved to take down a few more of these so-called righteous scoundrels before her end, willing to drag as many as possible to their doom. Observing Jiang's pale, yet strikingly beautiful visage ignited a protective instinct within Zhang Wei. "Oh no, is my girlfriend about to perish? Your fantasy girlfriend stands on the brink of demise. Will you take action to rescue her? For a mere 6 yuan, one can summon the blood fiend thunder. Will you carve a path for your fantasy girlfriend?" Zhang Wei, now entranced, declared without hesitation, "I will recharge." Chapter 11. Is this really unveiling? And they say it's not a little yellow oil. Esteemed friends, strike her from a distance. Do not fall prey to this demoness ambush. Meet your demise, sorceress. A tempest of swords, talismans, and magical artifacts erupted, radiating brilliant light as they surged towards that forlorn figure. Witnessing this scene, Jiang's eyes filled with despair. A bitter smile graced her lips. It appeared her journey was at an end, for these cultivators were not foolish. They kept their distance. Jiang brandished her 3-foot sword with all her might, shattering an incoming Qinglong scissors into fragments. Yet she, too, was swept away like a leaf in a storm, crashing violently to the ground, blood pouring from her mouth, mingled with shattered internal organs. In the sky, a formidable white-haired cultivator summoned a silver bell, which emitted a resonant hum, its immense force causing the void to collapse and clouds to roll back as it descended upon Jiang with lethal intent. This blow was insurmountable. Jiang attempted to raise her hand, but her arm was already broken, her sword-holding hand drenched in blood. "Ah, father, mother, I come to meet you." Jiang closed her eyes in despair, awaiting death's embrace. All the cultivators beheld this scene and sighed in relief. At last, it was over. She was finally dead. This enchantress was truly breathtaking. Having cultivated for merely a century, she possessed such power, and coupled with her indomitable spirit, if given another 10 years, we would all be at her mercy, an elder remarked, shaken. Yet, just as the silver bell was about to obliterate Jiang, player Zhang Wei successfully charged. Acquiring the Blood Calamity Thunder skill, Zhang Wei had completed his transaction. He furiously clicked his mouse to unleash the Blood Calamity Thunder, safeguarding Jiang. "Darling, I am here to save you." Boom. The heavens rolled back, blood clouds surged, and a horrifying bolt of blood-red lightning, as thick as a barrel, crashed down, striking directly upon the silver bell. Crack, crack, crack. The silver bell shattered instantly, unable to withstand the pressure of the Blood Calamity Thunder, bursting apart. "Buffed my bell. How could this be?" The bell's owner, the white-haired primordial infant elder, vomited blood as his life's artifact was destroyed, leaving him utterly diminished. He gazed upward in terror, seeking the source of the obliteration of his sacred artifact. Just as he lifted his gaze, the next moment, boom, a bolt of blood calamity thunder struck him squarely, reducing him to ashes. Zhang Wei smirked, exhilaration coursing through him. This game is astonishingly realistic. Even the NPCs respond to being struck down with such authenticity. The feedback is unparalleled. This $6 spent was utterly exhilarating, simply delightful. The surrounding righteous cultivators stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. What? Elder Wang has been struck down? This is blood calamity thunder. Isn't this a forbidden technique of the long-lost evil cultivators? Only those of immense power could invoke it. Run. This place is perilous. An elder, well-versed in lore, reacted swiftly, activating his invisibility and fleeing with all haste, eager to escape the impending doom. How could Zhang Wei possibly let him go? With a swift movement of the mouse, he hovered over his foe's head and clicked gently. Boom. The fleeing old monster was obliterated, leaving not even a trace behind. In Zhang Wei's gaming perspective, he felt invincible. Wherever his cursor pointed, calamity struck. Just moments ago, it was you who shouted the loudest, wasn't it? Prepare to perish. All of you shall meet your demise. Not a single one will escape. Was my hand's speed honed over 28 years of solitude for nothing? Zhang Wei's arm was nearly igniting the mouse with his relentless clicks. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin found herself alive, contrary to her imagined demise. Instead, she was surrounded by an array of anguished screams, the so-called righteous cultivators now wailing like slaughtered pigs, accompanied by the furious roars of thunder. Huh, I'm not dead. Jiang Yin abruptly opened her eyes, gazing upward in confusion, and was astounded by what she saw. Above her, countless crimson bolts of tribulation thunder fell like torrential raindrops, annihilating all her attackers. Faintly, Jiang Yin perceived a shadowy figure of a blood-red powerhouse amidst the clouds, brandishing a thunder talisman, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. As the sky was stained crimson, this was undoubtedly a formidable being, far surpassing the nascent soul stage, a true master among masters, an unparalleled force among the wicked. His presence was transcendent, as if he hailed from a higher dimension entirely. Oh, how wonderful! I am eternally grateful for the senior's great kindness. Jiang Yin was overwhelmed with emotion. Witnessing her enemies being struck down one by one, tears of joy welled in her eyes, and she trembled with gratitude, perplexed as to why this senior would come to her aid. Perhaps he empathized with her plight, recalling his own past tribulations, or maybe he was drawn to her beauty, wishing to take her as a furnace. Regardless of the reason, Jiang Yin was willing. Newbie guide, player Zhang Wei. Your fantasy girlfriend's favorability towards you has increased by 10 points. Note, the higher the favorability, the greater the freedom, and the closer the interaction experience with your fantasy girlfriend. Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback, elated at the prospect. Oh, favorability has increased. I must raise it further. Whatever I command, she shall obey. If I ask her to disrobe, she shall comply. If I desire dual cultivation, she will engage with me, hee. Up until now, Zhang Wei continued to treat this game as a mere indulgence. Before long, all the cultivators present were reduced to ash by Zhang Wei's hand. Jiang Yin staggered to her feet, struggling to lift her head towards the mighty being in the sky, her voice weak. Cough. I am Jiang Yin. Grateful for your rescue, esteemed senior. If there is ever a need for my assistance, I shall not hesitate. Cough. This marked the first dialogue between Zhang Wei and his fantasy girlfriend, presenting different options in the game. A. You are gravely injured. Do not speak. I shall heal you first, and we can converse once you have recovered. B. You're quite delicate. You would make a splendid furnace for me. C. Please respond as you wish, player. Both of the first two responses were quite reasonable. The first was gentle and courteous, while the second was bold and audacious. In summary, it can be expressed in 3 words. Collect the harem. The injured, pitiable, and helpless demonic cultivation girl encounters an exceptionally powerful evil cultivator, akin to a saint meeting a goblin. This appears to border on the realm of the risku. However, the third option is rather intriguing. The audacity to allow players to respond freely demonstrates the developer's absolute confidence. For one can hardly fathom how players might reply. Zhang Wei was taken aback. What? We can actually respond? This game truly has something special. After a moment's contemplation, a mischievous smile crept across his face as he typed, Strip. Zhang Wei reassured himself. It's not that I genuinely wish to see her undress. I merely want to observe how she would react. Meanwhile, a singular command echoed in Jiang Yan's ear from that formidable being. Strip. Strip, you say? Jiang Yan's pallid face displayed a hint of confusion, yet there was no trace of hesitation. Since this senior had rescued her, her life now belonged to him. Whatever demands he made, she would comply without question. A bloodied hand struggled to rise, attempting to loosen the blood-stained garment. Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed with a tinge of embarrassment, perhaps due to the pain from her wounds. She let out a muffled groan, and, with a determined tug, one corner of her robe fell away, revealing her flawless shoulder, collarbone, and the white cloth binding her chest. Her skin was devoid of color, terrifyingly pale. Yet it lent her an air of tragic beauty. Could it be? She truly is stripping? And they claim this isn't risky. Chapter 12. Brother, I implore you. Please let me play just a little longer. Zhang Wei sat before the screen, stunned, as he beheld Jiang Yan, her face contorted in agony, her body drenched in blood. Despite her evident suffering, she still endeavored to appease her twisted desires, struggling to remove her clothing. A sudden wave of guilt surged within Zhang Wei. Damn it! I should be ashamed of myself. I truly am despicable. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, he refrained from calling for a pause and typed instead, ahem. I merely wish to assess the severity of your injuries. Look at this wound. Ah no, it runs too deep. I shall tend to your wounds at once. A voice filled with urgency penetrated Jiang Yan's ears. Undress. I shall employ secret techniques and expend my essence to heal you. A warmth enveloped Jiang Yan's heart. It turned out that the senior wished to heal her. Thank you, senior. But I can no longer endure. Alas, Jiang Yan had reached her limit. She had been barely hanging on, and now her strength waned. Her arms fell limply, her body swayed, and her eyes rolled back as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Oh no, how could she faint now? I've barely begun. Zhang Wei felt a profound disappointment. He had harbored thoughts of personally assisting Jiang Yan in shedding her garments. He maneuvered his character to her unconscious form, attempting to intervene himself. However, as the cursor hovered over Jiang Yan's clothing, the game issued a stringent warning. Affinity with the fantasy girlfriend insufficient. Current action cannot be performed. Please explore the previous areas later. Affinity with the fantasy girlfriend insufficient. Current action cannot be performed. Please explore the previous areas later. Damn it, Lynn, you sly fox. So that is how you intend to play it. I should have known it wouldn't be easy to pass this level. Zhang Wei stroked his chin, recognizing the game's astonishing realism and high engagement. It appeared he must enhance his affinity with Jiang Yan. Moreover, judging from her compliance with his earlier commands, he could issue her directives to undress voluntarily. How clever of me. Just then, another notification materialized on the screen. Player Zhang Wei, please be advised. Although you have saved the life of your fantasy girlfriend, she remains in grave danger. Jiang Yan, having just endured a fierce battle, is entirely drained and critically weak. She has also been afflicted with poison. If not treated promptly, she shall perish in 2 minutes. Attempt to revive her. Be wary. For should the fantasy girlfriend die, she will be permanently erased and will never return. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, a look of confusion crossing his face. The fantasy girlfriend cannot be resurrected? Wait, does that mean I cannot restart or save my progress? If I were to begin anew, would that mean a different girl altogether? How is the narrative structured in this game? At that moment, 3 distinct options appeared on the screen. Standard healing method. Healing time, 1 hour, will fully restore Jiang Yan and grant a small increase in affinity. Limited time offer. Recharge 88 yuan to obtain the 6th grade miracle elixir. Capable of restoring life to the deceased, instantly healing Jiang Yan, and providing a significant boost in affinity, along with a special limited time outfit. Yao Chun Chu Shui set. Upon encountering the notification within the game, Zhang Wei displayed a face reminiscent of an elderly individual on the subway. This game, is it truly so predatory in its monetization? It appears that playing without spending is nearly impossible. While it's said that casual players can still enjoy the game, the healing time of 1 hour, is that for real? Zhang Wei observed that the in-game time is synchronized with real time, and there's no option to fast forward. The experience for those who spend moderately or extravagantly is vastly superior to that of casual players. Not only do they accumulate affection more swiftly, but they also receive additional rewards. This is clearly compelling me to spend money. Under normal circumstances, I would never consider spending 648 yuan on a mere casual game. With that amount, I could indulge in a real-life experience instead. Fortunately, I know the game developer, so I can simply recharge and reclaim the funds from Lynn later. Truly, how fortunate I am. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Wei retrieved his phone, ready to make the most extravagant purchase. Player Zhang Wei successfully spent money, rewarded with the 9-tiered Blue Lotus pill and the Immortal's Abode. A notification echoed through the game. In the next moment, a radiant blue pill, resembling a blue lotus and shimmering with brilliance, appeared in Zhang Wei's hand, exquisite and visually captivating. Additionally, a home option emerged in the game's lower right corner. Naturally, Zhang Wei selected to return home. Before embarking on grand endeavors, he must first tend to the injured girl, cleansing her of the bloodstains. As a bloody Zhang Wei would appear rather unsettling, he maneuvered his in-game character to gently cradle the unconscious Jiang, gazing at her pained expression and furrowed brow. He could even discern the fine hairs on her skin. Zhang Wei's heart raced, overwhelmed by the immersive sensation, as if he were truly cradling an injured maiden. His protective instincts surged to their peak. The attention to detail was astounding. How was this achieved? What engine was utilized in its development? It felt so lifelike. Though he couldn't ascertain how realistic it truly was, perhaps he should take her home and savor the experience slowly. In the next moment, Zhang Wei clicked the home button. Instantly, a dazzling teleportation effect illuminated the surroundings. The scenery shifted dramatically, revealing an ethereal palace, a white jade staircase, a spiritual spring waterfall, and creatures frolicking amidst the trees, surrounded by an abundance of medicinal herbs, creating an atmosphere of serene fragrance. A truly extraordinary realm. Zhang Wei carefully placed Jiang upon a white jade spirit bed that absorbed spiritual energy. Subsequently, he produced the 648 yuan 9-tiered pill and placed it into her mouth. The instant the pill entered, a radiant aura enveloped Jiang, and under the potent effects of the elixir, her cultivation level surged forcibly from the late golden core stage to the early nascent soul stage. Thus, her entire being was baptized. The wounds that once marred her flesh visibly healed, her skin transformed into a porcelain white, and her hair cascaded like pure snow. Her lips were a vibrant crimson, her teeth a brilliant white, reminiscent of a cherry blossom tree blanketed in snow. This was no witch. She was nothing short of a saintess from a cultivation novel. Zhang Wei gazed in awe, utterly entranced. Oh my wife has become even more beautiful. Is this the power of premium currency? Incredible. Jiang opened her eyes, and before her lay a blurred figure, exuding an aura of blood and malevolence. Although the face remained obscured, the overwhelming power emanating from the figure was undeniable. Jiang gasped, Senior. Where am I? Zhang Wei quickly typed, my home. In the game. This is the abode of the true self. Your injuries have been healed by me. She looked around in disbelief, realizing she was in a cave that resembled the celestial realm. Her mouth agape. She struggled to comprehend. Is this the senior's abode? You brought me here and healed me. Wait, my injuries, my cultivation level. As she focused her senses, she was left astounded to discover an immense medicinal essence within her body, far surpassing the potency of any third-grade elixir she had ever encountered. Her meridians had expanded fully, and the hidden injuries she had sustained were now entirely restored. Overwhelmed, she felt a rush of emotions. Even if she were sold, she did not merit such a precious elixir. Who was this senior before her? What level of power did they possess, and why had they chosen to assist her? Having never experienced kindness in her life, Jiang gazed at the benevolent countenance of the senior, nearly moved to tears. Oh, how unworthy I am, Jiang, to receive such grace from you. Thank you, esteemed senior. I have nothing to offer in return but my willingness to serve you, to be your humble servant. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, tears streamed down her cheeks as she knelt before him, showcasing her flawless figure, nearly overwhelming Zhang Wei with emotion. Zhang Wei smirked, muttering to himself, so you all listen to me, huh? Then strip down and let me take a look. Fear not, though your wounds are healed. Your current cultivation level is insufficient to fully refine that spirit pill. I shall assist you in its refinement. You need only shed your garments, and I will personally help you absorb its essence. Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Is that so? Thank you, esteemed senior. With that, she began to loosen her clothing, revealing a perfect figure elegantly wrapped in binding garments. Even concealed, Zhang Wei could discern that she was a 36D. Senior, I have undone my bindings, and should there be any offense, I beg for your forgiveness. Jiang Yin bit her lip, her delicate fingers no longer hesitant, reaching for her undergarments, poised to remove them. Suddenly, the game screen shattered and dissipated, rendering even Jiang Yin's exquisite form invisible. The hour-long gaming experience has concluded, and the game has been automatically deleted. Your game save has been securely stored in the cloud. Please be patient as you await the internal or public testing phase. Zhang Wei was momentarily stunned, his face contorted in agony. Damn, is this little game merely toying with me? His phone chimed, and Lin sent a message to Zhang Wei inquiring about the gaming experience. How was it? Was it enjoyable? From the other end of the line, Zhang Wei's wails of despair echoed. Brother, I beg you, I implore you, just let me play a little longer. Chapter 13, Su Wanran. You surely do not wish to incur my wrath, do you? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have garnered your first loyal player. You have completed today's challenging task. Receiving a reward, game development progress at 20. Current game development progress is at 96. The game is nearing completion. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. In merely 2 days since his resignation, he was on the verge of launching a new game. Moreover, Lin was confident that upon its release, this game would revolutionize the entire gaming market. What were the likes of Gu Qinghan and Yi Jun to him? What did domestic giants like Tunglong Games and Wangi Games amount to? Even the renowned AAA titles abroad would kneel before this romantic game. Lin smirked. He was determined to deliver a small yet impactful shock to those foreigners who claimed that the Dragon Kingdom could never produce AAA games. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin replied to Zhang Wei. Lin, Zhang Wei, didn't you boast about your extensive experience with romantic games? Zhang Wei, foster father, in the presence of your game, I am but a novice in the realm of romance. I beseech you, allow me just a little more time. I cannot bear to part with my fantasy girlfriend. Much like a tomato cannot be without an egg. Lin, weren't you going to critique this game harshly? Zhang Wei, I was foolish truly. I merely assumed this was a trivial game. I had no inkling of its realism. I have completely immersed myself. My mind is filled with thoughts of my fantasy girlfriend. If I had to rate this game, I would wish for a score of 10,000. Lin chuckled. Spare me the flattery. Let me see how you became so entranced in just an hour. Upon hearing that Lin wished to review his gaming record, Zhang Wei's face turned crimson. For his actions had been rather inappropriate, repeatedly inputting commands for Jiang Yin to disrobe. No, please, foster father, don't look. That is my private matter. Lin said nothing, merely accessing the system panel to examine Zhang Wei's gaming history. Upon viewing it, Lin was left speechless. Player Zhang Wei attempted inappropriate actions in the game multiple times, triggering the reverse effect mechanism 4 times. Lin laughed and scolded. Zhang Wei, you truly took my game for a lewd one? Zhang Wei's face flushed, and he coughed. Who made you design the game so realistically? I thought it was genuinely possible to engage in that. Lin, what are you thinking? Will it even pass the review? Foster father, I request to play for another hour. I promise, this time I won't be inappropriate. Zhang Wei's overly sentimental plea sent shivers down Lin's spine. Lin, the game is not yet complete. You will have to wait for the internal testing, which will be soon. Zhang Wei's expression twisted in agony. Just the thought of Jiang Yan's sorrowful visage and hopeful gaze made him yearn to protect and cherish her. He was resolute, even declaring that he would visit Lin's home to assist with the game. Internal testing? Must I wait an eternity? No. My wife. I cannot wait a single minute. If you do not grant me access to the game, I shall take the high-speed train to your home and stay there to help you with the game. Lin, you dare to come to my house with a ball head. I'll hammer you to death. Brother, even if you kill me, I still want to play with my fantasy girlfriend. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin vehemently rejected Zhang Wei's request to visit him. Zhang Wei slumped in his gaming chair, his expression one of longing. I now even question the existence of that world, and whether Jiang Yin is real. Her expressions are so intricate, akin to a seamless video call. Is it possible that I could traverse into the game and meet Jiang Yin, holding her delicate hand, nurturing her, protecting her, leading her through the realms of cultivation, just like the novel I recently read, My Electronic Wife? Lin, with a darkened face, responded, what you ought to do now is uninstall the Singular Novel app. Zhang Wei, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed, you don't understand. We share true love. You must support us. As long as you do, everything will be fine. Lin, unable to tolerate Zhang Wei any longer, felt pity for him and finally gave a decisive answer. The game is actually nearly complete. We will have a closed beta test soon. I can grant you a spot in it. How about that? Father, adoptive father, I kneel before you. From the other end, the sound of Zhang Wei prostrating on his keyboard echoed. Get lost. All right then. After hanging up on Zhang Wei, Lynn felt an immense excitement. Zhang Wei's immersive experience had instilled him with confidence. The game development progress stood at 96. So close, so close. Lynn gazed at the final 4 progress bar with a sense of urgency, akin to the agony of waiting for the last one of a game to load. He decided to accelerate the game development progress. He still had 2 daily tasks to complete. Today, there were 2 tasks. The simpler one was to create a BGM for the game, rewarding 10 progress, while the other was to check for bugs, rewarding a skill upgrade to master level. Hiss. Checking for bugs is easy, but creating the BGM poses quite a challenge. Composing background music for the game was the only thing Lynn struggled with. He was tone deaf and could not sing well, a common plight for independent game developers. Although he could manage to create something, it would undoubtedly be a mere BGM without vocals, unless he hired a professional singer. Yet, if it were for Fantasy Girlfriend, Lynn was determined to achieve excellence. Refusing to settle for mediocrity, after some contemplation, Lynn decided to leave the tasks he couldn't handle blank and focus on fixing bugs first. System. Conduct a comprehensive check on my Fantasy Girlfriend. With the system in place, Lynn merely needed to await its inspection, making the task effortless. Ding. Checking. No clipping bugs detected, no system code bugs found, no pay-to-win loopholes identified. Ding. 1 bug discovered. A small amount of script storyboard has been injected, which will increase the charm attribute of the Fantasy Girlfriend, raising the probability of encountering a succubus-like girlfriend. Would you like to fix it? Lynn. Where did the succubus come from? In this game, apart from Lynn leading the ideas, the system is primarily responsible for the production, with the only employee being Su Wanran. Lynn's expression darkened. Well, you little rascal, did you show the system a video? Repair. Lynn decisively chose to repair. Ding. System algorithm resetting. The bug has been fixed. Congratulations. Host, you have repaired a bug, granting you the skill upgrade to master level. Master level game soundtrack. Perfect vocal ability, absolute pitch. In the next moment, Lynn felt an influx of musical knowledge he had never possessed. Whether it was computer-generated BGM or mastery over music, he now excelled in both. Capable of producing numerous background scores for romantic anime films and vocal BGM with ease. Lynn's heart leaped with joy. Wow, fantastic. Just when I need to create game BGM, this skill arrives. This system is quite considerate. However, Lynn's face darkened. Before crafting the BGM, he needed to discipline a certain illustrator. With that thought, he headed toward the tightly shut workspace. Lynn stealthily slipped into his workspace like a cat on a tin roof. Much like every unscrupulous capitalist boss, Lynn stood behind Su Wanran, observing her quietly. He saw Su Wanran seated in her gaming chair, one snowy white leg crossed over the other. Her left hand scratching beneath her clothing while her right thumbed through a romantic script she had just penned, occasionally chuckling to herself. I'm simply a genius. The plot is extraordinary. Lynn glanced at the romantic document Su Wanran was working on and was immediately taken aback. The Saintess Meets the Goblin, Tokyo Madam's Untold Secrets, the Widow series. The rookie knight encounters a top-tier succubus. The latest story she was drafting was about the young knight meeting a top-tier succubus. She had sketched several pages of storyboards. The young knight was pinned down for an unexpected kiss, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as the voluptuous succubus playfully lifted his chin, her eyes glinting with mischief. Oh dear, what a cute little fellow. I simply adore you. Strikingly, this young knight bore a resemblance to Lynn. The succubus also shared some likeness with Su Wanran. It was not hard to imagine who the original character in Su Wanran's plot was. One page was so steamy that even the illustrator would call it expertly crafted. Hey, little cutie, you're not so innocent anymore, Su Wanran chuckled, lifting her brush to prepare for an indescribable scene. Lynn, resembling a cold-blooded assassin, leaned down, whispering in a devilish tone, "Busy are we? Looks good. I mean, the algorithm AI has been crossing boundaries lately, producing a lot of peculiar plots. So, the instigator is right here?" As Su Wanran's brush faltered, her pupils constricted, and her cheeks flushed visibly to the roots of her ears. In a flurry, she scrambled to switch screens. Oh no. Actually I was just practicing my writing. Why did you suddenly come in without any warning? Lynn replied, I came to check if you were slacking off. You may not be idling, but it seems you aren't engaged in anything productive either. TSK, I never imagined your mind harbored such risk of knowledge. Lynn whimsically fiddled with the mouse, prompting Su Wanran to extend her small hand in a plea. Lynn, please, don't look. I absolutely must. Lynn countered, insisting. Remove your hand. Su Wanran, gritting her teeth, contemplated shutting down the computer to obliterate evidence, but Lynn, having anticipated her thoughts, restrained her hand. Lynn lifted her hand away, asserting, You have quite a few secrets. As the boss, I have a duty to review my employees' work. Shyly closing her eyes, Su Wanran resigned herself to Lynn's scrutiny of her creations. Observing the complete 50 pages of scripts and storyboards, Lynn exclaimed, 50 pages. A full 50 pages. You know they wouldn't pass the review on Tomato Novel, right? Oh no. I told you not to look. Su Wanran lamented, feeling as if she were facing social ruin, caught red-handed indulging in her more liberated fantasies. Her face turned as crimson as a teapot, yearning to vanish into a crack in the floor. Lynn was merely teasing her, never expecting her reaction to be so intense, nearly to the point of tears. With a mischievous grin, Lynn thought, with a system to review and a mechanism to mitigate risk of content, a girlfriend from the fantasy genre could dance on the edge without the peril of rejection, intent on provoking a sense of guilt in Su Wanran. Lynn spun the gaming chair around, positioning Su Wanran to face him directly. Curling up like a remorseful kitten in the chair, Su Wanran dared not look up at Lynn. Lynn, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, What you've done, your writing is exceedingly risky. I might have to recalibrate the algorithms. Oh dear, Su Wanran, what do you think we should do? How should I punish you? Feeling a pang of guilt, Su Wanran found herself at a loss. It was an instinct for creators to indulge in the risky. The essence of humanity lies in its penchant for the tantalizing. An author who refrains from such indulgence is neither a good artist nor an adept game designer. Initially, she had adhered strictly to moral boundaries, yet as she wrote, she found herself unbound. Faced with Lynn's disappointed gaze, Su Wanran felt even more remorseful. I'm so sorry. Boss, how about you just deduct? Lynn replied. Su Wanran whimpered, deduct 100 yuan from my salary. Lynn responded, Is this something that can simply be resolved with 100 yuan deduction? What do you suggest then? Su Wanran inquired, yielding to Lynn's whims. Upon hearing her capitulation, Lynn revealed a toothy grin, radiating warmth and cheer. Come, let us step outside. Wait, boss, Lynn, you're not going to fire me, are you? No, please don't. I won't leave, Su Wanran exclaimed, resembling a koala as she clung to the load-bearing wall, her eyes filled with a pitiful gaze directed at Lynn. In an instant, Lynn found herself utterly defeated by Su Wanran's persistence and explained, I'm not asking you to leave. I'll take you out to work overtime and record some songs. Su Wanran responded, Chapter 14. I cannot believe you can create an independent game. In the expansive presidential office of Crimson Fire Games, the staff of the Star God team filled the room, their faces reflecting a pallor of numbness and anxiety, akin to generals who have suffered defeat. The operations manager pointed to the data on the tablet, which displayed a steep decline, and solemnly declared, Since 8 o'clock this morning, the download numbers for Star God games have plummeted, with the number of online players in the country falling below 200,000. Another operator chimed in. The main issue is yesterday's forced rollback, which caused many players who had drawn 5-star characters to lose them again. This psychological dissonance is unbearable for them, leading to a significant number of players quitting the game. The head of the public relations department wore a troubled expression. In the community forum, players have initiated a petition with thousands of signatures, demanding the return of the original game director. They have stated that if Lynn does not come back, they will neither play the game nor spend a single penny. Currently, that post has accumulated tens of thousands of replies. Many players have been swayed by the sentiment. Their voices are so piercing that we cannot discern the true feedback from our players. We have already banned several well-known detractors, including Fat Cool and Sassy Land. Gu Qinghan, with a look of disdain, waved her hand dismissively at the plummeting data on the tablet. It's of no consequence. From this moment forward, we will offer Stardust for daily logins, provide 4-star characters for main quests, and eventually offer selected 5-star characters. As long as the benefits are substantial enough, those players will return like famished dogs. Everything will improve then. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's obstinacy, the operations manager and the head of game planning exchanged glances, their eyes filled with exasperation. This foolish woman still fails to grasp the crux of the problem. It is not a matter of game quality. It is a public relations crisis. A hasty and reckless rollback of the game constitutes the gravest blow to player trust. The operations manager spoke up, "Madam President, if Lynn does not return to oversee the situation, nothing we do will salvage Star God." The planner added, "No game has ever been so deeply intertwined with its chief planner. You have dismissed Lynn, and the players are unwilling to accept it. No matter how many benefits we offer, they will only perceive it as our capitulation, escalating their demands." Upon hearing the team's sentiments, Gu Qinghan initially froze, but soon began to tremble violently. She slowly raised her hand and removed her glasses. The heads of the operations, planning, and public relations departments, along with Yi Jun, remained, while the others exited. Yi Jun, sweating profusely, instinctively rubbed his neck. Once everyone had departed, Gu Qinghan slammed her hand on the table, erupting in fury. "Cursed be you all! Cursed! A bunch of imbeciles! A gaggle of foolish pigs wallowing in the mire. If it weren't for your incompetence in handling the game's bugs, would I have had to enforce a rollback? And now these players dare to threaten our gaming company. Rebellious scum. If they don't want to play, let them leave." The faces of the operations and planning teams darkened as they thought, "If it weren't for your insistence on the rollback, how could the game have reached this point? And now you blame us? Yet you still call yourself a high-achieving returner? Even the most foolish among us are aware that, in such circumstances, one should not revert the game, but rather acknowledge the error directly. However, they dare not retort to President Gu, and must instead swallow their grievances in silence." Gu Qinghan then turned her gaze towards Yi Jun. "Yi Jun, how did you assure me? You claimed you would manage this game better than Lynn. Yet what has transpired? The game is riddled with bugs and remains stuck in the beta testing phase, hindering the progress of all our other teams. How ridiculous! Where is your technical expertise?" Yi Jun defended himself. "President Gu, this game has been under Lynn's development for a long time. I have only just begun working on it, and still have much to learn. Moreover, the codebase is a veritable disaster. Just now, when I attempted to fix a minor bug with a character, I discovered that the entire game became unresponsive. One of its skill mechanisms was deeply intertwined with all similar mechanisms throughout the game. Unless we rewrite the entire foundational code, this is an enormous undertaking, as one cannot predict the consequences of altering this code." Gu Qinghan retorted angrily, "By the time you optimize this game, it will be long past its prime." At that moment, a team planner interjected, "President Gu, why not invite Lynn back?" A flicker of struggle crossed Gu Qinghan's eyes as she slumped helplessly in her chair, pondering, is inviting Lynn back truly the only option? Clenching her teeth, she felt a sense of indignation. "Let's give it a try. If Lynn dares to make any unreasonable demands, I will hang up immediately. Even if this game fails, I will not allow him to return." Gu Qinghan had the conviction and could bear the losses from the failure of Star God. Although this was her debut battle, she desperately needed a splendid start. However, she would absolutely not allow herself to be placed in such a passive position. At most, she would compromise just a little, hoping Lynn would be sensible. With that thought, Gu Qinghan picked up her phone and dialed Lynn's number. Upon seeing her call, Lynn scoffed, "Gu Qinghan, I didn't expect you to come crawling back so soon. You want me to return? Dream on." Without a second thought, he hung up and promptly blocked her number. "You have reached a number that is not available. Please try again later." The sound of beeping echoed in her phone. Gu Qinghan called again, only to be informed that she had been blocked. When had she ever encountered such treatment? She was the esteemed daughter of the Gu family, the eldest daughter of the Jeangi aristocracy. The game was merely one of their family's enterprises. However, if this first battle did not go well, her position within the family would plummet, disappointing her father. Gu Qinghan could not accept being outshone by other young members of her family. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, she turned to the team's operations head. "You call Lynn in. Tell him the team needs him. After all these years of camaraderie, can he just walk away? Does he have the heart to abandon Star God? If he returns now, his salary will be doubled, and he will receive one of Star God's operational profits." Gu Qinghan's conditions were already exceedingly generous. Upon hearing her words, everyone present was taken aback. A mere one of the operational revenue from a large-scale game may seem trivial, yet it could amount to tens of millions. The team leader nodded and pulled out his phone to call Lynn in. Soon enough, Lynn's phone rang again. Noticing it was a call from the operations planner, Lin assumed it was likely an invitation to return, yet he decided to answer. Curious to see what trick Gu Qinghan was up to. Hello, this is Lin. Oh, Mr. Lin, you finally answered. Thank heavens. Do not call me Mr. Lin. I am no longer a member of Qihua Gaming Company. Just call me Lin. What's the matter, Shaoli? Lin's tone was distinctly indifferent. Shaoli glanced at Gu Qinghan and chose a tactful approach, aiming to offend neither party. Well, Mr. Lin, since your departure, all our team members have missed you greatly. After all, this game was developed under your leadership. It simply cannot succeed without you. After we persuaded Ms. Gu with reason and emotion, she too felt it was unwise to dismiss you. Currently, Xing Shun is indeed struggling, and it's our fault, but we cannot bear to see it falter. We have all invested our emotions into this game. I implore you to return. This is the wish of everyone on the Xing Shun development team. Moreover, Ms. Gu has stated that she invites you back as the head of Xing Shun and offers you one of the revenue. Hearing Shaoli's response, a smirk of disdain crept across Lin's face. Gu Qinghan, that fool, has finally panicked and wants to invite me back. However, returning is simply out of the question. Lin stated, Shaoli, tell Gu Qinghan that not even 10 of the revenue could persuade me to return. I have no interest in money. While I regret the failure of Xing Shun's operations, I will soon develop a new independent game to compensate my players. Upon hearing Lin's audacious claim about creating an independent game shortly, Gu Qinghan could hardly contain her laughter. She snatched the phone from Shaoli and said to Lin, Hello, this is Gu Qinghan. This is your final opportunity. Return to the company immediately. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, and do not think of raising the stakes here. There are countless talents in this country. If you refuse, others will gladly take your place. Lin shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, very well. Then go ahead and find someone else to take over. By the way, I seem to recall you mentioning that if I create a hit independent game, you would come to apologize, correct? Gu Qinghan gritted her teeth in disbelief. I don't believe it. It's only been 2 days. You cannot possibly claim you've created an independent game. I wager you've merely started a new document. How laughable. Lin smiled, unfazed. Tomorrow, the game will officially enter internal testing. I will be live streaming the gameplay on Douyin. I welcome you to watch my broadcast, Gu Fool. I shall show you what constitutes a truly remarkable game. After finishing the conversation, Lin hung up the phone. On the other end, Gu Qinghan was livid. Her face a shade reminiscent of a liver. As a person of prominence, she had never endured such humiliation. Despite her concessions, Lin dared to insult her. It was utterly outrageous. Gu Qinghan forced herself to take a deep breath to regain her composure, and suddenly burst into laughter. How ridiculous. The operations team, perplexed, inquired. President Gu, what is so amusing? Gu Qinghan responded, You all heard him, right? Lin claims to have developed an independent game, which he plans to showcase in a live stream tomorrow. Well, no matter who created the game, at Qihua Games, we shall certainly lend our support. I intend to promote him on Dojia, and I will make certain that all-star God players come to witness Lin's new game. I want them to see through the facade, to realize that the passionate figure they idolize is merely a fraud. I will expose his hypocritical persona. Her declaration left everyone present in a state of astonishment. Upon reflection, it did indeed seem plausible. Truly, President Gu was impressive, employing such a brilliant strategy. Yi Jun chimed in with enthusiastic praise. President Gu, that is brilliant. I cannot believe he could create an independent game in just 2 days, unless it's on the level of a 4,399 minigame. If he manages to present a commendable independent game, we could certainly cast doubt on its authenticity, suggesting it was purchased from elsewhere. We can amplify this situation, placing all blame squarely on Lin, and in turn, the outcry from Star God players will inevitably subside, leaving them feeling remorseful for having wronged us, ultimately leading to a financial windfall. Impressive indeed. President Gu's strategy was nothing short of ingenious. She truly embodied the essence of a CEO. Someone initiated applause, and although they had worked alongside Lin for several years, their relationship had merely been professional, with Lin often displaying harshness toward them. Thus, they harbored no qualms about seizing an opportunity to flatter Gu Qinghan, perhaps even hoping for a salary increase. Gu Qinghan relished the moment, reclining in her executive chair. Lin, you wish to compete with me? Just watch. I shall ensure your fall from grace. Chapter 15. Who is this woman? Su Wanran's sense of crisis is at an all-time high. In the parking lot, Lin set down his phone, casually glancing at Su Wanran in the passenger seat. He noticed her pretending to play with her phone, her ear tilted as she secretly listened to his phone conversation. Her rosy ears twitched slightly, and two dimples appeared on her face, revealing an expression of sheer delight as she chuckled softly, as if she were the one who had just confronted the boss of the company. Lynn couldn't help but chuckle, feeling an irresistible urge to pinch Su Wanran's delicate little ear. Surely, if he pinched it hard enough, she would cry out quite loudly, wouldn't she? However, after a moment's thought, he decided against it, considering the potential consequences of provoking the SSS-class monster, the Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus. Lynn shook his phone. You heard everything, didn't you? I was on speakerphone the entire time. Su Wanran chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head in a polite yet embarrassed manner. Hee, you caught me. I must admit, it felt like listening to a delightful short drama. Lynn put away his phone. Now you can rest easy. I wasn't talking to any other girls. That Gu is not a girl. She's just a fool. Su Wanran's face turned crimson as she hastily defended herself. I wasn't paying attention to whether you were on the phone with a girl or not. I truly wasn't. Haha, why would I care about your female friends? I'm merely your employee. Besides, I really don't care. I swear. Lynn locked eyes with Su Wanran, deliberately teasing her. If you truly didn't care, why are you so flustered? As their gazes met, Su Wanran stood her ground, trying not to be intimidated by Lynn's presence. But soon her resolve faltered, and she diverted the conversation. I'm not concerned. That girl earlier was so arrogant. She demanded you return while maintaining that attitude. I wouldn't go back either. It would infuriate her. Plus, for tomorrow's live stream, the game we're playing is bound to be a massive hit, and we'll earn a fortune. Let her feel envious, jealous, and regretful, crying in the bathroom, experiencing the agony of being laid off. As Su Wanran waved her tiny fist, her lips curled into a smile, revealing her dimples as she became a bit too excited, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. She fidgeted restlessly in her seat, reminiscent of a child with hyperactivity. Watching the enthusiastic Su Wanran, Lynn's expression momentarily lost focus. This scene felt strangely familiar. Previously, when he was laid off, he had fantasized about a girl sitting in the passenger seat, telling him to forget it and not to care. At that moment, Su Wanran embodied the very essence of his imagined girl. Hey, what is up with you? Staring at me like that. Do I have a flower on my face? Su Wanran noticed Lynn's gaze lingering on her, somewhat dazed. She waved her small hand in front of his face. Instantly, Lynn was pulled back to reality, looking at Su Wanran with a bright, cheerful smile. All right. Let us make it a resounding success. Let that Gu person regret it. Hee. Haha, it's selling like hotcakes. Su Wanran emitted a laugh devoid of any semblance of wisdom, relieved to have evaded Lynn's scrutiny regarding the earlier inquiry. Lynn observed Su Wanran's restless body squirming like a worm and spoke. Su Wanran, promise me, if you have hemorrhoids, go get them treated, don't procrastinate. Su Wanran paused for a moment, indignantly retorted, wow, you're the one with hemorrhoids. Do you even know? That's the gravest curse for people from Sichuan and Chongqing. If that's the case, you won't be able to eat hot pot. You. How outrageous. Ding dong. Just then, Lynn's phone chimed, revealing a voice message from Su Qian, the owner of the recording studio. Caught unawares, Lynn opened it, and a sultry voice resonated through the speaker. Handsome, are you on your way? What role do you want me to play this time? A seductive fox lady? Or a white silk dragon maiden? Or perhaps a pink-haired captain? I can do it all, you know. Room 8082. Waiting for you. The voice was alluring and mature, especially the phrase waiting for you, which sent shivers down the spine. One could tell from the tone that the speaker was an enticing woman. Su Wanran instantly flared up, her face flushed like a bubble teapot, resembling a kitten whose territory had been invaded, baring her teeth and saying, wow, who is this? This is simply scandalous. The voice is way too sultry. Lynn brought me here to record songs, right? Are we recording something serious? And what about acting? Wow. The more I think about it, the stranger it gets. Lynn couldn't possibly have brought me here for something unusual, right? Her unease heightened. She craned her neck, peering curiously at Lynn's phone. Hearing Su Qian's seductive voice message, Lynn smirked. The studio owner, Su Qian, was also a voice actress. A petite, wealthy woman skilled in portraying characters such as the alluring femme fatale, the tsundere, the icy beauty, and the yandere. Lynn had collaborated with her on several voiceovers for characters in the Star God game. Moreover, despite her commanding voice reminiscent of a sultry diva, Su Qian was, in reality, a petite girl standing at a mere 5 feet tall. Lynn had long since adapted to her style. He had intentionally played the message for Su Wanran to gauge her reaction. Seeing Su Wanran's flustered expression, Lynn found it amusing. The look of a startled little hamster was simply irresistible. Lynn decided to stoke the flames. He quickly replied to Su Qian, "Yes, I'm on my way. I've brought a girl for you to meet. She is not a professional, more of a novice, and I will personally guide her." Su Qian promptly responded, "Oh, a newcomer to collaborate with me? That is fine. Of course, I'll help you train her too. As long as you're happy, it's all good." My master Lynn replied, "Great." Su Wanran was left in a daze. Together? Guidance? Training? Her mind was suddenly flooded with countless indescribable, unspeakable, and unapproved images. Lynn unfastened his seatbelt and tapped Su Wanran's head. "Let us go. It's time to start working." Su Wanran's face turned pale with fear. "Oh no. Am I really part of your game?" Lynn delighted in teasing Su Wanran, deliberately tugging at his tie, and impatiently remarked, "Are you scared? Stop dawdling and come with me." Su Wanran, looking pitiful, replied, "Who is scared? I'm just not ready. It's too thrilling." "So, shall I go alone to face them?" "No, that's out of the question. I want to go together." Su Wanran could never allow Lynn to be alone with that flirtatious woman. She hastily followed closely behind Lynn as they entered the elevator. Chapter 16. When a girl from Sichuan meets a female leader. At this moment, although the elevator was ascending, Su Wanran felt an unsettling premonition that it was plummeting into the depths of despair. "Oh no, Su Wanran, you have acted too impulsively." The mere thought of what was about to unfold filled her with dread. The idea of Lynn and that audacious girl training her was simply bizarre. Countless scenarios raced through her mind. Even so, she could not fathom Lynn engaging in any peculiar antics with that flirtatious girl. "Lynn belongs solely to me. Su Wanran, he once vowed to marry me. We are meant to be together for eternity, not a year, a day, an hour, a minute, or even a second apart." Su Wanran, after 4 arduous years of studying game design at university and rejecting every male suitor, did it all for the sake of being with Lynn. A flicker of obsessive determination gleamed in her eyes. The thought of facing that flirtatious girl made her clench her delicate fist. She must not lose face. The beast within her stirred, awakened. The Sichuan Tyrannosaurus form, unlocked. "Damn it, Tian Wenjing. I have an 8 a.m. class. Today, I, Su Wanran, shall transform into the Sichuan Dominator, striking down that flirtatious girl, asserting my claim. How dare you entice my Lynn? I will show you just how fierce a girl from Sichuan can be." Ding. The elevator announced softly, 8th floor, arrived. The doors gently opened, revealing the 8th floor. Lynn and Su Wanran stepped out of the elevator. Just then, a petite girl approached them. A charming little girl with black hair, standing about 5 feet tall, donned a delightful white coat paired with a white pleated skirt. Her white stockings hugged her thighs, accentuating their delicate curves, blending innocence with allure. Su Qian spoke. Her voice a striking contrast to her appearance, resonating with a languid, mature tone. "Lynn, my esteemed patron, you have finally arrived. Seeing you truly brings me genuine joy. I swear, it is not merely because you are always so generous in settling our affairs swiftly." Upon seeing the petite girl, Lynn's face lit up with joy as he shook her hand. "I also swear that your voice acting skills and the professional quality of your recordings are the reasons for my generous and prompt payments." "Ah, you flatter me, great sir. The reason I can deliver such quality is entirely due to the characters you create, which resonate perfectly with my tastes. I am completely immersed. Such a professional voice actor as you is indeed rare." As Lynn and Su Qian engaged in mutual flattery, they completely overlooked Su Wanran. Standing aside, Su Wanran felt her fury rising, but the moment she laid eyes on Su Qian, her anger diminished significantly. She was nothing like the imagined rival she had conjured. The owner of that voice should have been a woman of 175 meters, dressed in a purple qipao, wielding a folding fan, with a captivating visage, a well-defined figure, and long legs, reminiscent of a seductive enchantress. After all this commotion, it turned out to be a flat-chested little girl? In this regard, Su Wanran felt she could easily surpass Su Qian. After all, she was the kind of person who couldn't see her own feet when looking down. Moreover, their conversation revolved around voice acting. The training and guidance they mentioned, along with the role-playing, were essentially providing voices for characters. Su Qian is a voice actress? Haraha, how amusing. It turns out I misunderstood. Su Wanran chuckled inwardly, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. The fierce demeanor she had adopted was lifted, and a sweet persona emerged. At that moment, Su Qian's gaze fell upon Su Wanran, who was standing next to Lynn. Upon seeing Su Wanran's adorable and charming appearance, Su Qian's eyes sparkled with delight, much like a famished mouse discovering a delectable piece of cheese. Is this the newcomer you mentioned, Lynn? She's just too cute. Su Qian exclaimed. Hello. I'm Su Qian. Can we be good friends? Without hesitation, Su Qian placed her hand on Su Wanran's and even caressed it. Su Wanran felt a surge of alarm, sensing an unsettling feeling of being preyed upon. Could it be that Su Qian has an affinity for girls? Ahaha. Hello, I'm Su Wanran. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su Wanran attempted to withdraw her hand. Su Qian, however, held on tightly. After work, I'd love to invite you to dinner. My treat. We could also go shopping, and if you get tired, you could just come over to my place to sleep. My home is quite spacious. Su Wanran was taken aback. Over the years, she had turned down countless suitors, yet this was her first encounter with someone more challenging than any boy. A female pursuer. She felt cornered, fleeing but unable to escape. Ahem, that might not be necessary. I still have to get back to work. My boss has asked me to stay late. Su Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why not come work at my recording studio? I promise I won't make you stay late. Su Wanran felt awkward. That might not be appropriate. She had initially intended to pursue Su Qian. But who was the real prey now? Noticing the pleading look in Su Wanran's eyes, Lynn found amusement in the situation. Weren't the girls from Chongqing supposed to be fierce? What was happening? Had she met her match? Lynn interjected. Su Qian, enough of this. Are you trying to steal my girl? Let me introduce you. This is Su Wanran, my employee and, coincidentally, my girlfriend. With that, Lynn separated their hands and naturally took hold of Su Wanran's, asserting his claim. Su Wanran's pupils dilated as she felt Lynn's warm hand enveloping hers. Her heart raced, though she maintained a calm facade, inwardly reveling in joy. Although she understood that Lynn was merely assisting her in this predicament, it still brought her immense happiness. Thank you, heavens. Thank you, earth. Thank you, Su Qian, for being such a good wingwoman. But Su Qian's excitement faded. Lynn declared, All right, Su Qian, lead me to the recording studio. I need to get to work. Stepping back a couple of paces, her arms fell limply to her sides, resembling a despondent soul. Follow me. Chapter 17. With such talent, why not be an idol instead of making games? Soon, under Su Qian's guidance, Lynn arrived at the recording studio. It was adorned with numerous sound cards and mixing consoles reminiscent of a broadcasting station. Behind the transparent glass partition lay the recording room. In a corner sat a cool blue-haired girl, reminiscent of Jinx, with a lollipop in her mouth. Upon seeing Lynn, she lifted her slender arm and languidly greeted, Hello. Lynn nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing her as an old acquaintance. Long time no see, Harley. Su Qian introduced. This is my $1 million sound engineer, Harley. No matter how poorly you sing, she can elevate your performance to star quality. I am Su Wanran. Su Wanran chimed in, also greeting the esteemed sound engineer. Harley looked at Su Wanran with keen interest. You're quite stunning. I hope that girl over there hasn't been bothering you. Be careful of her. Su Wanran offered an awkward yet polite smile. All right. Thank you for the advice. Su Qian clenched her fists. What do you mean by bothering? How can you unjustly tarnish someone's reputation? Is it harassment to appreciate beautiful girls? That was merely admiration, okay? Watch out, or I might deduct your salary. Harley shrugged. All right. I'll keep quiet. The atmosphere in the studio immediately lightened. Now, let's change the subject, Su Qian said, turning her gaze to Lynn. What are we working on today? Is it character voiceover related to Star God? Lynn shook his head. No, Star God is no longer my concern. I've parted ways with the Red Fire Game Company. I am now an independent game developer. What? Star God was quite popular, wasn't it? Surely, you could have earned a decent income? How could you just walk away? Su Qian asked, astonished. Lynn smiled gently, because I have developed a new game. I am here today to create some background music for it. Su Wanran perked up. I'm involved in this game too. It's called My Fantasy Girlfriend. The internal testing goes live tomorrow, and you both should come to watch the stream. Is it that impressive? Su Qian was taken aback, repeating the name My Fantasy Girlfriend with great curiosity. Save me a spot for the internal test. Lynn then realized that Su Qian seemed quite suitable for this game. After all, although it was male-oriented, There was nothing inappropriate about a female lead enjoying it from a certain perspective. Wait a moment. Harley interjected with a puzzled expression. You mentioned producing the game's BGM, but here's the question. We are not professional singers, nor are we particularly adept at music production for games. We are merely responsible for recording and tuning. So, whereas the singer you brought along? Su Qian and Harley both turned to Su Wanran. You must sing beautifully, right? Su Wanran was bewildered. I'm just here to help carry luggage and act as a secretary. How am I involved in this? Although Su Wanran usually enjoys singing and participated in the music club during her university years, it was merely a pastime and not indicative of professional prowess, at best. She could be considered a KTV enthusiast. Su Wanran modestly remarked, I don't think I'm that capable. I'm just an amateur. At that moment, Lynn interjected. I'll take charge of the music production. Let us aim to compose 10 songs today, while Su Wanran and I will handle the vocals. Despite the system's stipulation for Lynn to produce only one song, he was wholly committed to the project titled Fantasy Girlfriend, determined to exceed expectations. Imagine, when players become immersed in an embrace or kiss from their fantasy girlfriend, the romantic background music suddenly plays. It would undoubtedly evoke profound emotions. Yet, the idea of creating 10 game soundtracks in one go seemed utterly fantastical to others. Upon hearing this, Su Qian, Hallie, and Su Wanran all turned their gazes toward Lynn in unison. Su Wanran pointed to herself, exclaiming, Me? Am I really capable? Lynn responded, I will guide you on the spot. How could it be impossible? The term guide made Su Wanran slightly uncomfortable, as it reminded her of the common scenarios depicted by illustrators in their works. The birth of a song typically requires several hours at a minimum, or even days, with some individuals dedicating 10 years to craft a single remarkable piece. While Lynn's assertion seemed absurd, creating 10 songs in one day, akin to producing an entire album, who would believe such a claim? Su Qian paused briefly before bursting into laughter. All right, Lynn, I'm just going to watch you show off. Regardless of what you produce, my people can perfect your vocals. Hallie made a gesture of affirmation, stating, As a professional sound engineer, you can always count on me. Lynn smiled, fully aware that the two did not genuinely believe in his capabilities. You doubt me, do you? Allow me to compose for you live, he declared. Su Qian waved her hands dismissively. It's not that we don't believe in you. We just wish to broaden our horizons. Lynn glanced at Hallie's nearby computer. I'll compose right now. May I borrow your computer? Without further ado, he began crafting the music. For the first song, he selected a piece to serve as the opening background music for My Fantasy Girlfriend. He could not explain its origin. It was provided by the system. The song was titled Mita March, a name Lynn found inexplicable, yet whenever he closed his eyes, a cybernetic female ghost named Mita danced before him. His fingers flew across the keyboard, deftly maneuvering the mouse, and soon enough, the synthesized melody materialized. Su Qian was left in awe. Although she lacked understanding of the technicalities, Lynn's speed was astounding, and it seemed he was extraordinarily familiar with the software. Hey, Hallie, is he just pressing random keys? Su Qian inquired, nudging Hallie's shoulder. Hallie, possessing some knowledge of music production, observed Lynn's actions and shook her head. It appears to be an actual song. Lynn stretched her hands, her heart aflame with excitement. The first song was complete, a pure instrumental piece titled Mita March. With that, she clicked the play button. In an instant, a lively melody emanated from the computer speakers. As the tune graced the ears of those present, they collectively froze. As if enchanted, it was as though a captivating anime girl had suddenly appeared before them, winking, smiling, playfully charming, or revealing a mischievous, Yandra grin. Su Qian succumbed instantly, exclaiming, Why do I feel like I see a girl? I want to be her loyal companion. Meanwhile, Harley swayed gently to the rhythm, nodding her head, clearly enjoying the moment. Su Wanran felt a surge of emotion at the melody. It was undeniably exquisite, utterly enchanting. She glanced at Lynn, expecting her to flaunt her accomplishment. Yet, Lynn had already returned to her computer, embarking on her second composition. She titled this piece I Love You, and without hesitation, began to craft the lyrics. As she closed her eyes, she envisioned a field of flowers, where Zhu Beiji gazed heavenward at a 45-degree angle, stifling tears, with an aging lover behind him, 2 worlds apart, forever unable to unite. Thus, the lyrics flowed. I love you, love you, love you. Together at any moment, I adore the scent of your coat and your embrace. Fastening our buttons together, so we need never part. Watching Lynn type the lyrics, Su Wanran was mesmerized. Though she could not decipher the musical notation, the mere sight of the words left her feeling weak at the knees. My goodness, it reads like a love letter. Especially the line about fastening our buttons, simply exquisite. She imagined if these lyrics were to play during the climax of a game. As the heroine confesses her feelings to the player, or in a romantic date scene, where she declares, "I like you," and the song suddenly swells, what a breathtaking effect that would have. Just the thought sent shivers of excitement through Su Wanran. Although she had only engaged with the game fantasy girlfriend a little, the knowledge that it was Lynn's creation filled her with joy. As long as Lynn poured her heart and passion into her work, Su Wanran would reciprocate with equal fervor. Before long, the lyrics of I Love You were printed out. Lynn picked up the warm A4 sheet and took Su Wanran's hand. This is a song for a girl to sing. Su Wanran, let us record it together. Su Wanran, bewildered, was pulled into the recording studio before she could respond. Wait, am I any good at singing? I don't even know how to sing. I can't read music. Lynn reassured her, I'll sing it to you word by word on the spot. The melody is quite simple. I promise you'll catch on after just one listen. Su Wanran murmured, I can't guarantee anything. My memory isn't the best. However, Lynn had already grasped the A4 paper and began to sing softly in Su Wanran's ear. The moment the prelude began, Su Wanran, who had been hesitating, felt her very soul tremble. Clutching her skirt tightly, she listened attentively as Lynn softly sang in her ear. His voice possessed a captivating quality, rivaling that of a professional singer. In fact, at that moment, he surpassed any professional, for he wielded masterful vocal techniques. Yet, the essence of singing transcends mere skill. It lies in the emotion conveyed. As Lynn serenaded Su Wanran with this song, he infused it with profound feeling, eclipsing technicality. Just love you, love you, love you. Su Wanran found herself unwittingly joining in softly. The melody truly captivated, as Lynn had said. It was so enchanting that one could learn it after a single listen. Upon the conclusion of the song, Su Wanran felt on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by its perfection and Lynn's exquisite performance. She turned to him, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Lynn. Su Wanran vowed that if he confessed his feelings on the spot, she would immediately accept. If he did not confess, she would take the initiative. However, in the next moment, Lynn pinched Su Wanran's cheeks, prying her mouth open to peer inside. Her delicate tongue appeared healthy, and her tonsils moved gently. Su Wanran froze, uncertain, thinking Lynn was examining something. Blinking, she asked, What's wrong? Is something amiss? Lynn gazed at her earnestly. I'm checking if your throat is clogged with donkey hair. Why can't you hit the high notes? Su Wanran, realizing she had been teased, felt a rush of heat to her cheeks. In retaliation, she playfully pinched Lynn's face. There's no donkey hair. You're the one with the donkey hair. Otherwise, how could you sing so well? Lynn chuckled. Enough flattery. Let us continue practicing. We'll do it a second time. Follow my rhythm. If you sing incorrectly, I'll deduct your wages. The mention of wage deductions jolted Su Wanran back to their respective roles, as Lynn was indeed her boss now. Oh dear, the heartless employer. Reluctantly, yet joyfully, she continued to learn from Lynn. With his impeccable guidance, Su Wanran mastered the song in just half an hour. Her vocal quality was already commendable, and with some practice, she merely needed to grasp the notation. After addressing her tendency to strain her voice and her unstable breath control, Lynn was pleasantly surprised by the pleasant sound she produced. Moreover, since Su Wanran was not a professional singer, her performance exuded a charm reminiscent of a game's heroine singing. This was precisely the youthful innocence and earnestness Lynn sought, the feeling of a girl striving to sing beautifully for him. Nice, Su Wanran, you nailed it in one go. Su Wanran beamed, exchanging applause with Lynn. Hee, I'm a KTV superstar, a true talent, you know? Meanwhile, outside the recording studio, Su Qian donned her headphones to listen to Lynn's rendition of Love You. She was nearly moved to tears, exclaiming, Oh, this song is simply beautiful. Lynn, you are incredibly talented. Moreover, Hallie, your tuning skills have remarkably improved. Lynn's singing has been transformed to resemble that of Lynn Jeangi. Truly, you are my million-dollar tuner. Hallie. Su Qian called out several times, but Hallie remained unresponsive. Glancing down, she noticed Hallie was also engrossed in the music, exhibiting a lackadaisical attitude toward work. Su Qian was taken aback. The original track was played without any alterations. She turned to Lynn again. Wait, my friend, with your skills. Why not pursue a career as an idol instead of making games? Lynn shrugged. I cannot allow the pursuit of an idle career to hinder my passion for game development. Su Qian placed her hands on her hips, exasperated. How pretentious. You really are full of yourself. The entire afternoon was spent in the recording studio, and by the time they completed 10 songs, it was already 5 in the evening. Just before leaving, Su Qian hurried after them, tightly grasping Su Wanran's hand, and said earnestly, Sister, if you and him ever part ways, remember to reach out to me. You will always have a place in my heart. Su Wanran looked at Lynn, her eyes filled with desperation. Save me. Ultimately, it was Lynn who led Su Wanran to escape. They fled into the sunlight, embarking on a grand escape. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing today's task, creating a BGM. Achieving a 10 progress in game development. Current game development progress is 100, and the game is now complete. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have developed your first independent game. It is now time for internal testing. Chapter 18, Guqinghan. A ridiculous pay-to-win game, even has live streaming? The following day. Su Wanran, are you ready? Wow. I'm feeling a bit anxious. I think I'll wait a moment. My heart is racing. Should I check how fast it's beating? Stop it. Lynn, you lecherous wolf. Su Wanran playfully punched Lynn's shoulder, though it was hardly painful. However, Lynn's teasing eased her nerves. Seated beside Lynn, the two prepared to initiate a live broadcast on Douyin, facing the computer's camera. Lynn aptly titled the stream. The live broadcast room of independent game developer Lynn and Su Wanran, with the subtitle, Immersive Romance Game Beta Testing Live Stream begins today. 3, 2, 1. Let us go. As the countdown concluded, Lynn launched the live stream. Soon, viewers began to trickle in. I am the dog of Miss Silver Sparrow has entered the live stream. Professional voice actor Su Qian has entered the live stream. Please call me Jeangi has entered the live stream. Guqinghan has entered the live stream. Head of Star God Game Development, Yi Jun has entered the live stream. Goblin Otaku has entered the live stream. The live stream attracted a modest audience of several dozen. Lynn had been quietly developing games behind the scenes, leaving most viewers unaware of his true identity. Thus, many of the early arrivals were casual onlookers, friends, and rivals. Zhang Yida, also known as Zhang Wei, had likely been anxiously waiting for Lynn to start the broadcast. Additionally, numerous viewers were drawn in by Su Wanran's presence. Please call me Zhang Yida, foster father. You finally started streaming. Is the game ready? Could you grant me a spot in the beta test? I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Jiang Yin pleading for help, which was more unbearable than death. Please call me Zhang Yida sent a sports car. What is this person babbling about upstairs? I can't understand. Something about a game? Beta test spots? What game is this? Is it a new one? Wow, the girl next to the host is stunning. I envy the host every day? Wait a moment. This host seems to be an independent game developer who just created a romance game, and it appears they're live streaming the beta test. Is this a niche indie game? A romance game? That sounds rather dull. It's probably just a text-based narrative. What if it's something risky? I'm waiting for the host to offer beta test spots. I am the dog of Miss Silver Sparrow. Wow, I caught voice actor Su Qian. She voices Silver Sparrow, the mascot of Star God Games. I adore her voice. It's so enchanting. She must be a gentle and charming big sister. Voice actor Su Qian. Could I receive a beta test spot? Even though I'm a girl, does that affect my ability to play? Wait, this host is named Lynn. Could he possibly be the original head of Star God Games? Dear friends, without you, we have no desire to play Star God. We will undoubtedly support the game you have revamped. Please initiate a crowdfunding campaign. We are ready to contribute towards the production of the game. The management of Star God has been utterly foolish, transforming a once splendid game into a complete disaster. Their rollback measures are simply outrageous. Observing the lively discussions among the viewers in the livestream, some even recognized Lynn and expressed their support for him. Moved by their enthusiasm, Lynn addressed the audience. Greetings, everyone. I am Lynn, and this is my colleague, Su Wanran. Su Wanran waved at the camera. Hello, everyone. With the presence of a charming young lady. The livestream's popularity soared even higher. Lynn continued, I am Lynn, the former lead developer of Star God, though I am no longer involved in its development. I feel a deep sense of regret regarding the game. However, my partner, Su Wanran, and I have created an independent game. And today's livestream is dedicated to inviting all of you to experience it. Starting today, we will commence the beta testing phase, and I will distribute activation codes daily. The game is titled My Fantasy Girlfriend, an immersive romance experience. It can be classified as a microtransaction-based game. Currently, it is not a buyout model. But I plan to introduce monthly subscriptions and online features in the future to bridge the gap between casual and affluent players. Lynn elaborated on the game's merits, but refrained from disclosing that it features infinite storylines with unique girlfriends for each player, as he wished for players to uncover this on their own. The revelations they discover may resonate more profoundly than his own words. Meanwhile, at Jeangi Games, a staff member reported to CEO Gu Qinghan, "Boss, Lynn has gone live." Gu Qinghan smiled victoriously. "I see it. I am watching his live stream right now." I expected he would unveil something substantial, but an immersive romance game, essentially a text-based dating simulation? No wonder he could produce it in just 2 days. Yijun chimed in. "This is hilarious. A producer with any ambition wouldn't resort to such games. While he may excel in storytelling, it will merely appeal to a niche audience." Gu Qinghan tapped her fingers on the table, exuding confidence. "Let's boost his visibility on Douja. I want him to gain traction." Simultaneously, our official channels were buzzing with congratulatory messages for Lynn, celebrating his new game release. Additionally, I will hire a group of internet trolls to flood the comments, declaring his game to be a shoddy cash grab, merely attempting to exploit nostalgia for a final profit. I want all Star God players to witness the caliber of the game developed by the former head of Star God. Having said that, Gu Qinghan opened the popular Douja page, preparing to support Lynn. Soon, she contributed 10,000, sending it Lynn's way. In no time, Lynn's livestream was inundated with tens of thousands of viewers, many of whom were former Star God players, drawn back by the official announcement. "Oh, it is said that the original head of Star God has developed a new game, and it is officially released by Star God. Can you believe it? I thought it was merely a rumor." In this light, Star God's official stance appears quite ambitious, willing to promote Lynn. I might just transform from a critic to a supporter. My Fantasy Girlfriend, the title sounds intriguing. Surely it cannot be an adult game, can it? Boss, we stand by you. Driven by nostalgia, we are determined to support you. Although we do not play Star God, your game will certainly captivate us. We have all migrated from the Star God official channel, which is broadcasting your live stream. Could it be that Star God is truly inviting the boss back? That would be splendid. If so, we would return to play. The comments section quickly filled up, with many players declaring that they would not engage with the game if Lynn did not return. Lynn felt a surge of emotion. Yet he understood that the influx of viewers was not merely due to his newfound popularity, especially not from Star God players. It was likely that Gu Qinghan from Jeangi Game Company was orchestrating this behind the scenes. Gu Qinghan's motivations were certainly not altruistic. With such ambition, she could very well be attempting to undermine him. However, she might not have anticipated the true strength of his game. The essence of undermining lies in inherent weakness. Once displayed before the public eye, one's deficiencies become apparent, potentially leading to public scrutiny. At that juncture, Lynn's illustrious reputation could be tarnished. Gu Qinghan may have hoped to restore her game's prestige with such tactics, yet Lynn harbored no such concerns. The larger the audience, the more elated he became. Fantasy Girlfriend is destined to create a minor tremor in the global gaming sphere. Lynn gazed at the barrage of comments flooding the live stream. There, a group of trolls bombarded the chat, accusing Lynn of being a fraud. Jeangi furiously retorted in the comments, challenging the ignorant trolls. "What do you know? This game is exceptional. An expansive open-world game. Do you comprehend? I have personally tested it. Although it requires some investment, the quality is undeniably high. And the expenditure is absolutely justified. This fellow must be one of Lynn's paid shills. Humph, it is rumored that Lynn has been developing Star God games. How could he possibly have time to create a new game? This game is likely a ploy for Lynn to exploit nostalgia and swindle some money, exposing Lynn's hypocritical persona. If you have the capability, show us the game." Observing the relentless trolls in the chat, Su Wanran clenched her fists in frustration, wishing to confront them. "Boss, may I take them on? They are infuriating." Lynn nodded. "Certainly, but please maintain civility." Su Wanran acknowledged Lynn with a nod, then addressed the live stream. "I hail from Shu Dao Mountain, so silence yourselves." Transforming into a fierce protector of her domain, Su Wanran issued a terrifying countdown to the trolls, her voice resonating throughout the room. The chat momentarily ceased in response. "Who said daughters from Sichuan and Chongqing are gentle? They are ferocious." I had just removed my trousers when this sudden turn of events occurred, leaving me utterly startled, and I let out a cry. My parents rushed in to see what was amiss. Can you fathom the depths of my despair at this moment? It was terrifying indeed. I had initially perceived her as a gentle sister, only to discover she hailed from the Sichuan-Chongqing region. Truly, a force to be reckoned with. I must tread carefully. Dear streamer, may fortune favor you. Su Wanran, visibly irate, exclaimed, do you have any idea how much effort we have invested in this game? It is remarkable, powered by AI algorithms. If you lack understanding, refrain from making baseless remarks, and I shall demonstrate it to you shortly. The barrage of comments from the hired commenters only fueled Su Wanran's ire. Huh, look at her panic. Lynn, spare your employees the trouble of defending you. If you possess the capability, unveil the game and astound us. Lynn placed a reassuring hand on Su Wanran's shoulder, stating, do not let them provoke you. We shall silence them with our actions. Su Wanran nodded vigorously in agreement. Lynn continued, since this is a game trial, I must select a Star God player. The Star God player represents my community, and given the failure of the Star God operations, I am committed to compensating everyone. Choose me. I am an experienced Star God player. I reported bugs during the closed beta test. You remember, don't you? I am the Goblin. My ID, may I give it a try? At that moment, a comment from the Goblin Otaku floated through the screen. Lynn suddenly recalled the individual. Oh, I remember you. You pointed out a bug in the game, and I mentioned providing 1,000 star sand in the roamer's backpack. It was you. Greetings. The Goblin Otaku expressed a hint of grievance. However, after the game launched, my backpack did not contain the promised 1,000 star sand. Lynn felt a pang of guilt. After his departure, the Star God game was no longer under his purview, and the planned distribution of star sand had been entirely scrapped by that fellow Yi Jun, who overturned all previous arrangements. Contemplating this, Lynn addressed the Goblin Otaku in the comments. If you connect with me via video call, I will send you the game files, along with the closed beta activation code. Additionally, I will grant you 1,000 in-game currency vouchers, equivalent to 1,000 units of currency. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Thank you, streamer. I shall apply for a video call now, though I may not be very handsome and could potentially frighten you. My apologies. If you find my appearance unappealing, feel free to turn off my video. The Goblin Otaku appeared somewhat self-effacing, as if harboring some unspoken concern. Before long, the Goblin Otaku submitted a request for a video call. Lynn promptly accepted without hesitation. Chapter 19. Guqinghan. This game is not demanding in terms of configuration. Steady. The advantage is mine. Soon, the video of the Goblin Otaku appeared in the live stream. As the Goblin had mentioned, his appearance might indeed frighten people. His face bore several irregular scars, particularly a deep one along the bridge of his nose that resembled burn marks, wrinkled and disfigured, rendering him truly goblin-like. The viewers in the live stream began to voice their opinions. Some felt pity, others expressed sympathy, while some made harsh remarks. Dude, while others merely joke about being goblins. You are the real deal. What happened to you? Poor guy. No wonder you chose such an ID. A guy like you probably has no female admirers. Hurry up and let him off. It's too unsettling to look at. Guqinghan, upon seeing someone who bore a resemblance to a goblin, nearly spat out her coffee in disbelief. How could they send such an off-putting individual to garner sympathy? Lynn, you truly have a knack for this. Employees from the Chihua Game Company echoed her sentiments. This fellow is as ugly as a toad. Does he even think he deserves love? Is he here merely to elicit sympathy? This Goblin Otaku must be an internal hire from Lynn. Guqinghan sneered. Well then, let those trolls unleash their disdain upon his appearance. You people are utterly lacking in decency. He is already in such a pitiful state, and you still speak like that. Voice actor Su Qian looked at the unfortunate Goblin Otaku with a twinge of compassion. Though she was a strong female leader, she possessed a kind heart. Su Wanran also gazed at the Goblin Otaku in the video with sympathy, wishing to offer comfort but fearing to hurt his feelings. Clenching her small fists in anger, she observed the derogatory comments directed at the Goblin Otaku. You lot are too much. I curse you to experience continuous defeats in your games, only to be matched with pathetic teammates while your opponents are all top-tier players. You do not deserve to play this game, my fantasy girlfriend. Lynn's eyes were icy as he spoke. I have already recorded the IDs of those who made derogatory comments. They have forfeited their right to play this romantic game. Upon hearing this, the comments exploded in uproar. Come on, dude, it's just a lame two-dimensional romance game. I must play it, right? What gives you the confidence to think this game can silence me? Do you think it's a AAA title? Even a AAA game cannot dictate my mood. Huh. I wouldn't even want this trash unless it's a niche game. I'm just venting my frustration. What is it to you? I said he looks ugly like a hideous monster. So what? Being ugly isn't his fault, but scaring people is unacceptable. Jeangi interjected. Those who just hurled insults will regret it. Missing out on this game will haunt you for a lifetime. Jeangi, you're just a paid shill. Don't speak. The live stream was inundated with frequent and intense comments. Lynn meticulously cataloged each of those brash individuals. The internet is never short of jesters. And such an abundance of amusement swiftly attracted even more spectators, causing the popularity of the live stream to surge once again. I apologize. I truly did not intend to frighten you all. If I had known, I would have refrained from revealing my face. Additionally, I express my gratitude to everyone who spoke on my behalf. In truth, it matters little. I am acutely aware that I am merely a goblin, a wretched creature scuttling through the streets. Feel free to hurl your insults. It does not trouble me. I shall don a mask, so that my unsightly visage remains concealed. With that, the goblin otaku produced an Ultraman mask, specifically one of Dinah's design, and adorned his face. Now, it appears much more agreeable. Yet, even with the Dinah mask, his lewd aura remains unmasked. Do not heed the disparaging remarks, my friend. You are neither a goblin nor a scurrying rat. You must possess confidence. The internet is rife with negativity. Do not allow their words to lead you to self-denial. You do not wish to feel this way. It is merely that fate has dealt you an unfair hand. There are still positive souls in the live stream, encouraging this goblin otaku. Thank you all. Upon seeing the barrage of supportive comments, the goblin otaku's eyes glistened with moisture, feeling somewhat embarrassed. A lingering sense of inferiority clouded his gaze, his entire form curled up, and in the presence of such a vast audience, he trembled slightly with anxiety. This Dinah Ultraman, I am curious about your condition. I am a dermatologist. The scars on your face are clearly old burn marks, likely from childhood. In fact, cosmetic surgery has advanced remarkably, with a few skin grafts. You could resemble a normal person. A dermatologist in the live stream sent a comment. No need to concern yourselves with me. My family lacks the funds for surgery. Moreover, I have grown accustomed to it. Living like this for a lifetime is bearable. The goblin chuckled timidly, admitting, indeed, these are scars from my childhood. I was burned. It happened when a fire broke out at my neighbor's house. I could have escaped, but I heard the girl I often played with crying for help. I rushed in to save her, but the flames were overwhelming, and my face, along with my body, arms, and legs, sustained burns. These injuries were incurred while rescuing her. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream stood in solemn respect. Wow. Everyone rise and pay tribute to the hero. I apologize, my friend. I should not have mocked your appearance. Heroes emerge from youth. That family must be eternally grateful to you. You are their savior. However, observing the flood of comments from the audience, the goblin otaku shook his head and sighed. To speak an unthinkable thought, if I were granted the chance to return to age 8, I would not choose to be a hero again. As these words escaped his lips, the audience in the live stream fell into a stunned silence. Lynn nodded in agreement. Indeed, if one were to anticipate such a conclusion, it would be daunting for anyone to muster the courage to charge forth again. This is not your fault. The goblin shook his head, saying, It is not for this reason. I am simply disheartened. At that time, I suffered burns covering 30 of my body and nearly lost my life. The little girl I protected was only slightly frightened and unharmed. However, the parents of my neighbor's household insisted that I was responsible for the fire, fearing financial repercussions. They coerced the young girl into providing false testimony alongside them. Even that innocent child lied, claiming I was the one who played with matches and ignited the blaze. I protested that I did not start the fire. I merely rushed in to save her. Yet they questioned why I would attempt a rescue if I were not the arsonist. They could not fathom that an 8-year-old boy could possess such bravery. Subsequently, they moved away under the cover of night, leaving no witnesses behind. My parents spent every last penny on my medical treatment, even selling our home. My father, exhausted, succumbed to a tragic accident involving a heavy truck, and soon after, my mother fell ill and passed away as well. I have failed my family. I have let my parents down. I should never have played the hero. Why did I save her? As he spoke, the goblin began to weep. The chatroom fell into an immediate silence, soon overwhelmed by an avalanche of apologies and vehement denunciations of the girl's family as inhumane. I am sorry. I was wrong to say that earlier. Truly, I erred. I deserve to be condemned. I did not intend to attack you. The pressures of life have simply overwhelmed me, and I sought an outlet for my frustration. I apologize. That girl's family is utterly despicable. May they meet their demise in a tragic accident. The goblin's plight was profoundly tragic. Tears glimmered in Su Wanran's eyes. Upon discovering the true nature of the goblin, Lynn did not exhibit an ounce of disdain, but rather felt a deep sympathy. He refrained from mentioning the goblin's physical scars, instead treating him as he would any ordinary individual, offering a bright and cheerful smile. "Hero, what is your name?" The goblin looked up and whispered, "I am Mu-chun." Lynn, with the warmth of an old friend, gently replied, "Mu-chun, allow me to share that game with you. I believe it will bring some solace to your heart." Mu-chun nodded, recalling something and hesitantly adding, "Oh, by the way, my computer has low specifications, and I am a bit concerned it might not be able to handle it. I apologize. I did not mean to elicit pity. My family is not well off. I usually earn a little money by offering gaming services to others. This computer was pieced together by my friends in the gaming community, each contributing a component. Previously, while playing Star God, I had to set the graphics to the lowest quality to manage. This romance game should not be too demanding on my system, right? If it is, I could go to an internet CAF. Mu-chun cherished the opportunity to experience the game demo, and he genuinely wished to assist Lynn, hoping that the gameplay would be smooth enough to avoid any criticism about the game's performance. He feared that if the game lagged, Lynn would feel a sense of guilt. Lynn, shaking his head gently, reassured him, "Do not worry, Mu-chun, my fantasy girlfriend requires minimal specifications. Furthermore, this game supports cross-platform play, allowing it to be enjoyed on both computers and mobile devices, so you need not have any concerns. I will send you the game right away." Mu-chun nodded in agreement. "That would be wonderful." With that, Lynn added Mu-chun as a friend and privately sent him the game files along with a string of beta activation codes. Meanwhile, at the Chihua Gaming Company, Gu Qinghan scoffed. "The sob story you concocted is quite compelling. It has certainly drawn in a considerable audience, Lynn. Your character portrayal is quite impressive." He had just overheard Lynn claim that the romantic game was not demanding in terms of specifications, correct? Yi Jun nodded in affirmation. Gu Qinghan laughed heartily. How sophisticated can a game that requires minimal specifications truly be? As if any computer could handle it. In cross-platform play? Ha ha ha, the advantage lies with me. Chapter 20. A romantic game scanning the real-world environment and modeling it in real time. Are you serious? Mu-chun, you have activated the live stream, and many will shower you with gifts. If you encounter any pay-to-win elements in the game, simply indulge. Well, if that is the case, that would be splendid. Mu-chun, without pretense, acknowledged his lack of funds. He simply could not afford to pay to win in this game. He was in dire need of money, and now, Lynn's live stream had already attracted tens of thousands of viewers. They were fervently sending him gifts, amounting to thousands in just a short span. Mu-chun felt a mix of shock and gratitude. Lynn was indirectly helping him gain exposure. He silently vowed to assist Lynn in promoting this game effectively. Under Lynn's guidance, Mu-chun swiftly set up his computer for the live stream, successfully received and extracted the game files, and entered a mysterious internal testing activation code. The icon for my fantasy girlfriend prominently appeared on Mu-chun's desktop. Many viewers, having entered Mu-chun's live stream through Lynn's connection, began to watch his gameplay from a first-person perspective. Upon seeing the game icon on his desktop, Mu-chun's heart skipped a beat. Wait, am I seeing things? I just saw her face. Mu-chun seemed to glimpse the exquisite visage of a youthful maiden, smiling warmly at him. Her smile as vibrant as a blooming flower. Yet, when he opened his eyes again, it appeared to be just a blank visage. I'm too nervous. I must be hallucinating. Mu-chun swallowed hard and rubbed his sweaty palms. Lynn, witnessing this moment, comforted him. It's all right, Mu-chun. Take your time to experience it. You can start the game now. Beside them, Su Wanran chuckled softly, feeling a bit proud. Hee. This game icon was the result of a late-night brainstorming session between me and boss Lynn. The barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily paused. First and foremost, the icon was exquisitely crafted. A faceless girl in a pure white dress, her skin alabaster and collarbone delicate, extending her arms as if to leap from the screen and embrace the viewer. She embodied the fantasy of every adolescent boy, perfect, whether innocent, playful, or brimming with vitality. Sometimes even feigning a little temper to capture your attention. That, non-existent, her. The viewers, who had previously been calm and curious, now widened their eyes in astonishment, fixated on the live stream. Was it an illusion? Or merely a game icon effect? They seemed to catch a glimpse of their fantasy girlfriend. My goodness, am I hallucinating? Just a moment ago, I thought I saw a stunning girl, the type I adore. Voice actress Su Qian exclaimed. Even my phantom limb is reacting. It's her, the one in my heart. Sob sob. Jeangi added. This is just the tip of the iceberg. You'll soon see. It will astonish you, you sheltered souls. The game's icon possesses a certain allure. The negative space around the visage aligns perfectly with the human imagination mechanism. Indeed, many young men share a similar aesthetic sensibility. And with a slight nudge from the game developers, one could easily fall under the illusion of encountering a fantastical girlfriend. Viewers in the comments have already begun to analyze it. Oh dear, just from this game icon alone, I am convinced this is a remarkable game. I sincerely hope the ending does not betray me. The creator undoubtedly understands the psyche of seasoned enthusiasts. How has he managed to evoke such a blend of sensuality and innocence? Wait a moment. Is there an 18 label in the lower right corner? Goodness, could this be adult content? Streamer, you are exceedingly bold to openly play an adult game in your live stream. Heh. My anticipation is mounting. Streamer, allow me to send you a rocket. Quickly, launch the game. Mu Chun, upon noticing the viewer's reminder, realized that the game indeed displayed an 18 warning. He felt somewhat flustered and hesitated to click on it. Lynn cleared his throat. The reason for the 18 rating is not that the game contains erotic content, but rather because it is an immersive romance game, thus unsuitable for minors. He encouraged Mu Chun, play boldly without fear. This is a pure love game. With Lin Un's encouragement, Mu Chun finally grasped the mouse and clicked to start. Fantasy girlfriend, initiating. Meanwhile, in the spacious office on the 33rd floor of the Chihua Game Company, all the executives gathered to watch Lin Un's live stream, eagerly anticipating an embarrassing moment. Notably, Gu Qinghan and Yi Jun wore barely concealed smirks, eager for Lin In to reveal his true self. Yet, upon catching sight of the game icon, Gu Qinghan's previously jovial expression froze. The game icon was undeniably captivating, leaving a lasting impression. Lin must have devoted considerable thought to its design. No. How could this game icon be so enchanting? Beside him, Yi Jun's pupils dilated, revealing a reluctant expression. He had, just moments ago, glimpsed his high school crush within that icon, causing his heart to skip a beat. Regardless of his internal resistance, the game icon remained impeccably flawless in his eyes. If he were to create this game icon, he could not possibly achieve such excellence. Even as a prominent figure in game development, Yi Jun believed he could only concede to Lin In's prowess. Lin In, is this the manifestation of your gift for game creation? Gu Qinghan recalled Lin In's words as he exited this very office. I intend to create an independent game. That earnest gaze was potent enough to shatter all obstacles. Until the previous moment, Gu Qinghan regarded it as merely a naive, idealistic endeavor. Yet, upon seeing the game icon, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within her. Her delicately arched lashes trembled, and her right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Gu Qinghan's hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. Merely a game icon had already revealed Lin's talent to her. Should I truly sever ties with Lin? Yet, the management experience I acquired abroad suggests that if a company possesses core technical members who can influence its operational decisions, one should not hesitate to part ways with them. Am I truly mistaken? Gu Qinghan's meticulously manicured nails dug deeply into her flesh. For the first time, doubt and hesitation crept into her heart. This individual had achieved such perfection with nothing but an icon. With his meticulous nature and passion for gaming, how could he possibly produce a casual game? Even a text-based romantic game, if crafted with a flawless narrative, it could garner a legion of devoted fans. Fortunately, Lin lacked the time to create something even more remarkable. Gu Qinghan was certain he could not produce an impressive 3D game. What if he had 3 or 5 years? Gu Qinghan dared not speculate on how extraordinary Lin's fantasy game might become. Breathe. Stay calm. Inhaling deeply, Gu Qinghan forced herself to regain composure, casting a relaxed smile at the equally astonished employees. After all, it was merely a game icon. As the former developer of Star God games, Lin undoubtedly possessed considerable skill. However, no matter how exquisite the game icon, the substance of the game itself remains paramount. Let us see how this unfolds. Gu Qinghan reassured herself to remain composed and continued to watch Lin's livestream. Mu Chun launched the game, and with a flash of white light. It was now fantasy time. A familiar prompt appeared on the screen, one that many seasoned players recognized. Please confirm that you are 18 years old. If you are not yet 18, please exit the game immediately, as this game is intended solely for adults aged 18 and above. The comments section erupted with mischievous excitement. All the seasoned players wore knowing smiles. Ah, understood. A butter demo, is it? Anticipation ran high. Lynn, this. Even with his Ultraman mask on, Mu-Chen's trepidation was palpable. Lynn, just agree, and we're done. Mu-Chen, alright. In the next moment, he clicked the agree button. Finally, he entered the game's loading screen, which presented a pink interface. On the left side of the game, a row of interactive pop-ups awaited, while the right side displayed the lively silhouettes of beautiful girls, constantly shifting between a twin-tailed lowly, a single-tailed mature woman, a sword-wielding fairy, and one playfully making a peace sign towards the camera, including a cat-eared girl, all brimming with vivacity. Fantasy time, heartbeat record, game settings, game developer, exit game. The game interface was clean and minimalist. Simultaneously, the game's background music, Meta March, composed by Lynn the previous day, resonated through the speakers. Even the prelude captivated the audience in the live stream. Oh my goodness, forgive my lack of eloquence. This is simply delightful, truly exquisite. The opening background music of this game is phenomenal, radiating an overwhelming sense of romance. It feels as though a beautiful maiden is guiding me, observing my every move. Streamer, let us get started. I am fully prepared. My apologies. I am a marine biologist, and what is present above is indeed the algae crab. Mu-Chen promptly selected Initiate Fantasy. In the next moment, the game presented a choice screen reminiscent of the one Zhang Wei encountered during his playthrough yesterday. Please choose your world: modern urban, campus romance, classic Japanese and Korean, European and American style. Upon seeing this selection interface, the viewers in the live stream all experienced a sense of familiarity, and they claim it's not a visual novel. Streamer, select the European and American region. I adore the European and American content. I want to see the majestic stallions. Streamer, opt for the Japanese and Korean section. I find the Japanese companies particularly enjoyable. The Korean ones are quite good too. I want to select the Northeast heroine. I fancy a size 42 pair of big feet. The individual above is certainly a heavyweight. What kind of vision do you all possess? Listen to me, streamer. Choose the fantasy cultivation path. ISNT acquiring a harem enticing? While you all select worlds, I am merely curious about one thing. With so many worlds available for selection, just how vast is the scope of this game? Goodness, even the campus romance is included? I must sit up and pay attention. The viewers in the live stream erupted in joyous excitement. The popularity of the stream surged once more. Su Wanran couldn't resist poking Lynn N's shoulder, playfully stating, "Boss, this world selection interface truly resembles a visual novel. I can't help but think in that direction." Lynn N smiled. This is part of the plan. Mu-Chen pondered for a moment, humbly admitting, in real life, someone like me would undoubtedly be devoid of any female affection, so I shall select the urban setting. I wish to earnestly indulge in a fantasy. With that, he selected modern urban, and, following the game's prompt, entered his real name, Mu-Chen. In the next moment, the game displayed another notification. Player Mu-Chen, you have chosen the modern urban setting. To enhance your immersive gaming experience, it is recommended that you use the mobile Fantasy Girlfriend app to activate the real-world environment scanning feature, scanning your actual facial information for in-game modeling. Should you choose not to scan your reality, the game will generate a fictional urban world and randomly fabricate your identity. Upon seeing this notification, Mu-Chen was bewildered. Brother, is this a dating game? With environmental scanning and real-time modeling? Lynn N smiled and nodded. Yes, I mentioned it, a fully immersive dating game. Quickly, take out your phone and scan your room. The more detailed your scan, the stronger the game's immersion. As these words were spoken, the viewers in the live stream collectively paused. No way, right? Huh. Brother, seriously, is it really this hardcore? The small workshop's output is astonishing. Jeangi. Oh my goodness, it can actually be this way. I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. However, I find solace in the fragrant presence of Jiangyan. Should I consider embarking on an urban narrative next? Yet, does this imply infidelity on my part? With a mix of skepticism, Mu-Chen grasped his mobile device, activated the game icon, granted camera permissions, and began recording his visage. Feeling a tad bashful, he turned his back to the screen, removed his Ultraman mask, and proceeded to scan his surroundings in his chamber, meticulously examining every nook and cranny, even venturing into the corridor. Please tilt your head 45 to scan the sky. Please scan the nearby streets. Scanning complete. Model generation in progress. Please do not exit. 69. Suddenly, Gu Qinghan slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, his once exquisite countenance now contorted. As he spat out words through gritted teeth, environmental scanning? Real-time modeling, absurd. This is utterly impossible. Chapter 21. Midsummer, Azure Sky, Golden Retriever. Blind girl Mu Chun returned to his computer, gently tapping the mouse to embark on his own fantastical journey. The screen illuminated with visuals that left him in disbelief. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, unveiling a midsummer sky, the sunlight perfectly suited for romance. Mu Chen's pupils constricted as he struggled to comprehend the game's exquisite detail. He cautiously maneuvered the mouse. Immersed in first-person perspective, his in-game avatar mirrored his every movement, surveying the surroundings. On the windowsill rested the computer, a desk, a corner filled with picture books, an unfinished portrait sketch, and a half-eaten orange. The aging fan whirred laboriously, producing a sound identical to that nestled in Mu Chen's memories. He guided his character to stand, shifting the viewpoint. The bed, wardrobe, ceiling, kitchen, and even a small cockroach scuttling across the bathroom, all rendered with astonishing fluidity. It felt utterly seamless, devoid of any frame drops. This romantic game had meticulously replicated Mu Chen's home in a one-to-one fashion. Not with crude modeling, but in stunning 4K resolution, leading him to question whether these visuals were captured with a camera. The line between reality and the game had blurred entirely. Silence enveloped the evening at Conchiao. Mu Chun, finally emerging from his dazed state, spoke with a tremor in his voice. Lynn, you call this not demanding in terms of configuration? It feels so incredibly real. Have you installed surveillance in my home? Lynn smiled, responding, the game operates in the cloud. Everything stems from my developed AI algorithms. Modeling, coding, character development, all crafted by AI. What you are experiencing is akin to cloud gaming. It requires no substantial hardware, and my specialized network optimization algorithms ensure it functions smoothly even with modest internet speeds. The audience in the live broadcast, astonished, collectively gasped, "Bro, are you saying that to create this game, you developed an AI algorithm?" Indeed, the essence of inspiration lies in the most unexpected places. I declare, this is extraterrestrial technology. The output from a small workshop is astonishing. Brother, you must not stray from the path. Just come clean. Are you sent by the Trisolarans? Lynn, you are remarkable. Lynn waved his hand dismissively. Let's not jest. Everyone, now is Mu Chen's time to indulge in his fantasy. Let us watch him play. Inside the Chihua Game Company, all executives were left agape, astonished beyond measure. Goodness, how incredibly impressive. Lynn's talent is truly underappreciated. Gu Qinghan, equally stunned, murmured, Yijun, I am not particularly versed in gaming. From a technical standpoint, can what Lynn explained about the game's principles actually be realized? As a key technical member, Yijun slumped in his chair, heartbroken, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible, impossible. The computational power required is insurmountable. No, such technology does not exist. It is absolutely unattainable. Gu Qinghan cast another glance at the game's live broadcast, a hint of suspicion flickering across her face. Since it was technically unfeasible, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed joyfully, I understand now. Lynn, you sly one. Your performance is truly remarkable. Everyone, what Lynn just mentioned about AI is a deception, a fabrication. Upon her declaration, the others were rendered speechless. Gu Qinghan continued, this is not a rendered image. It was filmed. Lynn must have found the goblin otaku beforehand and recorded the video, masquerading it as game-rendered footage. Yes, it must be so. I recognize this kind of game. Presented through actual filming, akin to watching a television drama, where player choices dictate varying outcomes. Hence, the game's options are limited. The dialogues he will engage in shortly must be pre-scripted. With this realization, Gu Qinghan regained her confidence, her racing heartbeat returning to its normal rhythm. How silly of her to frighten herself. Meanwhile, Mu Chun was still exploring the game. He was utterly captivated by the lifelike reality it portrayed. He maneuvered his character out of the room and into the corridor. The summer sky was a brilliant blue, and the sound of cicadas filled the air. Indeed, the season in the game must be summer. Wow, this sky? Wow, this ground. Wow, this street. It's even more beautiful than the real world. Oh, who bumped into me? The game's visuals suddenly jolted as Mu Chan's character was knocked off balance. Ouch, my head. It hurts. What did I bump into? So hard. Xiaoqi, couldn't you have warned me? A soft, whimpering voice of a girl reached his ears. Bark, bark, bark. A golden retriever anxiously circled around the girl, displaying a mix of distress and guilt. Mu Chan turned to see a youthful maiden in a white dress collide with him. To his astonishment, she wore a blue eye mask. In her left hand, she grasped a cane, while her right hand held the leash of a guide dog. Perhaps due to a life spent away from sunlight, her skin was strikingly pale, and her figure was delicate and frail. The soft blue eye mask accentuated her vulnerability, evoking a sense of compassion. She was a blind girl. The girl who had collided with him let out a gentle, muffled sound, her small hands flailing aimlessly until they touched Mu Chan's body, causing her to retract as if shocked, her expression a mixture of caution and helplessness. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. I can't see, she said, gesturing to her masked eyes. My eyes are blind. As the game employed a first-person perspective, this immersive scene instantly enveloped Mu Chen's thoughts entirely in the game. Observing the flustered blind girl apologizing, he found it impossible to harbor any resentment, overwhelmed instead by an impulse to forgive her. The game presented him with 3 dialogue options. 1. It's all right. Are you okay? 2. Didn't your mother teach you to apologize when you bump into someone? Say sorry to me. Upon encountering the third option, Mu Chan was momentarily stunned. Wow, is the freedom in this game truly this extensive? He was not alone in his astonishment. The barrage of comments erupted with fervor. Zhang Wei, Zhang Yida, exclaimed in the comments, I tell you, Fantasy Girlfriend is astonishingly lifelike. It's indistinguishable from a real person, isn't that impressive. Self-answering. Seriously, are the developers of this game for real? Hee, with such high levels of freedom, can I engage in some peculiar activities? For instance, dragging her into a dark room. The blind girl, so pitiful and frail. Hee, she cannot escape my grasp. Oh my. The person above is truly perverse. How can you be so heartless towards such a vulnerable girl? Goodness, is this game genuinely rendered? It feels too realistic to be filmed. I see now. The reason why Lynn left the option of self-answering is to inform us that this game is rendered, not filmed, and the characters respond through AI. Muchin glanced at the comments, equally curious about whether the game was rendered or filmed. Without hesitation, he selected the third option, self-answering. He began to type, Why are you running so fast if you can't see? The character of Mu Chun in the game directly posed the question. Upon hearing his inquiry, the girl displayed a hint of panic, her ears twitching as she glanced behind her. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. You little brat, instead of learning properly, you steal and pretend to be blind for sympathy. Today, I will catch you and ensure you are sent to the police station. That's our second young lady. She's blind. Speak to her politely. Don't call her a thief. Miss, don't run. If you escape, we want to be able to explain to the master. She's your young lady? So wealthy? Why is she stealing from my family's supermarket? Perhaps she wishes to be caught. Various male voices chimed in. The girl's ears twitched. Although her eyes were blind, her hearing was acute, detecting their proximity. Clearly flustered, the girl shook the leash. Xiaoqi, hurry, take me away. The golden retriever barked twice, signaling her to follow. The girl dashed towards another staircase at the end of the corridor, glancing back towards the source of Mu Chun's voice. There are bad guys chasing me. If they catch up, please, for the love of all that is good, do not tell them I ran this way. I beg you. She offered him a somewhat flustered yet shy smile. With that, she fled from Mu Chun's sight, her slender figure appearing somewhat pitiable. It seemed she had not merely fallen once. Her elbows and arms bore bruises. One couldn't help but worry whether she would stumble again. Such a blind girl evoked immense sympathy. Mu Chun observed her sprinting towards a certain direction, hastily typing, That way leads to the rooftop. Running there is akin to heading into a dead end. The girl abruptly halted, nearly causing her golden retriever to stumble. She shifted her course and, with her small hands exploring the wall, discovered something resembling a door, her face lighting up with joy. Xiaoqi, we can hide inside. After saying this, the girl tugged vigorously at it, eager to usher the golden retriever into the space. However, she found herself unable to enter. Her fingers brushed against some metallic objects, a circular wheel, connectors, and plastic tubes. This isn't a door. Her hand ventured further inside. Confusion etched across her visage. The golden retriever, frantic and anxious, dared not bark for fear of attracting their pursuers, instead emitting soft whines. Mu-chun felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, prompting her, "That's a fire hydrant." The girl's face turned crimson, her voice tinged with desperation. "Oh no. How could it be a fire hydrant? Thief, don't run. You must compensate me today." Hadn't she just seen a lady ascend to this level? I think I heard a dog barking. The sounds of their pursuers grew ever closer. The girl became increasingly agitated, her heartbeat quickening. She flitted about like a headless fly, delicate beads of sweat forming on her exquisite face. Before suddenly turning to Mu-chun, "Can I hide at your place for a bit? I beg you, if I get caught, it's the end for me." Simultaneously, a prompt appeared in the game. "Player Mu-chun, can you bear to watch your fantasy girlfriend be captured? Note, once your fantasy girlfriend is taken, you shall never see her again. A mere charge of 6 yuan will unlock the storyline of the blind girl in hiding, slightly increasing your fantasy girlfriend's affection." Mu-chun, witnessing the pitiful girl seeking help before him, without a moment's hesitation, clicked to make the initial charge. Chapter 22. This game is incredibly pay-to-win. Mu-chun felt an overwhelming sense of joy. In reality, had anyone laid eyes on his visage, they would surely deem him a villain, too intimidated to approach. Yet, within this fantastical game, a young maiden took the initiative to seek his protection. Observing the trembling girl, Mu-chun opened the door to reveal his modest rented room, saying, "Come in." Upon hearing Mu-chun acquiesce to her plea, the girl beamed with excitement. "Thank you. Xiao-chi, hurry and lead me inside to hide." The golden-haired dog, possessing an uncanny intuition, grasped the leash in its mouth, guiding the girl by the hand. Together, they stealthily slipped into Mu-chun's room, akin to thieves in the night. Mu-chun maneuvered his in-game avatar back to the room and shut the door. The next moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor as a group of suited bodyguards convened, yet they failed to detect the presence of their young mistress. "How peculiar," one remarked. "I distinctly saw her heading this way. There was no opportunity for her to flee downstairs." A voice crackled over the intercom. "We're also monitoring the elevator. The young lady did not descend from there. Could it be that? Bodyguard A, Bodyguard B." All the bodyguards broke into a cold sweat, craning their necks to peer down the stairs. Fortunately, no gruesome scenes of bloodshed met their gaze. Where could one girl and her dog possibly escape to? "Boss, the rooftop is a locked dead end. Someone has checked the rooftop and found no signs of the girl having gone up there. She surely hasn't gone far. Spread out and search." Just as they were about to disperse, a figure clad not in bodyguard attire, but in a supermarket uniform approached, lamenting, Hey, your young miss has stolen a bottle of water, 2 sausages, 3 yuan breads, and an uncountable assortment of snacks from my store. Entirely a full bag. She even took a bag of dog food. I demand compensation." Take it. No need to search anymore." The bodyguard casually handed him a 100 yuan bill. The staff member glanced down. That's insufficient." "Bodyguard, you scoundrel." The supermarket employee elaborated. "Your young lady scurried into my supermarket like a giant rat, filching all those items. She could be prosecuted for this." The bodyguard displayed a look of utter disbelief. "You mean to say, she pilfered all that without you noticing? And now that she has vanished, you also failed to notice?" This remark rendered the bodyguard silent. Who could have imagined that a blind girl could escape right beneath their noses? As the commotion outside gradually subsided, the bodyguards, having failed to locate her, dispersed. Meanwhile, Mu-chun, concealed within his room, listened to the fading noise outside. Bemused by the absurdity of it all, how could one so wealthy resort to theft? The livestream chat buzzed with excitement. Goodness! This girl, doesn't her energy seem a tad excessive for a blind person? In a rather audacious act, she pilfered items exceeding 150 yuan from a supermarket, all while being aided by a golden retriever. Remarkably, she managed to dart up the stairs with the dog, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. With just a bit of training, she could very well become a rising star in the Paralympics. But wait, are you all too engrossed? This is merely a game. The scenario of a wealthy young lady seeking refuge in my home, cohabiting with me, is surreal enough in itself. Mu-chun maneuvered his character, searching for the blindfolded girl. Yet, there was no trace of her in the room. Where could she have vanished? Perhaps she was overly cautious. Even within my room, she chose to conceal herself further. Mu-chun opened the bathroom door, only to find it empty, leaving him disappointed. The viewers in the live stream felt an even greater sense of letdown, anticipating some tantalizing sights. A beautiful girl using the restroom, perhaps? There was nothing behind the curtains, nor on the balcony. Mu-chun rummaged through his wardrobe and peered beneath the bed. Nothing at all. Astonishingly elusive, she resembled a phantom, disappearing without a trace. How could a person, accompanied by a dog, simply vanish? As Mu-chun pondered this enigma, he suddenly heard the sound of munching emanating from the kitchen cabinet. To his surprise, the girl had hidden herself inside the cupboard upon entering. The chat began to buzz with commentary. Truly adept at hiding, she preferred to sneak snacks from the kitchen. Who would have imagined? Only her petite frame could allow her to fit in there. As a psychologist, I noted that a girl who finds comfort in hiding within cupboards or wardrobes likely harbors deep-seated insecurities, suggesting her home environment might not be ideal. Acknowledging the viewer's insights, Mu-chun quickened his pace towards the kitchen. As he drew nearer, the game's audio grew clearer. He could vaguely hear the blindfolded girl whispering, "Xiao-chi, this is delicious. Here, have some." A delicate hand emerged from the shadows, holding half an uneaten sausage. With a twinge of excitement, Xiao-chi sniffed the enticing aroma and cautiously accepted the offering, beginning to nibble. However, upon hearing footsteps approaching, the girl whispered, "Xiao-chi, your eating is too loud. It will attract those bad guys." Shoo! The cupboard fell silent, save for the rapid heartbeats of one girl and one dog. Mu-chun reached the kitchen, crouched down, and pulled open the cabinet door. There, he found the frail, blindfolded girl curled up with his golden retriever, Xiao-chi. Her cheeks were stuffed like a little hamster. Upon realizing someone had opened the cabinet, a look of fear crossed her face, and she instinctively pulled out a crackling electric baton. "No, please don't take me back. I refuse to return to that place. They all bully me. I beg you, don't send me back." With cheeks puffed up like a little hamster, she consumed her food, yet tears streamed down from the corners of her eyes. Her body strained to squeeze into the cabinet, which had reached its limit, while her legs remained rigidly straight, evoking a profound sense of pity. The young girl's guide dog, Xiao-chi, emitted a low growl. Witnessing the girl's distress, Mu-chun felt a pang of compassion in his heart. His hand hovered above the keyboard, uncertain of how to console her. He often jested that he was akin to a goblin. Apart from the two-dimensional characters in games, he had scarcely interacted with any other girls in reality. Even a mere exchange of glances would cause him to flush, his eyes darting away, fearing that his unattractive visage might ruin someone's day. However, at this moment, he could finally gaze at this girl without any psychological barriers. She was blind. His appearance would not affect her mood, nor would she perceive him as a villain. At that instant, the game issued a notification. "Player Mu-chun, have you noticed the scars on your fantasy girlfriend? Can you bear to let her continue suffering?" For an enhanced immersive experience, the game offers a limited-time recharge service, which aids in advancing the storyline and accelerating your fantasy girlfriend's affection. Zero investment. Doing nothing will change nothing. Your game progress continues as usual. Recharge 88 yuan to gain real-time voice dialogue and receive a basic medical kit, which can be used to treat the scars on your fantasy girlfriend, accelerating the affection growth rate. Recharge 648 yuan to receive real-time voice dialogue, master-level medical skills, master-level culinary skills, and master-level artistic skills. These skills will assist you in quickly acquiring wealth, relationships, and status in urban life, thus hastening the affection process with your fantasy girlfriend. Upon seeing this game notification, the viewers in the live stream could no longer contain their reactions. Although the game boasted high quality, it seemed somewhat predatory in its monetization. 2 recharge prompts had appeared in such a short span. What did this indicate? Even with a fantasy girlfriend, one had to spend money to enhance her affection. TCH, no matter how high the game's quality, at its core, it remained a deceptive money-grabbing scheme. Chapter 23, An Empty Street. Reward of Game Helmet Crafting Blueprint. Upon witnessing the incessant barrage of comments from certain trolls in the chat, Su Wanran clenched her small fist in frustration, her blood pressure rising. This was far more exasperating than playing the game itself. "Boss, these individuals are utterly despicable, completely dismissing our hard work." Lynn chuckled softly, addressing the audience. While this game does possess elements that require monetary investment, it is indeed accessible to casual players. To be candid, the development cost of this game was quite substantial, which is why there are certain options for in-game purchases. However, my primary intention in creating this game was not to profit, but rather to introduce a groundbreaking and exhilarating gaming experience to the world. I aim to allow those who have never experienced romance to feel the thrill of love. At that moment, Lynn was greeted by the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host. During the internal testing livestream, you have reached 100,000 viewers, earning the achievement, and Empty Street, reward. Game Helmet Crafting Blueprint. Game Helmet, a product transcending time. Donning it transports you into another gaming realm, offering a profoundly immersive gaming experience. Game Helmet Crafting Progress, 0. Players accumulating 100 million in-game currency can accelerate crafting progress by 1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lynn was momentarily taken aback, swiftly followed by a surge of joy. With the technology to craft the game helmet at his disposal, he could genuinely encourage players to invest confidently. Rising from his seat, he gazed at the 100,000 viewers in the live stream, promising them, "Let me share a little secret. When your monetary contributions reach a certain level, and the affection of your fantasy girlfriend within the game soars, who knows? She might just materialize beside you." In truth, this was merely a clever tactic to promote the game helmet. Yet, Lynn would not explicitly state this. He intended to use it as a sensational hook to ignite the player's anticipation. How would the fantasy girlfriend manifest? Su Wanran was utterly flabbergasted, instinctively exclaiming, "Ah, boss. Isn't that promise just too exaggerated? We simply cannot achieve that." Her demeanor resembled that of a sales pitch during a live broadcast, where one feigns despair, exclaiming, "We're losing money. We're losing money." Lynn shook his head, grinning widely. "Rest assured, everyone, invest boldly. I can guarantee that when your contributions reach a certain threshold, your fantasy girlfriend will indeed appear beside you." As these words left his lips, the entire audience of 100,000 viewers was left in shock. "What do you mean? She will appear? How will that happen?" They wondered. This is likely just a gimmick to lure us into making purchases. Perhaps they'll just give us a few game stickers, or, at best, a custom figurine of the fantasy girlfriend. Goodness, this game is already a masterpiece. What are you planning? Streamer? Are you aiming to ruin the gaming industry? Are you preparing to take our money and run? Hearing the audience's skepticism regarding his encouragement of in-game purchases, Lynn shook his head. "No, this is a surprise I have prepared for everyone. For capable players, simply invest, and I assure you, it is not merely a figurine, but a genuine tactile experience, authentic conversations, and the most immersive romantic experience imaginable." Upon hearing Lynn's promise, the audience in the livestream room erupted into a frenzy of excitement. "Wonderful. Host, your gimmick has heightened my anticipation. I am eager to witness how you manifest this real touch." Some mused. Could it be that the host will bestow upon me a customized fantasy girlfriend? That wouldn't be out of the question. Observing the audience's enthusiasm, Lynn gestured for calm, urging, "Let us take a moment to compose ourselves. We shall continue watching Mu Chen's gameplay segment. The enjoyment of the game will be determined by your verdict." With that, he turned his attention to Mu Chen. "I apologize for interrupting your gaming flow, but I must clarify certain matters for the viewers." "No problem at all, esteemed Lynn. I shall carry on," Mu Chen replied, pausing his game while intently listening to Lynn's declaration. He gazed at the screen, where a frightened, blindfolded girl clung to her dog in a cupboard, trembling with fear, and began to fantasize. Could it be true what the esteemed one claims? Does he truly possess the means to summon this enchanting maiden to my side? Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen contemplated the cost. While he could not afford the 648 yuan, an investment of 88 yuan seemed feasible. Previously, Lynn had graciously gifted him 1,000 in-game currency points, which could be deducted directly from his account without any monetary expenditure on his part. He proceeded to select the option to make a purchase. Player Mu Chen, you have invested 88 yuan, unlocking real-time dialogue capabilities and acquiring a first aid kit, which can be utilized to treat the fantasy maiden's wounds. In the next instant, a game prompt appeared. Please use your microphone to engage in real-time dialogue with your fantasy girlfriend. Is this for real? Mu Chen positioned his mouth close to the microphone, speaking in the gentlest tone. Do not fear, it is I. The wicked ones have departed. You are safe now. Come forth. I have a first aid kit to tend to your injuries. The blindfolded girl recognized his voice, her heart racing as she reassured herself. Oh, it's just a kind young man. Thank you, kind sir. I shall repay your kindness. The previously growling dog, Xiao Qi, immediately quieted, lying down and whimpering. Cautiously, the blindfolded girl emerged from the cupboard, akin to a timid little hamster. ears perked to catch the slightest sound around her. The seasoned viewers in the live stream were instantly charmed by the girl's adorableness. She is simply too precious. I wish to shelter and protect her. I envy the host. I wish to partake in this experience too. Real-time voice dialogue for just 88 yuan. What a worthy investment. In the game, she extended her blind cane, cautiously probing the space before her, inching forward. Xiaoqi skillfully guided her towards safety. Mu Chun refrained from taking the blindfolded girl's hand. As a goblin, he understood his place and dared not tarnish the purity of such a beautiful maiden. Come along, I will fetch the first aid kit, he said, stepping back as she moved forward. They retreated to the living room, arriving at the table. Mu Chun smiled warmly. Please, take a seat. All right, she replied. The blindfolded girl groped behind her, finally locating a stool, upon which she settled with a sense of relief. On Mu Chun's desk, a medical kit had already appeared, containing iodine, antiseptics, and bandages. With a practiced ease, Mu Chun opened the kit, preparing the necessary tools while casting a glance at the blindfolded girl. Perhaps the atmosphere had become a tad too awkward, prompting her to speak up. In a soft, melodic voice, the girl said, Thank you, but I don't know your name. I am Mu Chun. And you? The girl gently patted Xiaoqi's head before whispering, I am Xiao Wanyu. She sat obediently beside Mu Chun, her ears occasionally twitching to catch the sounds around her. Upon hearing the rustling of the medical kit and the clinking of bottles, a flutter of emotion stirred within her. At that moment, Mu Chun's gentle voice broke the silence. It might sting a little when I apply the medicine, but you mustn't let your dog bite me. A soft laugh escaped Xiao Wanyu at Mu Chun's words. Don't worry, Xiaoqi won't bite. All right then, please extend your left hand to me. This real-time exchange imbued Mu Chun with a profound sense of presence, causing a subtle, indulgent smile to curve his lips. If the girl were to truly reach out, it would mark his first experience of holding a girl's hand in his lifetime. Okay, Xiao Wanyu replied, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink as she extended her pale left hand. As Mu Chun grasped her hand for the first time, he felt its coolness and softness. Though merely a touch in a game, he was inexplicably aware of a sensation, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination. He did not linger on the beauty of her hand, but instead turned her arm to examine her elbow. There, he noted a scrape, and he observed other wounds on her body, even marks that suggested she had been struck with a stick. A pang of sorrow pierced Mu Chun's heart. What had this girl endured? Here we go. It may hurt a bit, so brace yourself. Mu Chun said as he picked up a cotton swab to cleanse Xiao Wanyu's injuries. A sharp sensation coursed through her, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. Yet she did not flinch. Instead, she earnestly focused on the coolness of the swab against her elbow. Though painful, a strange joy blossomed within her. It had been ages since anyone had tended to her wounds. At home, such care was a luxury she could not expect. She had to wait for her injuries to heal and scabs to fall off on their own. Her two older sisters, along with the cruel younger sister they had taken in, cared little for her injuries, often inflicting them intentionally. Even if she reported her suffering to her parents, they would not intervene, merely saying, Your sister is still so young. Can't you let her be? She is too young to harbor any ill intentions. Recently, the young master of the Wang family in Lu City had sent a betrothal gift to the Xiao family, expressing a desire to marry her, showing no disdain for her blindness, professing genuine affection. Now that you've grown up, you dare to defy my words, don't you? In matters of marriage, where do you find the authority to decide? They have devoted all their affection to the younger sister, even going so far as to consider marrying her off to a stranger, merely to facilitate a business alliance. Xiao Wanyu could no longer endure this predicament. It was this unbearable situation that compelled her to flee, and remarkably, she succeeded in her endeavor after never having attempted such a thing before. Her gratitude extends to Mu Chun, for she narrowly evaded capture. Though her family has tormented her, she refrained from shedding tears, yet the kindness of another, who applied medicine to her wounds, nearly broke her resolve. Xiao Wanyu felt as though her heart was being tightly gripped by an unseen force, and the corners of her eyes grew moist. A single tear cascaded down the blue fabric, escaping through the crevice at the corner of her eye. Mu Chun, flustered and uncertain, stammered, Oh, I'm so sorry. I applied too much pressure. I will be gentler. Xiao Wanyu shook her head, smiling softly. No, it doesn't hurt at all, truly. Your touch is incredibly gentle. Mu Chun's pupils dilated, and his heart raced. Chapter 24, Gu Qinghan's defenses crumble. Lynn's live stream gains unprecedented popularity. As the audience watched the live dialogue between Mu Chun and the blindfolded girl, Xiao Wanyu, in the gaming livestream, who could still doubt that this was merely a pre-recorded script? The former staff of the Star God game team were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned towards General Manager Gu, who had previously dismissed Lynn and's capabilities. General Manager Gu, this live dialogue seems undeniably genuine. It feels too real, they exclaimed. If this was indeed pre-recorded and presented as real-time interaction, their coordination could rival that of the mechs in Pacific Rim. Indeed, I know General Lynn well. He has never been one to boast. Could this truly be his creation? The level of technical prowess is astonishing. It would effortlessly outshine any domestic game developer and render even international AAA studios insignificant. How can this be? How is this possible? Yi Jun trembled uncontrollably, nervously biting his nails. His greatest pride had been his involvement in the production of 2 AAA games at Ubisoft. Yet, the reality unfolding before him compelled him to accept the truth. AI assistance, real-time dialogue, cloud gaming. Each element showcased the pinnacle of technology. Yi Jun's face fell, overshadowed by despair, as he reflected on the darkest moment of his life. Just 2 days prior, he had pointed at Lin and proclaimed, "Your skills are commendable. You could serve as my deputy." Now, who was the true fool? Was this game truly the work of Lin, who was supporting him from behind? A singular thought echoed in everyone's minds. A storm is coming. In that moment, Yi Jun comprehended why Lin had chosen to stand firm against Gu Qinghan's lucrative temptations. The truth was that Lin's technology had already transcended global standards, even surpassing the very essence of time itself. The entire gaming industry stood on the brink of a monumental upheaval due to Lin's game. Seated in her chair, Gu Qinghan bowed her head, her visage contorted in turmoil. Gone was her pride. Only profound regret remained. She had let slip such a remarkable talent, personally forfeiting the chance to elevate Crimson Fire Gaming Company to the pinnacle of the gaming world. Impossible. It cannot be. Gu Qinghan suddenly rose, her gaze fixated on Lin's livestream, desperate for any flaw. Yet, no matter how hard she scrutinized, she could discern no crack in the faade. Slap, slap, slap. It was not applause. It was Gu Qinghan striking her own face, desperate to ascertain whether this was merely a dream. "General Manager, please stop." Someone ventured forth to intervene. But Gu Qinghan could no longer maintain her composure. The sharp, burning sensation on her face confirmed that this was no dream. It was indeed reality, and the game was authentic. In a fit of despair, she overturned all the documents, her computer, and ornaments on her desk, transforming into a master of desktop clearance. Huh. It's all a lie, every bit of it. Huh. What is this nonsense about AI-assisted modeling and real-time conversations? It's all a fabrication, a mere illusion. They claim that spending money can transform games into reality, bringing a girlfriend to one side. It is nothing but the delusions of those who cannot attract a partner. A fantasy long past. Absolutely impossible. Lin, you scoundrel. In your pursuit of theatrics, you've muddled my perception of the distinction between gaming and filming. Do you truly wish for me to kneel at your doorstep in atonement? You've resorted to filming shorts disguised as a game to deceive me. You've certainly gone to great lengths. Gu Qinghan sat slumped in her chair, continuously denying the reality before her, shaking her head in disbelief. At this moment, she teetered on the brink of a mental breakdown, her vision blurring, and every time she closed her eyes, she envisioned Lin's mocking smile. "You want me to return to the company? Very well, kneel down, beg for my forgiveness, and if I am in a generous mood, I may grant you a chance." Gu Qinghan found herself shamefully kneeling, enduring Lin's humiliation, with no room for resistance, repeatedly uttering, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, I beg you to return. I will comply with any conditions you set. Just come back. I will do anything." Gu Qinghan was utterly shattered. She grasped at her hair in despair, her mind fracturing under the strain. "Miss Gu, shall I fetch a doctor for you?" An employee inquired with concern. "Get lost. All of you, just leave." Gu Qinghan had abandoned her usual demeanor as the proud and aloof CEO, now resembling a frenzied woman. The Chihua Gaming Company was thrown into chaos following Lin's live broadcast. A flurry of activity and disorder ensued. Capital is ever perceptive for any investment-worthy opportunity. They swarm like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Executives from Tunglong Games, Wangi Games, and US technical development team all flocked to Lynn N's livestream. Even prominent international studios like Ubisoft, EA, Blizzard, Capcom, and Nintendo halted their work to watch Lynn N. The popularity of Lynn N's livestream soared, with the viewer count surpassing 100,000. Tunglong Games officially presented 10 carnival gifts, while the official account of the game Identity V bestowed 100 luxury cars. The gifts pouring into Lynn N's livestream were relentless. Astonishingly, official accounts from both domestic and international major companies participated. Even authoritative news accounts from our Dragon Nation joined the fray. Oh, even those from Sakura Country arrived, known for their mastery in romance games, now seeking to learn from our Dragon Nation's latest offerings, a never-ending pursuit of knowledge. This game is truly exhilarating. The barrage of comments in the live stream was frantic, rendering the screen nearly illegible. This figure displayed is merely a fraction of the reality, an iceberg's tip. From just this one live stream, Lynn N had already amassed hundreds of thousands in gifts. Meanwhile, Mu Chun, also experiencing the game, benefited from Lynn N's popularity, receiving a significant number of gifts as well. At this moment, his thoughts were entirely consumed by the game, rendering him oblivious to the gifts and comments within it. Meanwhile, in the game, a plea echoed. "Please, let me stay with you. If I go outside, they might catch me, and it would end terribly for me." Sob. Xiao Wanyu bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle towards Mu Chun, holding something in her hands, attempting to bribe him. Beside her, the dog named Xiao Qi also bowed to Mu Chun, emitting a whimpering sound. Mu Chun lowered his gaze to behold a pair of delicate little hands offering him a Wong Wong biscuit. It was the first time he had witnessed someone presenting a Wong Wong biscuit as a gift, no less a half-eaten one. Who could resist such temptation? The biscuit had already been partially consumed by Xiao Wanyu, leaving behind irregular bite marks. Xiao Wanyu pursed her lips and said, "All right then. What if I add a Pampan French bread to the mix?" Chapter 25. The unopened snack. Which official could withstand such temptation as the half-eaten snack by a young girl? She fumbled in her pocket and produced an unopened small bun. "Look, it's still sealed. I haven't eaten it." Xiao Wanyu emphasized her innocence, indicating that this bun held far greater value than the popular snack. Mu Chun felt a wave of amusement wash over him. How could someone so naive and pure exist in this world? In truth, he longed to shelter Xiao Wanyu, but he was acutely aware of his goblin-like appearance, something she was blissfully unaware of. Were she to discover the truth, she would likely flee in haste. A faint sigh escaped Mu Chun's lips. Indeed, his looks weighed heavily on his heart. Upon hearing his sigh, Xiao Wanyu froze, clutching her snack. "You think I'm a bother here, don't you?" She pondered aloud. "I can't see anything. Can't help at all. I'm just a burden. You've already done so much for me, hiding me, tending to my wounds, providing bandages. I shouldn't dare to ask for more." She fought back tears, offering Mu Chun a tentative bow, striving to smile brightly. "Thank you, Mu Chun. I will certainly remember you as a friend. Don't worry, I'm quite resourceful. I want to be caught. Let us not trouble anyone further, shall we, Xiao Qi?" With that, she began to move, using her cane to cautiously navigate toward the door. Her movements were reminiscent of a mechanical puppet, stilted, awkward, and pitiable. Mu Chun, like a wooden fish, suddenly snapped back to reality. He chastised himself. "Mu Chun, what are you doing? Why not let her stay? She can't see. Nor does she know what I look like. Even if she could stay for a day or two, it would be a blessing to spend time with a girl." Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to apply real-world logic to a game. "Hey, Wanyu," Mu Chun called out, halting her in her tracks. "Is there something else?" she asked, surprised. "I'm hungry." Mu Chun approached her, seizing her hand and devouring the remaining half of her snack. Without hesitation, he tore into the unopened bun, devouring it in one swift motion. Xiao Wanyu stood stunned, listening to the sound of Mu Chun eating, her instinct to remain silent lest she interrupt him. She reached into her bag, retrieving an already opened bottle of flavored water. With her delicate hand twisting the cap, she offered, "Would you like some water? Don't choke. Drink." Mu Chun directly grabbed the pulsating drink and gulped it down. Xiao Wanyu was taken aback, standing in place, rendered speechless. Why had this fellow suddenly embarked on a binge? She instinctively clutched her snack bag, her precious reserve food, her emergency rations. She had even contemplated that if she ever ran away from home, she would survive on a bag of snacks per day, given her small appetite. Alas, this would be a hardship for her dog. If hunger struck, she would seek out kind-hearted souls, hoping for a bit of pocket change. And if she encountered any ill-intentioned individuals, she would have Xiaoqi bite them fiercely. As a wealthy heiress, Xiao Wanyu found herself devoid of cash. Her phone was an antiquated model, lacking even internet functionality. Indeed, as a blind person, she had no need for such superfluous features. Once Mu Chen finished eating, he turned to Xiao Wanyu and flashed a smile. All right, I accept your bribe. You can stay at my place now. Come on, let me make your bed. With that, Mu Chen instinctively grasped Xiao Wanyu's hand and led her toward his room. Xiao Wanyu paused momentarily. Her eyes, concealed beneath the blue cloth, narrowed slightly, resembling a crescent moon. And a charming smile revealed her small canine teeth. Hee, the bribe was successful. All right, the bed is ready. You can sleep here. The blankets, sheets, and pillows are all brand new, devoid of any peculiar odors. Unfortunately, we don't have air conditioning, just a fan, so it might get a bit warm in the summer. The conditions, of course, are not as good as your home, Mu Chen said with a grin. That's all right. My room doesn't have air conditioning either. Mu Chen's home was impeccably clean, the air fresh, and most importantly, she felt free here. At the mention of freedom, a smile graced the young woman's face. Sitting on the chair, Xiao Wanyu reached out her hand to explore the bed. In summer, the bed was adorned with a cooling mat, accompanied by a thin blanket. It was a small bed, yet ample enough for two. Xiao Wanyu sighed in relief, muttering to herself, thankfully, it's spacious enough for two. Hee, we can sleep together. If it were the little bed at my home, it would only accommodate me. I would rather sleep on the sofa or the floor than encroach upon your bed. Upon hearing the phrase sleep together, Mu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, is the progress moving this quickly? We can actually sleep together. However, observing Xiao Wanyu's innocent expression, he realized she viewed sleeping together merely as sharing the bed for sleep. Moreover, she seemed concerned that her presence might prevent Mu Chen from sleeping comfortably. Wait, what did she mean by her bed being small? Taken aback by her words, Mu Chen paused. Given her previous circumstances, it seemed Xiao Wanyu's family must be quite affluent, capable of hiring bodyguards. Surely, she was a wealthy lady. Wanyu, tell me about your situation. What do you mean by those bodyguards pursuing you? And why is your bed so small with no air conditioning? Isn't your family quite affluent? Don't your parents worry about you running away from home? Xiao Wanyu shook her head. No need for concern. Most of their attention is likely focused on my younger sister. They might worry that I would take drastic measures. But how could that be? I, Xiao Wanyu, am as resilient as a cockroach. I refuse to succumb to despair. I intend to live fully and without a care. Rolling over on the bed, Xiao Wanyu exclaimed, Ah, how wonderful it is to be alive. From Xiao Wanyu, Mu Chen learned of her plight. Despite being born into a wealthy family, she was tragically blind from birth, neglected by her mother, unloved by her father, and met with indifference from her sister. The adopted younger sister, taking advantage of her family's affection, bullied her. Moreover, she was being forced into marriage with a stranger. Thus, she confided all her troubles to Mu Chen. After hearing Xiao Wanyu's story, Mu Chen tilted his head in disbelief. Goodness, is this a script for a melodrama? Chapter 26, Dual Mode Interaction, a video call from the dream girlfriend. Xiao Wanyu was quite sensitive, and she initially thought that Mu Chen would be worried or frightened. Fearing the complications brought on by the Xiao family, considering he was just an ordinary person, she suddenly dropped her hands, clutching her skirt, and said, I'm so sorry. Mu Chen, did I put you in a difficult position? Mu Chen shook his head and replied, Xiao Wanyu, stay here for as long as you wish. This brought a smile back to Xiao Wanyu's face. Thank you, Mu Chen. You are the best. Player Mu Chen, please note, your dream girlfriend's affection for you has increased by 10. The higher the affection level, the greater the freedom in the game, potentially allowing for intimate gestures between couples. Upon seeing the notification of increased affection, Mu Chen felt warmth in his heart. In truth, it was not only Xiao Wanyu's affection that had grown, his feelings for her had deepened as well. However, just then, Xiao Wanyu's phone rang with the unmistakable tone of an old Nokia. The moment she heard that ringtone, her expression turned anxious. It's them calling. They must want me to come back, but I refuse to go. Mu Chen approached and picked up Xiao Wanyu's phone. Indeed, the caller ID displayed her biological mother. Wang Hui, not as mother or mom, but simply as Wang Hui. In Xiao Wanyu's heart, that family no longer deserved to be called her family. The game presented 3 options. 1. Answer the call and face a scathing reprimand from Xiao Wanyu's mother, who would demand her daughter's return, claiming she was about to get married. 2. Decline the call, which would result in frequent phone harassment and threatening messages. 3. A premium option, spend 6. 6 to purchase a new smartphone for Su Wanran, unlocking a dual-link feature between mobile and PC, enhancing the immersive gaming experience. Oh, a new feature? I'll recharge. Without hesitation, Muchen opted to invest. Initially, he had intended to conserve his resources, avoiding unnecessary spending. Yet, as the plot unfolded, his desire to invest grew stronger than ever. He even regretted not opting for the 648 premium option earlier. Had he chosen that, his social standing in the game would have soared, allowing him to face the Shao family without fear, proclaiming, "This girl is my wife. You all can leave." Muchen promptly turned off Su Wanran's Nokia phone and placed it in a drawer. "I'll keep this for you to prevent your family from bothering you. You are an adult now and can make your own decisions." Upon hearing the phone shut off, Su Wanran twitched her ears, anxiously fiddling with her fingers. "But how will I call you without a phone?" Muchen, having invested 6 in the game, unlocked the dual-end interaction feature. A smartphone prepared for Su Wanran had been placed in the drawer of his desk. Upon opening the drawer, Muchen discovered a Redmi phone, not entirely new, bearing signs of prior use. The game had been remarkably considerate. After all, who would place an unopened, pristine smartphone in their home? Muchen charged the Redmi phone and powered it on, presenting it to Su Wanran. "This is my old phone. It's a smart device capable of video calls. Should you need anything, just call me." Under Muchen's guidance, he helped Su Wanran download the necessary applications and register an account. He then taught her how to summon the voice assistant and initiate a call to him. Cradling the phone in her hands with utmost care, Su Wanran gently called out, "Xiao AI, are you there?" "Yes, I am." "Initiate a video call to Mr. Muchen." "Understood." At that moment, Muchen's phone vibrated unexpectedly, illuminating the screen with an interface resembling a genuine video call. It was Su Wanran reaching out through the screen. His heart raced with exhilaration. "Whoa," he exclaimed, swiftly answering the call. In the game, Muchen mirrored the action, responding, "Hello? Can you hear me?" Su Wanran appeared on the screen. Her expression a delightful blend of curiosity. "I can't hear you, and I can see you too," along with Shaoqi. Suppressing his excitement, Muchen replied, "Indeed, I can see you as well." Su Wanran, brimming with joy, waved her tiny fist, her lips forming a slight pout of disappointment. "It's a pity I can't see you. If only I could, I would call you whenever I wanted. Please don't find me bothersome. If you do, I won't call again. But if you ask me to, I will definitely call." Hehe, am I confusing you? In the video, Su Wanran radiated vitality and enthusiasm. Though the two characters in the game were back-to-back, engaged in a video call, the real Muchen could see his own avatar's silhouette. This sensation sent shivers down his spine. This was no longer merely a game. It transcended into art. In that moment, Muchen felt that every penny spent on the game was worth its weight in gold. A wave of emotion surged within him, nearly bringing him to tears. This was a scene he had envisioned countless times in dreams, now manifesting before him in the game. He fought back the tears, smiling as he asked, "If I miss you, may I call you? Then I shall await Mr. Mu's video calls, ready to answer at a moment's notice, as I often find myself bored." At that instant, thousands of viewers watching the live stream felt goosebumps coursing through them. My goodness, the seamless dual-end video call technology is astounding. This concept is phenomenal. It brings the girlfriend from the game into reality. Is this the allure of breaking through dimensions? I truly feel as though this girl is as real as can be. She possesses her own emotions, embodying a living, breathing young woman. It astonishes me that I could shed tears over a mere game. How is it even possible? What distinguishes this from having an actual girlfriend? I fervently beseech for an opportunity to partake in the closed beta. If I were to secure a spot in the beta testing, I would play until the servers cease to operate. To the person above, you are not alone. Jeangi. Oh my, it can be this way too. Lynn. Just how much have you concealed? Why have I not encountered these experiences while playing? I too desire my fantasy girlfriend. I long for my beloved to call me. Chapter 27. From the fierce leopard to the willing Kryptonian, the romance within the game continues to flourish, with scenes shifting seamlessly. The sun and moon take turns gracing the sky, while torrential rains and refreshing breezes cleanse the young maiden's heart of its gloom and the young man's insecurities. The cohabitation of Muchen and Su Wanran is extraordinarily sweet. Although they share the same bed at night, their interactions remain purely platonic. Even if they yearn for more, the game's anti-color mechanism would intervene. Yet, during their slumber, They engage in endless conversations, discussing everything from the cosmos to spine-chilling tales, causing the girl to bury herself in Mu Chen's embrace, pleading for him to cease. He would hold her tightly, assuring her, "I will protect you." Only then could Xiao Wanyu drift into a deep slumber within his arms. A mere glance reveals the girl's unguarded, serene sleeping face, accompanied by her gentle breaths. Even such simplicity brings immense satisfaction to Mu Chen. He once suggested sleeping on the sofa, but was promptly pulled back by a fuming Xiao Wanyu. "No way. I already feel guilty for taking your bed. If you sleep on the sofa, then let me do the same. Otherwise, I cannot comfortably reside in your home." Thus, Mu Chen had no choice but to share the bed with Xiao Wanyu. By day, Mu Chen must attend work. In the game, he plays the role of a laborer at Mishua Bingcha, embodying the Snow King. Although the work is arduous, at least he remains unseen. A call from Xiao Wanyu interrupts his thoughts. "Hello? Little fish, are you missing me again? This is the 8th time you've called today. What have you misplaced now?" Xiao Wanyu, blushing, replies, "Nothing. I simply wanted to ask when you'd finish work, hehe. Player Mu Chen, will you invest 6 yuan to purchase delectable fruits and milk tea to share with the enchanting maiden?" Without hesitation, Mu Chen responds, "Absolutely. Hey, I'll bring you delicious strawberries and milk tea when I return." Did you hear that, Xiaoqi? Strawberries and milk tea, the best in the world. Mu Chen is the greatest. Xiao Wanyu also engages in manageable tasks at home. Though her vision is impaired, her sense of touch and smell are remarkably acute, allowing her to swiftly familiarize herself with the layout of Mu Chen's residence. She takes pleasure in cleaning, making the bed, and doing laundry. She even offers to prepare lunchboxes for Mu Chen, only to be firmly denied, as he forbids her from using the stove. The psychological trauma from a childhood incident with fire still lingers in Mu Chen's heart. The greater his happiness, the more ephemeral it seems. He fears the prospect of a heartbreaking ending. Having finished work in the game, Mu Chen rides his little electric scooter homeward, invigorated by the thought of a blossoming maiden awaiting his return to prepare a meal. Player Mu Chen, will you invest 8 yuan to learn culinary skills? With determination, he affirms, yes. Soon enough, upon returning home, Mu Chen prepares an extravagant feast. Xiao Wanyu beams with joy, and after the meal, she eagerly volunteers to wash the dishes. Mr. Mu's culinary skills are truly remarkable. If I were to refrain from washing the dishes, I would be beset by a sense of guilt. Mu Chen's gaze was gentle, and he and Xiao Wanyu increasingly exuded the aura of a couple living together. However, fearing apprehension by the bodyguards of the Xiao family, Mu Chen and Xiao Wanyu clandestinely ventured out every night at midnight, taking their dog for a stroll on the rooftop of their residential complex, as if they were thieves. Yet, such a routine could not persist indefinitely. Xiao Wanyu could not remain indoors perpetually, for that would be a dismal existence akin to a caged bird. Mu Chen glanced at the game prompt. Disregarding it with a sense of disdain, player Mu Chen spent 58 to acquire a special outfit, invisible garb. Wearing this attire will diminish the presence of your fantasy girlfriend in a crowd, achieving a quasi-invisibility effect. Hey Mu Chen, are we really going out? Fear not. I shall dress you so thoroughly that even your mother would fail to recognize you. All right, I wish to visit the supermarket. You're not planning to steal again, are you? You caught me. Before long, Mu Chen had exhausted the 1,000 points in the game, and upon encountering a new microtransaction, he promptly scanned his phone to indulge once more. As Mu Chen progressed within the game, unlocking scenes alongside his incessant spending, the two enjoyed a relaxing weekend watching television together. Although Xiao Wanyu could not see the screen, she could certainly hear. The host's voice resonated. Spring has arrived. The season of mating is upon us. Xiao Wanyu became animated at the sound of animals calling. Mu Chen, what is that sound? It's a lion. And what about this one? It's a fawn. I wonder what they look like. I long to touch them. Alas, I cannot. My sense of touch is quite remarkable. Merely brushing against them allows me to envision their form. Xiao Wanyu's excitement waned momentarily before a spark of inspiration struck her. Mu Chen, let me touch your face. You must be quite handsome. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen fell silent, instinctively grasping Xiao Wanyu's hand to prevent her from reaching his face. Mu Chen, what's wrong? He found himself at a loss for words. He was but a goblin, yet he yearned for Xiao Wanyu to remain oblivious to this fact, wishing to prolong this enchanting moment. Just then, the game intervened to rescue him from his predicament. Player Mu Chen spent 10 to unlock a new date venue, the zoo. Mu Chun found himself increasingly fond of the sudden emergence of the microtransaction prompt. It was remarkably fortuitous. I shall spend, spend, spend. Having completed the transaction, Mu Chun turned to Xiao Wanyu. Wanyu, you wished to touch small animals, did you not? Come, let us depart. I shall take you to the zoo to see and touch them firsthand. Indeed, Xiao Wanyu's attention shifted away from the desire to touch Mu Chun's face. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh, is it too extravagant? No, I can just listen to it on the television. There's no need to indulge my little whim. What extravagance? I earn money precisely to spend on you. Oh, Xiao Wanyu's face visibly flushed. At the zoo. Wow, Mu Chun, I touched something soft and fluffy. It's so adorable. This is a little rabbit. Mu Chun, what is this that feels so cool and slippery? This is a little fish. Can we sneak a few little fish back home? Can I keep them? Why do you always think about stealing? I can simply buy them for you. I don't want Mu Chun to spend too much money. That would make me feel quite guilty. You work so hard for your earnings. The young girl displayed a reserved expression. Yet, the more she behaved this way, the stronger Mu Chun's desire to splurge became. Chapter 28. The fantasy girlfriend is captured. Mu Chun is anxious. Where's the in-game purchase prompt? On this day, Mu Chun was at work within the game when his phone chimed, revealing a call from Xiao Wanyu. As he answered, her vibrant voice filled his ears. Mu Chun, have you ever been to an amusement park? I overheard a couple passing by mentioning how thrilling the drop tower is. I can't quite fathom what the experience is like. Do you know? Player Mu Chun, would you like to spend 8 yuan to unlock a new date scene at the amusement park? Transforming into a relentless spender, Mu Chun responded, purchase. Then I shall take you to experience it. He exclaimed. Oh, I was merely joking. I'm too scared, she replied bashfully. Hey, it's a must. Tomorrow is my day off. We shall go. He insisted. No, please spare me. Wah, she whimpered. After hanging up, Mu Chun resumed his role as a mere inflatable companion. Xiao Wanyu also ended the call. Feeling a twinge of fear, yet reassured that with Mu Chun by her side, there was little she wouldn't dare to do. Suddenly, the door to her room was kicked open. Startled, Xiao Wanyu clutched Xiao Qi tightly, an ominous sense of dread swelling within her. Could it be that the Xiao family had found her? We've located her. The young lady is right here. A voice announced. I wondered how she vanished. It turns out this fellow has hidden her away. Miss, please return with us. Don't make this difficult for us. Woof woof. Xiao Qi barked frantically. Xiao Wanyu screamed in fear, brandishing a crackling electric baton. Stay back. I will not go with you. Several cold, indifferent gazes fixed upon her as her so-called family members appeared at the threshold, their expressions haughty and devoid of warmth, as though regarding a stranger. Even in her blindness, she could palpably sense an icy chill. Umph, you've grown wings, and now you dare to cohabitate with another man before marriage? You've brought shame upon the Xiao family. You wretched child, do you wish to drive your mother to despair? Do you have any idea how arduous our search for you has been? A voice, dripping with insincerity, chimed in. Mother, father, please don't be upset. Surely, sister didn't want to marry into the Wang family, which is why she ran away. Why not simply allow her to remain unmarried? Such understanding you are showing, child. Another voice remarked. Listen to your fourth sister. She has always been on your side. Come back with us. I must take you for a checkup. If that boy has laid a finger on you, I will send him to hell. Upon hearing they intended to seize her, Xiao Wanyu swung her electric baton wildly to keep them at bay. Don't come any closer. If you do, I swear I'll electrocute you. Humph, what are you all waiting for? Restrain her and take her away, commanded a middle-aged man, his tone devoid of emotion. Footsteps approached Xiao Wanyu. Miss, we apologize. We do not wish for this either. But 2 fists cannot contend with 4 legs. I refuse to go with you. I wish to stay with Mu Chun, she declared defiantly. Xiao Wanyu struggled and screamed incessantly, yet she could not escape the grasp of several bodyguards. One of them delivered a heavy chop to her neck, and a wave of dizziness enveloped her, causing her to lose consciousness completely as she was taken away by the guards. Woof, woof. The little dog, Xiao Qi, urgently lunged at the leg of Xiao Wanyu's father, fully aware of the mastermind behind this calamity. Ah, this wretched dog dares to bite me. Kill it. Capture it. I want dog meat. Amidst the throng of pursuers, Xiao Qi nimbly evaded capture, slipping away to the periphery where the guards could not reach him. Fine, fine. Let it escape this time, that accursed dog. Watching them take Xiao Wanyu away, Xiao Qi paced anxiously, his tail wagging furiously. Suddenly, a thought struck him, his master's sole friend. Mu Chun. Woof. A golden retriever dashed down the street, racing towards Mu Chun's workplace. As Mu Chun noticed the panicked dog, desperately trying to run home without sight of Xiao Wanyu, he realized that trouble had struck. Frantic, he yearned to spend real money to open a portal and teleport to her side. Fortunately, this game possessed a certain intelligence. Player Mu Chun, your dream girlfriend is about to be taken home by her family. Spend 28 yuan to teleport immediately to their location and intercept them. Count me in. Without hesitation, Mu Chun grabbed his phone and opened the payment code. Charge me whatever you need. 28 yuan deducted. Player Mu Chun has activated the teleportation feature. In the next instant, Mu Chun, along with the golden retriever, materialized before the Xiao family's entrance. At that moment, a luxury car approached. Preparing to enter the estate, Mu Chun rushed forward, physically halting the vehicle, shouting, "Get out! Return Wanyu to me." Xiao Qi joined the fray, barking fiercely, ready to fight. Several bodyguards clad in black emerged from the car. "Kid, tired of living? You can move pretty fast." Mu Chun engaged them in combat. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed with palpable force. Within the confines of his gaming perspective, Mu Chun's character was repeatedly knocked to the ground, yet rose again. He growled, "Return her to me." Simultaneously, Xiao Wanyu's parents and her sister exited the vehicle. Weak and frail, she was being dragged along. But upon hearing Xiao Qi's barks and Mu Chun's voice, a surge of energy revitalized her spirit. "Mu Chun, run. Don't worry about me. Run." He could not abandon her. "You are the man who abducted my daughter, aren't you? You must be audacious to lay a hand on her. Do you know who she is? My family will not tolerate this. Beat him to a pulp. I will take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. Sister, he has been beaten so badly, it's truly pitiful. Please, could you plead with mom and dad? Compromise with them, and perhaps they will refrain from striking that brother." The youngest sister beside me continued her sarcastic remarks. In the next moment, Xiao Wanyu lunged at the source of the voice, sinking her teeth into the ear of that insufferable little brat. "Ah, let go, let go. You lunatic. Mom and dad, save me. She's gone mad. She's biting me." The youngest sister cried out in agony. Xiao Wanyu's mother screamed in shock. "How dare you? Let go. If you so much as injure the fourth's ear, I swear I'll make you pay dearly." Xiao Wanyu's father was even more straightforward, delivering a sharp kick. "Compared to your sister, you are utterly disobedient." Xiao Wanyu was sent crashing to the ground by the force of the kick. It hurt terribly. Yet she felt an exhilarating joy, for her mouth was filled with blood. She had finally exacted her vengeance on that wretched little demon. The entire scene descended into chaos. Chapter 29. The audience in the live broadcast room was moved to tears as Lynn declared, "This is just the beginning." How infuriating. The fourth sister, who had bitten her ear, cast a venomous gaze at her blind sister, still feigning innocence. "Mom and dad, please do not blame her. It is all my fault." Sob, sob, sob. Upon hearing the wretched words of that little creature and witnessing the heartless demeanor of Xiao Wanyu's parents, Mu Chun was filled with rage. Were they truly her biological parents? Did they harbor a grudge against Xiao Wanyu? At that moment, a notification echoed in the game. Player Mu Chun, detected as a beta tester. Your anger level has reached 100. No need for in-game purchases. You are rewarded with a max combat power ability. Upon activation, you will become the strongest warrior in this realm. Would you like to activate it immediately? Without hesitation, Mu Chun exclaimed, "Activate it for me." In the next instant, the screen depicting Mu Chun turned blood red, and all enemies in his sight moved as though in slow motion. A bodyguard rushed forward to attack Mu Chun, but he seized the man's body and hurled him violently against the iron gate of the Xia family, shattering it to pieces. Another bodyguard charged at him, only to have his arm twisted and broken, eliciting a horrific scream. Mu Chun advanced step by step towards the Xia family's offspring, his voice low and menacing. "I am taking her with me today. Let us see who dares to stop me." The onlookers were left in a state of shock, gazing at the overwhelmingly powerful Mu Chun, their astonishment palpable. How had this boy, who had just been knocked down, suddenly become so formidable? Do you not understand? This is the power of darkness. We must flee. With a monthly expenditure of several thousand, what was the point of risking their lives? One by one, the bodyguards fell, screaming in agony, while some who understood the gravity of the situation fled in terror. Only Xiao Wanyu's father, mother, and that detestable little good-for-nothing remained. Mu Chun swiftly approached Xiao Wanyu, helping her to her feet. "Wanyuan, are you all right?" With a pale complexion, upon hearing Mu Chun's voice, Xiao Wanyu displayed a hint of surprise and confusion. Mu-chun, have you defeated them all? How could you be so powerful? Mu-chun smiled slightly. I will explain it to you later. Xiao Wanyu nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Mu-chun's gaze shifted to Xiao Wanyu's parents and the fourth sister, who had tormented her incessantly. How dare you claim to be Wanyuan's family? Mu-chun strode toward them with purpose. Don't come any closer. They attempted to retreat into their luxury car, slamming the door shut. Bang! Mu-chun's fist shattered the car's window, and like a raging beast, he yanked Xiao Wanyu's father and mother out, delivering resounding slaps to each of them. Slap! 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 Soon, Xiao Wanyu's parents were left disfigured, their faces swollen. Crying out for mercy, her father, terrified and trembling, pleaded, Big brother, please spare us. Take her away. I promise I will not pursue this matter. Spare us. Spare us. Wanyu, take me away. I will give you whatever you desire. Just spare my life. Xiao Wanyu's mother echoed her plea. Do not apologize to me. Instead, offer your apologies to Wanyu. If she does not forgive you, I shall continue to strike. Mu-chun commanded them to kneel before Xiao Wanyu. The two wretched beings immediately began to bow, incessantly begging for mercy. Daughter, I was wrong. I should not have favored others. I am your mother. I implore you. Negotiate with him to spare us. Upon hearing their desperate pleas and the sound of their heads hitting the ground, Xiao Wanyu walked over with an impassive expression. She raised her hands, mimicking Mu-chun, and struck them with resounding slaps. From this day forth, I, Xiao Wanyu, sever all ties of parentage with you. Yes. Whatever you say, my daughter. No, Xiao Wanyu. Hearing their cries for mercy, Xiao Wanyu revealed a pale smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of liberation. And there is another. Do not overlook her. Mu-chun extended his hand and dragged the malicious fourth sister from her hiding place. Brother, I just turned 18. Please do not strike me. I was wrong. The fourth sister, hideous, foolish, and wicked, let out a wretched scream. And you? Today you shall learn what it means to bloom like the peach blossoms. Xiao Wanyu approached, delivering slap after slap, kick after kick. Her face adorned with a vindictive smile, resembling a deranged avenging angel. Never had such a gratifying expression graced Xiao Wanyu's visage. Sister, I was wrong. I beg you to spare me. I should not have bullied you. I truly realize my mistakes. If you strike me again, I shall be killed. You realize your mistakes? You only know that you are about to be beaten to death. She aimed to repay every ounce of suffering she had endured over the years. Do you think I would let you go? I would relish the chance to end you. Xiao Wanyu delivered a fierce kick to her adversary's face, relishing the act of revenge, fiercely humiliating them. After thoroughly venting her pent-up frustration on these individuals, her eyes brimmed with tears as she collapsed into Mu-chun's embrace, trembling. I am so afraid. I fear I may never see you again. Mu-chun held Xiao Wanyu tightly, smiling. You need not worry. I am invincible. Xiao Wanyu returned his smile. Did my earlier demeanor frighten you? I do not usually behave this way. Truly. Mu-chun chuckled. Your earlier display was truly impressive. Xiao Wanyu giggled. I did not expect you to be so formidable. They embraced once more, reluctant to part. Where shall we go next? Were we not headed to the amusement park? Let us go now. Oh, now? Indeed. Since we are pursuing excitement, let us go all out. We shall ride the drop tower. Wow, how terrifying. I do not want to. No, this is a necessity. It is a test of courage, understood? Witnessing this scene, many viewers in the live stream were moved to tears. How exhilarating. I had anticipated a prolonged performance with numerous episodes, yet I was pleasantly surprised to witness those vile characters swiftly vanquished. Oh, how delightful. I am utterly captivated. This game exhibits remarkable empathy, understanding that one should not be compelled to spend during moments of extreme frustration, opting instead to bestow a generous gift of invincibility. I must reiterate my request for an opportunity to partake in the beta testing. Su Wanran was similarly moved to tears, resting her head upon Lynn's shoulder, leaving 2 trails of tears upon it. Oh dear, what a touching moment. It has truly resonated with me. What a flawless conclusion. Lynn smiled and remarked. This is merely the beginning. Do you remember the songs we recorded yesterday? Su Wanran paused for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the songs we recorded yesterday have yet to be revealed, which indicates that the game has not yet reached its climactic moments. Her excitement surged as she turned her attention back to Mu-chun's game livestream. Chapter 30. The wind carries your breath. I etch your silhouette with my ears. In the amusement park, Mu-chun held Xiao Wanyu's hand, while she clasped Little Cheese, presenting an image of a blissful family of three. The peculiar pairing drew the attention of many visitors. A man, resembling a goblin. If one were to bestow a compliment, he might be deemed a robust goblin. Accompanied by a girl donning a blue blindfold, her lips adorned with a smile, she tightly grasped the boy's hand with her left, while her right hand held a golden retriever. Clad in a white hooded coat and a short skirt, her plump calves were snow white and elongated, moving gracefully along the path. Entirely unperturbed by her blindness, this was a testament to her unwavering trust in Mu-chun. As long as he guided her, she would boldly traverse any perilous terrain. While the majority of onlookers cast envious or benevolent glances, a fraction harbored feelings of jealousy. They lowered their voices, whispering comments from a distance. That guy looks like a goblin, yet he has such a beautiful girlfriend. It's infuriating. One remarked. Did you notice? The girl is blind, so she can't see what her boyfriend looks like. If she knew, she would surely break up with him. Another chimed in. Even if she is blind, she is stunning. Especially with that blindfold enhancing her beauty. How dare that goblin be with such a lovely girl? It's a travesty. Though their words were barely audible amidst the clamor of the amusement park, some merely conveyed their thoughts through disdainful glances, proclaiming Mu-chun unworthy of the enchanting girl. How could a goblin be paired with a saint? Surely, he must have employed various tricks to deceive her, preventing her from seeing his true appearance. If she were to learn of his visage, she would undoubtedly cease their romantic entanglement. Even if she did remain with him, the illusion would dissipate before her eyes. Gradually, the smile faded from Mu-chun's face, replaced by a profound, implicit sense of inferiority. In the tangible world, his body instinctively curled inward, a habitual response to the judgments of others. He could only retreat like a snail into its shell. Although accustomed to such gazes, he found himself particularly affected at this moment. He never doubted Su Wanyu's affection for him, yet a deep-seated timidity gnawed at him, an unconscious reaction born from relentless blows in the harsh reality of life. The boy, self-deprecatingly dubbed a goblin, epitomized his resigned acceptance of reality. I am but an ugly, laughable goblin, akin to a sewer rat, doomed to observe the happiness of others from afar, he mused. If Xiaoyu were to discover my true appearance, even if she uttered not a word and expressed no disdain, I would find it even more daunting to meet her gaze, even if those eyes were pure and sightless. In a moment of weakness and retreat, the boy cast a dim gaze towards the girl within the game. Yet, the vibrant voice of the girl echoed through the virtual realm, akin to a ray of sunlight that dispelled Mu-chun's insecurities. Mu-chun, is that the scent of grilled sausages? I want to eat that. Can you help me buy some? The girl, her nose twitching as if savoring the aroma of grilled sausages, beamed with joy, playfully shaking Mu-chun's arm. A faint smile emerged on Mu-chun's lips. All right, I shall fetch them. I want two, one spicy and one extra spicy. Great. I'll be waiting right here. Without a thought for Su Wanyu, who had always been by his side, Mu-chun hastened towards the beloved sausages. 2 grilled sausages, 1 spicy, 1 extremely spicy. He called to the vendor. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. Once Mu-chun had distanced himself, the girl quietly pulled out her phone and pressed the volume button. The voice of Xiao AI resonated. I'm listening. Xiao AI, what is a goblin? A goblin is an ugly and grotesque creature from the realm of fantasy games. Typically small in stature. The girl bit her lip. Then what does it mean when someone says a boy looks like a goblin? It may imply that the boy's appearance bears some resemblance to that of a goblin. Memories flooded the girl's mind. Mu-chun, may I touch your face? She recalled the boy's hesitance and stammered response. A flicker of understanding crossed Su Wanyu's face, causing her to chuckle softly. Xiao-chi, do you think Mu-chun is the biggest fool in the world? The golden-haired dog wore a puzzled expression. I'm just a dog. The girl took a deep breath. Saying nothing, no one could fathom the thoughts swirling within her at that moment. Meanwhile, Mu-chun returned with 2 sausages in hand, deliberately silent as he stealthily approached Su Wanyu, gauging her reaction. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, save for the gentle summer breeze. Yet, Su Wanyu felt his presence carried by the wind. Her little ears perked up as she meticulously traced Mu-chun's outline in her mind. Feigning confusion, she glanced around, fully aware of his return and that he was right beside her. Yet, he chose to remain silent, teasing her. You annoying Mu-chun. I'm going to devour all the sausages, leaving none for you. Suddenly, Mu-chun broke the silence. I'm back. Did I scare you? With a giggle, the girl displayed an innocent, pure smile, pretending to be astonished. Wow, when did you come back? I didn't even notice. All right, here are 2 sausages for you. Okay, I'm about to start eating. You better not try to snatch them from me. Soon. The corners of the girl's mouth were glistening with delicious oil as she held out the 2 unfinished sausages toward Mu Chen's face. As he gazed at the uneaten sausages, Mu Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly at the sight of the girl who had indulged in them. If he were to consume the remnants of her meal, would that not be akin to a subtle kiss shared between them? Without hesitation, he took a bite, savoring the exquisite flavor of the sausage. He had never tasted anything so delectable. It must surely be the work of a master sausage maker. Observing the leftovers, he mused, Su Wanran. Your eyes are indeed quite large, yet your appetite seems rather modest. You've never even seen my eyes. How could you possibly know they are large? She retorted playfully. Have you been sneaking glances at me while I slumber? Mu Chen stammered, and no, I swear. His awkward laughter, coupled with an earnest vow, made the girl giggle with delight. I, too, swear that I haven't touched your face while you were asleep. Mu Chen was left speechless, unsure of how to respond to her teasing. As they continued to eat and stroll, they finally arrived at the towering drop ride before them. Chapter 31. The Tower of Terror rings. Pure love emerges. The towering ride, unmistakably prominent, was currently in operation. As it descended from its lofty heights, a cacophony of shrill screams akin to the cries of slaughtered pigs erupted from countless visitors. A fierce sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed them. Hearts raced, and adrenaline surged wildly. Merely hearing the thunderous roar of the ride in motion, accompanied by the screams of its occupants, sent chills down Su Wanran's spine, raising goosebumps across her skin. Mu Chen, should we reconsider? Please, spare me. I have been quite obedient. Mu Chen playfully poked Su Wanran's small nose, exclaiming, afraid? How delightful. I revel in your fear. As his acquaintance with Su Wanran deepened, Mu Chen transformed from a timid individual into a mischievous boyfriend, teasing her playfully. Witnessing her expressions of terror brought him an unexpected thrill. Ugh, Mu Chen, how detestable, she exclaimed, delivering a light punch to his chest. Yet, her strikes grew softer and slower. If I were to actually ride the Tower of Terror, could you grant me a wish? Mu Chen nodded, intrigued. What wish do you have in mind? I wish to touch your face. I want to see what you look like. You must be incredibly handsome. Agreed. Let us proceed to the ride, she declared, attempting to pull Mu Chen along. In that instant, Mu Chen's smile froze. Wait a moment. I don't believe I ever agreed. However, the ride attendant's voice soon echoed. Is anyone interested in the Tower of Terror? Come buy your tickets. Before Mu Chen could react, he found himself being dragged forward by the girl. Xiaoqi, hurry. Xiaoqi, ever astute, grasped Su Wanran's hand and raced ahead, leaving Mu Chen no chance to respond. Breathless, Su Wanran approached the ticket attendant and said, Hello. May I have 2 tickets for the Tower of Terror, please? The attendant was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the blindfolded girl before her, accompanied by a guide dog. She realized that Su Wanran was visually impaired. It was astonishing to see such courage in a blind girl willing to ride the attraction. Yet, her towering companion, though somewhat resembling a goblin, appeared timid, drenched in sweat as if he feared the ride. Is this girl truly blind? Is it safe for a blind person to ride the Tower of Terror? The attendant pondered, bewildered by the contrasting reactions of the pair. But before she could voice her concerns, Su Wanran interjected, It's perfectly fine. I've ridden many times before. Mu Chen was taken aback. So, your fear was just an act? Su Wanran grinned. How else could I coax you into joining me on the ride? In truth, she had never ridden it before. After entrusting Xiaoqi to the attendant's temporary care, Mu Chen and Su Wanran settled into the safety harnesses of the Tower of Terror. Mu Chen's mind buzzed, and his heart raced. The girl, however, appeared remarkably composed. After a series of checks, the drop tower was finally ready to operate. The tower ascended slowly, reaching its pinnacle. 3, 2. At that moment, the girl suddenly mischievously exclaimed, Mu Chen. I like you. In the next instant, the drop tower accelerated downwards, vision blurring, heart pounding wildly, the phrase echoing incessantly in his ears. I like you. How exhilarating. The shrill scream of Su Wanran pierced through the air. Mu Chen could no longer discern whether his racing heartbeat stemmed from the girl's unexpected confession or the thrill of the descent. Meanwhile, the background music of the game gradually began to play. It seems that only upon meeting you do I yearn for freedom, as long as it's you. Losing everything is inconsequential. Baby, our relationship resembles a drop tower, lifting me skyward only to plummet suddenly. You bring me a whirlwind of madness. Surviving this ordeal makes it hard to breathe. As the drop tower activated, pure love emerged. At this moment, whether it was Mu-chan, who was engrossed in the game, or the blindfolded girl in the game, Xiao Wanyu, or even Lynn and Su Wanran watching the live stream, along with hundreds of thousands of online viewers, they were all left in awe. Oh my, so touching. That sudden confession from the girl brought me to tears. Xiao Wanyu is simply wonderful, the sweetest girl in the world. I declare this scene the most pure love moment of the year. This is not merely a game. It is art. This is infinitely better than dating. Oh, this black-hearted boss has cried. Tomorrow, my pre-prepared meals will only be sold to college students. I must share this video with my roommate. I'll wake him up to watch this live stream. Li Xiaoyang, I know you're watching. You must be grinning. How peculiar. Why am I smiling? Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, witnessing the girl's confession in the game, and seeing Mu-chen's flushed face, even Lynn, the creator of the game, could not contain his excitement. The show's effect was explosive. Wow, boss, so moving and romantic. The song we recorded together is absolutely beautiful. The show's effect is phenomenal. We are truly remarkable. Without hesitation, Su Wanran embraced Lynn, already in tears. Lynn reciprocated the embrace, exclaiming, "Indeed, we are incredible." As they embraced, the barrage in the live stream erupted even further. Are there more talents? Goodness, how did this become a couple again? You all better say this is scripted. This can't be just for show. How did you two end up in an embrace? Quickly, let go. You must release each other. As a single dog, I command you to let go. Sob, sob, sob. Alas, on one side lies the diligent game developers, embroiled in their romantic entanglements. And on the other, the players immersed in the virtual realm, engaged with their imaginary girlfriends. I find myself at a loss as to where to direct my attention. Oh, how I envy this narrative. Could it possibly be a portrayal of the daily romantic escapades of these two? As a solitary soul, I am filled with longing. My friend, I shall indulge in both narratives. The live stream chat has erupted in chaos. Countless reclusive viewers have lost their composure, yearning deep within for someone akin to Xiao Wanyu. At this moment, a singular thought occupies their minds. Please, let this game be released soon. I am eager to immerse myself. Buzzing with anticipation, the free-fall ride gradually descends. At this juncture, Mu-chen's mind is utterly overwhelmed by the recent confession, rendering him robotic in his responses to whatever Xiao Wanyu utters. This is rather enjoyable. I shall return for another experience, he muses. Mu-chen, let us depart. There are many attractions yet to explore today. Oh right. Mu-chen, finally regaining his senses, rises from his seat, his cheeks flushed and heart racing, reluctant to acknowledge the girl's earlier declaration of affection. They continue their adventure through the amusement park, with Xiao Wanyu tightly grasping Mu-chen's hand, which is now dampened with perspiration. Mu-chen, are you feeling anxious? What do I have to be nervous about? Haraha. Yet your palms are so sweaty. I'm merely warm. Very well. Do you recall the wish I just made? Quickly, I am eager to see it come to fruition. Chapter 32. Are you a fool? I won't allow you to call yourself a goblin. I like you the most. Xiao Wanyu raised her paw, revealing a mischievous grin. Shall we try that Ferris wheel, or perhaps the carousel? Mu-chan was prepared to employ his old trick, attempting to divert her attention. The girl puffed up her cheeks in irritation. You big fool, Mu-chan. Are you not going to fulfill your promise? We agreed to ride the drop tower. And you owe me a touch of your face. No matter what you look like, I will always like you. Mu-chan gazed into her pure eyes, seemingly able to see her clear, yearning gaze through the blue fabric. At that moment, he felt like a coward. She wanted to know what he looked like. He took several steps back, murmuring, I'm sorry. I don't want you to know. The more he cherished her, the more timid he became. Why, Mu-chan? The girl's puzzled voice echoed behind him. Mu-chan stood frozen, haunted by memories of misunderstanding due to his appearance throughout his life. Along with the discrimination and verbal humiliation he had endured, images of being mocked by others flashed before him. Someone like you will never find a girlfriend. No one would ever like someone like you. Disgusting. Don't look at me with those lewd eyes. Look everyone, there's a goblin. Brother, you'll never have a chance at love. Only two-dimensional characters would like you. Countless taunts and scorn danced before Mu-chen's eyes, their vivid red letters piercing his heart like sharp daggers. He had long been pricked into a hedgehog. How could he dare use his own sharpness to hurt her tender fingertips? With a heavy heart, Mu-chen turned to Xiao Wanyu, his voice low. I'm sorry, Xiao Wanyu. In truth, I am quite ugly. I am a goblin. I fear my appearance may frighten you, so please don't make it difficult for me. Yet in the next moment, the girl quickened her pace and leaped towards him. She saw nothing, yet stubbornly launched herself forward, almost stumbling. Wanyu. Mu-Chen rushed forward, catching her in his arms, terrified she might fall. However, she relentlessly pounded her small fists against his chest, her voice laced with tears. Fool, fool, fool. Mu-Chen is the biggest fool. Mu-Chen felt flustered, unsure how to comfort the girl whose emotions were spiraling out of control. I'm sorry, I'm a fool. Who told you to admit it? The girl's angry voice chimed, two streams of glistening tears cascading from her blue eyes. She released her grip and embraced Mu-Chen tightly. Mu-Chen, I won't allow you to call yourself a goblin. I don't care what others think of you, or what they say about you. I will always stand by your side to support you and cheer for you. You are the most wonderful and unique existence in the world. I like you the most. Mu-Chen felt as though his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer, rendering him speechless as he gazed at the serious countenance of the young girl before him. In that moment, tears streamed down Mu-Chen's face. Xiao Wanyu lifted her head and gently caressed Mu-Chen's cheek with her hand. Her fingers glided slowly across his face, gradually sketching his image in her heart. Oh, Mu-Chen, why are you crying? Please don't cry. The softness of her fingertips tenderly stroked his face. Mu-Chen's heart raced, and his pupils constricted, although Xiao Wanyu did not mention his facial imperfections. He felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Wow, so this is what Mu-Chen's mouth looks like. His nose is quite prominent, and his eyes are so large. His ears are also quite big. Mu-Chen is really handsome. When he strikes a pose, he must look incredibly formidable, like a master of martial arts. A ray of sunshine seemed to illuminate Mu-Chen's life, shedding the blood-stained thorns that had enveloped him. For the first time, he revealed a bright and sunny smile. Feeling extraordinarily handsome, and he excitedly affirmed to himself, Yes, I am indeed very handsome. Mu-Chen, you seem to be trembling. What? What are you talking about? I'm not nervous. Then why are your teeth chattering? It was that spicy sausage earlier. It made me breathe heavily. Is that so? I have a solution. What solution? In an instant, the girl's lips suddenly moved closer and swiftly planted a kiss on Mu-Chen's lips. Hee, I just had some mint candy. Isn't it refreshing? Mu-Chen gazed at the girl within the game, tears falling down his cheeks. This boy, who had been single for over 20 years, was experiencing his first kiss from a member of the opposite sex. Today he had surpassed so many firsts, being liked by a girl, being kissed, and receiving encouragement from her. Indeed, Mu-Chen, you are not a goblin. Whether in reality or within the game, Mu-Chen took a deep breath. Xiao Wanyu, I like you too. Will you be my girlfriend? Upon hearing Mu-Chen's confession, Xiao Wanyu was overwhelmed with excitement and gently replied, Mr. Mu, I'll be counting on you from now on. Whoa. All right. The internal test play concluded. The goblin otaku slumped in front of his computer, sobbing loudly. Thank you, Lynn. You have allowed me to experience what it feels like to have a girlfriend. I will take off my mask and live my life well. I will no longer feel inferior or evade reality. In the streaming room, hundreds of thousands of viewers trembled with excitement. They witnessed the transformation of a timid and humble boy, evolving from self-doubt to courage. The chat flooded with messages. I want an internal test spot too. I also want my Xiao Wanyu. This game is too perfect. I refuse to be a shill any longer. I admit I was sent by Gu Qinghan to slander Lynn. Woo, Lynn, I was wrong. I shouldn't have mocked Mu-Chen. Please restore my gaming privileges. Without this game, my life has lost its luster. My fantasy girlfriend has truly transcended boundaries. Lynn took a deep breath, equally astonished by the transcendent love story between Mu-Chen and Xiao Wanyu. He slowly rose to his feet, revealing a bright and cheerful smile. Mu-Chen, congratulations on acquiring your own fantasy girlfriend and overcoming your previous psychological shadow. I believe your future will be splendid. Simultaneously, he announced, I hereby declare the internal testing of my fantasy-themed girlfriend game open. The game will be available in the gaming marketplace, with 10,000 internal testing slots drawn daily for a month-long trial. As the live gameplay session concluded, Lynn and his sole employee, Su Wanran, expressed their gratitude for the audience's support with a deep bow. The broadcast ended amidst the audience's reluctant farewells. Phew, boss, that was truly touching. The narrative of mutual redemption was so moving that I couldn't hold back my tears. Su Wanran was still immersed in the romantic game, her eyes glistening with emotion. Lynn smiled. That's precisely the effect I aimed for. Hee hee, boss, I suppose this live stream can be deemed a success? Not just a success. It soared straight to the trending topics. Hee hee, boss, you surely must reward your only employee handsomely, right? A salary increase is a must. Yay, long live the boss. Su Wanran exclaimed, her joy radiating like a playful kitten. How do you plan to reciprocate to the boss? I shall obey the boss's commands without question. Oh my, Su Wanran, you are truly a genius. Your intelligence must be as lofty as your height. As Lynn and Su Wanran gazed at each other, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, causing Su Wanran to blush. Lynn averted his gaze, clearing his throat. Ahem, the ambience has become rather peculiar. The air conditioning seems to be a bit too high. Boss, is it time for dinner now? Su Wanran smiled, eager for Lynn's cooking. With a grand gesture, Lynn declared, let us go cook. After dinner, we'll do OQ, then have a good night's rest before heading to get our license tomorrow. Su Wanran was taken aback. Get a license? Isn't that a bit too fast? Lynn smiled, of course. We're establishing a game company. We need to get a business license, don't you think? Wow. I was thinking the same. About the business license, of course. Come help in the kitchen. Look at how Xiao Wan Yu actively lends a hand. Hey, don't compare me to the perfect female protagonist in the game. Su Wanran puffed her cheeks, approaching and smashing a clove of garlic with her fist. Humph. If helping is what it takes, then I shall. Lynn conceded that in this regard, Su Wanran certainly surpassed the game's heroine. Just as they celebrated the explosive success of the game's internal testing, Gu Qinghan was enduring the longest winter of her life. Boom. A clap of thunder echoed as rain began to pour over Jeangi. Gu Qinghan sat slumped in her chair, her gaze vacant as she stared at the LED promotional screen of Star God. Her world had collapsed. Chapter 33. The Goblin Otaku's heartfelt live stream goes viral. The unexpected emergence of a game has surged into trending discussions, heralding a new chapter for domestic gaming. Players across the internet fervently seek activation codes for the game's beta test. Could the realm of AI fantasy gaming truly be on the brink of realization? Meanwhile, shares of international AAA game developers plummet, and the bustling Dragon Gaming Tower is aglow as executives convene late into the night to strategize. This marks a bleak hour for foreign AAA games. With unparalleled technological prowess, this promises to be the most remarkable game of the year, reducing millions of players to tears over their fantasy girlfriends. Xiao Wan Yu is hailed as the most enchanting girl in existence. Mu Chun, please do not cry. Echoes in the empty CEO's office, where the live stream of my fantasy girlfriend reverberates. Gu Qinghan scrolls through trending topics on her phone, finding that 9 out of 10 relate to fantasy girlfriends, with the lone entry about her being derogatory. Anger seethes within her, causing her teeth to clench. In her solitude, she clings to a glimmer of hope, wishing to uncover flaws in the game by observing others' beta streams. How could Lynn and that girl have developed the game so swiftly? It seems implausible, almost mystical. Could he truly be a genius? Straightening her posture, Gu Qinghan hastily searches for streams of my fantasy girlfriend, yearning to witness others' gameplay. This is her final chance. If the quality of their streams falls short of the earlier one, it might indicate that the previous level was uniquely tailored, a commonplace promotional tactic among game developers. Soon enough, she discovers 2 accounts streaming my fantasy girlfriend, both providing an in-depth preview of the game. Beyond that, only Mu Chun possesses the qualification to play. Lynn must register the game with the company and list it on the game store to initiate the beta test in the domestic market on a larger scale. Alternatively, he could bypass domestic scrutiny by launching on the international platform, Steam. However, it is clear that Lynn has opted for the former, as a game crafted by the people of Longhua should rightfully debut in its own market. Collaborating with Steam would entail revenue sharing, and nowadays, creating a platform yields greater profits. After the stream concludes, Lynn shares the game files exclusively with 2 individuals, his close friend Zhang Wei and voice actress Su Qian. This gesture serves as a small token of appreciation, allowing them to enjoy some perks within the game. Remarkably, both friends promptly commenced their own live streams. Zhang Wei eagerly entered the game, proclaiming loudly, "Brothers, let me show you my progress. My fantasy girlfriend is a cultivator. No way, you're playing even before the beta testers. You must have some serious connections. Just a moment ago, I was hoping that Mu Chun would choose the mystical path of cultivation. Soaring through the skies is the greatest romance for us Dragon Nation folk. Enough talk, jump into the game. I'll send you a massive rocket." The viewers in the live stream were brimming with anticipation. As soon as Zhang Wei entered the game, he spotted Jiang, sitting cross-legged in meditation. Upon seeing her savior appear, Jiang snapped out of her meditative state. Senior, why did you suddenly disappear for so long? I thought I had offended you by undressing in front of you, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with worry. Zhang Wei's face flushed crimson at her words, and he hurriedly controlled his character to cover Jiang Yan's mouth, attempting to silence her. Hey, senior? Jiang Yan blinked innocently, gazing at the dark, swirling figure of the demon lord before her. The 100,000 viewers in the live stream were watching intently. All of Zhang Wei's previous antics had been laid bare by Jiang Yan's revelations. He felt utterly humiliated. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have gone live. But this explosive moment only served to transform the audience into a collective source of amusement. Oh, undressing? Is this game really that free? You little rascal, are you treating this game like an adult visual novel? That girl has such bright eyes, oh no. I mean, her legs are just well developed, they exclaimed. How outrageous. How can the game start with undressing? How about you perform a dual cultivation with your fantasy girlfriend right now? I'll send you a rocket immediately. Zhang Wei felt helpless. He had seen nothing untoward, yet the barrage of disdainful comments flooded in. It was as if he had jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't wash away the shame. He had no choice but to immerse himself in the game. Zhang Wei typed on the keyboard, "It's none of your business. Just now, a fellow named Lynn wanted to take you away, captivated by your exquisite beauty. I had to engage him in a fierce battle before he finally gave up on his intentions." Upon hearing that her senior had fought against a formidable opponent for her sake, Jiang Yan felt deeply touched. She stepped forward excitedly. "Senior, you weren't hurt, were you?" Zhang Wei replied, "How could I be hurt? With my wisdom and charm, that Lin fellow retreated voluntarily. You need not worry about him capturing you." "Ah, that's wonderful." Jiang Yan felt a surge of joy. If she had fallen into another's hands, who knows how badly it could have turned out. But with Zhang Wei, she felt secure and happy. She would willingly become his furnace. "Thank you so much for saving my life." "No need for thanks. How did it go with the spirit medicine you refined?" Touched, Jiang Yan finally mustered a faint smile. "Senior, when you were away, I had no choice but to meditate and cultivate. I have nearly digested the essence of the spiritual herb." Observing the character of Jiang Yan in the game, Zhang Wei noted that she had absorbed most of the herb's potency. He felt it inappropriate to ask her to disrobe in front of the audience of 100,000 in the live stream. At that moment, Jiang Yan flipped her hand, revealing an exquisite bracelet that shimmered like blood jade, its surface gleaming with a flowing radiance. "Senior, this is my life bracelet. Please accept it. You have saved my life. And from now on, my life belongs to you. Whatever you ask of me, I shall never refuse." Player Zhang Wei, your fantasy girlfriend's affection for you has increased slightly. She presents you with a token of love, the life bracelet. Will you reciprocate? Spend 18.8 to unlock the disciple function and establish a master-disciple bond with your fantasy girlfriend. Seeing how understanding Jiang Yan was, Zhang Wei felt even more eager for their future gaming experiences together. Without hesitation, he decided to invest. "I am the esteemed Zhang Wei. You may call me the master of the beneficial demon, Jiang Yan. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" "Really?" Upon hearing Zhang Wei's willingness to take her as a disciple, Jiang Yan nodded vigorously. "I am willing." "Very well. Since you wish to be my disciple, I shall bestow upon you a gift to commemorate our meeting." "Master, that's truly unnecessary. I am already immensely grateful for your rescue. Please do not gift me anything further. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Come, my disciple, I shall take you to slay those wicked beings, annihilating every evil faction. I shall forge for you the Yuaning artifact, the Emperor's banner." "Excuse me, Master, are we not ourselves considered evil? By eliminating the righteous, we shall become the righteous ourselves." "Ha ha ha. So this is how one resolves the matter of righteousness. I understand now." Chapter 34, Astonishing. Random plot, random characters? Players are utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Su Qian also entered the game. "Your gender has been detected as female. Please confirm if you wish to play this male-oriented game." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qian clicked confirm. "Exactly what I want, male-oriented. Please select your grand world." Su Qian similarly chose the realm of fantasy and cultivation. "Cool, ethereal wife. Here I come." Soon, she found herself in the game. Upon entering, Su Qian discovered she was a junior disciple of a sect, possessing a somewhat androgynous appearance. They were tasked by their master to exterminate a nest of demons. The moment she entered the game, combat ensued. Su Qian deftly maneuvered her character to subdue the demons. Sparks flew amidst a flurry of dazzling effects, surpassing even the most prestigious AAA titles. With a series of swift moves, she dispatched a demon beast and soared into the sky. The audience was left speechless. Goodness, a dating game with combat mechanics that rival those of action games. Wow, how smooth is this? One viewer exclaimed. I could make 10 videos about this, and 9 would be about this game, enticing me daily, right? This is what a cultivation game should be. Soaring through the skies on a flying sword, magical artifacts whirling about, talismans and formations, and the demons lack health bars. It's incredibly hardcore, fulfilling my fantasies of cultivation. At that moment, the Demon King appeared, a colossal wolf demon, brimming with vitality, towering over 30 feet tall. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a blood-curdling sound that felled several disciples. Su Qian, being merely a junior disciple in the game, was on the brink of being overwhelmed. Fool, get out of the way. Just then, a striking figure appeared before Su Qian, shielding her from the Demon King's roar. The figure swiftly turned around, casting a breathtaking glance at Su Qian. It was a flawless face disguised as a male, her senior brother from the sect. Her complexion pale. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Hurry, we are no match for it. She swiftly tucked Su Qian under her arm. Having watched numerous dramas featuring women disguised as men, Su Qian was certain this senior brother was indeed female. After all, from her vantage point, she could clearly see the senior brother's rather exaggeratedly sculpted pectorals. Su Qian's heart raced with exhilaration. Wow, I'm being held under the arm of the ethereal senior sister. How fortunate I and the audience in the live stream was equally captivated. Goodness, this game is astonishingly clever. It truly presents a female-oriented narrative. A senior brother disguised as a woman. I can absolutely get behind this. It seems women can play too. But wait, something felt amiss. Finally, a perceptive viewer noted the discrepancy. Zhang Wei's ideal game girlfriend and Su Qian's fantasy were entirely different, embodying two distinct styles. What did this signify? Hold on. This is terrifying. It seems they are not playing the same game at all. Another exclaimed. Wait, earlier. Lynn had mentioned that this game is an immersive romantic experience unique to each player. In the exclusive realm of the live stream, every viewer silently echoed that phrase within their hearts. A wave of disbelief surged through them. Could it truly be? Each individual's ideal partner, narrative, and gaming experience diverged uniquely. What was the ultimate purpose of this game? Was it destined to overshadow all others? The enigma deepened. How many secret cards did the illustrious Lynn still possess? Witnessing the comments, the authentic visuals of the game, and the contrasting narratives of Zhang Wei and Su Qian left Gu Qinghan profoundly astounded. At that moment, she could no longer rationalize her thoughts. She was utterly captivated. This game was invincible. In a daze, she rose, grabbing her bag. What more was there to discuss? The situation had reached its zenith. It was time to leave work. Gu Qinghan could hardly recall how she exited the office, and even on her drive home. She was so lost in thought that she was honked at repeatedly, nearly causing an accident. The driver behind, upon discovering it was a female driver, quickly relented. Upon returning to the opulent Gu family mansion in Jeangi, she stumbled through the door and into the living room like a ghost, lost in her own world. Just when she assumed that everyone at home had succumbed to slumber, she was greeted by the bright lights of the living room. The esteemed elder of the Gu family, Gu Tianqing, his wife, and the household staff were all present, awaiting the weary Gu Qinghan. Mrs. Back, I'll heat up dinner. The elders have been waiting for you, said the servant. Gu Qinghan lowered her head. Engulfed by guilt, she felt she had failed them. Yet, instead of a scolding, she was met with applause. The sound resonated through the room. Startled, she looked up at her father, who sat in a wheelchair, and her mother beside him. Confusion washed over her. How could they applaud her despite her apparent failures? In that moment, Gu Qinghan's weary heart found a sliver of solace, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Family was indeed a sanctuary. How wonderful they were, just as she was about to embrace her parents. The next words from her family froze her expression. Dear daughter, her mother smiled. Today, your father was overjoyed to hear about the explosive success of Lynn's new game from your company. He insisted on waiting for you to have dinner together. Gu Tianqing, despite his frail health, beamed with pride as he gazed at his daughter. He had initially intended to encourage her to gain experience at the game company, but he had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. All credit, however, was due to Lynn. Truly, a talented individual. Gu Tianqing exclaimed, oblivious to Lyn's departure. Having only glimpsed snippets of the live gameplay, with a warm smile, he said, "Daughter, you never cease to amaze me. You have saved our Gu family. In recent years, we have faced increasingly dire straits, with competitors eager to seize a piece of our pie. I entrusted the company to you with the hope that you would turn the tide, and to my astonishment, you truly have." I glimpsed a portion of the live broadcast. That game is simply extraordinary, reviving in me the youthful thrill of romance. Gu Qinghan was momentarily taken aback. "Father, are you perhaps misunderstanding something?" Gu Tianqing swiftly interjected. "I am not mistaken. I have watched Lynn's live stream. The technical prowess of this game is indeed remarkable, and it was developed by Lynn himself. I firmly believe that with this game, our Gu family will ascend to become the most illustrious family in Jeangi, and you shall emerge as a rising star in the business realm. My daughter, I must congratulate you in advance." At that moment, Gu Qinghan realized that Gu Tianqing was unaware of her decision to dismiss Lynn. He had merely seen snippets of the live stream and learned of the game's existence, mistakenly believing it to be a product of the Qihua Games team, especially since Lynn was someone she had personally promoted. After all, it is inconceivable for anyone to assume that such a grand game was developed by only two individuals. Gu Tianqing inhaled deeply, chuckling, "Ever since my stroke, I have been quite troubled. Although I know your abilities are formidable, you have never had practical experience. I worried that entrusting the family fortune to you might place too great a burden upon your shoulders. However, this situation has clarified my thoughts. There is absolutely no issue in passing the Gu family's legacy to you." At this point, Gu Qinghan felt utterly overwhelmed. "Father, do you truly comprehend what has transpired?" Yet, she hesitated to voice her concerns to Gu Tianqing. Her lips quivered. Lynn. Chapter 35. Gu Qinghan weeps bitterly. "Father, I have dismissed Lynn." Gu Tianqing waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Ah, I understand. Lynn is quite ambitious, aiming to create the best game in the country, which is why I gave him this opportunity. I never expected that you would produce such an impressive game, leaving even an old man like me astounded. How about this? Tomorrow, you should invite Lynn into our home for dinner. He is about your age, and since you haven't been in a relationship, it would be beneficial for you both to interact more, cooperate, and engage in deeper exchanges." Gu Tianqing even entertained the notion of fostering a romantic relationship between Gu Qinghan and Lynn. After all, Lynn had become quite a sought-after talent, and exchanging his daughter for the future of a family seemed a worthy investment. Furthermore, Lynn was not only handsome, but also exceptionally capable. Gu Tianqing greatly valued his abilities. He had been the one to promote Lynn in the first place. "I can't invite him," Gu Qinghan murmured softly. "What do you mean you can't invite him? Lynn has created such an impressive game, and now he is too important to be invited?" Gu Tianqing's expression darkened. At last, Gu Qinghan broke down. She took 2 steps back, tears streaming down her face. "Father, I have some bad news to tell you." Gu Tianqing's smile faded slightly. "What bad news?" Gu Qinghan's mother interjected. "Oh dear. While old Gu is in a good mood, you should speak up quickly. It's all right. Is it that too much funding has been spent? That's normal. What project doesn't burn money?" Gu Tianqing added, "Do not hesitate to speak. You have accomplished so much. Any mistake can be forgiven." Suddenly, Gu Qinghan fell to her knees, tears flowing freely as she cried out, "Father, I have dismissed Lynn. This game has nothing to do with our company. It is an independent game developed solely by Lynn." Gu Tianqing was momentarily stunned, furrowing his brow. How could this be? Lynn has been diligent in his work, and I am well aware of his dedication to the game. What reason do you have to dismiss him? With a sorrowful expression, Gu Qinghan replied, I met someone named Yi Jun abroad, who has more experience than Lynn. I thought to replace Lynn with someone I trust. Lynn has been too disobedient, completely out of my control, so I accidentally dismissed him." Upon hearing this, Gu Tianqing was left in shock. "No. How could you make such a significant decision without consulting me? Lynn is someone I have nurtured myself." The old man struggled to contain his racing heart. He looked at Gu Qinghan, pondering a troubling question. "No, you must be joking. A game of this magnitude, he accomplished it all by himself?" Gu Qinghan raised her head. Her eyes reddened as if she had suffered an immense injustice, and defended herself. "This is what I wish to know as well. Logically, this game has surpassed the era, more extravagant than any AAA game I am aware of. I do not know how he managed to create it. I heard it was the cloud-based modeling of AI algorithms represents a technological advancement that transcends the current era. In summary, I have dismissed him. This game has no connection to our family any longer. What? What did you say? You. Oh dear. Are you out of your mind? How could you commit such an act? Gu Tianqing nearly erupted from his wheelchair in a fit of rage, his heart twisting in agony, and the world around him fading to darkness. He gazed at his daughter, who had callously dismissed the talent he had painstakingly nurtured within the gaming company. The Gu family now stood on the precipice of ruin, surrounded by adversity, appearing resplendent on the surface while teetering on the brink of collapse, much like the state of Shu following the disastrous Battle of Yiling during the Three Kingdoms period. Lin was akin to Zhuge Liang, a legacy he intended to bequeath to Gu Qinghan. Yet, Gu Qinghan, like a feckless fool, had chosen to dismiss Lin. What difference does it make to a common person who has just won 5 million and then tears up the lottery ticket? He lamented the futility of it all and seethed at Gu Qinghan's misfortune. You wretched child. He raised his hand and struck Gu Qinghan fiercely across the face. You hit me? You struck me for Lin. Gu Qinghan was momentarily stunned. Her father had never raised a hand against her before, yet here he was, slapping her for Lin. Meanwhile, Gu Mu's heart ached for her. Oh, old Gu, it's merely a game. Why resort to violence against your daughter? It's just one game. Our company will survive without it. Gu Qinghan burst into tears, clinging to her mother. Mom, my dad hit me for a stranger. Boo-hoo child. What have you done wrong? If anyone is at fault, it is Lin for failing to heed the directives of his employer. Why should he not be dismissed? Hearing these two women prattling on, a semblance of reason dawned upon Gu Tianqing, and he felt as if his head might explode. Pointing at Gu Qinghan, he declared, once Lin develops his capital, you will come to realize. He will undoubtedly seek revenge against the Gu family. Furthermore, even if he were to show us mercy and refrain from retaliation, our family is destined for decline within 3 generations. We shall surely at this juncture. Gu Tianqing was seized by a sharp pain in his heart. My heart. He clutched his chest in agony, gasping for breath. Old Gu. Are you all right? Father, you cannot be unwell. I will take you to the hospital. Gu Qinghan exclaimed, alarmed at the sight of her father's distress. Gu Tianqing waved his hand weakly. Alas. Daughter, you have made a grave error. The only viable course of action is to bring Lin back. Only by doing so can we secure the rights to this game, and with it, a glimmer of hope for our family. Gu Qinghan shook her head. But I have already invited him back. Lin stated he would never return. Gu Tianqing felt another wave of anguish wash over his heart. Nonetheless, he must be invited back. Upon finishing his words, Gu Tianqing exhibited a hint of pride. In my days at the company, I promoted Lin. Thus I have bestowed upon him a favor, and he has shown me a modicum of respect in return. Even this old man still possesses a semblance of influence. Gu Qinghan, you must summon Lin back to us by tomorrow. Regardless of the cost, even if it requires a king's ransom, we must secure his return. Otherwise, our Gu family is truly doomed. I am willing to allocate all our liquid assets to you. 100 million, all for Lin. Perhaps this sum is trivial to him now, but you must convey to him that this is my earnest plea. I hope he can recall our past and grant us the rights to this game for our Qihua company. Gu Qinghan was taken aback. Father, is this truly all the liquid capital we possess? A heavy sigh escaped Gu Tianqing. What else is there? Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan's previously lofty demeanor crumbled entirely. The stark realization that her family was on the brink of bankruptcy struck her like a thunderbolt. The thought of sinking from a life of privilege to one burdened with debt, unable to drive luxury cars or fly in private jets, reduced to seeking employment at other companies, where the threat of layoffs loomed, was unbearable. The overwhelming psychological disparity was too much for Gu Qinghan to bear, and in that moment, she felt a profound sense of regret. Chapter 36. Su Wanran. Are you some evil god Cthulhu? How blind I must be, my judgment clouded. To have dismissed Lin, had I not let him go, at the very least, the star god would still be flourishing. Gu Qinghan was utterly terrified. She feared descending into the very class she once held in disdain. She relentlessly slapped her own face, whispering, Father, rest assured, I will bring Lin back. Regardless of what he says or does, no matter the humiliation he inflicts upon me, I will cling to his leg and ensure his return. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's unwavering resolve, Gu Tianqing's expression softened slightly. I shall write a letter to Lin, a personal note for you to deliver to him. Gu Qinghan steadied her father, wiping her tears. Father, you need not worry. Lin is a person of deep feelings and loyalty. He treats those around him with kindness. And he will undoubtedly hold you in great esteem. I would even relinquish my position as president for him to take. Well, you do show a measure of vision. Let Lin have the presidency. A deafening clap of thunder illuminated Gu Qinghan's pale face, which was etched with despair. He did not realize his mistake. He simply understood that death was imminent. Meanwhile, on Lin's side, he barricaded his bedroom door with his body. He looked disdainfully at Su Wanran, who stood at his door clutching her pillow and blanket, her eyes wide with a kitten-like innocence. Su Wanran declared, I want to sleep with you. Lin retorted, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Sleep? Is it a literary slumber or a martial one? Like how Xiao Wanyu and Mu Chen sleep together. Lin feigned disinterest, attempting to dissuade Su Wanran. That holds no appeal. I refuse to share a bed with you. What if you grind your teeth? I don't grind my teeth. If I did, I would have told you. How could I possibly know whether you grind your teeth while sleeping? Su Wanran muttered. It's not as if we Haven Tea slept together before. You were quite unruly, even touching my feet. Lin was taken aback, pondering when such an event had transpired. You must refrain from making such baseless claims. When have we ever shared a bed? When did I ever touch you? Su Wanran huffed. When we were little. It was freezing, and you touched my feet, placing them on your belly to warm them. Lin was at a loss for words. How could she remember such trivialities from their childhood so vividly? That was in our youth. Now we have grown up. Sharing a bed is something only couples do. But Mu Chun and Xiao Wanyu can sleep together, just for sleep. I promise I won't do anything to you. If I touch you, I'll be a dog. Lin was speechless, realizing that according to Su Wanran's logic, he was the victim. You are aware that this is merely a game, where for the sake of the plot, certain rationalities may be sacrificed, commonly referred to as suspending disbelief. Well, my brain feels as though it has been devoured by zombies. With that, Su Wanran stealthily slipped under Lin's arm and into his room, attempting to claim his bed like an octopus. However, in the next moment, she found herself unceremoniously pulled out by Lin. Your presence disrupts my slumber. Have you disturbed Brother Lin's flight? Kindly silence yourself. How unbecoming of you to utter such foul language, and you, a woman, have divulged all the boy's little secrets. Boom. At that moment, a lightning bolt struck, followed by a thunderous roar. Brother Lin, I beseech you. I feel quite frightened by the thunder outside. Su Wanran attempted to act cute. We are adults now. How can you fear thunder? Go sleep on the sofa. Oh. Su Wanran, disheartened, slumped onto the sofa. Just as Lin was about to close the door, another bolt of lightning illuminated Su Wanran's pale face, rendering her pitifully vulnerable. Trembling, she covered her head with the blanket, appearing genuinely terrified. Surely, no ghost will come to seize me at night. I'm scared, sob, Brother Lin. I'm frightened, observing the quaking figure beneath the covers. Lin paused for a moment. Ultimately, he softened. Come in, just for this night. Very well. In the next instant, Su Wanran dashed into Lin's room at a sprinting pace, promptly shutting the door behind her. She then wrapped herself snugly in her blanket, reminiscent of a child awaiting praise from their mother. Lin barely registered her movements. He sighed. She hardly appeared frightened, but rather triumphant in her scheme. Alas, I must not be so soft-hearted next time. Lin closed the door and lay down on the bed. The two lay on the same bed, attuned to each other's breathing. After half an hour, Lin closed his eyes, ready to sleep. Just then, a pair of icy, delicate feet stealthily crept under the covers without warning. Lin nearly froze from the shock. Goodness. Do girls possess frost magic for their legs? Su Wanran, remove your cold feet from my blanket. Do you wish to freeze me to death? Brother Lin. I'm cold. The water is turning to ice. Su Wanran, eyes closed, her long lashes fluttering, spoke in a dreamy voice, likely reliving childhood memories. Watching the peacefully sleeping Su Wanran, Lin felt a sense of helplessness. Sigh, I shall indulge you. He placed his hand on her delicate foot, gently rubbing it, as he did in their childhood, sharing his warmth with her coolness. The following day, the unscrupulous boss Lin and his loyal yet simple-minded employee, Su Wanran, erupted into another quarrel. Boss, why do you have panda eyes? And you're still smiling? Su Wanran, do you have ADHD? Do you have any idea how many times you kicked off the blanket last night? And how many times I had to cover you again? You even attempted to play Tetris on the bed, rolling about like a block. Su Wanran looked bewildered. I have no recollection at all. I sleep so soundly. Otherwise, how did I fall off the sofa last time? Lin was at a loss for words. Could it be that she truly was not being intentional? Well, let's set that aside for now. You mentioned last night that you wouldn't touch me, and if you did, you would be a dog. But do you realize how many times you attempted to shove your smelly feet under my covers? Woof woof, am I a dog? Su Wanran stuck out her tongue, mimicking a dog's bark, her face adorned with a mischievous expression. Lynn felt a wave of helplessness. She had even started barking like a dog, so perhaps she could forgive her. Lynn softened her tone. I placed your foot back once, yet you pulled it out again. You're just like the malevolent deity Cthulhu, entangling me. I had just tucked your foot back under your blanket, and your hand came creeping in again. Do you even realize how cold your body is? What is the matter? Are you Wang Zhaojun, expanding the warmth in the covers? What kind of description is that? Have you ever encountered a Cthulhu as fragrant and soft as I am? Though, that reference to Wang Zhaojun. Heh, is that a compliment to my appearance? Absolutely not. Lynn continued. What were you dreaming about last night? Always exclaiming that you were cold. Hee hee, it's just a memory from our childhood. Playing by the water tank. I accidentally fell in, and you pulled me out, and I kept shouting that I was cold, so you held me close. What about you? Lynn recalled her dream from the previous night. I dreamt I was Xiao Yan, refining the heart of fire from the blue lotus. And beside me was Hai Bo Dong, continuously providing cooling. Hee hee, am I your Hai Bo Dong? How intriguing to be such companions. No, you are blue silvergrass. Why? Because of your maternal entanglement. Wah. I am clearly Xiao Wu. Why? Because the rabbit kicks the eagle. Chapter 37. Gu Qinghan. I intend to report you. I shall ensure your game fails to pass review. Doomed to obscurity. The two of them indulged in a bit of lingering intimacy in bed before rising, donning their attire, freshening up, and jostling for the bathroom. Their behavior scarcely distinguishable from that of an established couple. Have you brought your identification? Yes, I have. Come. Let us step out to obtain our certificate. Excellent. Su Wanran's lips curled into a smile, as if they were not headed to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, but rather to the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, just as Lynn and Su Wanran stepped outside, they encountered the last person they wished to see. Lynn, please wait. Accompanied by the sound of clicking high heels, Gu Qinghan approached. It seemed she had been waiting at Lynn's doorstep for quite some time, hesitating and deliberating, yet never daring to knock. Now that Lynn had opened the door, she had no choice but to muster the courage to engage. Today, Gu Qinghan was adorned exquisitely, her eyes lacking their usual sharpness, replaced by a demeanor of subservience, embodying the essence of vulnerability when seeking favor. Strangely enough, this transformation lent her a wife-like gentleness, tinged with a poignant sense of fragility. If she were to shoot a few films in the land of cherry blossoms, she might indeed have a chance to ascend to stardom. Lynn and Su Wanran exchanged glances, Lynn's gaze turning frosty. Meanwhile, Su Wanran glared at Gu Qinghan with indignation, as if guarding against a thief. Being a woman herself, she sensed that Gu Qinghan's intentions were anything but benign. This woman, adorned so flamboyantly, was likely attempting to employ her charms. She was about to unleash her inner dragon. With a somewhat exaggerated smile, Su Wanran donned a villainous grin, tauntingly remarking, "Oh, boss, this wouldn't be the Gu Qinghan you previously dismissed, would it?" Lynn affirmed, "Indeed." Gu Qinghan attempted to bridge the gap with Su Wanran. "You must be Su Wanran, the younger sister. I am Gu Qinghan. It is a pleasure to meet you." Su Wanran, no longer the sweet girl, had morphed into a sharp-tongued vixen. "Isn't that the boss's? What brings you to our abode this early? Are you here to kneel and admit your fault?" Gu Qinghan's smile instantly faltered, her desire to retaliate stifled by apprehension, leaving her awkwardly frozen in place. Lynn, exasperated, pinched Su Wanran. The two exchanged knowing glances. Lynn communicated silently. "You are playing the role of a mindless lackey from a villain in The Return of the Dragon King." Su Wanran responded animatedly. "Hee hee, then you shall portray the dragon with a crooked mouth." Lynn coughed lightly. "Well, that could work." Turning her attention back to Gu Qinghan, she coldly inquired, "Gu, I have already resigned. What more do you seek from me? Are you here to fulfill the promise of kneeling and apologizing?" Gu Qinghan, brushing her hair aside, displayed a contrite expression, speaking earnestly. "I am truly sorry, Lynn. I now recognize the grave error of my ways. Lynn, I have dismissed Yijun. If possible, I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. Please grant me another chance. I am willing to negotiate any terms should you choose to return to the company." Su Wanran immediately interjected. "Oh, come on. Today you dismiss one. tomorrow another. And now you wish to negotiate? What nonsense. Do you know the current worth of our boss? Just now, Tinglong Games stated that they intended to invest 100 billion in our boss, but he turned them down. Lynn cast a glance at Su Wanran. This girl certainly had a flair for exaggeration. Su Wanran chuckled mischievously. I said it a bit grandly to scare her. Though Gu Qinghan may lack intellect, she was not naive enough to genuinely believe Su Wanran's claims of 100 billion investment. However, if she continued to hesitate, other investors would likely seize the opportunity and shower Lynn in with offers. Gu Qinghan bit her lip, feeling somewhat flustered. Lynn, I came here today with a straightforward purpose. In the next moment, a pair of fair, elegant legs knelt before Lynn. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Gu Qinghan knelt before Lynn, her pristine legs together, tears streaming down her face. Please, Lynn, grant me a chance. You can lead Chihua Game Company, and I will willingly serve as your assistant. All decisions will be yours to make, and everyone in the company, including me, will follow your command. As she spoke, her gaze turned enticing, her voice softening into a gentle plea. Nearby, Su Wanran's eyes widened in fury, entering a state of protective vigilance. Humph. What do you think you're doing? Trying to seduce our boss? Let me tell you, that won't happen. Gu Qinghan raised her head, biting her lip, her tone almost pleading. Lynn, Chihua can exist without me, but it cannot do so without you. If you return, I will resign. From Lynn's perspective, the proud and stunning female CEO knelt before him, abandoning her dignity to beseech his agreement, revealing a glimpse of her flawless skin. This was undeniably seduction. Brazenly so, most would find it hard to resist. Yet Lynn remained indifferent, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked down at Gu Qinghan. I'm sorry, but I'm busy. I need to go register my marriage with my employee. Lynn had no desire to waste more words with Gu Qinghan. Now that she was kneeling, there was no need to entangle himself further with such foolishness, fearing he might catch her stupidity. With that, he took Su Wanran's hand and prepared to leave. Gu Qinghan's voice called out from behind. Lynn, 100 million. Lynn, I understand that this amount is far from sufficient to compensate you. But if you are willing to return, your annual salary will start at 100 million. Gu Qinghan shouted suddenly. 100 million? Lynn wore a smirk of derision. Noticing Lynn had paused, Gu Qinghan hastily crawled closer, clutching his thigh, her hand trembling as she held out a document. But wait. Look, as long as you agree to come back, the position of president will be yours, and Chihua Game Company will belong to you. We will all be your subordinates, ready to operate Xing Shun and Fantasy Girlfriend. At that point, it won't just be 100 million. We could earn billions. Seeing Lynn still indifferent, Gu Qinghan seemed to remember something urgently and reached into her pocket, pulling out a letter, one written by Gu Tianqing himself. This letter was personally written for you by my father. He is currently hospitalized due to a stroke. It is all my fault, all my fault. His final wish before falling into a coma was to see you return to the company. Upon hearing that the elder who had once promoted him was hospitalized, Lynn's expression softened slightly, yet he refrained from accepting the letter. Instead, a hint of indifference crossed his face. I have ascended to the position of game development lead solely through my own expertise. Even if there was the commendation from old Master Gu, I have long since repaid that debt. The countless nights I toiled, creating games, have already settled his gratitude for recognizing my talent. Although old Master Gu elevated my career, I have made significant contributions to the company over the years. Our merits and faults balance out. I am merely an employee, not a serf. Now that the labor contract has been dissolved, there is no reason for me to return. My current aspiration is quite simple, to create games without the constraints of capital. With that, Lynn departed with Su Wanran. As they left, Su Wanran cast a few glances back at Gu Qinghan, her gaze laden with the ferocity of a Sichuan dragon. No. Gu Qinghan's pupils constricted, and she collapsed onto the ground. She had failed. She had presented her utmost efforts, even preparing herself for the humiliation from Lynn. Yet, she still faced defeat. Lynn, I have gone to such lengths. And you still refuse? How utterly despicable. Gu Qinghan's face alternated between shades of green and red. Trembling, she retrieved her phone and dialed her father's number. What happened? Did Lynn agree? Gu Qinghan recounted the events to her father. Dad, Lynn is insufferable. He humiliated me, showing no regard for you, claiming he has already repaid your kindness. All he desires now is to make games. Bah, that ingrate. He learned everything at our game company and now absconds with the knowledge. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's persistent delusions, old Master Gu felt a sudden, sharp pain in his heart. He cried out, then collapsed from his wheelchair. Voices of nurses and doctors echoed nearby. Quickly, we need to save him. His heartbeat is gone. Prepare for resuscitation. Listening to the chaos on the phone, Gu Qinghan panicked, clutching her phone tightly, desperately inquiring, how is my father? What is happening to my father? After a prolonged silence, the sounds of resuscitation ceased. A voice delivered the tragic news. Miss Gu, I regret to inform you that your father has passed away. In an instant, Gu Qinghan felt as though her anchor had been severed. Watching Lynn and Su Wanran depart blissfully, a blaze of hatred ignited within her heart. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. I earnestly implored you to return, and yet you drove my father to his death. Lynn, I will not rest until I oppose you to the very end. Her gaze flickered with malice and venom, resembling a venomous serpent. A thought struck her, revealing a glint of ruthlessness in her eyes. She seized her phone and swiftly dialed a number, her tone icy. Mobilize the trolls. Let us collectively report my fantasy girlfriend game. I shall ensure it meets its demise before birth, failing to pass review and never making it to the shelves. Lynn, I want to see you roasted by the players. Chapter 38. Game Rating 18. Review. Is the campus spring still here? This game shall not pass my scrutiny. Quickly, Su Wanran, ride upon me and nourish me. Here they come. Charge. Lynn, controlling Marco Polo, surged into the opposing team of 5 like a tempest. Accompanied by Su Wanran's Yao. With fervor, he unleashed a torrent of gunfire, complemented by the hellish trigger. Repair. Lynn shouted, his fingers gliding swiftly across the screen. The character within the game unleashed a furious barrage, bullets cascading like a torrential downpour. The health bars of the opposing team plummeted instantaneously. Through the seamless collaboration between Lynn and Su Wanran, they achieved victory in the team battle, subsequently pushing down the enemy's crystal with relentless momentum. The game interface displayed the victorious message, and Lynn and Su Wanran joyfully clapped their hands. Nice. All right, this feels splendid. Seated on the tatama mat, Lynn and Su Wanran sipped their joy-inducing beverages and indulged in snacks, merrily engaging in a duo game. They laughed heartily during favorable moments, and remained stoic when faced with adversity, primarily due to the lack of pressing matters at hand. Their gaming company, aptly named Unscientific Games, was established following their discussions, as both believed the game development process to be rather unconventional. Lynn's gaming platform was also set up, entitled Fantasy Platform. One could envision this platform eventually standing shoulder to shoulder with renowned international platforms such as Steam and V-Game, potentially even surpassing them. The game had been uploaded, now awaiting review. However, given its substantial scale, the review process could consume 10 days to a fortnight. Lynn felt powerless in this regard, left with no choice but to implore the beta testers to exercise patience. After all, he lacked the privilege to expedite the review process. Lynn's game development system had not refreshed its daily tasks, akin to completing the main storyline with no new quests available, leaving only side tasks to pursue. From Lynn's understanding, daily tasks were likely bound to individual games. Thus, once his fantasy-themed girlfriend game was completed, there were no further tasks to undertake unless he initiated a new game, which could potentially refresh the system's tasks. Naturally, Lynn could not limit himself to just the fantasy-themed girlfriend game. Although it was quite robust, the elements of Chinese culture were not prominently featured, rendering it less recognizable as a game from the Dragon Kingdom to foreign audiences. Therefore, Lynn contemplated launching games with more distinct Chinese cultural elements in the future. Currently, the side task was to achieve sales of 10 billion, unlocking the game helmet. Lynn was particularly intrigued by the game helmet. Having read numerous novels wherein such devices transported players into alternate realities, he aspired to expedite its creation, as it represented a true epic-defining innovation. Utilizing this helmet to experience the fantasy-themed girlfriend game would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Furthermore, it could facilitate the construction of another world, thereby actualizing the concept of the metaverse. In that moment, Lynn became akin to a creator in another realm. Just then, Su Wanran's voice pulled him back to reality. Come on, let us play another round. She urged him. However, at that moment, Lynn's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Jeangi. Without hesitation, Lynn answered. Hello, Jeangi. Are you enjoying your time with your fantasy girlfriend? I've set up an exclusive game for you and Su Qian. No one else can play, just the two of you. Seize this opportunity to collect the Maybach fragments. Lynn chuckled. On the other end, Jeangi responded with a wry smile. The game is indeed enjoyable. But I can't stream right now. My streaming privileges have been suspended. Lynn paused. Did you do something wrong? Were you trying to make your fantasy girlfriend engage in inappropriate activities? I've warned you before. This game has a mechanism against such content. It's a pure love game. Jeangi shook his head. I'm currently abiding by the law. I assure you, I've done none of those things you mentioned. My relationship with my girlfriend is great. She has completely turned into a rebellious disciple, constantly wanting to overthrow me. Lynn chuckled. Stop boasting. So why can't you stream? Jeangi spoke with concern. It seems I've been reported too many times, claiming the game contains unsuitable content. I'm worried it won't pass the review. Lynn was taken aback, but understood. After all, a tall tree attracts the wind, and many were watching their game, hoping for its downfall. Meanwhile, Su Wanran had also overheard Lynn and Zhang Wei's conversation. She quickly searched online and soon found a troubling report. Boss, take a look, she said, showing her phone. Lynn glanced at the screen, revealing a plethora of inexplicable complaints directed at the game review department, all concerning fantasy-themed girlfriends. Lynn narrowed his eyes, pondering if these reports were connected to a certain foolish individual. What should we do, boss? Is our game going to fail the review? All our hard work will be in vain. Su Wanran looked worried. Lynn smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, my game will definitely pass the review. Su Wanran was taken aback. Boss, are you really that confident? Lynn chuckled. This game can make the reviewers weep. Do you believe it? Su Wanran laughed. If I can be made to cry, they stand no chance. Enough said. Let us prepare. The Ma Yao duo will continue to wreak havoc. All right, I'll handle the chaos. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream room, unable to watch the game, was filled with anxiety. It seemed that the fantasy-themed girlfriends were facing setbacks from their peers and reports. Would they pass the review? What should they do? It is well known that the regulations in Long Country are quite stringent. Players had already begun leaving messages below the fantasy-themed girlfriend platform, pleading for the review to be approved and asking when they would be able to play again. The internal testing slots are available, yet there is no game to play. I am utterly vexed. Dear leaders, I implore you, please refrain from investigating this game any further. I have devoted 3 years to playing visual novels, depleting both my health and finances in the process. Now that I have finally encountered a new romantic game, you insist on categorizing it as a visual novel. Do we players not possess the discernment to judge its nature? The game review department, acutely aware of the anxious pleas and sincere messages from players, has taken this game very seriously. Particularly noteworthy is its utilization of AI to construct models and narratives, representing a formidable advancement over traditional gaming formats. Indeed, I have never encountered a game with entirely randomized plots and characters of such immense scale. In response, the review department has assembled the most stringent review team in the country, comprising dozens of individuals dedicated to evaluating this game. At the helm is a middle-aged man with sparse hair and a square face, Meng Haofan. His demeanor exudes indifference, characterized solely by a diligent work ethic, devoid of emotion, presenting a remarkably rational front. This man instills trepidation among domestic game developers. It is said that Meng Haofan has previously rejected numerous games that could have passed review, citing reasons such as the game's propensity to induce players toward microtransactions or its risky plot elements. It is ironic that even major game studios often feature similar monetization strategies or offer provocative skins. However, they benefit from influential backing that allows for leniency in approval. While smaller developers live in constant fear, many small game studios harbor a palpable dread of him, even bestowing upon him the ominous moniker of Meng the King of Hell. There is a prevailing belief that any game scrutinized by him faces an uphill battle for approval. The review process is conducted in a semi-live format, meaning that the public is informed of the progress and personnel involved in the review, yet the specific content of the review itself remains undisclosed. Upon seeing the list of review team members, Gu Qinghan clapped her hands upon spotting Meng Haofan's name. Excellent, excellent. With him in charge, this fantasy-themed girlfriend game stands no chance of passing, particularly given its heavy monetization and school-related elements. The review process continues, and among the reviewers, one was so moved by the game that they wept, bowing over their computer in tears. Oh, whoa. Meng Haofan furrowed his brow. How can one cry while playing a game? Is it truly that touching? Return to work. The weeping reviewer turned to Meng Haofan, pleading, Leader, let it pass. This is most certainly not a visual novel. It is a redemption. I wholeheartedly approve. Another reviewer also stood to declare, I approve. A steady stream of reviewers voiced their approval for the game, yet the final decision resided solely with Meng Haofan. Observing his team members, visibly stirred after experiencing the game, Meng Haofan furrowed his brow deeply. He had never witnessed such an emotional response within his team. I am curious to discover what enchantment this game possesses that has transformed each of you in such a manner. Meng Haofan had never been particularly fond of games, and witnessing the transformation of his own review team members only deepened his disdain for this particular title. The game, titled My Fantasy Girlfriend, caused him to furrow his brow, eliciting a subjective bias within him. Where was the fantasy in that? He was a person who never indulged in daydreams. He believed in striving for tangible achievements in reality. Engaging in games and becoming absorbed in them would only lead to a loss of ambition. Humph, and what is this about campus romance? This game would never pass my scrutiny. With a resolute mindset, Meng Haofan launched the game, having donned his metaphorical discerning eye. Any hint of vulgarity would result in an immediate rejection. As he observed his superior personally playing the game, adorned with an expression of profound discontent, the reviewers exchanged glances, feeling a wave of sympathy for the game in that moment. Alas, having the boss personally review this title spelled doom for it. Indeed, not a single game he had ever overseen had successfully passed review. It was inevitable. The boss had remained single since graduating from university, never engaging in romantic relationships. Even when introduced to potential partners, he showed no interest. The reasons for this were shrouded in mystery. Despite his substantial income and esteemed position, marrying a wife would be a simple affair for him, yet he resolutely chose a life devoid of marriage. This game's encounter with the boss was indeed a tragedy for it. It was simply too enjoyable, far too enjoyable. Sigh, if only I were the boss. I would approve it without hesitation, one of the reviewers muttered softly. Meng Haofan's gaze fell upon the game icon for My Fantasy Girlfriend. Upon closer inspection, the faceless visage seemed to take on features, revealing a youthful and innocent face that smiled back at him. He fancied he heard a young girl's voice whispering in his ear. Hey, Meng Haofan, why are you still such a simpleton, just like back then? His pupils contracted. The resemblance of that face to the luminous figure of his past was uncanny. That voice, was it merely a figment of his imagination? He blinked again, yet the game interface remained a blank visage. Feeling a sense of desolation wash over him, Meng Haofan sighed. Was it just an illusion? She had long since departed. How could that be? Perhaps it was the fatigue of work manifesting as hallucinations, or perhaps he simply missed her too dearly with a wry smile. He clicked the mouse and entered the game. Chapter 39. The deceased moonlight resurrected in the game. With a soft click, Meng Haofan retrieved his fountain pen and unfurled a black office notebook, resembling an arrogant culinary critic poised to conduct a thorough review of the game titled Fantasy Girlfriend. Scrawled within the pages were numerous previously unapproved games. Girls Total War, not recommended for approval due to its suggestive content, excessive monetization, and vulgarity. Goddess of the Celestial Realm. Advised against approval for its misleading inducements. Campus Simulator, disapproved due to its school elements. Yandere Girl Falls for Me, disapproved. Tokyo Daily Life, disapproved. This merely represented a fraction of the densely packed entries in his notebook. However, Fantasy Girlfriend had transgressed nearly all of Meng Haofan's prohibitions. Campus themes, fantasy elements, and youthful exuberance. To Meng Haofan, this so-called Fantasy Girlfriend was merely another game destined for his impending censorship. He stared blankly at the icon, his mouse hovering over it. With a soft sigh, he lamented his fatigue, to the point of hallucinating, hearing the voice and seeing the smile of the long-departed Moonlight. They had promised to attend university together, and both had indeed gained admission to the same institution. Yet, she had tragically met her end on the eve of her 18th birthday. Struck down by a hit-and-run taxi while returning home after working part-time at a convenience store to buy him a birthday cake. Meng Haofan could never forgive himself. Each birthday became a harrowing reminder of his loss, further deepening his melancholy. I miss her, he thought, as he entered the game. The background music was lively, and upon hearing the Meta March, one could easily sense the rich ambience of romance, accompanied by a lovely girl swaying beside him. She exuded vivacity, eager to merge with him, willing to undertake any madness for his sake. Previous reviewers had found the music delightful. However, Meng Haofan maintained a stoic expression, boring background music. It failed to evoke joy in this nearing 40-year-old man. At that moment, He merely wished to expedite the review process, drive several kilometers after work, purchase a few books and flowers, and acquire her favorite potato cakes, to sit before her gravestone, converse with her, and share his recent thoughts, lingering there through the night. Many shun the cemetery at night, fearful of spirits. Yet, Meng Haofan felt no fear whatsoever. I am a resolute materialist, he mused. But it is only in your presence that I find myself yearning for the existence of the supernatural. Game loading. After confirming his adulthood status and entering his nickname along with some disclaimer agreements, a grand world selection screen materialized before Meng Haofan's eyes. Player Meng Haofan, please select your game world. Urban daily life. Campus spring colors. Without hesitation, Meng Haofan clicked on campus spring colors, simultaneously jotting down in his notebook. The game incorporates campus elements, which may have detrimental influences on students. The next moment, a prompt appeared. Meng Haofan, do you wish to return to the age of 18? The pen in Meng Haofan's hand came to an abrupt halt, a hint of derision dancing across his face. Returning to 18? This game is utterly ridiculous. Yet, despite his scornful words, his hand obediently reached for the mouse, and he clicked yes without further ado. For an immersive gaming experience, we request permission to scan your face to recreate your appearance at 18. If you decline, the game will randomly generate a campus world, diminishing the immersive experience. Please make your selection. Meng Haofan was on the verge of condemning this game to oblivion. What audacity to require a facial scan from players, using their faces for modeling. Wasn't that a violation of privacy? Fine, if that's how it is to be played. After some contemplation, Meng Haofan decided to reveal his face, allowing the computer's camera to record his features. Soon, the game began to model itself, deducing what Meng Haofan might have looked like at 18. Before long, an image of an 18-year-old face appeared on the screen, adorned with shaving foam, his smooth visage clad in a simple shirt, sporting short hair and a sharp gaze, radiating youthful vigor and an inherent charm. He chuckled at the screen. Huh? I am the most handsome in the world. Meng Haofan's pupils constricted. The reflection truly mirrored his 18-year-old self, down to that very essence of youthful exuberance. His breath quickened. His avatar had indeed returned to 18 years of age, showcasing impressive modeling capabilities. Yet, he soon slumped back in his chair, disheartened. What did it matter to return to 18? She would not come back. Even if he encountered a fantasy girlfriend, no illusion, no matter how beautiful, could compare to the memory of his lost white moonlight. Just then, a pair of hands covered Meng Haofan's eyes. Meng Haofan, guess who I am? The tinkling voice of a girl instantaneously transported him back to 18. That voice. How familiar it sounded. Panicking, Meng Haofan maneuvered his character, eager to pry away that hand. Yet, a peal of laughter echoed from behind. Hee, if you can't guess. I won't let go. The voice intertwined with the echoes of Meng Haofan's memories. His breathing intensified. How could it be so similar? In the game's perspective, delicate hands obscured his vision, light filtering through the gaps between her fingers. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, he could glimpse her soft hands. Even the shimmering reflections from the sink danced vividly upon the white wall. Good heavens, is this what you call a game? This is far too lifelike. The reality of the situation was so profound that Meng Haofan found it difficult to distinguish between the tangible and the illusory. His body trembled as he tentatively typed. Yin Xiaowei? You guessed it right away. Couldn't you have taken a few more guesses? Yin Xiaowei released her grip. In the next moment, Meng Haofan turned around, looking at her with palpable urgency. The sight nearly brought him to tears. She resembled someone he knew all too well, like Zhu Beiji gazing at a celestial being, or the ruthless emperor beholding Yi Fan, a flower of striking similarity. Before him stood a young woman clad in a white floral dress, her cheerful gaze fixed on Meng Haofan. The affection and shyness reflected in her eyes were uncannily reminiscent of memories etched in his mind. It would be more accurate to say there was about a 70% resemblance. However, having not seen her for many years, the striking likeness of this dreamlike companion stirred in him an additional 3% of nostalgia. The system could not replicate the exact likeness of the cherished memories in the player's mind. That would defy the laws of nature. Hey, Meng Haofan, why are you still as dazed as you were in high school? We're about to embark on our university journey together. If you keep acting like this, the others will bully you. But worry not, I shall protect you. Yin Xiaowei waved her hand before him, placing her hands on her hips and puffing out her chest, signaling her intent to shield Meng Haofan during their time at university. This scene caused Meng Haofan to weep even more. Suddenly, a familiar figure crossed his mind. Wasn't this the very moment he had longed for? His greatest regret was not being able to attend university with Bai Yueguang, who had passed away before they could share that experience. Yet now, it was manifesting in a dreamlike form within the game. Simultaneously, a notification appeared in the game. Player Meng Haofan, a top-up of 6 yuan will unlock the university military training storyline. Without hesitation, Meng Haofan picked up his phone and began scanning to recharge. Meanwhile, his subordinates, fellow reviewers, observed their leader as he laughed and cried at the screen. Without a second thought, they too pulled out their phones, quickly tapping the screen before returning their attention to it with earnest expressions. They were utterly dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Did I just imagine that? Did I really see the boss cry? I too suspect I am hallucinating. I actually saw him spending money in the game. Wait, aren't we supposed to be reviewing games? Why is the boss playing? One reviewer adjusted his glasses and smiled. Isn't this wonderful? When has our leader ever smiled so joyfully, like a youthful boy? It seems our boss is about to succumb to the allure. Chapter 40. The audit brought tears. This is not merely butter, it is redemption. The crowd exchanged joyful glances, their hearts brimming with delight. Only those who had truly experienced this game understood the extraordinary allure it possessed. In no time, Meng Haofan successfully made his in-game purchases. Within this digital realm, he embarked on his collegiate journey alongside his idealized girlfriend, Yin Xiaowei. The game was remarkably immersive, drawing inspiration from Meng Haofan's actual age. And the university depicted was reminiscent of one from decades past. Though some details diverged from Meng Haofan's memories, after so many years, who could recall every nuance? He found himself utterly absorbed in the game. The allure of a false beauty, an exquisitely adorned, youthful maiden enticingly posed before him. The true beauty, however, presented herself. Hello, Teacher Luo, my name is Zhuangyan. As the hours slipped by, Meng Haofan was ensnared in this captivating world, entirely oblivious to his role as an auditor. Player Meng Haofan, would you like to spend 6.8 to unlock the real-time chat feature? Yes. Player Meng Haofan, would you like to spend 16.8 to purchase a limited edition outfit for your dream girlfriend? Absolutely. Player Meng Haofan, would you like to spend 2.8 to fulfill your dream girlfriend's wish to adopt a stray cat? Yes. Player Meng Haofan, your birthday is approaching, and your dream girlfriend may wish to present you with a gift. Wait, no. Meng Haofan's pupils dilated. In his previous life, Yin Xiaowei had taken a part-time job solely to surprise him with a birthday cake, only to tragically meet her end in an accident. He had completely immersed himself in this rebirth perspective, forgetting that he was merely a player in a game. No. You need not give me any birthday gifts. Yin Xiaowei, are you foolish? I desire nothing but you. Meng Haofan dashed through the campus, inquiring of everyone he encountered. Do you know where Yin Xiaowei is? Oh, I just saw her. She seems to be working part-time in the cafeteria. Thank you, teacher. At that moment, Meng Haofan yearned to teleport to the school cafeteria. Though he understood that nothing untoward would likely occur within the school, he dared not gamble on the outcome. He burst into the cafeteria, shouting Yin Xiaowei's name. This scene, if viewed outside the game, would appear utterly surreal. Meng Haofan's eyes were nearly pressed against the screen, his expression frantic. All he desired was to see Yin Xiaowei. At that instant, Yin Xiaowei, having just finished her tasks in the kitchen and wiping the sweat from her brow, heard Meng Haofan's voice. She froze in place. Meng Haofan spotted her and hurriedly rushed over, seizing her hand with an iron grip. Hey, what are you doing? So many people are watching. Oh dear you. Yin Xiaowei blushed, yet her body ceased to struggle. Meng Haofan shook his head. I don't care. I must hold on to you to prevent you from disappearing from my sight. Yin Xiaowei, are you foolish? What are you doing working in the cafeteria? Yin Xiaowei's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. I just thought. Your birthday is approaching, right? I merely wish to earn a little pocket money by taking a part-time job in the cafeteria where I can dine without spending a dime. By saving on meals, I can purchase a grand cake for you, along with some delightful treats to nourish your mind. Look, I even made a tidy sum of 20 yuan. The young girl, with a touch of youthful pride, flaunted the neatly arranged bills before Meng Haofan, each note meticulously folded, one by one placed in the palm of his hand. I intended to surprise you, but it seems you discovered my plan, huh? Meng Haofan stammered like a child. I don't want gifts, I only want you. Please don't disappear from my sight again. Yin Xiaowei's cheeks flushed instantly. Wow, Meng Haofan. Why are you suddenly being so sentimental? Yet, I must admit, I am quite touched. The girl, with her hands clasped behind her back, swayed in front of Meng Haofan, her face a picture of reluctance. Fine, I promise you this. We'll make a pact. I will share everything with you, and one T vanish from your life. I shall always be by your side, especially since you, Meng Haofan, are such a fool who can't even cook. You'll surely be bullied unless it's by me. However, you're also quite impressive. Your academic performance is outstanding, and you will undoubtedly surpass me in the future. A sweet smile graced her lips. At that moment, Meng Haofan found himself at a loss for words, staring at the screen, his body trembling violently. The demons that had haunted him for decades dissipated into oblivion at that instant. He raised his hand, revealing a smile. All right, let us seal the pact. In the game review room, Meng Haofan continued to smile, even resting his chin on one hand in a rather relaxed manner, resembling the expression of a young person utterly smitten, gazing at the screen. The game's progress showcased their exploration of a club fair at the university. Meng Haofan, this mask is adorable. I'll wear it for you. Indeed, it is charming. With that, Meng Haofan took out his phone, ready to make an in-game purchase. At this moment, the other staff members in the review room could no longer remain seated. It wasn't that they were opposed to Meng Haofan making purchases. Rather, it was nearly time to clock out. He had been reviewing this game for 6 or 7 hours, or more accurately, playing it for that duration. In the past, he would assess a game in no more than half an hour to an hour, promptly delivering a verdict of rejection. But now, not only had he immersed himself in the game, but he had also made purchases and even laughed aloud, completely oblivious to the closing time. Finally, some reviewers could not contain themselves any longer and approached Meng Haofan, tapping him gently on the shoulder. Boss, are you perhaps a bit too engrossed? We are here to review games, not play them. Others were shaking his shoulders and waving their hands in front of him. Only then did Meng Haofan manage to respond with some difficulty. What is happening? What is going on? He glanced around to find the concerned faces of his colleagues surrounding him. Boss, are you all right? We've noticed you've been playing for 6 or 7 hours. It's time to clock out. Shall we continue tomorrow? Indeed, the review will take place tomorrow. Meng Haofan gazed at his familiar employees, transported back from the age of 18 to 48 in an instant. His emotions were exceedingly complex. Unbeknownst to him, he had been engrossed in this endeavor for such an extended period, yet remained entirely oblivious. As he observed Yin Xiaowei, who donned a mask and gestured for him to take a photograph, a multifaceted smile emerged on his face. This game was utterly captivating. Inadvertently, he had immersed himself in it. Boss, will this game pass the review? Of course it will. Meng Haofan slammed the table, exclaiming, if this game does not pass, may the heavens strike me down. Boss, didn't you say this game was merely a frivolity? Don't expect it to pass under your watch, a cautious reviewer inquired. Meng Haofan banged the table again. What nonsense is this? This is no trivial matter. This is redemption. Meng Haofan felt an overwhelming desire to express gratitude to the game developers. He opened the developer interface. Developers, Lynn and Su Wanran. How could such an exquisite game be crafted by just 2 individuals? What immense dedication must they have invested? Yet, here he was, approaching the review with such arrogance. Taking a deep breath, his former hubris dissipated, replaced by boundless admiration. He slowly inscribed in his black notebook, as a game reviewer, I have consistently approached the evaluation of games with an arrogant demeanor, neglecting the immense effort and time that creators pour into their work, hastily deeming them unworthy of approval. Perhaps, in our future endeavors, we must sincerely immerse ourselves in the experience of a game. Only then shall we earn the right to declare that this game is worthy of passing the review. Meanwhile, the news that Fantasy Girlfriend had successfully passed the review in merely half a day spread across the internet. Gu Qinghan, who had initially prepared for the disappointment of Fantasy Girlfriend being rejected, watched as the approval headline twisted her expression into one of disbelief. It passed the review. The King of Hell granted it approval. This was an outrageous conspiracy. Chapter 41. The game's closed beta becomes a sensation. Tunlong Games prepares for acquisition. The moment the game was launched, countless players who had been eagerly awaiting on the fantasy platform surged in like ravenous wolves. Major streaming platforms, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, fervently promoted the streams of players showcasing this game. Once the closed beta commenced, the game's quality was utterly undeniable. If there had been any lingering doubts about Lynn's streams, with critics suggesting they featured only curated scripts and exaggerated visuals, the current closed beta dispelled all skepticism. astonishing everyone as it mirrored Lynn's promotional gameplay flawlessly. By golly, it truly is a one-of-a-kind fantasy girlfriend. After longing for its release, I can finally immerse myself in this game. If I couldn't play it, I would surely wither. Ha ha ha, my dream wife, I'm here. Whoever designed this game deserves accolades. It's so immersive. The most remarkable feature is that she can engage in voice calls with me, send messages, and even chat with me as we drift into slumber at night. Oh, this game is simply delightful. My mother asks why I'm kneeling by the keyboard. This is far superior to a real girlfriend. There's no need to tend to her emotions, no fear of betrayal, and no need to be a sycophant. Wait a moment, a thought strikes me. What if two players swap accounts? Would that count as swapping wives? Ahem. Goodness. The imagination of some people is astonishing. I chose the fantasy cultivation route, and my girlfriend turned out to be a once mighty empress who has now lost her powers. Now she clings to me. Hee hee hee. My friend, I selected the madness of the Cthulhu genre, and my girlfriend is half woman, half octopus. Goodness, while unconventional. It's not entirely unappealing, ahem. Brothers, I venture into a different realm where my girlfriend is a cat-eared maiden. Oh, how I wish this game allowed for a harem. I would love to add a dragon girl to my collection. Not to mention, I opted for the classic Japanese-Korean style. And my girlfriend turned out to be a 38-year-old Tokyo matron, still graceful and alluring, with two newly adult daughters. Alas, this game has truly ensnared me. I never intended to become a rogue. As players with closed beta codes began their journeys, their expressions radiated joy, inciting envy among those without access. I can only watch them play. How unfair. Wretched. The fantasy-themed girlfriends have become a sensation, with millions of players unable to access the game. Their frustration palpable. Platforms like Tieba, Bilibili, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, and Douyin have all succumbed to the frenzy. Thousands have gathered on the gaming platform to petition, leaving messages. Lynn, esteemed one, we beseech you for a closed beta activation code. Lynn, please grant us access. Is the server capacity insufficient? We could crowdfund. Some players have even begun to doubt whether Lynn's small workshop can accommodate so many players simultaneously. After all, the computational power required for this game is monumental. Cloud modeling, real-time dialogue, randomized narratives, and those exceedingly realistic graphics. Even an RTX 5090 would struggle to keep its cool within a case. Yet, the fervor of the players is utterly exaggerated. They plead for internal test activation codes, willing to pay 3,000 yuan for a single code. I would offer 10,000. I would bid 100,000. Is there anyone willing to sell me an internal test activation code? Some, unable to obtain the activation code, grow impatient with the month-long wait for the internal test, thus offering exorbitant sums for the game's activation codes. This has alerted scalpers to the lucrative opportunity. Oh, activation codes for the internal test are so valuable? Stock up. They establish numerous virtual IPs, register game accounts, and employ cheating methods to seize the daily release of 10,000 activation codes from regular players. Normal players have almost no chance of acquiring the game activation codes, as they are all snatched up by these scalpers. The price for a game activation code reaches 10,000 yuan, with some even soaring to an astonishing 150,000 yuan. The gaming industry is in shock. Such a valuable game has never been seen before. Even while still in a small-scale internal test, the privilege to play has already proven to be so precious. Although this is partly due to the principle of scarcity, the esteemed position this game holds in the hearts of players is evident. Scalpers are fervently selling these codes. After all, game activation codes are time-sensitive. Once the public test begins in a month, these codes will become worthless. Meanwhile, other gaming companies tremble in the presence of the technological prowess displayed by this game, Fantasy Girlfriend. The head of a gaming company stated, "The technology behind this game will take us at least 30 years to catch up." However, this game's approach to monetization and its treatment of players is remarkably straightforward. It does not exploit players like mere cattle. This game is refreshingly honest. If we were to operate this game ourselves, our revenue potential would multiply several times over. The head of the gaming company declared, "Immediately contact Lynn and inform him that we are willing to act as agents for this game, investing 2 billion. Tinglong Games, the largest gaming company in the Dragon Kingdom, lacks its own core games. Their primary business model involves acquiring promising games, and if the original creators refuse, they simply develop a similar game to monopolize the market using their vast traffic. This positions them as a near-monopolistic force within the gaming sphere. The product managers and executives at Tanglong Games are closely analyzing the reports on Fantasy Girlfriend. Currently, the game's popularity remains exceptionally high. Players who have engaged with this game have overwhelmingly rated it 9. 9. The sole negative review states, "You cannot engage in intimate activities with the Fantasy Girlfriend." 1 star off. This aspect of the game is technically unfeasible for us. We even suspect that this game employs extraterrestrial technology. Particularly notable is its groundbreaking use of AI and its real-time modeling capabilities. Regardless of which game is brought forth, they all overshadow the titles we currently possess. Once this game enters public beta, it will exert tremendous pressure on our Tanglong Game Studio. The heads of various game studios are lamenting. However, Duan Kuan, the overall director of Tanglong Game Studio, remains unfazed as he trims his nails, seemingly indifferent to the astonishment and size of his counterparts. He chuckles softly and rises to his feet. Indeed, this game is remarkable. Lynn, the mastermind behind its creation, is undoubtedly a prodigy, yet capital has little to fear from genius. We shall acquire this game. We will offer 1 billion. Will he agree to such a sum? Some believe that the game's worth exceeds 1 billion, perhaps nearing 100 billion in commercial value. How naive. If he refuses, he will face the predatory nature of capital. In that case, no matter how exceptional his game may be, without server support, he will be at our mercy. It is laughable for an independent game developer of such a modest scale to aspire to compete with us. Our leader is indeed sagacious. Let us contact Lynn immediately to negotiate the acquisition of his game. Duan Kuan adjusted his glasses and declared, "No. For a game of such caliber, I shall personally visit him to grant him the respect he deserves." Chapter 42. Gu Qinghan bets a fortune of 100 million to ride the wave of Lin Un's popularity. In comparison to other mainstream gaming companies in the country, Chihua Game Company is utterly unqualified to enter the arena. They might as well sit at the children's table. It is infuriating, witnessing such fervor. Seeing that young man profiting while I suffer losses is unbearable. As Gu Qinghan observed the news of Lin Un's game passing approval and launching into a successful internal test, her anger simmered, yet she felt utterly powerless. However, upon seeing the players' comments and the sale of game qualification codes by players who had already obtained them, a profound calm descended upon her. Clarity flickered in her eyes, accompanied by a subtle smile. "This is my opportunity, Lin. Even if I cannot prevent your game from launching, I shall seize the chance to profit from you." Did you think I would be engulfed in sorrow at this moment? No, you are mistaken. I am quite pleased, for now. I can utilize all the resources of the Gu family. Gu Qinghan discerned some clues from the trending searches. A game so immensely popular, Lin was releasing 10,000 qualification codes daily during the internal testing. Others could not participate and could only watch enviously as others played. The market was flooded with scalpers, with some players even attempting to sell their game accounts, offering their imaginary girlfriends to others. Such a grievous act. Yet under the allure of substantial financial gain, they were willing to part with their accounts. A smile graced Gu Qinghan's lips. "Lin, although your game is exceptionally well-crafted and profitable, your reluctance to issue more qualification codes suggests you are out of funds and cannot afford to rent servers. Your servers are insufficient, and you are waiting for larger companies to take over. You disdain us at Chihua for being inadequate, yet you speak of dedication to the game and ideals. How laughable. President, what shall we do next?" inquired a game producer, looking towards Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan turned to all the executives at Chihua Game Company, slammed her hand on the table, and began to rally them. "The entire internet is eager to play Lin N's game. This is advantageous for us at Xingshun. We shall bet 100 million. Market it as Lin N's game, crafted and developed by Lin N himself. This game also incorporates elements of fantasy girlfriends. It is a prequel to that genre. But this game has no connection to fantasy girlfriends whatsoever," a game producer hesitantly remarked. Gu Qinghan shook her head. "Traffic. We must seize this unprecedented traffic. Regardless of whether there are elements of fantasy games, we will pretend there are. I propose the following plan. We shall immediately launch an event named Starry Love. Players simply need to draw characters and maximize their affection levels to trigger romantic storylines." Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, the crowd's eyes lit up. Indeed, millions across the internet are searching for the game crafted by Lin N, and among them, there are surely those unaware of Xingshun. They, too, are part of Lin N's creations. Even if they only partake in a fraction, they can reap substantial rewards. President, your wisdom is unparalleled. Your insight is remarkable. Accompanied by Gu Qinghan's daring gamble of 100 million, the marketing efforts indeed bore fruit. A multitude of players flocked to the game Star God. I have heard that this game was also crafted by the esteemed Lynn. Is that true? I must indulge in its delights. It must be as remarkable as Fantasy Girlfriend. It is said that this game even features a collaboration with Fantasy Girlfriend. Countless players generously opened their wallets to embark on their journey in Star God, completely oblivious to the deception they were falling for. However, this ruse could not last long. Gu Qinghan's team did not genuinely create romantic storylines for the game characters. They merely dangled the allure of raising character affection levels to entice players into spending money, ultimately leaving them with a rather mundane visual novel, perhaps with a few added effects. Such a scheme to extract funds is rather shameless. Meanwhile, at Lynn's residence, Su Wanran exclaimed, "Lift your legs higher. Oh, you must hurry, I can hardly bear it." Su Wanran watched as Lynn buried his head, diligently working on the installation. Lynn secured the tabletop and the frame, rising to dust off his hands. I finally assembled this table. I'm utterly exhausted. I truly am impressive. Let me take a quick break. Su Wanran respectfully presented a cup of milk tea, saying, "Here, boss. Enjoy some tea while I give you a massage." Lynn, with an air of caution, inquired, "Do you charge for this?" Su Wanran's plan was exposed. Yet she cheerfully replied, "Not at all. That's more like it." Lynn sipped his milk tea, reclining on the sofa while reveling in Su Wanran's massage. "You're so considerate." Su Wanran, are you trying to crush me? That is too much pressure." The situation unfolded thus. In order for Lynn and Su Wanran to work together and play games as a duo, Lynn invested a substantial sum to acquire a top-tier computer and a complete set of gaming equipment, including a desk. He had just completed the installation. Su Wanran spun around in the gaming chair, cheering, "Hey, boss, hurry up and log in. Let us rush B." Lynn powered on his computer, saying, "Wait a moment. Let me check today's emails." This was an essential daily task for Lynn as he reviewed player feedback. This is why, despite Fantasy Girlfriend being exceptionally polished, he still insisted on internal testing. He intended to make slight adjustments before the public release, including offering limited-time outfits, diminishing the gap between casual players and affluent ones, and providing certain premium features free of charge as launch benefits. Furthermore, Lynn planned to introduce multiplayer functionality once the gaming helmet for City of Love was ready. He envisioned a grand fireworks display, uniting everyone in City of Love. Just imagining that scene was breathtaking. After envisioning this spectacle in his mind, Lynn opened the game emails. Soon, a multitude of messages filled his screen. Among the prevalent issues was the condemnation of scalpers alongside the sale of accounts, and pleas for Lynn to expedite the distribution of internal test codes. Some players even expressed their concerns regarding Lynn and server capabilities, offering to assist with free server maintenance and crowdfunding. Upon witnessing the players' fervent appeals, Lynn exhibited a look of heartfelt appreciation. However, his expression darkened upon seeing those who had sold their internal test game accounts and those who were trafficking game accounts. It became evident that the game required some adjustments. Accounts would no longer be tradable. Without hesitation, Lynn activated the system to amend the underlying code for the Fantasy Girlfriend feature. The game would be non-transferable. Once a transaction occurred, the account would face permanent suspension, and once an activation code was redeemed, it would be irrevocably bound. Account rebinding was prohibited. Once linked to a player, it would remain so for life. This decisively eliminated the possibility of account selling. Lynn promptly disseminated this announcement on the gaming platform. The scalpers, who had previously hoarded countless game accounts, were left utterly bewildered. Chapter 43. The Arrogance of Tunglong Games. Do you wish to acquire the agency rights? Lynn firmly stated, "I must decline. Alas, the sky has fallen. Woe unto those countless speculators who fancied they could prosper through the trade of accounts. They weep bitterly. No longer shall they serve as scalpers. Moreover, those players who exchanged activated game accounts for currency now find themselves bereft of eligibility to partake in this game." Upon hearing this news, their spirits shattered. What they once believed to be a mere transaction of a game qualification code has now resulted in account suspensions, plunging them into despair. Conversely, the long-suffering players who had endured the speculators erupted in joyous celebration. "Wonderful! Our esteemed Lynn has avenged us. They cheered. Dear Lynn, could you perhaps increase the number of game slots? We shall crowdfund you. Is it a limitation in server capacity that constrains the beta testing slots? Boss, the neighboring star god is capitalizing on your fame. Their marketing is omnipresent. Numerous foreign players and many domestically are flocking to play. This is all because Star God is your creation, claiming that this game is your handiwork, complete with plotlines featuring fantasy-themed girlfriends. Is that truly the case? Upon encountering this information, Lynn's expression darkened. Gu Qinghan, you certainly excel in marketing. He mused, surveying the overwhelming array of promotional materials flooding the internet. A cursory estimate suggested that the extent of this promotion was measured in the hundreds of millions. It was not difficult to surmise that Gu Qinghan, in her ambition to ride on his coattails, had invested extravagantly. Indeed, a staggering sum of 100 million. Coincidentally, this was the very salary she had mentioned. Lynn chuckled softly. Gu Qinghan must be convinced that I will not be able to launch a public beta in the short term, hence her audacity. Yet, she is mistaken. I could initiate it at any moment, merely wishing to gather player feedback beforehand. As the scalpers plotted mischief, Gu Qinghan sought to join the fray. Lynn slammed his palm on the table, a confident smile gracing his face. Then let us commence the public beta. Hooray! Let us proceed with the public beta. I am fired up, boss, exclaimed Su Wanran, who had nestled against Lynn's shoulder, her enthusiasm overwhelming him, as though the weight of the southern hemisphere had descended upon him. Su Wanran, must you charge into me like a bowling ball? Just as Lynn and Su Wanran prepared for the final touches before the public beta, his phone rang incessantly. It was not only from Net-E but also from Shengda, Perfect World, and even a foreigner with a thick accent claiming to be G-Fat. Their singular aim was the rights to the game's agency. Without exception, all were met with Lynn's resolute refusal. These individuals are truly bothersome. I have clearly stated my unwillingness to grant agency rights, yet they persist in their harassment. Suddenly, a knock echoed at Lynn's door. Rising, he opened it to find a familiar face, an individual of some repute within the industry. Duan Kuan, head of the Tunglong Games Quantum Studio, stood before him, flanked by several bodyguards clad in black suits, each carrying an array of document bags. Lynn, greetings. I am Duan Kuan, the head of Tunglong Games. I wish to discuss the game Fantasy Girlfriend with you. Lynn was about to close the door. I am aware of your intentions. You seek to acquire the agency rights for this game, correct? There is no need for that. This game shall be operated solely by me. Duan Kuan blocked the door, wearing a smile as disarming as a tiger in sheep-esque clothing. Lynn, I will present you with an offer you cannot refuse. 10 billion to purchase the agency rights of this game. Furthermore, we will assist you in transforming this game into a national sensation, and at that point, the revenue will be divided 70-30. Why only 70? Su Wanran interjected indignantly. Duan Kuan was taken aback. 70% is for Tunglong Games. Lynn would receive 30%, contingent upon Tunglong's approval. Duan Kuan clarified. You have misunderstood, Lynn. Your share is indeed 30%. Trust me, it is not an insignificant amount. It is worth billions. Lynn chuckled softly. That will not be necessary. I shall manage the operation of this game myself, free from any constraints imposed by capital. Wang Zhun from Wangi just called, offering 2 billion for the agency rights, which I declined. Please refrain from further harassment. Seeing that Lynn was adamant, Duan Kuan sneered. It appeared Lynn was not easily swayed. He smiled and proposed, very well. I shall extend to you the utmost rights I can secure, 20 billion. Additionally, you may authorize the agency rights to other gaming companies, meaning you could simultaneously gain investments from several firms, as long as our servers are capable of running Fantasy Girlfriend. Upon hearing Duan Kuan's seemingly sincere offer, Lynn shook his head. I am sorry, but I must decline. Duan Kuan furrowed his brow at Lynn's obstinacy. As a capitalist, he detested such individuals. Those who mistakenly believe that their technical prowess can control capital are gravely mistaken. Capital is the true force to be reckoned with, especially entities like Tunglong, a financial behemoth. Lynn, you must understand that if you wish to elevate Fantasy Girlfriend to the status of a national game, you will require immense server capacity and formidable computational power. Only Tunglong possesses the capability to support a game of national caliber within our borders. Other gaming companies, including those small-scale developers and even foreign firms, are not qualified. Thus, this game can only be represented by us, which is undoubtedly the most promising course of action. I suspect the reason your beta test was limited to 10,000 slots is due to insufficient computational power. Am I correct? Duan Kuan believed he had grasped Lynn's vulnerability. To be frank, Lynn, you wouldn't want this game to face frequent crashes at launch due to inadequate power, would you? That would irreparably tarnish its reputation. Even if you possess remarkable skills, you must recognize your limits. This is the best offer we can provide. Please consider it carefully. Hearing Duan Kuan's laughter, Lynn responded with a cold smile. Such arrogance from capitalists. Was this a veiled threat? He was least concerned about server issues. I am sorry, but I have changed my mind. This game will commence public testing today. What? Duan Kuan's expression momentarily turned to one of astonishment. Chapter 44 Gu Qinghan desires to ride the wave of popularity? Lynn chuckled. Then don't blame me for the grand spectacle. You wish to conduct a public test? Duan Kuan dug at his ear, nearly convinced he had misheard. A subtle smile graced his lips as he observed the serious expression on Lynn's face, and noted Su Wanran, poised beside him, about to unleash her formidable prowess. It was then that Duan Kuan tempered his haughty demeanor. What an international jest this is. How many players can your server accommodate? 100,000? 1 million? Or perhaps 1,000 million? Given the computational power your game demands, supporting even 10,000 concurrent players is likely your limit. Duan Kuan folded his arms, adopting a senior's tone. If you wish for me to increase the offer, you may as well be direct. There is no need for subterfuge. At our esteemed Tinglong Games, we are never stingy when it comes to acquisitions. Bring your technology to us, and you shall acquire a fortune that would last you a lifetime. Su Wanran retorted with indignation. A boss has his own plans. He intends to prepare for the public test. We shall cook only as much as our pot allows. Even if we cannot sustain it, we will not sell the game to your Tinglong Games. Lynn and Su Wanran exchanged glances. Lynn remarked, I am the protagonist, and you are but a supporting character. You are stealing the spotlight. You have spoken my lines. What shall I say? Su Wanran quietly retreated behind Lynn, casting him a knowing look. Oh dear, am I not giving you the opportunity to prepare your crooked smile? What you ought to do now is uninstall the short video app. Lynn turned to Duan Kuan, stating firmly, please take your leave. I have just conferred with my sole employee, and we are not interested in any capital collaboration. Lynn's expression bore no hint of jest. How infuriating. This fellow truly intends to proceed with the public test? What a disaster. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Duan Kuan's forehead. Even if his server could not support a multitude of users, other investors would not let this opportunity slip by. They might seek collaboration with Lynn. At that juncture, even a modest opening could attract hundreds of thousands to play this game, which would undoubtedly impact Tinglong Games. In truth, Lynn was akin to the fourth dragon in League of Legends at this moment. Even if they were reluctant to seize him, they would not willingly relinquish such a prized asset to others. This is what one might call a protective acquisition. Just as Disney has acquired all animation IPs that pose a threat to Mickey Mouse, ensuring their dominance in the industry remains unchallenged. Initially, Duan Kuan had thought this matter would be straightforward, considering Lynn was merely an independent game developer, and until now, Tinglong Games had yet to encounter a game they could not secure. This lad, is he attempting to maneuver me? Indeed, he is quite composed. Duan Kuan had mentally categorized Lynn as a rogue. At this moment, he resembled the character Zhao Gonggong from the Spring Knife. You possess admirable skills. Assist me in negotiating with several developers. Wang Yi, Tianyu, Perfect World, Blizzard, EA. My lord, I have cherished these games since childhood, akin to beloved family and brothers. It warrants a higher price. Observing Duan Kuan, who stood there in a daze, Lynn remarked, there is nothing of great significance. I am merely going to announce this matter. With that, Lynn prepared to close the door. Duan Kuan, in a state of urgency, hastily grasped the door, revealing a smile. All right, you have genuinely moved me. I greatly admire individuals of your caliber, full of character and ambition. I truly appreciate you. This is my final offer. He raised his hand, gesturing the number 3 billion in cash, with a 50-50 split on game revenue. Moreover, I assure you that once you join Tinglong Games, your position will never be inferior to mine. This is the utmost price I can offer. Upon the successful completion of this deal, I shall treat you to a meal. What do you say? Sign this document. With that, Duan Kuan snatched a document from one of his subordinates and even handed over a pen. However, Lynn merely smiled and did not accept the contract. Duan Kuan, When will you awaken from this grand delusion? Is this merely a matter of dining and monetary exchange? This is a struggle for survival. Not even 3 billion, nor 300 billion, would persuade me to entrust the game to any other agent. I intend to operate this game myself, transforming the fantasy platform into the largest gaming platform in the country, surpassing you all. Surpass us? Duan Kuen's brow furrowed. Lynn, you are far too arrogant, utterly unaware of our methods. He snorted derisively. Very well, Lynn, I shall observe just how many users your server can actually accommodate. With that, he turned and walked away. Humph, these capitalists are insufferably arrogant, speaking as if looking down from a great height. Su Wanran, standing nearby, placed her hands on her hips, discontentedly watching the retreating figures of the Tunglong Games staff. Lynn patted her shoulder, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Come, let us enter the room." "What? Are you in such a hurry? I have a business deal worth billions that requires your collaboration." Lynn and Su Wanran sat before the computer desk, turned on the supplementary lights, activated the streaming equipment, and commenced the live broadcast once more. Lynn greeted the camera. "Hello, everyone. I am independent game developer Lynn." Su Wanran similarly flashed a sweet smile. "Hee, I am Lynn's employee, Su Wanran." Game Review Officer Meng Haofan has entered the live stream. Game Review Officer Meng Haofan rewarded the streamer with a rocket. Goblin Otaku has entered the live stream. Voice actress Su Qian has entered the live stream. Jeangi has entered the live stream. Gu Qinghan has entered the live stream. Tinky Winky has met a tragic fate and entered the live stream. As Lynn's broadcast commenced, the viewership surged dramatically. Countless otaku, initially watching female streamers, swiftly switched to Lynn's stream upon receiving notifications of his live broadcast, closing the female stream without hesitation. Their primary concern remained: would the game still open for internal testing? Was there a budget shortfall for the game? The live chat erupted with comments. "Lynn, you have finally gone live. I've been waiting for this moment with great anticipation. When will the game enter open beta?" The host. Was it not stated that the game Star God was created by you? Furthermore, it was mentioned that there would be romantic elements intertwined within its narrative. Is it truly as they claim? Surely, it is merely the Chihua Game company seeking to capitalize on the hype. The troubling aspect is that many gullible individuals have actually believed it and rushed to download and play it. Host, why not initiate a crowdfunding campaign? Each of us could contribute a small sum, akin to purchasing the game. Meng Haofan types, "My salary is not substantial. Yet if you could bring my dream girlfriend from this game to life, I would be willing to dedicate my entire annual salary to support you." Witnessing the heartfelt inquiries from the viewers in the live chat, with some expressing concerns regarding the malicious marketing of Star God and the frenzied attempt to exploit the popularity of the fantasy girlfriend concept, Lynn felt deeply touched. Interacting with the players has proven to be quite comforting. Lynn smiled and replied, "There are quite a few questions. I shall address them one by one. Firstly, a player inquired whether the Star God game is related to my fantasy girlfriend. Chapter 45, it was quite simple. Wasn't I merely conducting a public test?" Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan was also watching Lynn's live stream. Upon hearing the first question posed by Lynn regarding whether the Star God was related to the fantasy girlfriend, Gu Qinghan instinctively dug her fingers into her skin, overwhelmed by anxiety. If Lynn uttered the words that there was no connection, the current peak of millions of users online for her Star God would instantly dissipate. However, not everyone would be tuning into Lynn's live stream, allowing her to exploit an informational advantage. After all, a share of the profits could still be hers, easily recouping her investment of 100 million. She might even earn a little extra. Yet, in the next moment, Lynn spoke up in the live stream. "To be candid, there is indeed a connection. After all, Star God is a game I developed entirely on my own, and some characters and concepts from Fantasy Girlfriend are intrinsically linked to Star God, such as the Destiny Star card drawing system. Do you all remember the time when drawing cards guaranteed a gold outcome? That was actually triggered by the Destiny Star. This can be seen as a romantic plot. When your bond with a character reaches its peak, even without a guaranteed outcome, you won't go astray. You are bound to draw something worthwhile. This, in turn, relates to my work on Fantasy Girlfriend. As I began contemplating the creation of a romantic minigame while developing Star God, I never anticipated it would grow so expansive and uncontrollable. However, the connection was not substantial. After all, they were two distinct games. One could only say that Star God bore some traces of Fantasy Girlfriend. Lynn's words were clearly a strategy to lend credibility to the existence of his game, providing a semblance of logic to persuade players that he was developing both Star God and Fantasy Girlfriend concurrently. Upon hearing this, not only were the viewers in the live stream bewildered, but Gu Qinghan was also taken aback. Even Su Wanran found herself in a state of confusion. Su Wanran frantically signaled with her eyes. "Boss, is this part of your plan?" Gu Qinghan and Lynn had always been at odds. Wouldn't this statement cause players to flock to Star God instead? Lynn tightened his grip on Su Wanran's hand beneath the table, signaling her to remain calm. He had his own clever strategies. Watching the live stream, Gu Qinghan felt a tumult of uncertainty within. This cannot be. How could Lynn speak on my behalf? Could it be that he still harbors feelings for the game Star God? Indeed, Lynn, you have softened, haven't you? A peculiar emotion stirred within Gu Qinghan. I knew it. You cannot simply forget the past. How benevolent was the old man when he promoted you? Gu Qinghan relaxed into her chair, thinking, Lynn, you have finally acted like a decent person. Reflecting on this, Gu Qinghan felt a pang of regret. Alas, I truly am so foolish. Why did I dismiss Lynn? He is, after all, quite decent. At least he hasn't sought my total ruin and has left me a path to survive. Gu Qinghan even contemplated inviting Lynn to dinner to mend their relationship. Who knows, perhaps in the future, they could collaborate with each other. Even if Lynn were to share just a sliver of his success with her, it would be more than enough for her to profit. Upon reflection, Gu Qinghan's fondness for Lynn has subtly intensified. Everyone was perplexed by Lynn's recent maneuver. The barrage of comments was filled with astonishment. Ah, there truly is a connection. I initially believed that Chihua Games merely aimed to profit from this event. Lynn, shall we proceed to play now? If I cannot experience a fantasy girlfriend, I might as well engage with Star God as an alternative. The quality of Star God had always been commendable, yet its launch was mishandled by Chihua Games, rendering it a chaotic affair. In truth, Star God still harbored many potential supporters, especially since Chihua had expended a staggering sum of 100 million to promote their game across the internet, riding the coattails of Lynn's popularity. Observing the bewilderment expressed in the comments, Lynn chuckled coldly to himself. Gu Qinghan enjoys riding my wave, does he? But shall I permit such antics to continue? Soon. Lynn was poised to execute a remarkably audacious move that would decisively undermine Gu Qinghan. Lynn continued. Earlier, numerous game developers extended their invitations to me, expressing their desire to acquire the licensing rights for the Fantasy Girlfriend game. Upon hearing this, the commentary section erupted in despair. This is disastrous. The host is succumbing to greed. We must not allow Ma Fu to take charge of this game. Otherwise, it will become even more pay to win. They will exploit it beyond measure, and countless excellent games have been ruined under their management. Nor should we hand it over to Wang Yi for operation. They will inundate the game with skins, mining features, treasure maps, world bosses, and rankings, turning gameplay into a laborious endeavor. They treat us players as mere cattle, akin to the gaming industry's northern Myanmar. Host, please reconsider. I am prepared to invest 15 million. The fervor in the comments escalated, condemning the misdeeds of other game developers. Others remarked, let us empathize with the host. After all, there are only 2 people working on that game. I am bewildered by how they produced such a stunning creation. It is truly extraordinary. The development costs must be exorbitant, undoubtedly consuming much of the host's energy. If they do not recoup their investment soon, they might face catastrophic losses. Lynn beamed a bright and cheerful smile at the audience in the live stream. Do not fret on my behalf, nor is there a need for crowdfunding. I have not become a mere muggle, and I will not entrust this game to others for operation. Rest assured, I have turned down each and every one of those game developers. This game will solely be available on the fantasy platform. With a shift in tone, Lynn added, recently, I have taken note of many concerns expressed by you all, including the challenges in obtaining beta test activation codes and the exorbitant prices set by scalpers. I genuinely review my emails and consider your feedback. As for your inquiries regarding the difficulty in securing beta test activation codes, the rampant scalping within the game, and the predicament of having to resort to other games instead of experiencing the Fantasy Girlfriend game, what shall we do? Lynn deliberately left the statement hanging, casting a glance at Su Wanran. Su Wanran understood immediately. What should we do, boss? Without a fantasy-themed girlfriend, how can players endure the long nights of solitude? Lynn waved his hand confidently. It's quite simple. I shall initiate the public beta. Upon hearing this, the entire internet was taken aback. Even the barrage of comments ceased for a moment. Are you serious, streamer? My goodness, Lynn, you are truly touching. Do you know that if I weren't a man, I would fall for you? No, wait, I am a man, and I still admire you. The IP address from upstairs indeed confirmed it was from Rongqing. Meng Haofan typed. However, streamer, you are merely an independent game developer. Have you secured the necessary investments? If a full public beta is to be launched, this game could potentially face overwhelming server demand, and the required computing power is daunting. This is the greatest challenge for small studios. They simply cannot afford to rent the servers. Chapter 46. A Fortune for Lynn. Gu Qinghan is frantic and furious. Alas, will there be an interminable queue? If that is the case, I might as well return to playing Star God. After observing the concerns of the audience, Lynn chuckled and reassured them. We prioritize the gaming experience of our users above all else. You may rest assured that there will be no queues whatsoever. Moreover, Lynn lifted his gaze and displayed a mysterious smile towards the screen. Strangely, Gu Qinghan, watching Lynn's live broadcast, felt an eerie chill. Why does it seem as though that smile is directed at me? Lynn then declared, I warmly welcome everyone to play my game, especially the players of Star God. Star God is also a game I created, and I hold it dear to my heart. Therefore, I announce that all Star God players, upon presenting their game account ID, may receive a launch benefit of 1,000 points in Fantasy Girlfriend. However, it is too late to register now. I shall only accept the last 30 million previously existing IDs. Lynn effectively closed the door on players entering Star God. Those who did not receive points should not be disheartened. We have prepared numerous launch benefits. Su Wanran began to elaborate. Fantasy Girlfriend is now live. A first recharge of merely 6 yuan will grant you a couple skin. Moreover, we will be introducing a monthly card feature with a recharge of 30 yuan. You can receive a certain amount of game items each month, which will expedite the acquisition of your fantasy girlfriend's affection. The game store will also unveil a wishing feature. The prize pool includes exclusive skins, special items, and romantic props, with the chance to draw a special gift pack valued at 1888, enhancing your bond with your fantasy girlfriend. Lynn cautioned, please note, the aforementioned benefits are exclusively available to players from the Dragon Nation. Players from other servers do not currently have access to these perks. This game does not require localization, as it is created by us, the people of the Dragon Nation. Future updates will introduce online features, and romantic events will occur monthly. We are diligently working on version 1.1, so please stay tuned for our preview broadcasts. Finally, I want to reiterate, my promises remain steadfast. Players who invest a certain amount will indeed see their fantasy girlfriend's affection reach its zenith, and she will truly appear by your side. Upon hearing Lynn's generous offerings, all players erupted in excitement. Oh, this game is simply a gem. Will my fantasy girlfriend really manifest beside me? I can hardly wait. I wish to invest in the game right now. Broadcaster, if my fantasy girlfriend does not appear by my side, I shall send you a blade. Broadcaster, I can trust you, right? This game is truly remarkable, and it is refreshing to witness a game planner in action. This game hardly profits. Brothers, recharge for me. Especially among the players of Star God, they initially perceived this game merely as a substitute for Fantasy Girlfriend. They claimed their support stemmed from the emotional connection and narrative intertwining crafted by Lynn. However, with the launch of Fantasy Girlfriend, the players of Star God might as well uninstall it. But before doing so, they must remember their game ID to redeem 1,000 coupons in Fantasy Girlfriend. Meanwhile, at Chihua Gaming Company, Gu Qinghan's pupils constricted, and she erupted in furious expletives, her anger boiling over. Lynn, I thought you had a change of heart. How could you do this to me? I invested a fortune, thinking you were adorable. Lynn's strategy was ruthless. Gu Qinghan had painstakingly spent 100 million marketing her game, riding on Lynn's coattails. Yet, the players she had attracted were completely lured away by Lynn into Fantasy Girlfriend. That 100 million was effectively a wedding dress for Lynn, as she did the marketing for her. In the gaming community, there exists an unspoken belief. When a player engages with 2 games simultaneously, their spending capacity is inherently limited. They will predominantly invest in one game. The allure of Fantasy Girlfriend to entice players into spending far surpasses that of Star God. Consequently, when players have poured their resources into Fantasy Girlfriend, even if they suddenly wish to switch to Star God, they are unlikely to invest further. Their financial capacity would have been depleted by that game. leaving them only able to purchase a monthly card or attempt a free wish. Star God would be left with a mere cadre of freeloaders. Gu Qinghan felt as though the sky had fallen, her expression twisted in agony as she fixated on Lynn's livestream. This was the only cash flow her family had. Her all-in gamble resulted in such a disheartening outcome. Gu Qinghan was tormented, her inner turmoil boiling over, as she pounded the table in a fit of rage. Entirely devoid of her usual composed demeanor, resembling a shrew, Gu Qinghan was infuriated to the point of bloodshed. This time, she had utterly lost all means and strength. Chihua Gaming was on the verge of collapse. Simultaneously, within the brightly lit Tunglong Gaming building, Duan Kuan clasped his hands. Gazing at the large screen where the real-time popularity of Fantasy Girlfriend had surpassed 10 million. Over 1 million players were eagerly preparing to engage with Fantasy Girlfriend. With the official launch set for 7 o'clock, Duan Kuan squinted, a smirk gracing his lips. What an impressive peak. Let us see, Lynn, how your little workshop will withstand the influx of these million players. P.S. It seems today we've hit a milestone. I extend my gratitude to the esteemed readers for your engagement. I kindly request your favorable reviews, encouragement for updates, and continued readership. Any suggestions are welcome in the comments. I, like Lynn, relish the opportunity to read each and every one of your thoughts and feedback. Chapter 47. Where did the 100,000 servers come from? Tick-tock. The clock was still counting down. At 6:59, there remained but 1 minute until the public launch of Fantasy Girlfriend, the most formidable studio under Tunglong Games, Quantum Game Studio. All game planners, executives, and technical experts momentarily abandoned their tasks, their gazes fixated on the central screen displaying the countdown for the game's launch. This was indeed a game of terrifying technological prowess. Even the members of Tunglong Games, seasoned in game development, found it utterly incomprehensible how it achieved fully randomized narratives and real-time rendering. The AI algorithms, artistic designs, voiceovers, and programming code, such an endeavor demanded an immense workload. It was entirely implausible for just 2 individuals to create this game. I suspect it is merely a ruse to deceive players. Even a AAA team would require several years to develop such a title. It is akin to 2 ants attempting to construct a skyscraper. And even if they managed to create this game, what about the servers? A game of such popularity would undoubtedly overwhelm the servers. By then, if we were to arrange for some shadowy figures to queue up, the genuine players would hardly be able to play. Listening to the discussions of his subordinates on how to counter this game, Duan Kuan stood at the forefront, his posture impeccably straight, adjusting his black-framed glasses without uttering a word. Indeed, he too harbored suspicions that there might be some financial backing behind Lynn. That would explain the audacity to reject Tunglong Games' acquisition and agency. However, as a domestic gaming giant, Tunglong Games was undeniably affluent. Every city in the nation boasted their large server data centers, effectively monopolizing 70 of the domestic gaming servers, capable of accommodating millions of players simultaneously in a single large-scale game. Apart from Tunglong Games, only a handful of companies could support 1 million players online concurrently. Of course, this pertains solely to the gaming industry. Unless other financial titans intervened, Lynn's game would at most accommodate a few 100,000 players at peak. A smile crept onto Duan Kuan's lips. Lynn, you will ultimately succumb to our might. At 7 p.m., my Fantasy Girlfriend officially launched to the public. On the large screen, the number of simultaneous users on Lynn's fantasy platform appeared. At the very moment the game went live, nearly all waiting players clicked their mice in unison, rushing into the game. The data displayed on the fantasy platform showed 118,246 users, and this figure continued to surge, incrementing every second. 135,824. Boss, this game can indeed support 200,000 players simultaneously. Duan Kuan chuckled, unfazed. Humph, Lynn, you certainly possess some capabilities. No wonder you spoke so boldly to me today. But soon, you will be overwhelmed. A massive wave of players is on its way. How long can your little workshop endure? His glasses reflected the online presence of his fantastical girlfriend. 310,764. The number of players continued to surge, experiencing explosive growth. It took merely 1 minute to rise from 200,000 to 500,000. Boss, we have 500,000 players concurrently engaging. That equates to the entire user base of one of our channel servers. The vice president beside him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, acknowledged the magnitude, Accommodating 500,000 simultaneous players was a feat only achievable by a medium-sized gaming company, such as Guqinghan's Qihua Games. Although server resources were limited, with some determination, they could still support 1,000,000 players concurrently. Observing the figure of 500,000 players on the screen, Duan Kuan was unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. I told you, Lynn and Qihua Games are indeed intertwined. This game must have some connection to Qihua. Should I reach out to them? No rush. Let's toy with him a bit. Right now, Lin is merely flexing his muscles, pressuring us at Tunglong Games to raise our prices. I've encountered such individuals before. It's not unprecedented. All we need to do is develop a similar game, and they'll soon fall silent. Duan Kuan remained steadfastly confident. 10 minutes later, the number of participants surged even further. Finally, within the 23rd minute of the game's launch, the online presence on the Fantasia platform surpassed 1,000,000. This game had achieved 1,000,000 concurrent players, and the game had no queuing restrictions. This fellow certainly has some backing. Who is covertly providing him with game support? Duan Kuan began to regard Lin with a newfound seriousness, pressing his hands on the table, gritting his teeth as he scrutinized the real-time fluctuating data. Boss, we have reached 1,000,000 players simultaneously. Duan Kuan replied, I see it, but this is likely Lin's limit. Trust me, the game will start queuing soon. However, reality once again slapped Duan Kuan in the face. The data on the large screen continued to rise after surpassing 1,000,000, even trending towards 2,000,000 concurrent players. Duan Kuan was now drenched in sweat. Is this data authentic? Could the Fantasia platform be intentionally inflating the numbers? Is it possible that the so-called 2,000,000 players include some bots? Such occurrences were not uncommon. Some game launches would indeed exaggerate their online presence to create a facade of success. A staff member interjected, Boss, we are simultaneously conducting comprehensive data monitoring across the network. Our Tunglong Games has seen a drop of 300,000 to 500,000 active users. Other platforms have experienced similar declines. Moreover, according to our big data analysis, 70% of users expressed anticipation for this game's launch and assured they would play once it was live. Upon hearing this, Duan Kuan's brow furrowed tightly. He squinted, meticulously counting the zeros, confirming the figure of 2,000,000 concurrent players, which indicated that the game's daily active users would be incredibly daunting. In the eyes of Tunglong Games, the volume of data interaction may seem trivial. However, for a small workshop like Lin, sustaining such a colossal amount of data is nearly impossible, requiring at least 100,000 servers operating simultaneously. Thus, only one possibility remains. Someone must be covertly providing server support to Lin. Duan Kuan exclaimed, Who dares to compete with me for this project? Arrange a video conference with the executives of all relevant companies. Tunglong Games swiftly organized a conference call with other major gaming companies, and virtually all prominent domestic game developers participated. Wei Games, Tianyu Interactive Entertainment, Qingyao Games, Mihu, Perfect World, Snail Games. The executives of these companies displayed expressions of confusion, glancing at one another. They were all intrigued to discover who was supplying server support to Lin. Is it you? Wei? Impossible. I was just turned down by him this morning. It must be you, Mihu. Don't be ridiculous. We can barely support our own servers, let alone provide assistance to Lin. As no one was willing to acknowledge the support, Duan Kuan's gaze settled upon the executive from Wei Games. Wei's executive squirmed uncomfortably. Big brother, you know me. I never conceal my actions. This statement held some truth. If Lin had indeed formed a gaming partnership with Wei, then Wei would undoubtedly be bombarding the market with promotional campaigns at this very moment. Duan Kuan then turned his attention to Mihu. Big brother, please don't look at me. You know we only develop secondary games. Feeling exasperated, Duan Kuan pondered whether it could be Tianyu Interactive Entertainment. Tianyu responded, Big brother, you are aware of my methods. If the servers become overloaded, they inevitably lag. After concluding the video conference, Duan Kuan fell into deep contemplation, reminiscent of a bewildered child. If none of these companies were the source, then who could it possibly be? The only game developers capable of providing such immense computational power are a select few. Could there be an issue within his own organization? Was there perhaps a traitor lurking, attempting to forge a partnership with Lin, bypassing him to secure a promotion and leave him sidelined? Duan Kuan slammed his fist upon the table, declaring, Investigate immediately. I want to know if there are any traitors within. Root them out. Conduct a thorough internal investigation. I refuse to believe that 100,000 servers just appeared from thin air. Where did these 100,000 servers come from? Tunlong Games was once again engulfed in chaos. Chapter 48. Duan Cohen's Doubt. How could two inexperienced individuals create such an exceptional game? Meanwhile, at Lynn's home, Su Wanran gazed at the screen with excitement. As the number of online players soared to over 2.5 million. While this figure was not extraordinary, it was still quite impressive. Boss, we are going to make a fortune, she exclaimed, turning her gaming chair to face Lynn. However, the exhilaration she anticipated from Lynn's expression as he beheld the esports screen was conspicuously absent. Lynn sat upright and focused, entirely absorbed in his work. On his computer screen, a modeling scene unfolded before him, his fingers moving with remarkable speed, clicking the mouse as if he were engaged in gameplay. A magnificent city was gradually taking shape at his fingertips. Colorful stars streaked across the night sky, converging above the city, while in Lynn's notebook, intricate sketches of the complex urban landscape filled page after page. Cherry blossoms, trains touring the city, pilgrimage checkpoint areas, a gourmet zone, light shows, sky parades, musical performances. Su Wanran was left in awe. Boss, what are you doing? Lynn was completely immersed in the process of game creation. Even when Su Wanran waved her hands in front of him, he remained oblivious. It wasn't until she playfully covered his eyes with her small hands that he was momentarily pulled from his reverie. Now you have to tell me what you're up to. Yet, what transpired next left Su Wanran utterly astonished. Even with his eyes covered, Lynn's modeling actions continued unabated. The city existed not on the computer screen, but vividly within his mind. Oh my goodness, Lynn, are you some kind of monster? You can model without looking at the screen. Su Wanran was flabbergasted. The sheer brilliance was staggering. Startled by her exuberance, Lynn finally emerged from his gaming world. He relaxed his hands, stretching his slightly sore fingers. Indeed, creating such a colossal game alone would be an insurmountable task. The rendering of such an expansive scene could not possibly be achieved by a single computer. It required a system to expedite the process. Lynn merely needed to provide his concepts and city models to the system, which would help render the authentic game world. He only needed to make minor adjustments. Feeling the delicate hands covering his eyes, Lynn smirked. Su Wanran, did you not wash your hands after picking at your toes? Remove your pork trotters from in front of my eyes. I did not pick my toes, and my feet do not smell. She retorted. Where is the odor? Without hesitation, Su Wanran performed a split, bringing her foot to her face and sniffing, murmuring, It smells delightful. See for yourself. Lynn stared at the pristine foot before his nose, exasperated. I am utterly defeated by your innocence. Su Wanran's head moved closer, her playful demeanor unyielding. Indeed, dear boss. Is this marvelous activity not related to the one game event? It is truly captivating. The mere sight of this meteor shower is sufficiently enchanting. She leaned in closer, her gaze fixated on the city displayed on Lynn's screen. From Lynn's perspective, he could observe the girl's curious eyes and her long, fair neck. Even the fine fuzz gracing her cheeks. Su Wanran had just washed her hair, and the lingering fragrance enveloped her, while her complexion resembled that of a ripe peach. Su Wanran was completely absorbed in the model crafted by Lynn, oblivious to the proximity between them, nearly nose to nose. A soft sensation brushed against Lynn's arm as he rested it on the armrest of his gaming chair, now firmly pinned down by the weight of the southern hemisphere. Goodness, Su Wanran, are you truly unaware that your silence rivals that of a succubus? Lynn discovered that he did not despise this intimate contact with Su Wanran. In fact, he found himself yearning for her to draw even closer, ideally, resting upon his lap. However, at the mere thought of such a scene, a shiver coursed through him. Having the formidable Chuan Yu Baolong perched upon his legs was utterly terrifying. Ah, what an illusion! The bridge effect, the dangling carrot effect. In his mind, Lynn thought, what on earth are you leaning in for, colliding with me like that? Focus, think of Chuan Yu Baolong. Recall her words about the Shudao Mountain. Remember her when she gets furious. Su Wanran turned her head, puzzled. Hey, boss, why aren't you speaking? In an instant, Lynn regained his composure, as did his inner self. He redirected his attention to the screen, gazing at the game map he had created, and spoke with satisfaction. Yes, I have named it City of Love. I have merely established a rough framework. Even my AI algorithms require time to render this expansive scene. Once it is ready, I shall invite you to test it within the game. Su Wanran was taken aback. Test? You intend to play this game? In truth, Su Wanran was somewhat reluctant for Lynn to engage with the game, as the idea of adopting a fantasy girlfriend, albeit a mere paper figure, unsettled her. She certainly did not believe she would feel jealous of Lynn's imaginary companion. Wait, what does jealousy even mean? She would never. Lynn shook his head, revealing a mysterious smile. Ah, you shall join me. I will guide you through a genuine immersive experience, unlike simply staring at a computer screen. Su Wanran was again astonished. Boss, are you concocting some sort of cutting-edge technology? Lynn chuckled. In a couple of days, you will find out. With Lynn's exceptional game creation, Su Wanran believed every word he uttered, even if Lynn suggested he required a touch of real-life romantic experience. Su Wanran could certainly partake in a simulation with him, though she would undoubtedly be quite disdainful about it, internally. Nevertheless, the generous compensation from the boss was worth enduring. By the way, when will the boss send my paycheck? Perhaps I should negotiate. Daily payment? Lynn, Su Wanran, what are you pondering? Su Wanran suddenly regained her focus and replied earnestly, yes. Boss, what can I do for you? Although we achieved commendable results in our first public test today, we must not become complacent. I am not being arrogant, boss. Not yet. Your smile seems to stretch towards the heavens. Lynn picked up her notebook filled with inspiration. Su Wanran, stop daydreaming and help me brainstorm what romantic plot or location to add next. Perhaps a randomly triggered scenario, or an NPC that creates misunderstandings between players and their fantasy girlfriends, leading to some kind of resolution. Su Wanran, pulling at their emotions? Yes. We must maintain a sense of novelty for the players regarding their fantasy girlfriends. Su Wanran immediately raised her finger. Oh, I have an idea. What if we introduce a competitive mode in the game, where couples can battle it out on a leaderboard? In the next moment, Lynn's finger poked at her. Are you out of your mind? People play games to relax, not to increase the intensity. Ugh, Lynn, that hurt. I'm not out of my mind. Let me think. Oh, I got it. We could create a scenario where the fantasy girlfriend misunderstands the player as someone who has a harem. Are you a jester sent by monkeys? Host, your game fantasy girlfriend has surpassed 1 billion in revenue, with the game helmet production at 1. Meanwhile, at Tinglong Games, boss, I've checked. None of our servers support Lynn. There are no internal leaks. Duan Cohen scratched his head, his mind swirling with confusion. This is truly bizarre. Where did this 100,000 server come from? Little did Duan Cohen know, Lynn's server was called Blue Star OL. Observing the increasing player count, Duan Cohen pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing something, and spoke up. Go find me the background information on Lynn and Su Wanran. I want to see. Surely these two aren't backed by foreign capital, perhaps from Eagle Nation. Meanwhile, the gaming industry in Eagle Nation was in disarray. The sudden emergence of this game triggered a chain reaction, as Lynn single-handedly wiped out hundreds of billions of dollars in market value from Eagle Nation's gaming industry. This is undoubtedly a disruption. Holy crap, is this really a game that can be made? Such excellent AI wasted on a dating game. It must be Tinglong Games. Only they have the capacity to create something so impressive. Meanwhile, after reviewing the background information on Lynn and Su Wanran, Duan Cohen extinguished the cigarette in his hand. A freshly graduated female university student from a game design program. A certain individual who amassed wealth through the creation of a few simple games. Ultimately ascended to the position of head of the Star God game. Yet, just before the game's launch, he found himself unceremoniously dismissed. It raises a question. Is it plausible that these two inexperienced individuals could produce such a game? The subordinate responded, it is utterly implausible. Duan Cohen lifted his head, a glimmer of sagacity illuminating his eyes as if he had unraveled Lynn and's true nature. Frauds, mere charlatans. Fortunately, my wits have preserved me from your deception. This game could not possibly be the product of your efforts. It must have originated from another nation, intent on undermining our Dragon Nation's gaming industry with malicious intent. What shall we do, Chief? We lack evidence, queried the subordinate. Duan Cohen narrowed his eyes. I shall publicly challenge Lin and his little accomplice, Su Wanran, demanding that he demonstrate his prowess in game development right before us. I am eager to see if his skills truly warrant such a claim. Chapter 49. Su Wanran's remarkable eloquence. The boss has been acting suspiciously these past few days. Su Wanran sat despondently on the sofa, gazing at the tightly shut door of her bedroom, her lips pouting in irritation. Just then, her phone buzzed to life. Su Wanran, do you have any idea how popular you are right now? You have become an internet sensation, you know? Meanwhile, I am still struggling to find a job. And you've already ascended to the ranks of the elite in a major company. Can I come to see you? You must help me secure a position, complete with social insurance and a housing fund, a monthly salary of 30,000, ideally with minimal work and proximity to home. It would be perfect if you could arrange for all our dorm mates to join us, so we sisters would never be separated again. As Su Wanran listened to the series of voice messages from her college roommate, Xiaomei, she could practically feel Xiaomei's envy radiating through the screen. A faint smile crept onto Su Wanran's face. She felt a twinge of happiness at being admired by her friend. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that this dialogue sounded eerily familiar. Resolutely, she dismissed the notion in her mind. Humph, Xiaomei, how naive. There is absolutely no way I would allow another female employee to be near my boss. Not even a female cat. With a flurry of keystrokes, Su Wanran began to articulate the various grievances she had with her boss, Lynn. You have no idea how miserly our boss is. He treats me like a mere beast of burden rather than a human being. I have been working tirelessly for days without a moment's respite. To translate this, it meant that every morning, she awoke to a routine of gaming until dusk, feeling utterly abandoned by the world, only to find Lynn still toiling away in his office. The loneliness was palpable, akin to that of an empty nester employee. Yet, Xiaomei remained somewhat undeterred. If the salary is so high, coupled with such excellent benefits, then perhaps working overtime wouldn't be so bad after all. In an effort to dissuade Xiaomei from her aspirations, Su Wanran amplified her complaints about Lynn. You cannot fathom the torment I endure here, facing my boss's grandiose promises while being subjected to a predatory work culture. Indeed, Lynn was a master of false promises. At mealtime, he would genuinely prepare pancakes for Su Wanran to eat, primarily because it was a quick solution. Su Wanran attempted to engage Lynn in conversation, but he swiftly retreated into his room without uttering a word. Nevertheless, the pancakes, complemented with ham, eggs, vegetables, and ketchup, were undeniably delicious. The so-called predatory culture was even more daunting. Just yesterday, Su Wanran cautiously broached the subject of her salary with Lynn, inquiring if it was possible to receive daily payments. What was her reward? A harsh reprimand from Lynn. Daily payments? How ludicrous. What if I settle your payment and you decide to run off without fulfilling your duties? He retorted. However, as my sole employee, I cannot allow you to be without financial means. I want my employees to howl like wolves. With the company's performance being satisfactory over the past few days, he handed her a share of 2,000, declaring it the best motivation. Lynn indirectly placed a stack of red bills into Su Wanran's hands. Is it comfortable enough for you? No, do not be at ease. I shall not allow you to be comfortable. I shall not permit it. The crisp red banknotes landed in Su Wanran's hands, yet they brought a sweetness to her heart. Alas, oh dear, how indulgent it feels, simply delightful. Boss, once more. Swiftly now, do not spare my feelings, exert yourself. Lynn managed to extract a sensation of 20 million from a mere 2,000. With this 2,000, Su Wanran could joyfully purchase new garments, though it seemed rather meager in this company. Nevertheless, she possessed a keen self-awareness. She understood that this game was orchestrated by Lynn. She was merely a fortunate bystander. Receiving 2,000 was already a considerable fortune. Furthermore, there remained 8,000 by the month's end, an amount that she could scarcely utilize. Oh, you cannot fathom how formidable our boss is. Since my arrival, I have gained several pounds. It is truly alarming. Xiaomei, upon hearing Su Wanran's outburst and her montage of sentiments, realized that although every word she spoke was devoid of falsehood, none were entirely accurate. Hearing her nearly collapse under the weight of her own voice, Xiaomei was taken aback. Goodness, I had no idea, Wanran, that you were under such immense pressure. You have even gained weight from fatigue. If this continues, your figure will be altered. I have seen so many comparisons online. Once they begin working, they transform into lifeless beings. Su Wanran nodded vigorously, for she could not see Lynn. Her eyes indeed lacked brilliance. Xiaomei exclaimed, "It is evident how exhausted you are. You are remarkable. I have heard that your game has become a nationwide sensation, even astonishing foreigners. Back in school, your skills were unparalleled. Truly, I did not misjudge you. Your photograph is now displayed in the school's Hall of Fame." As Xiaomei's words drifted further, Su Wanran's initial excitement morphed into a pitiful expression. What difference did it make? Her separation anxiety was rearing its head. Her countenance resembled that of a wronged kitten, mewing outside the door, forbidden entry by her master. Lynn had opened the door and cast her a withering glance. Go where it is cool. Play games, eat, watch dramas, do anything. Just do not disturb me. Is there truly such a callous boss in existence? Xiaomei, please help me analyze what has transpired. I feel that our boss has been acting strangely these past few days, particularly so. Xiaomei was equally curious. What is it? Pray tell. Su Wanran recalled Lynn's unusual behavior over the past few days. Firstly, there had been daily deliveries to the door, hefty square boxes. The boss would stealthily carry these boxes into his room, closing the door behind him, engaging in unknown activities. I longed to peek inside, yet he vehemently denied me entry, threatening to deduct my wages. Moreover, his gaze was inscrutable. The boss appeared as if he had not slept for 3 days. With dark circles under his eyes resembling a panda, and his face had thinned considerably, he regarded me with utmost vigilance. Whenever I attempted to sneak in, he would pull me back. It felt as though he was concocting something illicit within that room. What could the boss possibly be up to? What is it that he conceals from my sight? Su Wanran was engulfed in perplexity. The more Lynn forbade her from peeking, the more her curiosity intensified. Xiaomei, a seasoned veteran in the realm of vehicles, wore a mysterious smile upon hearing Su Wanran's words. Could it possibly be that the package containing that square box is a gift for your boss's beloved wife? If you were to uncover this, he would surely face social demise on the spot. Su Wanran was taken aback. Could it be that the boss has been communicating with his beloved wife in that room these past few days? If that's the case, it wouldn't be surprising. Su Wanran initially felt a twinge of jealousy, but then considered that Lynn was now a billionaire. He neither indulged in reckless escapades nor engaged in the nightlife. Instead, he remained in his room, interacting with his beloved wives. This alone marked him as a commendable man. Yet, Su Wanran still felt a pang of discontent. She found herself envious of Lynn's cherished wife. Am I not sweet enough? Am I not adorable? We Sichuan girls are exceptionally gentle. Closing the chat, Su Wanran, feeling bored, opened Douyin, intending to scroll through a couple of videos to alleviate her ennui. Just then, she stumbled upon a video praising the game's segment by Tenglong, and exclaimed in astonishment. This fantasy-themed girlfriend game was nothing short of miraculous. It was hard to fathom how the unscientific game developer Lynn managed to create such a masterpiece. The scope of this game was far beyond what 2 individuals could accomplish. A game director dismissed by his previous employer and a recent graduate with no practical experience had somehow crafted such a flawless game. Aside from its somewhat extortionate in-game purchases, it was virtually devoid of flaws. This was nothing short of a miracle. Su Wanran immediately sensed that this Duan harbored ulterior motives. The so-called admiration for the fantasy-themed girlfriend was, in reality, a form of backhanded praise. The comments below, under deliberate guidance, turned into a chorus of skepticism. You could not convince me that this game was developed by just 2 people. There must be some hidden capital backing it. We can accept that the development costs of this game were exorbitant, and its completion and entertainment value are indeed groundbreaking, but we cannot accept such blatant deception. How could it possibly be that only 2 people developed this game? The game Star God was developed concurrently with the fantasy-themed girlfriend, right? How could it be? The disparity between 2 games created by the same individual is staggering, and Star God had been in development for several years. If Lynn could truly create such an impressive game single-handedly, there would have been no need for Star God to languish in development for so long. A fraud. Such effort poured into crafting an exceptional game must surely harbor malicious intent. They want us to become ensnared in this game, do they not? This game is a malignant tumor. My son is 25 years old this year, and ever since he began playing this game, he insists on playing every day after work, having spent several thousand on it. How can this continue? Today, I have already sent my son to a rehabilitation school for gaming addiction. Observing the comments section, I see a sea of despair. Su Wanran's pupils trembled in shock. She never anticipated that Duan Kuan would go to such lengths to slander and blacklist their game. Is he questioning our boss? Su Wanran slammed the table in fury. You may question me, but you shall not question our boss. She promptly clicked on the upper right corner to access Duan Kuan's livestream profile and chose to connect. Duan Kuan had intended to attract Lynn and Su Wanran, stepping forward to confront them and expose their motives. However, to his surprise, Lynn remained remarkably composed, refusing to respond to 3 consecutive days of provocation. Unexpectedly, Su Wanran entered the fray. Duan Kuan decisively accepted the connection request, revealing a smile. "Good afternoon, Miss Su," he greeted. Yet, in the next moment, Su Wanran's voice rang out. "Duan Kuan, you fool. How dare you speak ill of our boss in my presence? Are you itching for a doctor? Do you believe I won't rip your pants off and tighten them as a belt? Huh? You think we are easy to bully? Crawl away if you know what's good for you, or I will fish your child out of the hot pot, give them a good rinse, and knock you into a panda. Then, we won't need to visit the zoo. We can just look at you." The entire barrage of comments fell silent. Where's the promised gentleness of a girl from Sichuan and Chongqing? Su Wanran unleashed her fury upon Duan Kuan without hesitation. Chapter 50. What to do to trouble my employees. Meanwhile, in Lynn's room, the computer screen flickered with intricate codes, and various AI algorithms pulsated rhythmically. Lynn expertly grasped a circuit component with tweezers, affixing it to the circuit board. A wisp of smoke emerged. After testing, it successfully operated. Lynn exhaled deeply, reclining in his chair. Before him lay the components for the game helmet, meticulously arranged, alongside the simplest version of the helmet's shell. Though fatigued, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. System ding. Congratulations, host. Game helmet production progress. 30. In just 3 days, Lynn's game amassed an astonishing revenue of 3 billion, creating a financial legend. Players fervently invested, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their dream girlfriends. Hence, Lynn dared not delay even for a moment. He isolated himself in his room, resolutely focused on expediting the game helmet's completion. He estimated that, under these circumstances, he could finalize it within 10 to 20 days. Lynn cautiously perused his personal system panel. Although the daily tasks remained grayed out, a new feature had been unlocked below. System Mall, the System Mall. He recalled that it required 1 million downloads for access. He wondered about the potential costs of the items within and what he might need for exchange. With excitement, he clicked to enter the System Mall. Ding! Welcome to the mall. As a first-time visitor, you are awarded 10,000 recognition coins. Every item within the system can be exchanged using recognition coins. Recognition coins are earned through players' genuine acknowledgement of the host's game creation, derived from heartfelt appreciation. A single player can contribute a maximum of 1 recognition coin. Starting from the moment the host opens the mall, the System Mall refreshes weekly. Stamina potion. During the game development process, overtime is often required, and late-night work can lead to physical exhaustion. Cost: 10 recognition coins. Consuming the stamina potion triples physical strength and energy for 24 hours. Before him appeared an icon depicting a vial of orange liquid. Lynn glanced at the icon, contemplating the benefits of tripling his energy. Wait, could this potion serve a purpose beyond game development? However, the system stipulated that only Lynn or his employees could utilize it, and temporary hires were not permitted. Well, it's a rather nifty little item. Lynn's attention shifted to the next line. AI algorithm modeling software, free. To prevent the host from attracting official suspicion in reality, a reasonable algorithm software must be arranged for the host, ensuring the host is not apprehended for experimentation. Lynn stroked his chin, impressed by the system's meticulousness in considering real-world implications. Should the authorities seek his collaboration, he could provide them with this AI algorithm software, as long as they did not disturb his game development. Skill enhancement. For game developers, possessing dexterous hands is of paramount importance. With 10,000 recognition coins, acquiring this skill multiplies finger agility, stability, strength, and speed by 10-fold. Lynn smiled as he dispensed a line of recognition coins. First, a bottle of stamina potion, and next, the skill enhancement. Host consumes 10,000 recognition coins. In the next moment, Lynn felt an unprecedented nimbleness in his fingers, even experiencing an illusion that his digits could transform into tentacle-like appendages akin to those of an octopus. Before him, the stamina potion masqueraded as an ordinary canned beverage. Without hesitation, Lynn opened it and took a deep swig. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated, his entire being invigorated, and his mind remarkably sharp, as if he had returned to the age of 18. Observing the state of his hands and body, he felt immense satisfaction. He glanced at the gaming headset on the table. Although it was still under construction, the system calculated his revenue daily, subsequently determining the manufacturing speed of the headset based on those earnings. Thus, even his impatience could not hasten the process. Lynn resolved to exit the room and check if Su Wanran was slacking off. seeking an opportunity to deduct her wages. Upon stepping out, he heard Su Wanran vociferously critiquing a colleague's skills in the studio. Initially, he assumed she was merely playing a game, but as he listened further, it became evident that was not the case. Why not reflect on your own shortcomings after being laid off? Always blaming yourself. You work diligently, yet at 35, the company downsizes you, and you still find fault within yourself, don't you? After graduating from university, encountering a miserly boss, you also blame yourself, don't you? No one supports the projects you undertake, and you still find fault within yourself, don't you? You burn the midnight oil, deteriorating your health, receiving no compensation, and facing termination, yet you still blame yourself, right? Duan Kuan frowned. This young lady was excessively loquacious. It was unwise to allow Su Wanran to vent unchecked, especially in adverse circumstances. There was only one recourse, to question her qualifications, demanding proof that the games were of their own creation. Duan Kuan spoke. However, as far as I know, though you are merely an ordinary graduate from a second-tier university, I have even taken the liberty of reviewing your academic records and professional accomplishments, including your original artwork and storyboards, which are quite commendable. Nevertheless, in my estimation, such a level of proficiency is insufficient for developing a large-scale game like Fantasy Girlfriend. May I inquire about your contributions to this project? Su Wanran, visibly irate, retorted, why focus on my degree? It only serves to diminish the value of individual effort. Lynn stood at the studio's entrance, listening for a while, chuckling to himself. This Duan Kuan was truly courting disaster by offending Su Wanran. He himself dared not provoke her, particularly not her dragon-like temperament. In truth, there is no need to pay attention to someone as trivial as Duan Kuan. The more one engages with him, the more delighted he becomes. It suffices to let one's performance in the game speak for itself. However, it is evident that Su Wanran, in her efforts to defend Lynn, has become somewhat agitated. Su Wanran asserts that she is merely a layabout winner while Lynn is the MVP. After all, she identifies as a member of the canine zodiac. What is wrong with winning effortlessly? This declaration rendered Duan Kuan speechless. With no other recourse, he demanded Su Wanran provide evidence. It is not that we lack belief. We merely wish to broaden our horizons. Is there truly such a thing as the AI algorithm modeling you speak of? Su Wanran, flustered and at a loss, could not produce any evidence, as all the work was done by Lynn. Her contributions were limited to some original artwork and narrative output. You cannot provide it, can you? Here at Quantum Studio, hundreds of employees are eager to witness your boss's professional skills. Su Wanran seethed with frustration, though her skills, while impressive in an academic setting, paled in comparison to the industry veterans at these game production studios. My boss is currently occupied with something very important. Duan Kuan chuckled, perhaps feeling a twinge of insecurity, speculating whether Lynn was hiding away. Who truly developed this game? Was it crafted by the Eagle Nation or the Cherry Blossom Nation, intending to disrupt our Dragon Nation's gaming market? Su Wanran retorted, stop casting such broad accusations. This game has been developed and produced entirely by my boss. I merely handled a very small aspect of it. It is not a foreign creation. Duan Kuan pressed, what evidence do you have? Show it to us. Just as Su Wanran was about to falter in her defense, a hand rested on her shoulder. Surprised, she looked up and was overjoyed to see her boss. Lynn addressed her, is it worth your time to argue with such a clown? Yet, upon hearing the claims of her being dismissed, Su Wanran could not contain her indignation. Get away. While I disdain proving anything to such a jester, I will not stand idly by as my employees are bullied. Su Wanran obediently retreated to the side, her heart swelling with joy. Her boss was coming to her defense. Lynn settled into the esports chair, his expression calm as he directed his gaze to Duan Kuan, who was connected via video. What purpose does it serve to make things difficult for an employee? Whatever grievances you have, direct them towards me as the employer. P.S. Although both are 2 updates, each constitutes nearly 3,000 words, totaling close to 6,000 words, akin to 3 updates. I seek your favorable reviews and encouragement for further updates. Chapter 51. Lynn, we entrust the power of monetization to players. To everyone's astonishment, Lynn made a surprise appearance in the live stream. Duan Kuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of unease within. For the past 3 days, he had relentlessly questioned Lynn through various channels, yet Lynn remained unresponsive. He had presumed that Lynn was merely retreating in fear and had escalated his fabrications. However, now, After only slightly challenging Su Wanran, Lynn had emerged in the live stream. It seemed Lynn had come well prepared. Humph. But our quantum studio is not to be trifled with. Today, I shall expose your true nature. Duan Kuan thought fiercely to himself. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of insincere smiles and said, Lynn, you finally have the courage to show your face. I thought you had fled abroad these past few days. Many of your players have gathered in the live stream and raised numerous doubts. As he spoke, Duan Kuan picked up a small piece of paper and continued. I've compiled a few questions for you. If you can answer them, that would be splendid. If not, it's no matter. First, who exactly developed this game? How could just the two of you possibly create such an expansive game? Did you receive assistance from the Eagles or the Cherry Blossom Nation? What, pray tell, is the purpose behind your game as creation? And why does it seem so demanding in terms of monetization? Duan Kuan set down the paper, a smirk playing on his lips. These are merely a few questions. I would appreciate your answers, if you will. Su Wanran retorted indignantly. In what way is this game demanding in terms of monetization? Surely it pales in comparison to your Tenglong games. Aside from the initial recharge of 6 yuan, players can entirely opt out of other monetization options. Moreover, we've introduced monthly cards and a gacha mechanism, allowing casual players to enjoy the game fully. How dare this fellow malign us as if we were from the Cherry Blossom Nation? Beside her, Su Wanran gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Duan Kuan, wishing to transform into a fierce creature from her homeland and unleash her wrath upon him. Just as Su Wanran was about to erupt, Lynn intervened, calmly stating, It is not worth my time to engage with a fool like Duan Kuan. Although I disdain the need to prove anything to someone like you, I wish to clarify certain doubts for the existing players of this game and those who are considering trying it. This game was developed collaboratively by Su Wanran and myself. Su Wanran, feeling a bit bashful, shyly raised her pinky finger and added, I only participated a little. Lynn continued. We utilized our independently developed AI algorithms and game engine, which enabled us to create such a substantial game. Our intention in developing this game was to allow players who have never experienced love, who have been hurt by love, or who harbor regrets in love, to taste the essence of romance through our game. As for the monetization issue, I have taken that into consideration. Even with the introduction of monthly cards and gacha mechanics, there are still players who cannot afford to spend due to financial constraints. Some may come from impoverished families, others might face disabilities, while some could be unable to work due to serious illness, unable even to spare the initial recharge of $6, often foregoing an egg with their meals. I wish for these players to also experience the beauty of love. Lynn directly introduced the preview of the game's version 1. One in Duan Kuan's live stream, version 1. One will not only feature romantic activities and a new expansive map, but also new fantasy coin rewards. And we will offer at least 10 free draws, along with the introduction of a new event skin, Lover's Starry Sky. Furthermore, the game will present two versions. One is the original pay-to-win model, and the other is a free-to-play model. Yes, you heard it right, a free-to-play model, not a buyout model. We have entirely abandoned the buyout model in favor of a free-to-play system, where all players will enjoy the same gaming experience as paying players, albeit in a single-player mode. I hope every player can genuinely savor the beauty of love. Upon hearing Lynn's declaration, the audience in the live stream erupted in astonishment, with Duan Kuan and the staff from Quantum Studio equally taken aback. Such audacity to offer a meticulously crafted pay-to-win game for free. The skins in the game can be easily obtained, characters can be freely drawn, and constellations can be randomly acquired. It's simply exhilarating. However, this means the game would generate no revenue from players. Even we at Tenglong would not dare undertake such a venture, as a buyout model is the minimum requirement. Moreover, with a free version available, who would still opt for the pay-to-win version? Where does this confidence come from, believing players would abandon the free version for his pay-to-win model? Is he out of his mind? The game designers shook their heads in disbelief. Players in the live stream began to murmur among themselves. Wow, Lynn, I've already spent $300. When exactly will version 1 be released? This is fantastic. Now we have a free version to play, so no need to spend. Those who relish free access were naturally overjoyed, yet players who had previously invested money in the game were far from pleased. Is this some sort of joke? A pay-to-win game introducing a free version. Doesn't that render the gaming experience for casual players and spenders indistinguishable? Wow, Lynn, what does that make us who have paid? I might as well play the free version. Feeling slighted, Observing the discontent and imbalance among the paying players, Lynn smiled and continued. As for the pay-to-win version, players will enjoy the online experience. For instance, in version 1, all pay-to-win players can enter the same map, relish the joys of love, and experience the game's benefits. Furthermore, players who accumulate a total recharge of 10,000 will receive the promised reward. A fantasy girlfriend will appear by your side. Certainly, it is not to suggest that by investing a sum of 10,000, a fantasy girlfriend will materialize instantaneously. Rather, it is through the progressive unfolding of the game's narrative that, once a profound emotional bond is established with the fantasy girlfriend and a certain level of affection is attained, she will eventually appear. Upon hearing this, the players who invest became somewhat reassured. This is indeed the essence of it. Spending must create a distinction from casual players. The prospect of having a fantasy girlfriend by one's side is simply delightful. Who would still choose the free version? Streamer, could you perhaps disclose what the large map event for version 1 entails? Lynn responded, that remains confidential for now. However, the 1 version will be updated shortly, not exceeding 10 days at most. Additionally, a player inquired about how a free player might experience version 1. It is quite simple. The free model can be easily converted into a pay model, provided that the previous amount one ought to have invested is compensated. Lynn closed his eyes momentarily and declared, we bestow the choice of investment upon the players. Once Lynn uttered these words, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged like a tidal wave. Oh dear, I am disabled and cannot afford to spend, yet I yearn to play this game. Previously, I hesitated because I heard it was costly, but the streamer astonishingly introduced a free version. He truly has a benevolent heart. Streamer, although I have just graduated and currently cannot afford the paid version, I will undoubtedly support you once I secure a job and save some money. The statement of entrusting the power of spending to the players is the finest marketing strategy one have encountered from a game company this year. I am immensely moved. I initially presumed that Lynn would at least offer a buyout model, and yet it turned out to be free. Who would opt for the free version? With such a conscientious game, can anyone bear to see Lynn earn not a single cent? I shall immediately venture into the game to make my first purchase. Let us indulge in spending. Observing the transformation of erstwhile critics into supporters, swayed by Lynn's sincerity and benevolence, Duan Kuan found himself at a loss. This is not right. Have I become the antagonist? He had not anticipated Lynn to possess such audacity in launching a free version. However, he still held a trump card. Gritting his teeth, Duan Kuan inquired, Lynn, how on earth did you manage to create such a substantial game? Chapter 52, Quantum Studio. Let us begin. You claim to have developed your own AI algorithms and proprietary engine, which is utterly laughable. Why not proclaim yourself a superhero while you're at it? Surely, your prowess surpasses even that of Eagle Sauce's AI algorithms, does it not? And as for your so-called self-developed engine, what a jest. We utilize Unreal Engine. How dare you assert that yours is original? Do you comprehend the immense dedication required to create an engine? I cannot believe that a solitary individual could accomplish such a feat. Duan Kuan directly challenged. It is not that we doubt your capabilities. We merely wish to broaden our horizons. Lynn smiled and retorted, on what grounds should I exhibit my work to you? Who do you think you are? Duan Kuan's expression darkened. Your refusal to demonstrate suggests that what you claim, your AI algorithms and proprietary engine, are merely fabrications, mere bluster. None of us at Quantum Studio would dare to claim the ability to produce such a grand game. Lynn calmly replied, that is simply because you are all a bunch of inept fools. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in Quantum Studio, including Duan Kuan and his several hundred employees, turned volatile. How audacious! Do you dare to compare yourself with us? I refuse to believe that, despite being mere mortals and fellow game developers, you could possibly surpass us. Duan Kuan pounded the table, attempting to assert his leadership. Lynn, I acknowledge your achievement in creating such a game, and I commend you for it. However, you cannot denigrate all of us at Quantum Studio as worthless. How about this? We will send 10 of our best to compete against you in the speed of creating a game map. The map need not be overly large. It will be a contest of who can produce it more swiftly and beautifully, with the audience as judges. Duan Kuan was resolute. He could not fathom that Lynn, a single individual, could outpace 10 of them in crafting a game map. Should anyone lose, that individual must concede their inadequacy. Lynn chuckled. 10 individuals might not suffice. I must say, Duan Kuan smirked, a hint of disdain evident. 3 will do, considering your purported prowess. Our studio can provide 3. That should pose no issue, right? Lynn shook his head. That is not my intention. What do you mean, then? Are you afraid to compete with us? No. I suggest that all members of Quantum Studio join forces against me. The room fell silent in astonishment. How brazen. Our Quantum Studio boasts over 500 members. Has he lost his mind? To challenge us all at once? Where does he derive such confidence? Duan Kuan's face darkened, akin to a lump of coal. Lynn's words clearly indicated his disregard for him. Very well, I accept your challenge. We shall pit all 500 of us against you in the speed of map creation, setting the time limit at 1 hour, to see whose progress prevails. The map type will be national style, aiming to embody the essence of Chinese aesthetics. This was not mere blind confidence from Duan Kuan. The national style map was indeed his forte. Previous contributions to games such as the Three Kingdoms online game, Sui Tang Chuan, and Dechin had all encapsulated rich Chinese cultural elements, and their studio held substantial confidence in this regard. Lynn signaled an okay with his hand. Agreed. The audience in the live broadcast room was utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them. It was simply captivating. They eagerly shared the moment, wishing to attract more viewers to witness this spectacular showdown. Lynn, the owner of Fantasy Studio, versus the Quantum Game Studio. The countdown commenced. Duan Kuan spoke directly. Ladies and gentlemen, today's battle is a matter of honor for our Quantum Studio. If we win, everyone will receive a bonus. With over 500 members frequently collaborating, they were merely tasked with creating a semi-finished map. Each individual opened their computers and launched the game development software, Unreal Engine. Some focused on crafting stones, others on trees, some on palaces, while a few took charge of coordination. They had become remarkably adept at this assembly line style of teamwork. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lynn remained unhurried, sipping tea and sampling snacks sent over by Su Wanran. This spectacle left the audience envious. Goodness, is this really game development? It's more like a scenario designed to make us, the singletons, green with envy. We are playing games, and you are playing with reality? Hey Lynn, are you too comfortable? Hurry up and open the software. Some viewers were already growing impatient. On the other side, Quantum Studio had polished numerous details with impressive speed. In response to the viewers' urgings, Su Wanran cheerfully assured, no worries, the boss will surely not lose. Finally, after several minutes of leisurely preparation, Lynn slowly opened the AI software provided by the system to begin crafting the game map. Since the objective was to create a map imbued with Chinese aesthetics, he decided to design a Chinese horror theme, one that would terrify you. Lynn entered descriptive terms of Chinese horror into the AI panel, along with elements he envisioned for the map: a dilapidated ancient house, white lanterns, paper figures, a dry well, and a coffin. He then commenced creating the visuals, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with such speed that they appeared almost as a blur. Su Wanran was left in awe. Wow. Your speed is a shame not to be used in rhythm games. The barrage of comments echoed with astonishment. Incredible speed. If Kato Eagle were here, he would surely be amazed. On Duan Kuan's side, he observed his game map taking shape, a setting reminiscent of an imperial palace, their forte. From all perspectives, it was a remarkable reproduction, grand and majestic. Aside from the air walls, it was nearly flawless. This time, it's exceptionally well done and swift. Lynn, your efficiency alone cannot possibly rival that of my 500 people, can it? Duan Kuan glanced over at Lynn's side. Upon seeing it, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What on earth? Lynn had already constructed a terrifying haunted house, with an impressively high level of completion. The eerie white lanterns swayed, and yellow paper on the ground danced in the wind, creating an exceptionally chilling atmosphere. Particularly haunting are certain elements that provoke chilling thoughts, such as the footprints on the floor, the paper figures piled in the corner, the red shoes found in the boudoir, the white satin draped throughout the room, and the branches swaying in the wind casting ghostly shadows upon the walls. It is truly terrifying, steeped in an atmosphere of Chinese horror. Yet, this is not the most frightening aspect. The most horrifying revelation occurs when Lynn observes the modeling process. It seems to extend on its own, as if it possesses a will of its own. It feels genuinely like a haunting, more terrifying than the haunted house itself. While Lynn is crafting the coffin in the grand hall, the modeling from the eastern chamber inexplicably continues to develop independently, producing elements at an astonishing speed, including the grass atop a dry well, and the fallen tiles. Their own creations surpass the eerie essence of this Chinese horror architecture. A bronze mirror floats and sways across the screen, seemingly unsure of its destination. It appears somewhat bewildered, even endearing. Lynn clicks his tongue. Jeangi. This is an item for the players. Place it in the boudoir. When the players explore, they can use the mirror to gaze behind them and witness a ghostly pale hand reaching out from the surface. It will also interact with the dressing mirror, creating a connection between mirrors and leading into the realm of shadowy reflections. In the next moment, the bronze mirror zips away, finally aware of its purpose. Duan Kuan can hardly believe his eyes. What on earth is this software? It can be voice-controlled? Their Unreal Engine was already among the finest available. To think that Lynn's creation is even more terrifying, exhibiting its own thoughts, autonomously following the modeling process, and comprehending human speech. Lynn chuckles. Oh, this is my self-developed fantasy engine, along with the Jeangi AI. I have completed my work. How about you? Lynn removes his hands from the keyboard and gazes at Duan Kuan. Duan Kuan stares in awe at the Chinese horror-themed abandoned mansion Lynn has crafted. Unable to find a single flaw, he is utterly astounded. How could such an extraordinary game development software exist in this world? A profound sense of defeat wells up within him. The speed of their team of 500 pales in comparison to Lynn's solitary pace. This game development software is truly astonishing. Chapter 53. The Fantasy Engine, Jeangi AI. The academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences can no longer sit still. At Tsinghua University, Professor Yi Jianming, an esteemed academician with silver hair, was delivering a lecture. The subject of the class was the evolution of artificial intelligence. After meticulously elucidating the technical aspects, Professor Yi slowly closed his book, a flicker of regret evident in his gaze. From this point onwards, there is no need to take notes, as I wish to engage you in a conversation beyond the confines of this syllabus. The advancements in AI abroad have been ongoing for several years now. Among them, the pinnacle of technology, the God AI, boasts algorithms that exhibit considerable intelligence, transcending mere content retrieval to possess their own logical reasoning capabilities. In contrast, our domestic AI remains in its infancy. Despite our ample computational power, I firmly believe that the essence of AI lies not in the sheer power of computation, but in the sophistication of algorithms. Moreover, certain Western nations are employing tactics to stifle our progress. AI models represent the trajectory of future development, and although we have begun this journey later than some Western countries, we indeed face a disparity in this arena. Yet, our great nation has never lacked resilient individuals. Given sufficient time, we will undoubtedly catch up. Dear students, at my advanced age of over 80, I truly wonder if I will witness the day when our domestic AI rises to prominence. Professor Ye's tone was tinged with both helplessness and hope. At that moment, he noticed a few students in the corner of the classroom who were not paying attention to his lecture. Instead, they were engrossed in their phones, their expressions more animated than when they were listening to him, occasionally exclaiming in awe, "My goodness, this is simply extraterrestrial technology. This AI is remarkable. It can autonomously generate images. This is the software I have longed for. One person's efficiency surpasses that of 500 in a quantum studio. How extravagant." Though advanced in years, Professor Yi remained sharp and perceptive. He overheard the students discussing an AI related to gaming. With hands clasped behind his back, he quietly approached the group, gesturing to a classmate who was about to intervene to remain silent. He then bent down slightly, wearing a smile, and inquired, "Students, what are you looking at? Is my lecture too tedious? If so, I shall endeavor to adopt a different approach next time to facilitate your understanding." It was said that Professor Yi was notoriously strict when teaching foreign students, never repeating a question he had posed. Yet, while instructing at Tsinghua University, he exhibited a remarkable gentleness. Even when observing students distracted by their phones, his curiosity about their reasons was piqued. One student, filled with excitement, stood up and handed his phone to Professor Yi, exclaiming, "Professor Yi, you must see this. Our domestic AI has risen." Professor Yi paused for a moment, accepting the still-warm device with both hands. On the screen, a live stream showcased Lynn in utilizing the fantasy engine to create images. "Professor Yi, it appears our domestic AI has surpassed those Western nations. The AI employed by the streamer here is even more formidable than their God AI." Professor Yi was once again taken aback, his brow slightly furrowed. How is this possible? Developing an AI algorithm involves substantial computational power and a multitude of complex model seeds. It's not something an individual can easily accomplish. I have told you before that in academia, one must not harbor an attitude of arrogance. We must tread carefully, step by step. However, the students eagerly interjected, "Professor, you must see this. It's truly astonishing. It's igniting our passion. Professor Yi, we are not deceiving you. This AI has already been put to practical use. Indeed, Professor Yi, we are not merely observing irrelevant content. We are watching a particularly popular live stream. The game Fantasy Girlfriend has gained immense popularity, and it was created by a producer named Lynn in using his self-developed Jeangi AI and fantasy engine." Upon hearing the unfamiliar terms Jeangi AI and fantasy engine, Professor Yi murmured them to himself, then lowered his head to intently gaze at his phone screen, watching Lin N's live stream. Before him, Lin N was in the process of creating the game map, and the AI continuously adjusted the layout based on his vocal commands. If Lin N identified any errors and made corrections, the AI swiftly learned, becoming increasingly intelligent, much like a diligent student, emulating Lin N's actions, continuously extending and refining the work. Even the well-versed Professor Yi was left astounded by the scene unfolding before him, murmuring, This AI is remarkably intelligent, and this fantasy engine renders in nearly real time. While others typically require multiple steps for modeling, configuration, white coding, coloring, and rendering, this fantasy engine astonishingly accomplishes these tasks in real time. As soon as Lin N finished constructing the image, it automatically applied color and could even predict the next steps, with Lin N merely needing to assess the accuracy of its predictions, significantly enhancing work efficiency. Professor Yi was nearly pressing his glasses against the phone screen in disbelief. My goodness, this is incredible. How on earth did he achieve this? Nearby, the students chattered excitedly. Professor, you might not know, but this streamer is Lin N, and the girl next to him is Su Wanran. Their fantasy studio created the game Fantasy Girlfriend using these two pieces of software. It's truly remarkable. Every player in the game can have a unique girlfriend with a personalized storyline that never repeats. Professor Yi, who typically did not engage in gaming and was not well versed in such matters, felt exhilarated by the students' descriptions. Such remarkable software being used solely for gaming seems like a tremendous waste. If we could persuade Lin N to share this technology with the nation, the overall work efficiency of the country would see a significant boost. One could even argue that if this software is indeed reliable, it deserves to be termed a national-level software. What difference is there between this and someone crafting a chip comparable to an i9 at home? We must invite this individual. If he is willing to lead the development of AI large models in our Dragon Nation, bestowing him with any honor would be a mere trifle. Even making him the wealthiest person in Dragon Nation would be well-deserved. Professor Yi, increasingly agitated by his thoughts, could no longer remain seated. He glanced at his students and announced, "Class dismissed for today." With that, he grabbed his bag and water cup, and, accompanied by two staff members, hurriedly exited the classroom. The students were taken aback by Professor Yi's sudden departure. One whispered, "Isn't Professor Yi usually a bit stooped when he walks? Why is he so upright today? It seems he has been invigorated. Perhaps he is on a quest for wisdom." Chapter 54. Boss, there are so many food stalls in the community now. Meanwhile, on the other end of the live stream, Duan Kuan, the head of the Tunglong Game Quantum Studio, along with all the employees of the studio, collectively bowed in apology to Lin. "We are truly sorry, esteemed Lin. We were wrong. We are a bunch of inept fools. I previously presumed that Fantasy Girlfriend was a game funded from abroad, yet I never imagined that you could independently develop such remarkable software. I concede defeat wholeheartedly. We, too, are in the gaming industry, and you have ascended to the heights of AI development? This is nothing short of a dimensionality reduction strike." Witnessing the Quantum Studio's surrender, Su Wanran's lips curled into a smile as she waved her small fist, finally releasing the pent-up frustration within her. "Next time, don't recklessly challenge us again. I've told you before, our boss is a genius. The realm of geniuses is beyond your comprehension." Indeed. Duan Kuan nodded helplessly, a bitter smile on his face. This defeat in the challenge had made them notorious across the internet, and he anticipated that as the head of the Quantum Studio, he might soon face consequences, potentially losing his job, facing demotion, or even dismissal. Lin waved his hand gently and spoke with a warm demeanor. "To everyone at the Quantum Studio, please do not be too disheartened. What I mentioned earlier was merely pre-match banter. My victory over you was not solely due to my personal modeling speed. Rather, it stemmed from the different software we employed. In truth, the prowess of your quantum studio is formidable, arguably at the pinnacle of the industry. Your staff possesses significant technical skills, and you certainly hold your own, even when compared to international AAA studios. It is merely unfortunate that you encountered our fantasy studio. Lynn's words instilled a sense of warmth in the hearts of the quantum studio employees. Lynn, as expected, did not belittle them despite his victory and even praised their skills. In fact, losing to such a figure as Lynn was not a misfortune at all, for some individuals lacked even the qualification to compete with him. Indeed, this software is astonishing. It surpasses foreign AI by leaps and bounds. I wondered how Fantasy Girlfriend could be so exceptional. It turns out it was created using such remarkable AI, which now makes perfect sense. The audience in the live stream also felt a sense of relief, as the earlier doubts vanished without a trace. Lynn glanced at the time, a smile gracing his features. Well, let us conclude today's live stream. It is already 5 o'clock, and I must clock out. Pausing for a moment, Lynn turned to Duan Kuan. I hope the employees of the Quantum Studio can also finish early today. Duan, your team has worked very hard. Let them leave early today. Duan Kuan's face flushed slightly. Since Lynn had suggested it, he had no choice but to agree. He turned to the crowd, saying, Everyone, you've worked hard today. Let us finish early. Upon hearing this news, the members of the Tunglong Game Studio could hardly believe their ears. It was only 5 o'clock. Duan Kuan was actually letting them leave early. Typically, they would be working overtime until 11. Today was indeed unusually early. This is all a benefit that the esteemed Lynn has fought for on their behalf. How enviable it is. If only I could work by Lynn's side. Lynn, do you need any leg ornaments? I am well versed in serving tea and water. Some employees have already begun to envy Su Wanran. Lynn closed the live stream, turned to Su Wanran, and asked with a smile, Do you think your boss is handsome? Sitting in the gaming chair, Su Wanran fidgeted like a restless worm, exclaiming excitedly, The boss is incredibly handsome, simply stunning. This reminded her of her childhood when she was bullied, and at that time, Lynn had wielded a broom smeared with filth, transforming into a valiant warrior, scaring off those ruffians. Back then, Lynn had asked her the same question, Am I handsome? The more Su Wanran thought about it, the more her heart raced, and the more she gazed at Lynn, the stronger her impulse became to throw herself into his arms and weep. Seated close together in the gaming chair, their legs nearly touching, Su Wanran accidentally leaned forward, losing her balance and tumbling over. With a resounding thud, she fell directly onto Lynn's thigh, her body sprawled over him, still clinging to the gaming chair like a turtle. Ouch! What did I hit my head on? She cried out in pain. Lynn looked down at Su Wanran, whose upper body was pressed against him, and he could even feel a soft sensation on his thigh. Su Wanran, have I ever told you to seek treatment for hemorrhoids? Lynn said helplessly. Who has hemorrhoids? My bottom is perfectly healthy. Su Wanran retorted defiantly. Just then, Su Wanran seemed to sense something unusual and felt an odd pressure against her. She looked down in confusion and asked, What is that? That is my phone. And what is this hard object? That is my key. And this one? Could you stop asking so many questions and get up? If you don't, I will. Su Wanran's face instantly flushed crimson. Although she often claimed to be the queen of theory, in reality, she had no practical experience at all. Her cheeks turned as red as a ripe tomato as she spoke, attempting to rise from the ground. She wanted to stand up quickly, but the gaming chair pinned her down, making it impossible to escape. Her body kept rubbing against Lynn's, and in her desperation, she shouted, Boss, help. I'm trapped under the gaming chair. Lynn was utterly speechless and chuckled wryly. Su Wanran, you need not go to such lengths to express your gratitude. In the next moment, Su Wanran finally managed to free herself from the gaming chair and sat up. She adjusted her clothes, her face still flushed, and said, I wasn't thanking you. I just slipped accidentally. Lynn cast a glance at her and gently reminded, your button has popped open. Su Wanran looked down, and indeed, the button of her blouse had come undone, revealing glimpses of her delicate, white lace lingerie. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, resembling a startled little rabbit, and she hurriedly dashed away. Lynn exhaled a sigh of relief, seated herself on a chair, and took a moment to gather herself before daring to rise. Inwardly grumbling, It must be that my legs have gone numb, surely. This Su Wanran, despite being a mere girl, possessed an astonishing appetite and had developed rather well. She had certainly left me feeling quite compressed, my legs swollen from the pressure. After resting for a while, Lynn emerged from the studio and made her way to the living room. Boss, you've finally come out. Is it time to cook? I'm so hungry. Su Wanran awaited eagerly at the dining table, her eyes brimming with a yearning for culinary delights. In that moment, Lynn felt somewhat akin to a kindergarten teacher tending to a child. Oh dear, could you refrain from using reduplicated phrases? Never mind. My mother did instruct me to take good care of you. Lynn shook her head in resignation. Upon opening the refrigerator, she found it utterly bare. Where are the tomatoes? I ate them, came the reply. And the cucumbers? Su Wanran, a touch embarrassed, admitted, I consumed half, and the other half. Huh? Lynn regarded her with a teasing glint in her eyes. You truly are something else, not even sparing the cucumbers. Su Wanran playfully tapped Lynn's chest. Not at all. I merely used cucumber slices for a facial treatment. Lynn shook her head and sighed. Alas, poor cucumbers, reduced to mere slices after your usage. And what of this? Please don't tell me you disposed of the bitter melon as well. With a cheeky grin, Su Wanran replied, I dislike bitter melon. So to spare you the trouble, I secretly discarded it as trash. Su Wanran, you wasteful creature. Where's my? Lynn feigned anger, brandishing a rolling pin as though to strike her. Oh no, please don't. Su Wanran scampered around the room, like a guilty little kitten, eventually hiding behind the curtains. Trembling in fear, Lynn sighed in exasperation, pulling open the door. Come on. Su Wanran's expression shifted to one of anxiety, her eyes dimming. Boss, you aren't going to fire me, are you? Lynn replied curtly, we're going out to buy groceries. Only then did Su Wanran break into a smile. Her spirits lifted. I knew you weren't that heartless. I'll carry the bags when we go shopping. With that, she eagerly picked up the shopping basket, indicating her willingness to bear whatever they purchased. Lynn nodded. I'll get a large winter melon for you to carry on your shoulder. How about that? Oh no, please. Boss, you wouldn't be that cruel, would you? Am I not the miserly type? Lynn joked, chuckling softly. Together, they stepped out into the evening glow, strolling through the streets, venturing into the market, selecting ingredients, haggling over prices, and even feeding passing stray cats. They appeared to be a genuine couple. Soon, after completing their grocery shopping, the two of them strolled along the path leading home. Su Wanran gazed at the numerous snack stalls that had suddenly appeared near their community and exclaimed with delight, Boss, when did so many snack stalls pop up around our neighborhood? Lynn's lips twitched slightly. I suppose the urban management probably does not dare to intervene. After all, the vendor at the pancake stall before them, though his smile is amiable, possesses biceps as thick as Su Wanran's head. Chapter 55. What is the relationship between my wife's sister's husband's sister-in-law? There is an ancient saying in Longwa, since one has come, one should indulge. How could one resist sampling the culinary delights offered by these street vendors? Su Wanran, resembling a mouse in a bustling street, had her eyes fixated on the stalls, eager to savor every morsel if they proved delectable. She paused before a takoyaki stall and addressed the vendor with enthusiasm. Uncle, I would like a serving of takoyaki, please. The vendor, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, Oh dear, I'm afraid I forgot to bring my gas canister today. Su Wanran, upon closer inspection, found what appeared to be a gas canister right in front of him. The vendor, still flustered, insisted, This is not a gas canister. It's my modified natural gas tank, which I fondly refer to as the cheer castle. Even he seemed unsure whether his explanation would suffice to convince Su Wanran, who could only nod helplessly in response. Haha, she believes me. He chuckled inwardly. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Su Wanran murmured, How can one run a business without a gas canister? Do remember this for next time. Next, she approached a skewer stall and suggested, How about we have a couple of skewers of fried gluten? They remind me of the delightful big knife meat I used to enjoy as a child. Just 10 cents each. I recall one time, Brother Lynn bought some for me. He was too stingy to eat any himself and let me have them all. They were the best big knife meat I ever tasted. Lynn interjected, Oh, that's because the knife fell on the ground. And I didn't want to eat it anymore, so I gave it to you, considering it as feeding a dog. Oh, so that is how it was. I thought you had become generous. Su Wanran's fond memories were abruptly shattered, leaving her with an urge to scold Lynn. However, as he was currently the proprietor, she could only transform her indignation into hunger, casting a fierce glance at the skewers. Boss, I would like 10 skewers of fried gluten. Ah, young lady, I'm afraid you arrived too late. We've sold out of fried gluten. Su Wanran pointed at the skewers still available, exclaiming, But there are still plenty left. Do you think I am blind? The vendor, taken aback, stammered, Oh, right. These are my dinner. I adore fried gluten, So terribly sorry. Su Wanran was left speechless, incredulous at such an absurdity. How could a vendor consume all his stock? Uncle, I'll have 2 bowls of lamb offal, with extra offal, extra cilantro, and extra rhizome. Oh dear, young lady, I must apologize profusely. I just remembered that my wife's sister's husband's sister-in-law is about to give birth in the hospital, and I must rush over. The vendor pedaled away on his tricycle, moving faster than an electric bike, leaving only a blur in his wake. Su Wanran was left in a whirlwind of confusion. What is the relationship between my wife's sister's husband's sister-in-law? Lynn picked up his phone to search for an answer. The connection seemed distant, if older. One might refer to them as ancestors, but if of the same age, simply as beauties or handsome fellows. Su Wanran, feeling both indignant and aggrieved, turned to Lynn and exclaimed, "Why do I feel so unlucky today? Why is it that whenever I desire something to eat, they never have it for sale?" Lynn chuckled softly, suggesting, "Could it be that their business acumen is lacking, and they are merely practicing here?" Su Wanran retorted, "Just because one is inexperienced in business does not imply that all are. I refuse to believe that. There must be another issue at play." With her basket of vegetables in hand, her mind raced with thoughts. "Ah, a new machine. I can't help but touch your belly." The next moment, the background music began to play. Transforming into a detective, Su Wanran raised a hand to her nose, mimicking the action of adjusting her glasses, and commenced her calm analysis. Firstly, there were not this many vendors in this area before. Secondly, not a single vendor made eye contact with me, nor did they call out to entice me. Instead, they deliberately avoided my gaze, as though fearful of my approaching their stalls. There is absolutely no warmth. Moreover, they were glancing around, stealthily, as if on guard against something. The moment I approached, they seemed to have the urge to flee. Su Wanran asserted confidently, "The owners must think we are undercover city inspectors." Lynn raised a thumb in admiration. "Ah, my dear friend, you truly are a genius. The wisdom contained in your mind is undoubtedly as vast as a bouncing basketball." Hearing Lynn's teasing tone, Su Wanran tilted her head in annoyance. "Humph, you don't believe me, do you?" To validate her suspicions, Su Wanran promptly dashed over to a multi-grain pancake stand. Upon seeing her approach, the owner of the pancake stall immediately felt an urge to run, his lips pressed together, hands fidgeting, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Have I been exposed?" This only further confirmed Su Wanran's internal conjecture. With a bold stride, Su Wanran approached the stall owner, firmly grasping the railing to prevent him from escaping. "Sir, don't run away. I see through you. You are not an ordinary person." The owner, drenched in sweat, stammered, "What are you joking about, young lady? I'm just a humble pancake vendor." Su Wanran smiled, revealing her small canine teeth. "I am not an undercover inspector either. I can tell you are exceptionally skilled, a true talent in pancake making. Just look at your arms. They are long and strong. You must be able to make perfectly round pancakes. This is certainly a result of your training." The pancake vendor replied, "Ah, yes indeed. It is a result of training." Lynn, standing behind, facepalmed, glancing around and thinking, "If only I had a sack of urea right now, I could just whisk Su Wanran away." "Do you have a gas cylinder with you?" Su Wanran inquired. "Yes, I do." She continued, "You don't particularly enjoy multigrain pancakes, do you?" The vendor replied, "I'm quite tired of them." "Excellent. Now for my final question. You don't happen to have any relatives or friends who are about to give birth in the hospital, do you?" The burly vendor at the pancake stall was left utterly bewildered by Su Wanran's inquiries. Is this truly the talent that the higher-ups have designated for protection? Indeed. What a remarkable individual. Her questions were anything but ordinary. In just 3 inquiries, she had deftly discerned his personality, preferences, and familial circumstances. Seeing that the vendor had answered each question, Su Wanran clapped her hands, beaming with delight. "How splendid! I shall indulge in your offerings." With a grand gesture, she commanded, 2 servings of multigrain pancakes, please. One with an egg, ham, and bacon, and the other, I want everything. The latter, of course, was a treat for herself, a reward for her recent hard work. Having ascended from star rank 4 to diamond rank 4, she had been climbing the ranks in reverse, which certainly deserved a celebration. As a devoted player in the realm of esports, treating myself to a pancake is hardly excessive, is it? The vendor was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion, feeling somewhat aggrieved at being singled out. Yes, it is you. Now, showcase your pancake-making skills." Su Wanran encouraged, a smile gracing her lips. The vendor sighed, resigned to the task, and began his work. He took a handful of sticky white dough and spread it onto the round iron griddle. With a clumsy yet vigorous motion, he attempted to flatten it. Regrettably, the pancake was far from round, riddled with holes, allowing air to escape, and even sticking to the pan. Panic set in as he realized it might burn, prompting him to salvage the situation. In the next instant, he was yelping in discomfort. Ouch! Hot, hot! His hands flailed about in distress. Su Wanran, astonished, pointed towards the spatula. Sir, are you an emotionless iron hand? Where's your spatula? Oh, right, thank you. The vendor's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he grasped the spatula, flipping the pancake over and proceeding to the next step. He cracked an egg and added a piece of bacon inside, prompting Su Wanran to wince and caution. Sir, I requested ham, not bacon. Oh dear, how could I forget? The vendor, a towering figure at 189 meters, now resembled a small girl confronted by a mischievous mouse, utterly flustered. Never mind, just add bacon then. But don't forget the lettuce. She kindly gestured, signaling him not to alter his work. The vendor cast a grateful glance her way, quickly adding a piece of lettuce into the mix. As he began to wrap it up, she interjected, Ketchup, please. Su Wanran nearly wished to take over herself. The vendor looked on the verge of tears, exclaiming, I'm so sorry. Chapter 56. The current vendors are truly remarkable. At last, it was nearly ready. He clumsily wrapped the pancake and began to split it in two with a spatula. However, wherever the spatula made contact, the pancake crumbled. Both Su Wanran and Lynn fell into a silence. Perhaps it was better to let it be destroyed. Lynn remarked, Su Wanran, do not be too hard on our comrade. Let it be. After enduring quite the ordeal, the vendor was drenched in sweat. Preparing a pancake proved to be more exhausting than any training session. He handed 2 plastic bags filled with the broken pancake to Su Wanran. Although she felt a tinge of disdain, she had no choice. Having chosen the pancake herself, she had to consume it, even if it meant doing so in tears. How much do I owe you? She inquired. The vendor pondered for a moment, unsure of the price. He decided to throw out a number, knowing that Su Wanran had ordered a deluxe version with all the toppings. 50? Su Wanran was indignant. Are you running a black market? This is more expensive than sliced cake. 50 for 2 pancakes? The vendor looked as though he were a child wronged. How about 30, or you can name your price? Su Wanran fell silent, conceding, fine. It's my fault. This vendor, despite his limitations, displayed remarkable resilience. After paying 30 yuan, Su Wanran despondently lifted the pancake. Boss, I think I prefer your previous creations. Lynn nodded, casting a glance at the small stalls on either side. Indeed, it seemed that life would no longer remain tranquil. This was to be anticipated, as his game was undeniably unscientific. It was likely that soon the military or the academic institutions would come knocking at their door. These vendors were now merely seeking to protect themselves. Poor Su Wanran remained oblivious, entirely unaware that her boss had become a significant figure in Longhua. Perhaps by next year, he might even be recognized as one of the top 10 outstanding individuals of Longhua. As Lin mused over this, suddenly a military vehicle from Liangwang sped towards them. With a screech, it halted abruptly before Lin and Su Wanran. Almost immediately, a dozen individuals with brightly dyed hair in hues of orange, blue, red, green, and purple emerged from the vehicle, brandishing various sticks, exuding an intimidating aura. At the forefront stood a shaved-headed man, a toothpick clenched in his mouth, a large gold chain around his neck, and a hefty stick in hand. He pointed at Lin and declared, "So you're Lin, huh? Quite the arrogant one." Lin calmly regarded the group of ruffians approaching him. "Who sent you? Was it that scoundrel Gu Qinghan?" After reflecting, he realized that only Gu Qinghan held animosity towards him. The shaved-headed man was taken aback, astonished that Lin had deduced the truth so swiftly. Gu Qinghan had indeed instigated this. A bounty of 500,000 had been placed on Lin's head to intimidate him, ideally breaking his spirit and preventing him from continuing his game. Yet, how could he betray his benefactor? With a cold smirk, the shaved-headed man retorted, "Humph, kid. I simply find you displeasing." His gaze shifted from Lin to Su Wanran beside him. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Little sister, shall we sneak into the thicket together?" If it were an ordinary girl in such a situation, she would likely be paralyzed with fear, cowering behind Lin. However, Su Wanran was a fiery spirit from Sichuan with a background in karate. "Go play with your mother." In the next moment, Su Wanran lifted her long leg and delivered a swift kick to the bald man's groin. His expression contorted as if subjected to a tenfold beauty filter, emitting a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Crack! Not far away, the pancake vendor, reluctant to be left out, cracked 2 eggs and began practicing his craft, the shattered shells producing a crisp sound. A group of thugs, witnessing their leader incapacitated by Su Wanran's kick, erupted in fury. "How dare you kick my brother? I'll kill you." The nearby henchmen brandished their sticks, ready to strike Lynn and Su Wanran. Just as one aimed to bring a blow down on Su Wanran's head, she raised her arm to block. At that moment, a powerful hand grasped the stick, stopping it dead in its tracks. Lynn's fingers possessed tenfold strength and agility. With a mere exertion of force, crack! The baseball bat, as thick as an arm, was effortlessly shattered in his grip. Lynn seized the broken bat and swung it fiercely at the thug's shoulder, breaking it instantly. The thug shrieked, "Ah, my hand! My right hand! My kingly right hand!" The remaining thugs stood frozen in shock. Is he even human? In the next moment, Lynn had taken up the baseball bat and engaged the thugs in combat. Su Wanran was not idle either, hurling pancakes with abandon. Fortunately, the pancake vendor had finally chopped the batter, transforming them into scalding projectiles that rained down upon the thugs, accompanied by their cries of agony. "Ah, you scoundrel! Using hidden weapons! How despicable! My eyes, my eyes! They've been filled with chili." Meanwhile, the pancake vendor was fervently practicing his craft, his eggs thoroughly whipped. Alas, another failure. Just then, he heard the commotion nearby. A throng of vendors had surged toward the thugs. "What is this? Are we finally getting some action? Who dares to attack those we protect? They must be out of their minds." The pancake vendor brandished 2 spatulas and charged forth, bringing down 2 thugs with a single kick each, finding this far simpler than flipping pancakes. On the other side, a sister grilling skewers joined the fray, producing handcuffs to detain the ruffians. This is easier than grilling skewers. The previously fleeing uncle with the mutton offal sped over on his tricycle, leaping off with a roll before delivering a swift kick that felled 2 thugs, his movements precise and fluid. He flashed a grin at Su Wanran. "Little sister, are you all right?" Su Wanran, "Brother, weren't you supposed to visit your wife's sister's husband's younger sister who was giving birth?" "Oh, the baby has arrived, weighing in at 7.62 pounds. Congratulations, indeed." A steady stream of people approached from the roadside, some donned in aprons, others carrying empty gas canisters, and even a few brandishing loaded firearms. The vendors on either side of the street rushed over, each one brimming with excitement, as if they were on the brink of achieving a great feat. Moreover, there were individuals surrounding Lynn and Su Wanran, forming a protective human shield around them. "Young lady, are you all right?" A serious-looking sanitation worker in a cleaning uniform asked Su Wanran. I'm fine, ma'am." "Your speed is quite remarkable," Su Wanran replied, astonished. Just moments ago, she had witnessed this trembling woman kick a thug 5 meters away with a single blow. Moved. Su Wanran turned to Lynn. "Boss, the street vendors and sanitation workers are truly gallant." Lynn sighed. How could they not be? To them, these thugs are not mere ruffians. They are walking threats to public safety. "What do you mean by walking threats?" Su Wanran inquired. A group of undercover officers swiftly surrounded the thugs, requiring no effort on their part. The cacophony was overwhelming, filled with cries of despair that rendered the specifics inaudible. "Who sent you? Speak honestly." The thugs were left dumbfounded, crouching on the ground with their heads clutched in their hands. "Boss, what's happening? Why do all these vendors have guns? This is a trap. We are being targeted." The pancake vendor's expression turned grim as he readied his weapon, aiming it at the bald thug's forehead. "You have committed a crime against national security. You'd best confess who sent you, and I might consider your cooperation." The bald thug, staring at the grim muzzle pressed against him, was paralyzed with fear. What? We were just trying to scare him. How is that a crime against national security? Quickly, tell us who sent you." "It was Gu Qinghan. He gave us 500,000 to intimidate Lynn, hoping to make him bleed, to injure him, and not spare the girl beside him, ruining her reputation." The bald thug, overcome with terror, hurriedly divulged the information. "You audacious fools. This is utterly despicable. Execution would be too lenient." The crowd seethed with righteous indignation. Had Lynn and Su Wanran sustained even a scratch, they would have faced dire consequences. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan anxiously awaited a call back from the bald thug in his office. "What is taking him so long?" "After taking my money, He has not responded. What on earth is happening? Could something have gone awry? Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Gu Qinghan paused, coldly stating, I told you, I am not seeing anyone right now. The door swung open, revealing dozens of sharply dressed personnel, their gazes fixed upon Gu Qinghan, eyes already condemning her to her fate. Gu Qinghan was momentarily taken aback. The leading official brandished a pair of handcuffs and declared, Gu Qinghan, you are suspected of endangering national security. The evidence is irrefutable, and you are hereby under arrest. Chapter 57. Even Shinibu must experience love. Meanwhile, in Lynn's residence, a middle-aged man with a square face and an upright demeanor, whose gaze was sharp and penetrating, looked at Lynn and Su Wanran with an apologetic expression. Hello, Lynn. My name is Chao Rui, but you may call me Xiao Chao. From now on, I will be responsible for your personal safety, including that of your immediate family. We have also dispatched personnel to provide covert protection for them. We will ensure that nothing untoward happens. Upon hearing this, Lynn felt reassured. The government was meticulous in its affairs, considering every aspect. He was currently wielding the most advanced AI. What if he were to be captured or harmed by foreign spies? Lynn shook his head. I'll just call you Captain Chao, as I heard your team members refer to you. Chao Rui nodded with decisiveness. Understood. I sincerely apologize. Our comrades were somewhat negligent and nearly allowed you to come to harm. Upon returning, they will face the necessary reprimands and demotions. Chao Rui's gaze faltered slightly as he looked at Lynn. The fate of his other team members rested on Lynn's words. If Lynn suggested they should be dismissed, he would have to let them go or reassign them. After all, having worked together for so long, old Chao had developed a bond with them. Lynn shook his head. No need for that. The incident was unexpected. They could not have anticipated that someone would dare to attack us in broad daylight. Just be more cautious next time. I actually owe them my thanks. Otherwise, my hands would be sore from dealing with so many assailants. Su Wanran's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Though she dared not speak, it felt as if she were watching an acquaintance show off, wanting to chide him. You're starting again, aren't you? However, Lynn understood Su Wanran better than she understood herself. As he said this, he made a gesture as if to flick her on the forehead, aiming at her backside, initiating a playful intimidation. Su Wanran instantly sensed a surge of menace from behind. Threatened by Lynn's playful gesture, she refrained from uttering another word. She recalled how Lynn had effortlessly crushed a baseball bat earlier, and if he were to flick her, she feared her backside would split apart. 3 seconds, and it would likely be in 7 pieces. Lynn's expression turned serious. Captain Chao, let us give them another chance. Chao Rui cast a grateful glance at Lynn. With those words, his subordinates had managed to retain their positions. Even so, I must sternly reprimand them. Starting today, we will provide you with 24-hour protection. 24-hour protection? Su Wanran suddenly connected the dots. Wait, those street vendors, and you, Chao Rui, you're all undercover officers, right? No wonder I thought those pancakes were so poorly made. You're all in plain clothes. Chao Rui hesitated. Strictly speaking, we are not police officers. We are here to protect you under orders from our superiors. Su Wanran pointed at herself, exclaiming, Oh, so I really do have quite the influence. I'm amazing. I wish to call my mother and tell her that her daughter has achieved success and is now enjoying the benefits of public service. With guardians accompanying me wherever I go. Lynn chuckled beside me, suggesting that my mother might inquire whether I had gotten into trouble. Su Wanran gritted her teeth. After all my efforts to maintain an image, you've made me lose so utterly. Observing these two lively spirits, Chao Rui felt his blood pressure rising. He was already exasperated and explained, Well, it's primarily about protecting Mr. Lynn. Su Wanran suddenly deflated like a punctured pufferfish, understanding all too well. I get it. I truly get it. I'm the superfluous one. Chao Rui panicked. I didn't say that. But soon, Su Wanran's attention was captured by the emblem on Chao Rui's shoulder. It bore neither the insignia of the police nor that of the military, something entirely unfamiliar. Curiously stroking her chin, she inquired, Which department do you belong to? After a moment of silence, Chao Rui replied, A relevant department. Su Wanran, with her mischievous charm, stood beside Lynn and asked curiously, Are you from the legendary Bureau 749? Chao Rui fell silent. I've heard you have superhumans among you. Is that true? By the way, does USB truly exist in this world? Is there really a dragon? Your usual tasks involve subduing demons and capturing ghosts, correct? How do you perceive me? My childhood dream was to be a heroine, safeguarding peace and relishing teddy bear biscuits. With that, Su Wanran demonstrated a series of military punches before Qiao Rui. Qiao Rui turned to Lin In. Is she always like this? Lin In nodded. She is somewhat unwell. There's no need to pay her any mind. Only I can cure her. How infuriating, Lin In. Who is unwell? If anyone is, it's you who has infected me with this ailment known as Chinibu, a condition for which there is no remedy. Su Wanran pressed a hand to her eyes, showcasing her delusions. Visibly displeased, Lin In remarked, a single strike can shatter your heroin dreams. Prepare yourself. Su Wanran seized a pillow and engaged Lin in battle. Without hesitation, Lin In clamped her under his arm, rendering her unable to escape. With a single-handed armpit seal, how will you respond? Su Wanran squirmed in Lin In's grasp like a wriggling worm. How infuriating. Is it truly the armpit seal? I underestimated you. Lin In glanced at Qiao Rui. Apologies. I must deal with her first before I can speak with you. Qiao Rui, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replied, all right, very well. With that, Lin In dragged Su Wanran into the workspace. A cacophony of chaos ensued. Huh, you wish for me to indulge in this tedious battle game? Very well. But do not compel me to unleash my ultimate technique. Lin In, you are forcing me to reach my zenith. The two battled across the cosmos, continuing until they reached the edge of the gaming chair, which was worn down. 15 minutes later, Lin In and Su Wanran emerged from the studio. It was evident that Lin In had triumphed, with Su Wanran begging for mercy. Su Wanran wore a dejected expression. Never having anticipated that you would master the golden right hand to such an extent, my defeat was indeed justified. Lin In lit a cigarette, exclaiming that this was a moment of sudden enlightenment. I comprehended it, whereas you did not. Thus you faced your demise. Qiao Rui furrowed his brow, incredulous that these two individuals had developed the most formidable AI in the country. Truly, they were extraordinary, a testament to the boundless imagination of genius. Lin In turned his gaze towards Captain Qiao, suggesting, how about we stay for dinner together? Captain Qiao, well-versed in the nuances of social interaction, recognized that Lin In was subtly urging them to leave. He flamboyantly waved his hand, declaring, oh, no need for that. We have regulations that prohibit dining with protected individuals. Lin In nodded, conceding, very well, I shall not insist. However, I would like to inquire one last question. Has Gu Qinghan been apprehended? Qiao Rui replied, I was just about to inform you. He has indeed been captured and is currently under arrest for endangering national security. They are conducting an urgent interrogation overnight, and it is said that Gu Qinghan was so frightened he nearly lost control. Chapter 58, Life Imprisonment? Death Penalty. Beside her, Su Wanran was incensed by the treachery of that viperous woman who had dispatched a group of ruffians to break Lin In's hands. If they succeeded, Lin In would be unable to play games, a truly despicable act. Qiao Rui nodded in agreement, assuring her that the laws of the Dragon Kingdom would not spare them. Curious, Su Wanran asked, Qiao, how long do you think they might be sentenced for such actions? After a moment's contemplation, Qiao Rui replied, considering the threat to national security, along with charges of attempted murder and intentional harm, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they are likely to face a lengthy prison term, perhaps half a lifetime. Su Wanran shook her head, sighing, half a lifetime in prison. Isn't that a bit excessive? Lin In rubbed his nose, conceding, it does seem rather harsh, unjust, even. Qiao Rui mused to himself about the tenderness of scholars. It seemed that Su Wanran was somewhat of a benevolent soul, still concerned even when others sought to harm her. Yet, the next moment, Su Wanran earnestly stated, endangering national security is tantamount to treason, isn't it? That charge carries significant weight. They should at least receive a life sentence. Qiao Rui nearly stumbled, taken aback by her fervor. Goodness, she was not a benevolent figure at all, but rather a fierce advocate for justice. Lin In placed a reassuring hand on Su Wanran's shoulder, saying, Qiao, pay her no mind. She is woefully uninformed about the law, a veritable legal novice. Do not engage with her. Qiao Rui nodded, acknowledging that life imprisonment was indeed a possibility. After all, the harm inflicted was upon Lin In himself. Comrade Lin In, he continued, you are a pillar of our nation. Should she succeed in her nefarious plans, it would be catastrophic. Lin In grinned. Life imprisonment is terrifying. In my view, let us cut to the chase and impose the death penalty. I know Gu Qinghan well, he continued, and I believe it would be kinder to grant her death than a life sentence. Some birds cannot be caged. Her every feather radiates the brilliance of freedom. A bullet would surely quell her spirit. Su Wanran's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Lynn, do you prefer a shotgun or an AK? I favor the AK, he replied. Its smooth entry is gentle on the throat, and it cures ailments without sugar, truly a remedy for all. I cannot concur with that perspective, she countered, for pasta should be paired with 92-grade concrete. Chow Rue's lips twitched at their eccentric banter. You two are truly a peculiar pair, he remarked. Mr. Lynn, I shall relay your sentencing suggestions to the relevant authorities. Subsequently, professors from the Academy of Sciences or military personnel may reach out to discuss potential collaboration. Lynn nodded, half-jokingly saying, as long as they don't slice my brain for research purposes. Of course, I would be amenable to a few hundred fair-skinned, long-legged maidens inheriting my superior genes. Su Wanran quipped, in that case, perhaps slicing is the better option. Chow Rue sighed, you two are quite humorous. After bidding farewell to Chow Rue, Lynn and Su Wanran collapsed onto the sofa, utterly spent from the earlier altercation and the ensuing chaos in the room. They simply wished to rest for a while. Surrendering to exhaustion, Su Wanran gazed at the ceiling, exclaiming, how dreamy. Let us engage in a game that could stir the nation. Lynn replied, dreamy? I feel as if this is merely the beginning. Boss, have you once again delved into some arcane technology? Children should refrain from asking foolish questions. I am not a child. I am well into my 20s. Do you think I am unaware? You have been cooped up in your room for days, mysteriously receiving numerous packages. Lynn broke into a cold sweat. Haki-Su, you sly one. Have you been feigning sleep to spy on my daily life? What are you afraid of? Could it be that the boss is indeed engaged in some inscrutable, clandestine activities? Su Wanran's curiosity piqued as she tilted her head to observe Lynn, her eyes sparkling with a playful smile. Lynn, the wall sitter, I am your wall breaker. I have unraveled your entire scheme. Lynn straightened, intrigued. Oh, Su Wanran lowered her voice conspiratorially. In truth, are the items you purchased all holy grails? Do you intend to experiment with each one, ultimately crafting your own? You wouldn't seriously plan to bestow a holy grail upon players, would you? While that is not entirely implausible, isn't it a tad lackluster? Hearing Su Wanran's whimsical conjecture left Lynn momentarily speechless. Well, I never imagined you would think so deeply these past few days. Alas, Lynn gestured toward his bedroom. You may enter and see for yourself. Su Wanran glanced at Lynn's room, which felt like a portal to wickedness. Her cheeks flushed. She was merely feigning bravado, but deep down, she felt quite timid. I think that may not be necessary regardless. I believe you should take care of your health. Although you appear formidable today, is it not possible that you are merely experiencing a fleeting resurgence, nearly drained of vitality? Lynn scoffed. Why not test it and see if I am indeed fading? Su Wanran smacked her thigh in determination. Humph. Let us go. To the room we shall march, undying until dawn. I have prepared a grand treasure, the gaming helmet, that promises exhilarating thrills. Whoever hesitates is a dog. Whoever moves is not a dog. The two exchanged playful banter, yet remained unmoving. Eventually, Su Wanran relented. All right. I fear you may collapse, so perhaps it is best postponed. I appreciate your concern, but I worry you might flee. Her stomach growled audibly. She prodded Lynn. Given the circumstances, let us eat first. Boss, please prepare the meal. Lynn promptly claimed Su Wanran's bed. I do not wish to move. You go wash and prepare the vegetables. I shall come to cook. Su Wanran was aghast to see Lynn sprawled on her pink comforter. Get up. You've sullied my blanket. Yet, no matter how she tugged or nibbled, or even perched upon Lynn's lap, he remained utterly indifferent. Su Wanran even contemplated whether she should call Lynn's mother for assistance. The first words that would escape her lips would be a pitiful, woo-woo, Auntie, Lynn has been monopolizing me. She believed Lynn would instantly spring up from the bed. However, she dared not test the consequences of such an act. Being dragged into a room by Lynn for a reprimand would be disastrous. Alas, there was no other choice. Su Wanran dragged her weary body toward the kitchen. Here I am, a national-level protected waste, still having to cook for myself, woo-woo. Despondently, Su Wanran hurried to wash the vegetables. Turning back, she noticed that Lynn had unknowingly fallen asleep on the sofa, his eyes closed. A jolt of realization struck her. Indeed, her boss had been working tirelessly over the past few days, evaluating so many holy grails. What a taxing endeavor. She decided to crack a few more eggs to provide her boss with some nourishment. P.S. I have changed the cover. Additionally, some readers have inquired whether there will be more game plot ahead. Indeed, there will be, dear brothers, and it may involve some intense moments. I am preparing to take action. Hee. Chapter 59, Younger Generation, Let Go of Opportunities. The following day, within the confines of Lynn's abode, precisely in the living room upon the sofa. Boss, that was astonishingly swift. Can it be any quicker? Su Wanran exclaimed, her face alight with shock and exhilaration. An uncontrollable smile gracing her lips as her eyes sparkled with excitement, fixed intently upon Lynn. Lynn chuckled dismissively. This is merely the beginning. I have yet to feel the intensity. Su Wanran observed Lynn's fingers, which moved with remarkable speed, so fast, exceedingly fast. Brother, this is double speed. Lynn retorted. Is this what double speed entails? Su Wanran, her tone tinged with urgency, cautioned. Be careful. You're about to reach the climax. Each time they approached this moment, her heart raced and her eyes widened in trepidation. Fear not. I've got it under control. Lynn affirmed confidently, his demeanor calm and collected. The exhilarating strains of Croatian Rhapsody surged to its climax, a deluge of notes cascading like raindrops, overwhelming the senses. Lynn's hands danced swiftly across the tablet, his slender fingers accurately striking each note's descent, his movements so rapid they were almost a blur. Performance concluded, calculating score, as the final note faded. The screen boldly proclaimed an SSS rating, propelling Lynn into the top 10 of the global leaderboard. With a flourish, he tossed the tablet forward, raising an eyebrow, and inquired, Is that all? Are there no greater challenges? Su Wanran, her jaw agape in astonishment, clutched the tablet and joyfully twirled around. This is already the highest difficulty. Boss. You are not merely a player. You are a transcendent master. I wonder who could possibly challenge my ranking now. Next time, don't bother with such an easy game. Try it yourself. Watching Lynn's extraordinary prowess, Su Wanran felt an itch of ambition, convinced she could also succeed. She seized the tablet, brimming with confidence. Yet her attempt was fraught with mishaps. Hey, why is it so fast? Slow down, slow down. Oh no, I missed it again. How did I not catch that? It must be the tablet's fault. Lynn couldn't help but laugh. When one fails, they blame the uneven road. When the blade is dull, they fault the firmness of the tofu. Enough of this chatter. I'm heading to my room. With that, Lynn made his way towards his chamber, eager to further explore his prized possession, the gaming helmet. Seeing Lynn retreating once more, Su Wanran felt a surge of urgency. Boss. You must take care of your health. Perhaps rest for a day? Concern etched upon her face for the first time. She worried about Lynn's relentless self-exploitation and the toll it may take on his health. What is this nonsense? Is she concocting some lewd thoughts again? Lynn mused, bemused by Su Wanran's imagination. Did she truly believe he was a cup of heaven enthusiast? With a playful grin, Lynn extended an invitation. Well then, how about joining me? Su Wanran. Her expression morphed into one of sheer horror. This thing involves me too? Boss, do you indulge in such frivolities? Of course. This game is inclusive of female players, you know. Don't run away. Come into the room with me. Su Wanran felt a rush of fear and contemplated making her escape. Boss, I just remembered I haven't recovered my stamina today. Lynn flashed a mischievous smile. Recover your stamina? Come on, let's refresh it in the room. I'll assist you thoroughly. No, please. Su Wanran attempted to flee. Lynn grasped her back, tugging at the strap of her underwear as they advanced towards the room. Run? Escape? Not a chance. No, please, boss. This isn't right. I can't be of any help. Su Wanran was engulfed in a blend of fear and anticipation. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Who is it? You're ruining my moment. Su Wanran muttered irritably. Lynn's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he briskly approached the door, stating earnestly, The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. After a brief silence, a steady voice responded, Little chicken stews mushrooms. The code was correct. Lynn opened the door to reveal Chow Rei, standing at the threshold, accompanied by several formidable figures in their 40s, their piercing gazes exuding an extraordinary presence, reminiscent of military personnel. Chow Rei respectfully introduced, Mr. Lynn, this is the chief of Jeangi City, along with officials from Kyoto. They wish to have a word with you. The military figure's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to grasp Lynn's hand. After all, if they could persuade him to serve as a technological advisor for the military, their technological prowess would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Mr. Lynn, we are astounded by the software you developed. Real-time modeling is remarkable. This could greatly enhance our military technology and perhaps assist us in creating new weaponry. We sincerely invite you to become a military technology advisor for our district. Hey, what are you doing? I arrived first. Humph. In terms of rank, I surpass you. So what? Our offered compensation is higher. The military figures hailed from different districts, each vying for Lynn's favor. With a sigh, Lynn thought how much better it would be if he were surrounded by a few adorable, fragile girls, so he could relish in their jealousy. Alas, that was not to be. Su Wanran had also approached, setting aside her game, murmuring softly, we only make games. Military matters are beyond our expertise. The leaders, however, dismissed her concerns, chiming in, even if you create games, it requires immense technical skill. If you can make games, you can manufacture arms. If you can produce arms, you can amass considerable wealth. Our country operates this way. We could sell to affluent clients in the Middle East. Amidst the heated debate, suddenly, like a gust of wind, an elderly man with white hair hurried in, supported by two assistants. What are you blocking the door for? Release Lynn. His voice resonated with an undeniable authority, akin to a sage from a fantasy novel. As he coldly addressed the younger generation, young ones, let go of this opportunity. It is not within your grasp to meddle with such significant destinies. You are not equipped to handle it. Upon the arrival of this formidable figure, several military personnel instantly wore expressions of dismay, silently lamenting their misfortune. We've arrived too late. This is disastrous. Old Yi has taken notice of us. This is terrible. Reinforcements are here to claim our targets. We're doomed. There's no need for anyone to vie for the individuals any longer. Chapter 60. Professor, you cannot lie down here. Quickly get up. Mr. Yi, you have arrived. The crowd greeted respectfully. Yi Jianming is a venerable figure, having dedicated his life to research, and he holds a prestigious position in the field of AI within the country. Even the military must show deference before him. Upon spotting Lynn, he hastily approached, gripping Lynn's hand tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. Lynn, it's wonderful to finally meet you. Were it not for this esteemed elder's renowned reputation, Lynn, having seen him on television, might have mistaken him for an eccentric old man. Lynn subtly withdrew his hand, politely inquiring, Professor Yi? Yi Jianming offered a wry smile, saying, in your presence, I am unworthy of the title professor. You may simply call me Yi Lao. Beside them, Su Wanran gasped in astonishment. Oh my, Professor Yi. You delivered a lecture at our school last year. Is that so? Young lady, you are truly remarkable, having just graduated and already developed such advanced AI software. Yi Jianming responded. Su Wanran's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly clarified. Actually, Lynn is the one who developed it. I was merely responsible for a small part. Yi Jianming waved his hand dismissively, stating earnestly, the time for me to teach you has passed. Now, it is you two young scholars who will enlighten us. May I join you for a discussion? Lynn smiled warmly, extending his hand to the others. Then please, come in. You all are welcome to join us for tea. Yi Jianming glanced back at the military officials, exuding an air of authority. Their reaction was akin to sensing the aura of a formidable cultivator. Within 3 breaths, those remaining here would not escape his unyielding demeanor. The officials quickly understood. I suddenly recalled I have a meeting today. Thank you, but I'm not thirsty. The weather is splendid, perfect for training. I shall return to see if those rascals have been slacking off. With that, the military leaders hastily retreated, departing faster than rabbits. It was not that they did not wish to acquire Lynn's technology, but rather that Yi Jianming's intimidating presence left them no choice but to relinquish the opportunity with regret. Upon entering Lynn's home, Lynn offered Yi Jianming a bottle of ordinary mineral water, mindful to show consideration for the elder. Yi Jianming accepted the water but did not drink. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on Lynn, his eyes brimming with anxiety and anticipation. May I see the AI software you have developed? Lynn replied. Are you that eager? Yi Lao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded. I am simply anxious to behold the true nature of this software. You see, for those of us engaged in research, encountering something exceptional is akin to discovering a treasure. Currently, the AI from Eagle Country and the AI from Sakura Country are exceedingly advanced, while our nation's AI is merely at its inception, far from their capabilities. Yet you, Lynn, have created such an impressive AI, I wish to see it. May I? Lin held deep respect for the venerable Yi Jiaming and nodded, leading him to the computer, where he unveiled the Jingwei AI and the fantasy engine. Yi Jiaming promptly adjusted his spectacles, resembling an eager student thirsting for knowledge, and became fully engrossed. Lin began to patiently explain. The reason I named it the fantasy engine and Jingwei AI is that the two software programs I developed operate on principles entirely distinct from conventional AI large models. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Lin opened the dialog box for Jingwei. What do you need me to do, master? Jingwei's voice was clear and melodious, akin to that of a well-behaved little girl. Lin turned to Yi Jianming and said, Now, you may pose any question to it. Excited, Yi Jianming typed on the keyboard, his first inquiry aimed at testing the AI's capabilities, presenting a mathematical equation. Soon, he completed the input and pressed the enter key. After a few moments of contemplation, Jingwei shook her head and replied, I cannot solve this problem. Yi Jianming was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Lin. Logically, an AI of this caliber should be able to tackle such a standard calculus question. Even a university professor could resolve it effortlessly. Was this software not as formidable as he had envisioned? What is going on? Yi Jianming queried, bewildered. Lin smiled and shook his head. You are approaching it incorrectly. My Jingwei AI thinks more like a human rather than merely a data-collecting machine. You have heard the tale of Jingwei filling the sea. Haven to you? According to legend, the daughter of the Flame Emperor drowned in the Eastern Sea while playing, and she transformed into a bird named Jingwei, who carries stones to the sea daily, hoping to one day fill it. The old man paused for a moment, then suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, Ah, master, I understand. You mean to say it needs to learn, requiring vast amounts of knowledge to enrich its knowledge base, allowing Jingwei to exhibit its formidable capabilities. Beside them, Su Wanran couldn't help but interject. Professor Yi, you are mistaken. The boss means that Jingwei is like a little girl, not that intelligent. A little girl? Old Deng was taken aback. A little girl, that name is delightful. It reminds me of a little boy. Lin nodded and elaborated. Other AIs collect data from databases and present it to you, sometimes fabricating information they do not comprehend. However, Jingwei is different. In a certain sense, she resembles a little girl. She may not be exceptionally clever or possess powerful retrieval and logical skills, but she embodies human emotions and the capacity for learning. Upon hearing this, Yi Jianming was astounded, his eyes widening in disbelief. Human emotions. Lin picked up the keyboard and began conversing with Jingwei. Jingwei, come. Draw a drop of water. Jingwei swiftly connected with the fantasy engine, and a drop of water appeared on the screen, crystal clear and indistinguishable from real water. Lin continued, Jingwei, draw a sea. In an instant, the screen displayed a breathtaking 4K seascape, where gentle waves caressed the shore and sunlight danced upon the surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. Lin then commanded, paint me a scene of a tempestuous storm annihilating a cruise ship. No sooner had the words left her lips than the previously tranquil seascape transformed dramatically. Fierce winds and torrential rain erupted. A cargo ship struggled against the tumultuous waves, when suddenly, a colossal wave roared forth, capsizing the vessel. The depiction was so vivid it felt as though one were experiencing it firsthand. Professor Yi was left speechless, astonished by the revelation. Is this truly how it is utilized? The real-time modeling by my fantastical girlfriend is crafted through Jingwei AI. Lin nodded and patiently elaborated, Professor, the human brain is the most formidable GPU, capable of instantaneously rendering any image. Jingwei is an AI software that emulates human cognitive processes, hence its proficiency in imagination. Upon hearing this, Yi Jianming's legs weakened, and he sank to the ground in utter disbelief. If this were indeed the case, Jingwei AI was incredibly powerful, infinitely superior to the Eagle Nation's God AI and the Cherry Blossom Nation's Wisdom AI. This was an AI with autonomous thinking capabilities. No wonder it produced such lifelike game graphics and narratives. Although Jingwei's learning capabilities currently resembled those of a child, it was precisely this youthful adaptability that rendered it so malleable. As it matured, it would become equivalent to a genuine scientist, soldier, or physician. Was this not reminiscent of science fiction, where AI assumes control of tasks and humanity reclines in ease? The mere thought of such a future thrilled Yi Jianming, causing him to plop down onto the ground in excitement. Lin interjected, Professor, this is not a place to recline. Su Wanran added, Professor, the ground is cold. Please get up. Chapter 61. What on earth is this Chuan Yu number? With the assistance of Lynn, and Su Wanran, Jiaming gradually rose to his feet. Grasping Lin Un's hand tightly, he exclaimed, Master, please take me as your disciple. Lin, caught between laughter and tears, quickly replied, I am but a mere game developer. Do not elevate me beyond my station. No, the software you have created is truly remarkable. It is at least 50 years ahead of its time internationally. It belongs to the realm of science fiction. Could you enlighten me as to how long it took you to develop this AI? At that moment, Jiaming experienced an overwhelming sense of helplessness akin to an elder from a cultivation novel witnessing the extraordinary talent of a reincarnated emperor. Lin chuckled and began to fabricate a story. I merely wished to create a game, and out of laziness, I did not delve into modeling. This AI took me roughly over a year to develop. What? A year? Upon hearing this, Jiaming nearly collapsed back to the ground. Professor Yi, are you alright? If you were to faint in my room, I wouldn't know how to explain it. Do you want me to pinch your acupoint? Lin's hand was already reaching out. In the next moment, Jiaming felt a wave of murderous intent wash over him. If he were to be pinched, he might truly perish. With wide eyes filled with a tumultuous blend of excitement, shock, and despair, Jiaming realized that despite a lifetime of learning and accumulating knowledge, he could never create such software even if given another lifetime. Fortunately, Lin was from Longhua. Had he been from another country, the nation's fortunes might have faltered. Jiaming, with fervor, grasped Lin's hand and earnestly inquired, Lin, would you be willing to authorize this software for national use? I intend to petition the government for an investment of 100 billion to help you establish a company where you would focus solely on advanced technology. Lin. Jiaming continued, rest assured, the state will not let you contribute in vain. This is merely an initial investment. You are destined to become the wealthiest individual in Longhua. Present any demands you may have, and we will do our utmost to fulfill them. Lin pondered briefly. Indeed, he required a large company, a factory for producing gaming helmets. Yet, he could not agree too readily. He had to negotiate for what he deserved. Gazing at the earnest Professor Yi, he then turned to Su Wanran, pulling her into the conversation. Such a significant matter requires discussion with my team. Professor Yi nodded with a smile. I shall await your response. Su Wanran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boss, 100 billion. Lin, however, wore an expression of indifference. I have no interest in wealth. My sole passion lies in creating games, though they do require substantial funding. Su Wanran nodded in agreement and whispered, Boss, let me tell you, from what I've learned in political science, the initial conditions proposed by Longhua are generally the most favorable. If we request anything further, it might be deemed excessive. Suddenly, Lin raised his voice an octave, admonishing Su Wanran. What on earth is this Chuan Yu aircraft carrier? Su Wanran was taken aback, feeling wronged as she stammered. I didn't ask for. Lin, being a half-native of Sichuan and Chongqing, had deep-rooted affection for the region despite having left for school at the tender age of 10. With other provinces already being allocated aircraft carriers, how could Sichuan and Chongqing be left behind? Lin felt compelled to voice his concerns. The nation has been so generous to us. How could you make such an unreasonable demand? Su Wanran replied, her voice tinged with grievance. I did not request the Sichuan Chongqing aircraft carrier. Hearing their exchange, Jiaming rushed over to intervene, exclaiming, Oh dear, how could you be so thoughtless, young lady? Su Wanran insisted, I truly didn't ask for it, Professor. Jiaming responded, I will report to the nation that one of the upcoming carriers will be named Sichuan Chongqing, and the other will be called Shudao Mountain. Su Wanran's lips twitched. Casting a pleading glance at Lin, I really didn't. Lin chuckled, look at my employee. She longs for a carrier from her province so much that I might just deduct her salary. He then turned to Jiaming, saying, that is splendid. On behalf of the people of Sichuan and Chongqing, I extend my gratitude. Professor Yi grasped Lin's hand with a sense of appreciation, exclaiming, It is I who should express gratitude on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom. Your software is nothing short of a national treasure. He hesitated. Well, there is something else. Lin inquired, what is it? Professor Yi paused, contemplating whether to request Lin to refrain from commercializing the software. After all, if it were to be implemented in real life, countless individuals could face unemployment. Lin's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he stated, by the way, I have one final request. Professor Yi pulled out his notebook. What is it? Lynn replied, "Please do not commercialize this software for now. Let it be used for technological and military development instead. I do not wish for many to lose their jobs because of its commercialization." Lynn had already anticipated this. Professor Ye's pen halted midair, his gaze upon Lynn becoming somewhat misty. The young man's vision was remarkably expansive. If the Jeangi AI and fantasy engine were to be commercialized, many people in the Dragon Kingdom and across the world would face job losses. Yet for Lynn, refraining from commercialization meant sacrificing a significant revenue stream. Dedicating the software solely to the nation for technological advancement required immense courage. His thoughts aligned perfectly with his own. This young man possessed an extraordinary love for his country. The nation would surely not neglect him. Profoundly moved, Professor Ye wiped away tears, stating, "Lynn, I will faithfully report your request to the higher authorities, and rest assured, we will not exploit this without due cause. You are destined to become the wealthiest in the Dragon Kingdom." Lynn chuckled helplessly. I truly have no interest in money. I simply wish to provide players with an immersive gaming experience. Professor Ye replied earnestly, "From now on, anyone who dares to undermine the games created by Lynn is challenging the Dragon Kingdom itself." Chapter 62. Come and feel it. No need to be polite. A week has swiftly passed, and the city of Jeangi has bid farewell to the last weekend of autumn, as the chill of early winter gradually sets in. During this week, numerous events have unfolded. Firstly, the prominent Gu family has fallen from grace, declaring bankruptcy and being unable to settle their debts. Gu Qinghan has been taken away by authorities on charges of endangering national security, with his sentence yet to be determined. Shareholders are pressing for repayment, surrounding the Chihua building in desperation. In a moment of utter hopelessness, Gu's mother plummeted from the 33rd floor, choosing neither the stairs nor the elevator, crashing onto the concrete floor below. On another front, the romantic game My Fantasy Girlfriend has skyrocketed in popularity nationwide, even making its way onto the daily broadcasts of Longwa's media, receiving accolades and significantly promoting the nation's gaming culture. With official endorsement, the sales figures for Fantasy Girlfriend remain exceptionally high. Players exhibit a strong desire to spend money. Within just 3 days of its public release, the game amassed over $3 billion in revenue. By the 5th day, it exceeded $60 billion. On the 8th day, it surpassed $100 billion. Remarkably, this achievement occurred even after Lynn launched a free version, attracting players through a variety of promotional offers, including monthly packages and draw lotteries. This is nothing short of astounding. Across both domestic and international gaming companies, there is widespread astonishment. Who would have thought that romantic games could be so lucrative? Tunlong Games immediately announced plans to replicate the success, swiftly developing 8 new romantic games across its studios. Wangi Games issued a statement declaring their intent to create a final dual-platform romantic online game. The Three Kingdoms Development Studio announced plans to develop a romance system featuring generals. The Hokage Village Studio revealed that romance storylines would be implemented immediately, starting with a nostalgic flashback. Chanchan Studio proclaimed that the theme for the next season would be romance. Introducing 8 major connections: Guardians of Love, Love Fighters, Cupid Archers, Heart Angels, and Single Nobles. Among the 5-cost cards are characters like Shalloa, Echo, Jinx, Zed, Syndra, Ezreal, Lux, and Zoe, who will form romantic bonds in pairs, with 3 5-cost cards creating a love triangle. The Sakura Nation's AI studio declared that the success of Fantasy Girlfriend is replicable. Their AI, Tomoko, has reached a comparable standard. Creating romantic games is our strongest suit, and we are confident in our superiority over Lynn, as we can indeed produce adult content. This statement has sparked great anticipation among players. The Eagle Sauce Nation's Divine AI Development Department similarly issued a declaration. You can always trust Divine AI. It is omnipotent. We will also develop a romantic game, collaborating deeply with Apple's VR technology to achieve a truly immersive romantic experience. The encirclement is tightening. Lynn is in peril. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Jeangi City, in a heavily secured mansion. Previously, residing in a community with inadequate security was rather inconvenient, with too many eyes watching. At the strong request of Captain Chow, Lynn and Su Wanran relocated to this suburban mansion. Upon entering the mansion and settling his belongings, Lynn hastily moved all his gaming equipment, including his headset, into the basement, forbidding anyone from entering. He has now been in seclusion for an entire week. No one knows what Lynn is up to. Such is the nature of genius. Before the table in the basement, several computers flickered with a cold, ethereal blue light. Scattered across the floor were a few empty instant noodle containers, remnants of a hastily consumed meal. A persistent sizzling sound emanated from one corner of the room, accompanied by the white smoke rising from the welding process. Lynn, donning protective goggles, wielded a small welding gun, meticulously fusing crucial components of some chips. Oh, sweet candied hawthorn. The phone beside him vibrated incessantly. It was a video call from Su Wanran. Yet, Lynn remained oblivious, absorbed in the final steps of assembling the gaming helmet. His slender fingers delicately grasped the last pivotal component, fitting it into the helmet's vacant space. Upon powering it on, a low hum resonated as the helmet emitted a chilling blue light, its black glass visor illuminating with an aura of advanced technology. Ha ha ha, it's done. Finally completed. Lynn beamed, stretching languidly, reveling in his accomplishment. After a week's relentless assembly, he had successfully crafted 2 prototypes of gaming helmets. The next step was internal testing before mass production could grace the players. He named them Fantasy Model Number 1 and Number 2. At that moment, Lynn finally noticed the missed calls on his phone. Su Wanran was knocking at the door. Boss, you're not dead in there, are you? If you don't open up soon, I'm coming in. You'd best pull your pants up to avoid my seeing anything inappropriate. Her voice resonated with concern from the other side. Lynn couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation. She seemed to think this was a testing session for the Holy Grail. Just then, the gaming helmet required its first tester, and Su Wanran arrived at the perfect moment. A smile crept across Lynn's face. It's decided then, Su Wanran. He rose from his gaming chair and swung open the door. Caught off guard, Su Wanran stumbled directly into Lynn's embrace. Oh, what are you doing? Ouch. Lynn chuckled. Didn't you want to know what I was up to? This is your chance to be the first test subject. With that, he led her back into the room. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Su Wanran's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Was it finally happening? Lynn was about to do something to the poor, fragile creature that was her. What could he possibly have in store? Before long, Lynn brought her to his computer, beside which lay the freshly completed black gaming helmets, one white and one black. This is model number 1 and number 2. One for boys and one for girls. This is all I've made for now. Su Wanran squeezed her eyes shut, too frightened to look, covering her eyes with her fingers, terrified that upon opening them, she would witness something bizarre. Boss, I just came to check on you, you know? Captain Chow is quite worried about you. Is it you who are worried about me? Every day, I tell him that I am still alive. I am not worried at all. Humph. What should I be concerned about? I am not your girlfriend or anything. I am merely your employee. The main issue is that if you were to pass away, no one would be sending me my salary. Su Wanran muttered. Lynn chuckled. Why does that sound so familiar? Su Wanran shook her head. Did I ever say that? I never uttered such words. Lynn found it too tedious to sift through their chat history. All right, let us take a look at my precious treasure. Feel free to touch it. Isn't that inappropriate? Su Wanran felt her hand being pulled down by Lynn. His grip was quite strong, leaving her utterly unable to resist. Chapter 63, Su Wanran's First Experience. Lynn placed Su Wanran's hand on the gaming headset. Su Wanran tightly shut her eyes, too afraid to look, dreading that her fingers might encounter something soft and strange. However, her fingers brushed against a rather hard, rounded object. What is this? It's warm and quite large. Goodness, what on earth is this? Su Wanran felt that this thing was larger than her head, and it was exceptionally smooth. She was utterly bewildered. Cautiously, Su Wanran opened her eyes. Before her stood a rounded helmet resembling a motorcycle helmet, striking and stylish. One was black and the other white. Both game headsets emanating a silvery glow. They appeared to be products of a science fiction film. Su Wanran stared at Lynn in a daze. Boss, what is this thing? Have you spent all these days just to make a couple of motorcycle helmets? Lynn, with an air of mystery, replied, Come on, put it on and see. Without further ado, Lynn pushed Su Wanran down onto the gaming chair. You'll find out how thrilling it is. With that, Lynn lifted the pure white gaming headset to place it on Su Wanran's head. Su Wanran protested. Why do I feel like your smile is rather frightening? You're not planning to use me as a guinea pig, are you? We don't conduct human experiments around here. Do you think I'm some sort of test subject? She was somewhat resistant, using her hands to fend off the dark helmet. Lynn asserted confidently, Be obedient. Lower your hands. How could I possibly harm you? It's hard to say. Your salary might be at stake. Suddenly, Su Wanran felt a connection with the helmet. Her attitude shifted dramatically, and she eagerly took the helmet to place it on her own head. Lynn interjected, "Wait, tie your hair up." "Oh." Su Wanran reluctantly raised her hands to skillfully gather her hair into a bun. With her hair in a high ponytail, she lifted her head and asked, "What now?" In the next moment, Lynn pressed the gaming headset firmly onto her head. Su Wanran's head shrank back like a quail's. "Wow, it's so dark in here. And it's warm. Goodness, could this be a heated helmet?" Lynn, speechless, took a step back, watching Su Wanran, who donned the gaming headset, looking around in confusion while touching the helmet on her face. To be honest, Su Wanran looked quite captivating wearing the helmet. Lynn approached the computer, manipulating the buttons on the keyboard, inputting commands and clicking start. Buzzing. In Su Wanran's perspective, the originally transparent visor of the gaming headset suddenly filled with numerous options and indicators, appearing remarkably futuristic, akin to a system panel. Heart rate detected above normal levels. Player, please relax. Transmitting to another world. What is this, boss? Transmitting to another world. What on earth does that mean? Su Wanran's voice echoed within the helmet. Lynn responded, initiating baseline testing. In the next moment, Su Wanran's vision abruptly went black. It was as if the screen of a cinema had gone black. Everything about her seemed to have transformed, as if her very body had lifted into the air. Suddenly, Su Wanran felt an exhilarating sensation of soaring upwards at high speed. Why do I feel like I'm about to take off? Oh no, help. Mom, I'm done playing. I want to go home. Su Wanran's heart raced in panic as she desperately searched for something to hold on to. The sensation was akin to traversing a wormhole through time and space. In an instant, the world around her turned a pristine white. Upon opening her eyes, Su Wanran found herself in a completely white realm. Initially startled, she dashed left and right, only to discover that escape was futile. The reality of her situation was overwhelmingly vivid. Am I really heading to heaven? Her mind raced with thoughts, questioning whether she had indeed passed away. Just then, the gaming helmet emitted a soothing chime. Sensory simulation normal. Acceleration simulation normal. Morphology simulation normal. Random items may appear during baseline testing. Players are advised to remain calm. All phenomena are normal. A gentle, reassuring voice emanated from the gaming helmet. Su Wanran exclaimed in astonishment. Could this really be a gaming helmet? Having read several online gaming novels, she recognized that many featured such helmets to create fantastical worlds. A wave of excitement washed over her as she realized Lynn had developed something akin to science fiction. Moreover, she was the first to experience it. Eager to see what would unfold next, she felt a thrill of anticipation. Lynn's voice echoed in her ears. Su Wanran, are you quite brave? You've adapted so quickly. A smile crept across Su Wanran's face. What else would you expect? I am your best employee and game tester. As she continued to explore, she mused, where's the face modification option? You can modify your personal image here. At that moment, a mirror appeared before her. Hey, how clever. Su Wanran approached the mirror, curiously blinking her eyes twice. The reflection mirrored her actions. How do I modify my personal image? She inquired with intrigue. Players simply need to reach into the mirror and adjust their face, the game voice instructed. Is it really possible? Su Wanran cautiously extended her hand into the mirror, surprised to find it actually penetrated, akin to dipping her hand into water. Her fingers entered a facial modification interface. Carefully, she placed her hand on her reflection's face and gently pinched it. To her astonishment, her mirrored visage slightly indented. Do you wish to confirm the modification? The game system prompted. Su Wanran, now genuinely intrigued, replied, Wait, let me adjust a bit more. She first tugged at her legs, then pinched her chest, reducing it to a flat state. This is precisely what I desired. If I were truly so flat, dressing would indeed be quite convenient. Su Wanran exclaimed, hands on her hips. Upon noticing that Su Wanran had already entered the facial sculpting space, Lynn chuckled and settled into the gaming chair, donning his headset as well. He activated the online mode, and soon, his figure materialized in the pristine white expanse. There, he observed Su Wanran animatedly gesturing at her reflection. Lynn gently patted her on the back. Su Wanran yelped, startled, turning around in a flurry. Upon realizing it was Lynn, she exhaled in relief. Lynn flashed a smile. Isn't it thrilling? Just asking if it's thrilling. Boss, what you've created is truly remarkable. Su Wanran stammered, at a loss for words. Lynn, noticing her current appearance, standing at a height of 1.70 meters, albeit with a flatter chest, queried, "What's wrong? Do you wish to grow taller?" Su Wanran scratched her head sheepishly. Hee, I was merely indulging in a fantasy of being taller. Lynn, unimpressed, replied, "Revert back." I think this looks quite good," Su Wanran protested. Lynn, without hesitation, reached into the mirror, employing his administrator privileges to restore her original form. To be honest, the tactile sensations within the game felt rather authentic. Su Wanran's cheeks flushed. "Wait, did you just touch my reflection during the restoration?" "Indeed," Lynn acknowledged. Su Wanran stumbled over her words. "Doesn't that mean you touched I restored the reflection. What does that have to do with Su Wanran?" Lynn retorted. Su Wanran was exasperated, but the sensation is the same. "Well, it seems my tactile module is quite realistic. It's all for the sake of research." Su Wanran fell silent. A smirk played on Lynn's lips. "Su Wanran, shall we engage in something exhilarating next?" "What exhilarating things?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Her mind began to concoct wild scenarios. "Surely, we aren't able to do anything peculiar within the headset that we wouldn't have to account for in reality?" Lynn raised his hand, and a sleek blue interface appeared before him. This interface was the selection screen for the fantastical world of his virtual girlfriend. Without hesitation, he made his choice. Version 1. Sky City. Chapter 64. Is this a romantic game? Why not call it a parachuting simulator? The following plot becomes somewhat abstract. I am not unwell. Haraha. I am not unwell. What medication should I take? You have all deceived me. If I take the medicine, I won't see my imaginary wife anymore. Enough of that. The nurse is trying to trick me into taking my pills again. In a pure white space. Lynn poked Su Wanran's nose and asked, "Are you ready to enter my world? The method of entry will be quite exhilarating. You must be mentally prepared." Su Wanran pondered just how exhilarating it could be, yet she remained cautious, setting a psychological expectation in advance. Thus, she gestured an OK sign to Lynn. Ajk. 3, 2, 1. Lynn completed the countdown in one breath, then exchanged wide-eyed stares with Su Wanran. Su Wanran's heart raced to her throat, but she realized nothing had occurred. The surrounding space remained the same as the original pure white. She opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Boss, is there a bug in your system? Shouldn't you fix it?" In the next moment, Lynn uttered a single word. 0. Buzz. They felt as though they were dolls trapped in a cardboard box, falling from the sky. Su Wanran felt a sudden void beneath her feet, as if she had been thrown from a height of 10,000 meters. A cacophony of panicked screams ensued. Lynn, what on earth have you done? Is this a romantic game or a parachuting simulator? What is going on? Are we supposed to search for something on the way down? Where is P City? Su Wanran widened her eyes, straining to glimpse the ground below. Amidst the swirling clouds, she caught a glimpse of a colossal city suspended among the stars, the city appearing inverted, with various styles merging and transforming, from the 100 Herbs Garden to cyberpunk, its neon lights flickering, breathtakingly beautiful and utterly astonishing. Referencing starry skies, Xianzhou, Pinocchio, even in her panic, Su Wanran couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." Buzz. Lynn also descended, his clothing rustling fiercely as he maintained his falling posture. However, he appeared significantly more at ease than Su Wanran, occasionally forming a large character with his body or lying back in midair, savoring the resistance of the wind against his skin. He glanced at Su Wanran and kindly advised, "You'd better turn your head downwards for a more natural position." Su Wanran turned her head and shot him a glare, insisting, "I prefer to keep my head up." Lynn cradled his head with both hands as he soared past Su Wanran. The game's physics engine was remarkably realistic, defying any constraints of Newton's laws. Su Wanran did not grasp Lynn's meaning, imploring him to use simpler language. Lynn pointed at Su Wanran's skirt, remarking on her childish choice of a bare design at her age. However, it must be said, it was quite adorable. Su Wanran immediately comprehended everything, her cheeks flushing red. She attempted to cover her skirt, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not conceal it. Glaring at Lynn in indignation, she huffed. "Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Lynn shrugged, remarking, "You didn't ask either." She expressed her bewilderment at the chill enveloping her legs. Under Lynn's tutelage, Su Wanran swiftly grasped the correct gliding technique, their hands intertwined, both experiencing an inexplicable sensation. While holding hands was a common childhood occurrence, it felt rather juvenile to engage in such behavior as adults. Despite their mutual disdain for this display, both wore expressions reminiscent of elderly commuters on the subway. However, allowing themselves to drift aimlessly could lead to confusion about their whereabouts, which would be quite troublesome. A sudden and intense sensation of weightlessness engulfed them, the dazzling starry expanse visible to the naked eye. They cascaded through the sky like a meteor shower, leaving behind a brilliant trail. At last, they beheld a celestial city, a place of breathtaking wonder, exuding an unmistakable cyberpunk aura. Gradually, their descent slowed, landing atop a colossal technological tree, gently descending like leaves. A shared message appeared before them. Welcome to the Sky City. Su Wanran's legs felt weak, her complexion paling. What was this place? The Sky City. It resembled a nightmarish realm. It was Lynn's first visit to a map of his own creation, a peculiar sensation akin to becoming an NPC within the game. He grasped Su Wanran's hand and mused, "As my game tester, how did you find our entrance? I've realized that with just the two of us, it hardly matters. Imagine when the one version event commences, with 1,000,000 players descending together. The spectacle would be nothing short of magnificent." Su Wanran envisioned that scene in her mind, acknowledging its grandeur, yet quickly dismissed the notion. Lynn, let us not discuss this right now. You're scaring me. Let us dive into the action. Lynn eagerly pulled Su Wanran along to explore this enchanting city. In summary, it was a dreamlike metropolis brimming with diverse gameplay options and an abundance of side quests. Side quest: win 3 matches at the Deceitful Tavern to earn the achievement, I Bet My Life Against You. Side quest: complete 3 levels in the cooperative game to trigger the hidden mission, We Are Definitely Going to Be Annihilated. Side quest: race on the streets of Cyber City, crashing into a wall at a speed of 300 km/h to attain the achievement, Where's the Prosthetic Doctor? Help, please. In addition, there were colossal board games, real-life flying chess, farming, gathering, and unique achievements. One moment they strolled along streets styled in the Victorian era, and the next, a flashy supercar rounded the corner. Lynn yanked open the door and pulled the wealthy NPC from inside, exclaiming, "Bro, nice car. I'll take it for a spin." The affluent NPC, though infuriated, could do little more than utter the most spiteful yet cowardly retort. "Go ahead, then." Beside them, Su Wanran was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "My goodness." Lynn beckoned her with a casual flick of his finger, inviting her, "Come on, let us take a joyride." However, Su Wanran was not the type to simply hop into a car. She, too, grabbed a vehicle, playfully gesturing for Lynn to follow suit. "Come on, let us race. Do you even know how to drive? Just give it a go. Although I lack a license, this is a game where I can drive freely." Lynn replied enthusiastically. "All right, let's do it." With a swift press of the accelerator, he sped away, only to glance back and find Su Wanran still in reverse. In her haste, she had mistakenly engaged the reverse gear, crashing directly into a nearby fruit stall, reducing the sleek sports car to a kaleidoscope of shattered pieces. "Oops, wrong gear. Let us try again." Su Wanran's head emerged from a pile of oranges, a cherry tomato inexplicably perched on her nose, resembling a whimsical jester. The fruit stall owner, surprisingly a parrot, locked eyes with Su Wanran. The parrot fluttered over, leaning close, and with a lowered voice, asked, "What's up, darling?" In response, Su Wanran seized the bird, retorting, "Get lost." She shook off the fruit and dashed off to commandeer another vehicle. The parrot, feeling dejected, thought, "If you don't want to chat, why be so rude?" The entire afternoon was spent by Lynn and Su Wanran in this virtual realm, treating it as a playground for mischief. Stealing cars was merely child's play. They escalated their antics to commandeering tanks, aircraft, and even snatching snacks from unsuspecting children, purchasing items without any intention of payment. They initially believed their escapades were quite nefarious until a server informed them that everything in this realm was complimentary. To their astonishment, Lynn and Su Wanran found themselves apprehended. The charge? Failing to catch a single toy after 10 minutes at the arcade. They received a rather ridiculous sentence. Unlocking a new achievement. "I'm better than you two, even with my feet." What a silly achievement. Su Wanran scoffed, munching on snacks while contemplating kicking the claw machine. Just then, Lynn yanked her away, and they were caught red-handed by the approaching rabbit and fox officers, promptly taken to jail for a minute's confinement. However, while processing their paperwork with the officer named Lightning, Su Wanran and Lynn managed to slip away unnoticed. They traversed into Chinatown, where they discovered a talisman in an antique shop, allowing them to become invisible and escape. Unfortunately, they inadvertently stepped onto an empty manhole cover, plunging down to the underground level. Ultimately, the two soared into the sky atop a giant firework, landing in a circus, creating a delightful chaos. Bursting out of the circus, one disguised as a clown and the other as a magician, their mismatched costumes, one oversized, the other undersized, rendered them comically absurd, as they shared a hearty laugh at each other's expense. Chapter 65. Away is dead. How tedious. Indeed, I concur. What progress have we made this afternoon? Lynn glanced at the screen. 1. How utterly uninteresting. I can endure this for at most a month. I shall tire of it. Not I, for I can play for at least 2 months. Lynn and Su Wanran hung upside down like two bats from the Gothic castle gate, their faces cradled in their hands, munching on snacks while gazing at the shimmering stars below. Su Wanran remarked, "Have you never considered setting up a colossal boss in this city? Perhaps orchestrating a grand conspiracy that would unite all players in a collective effort to vanquish this formidable foe, culminating in a perfect dumpling-wrapping ending?" Lynn swatted the snack from Su Wanran's hand, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? This is a romance game, and romance games lack a main storyline. If there is one, it is merely the experience of love itself. Do you think this resembles other games on the market? Wherever the protagonist goes, calamity ensues. Either a nation faces annihilation or another is threatened by floods. Time and again, they are pursued, imprisoned, or misunderstood, only to have the misunderstandings resolved, leading the adventurer on a new quest." Su Wanran stroked her chin. "So you genuinely haven't set a boss?" Lynn nodded, confirming the absence of such a feature, designed solely for players to indulge in pure enjoyment, relaxation, devoid of darkness, hardship, or paywalls, all centered around the essence of love. In this Sky City, one can earn points or achievements, which can be used for card draws, outfit exchanges, and completing various accomplishments, perfect for collectors. You could even engage in farming within this realm. This has always been Lynn's vision for the game's ultimate form, a world where even the creator cannot predict what will unfold next, leaving players in a state of delightful uncertainty, filled with surprises, though perhaps some might be frightening. Goodness, I just saw a female ghost wandering in the street. Does this game incorporate elements of horror? Su Wanran suddenly gasped. Indeed, it does, but where is it? Let me see if this ghost is appealing. Lynn, filled with excitement, followed Su Wanran's gaze. In the next moment, Su Wanran made a face at Lynn, sticking out her tongue, rolling her eyes, and shaking her head. Here I come. The ghost is here, yet Lynn stood frozen, a hint of terror in his eyes. He looked at Su Wanran, urging, "Do not move, whatever you do. There is a ghost behind you, clad in red, hanging upside down, and she is watching you. Oh no, she has opened her mouth." Su Wanran burst into laughter, saying, "Stop joking. Do you think that trick can deceive me?" However, the next instant, a bright red tongue flicked out before Su Wanran. Su Wanran's expression froze, and she slowly looked up. To her astonishment, a ghost in a red dress had appeared beside her, adorned with a phoenix crown and flowing robes, bloodstained and bearing a sinister smile. A ghost. Su Wanran, frightened, nestled into Lyn's embrace. Lynn gave a thumbs up to the ghostly figure. Great assist. The ghost in red fixed her gaze upon Lynn, raising her hand to present a love letter delicately pinched between her fingers. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, looking towards the spectral woman. Acquired item, Ghost Bride's Love Letter. A one-time use item that, upon activation, compels the Ghost Bride to fulfill one of your wishes within the game world, albeit with the possibility of harboring ill intentions towards your imagined girlfriend. Achievement unlocked, the handsome man favored by the ghost. This achievement may allow you to encounter spirits during regular gameplay, and if the spirit happens to be a female ghost, she may develop an affection for you. If the spirit is a lowly, the effect is tripled. Su Wanran was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, there really are ghosts. And a Chinese ghost at that. Lynn nodded, acknowledging this as a game mechanism. The game adjusts feedback in real time based on your interactions with your imagined girlfriend. Thus, one must refrain from uttering the word ghost within the game, lest an apparition manifest to frighten you. Fuming, Su Wanran punched Lynn playfully in the chest. "How could you summon a ghost in the game, you scoundrel? It's clearly your own doing." She retorted. "What do you have in your hand?" she queried, eyeing the love letter Lynn held with curiosity. Lynn boasted, "See? This is the charm of a bro. Even ghosts are fond of me." "What nonsense. It's merely a pre-programmed feature you set up." I swear, I never designed the game like that. Everything is random. Su Wanran puffed her cheeks, feeling a pang of jealousy despite knowing it was just a ghost in the game who fancied Lynn in. Yet, for some reason, she found the ghost particularly realistic. When its gaze locked onto her, she felt a shiver deep within her soul. Let me see your love letter. I want to know what that ghost wrote to you. She insisted, extending her hand. Lynn held it high, teasing, want to see it? Not a chance. Hand it over. Su Wanran tiptoed, a hint of a possessive glint in her eyes. Lynn allowed her to bounce around him like a mischievous groundhog, knowing she couldn't reach him. Just then, an alert from the gaming helmet broke the moment. Player Lynn, your friend Jeangi from the real world has sent you a voice request. Do you wish to accept? Lynn clicked to agree. Soon, Jeangi's boisterous voice echoed in Lynn's ear. Lynn, there's trouble. Big trouble. Lynn maintained a calm smile. Don't panic. What happened? Boss, you really don't know. Know what? Did you trigger the anti-awkward mechanism again? No. I'm currently engaged in pure love with my disciple, all right? Cut the chatter. Just tell me. Zhang Wei expressed his concern. The AI from Sakura Country has developed a new game, and they've released a new PV, claiming this game is tailored to compete with your fantasy girlfriend. I just took a glance, and it seems there is indeed something intriguing. Although the visuals may not be as lifelike as yours, their game is genuinely rated 18. I believe this game could pose a threat to your own. You should take a look. Lynn smiled calmly, commenting on that little brat's romantic game. Fine. I shall critique it thoroughly when the time comes. However, before that, I must attend to Su Wanran, who is clinging to me. On the other end, Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback, asking what on earth was clinging to you, and what do you mean by attend to? He listened intently to the commotion on the line. He could hear Su Wanran bouncing on Lynn's body, breathlessly exclaiming, Hurry up, Lynn. Come on, who are you on the phone with? Su Wanran had even resorted to her adorable tactics. Lynn shook his head, saying, Su Wanran, the magical cloak. Don't think that just because you're being cute. I'll give it to you. Will you stop? Zhang Wei was left dumbfounded on the other end. What on earth were they saying? Surely, they weren't engaging in anything peculiar, were they? Woo, Lynn, why did you take this call? Is it another ploy to torment your good buddy? My heart has been deeply wounded. Lynn sighed. Wei, you seem to be misunderstanding. Su Wanran and I are merely experiencing a game. Zhang Wei lamented. Don't call me Wei. That name has perished. It was killed by your incessant teasing. Lynn found it pointless to explain, you imaginative fool. Speculate all you want. I am genuinely just experiencing a game. Zhang Wei grumbled, damn it. I will go seek comfort from my dear disciple. You promised you would descend to my side. Yet here you are, lost in beauty, completely oblivious to your brother's suffering. Lynn smiled soon. When the time comes for your descent, I shall grant you an early admission. Suddenly, the sound of Zhang Wei kneeling before his keyboard echoed. O great father. I bow before you. Lynn chuckled. My, what a grand display of Sichuan opera face-changing. Get up, the floor is cold. As he ended the call, Lynn suddenly realized that Su Wanran had vanished. Where did she go? He looked around, but found nothing. An ambush. Just then, he heard Su Wanran's cheerful voice behind him. She had tiptoed and successfully snatched the love letter from his hands, aided by Lynn's deliberate leniency. Lynn crossed his arms, feigning indifference. Oh, you silly girl, what is so fascinating about a mere love letter? You've received them before. The lines are merely cheesy. Besides, do you truly think I would engage romantically with a cyber ghost? Su Wanran shook her head. That is hard to say. This game is so immersive. What if you become so engrossed that you lose your ambition? She opened the envelope and peered inside. Her expression instantly shifted to shock. What? What does it say? Lynn pretended to be unconcerned, though he was quite intrigued. Su Wanran read aloud. I like you. Isn't that quite normal? Su Wanran shook her head and added. I like you. You must look splendid riding a snail. Lynn's expression twitched. It seems the abstractness of AI-generated content requires further adjustment. Just kidding. Who could possibly look impressive riding a snail? This little interlude swiftly passed. Lynn opted to exit the game, with Su Wanran following suit. They removed their headsets, both appearing somewhat reluctant to part. By the way, who were you on the phone with just now? Su Wanran inquired curiously. Lynn replied, Zhang Wei. That rascal mentioned that the AI from Sakura Country has released a little adult game, and I need to critique it. With that, Lynn turned on his computer to investigate. Chapter 66. Even butter must be done well. Bastard. Before long, Lynn discovered the official website of the Sakura Nation's Proton AI. They had released a video conference and promotional video, produced by the renowned butter creator, Huang Yiping. His previous games had gained significant acclaim, establishing him as one of the industry's top producers. Without delving into details, the webpage showcased numerous historical masterpieces of his, Madam's Secret, The Proud Female Superior, along with the Agent series and the Demon Girl series, effectively capturing the fantasies of countless otaku. Merely gazing at those tantalizing covers ignited an overwhelming desire to click through. This was indeed an advantage that Lynn lacked. He could not create genuine butter, and inevitably, a segment of players would be drawn away by the allure of Sakura Nation's offerings. Nevertheless, it mattered little. A bit of choice for other players was welcome. Lynn had no intention of monopolizing the market. The latest game was intriguingly titled Heavenly Girl Descends. The game's synopsis read, "You are an ordinary otaku, and one day, a girl descends from the heavens, embodying your ideal type. She appears as if she has leapt straight from an anime, ready to accompany you in work and daily life, to shop, and even to tease you. As your heavenly girlfriend's affection level rises, she may occasionally engage in flirtatious teasing." Madam Charming version. You do realize I have a husband, don't you? So please, know your limits. Agent version. What are you doing? I will never succumb to you. Even if you pry my mouth open, I shall reveal nothing. Demon Girl version. Fool. You can't possibly fail at such a simple task. You truly are a mere fish in this sea. You observed her writing on her thigh and decided to graduate her. Moreover, the Proton AI studio boldly proclaimed, the best and most immersive romance game of the year. Realism that crushes fantasy girlfriends. How audacious, directly challenging me. Do you truly have the capability to contend with Lynn? I am eager to see how immersive it can be. The artistic quality of the game was undeniably high. Lynn clicked the mouse, preparing to critique thoroughly. Just then, Su Wanran's head leaned in, brimming with excitement. Nervously touching Lynn's thigh, Lynn glanced down at Su Wanran. "Boss, why are you looking at me? Hurry and start it. Why don't you go ahead? I'll critique this alone." "Absolutely not. I must critique alongside you. You're just a child. This sort of thing will give you nightmares." "I'm not a child." Lynn and Su Wanran sat before the computer, reminiscent of their childhood days huddled around a game console, their enthusiasm undiminished. Lynn clicked on the video. Soon, a conference materialized before him, featuring a somewhat balding, bespectacled game producer, none other than the illustrious Huang Yiping. He bowed to the audience and spoke in an exaggeratedly dramatic tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today to celebrate the birth of a magnificent game. Heavenly Maiden employs cutting-edge AI technology, allowing for diverse storylines and dialogues, all rendered with remarkable realism, fully catering to the fantasies of young men. In comparison to our industry peers, we are light years ahead. Our competitors lag far behind, as their highest affection levels yield no extraordinary results. After all, what significance does having a fantasy girlfriend hold if one cannot engage in unique experiences?" The competitors he referred to were Lynn's fantasy girlfriend. Upon finishing his statement, he pressed a button on his controller, unveiling the game's promotional video. Upon waking that morning, you were startled to find a mysterious yet stunningly beautiful girl beside you. "Hey, wake up. You're going to be late for work." You were taken aback, exclaiming, "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" She replied, her expression laced with confusion, "Have you forgotten? I'm your girlfriend." Her natural demeanor and the hint of concern for your memory loss only deepened your bewilderment. Yet, captivated by her lifelike presence, you decided to take the initiative. "If you are indeed my girlfriend, can I do something unconventional?" Your hand reached toward her, only to be swiftly swatted away, her expression one of disdain, igniting a thrill within you. "Hey, you're going to be late for work," she scolded. "Work can wait," you thought, your mischievous hand reaching out again. Affection level -1. Affection level -1. But you reassured yourself that losing all affection points was inconsequential. Just then, she broke free from your grasp and fled. You had scared off your heavenly girlfriend. It was time to restart. The protagonist sighed and clicked the restart button. This time, I shall be gentler and woo her slowly. The scene shifted back to reality. The male lead donned a device resembling VR goggles, and through its perspective, the girl materialized in his home. The game's music brightened, and they strolled together, shopping and even gaming at home. When the affection level reached a certain threshold, they could indeed engage in intimate activities. While this game could not compete with Lynn's fantasy girlfriend in various aspects, its VR immersive experience seemed more advanced, clearly a response to Lynn's real-time modeling. However, Such technology had long been overused, and the so-called immersive experience relied on mechanical devices combined with props like the Holy Grail, lacking genuine engagement. Moreover, the game required VR goggles and additional equipment, making it quite expensive. The base game was a one-time purchase, nearing the equivalent of 10,000 RMB, largely due to the costs associated with the VR goggles and other accessories. Lynn grinned. Well, it certainly doesn't exploit the impoverished, does it? After watching the press conference, Su Wanran remarked, Little Bacca's gameplay is truly bizarre. What is your perspective, Brother Lynn? Lynn assessed. The realism earns 3 stars, the technical difficulty 2 stars, the artistry 1 star, the narrative 2 stars, the sensuality 5 stars, and the price 1 star. Su Wanran inquired, what is the total star count? Lynn smiled broadly. 100. Although this game indeed possesses risky elements and can reach a climactic conclusion, it is evident that it was rushed to market. Many aspects lack detail, clearly indicative of a hasty production aimed at competing with Lynn's game. However, one truth stands. The game offers an immersive VR experience. If Lynn were to unveil a VR game with a similar immersive quality, it would undoubtedly disappoint eager players, as this technology is already in the hands of others. Thus, its introduction would lack significance. It must be noted that Little Bacca has taken a rather unconventional approach, hastily releasing a game to protect its domestic adult entertainment market, without properly refining the core product. This infuriated Lynn. These individuals show no respect for gaming. Even adult content deserves meticulous craftsmanship. How outrageous. Su Wanran, however, was quite pleased, having just experienced the game Helmet. Observing this inferior product felt akin to gazing upon primitive artifacts. Lynn rose to his feet. Su Wanran curiously asked, Where are you going? Boss. To the press conference, bringing along 2 game helmets. Su Wanran was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Indeed, Lynn's recently developed technology, the game helmet, far surpasses theirs by a factor of 10,000. It was time to showcase the mysterious prowess from the east to Little Bacca. She clutched the 2 helmets to her chest, resembling someone cradling 2 watermelons, as she hurried after Lynn's retreating figure. Chapter 67. The Gaming Helmet. The news of Lynn's upcoming press conference swiftly spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom and the gaming community. Have you heard? The esteemed Lynn is about to hold a new conference. So soon? I thought we would have to wait another month. What kind of game warrants a press conference? Rumor has it that a groundbreaking technology is set to be unveiled. Could it be the game technology Lynn spoke of? The one promising to bring my dream girlfriend to life? Ladies and gentlemen, I am utterly exhilarated. My affection for my idealized companion has reached its zenith, and I am eagerly awaiting her arrival. I must watch. It is imperative that I witness this event. The players of the Dragon Kingdom were ablaze with excitement, flocking to the live stream of the conference. Lynn's press conference title was refreshingly simple yet audacious. Fantasy Girlfriend 1. One new product launch. Crushing the game technology of Sakura Nation. Both domestic and international game developers turned their attention to this event. Upon realizing it was a challenge to the Sakura Nation, all game developers from the Dragon Kingdom spontaneously rallied to promote Lynn's cause, as they share a common homeland and a competitive spirit. Chopping Studio announced, Everyone, set aside your work today. Focus on the press conference, as viewing it rewards you with a little hero. Little King Glory stated, Join me in watching the new product launch, supporting the advancement of Dragon Kingdom's game technology. The 6th personality declared, Today, you shall all be bound to the carnival chair to witness the press conference. Meanwhile, Duan Kuan from Tunglong Games paused his work, gathering his team to watch Lynn's presentation. United in their fervor, the Sakura Nation's girlfriend from the sky was clearly a direct competitor to Lynn's fantasy girlfriend, with evident traces of plagiarism in both the storyline and gameplay mechanics, even down to character modeling. Duan Kuan grinned. Although we are rivals with Lynn, when it comes to the Sakura Nation, all I can say is, Lynn, go crush them. They can't even manage to copy properly. And they are leagues behind us at Tunglong Games. They boast about utilizing VR and realistic simulation technology. But isn't that just old tech repackaged? I am genuinely curious about what new technology Lynn will unveil this time. Brother, do you also play Fantasy Girlfriend? Is that true? Oh dear, I can hardly tolerate version 1.0 any longer. Indeed, my girlfriend's affection has grown tremendously, yet she remains out of reach. I am filled with anticipation. At the Sakura Nation's Proton AI studio, the Butter developers, led by Huang, were also watching Lynn's press conference with their team. They had just released their game PV, and almost immediately, Lynn followed suit with his own launch. This sequence sent a chill down their spines, filling them with foreboding. Huang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could he possibly have some groundbreaking technology? Xiao Ji, the head of the Proton Studio, interjected. Even if there is some groundbreaking technology, it would merely be an enhancement of VR, making it more realistic and immersive at best. Regardless of the circumstances, Butter is on my side in the realm of romance gaming. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Nation, the development department of the Divine AI is closely observing Lynn's game launch event. They too have crafted a romantic game, akin to the falling girlfriend from the Cherry Blossom Nation, albeit with more advanced technology. The beautiful country has pioneered a novel technology, holographic projection coupled with tactile feedback. In their quest for supremacy in gaming technology, they have invested significantly, incorporating military-grade technology into their gaming endeavors. They are confident of their superiority and skeptical of Lynn's potential offerings, questioning whether anything could surpass the technological prowess of their beautiful nation. They have chosen to delay the release, opting to refine their product. Observing Lynn's press conference, it is evident that he is poised to respond to the gaming companies from the Cherry Blossom Nation. They delight in witnessing the rivalry between the gaming industries of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Dragon Nation. Recalling the ancient saying from the Dragon Nation, when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. Ideally, they hope for a fierce competition that leaves both sides weakened, allowing the beautiful nation to step in and reap the rewards. Simultaneously, the venue for the Fantasy Girlfriend launch event is packed to capacity, with special guests Zhang Wei and Mu Chun in attendance. At this moment, both are engaged in conversations with their fantasy girlfriends via their mobile phones. Zhang Wei exclaims, "Hey, my dear disciple, are you missing me again? Unfortunately, I'm at the auction site, but I plan to bid on a delightful artifact for you. Don't be touched. You are my only disciple, and if I don't do this for you, who will?" Beside him, Mu Chun, despite the scars still visible on his face, exudes an entirely transformed aura. Dressed in a tailored suit, he stands tall and confident, radiating the essence of a heroic figure. He too is on the phone, chatting with his girlfriend, Xiao Wanyu. No need to worry. I'll bring you something delicious tonight. You mustn't cook for yourself, even if your eyes are healing. All right, that's settled." He hangs up and turns his serious gaze toward Lynn on stage. Dressed impeccably in a suit, the exceptionally handsome Lynn steps from backstage, eliciting thunderous applause. Zhang Wei, in particular, is ecstatic. Look, that's my good buddy. He looks so dashing, truly impressive." Mu Chen shares his excitement. "Lynn, it's a pleasure to see you in person. I am overjoyed. Good evening, brothers and sisters. Thank you all for attending my launch event." Lynn greets warmly, exuding an atmosphere more akin to friends engaging in joyous conversation than a formal press conference. Leaning toward the microphone, he addresses the gathered audience. Taking a deep breath, without further ado, the version 1 of Fantasy Girlfriend is on the horizon. Today, I will introduce the accompanying accessories for Fantasy Girlfriend. With that, a beam of light illuminates the table beside him, revealing 2 helmets, one black and one white. Lynn effortlessly utters 4 words, "gaming helmets." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present gasped in astonishment, and an eerie silence enveloped the venue, with all eyes fixated intently on the 2 helmets. Chapter 68. This is truly extraterrestrial technology. Whether at the press conference venue or among the viewers watching the live stream, an astonished gasp echoed. Is this the legendary game helmet that achieves virtual reality? Goodness, I must sit up to witness this. It is indeed the fabled game helmet. Could it possibly be a mere adaptation of VR technology? How could that be? Such advancements must have long been seized by the military and the state. There is no way they would be used for gaming. Believing that is akin to believing I am Qin Shi Huang. What? A game helmet? Just a moment ago, the confident developer from the butter industry now gapes as if a chicken egg could fit in his mouth. The developers of Heavenly Girlfriend from the land of cherry blossoms stand speechless, dumbfounded as they gaze at the live stream. Their once proud technology pales in comparison to Lynn, akin to that of primitive beings. This is impossible. It must be a hoax. The concept of virtual reality is far too extravagant. Even our most formidable tech team in the land of cherry blossoms could not create a game helmet of this caliber. It is not that they lack belief. Rather, the existence of such an item is simply too astonishing. Prior to this, The land of cherry blossoms had assumed that even if Lynn held a live press conference, it would only unveil existing technologies such as VR or virtual projections. Yet, who could have anticipated that Lynn would unveil something of such monumental significance? How could a game developer produce extraterrestrial technology? This is even more terrifying than the previous Jeangi AI fantasy engine. The response from the Eagle Nation mirrors this astonishment, filled with exclamations of "Oh my God! My heavens! This individual has truly created a game helmet straight out of a science fiction novel." The typically proud Eagle Nation now feels a sense of helplessness. This is a significant dimensional reduction for us. We have merely developed devices that simulate touch and VR, but many issues remain unresolved. Even a technologically advanced nation like the Eagle Nation cannot produce such a game helmet. What does a game helmet signify? It embodies immense chip computing power, AI processing capabilities, AI algorithms, immersive surround virtual reality technology, and hyperrealistic AI combined with real-time modeling. To put it succinctly, the technological prowess of this device transcends that of Blue Star technology. It is akin to extraterrestrial technology. If Lynn's claims hold true, this implies potential applications in training pilots, military personnel, and various fields such as medicine and public welfare. Yet, you dare to utilize this marvel for gaming. What a waste. Not only the Eagle Nation, but also the Bear Nation, the land of the Franks, and numerous other renowned countries worldwide are intently focused on this live stream. They are eager to ascertain the true performance of this game helmet, harboring a common hope that, despite being a game helmet, it cannot possibly be too formidable or realistic. If that were the case, it would merely be an overreaction. Returning the focus to Lynn, he perceives the astonished gasps and applause from the audience below. He is acutely aware that this live stream will undoubtedly alter the course of the world. However, that was of no concern to him. His sole responsibility was to create the game, while any national implications were merely a byproduct of the gaming headset. Previously, Lynn had conversed with the professor regarding the headset, who promptly reported to the authorities overnight. After careful consideration, the Dragon Kingdom resolved to assist Lynn in mass-producing this gaming device. Naturally, the headsets available on the market would not be the fully equipped versions, as those would be reserved for the state and military, a fact Lynn was acutely aware of. The primary function of the gaming headset was simply to enable players to immerse themselves in a virtual realm. It was incapable of performing any other tasks. Soon, an audience member inquired, "Lynn, is this truly a gaming headset? What if it gets replicated by foreign entities once you launch it?" Lynn confidently replied, "Our gaming headset is a decade and a half ahead of those from other nations. They will not be able to keep pace." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in jubilation, their singular concern alleviated, allowing them to eagerly anticipate their experience with the headset. "Boss, please demonstrate it for us." "Lynn, how much does this headset cost?" "At least $33,000. "Superficial. I believe it's worth $99,000. If it's not mass-produced, I'd say it's worth $1 million. The audience began to fervently discuss the headset's value. Witnessing the enthusiasm of the players for his creation, Lynn felt a surge of excitement. His sleepless nights had not been in vain. He turned to glance at Su Wanran backstage, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Su playfully wrinkled her nose, her eyes sparkling with delight, exclaiming, "Hey, I made this happen for you." Lynn picked up a sleek black gaming headset from the table and addressed the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are neither mistaken in your sight nor in your hearing. The device in my hands is officially termed the Virtual Reality Simulation Device. In simpler terms, donning this headset transports you into an alternate universe, which I refer to as the metaverse. Currently, this headset supports only one game, My Fantasy Girlfriend. As I develop additional games in the future, this headset will also be compatible with them. I understand you have numerous questions. Allow me to provide a live demonstration." Lynn pressed a button on the headset and asked, "Is there anyone in the audience willing to come up and experience it?" The headset instantly radiated a silvery glow, exuding an aura of sci-fi allure, eliciting another round of thunderous applause from the crowd. Jeangi, brimming with anticipation, practically stood on tiptoe, eagerly calling out, "Brother, pick me. Let me be the one to experience it." Beside him, Mu-chan was equally excited yet maintained a level of rational composure, suppressing his own desires. "It's all right. Since Lynn has created such a remarkable device, I can patiently await my turn. I just wonder how much this headset costs and whether I can afford it." Although Mu-chan received assistance from Lynn, who previously helped him attract viewers during a live stream, He has now become a prominent influencer with hundreds of thousands of followers and a monthly income of several thousand yuan. However, he has always been frugal, determined to save money in anticipation of the promised game from Lynn, hoping to reunite with his idealized girlfriend within the virtual realm. Lynn's gaze turned towards Mu Chun, perceiving the embarrassment etched on his face. Indeed, the gaming headset was astonishing, and its price would undoubtedly be substantial. What would happen if he could not afford it? This sentiment echoed among many players present. In response to the audience's calls and inquiries, Lynn smiled and said, "Allow me to create a little suspense. First, I must remind all players that the price of the gaming headset is not insignificant. It is somewhat pricey. However, I firmly believe that its value is entirely justified. Now, I would like to invite 2 players to the stage for a hands-on experience." Chapter 69. What is a cyber father-in-law? In the next moment, Lynn extended his hand toward the right side of the stage, where stood his good friend Jeangi, one of the earliest players to experience this game, alongside the first goblin otaku who had moved countless internet users to tears during the closed beta. Jeangi, brimming with excitement, dashed onto the stage, raising his hands in greeting. "Hello everyone, I am Jeangi. This game was my first adventure, and I'm here to share this novel experience with you all." Mu Chun followed him onto the stage, positioned on the left, his facial scars prominently visible. Nevertheless, his eyes sparkled brightly, and he stood tall, filled with confidence at the thought of his girlfriend, Su Wanran, supporting him from behind. Lynn took a moment to recount the story behind Mu Chun's scars, prompting a round of applause from the audience. "This is not a goblin. This is a hero. A mere surgical procedure is all he requires. Scars are a man's glory. Who among you will go first?" Lynn inquired, grasping the helmet in his hands. Glancing between Jeangi and Mu Chun, naturally, he could not allow them to use the helmet that Su Wanran had previously worn. The original helmet was solely for his use. "Bro, you go ahead. Heroes first. I admire you," Jeangi said, though he longed to experience the game himself. He still deferred. Mu Chun bashfully scratched his head. "Oh, it's nothing. You go first." "All right, my friend. I won't be courteous any longer." Jeangi, eager to have his girlfriend descend beside him, hastily took Lynn's helmet and, with Lynn's assistance, placed it upon his head. Soon, a virtual reality interface materialized before him. Simultaneously, Jeangi's first-person perspective appeared on the large screen behind, a testament that he was indeed experiencing the game authentically, with the helmet functioning in real time. As a melodious celestial tune played, Jeangi re-entered the game. This time, he truly immersed himself. Beneath him lay a jet-black flying sword, adorned in a dark robe, wielding a smoke-emitting human emperor banner, unmistakably a member of the demonic sect. He soared through the clouds, gliding on his sword. Initially, Jeangi felt a twinge of acrophobia. "Wow, this is so high. I won't fall, will I?" The game promptly reassured him. "Player Jeangi, during your first immersive experience, there is no need to panic. Simply control the sword with your thoughts." Following the game's guidance, Jeangi began to maneuver his flying sword up and down, feeling himself float in exhilaration. "Wow, flying on a sword is incredible." He erupted into hearty laughter. The audience below, captivated by Jeangi's first-person view, gazed at him with envious eyes. "Wow, flying, soaring on a sword. This is the ultimate fantasy for us." The Dragon Kingdom. Their eyes turned green with envy, yearning to snatch the helmet from Jeangi's head to play for themselves. Is there really any difference from time travel? The developers from Sakura Country slumped to the ground, eyes vacant. Such an extraordinary helmet, yet it's not utilized for more trivial pursuits. This lad is truly squandering a treasure. The last vestige of hope for Eagle Sauce has been shattered. Can this device truly be utilized for civilian purposes? How formidable must the Dragon Nation be? It is undeniably far ahead. Meanwhile, Mu Chun observed the astonishing realism of Jeangi's gaming interface, biting his lip in excitement. His fists clenched, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming encounter with his beloved wife. Lynn pressed a button on the gaming helmet and addressed Jeangi. "Jeangi, cease your indulgence. Have you forgotten the purpose of your visit? Go and meet your dream wife." Suddenly, Lynn's voice resonated in Jeangi's ears, prompting him to reluctantly snap back to reality. Yes, I must hurry to find my disciple." Lowering his gaze, Jeangi beheld the majestic mountains below, the ethereal pavilions, and there lay his own celestial abode. This young man had once believed he could receive a refund, investing 1888 to unlock the game's ultimate experience. He had now become the most powerful cultivator within a realm of immortals, possessing a solitary cultivation cave. Raising his hand as if he were a genuine practitioner, he dismantled the formation he had established and, without further ado, soared inside. He deliberately slowed his steps, restraining his aura, all to surprise his disciple, Jeangi. Upon entering his cave, his eyes began to scan the surroundings, and he quickly discerned Jeangi's presence. There she sat, clad in a gown of pristine white, beside a field of celestial herbs. One hand cradled her face while the other delicately plucked the petals from a heavenly bloom. Murmuring to herself, "Master is so kind to me, going to the auction to procure an item once again. I clearly said it was unnecessary, yet he insists. Does he truly see me as nothing more than a disciple? But all I can envision is him. Should I reveal my feelings to him?" As she plucked another petal, she pondered the dilemma of confession, ultimately deciding against it. Gazing at the now barren herb, she found herself torn once more. "Oh dear, this doesn't count. I shall try again." Jeangi felt his heart race at the sight of his charming disciple. Goodness, how adorable she is. Just by observing her silhouette and the strands of her hair, he felt as though he could inhale the fragrant aroma emanating from her, as if she had just bathed. Her skin still glistening and her cheeks faintly flushed. Who could resist such a lure? Suddenly, Jeangi regretted not returning sooner. Had he done so, he might have caught a glimpse of his disciple emerging from her bath. He approached and sat beside Jeangi, his hand playfully resting on her shoulder. "Disciple, what is it that you wish to confess to me?" Startled, Jeangi's face flushed crimson upon seeing Jeangi's unexpected presence. Overwhelmed, she knelt before him. "Master, why have you returned?" "I merely wished to see if you had been slacking off," he replied with a playful tone. Jeangi was instantly flustered, her pair of autumn-like eyes gazing at Jeangi as she anxiously exclaimed, "Master, during your absence, I did not slack off. If you do not believe me, you may observe my cultivation." With that, Jeangi proactively extended her delicate hand. Jeangi swallowed hard. Her hand was remarkably fair and exquisitely beautiful. The mere thought of that hand caressing him sent shivers of delight through him. He feigned nonchalance as he touched Jeangi's hand. It was exceedingly soft, incredibly real, and astonishingly lifelike, its warmth akin to that of a living being. Who would dare claim this was merely a game? Jeangi was overwhelmed with an urge to indulge in more intimate actions with Jeangi, yet, given the live broadcast, he restrained himself from acting out of line. However, the audience below was on the verge of losing their composure. Such realism. "Oh, esteemed creator, please take my bank card. I desire nothing more than a gaming headset." "Oh, Lynn, you are not just a game developer. You are my father-in-law. I bow to you, my esteemed father-in-law." The players in attendance were as exhilarated as if it were a festive celebration. Soon, the 10-minute trial experience concluded. Jeangi reluctantly removed the headset, continuously savoring the tactile sensations he had just experienced, as well as the fragrance that lingered from Jeangi. This was no mere game. It was as if he had been transported to a realm of cultivation. Lynn handed the headset to Mu Chun, declaring, "Mu Chun, it is time for you to meet your blindfolded maiden." "Thank you, esteemed Lynn, for granting me this opportunity." Mu Chun reverently accepted the headset, slowly placing it upon his head. Chapter 70. I am not an AI. I am a living being with emotions. In Mu Chun's abode, the blindfolded young girl, Su Wanran, sat obediently at her desk, accompanied by her guide dog, Xiao Qi, who lay patiently on the floor. A gentle breeze of late summer wafted in, playfully lifting strands of her hair, revealing her fair visage adorned with a hint of baby fat. It seemed that during her time under Mu Chun's care, she had become pleasantly plump. Her health had improved significantly. The previously gaunt figure was now gradually developing. The blue eye mask she wore had been replaced with a white one, a recent post-surgical necessity. Soon, after some time, she would be able to remove the white mask and behold the world anew. The thought of regaining her sight brought an involuntary smile to Xiao Wanyu's face. "Xiao Qi, do you think that once I can see, I will be able to assist Mu Chun? No longer will I be a clumsy burden to him. Yet, I must start from scratch, learning to cook, mastering literacy, and so much more. I could even find a job to help Mr. Mu earn more money. Then we could have our own little home, our own vehicle, and travel together, witnessing the sea and the sunrise." However, above all, what mattered most was being with Mr. Mu. At that moment, Xiao Wanyu envisioned herself marrying him, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she lost herself in the beautiful fantasies of the future. Her fingers fumbled through the cabinet, unearthing a tube of lipstick from the corner, one of those inexpensive varieties that cost only a few coins. Although she could not see how she applied it, she had heard that makeup could enhance a girl's appearance. Though she was unfamiliar with the art of cosmetics, applying lipstick seemed manageable. Twisting off the cap, she clumsily smeared the lipstick onto the corners of her mouth. Once Mu-chan returned, she intended to plant a kiss on him, marking him as hers. Concerned about her application, she leaned down to ask Xiao-Qi, did I go outside the lines? Xiao-Qi barked once, indicating his canine ignorance of such matters. Xiao Wanyu had devised a method of communication with him. If he thought she looked beautiful, he would bark once. If not, he would bark twice. To her surprise, Xiao-Qi barked 3 times. Stunned, she pondered, what does 3 barks mean? Is it good or bad? Through the room's glass, Xiao-Qi spotted Mu-chan returning. Just as he prepared to alert her, Mu-chan raised a hand to silence him. Now, Xiao-Qi turned his loyalty outward, heeding Mu-chan's command rather than Xiao Wanyu's. For it was Mu-chan who provided him with his daily sustenance. Under Mu-chan's guidance, Xiao-Qi began barking incessantly, creating a cacophony that disrupted Xiao Wanyu's hearing, preventing her from realizing Mu-chan's arrival. Xiao Wanyu tugged at Xiao-Qi's collar. Xiao-Qi, stop barking. You're interrupting my ability to hear Mr. Mu's return. Mu-chan, filled with excitement, gazed at the obedient girl seated at her desk. He could scarcely believe the spectacle before him, only regaining a semblance of composure upon witnessing the dreamlike scene. Listening to the girl's musings, Mu-chan felt tears welling up once more. Taking a deep breath, he donned what he considered his most charming smile and silently appeared beside Xiao Wanyu. There she was, adorned with strikingly vivid lipstick, the cheap hue glaringly bright, and applied rather clumsily, extending beyond her lips. Yet, her adorably naive expression made it hard to doubt that it was unintentional. Mu-chan yearned for time to stand still, quietly crouching beside Xiao Wanyu, simply observing her. This was far too real, even more palpable than when he played the game initially. He could almost discern the fine hairs on the girl's face and the gentle rise and fall of her breath. Was this truly just a virtual game? In that moment, Mu-chan wished for nothing more than to be with his Wanyu. He leaned in gently, planting a kiss on her lips. Instantly, Xiao Wanyu felt as if she had been electrified. Initially, she instinctively wanted to pull away, startled, but once enveloped by Mr. Mu's warmth and breath, her body softened. Yielding to him, her cheeks flushed with crimson, even daring to extend her tongue. Both were somewhat awkward, yet their mutual affection was genuine, their lips intertwining. Mu-chan finally comprehended that indeed, the girl's lips were undeniably sweet. They continued their kiss for what felt like an eternity before reluctantly parting. Xiao-Qi, you traitor! Xiao Wanyu exclaimed, playfully pinching Xiao-Qi, though without exerting any real force, and she resolved to reward Xiao-Qi later. Mu-chan, however, took her words seriously, suggesting, if there is to be punishment, let it be directed at me. I was the one who encouraged Xiao-Qi. Reflecting on the taste of Mu-chan, Xiao Wanyu remarked, Mu-chan, you're so mischievous. You've even learned to ambush me now. She playfully punched his chest with her small fist. Mu-chan smiled. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement. This is the first time I'm meeting you. Upon hearing this, the girl paused, puzzled by his words. What do you mean by first time? Haven't we met before? Mu-chan, you've left me confused. At that moment, a wave of unease washed over Mu-chan as he realized he had spoken too freely, inadvertently raising suspicions with Xiao Wanyu. Ever since he began playing the game Fantasy Girlfriend and interacted with Xiao Wanyu, he had been diligent in safeguarding her emotions. He would never reveal to Xiao Wanyu that she was merely a string of code, an AI, while he had fallen for an AI. He feared that if she discovered the truth, it would elicit many strange repercussions. Yet today he had slipped up. And at the launch event for Lynn and S gaming helmet, no less. Mu-chan now wished he could retract his words. How could a simple kiss lead to such a blunder? Xiao Wanyu stood up, curiosity piqued as she pressed, Mu-chan. What do you mean by the first time meeting me? Mu-chan, flustered, attempted to clarify. What I meant to say is that it's my first time kissing you. No, Mu-chan, you're lying. You've got goosebumps all over. You always do when you lie. Xiao Wanyu held Mu-chan firmly in her grasp. And as a highly sensitive blind girl, unable to perceive her surroundings, she felt compelled to delve deeply into every matter. Mu-chan, please do not deceive me, all right? What does it truly mean to have met me for the first time? Mu-chan found himself in a quandary, However, if he did not reveal the answer to Xiao Wanyu, it would gnaw at her, eventually becoming a burden on her heart. At that moment, he heard Lynn's gentle reminder. It's all right. Just treat everything as real and share the truth with Xiao Wanyu. There's nothing wrong with that. Upon hearing Lynn's voice, Muchen finally resolved to disclose everything to Xiao Wanyu. He felt it imperative that she understood, even though she was merely an AI. A virtual being, he cherished her deeply. All right, Wanyu, I must share a truth with you. Muchen, what truth? The girl leaned in, eager to listen. Taking a deep breath, he continued, I have been engaging with a game titled Fantasy Girlfriend. Until now, I have interacted with you solely through my phone and computer screens. Today, your cyber father, Lynn, has created a headset for the game. This is a virtual reality device that allows me to experience a sensation of traversing into your world. In simpler terms, Wanyu, you are indeed an AI, a virtual entity. Yet, I hold affection for you, even if you are merely an AI. My feelings for you will endure for a lifetime. At these words, the corner of the girl's mouth twitched. In the next moment, she placed her hand on Mu Chun's forehead. You're not feverish, so why speak such nonsense? Mu Chun grasped Xiao Wanyu's hand, insisting, I am not speaking nonsense. Everything I say is genuine. I just want to convey that I do not wish to deceive you or keep any secrets from you. What is so frightening about falling in love with a string of code? After all, I am merely a being composed of flesh and blood. Xiao Wanyu began to believe Mu Chun's words. Rising to her feet, her body trembled slightly. Mu Chun, hearing you say this brings me joy. However, in the next instant, she enveloped Mu Chun in her embrace. He was suddenly enveloped in softness, and feeling overwhelmed, his face turned crimson, as if he might bleed from his nose. Wanyu, what are you doing? Shu, listen, she hushed him, urging Mu Chun to remain silent as she tightly held his head, guiding his ear close to her chest. Thump, thump, thump. Mu Chun could distinctly hear her joyful heartbeat. Am I an AI? I am a living, feeling person, and my affection for you is profoundly real. Mu Chun's pupils constricted. Indeed, Xiao Wanyu was correct. He embraced her tightly, burying his head in her chest. Let us linger like this a little longer. Next time I say something peculiar, I will waft my stinky feet at you. I promise not to utter such words again. Chapter 71. I declare a number, 9,999. A mere 10 minutes of gameplay felt as though it stretched into an eternity. The moment Mu Chun removed his helmet, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Oh, the purity of love. Even this steadfast man could not hold back his tears. The AI, blissfully unaware of its own nature, believed itself to be a real human. The experience with Fantasy Girlfriend was astonishingly lifelike. What difference does it make to have feelings for an AI versus a human, as long as the counterpart possesses genuine emotions? Witnessing Mu Chun's head nestled against Xiao Wanyu's chest filled me with envy. This was undoubtedly the most exhilarating episode of the year. The delicate balance of innocence and desire, with just enough sweetness sprinkled in, was infinitely more entertaining than overtly risky content. Is it possible that Xiao Wanyu exists in reality, and that this gaming helmet serves as a portal? If that were true, how beautiful would that be? Oh, I too long to share a passionate kiss with a stunning girl. Lynn, my dear father-in-law, how much does this gaming helmet cost? I would take out a loan to purchase it. Mu Chun, still yearning for more, gazed at the helmet in his hands. To him, it appeared not as a mere virtual reality device, but as a transporter to a parallel universe where Xiao Wanyu resides. Reluctance washed over him as he turned to Lynn, words caught in his throat, yet ultimately, he placed the helmet back down. In truth, he wished to express a hope that the helmet might be more affordable, but he understood well that such groundbreaking technology would undoubtedly come at a steep price, likely beyond his means. For a long while, he would need to save diligently to acquire this gaming helmet. Nevertheless, he bore no regrets. Lynn had already granted him the opportunity to experience it, and now all that remained was to accumulate the necessary funds. Lynn, too, could perceive Mu Chun's sentiments. Yet, he merely smiled and said, Thank you for your participation. Please return to your seats. Mu Chun and Zhang Wei bowed towards Lynn. Zhang Wei was utterly envious. The ability to kiss and embrace within the game, actions that skirted the edge of rules while indulging in exquisite sweetness, was simply delightful. He resolved to experiment with the helmet once he got home, perhaps under the pretense of listening to his disciples' thoughts, checking for any dirt on their feet, or even selecting an outfit for his disciple to assist him in donning. In that instant, Zhang Wei's mind was flooded with several mischievous ideas. Lin turned his gaze to the audience, each individual eagerly anticipating his words. The sensation of being watched by 1,000 pairs of eyes, compounded by a global live broadcast, was overwhelming. Even someone as composed as Lin felt a slight perspiration on his palms. I am aware that everyone is keenly interested in the price of this gaming helmet. Indeed, such phenomenal technology is typically not available for public sale. At today's press conference, I must announce that the gaming helmet is not for sale. Upon hearing this, the audience collectively sank into disappointment. Not for sale. Is it merely an exhibition to tantalize our appetites? My friend, go ahead and sell it. I would exhaust my entire fortune to purchase it. Wait. I sense a twist in the narrative. The esteemed Lin has never disappointed gamers. Perhaps this is part of his master plan. Let us observe further. Meanwhile, executives from the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation are incessantly speculating about the price of this gaming headset. Upon hearing Lin himself acknowledge the exorbitant cost and that it is not for sale, their apprehensions begin to ease considerably. This is reassuring. The production complexity of this headset must be exceedingly high, making mass production a daunting task. Perhaps this is merely a pre-recorded segment. Is there a chance of that? I still find it hard to believe that such cutting-edge technology could emerge in our era. This device must start at a minimum of 10 million. Far beyond the reach of the average individual. This is far more terrifying than VR. In fact, it is not just the headset that is daunting. The game itself is even more unsettling. The AI within possesses emotions akin to real human feelings, which is frightening, as it implies our current AI cannot compete with it. At least, the AI we have now and typical large AI models exhibit standard reasoning logic, yet they lack genuine emotions. Several AI leaders are at a loss, struggling to comprehend how Lin has created an AI that possesses its own emotions. The scene shifts back to Lin's perspective. I wish to inquire, what do you believe this gaming headset should be worth? 99,000. 500,000 seems reasonable. I would offer 1 million. Brother, let's be friends for 1999. My friend, do you think that is feasible? Are you attempting to bankrupt Lin? Hearing the audience's fervent discussions, Lin smiled, ready to unveil his trump card. After such extensive marketing, the intention was to instill the notion that this gaming headset is exorbitantly priced. When he finally announces the actual price, it will reveal the headset's true affordability. Now, I shall disclose the criteria for acquiring this gaming headset. Although it is indeed not for sale, the means of obtaining it are as follows. In the next moment, a grand PPT behind Lin illuminated a new slide. I shall state a figure. Accumulate a total of 9,999 in Fantasy Girlfriend, and you will automatically qualify for the headset. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in excitement. 9,999. For a gaming headset? It must be worth that price. Mu Chun instantly felt drained, slumping in his chair. 9,999. Even if he sold himself, he could not afford it. Yet, he felt gratitude toward Lin, at least for the brief experience he had just enjoyed. All major gaming companies relaxed. A headset priced at 9,999? No problem. Who could afford that? Only the wealthy could consider such a purchase. However, in the next moment, Lin shook his head, clarifying, no, everyone has misunderstood. It is not 9,999 10,000s, but rather 9,999 RMB. Of course, I am speaking of the Dragon Nation. Abroad, the price is different, with an additional 1,000 tariff. What? Less than 10,000? Are there games in the world that possess a greater sense of integrity? Astonishingly, I find myself playing the free version. The free version does not allow for the experience of the gaming headset. I am now determined to transition to the premium version. Father-in-law, I humbly bow before you. The audience is once again ignited with fervor, rising to their feet, their applause echoing like thunder. Whether from the land of the cherry blossoms or the land of the eagle, at this moment, the game developers are left astounded. Such remarkable cutting-edge technology. And you only price it at 9,999? No, it should be referred to as a non-commodity. Simply invest $99.99 in the game to obtain. All game manufacturers are left speechless. Let the world meet its demise. Come forth, extraterrestrial beings. How is one supposed to compete? This individual is cheating. Let us shut it down. It's no longer enjoyable. P.S. Having arrived late, I shall punish myself with 3 cups. Chapter 72. A fleeting moment of leisure. Several days had elapsed since the last press conference. The gaming headsets began to be dispatched to players. who were left utterly astonished after their experiences. Overnight, the most fervent discussions in the Dragon Kingdom revolved around the gaming headsets. Daily greetings transformed from "Have you eaten?" to "Have you played?" and "Have you received your gaming headset yet?" Not yet. I'm on the verge of panic. The game's affinity system could not be filled by mere monetary investment. It required gradual emotional cultivation. Even with swift strategies, it would take at least a fortnight. It was hard to believe that we could experience such remarkable technology. Lynn, you are my eternal idol. Lynn, the esteemed father-in-law, please accept my humble bow. Players universally praised the gaming headsets, and Lynn became the revered cybernetic father figure in their hearts. To prevent scalpers from reselling the headsets at exorbitant prices, Lynn instituted a non-transferable policy. Each headset was bound to a single player, and once unbound, it became unusable. Naturally, Lynn could bypass this rule as the game's creator. Many players awaited eagerly, while at the factory, workers were driven to the brink of madness assembling the headsets. One could always trust the speed of the Dragon Kingdom. These headsets, which sold for 100,000 abroad, had a production cost of merely 7,000 to 8,000. The professors in the Dragon Kingdom were grinning ear to ear. Who would have thought our nation could hold the upper hand over the Eagle Nation? They exclaimed, "Produce more, and let them experience the sensation of being harvested by us." So this is the feeling of being a technological powerhouse. Despite their grievances, the Eagle Nation had to begrudgingly purchase the headsets. In this climate, production surged at an astonishing rate, doubling daily. It wouldn't be long before the output reached 100,000 headsets per day. Amidst the tumultuous atmosphere outside, the fantasy-themed girlfriend phenomenon had truly taken the world by storm. Not only game developers, but also military and tech enterprises abroad were left dumbfounded. Such advanced technology, repurposed for gaming? Did that not imply that their own advancements were significantly lagging? The Eagle Nation could hardly remain composed. "Tell us, Rabbit, have you indeed harnessed extraterrestrial technology?" The sensation of being outmaneuvered was palpable, painful even. The most critical issue was that upon purchasing the gaming headsets for disassembly, they found they could not replicate them. The technology within was far too advanced, leaving the Eagle Nation's experts bewildered. Are you telling me that Lynn crafted such intricate devices at home? Unbelievable. The technological sophistication of these headsets is astounding. The Eagle Nation was left with no option but to import these gaming headsets, which could only be utilized for gaming, with no applicability in other fields. Thanks to this singular gaming headset, the international standing of the Dragon Kingdom soared to unprecedented heights. There is no way around it. Such advanced technology is being sold indiscriminately. What other high-tech innovations lie behind this? The Eagle has dared not even to contemplate it, hastily dispatching representatives to clandestinely converse with the Dragon Kingdom. In the past, I acknowledge my wrongdoings. I should not have choked you so tightly, and amidst the throngs outside. I kneel before you now. The nations surrounding the Dragon Kingdom, including the country of the morning calm and the land of cherry blossoms, hastily prostrate themselves. "Brother Rabbit, we have erred. Please forgive us. We shall remain by your side henceforth. Oh dear." Historically, we from the land of cherry blossoms have always been a part of the Dragon Kingdom. It is hard to fathom how merely a gaming headset, could unleash such a cascade of effects, stirring up a tempest and drawing the world's attention. Logically, one would expect the game's creators to be anxious. Yet Lynn, the creator of the fantasy-themed girlfriend, lounges at home, basking in comfort, soaking up the sun, enjoying a gentle breeze, listening to music, and sipping delightful beverages. Oh, how blissful it is to steal a moment of leisure. Just then, a figure obstructed Lynn's view. Su Wanran, with her legs together, leaned forward to observe her boss in slumber. The infatuation in her eyes was nearly palpable, as though she gazed not upon her employer but her spouse. It was a gaze fraught with unfulfilled longing, reminiscent of a melancholic housewife from a cherry blossom film. My boss is so handsome, with long and elegant eyelashes and a prominent nose. They say the more pronounced the nose, the healthier the body. Is it true? Is he truly asleep? Just as Su Wanran was about to extend a finger to poke Lynn's face, her hand was seized by Lynn in the next moment. Startled, her hand trembled. "Wanran, what are you up to?" I. Do you believe there are mosquitoes?" Upon opening his eyes, Lynn beheld two magnificent hemispheres nearly bursting forth from a thin white shirt, alarmingly close. The owner of said hemispheres held her trembling finger tightly, her face betraying sheer terror. akin to a mouse caught pilfering cheese, with her heart racing. Ah, boss, you're not asleep? What's this? Su Wanran, you approach so closely. Plotting to murder your boss, are you? Speak, who sent you? Su Wanran tilted her head, attempting to feign innocence. Hee, I thought you were asleep, boss. No one sent me. I came of my own accord. So you admit to plotting my demise? Oh no, that's not it. Neither was I sent, nor do I harbor any intention to harm you. Su Wanran shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. Then why did you stealthily approach me like an assassin? What are your intentions? Lynn deliberately teased Su Wanran, eager to witness her flustered attempts at justification. Su Wanran defended herself. You're overthinking it. How could I possibly want to harm you? I don't even possess a weapon. ISNT this a weapon right here. And quite substantial at that. If you wish to suffocate me, just say so. Lynn could even catch a whiff of a sweet scent wafting from her nose. Su Wanran lowered her gaze and suddenly realized the situation. A blush instantly graced her cheeks. She truly had not intended for this to happen. She merely sought to surreptitiously check if Lynn was asleep and to admire her serene beauty in slumber. In her distraction, she had inadvertently drawn too close to Lynn, a consequence of her own form, which was undeniably voluptuous. Like a spring uncoiling, Su Wanran sprang back, exclaiming, I did not mean to get so close. I merely have something to discuss with you. Lynn, taking note of the rather extravagant scene, observed the dramatic rise and fall of emotions. Clearing her throat twice, she remarked, All right, Su Mungda, present your 7-star blade. Su Wanran was left bewildered, realizing that this girl must not excel in history. Lynn then spoke plainly, If you have something to say, please do. Chapter 73. I am neither a lowly enthusiast, nor a sister complex, nor a chest or leg admirer. Su Wanran chuckled softly, addressing Lynn in a tone that suggested a proposal. Boss, you seem to have too much leisure time. It pains me to see you idling away. Would it be possible for me to find you some tasks? Lynn's eyes widened in surprise. After years of working in gaming, am I not entitled to some enjoyment? Crouching beside Lynn, Su Wanran lifted a cup of soda. Indeed, boss, you deserve to indulge. Here, please have a drink. I shall attend to you. For reasons unknown, Su Wanran's alluring smile reminded Lynn of Wu Dalong, making her appear akin to Pan Jinlian, poised to administer medicine. Did you put something in the soda? Lynn inquired suspiciously. Su Wanran quickly shook her head. No? Absolutely not. To prove her sincerity, she took a sip herself. Ah, delicious. Having drained the soda, she wiped her mouth, revealing a look of satisfaction, so refreshing. However, as she drank from her own cup, it felt akin to an indirect kiss. Was she being rewarded for something? Lynn sighed. You simply wish to mooch off my drink, don't you? Of course not, boss. I have a favor to ask. Su Wanran pouted, grasping Lynn's hand. Noticing her hands positioned behind her back, Lynn instinctively became wary. Such flattery could not be without ulterior motives. Su Wanran grinned. Your keen eyes see through everything, boss. Embarrassed, she revealed what she had hidden behind her back, her cell phone. I merely wanted to invite you for a duo queue, she explained, displaying her phone with a row of red notifications. Good heavens, you truly are a schemer, Lynn remarked. Su Wanran's cheeks flushed. What do you mean by schemer? Assisting is not scheming. I am merely a casual player, okay? The system has assigned me the most dreadful teammates. Only when I duo queue with you do I find my teammates somewhat reasonable. Lynn retorted. Is it possible that the issue lies with you instead? Su Wanran protested. Impossible. I am quite formidable. In that case, why not play solo? Lynn countered, effectively shattering Su Wanran's confidence. With a pleading look, Su Wanran implored, Come on, boss. Let us play a bit. Lynn nodded. Very well. Su Wanran beamed. Hurry and log in, boss. With a playful intention, Lynn refrained from logging in. Hey, I'm just having fun. Su Wanran urged as Lynn hesitated to start the game. Boss, come on. I've already set up the room for you. Lynn replied casually. Now, no need to rush. If I were to duo with you, wouldn't you owe me a favor? Su Wanran puffed out her cheeks. Indeed, it seems there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Boss, you're being a bit unreasonable. You know that duo queue is a source of joy for both of us. Since we are both enjoying ourselves, there's no need to make any additional requests. Lynn felt a wave of frustration. This girl had quite the sharp tongue. Although gaming was indeed enjoyable, carrying a companion made the experience considerably challenging. Even with Lynn's skills, he felt as though he were being haunted. He smiled and put away his phone, saying, Are you too lazy to play? Su Wanran immediately shook her head. I am not lazy. I start my ranked matches at 5 in the morning and continue until 3 in the afternoon. Then, have you improved your rank? Though I haven't progressed, I haven't dropped either. I've maintained stability. Lynn poked Su Wanran's forehead. It seems you can't be trusted with financial matters in the company. If you want me to play games with you, you must at least agree to one of my demands. Su Wanran feigned nervousness, but internally she was excited to discover what Lynn would propose. Lynn stroked his chin, contemplating the benefits he could request from her. Perhaps he should ask her to wear a maid outfit? At that moment, Su Wanran instantly understood his thoughts. She let out a melodramatic sigh, placing her palm over her chest, wearing an expression of utter despair. Oh, I knew I couldn't escape this fate. Alas, who could blame me for my natural beauty? How unfortunate that I am at the mercy of others. It seems I have misplaced my affections. Lynn, exasperated, replied, What are you wailing about? I haven't even decided yet. But Su Wanran had already made up her mind. She lifted her right leg, placing her delicate foot before Lynn. Come now, caress it, indulge in it. I can handle it. After saying this, Su Wanran turned her head dramatically, her foot swaying playfully. Lynn was taken aback. Su Wanran's foot was fair and rosy, glistening with water droplets, clearly just washed. Was this a calculated move on her part? You are truly wicked, Su Wanran. Lynn exclaimed as he swatted her foot away. Who would be interested in smelly feet? Take them away. Disheartened, Su Wanran withdrew her foot. You're not interested? I thought this reward was quite generous. Lynn retorted. What kind of reward is that? Besides, I have no interest in feet. Su Wanran questioned, but I noticed your browser history included searches about delicate feet. In an instant, Lynn covered Su Wanran's mouth tightly. You must be silent. That was merely a minor academic inquiry. You understand, right? For the sake of gaming, I must delve into certain topics, even if they aren't part of my interests. I am neither a lowly enthusiast nor a sister complex individual, and certainly not a breast or leg enthusiast. All of this was for academic purposes, for the sake of gaming. Su Wanran, her mouth covered by Lynn, displayed an expression of innocence and charm, cautiously nodding her head. As soon as Lynn released her hand, Su Wanran exclaimed, Rest assured, boss. I will absolutely not disclose your preferences for lowly, younger sisters, breasts, legs, black stockings, or white stockings. Lynn, with a sigh of resignation, took out his phone and said, Su Wanran, you've won. Let's log in. Deal. Hee, but don't worry, boss, I won't let you work for nothing. If you can help me reach a higher rank, I will wear black stockings. Lynn instantly shifted into battle mode, activating his kingly prowess. From this moment on, I shall unleash my royal level. I will not lose a single match. Of course, this is not merely for the sake of black stockings. It is purely to uphold my dignity as a king. Chapter 74, A Special Letter. Lynn donned his gaming helmet and made his way to the hospital. Upon arriving, he took out his mobile phone, and Su Wanran beamed with joy. The two resumed their intense duo gaming session. An hour passed, then two. Lynn skillfully guided Su Wanran to ascend another significant rank. Boss, you are so impressive. I admire you so much. Enough with the flattery. Put on the black stockings. Realizing her distraction tactic had failed, Su Wanran reluctantly donned the black stockings. To be fair, she looked quite stunning in them, though it would have been preferable if she could keep silent. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, interrupting their flirtatious moment. It was Captain Chow. Captain Chow, what brings you here? Lynn inquired. Captain Chow slid a letter through the crack of the door. Mr. Lynn, we have just received a letter addressed to you. We have examined it, and there are no issues. Su Wanran expressed her bewilderment. Who still sends letters these days? Lynn rubbed his chin, moving closer to retrieve the letter. Let me take a look. Su Wanran leaned in curiously. Could it be another love letter? Lynn playfully patted her head. Why don't you suggest a ghost is crawling out of the game? It seems Su Wanran was still preoccupied with the last love letter. Once Captain Chow was dismissed, Lynn opened the letter. The contents were as follows. Dear Mr. Lynn, I hope this letter finds you well. I apologize for intruding in this manner, but I could think of no other way to contact you. My name is Yi Huijin, and my son is named Su Zhang. He is an avid fan of your games, having played many of your past creations. Recently, he proudly boasted to me that he was among the first beta testers of Star God. He dreams of following in your footsteps to become a game developer one day. Not long ago, during the beta testing of your game Fantasy Girlfriend, he was eager to play, but with only a few days until his 18th birthday, he was unable to access it. He planned to play it on his birthday. Unfortunately, on that day, while heading to school, he was struck by a vehicle and has been in the ICU for a month. His life hangs by a thread, remaining in a comatose state. The doctors have said it is a miracle he has held on this long. I wonder if Su Zheng's desire to play your game contributed to his condition. I took the liberty to learn more about your game, discovering that it is a romantic one. I saw your gaming helmet launch event on television, and I believe it is an extraordinary technological product. Had my son not encountered this misfortune, he would have surely been able to afford it. His father and I have exhausted our family's finances, our savings, and even borrowed from relatives for his treatment. I have heard that the gaming helmet can only be used by the purchaser and has no other purchasing avenues. Witnessing my son in this state, I wish to assist him but feel utterly helpless. As a mother, it is a profound agony. However, I have seen the gaming headset on television, which can alleviate pain and evoke the feeling of love. I wish to express, Mr. Lin, if you could lend us a gaming headset for a temporary experience. I assure you it will be returned, and I will gather the funds to purchase one. Of course, if you are unwilling, it is perfectly understandable. Or perhaps this letter may never reach your hands. Yet it serves as a glimmer of hope. What if he awakens? To take a step back? If my son truly cannot endure, I wish for him to depart with a semblance of joy, at least free from suffering and devoid of regrets. I sincerely apologize for this intrusion. The envelope bears traces of tears, and the handwriting here is shaky. It is evident that the mother, Yi Huijin, was overwhelmed with emotion while penning this passage. The smiles on Lynn and Su Wanran's faces faded, replaced by a profound heaviness. Lynn took a deep breath. We have work to do. Su Wanran nodded emphatically. We must act swiftly. At Songshan City Hospital, a middle-aged woman and man stood by their son's bedside, their expressions laden with sorrow, their eyes red from weeping. Clearly, they had cried. The tubes had been removed from Su Zheng's body, but this did not signify recovery. One reason was the depletion of funds. The hospital is not a charitable institution, and a lack of money naturally results in a transfer from ICU to a general ward. Another reason was the doctor's assessment that further treatment held no value, deeming it unnecessary for the family to continue seeking funds. If all goes as anticipated, Su Zheng would soon depart from this world. The youth's complexion was exceedingly pale, and he was quite handsome, which made the situation all the more tragic. At such a tender age, he faced such dire circumstances. His parents gazed at their child with increasing despair. Yi Huijin leaned over her son's bedside. My son, you must hold on. I have written to your favorite game developer, Lynn. Beside her, Su Jingwo sighed, offering comfort to his wife. My dear, Mr. Lin is far too busy creating games to assist us. Let us simply watch over our child and cherish these final moments together. Yi Huijin nestled into her husband's embrace, nodding in agreement. Lamenting, I know that letter will likely never reach Lin. Yet I crave at least a shred of hope. With hope, perhaps Su Zheng can endure a little longer. Both were ordinary individuals from a modest background, attired in simple clothing, and it appeared their finances were strained. The ability to sustain a stay in ICU for this long was a testament to their exhaustive savings. As they supported one another, tears brimming as they gazed at their son, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Knock, knock, knock. They both turned towards the entrance to find Lin and Su Wanran standing there. Su Wanran cradled a black box in her arms, containing the gaming headset. May I inquire if you are Yi Huijin? Lin asked, looking at the tearful woman. Yi Huijin was momentarily taken aback, and Su Jingwo beside her was equally stunned. Are you, Lin? Lin? Lin nodded slightly. Yes, I am Lin. I received your letter, and I have brought the gaming headset with me. Upon hearing these words, Yi Huijin could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face, and she nearly knelt before Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I never expected you would actually come. Beside her, the man Su Jingwo, with tears welling in his fierce eyes, sobbed like a child. Thank you. I don't know how to express my gratitude. I thank you on behalf of my child. Hearing their incoherent expressions of gratitude, Su Wanran quickly urged her parents to rise. Uncle, Aunt, please get up. The ground is cold. Lin also assisted the two of them to their feet before signaling for silence. May I see Su Zheng? Chapter 75. Like you, I am destined to depart this world. Yi Huijin hastily wiped away her tears and nodded. The two moved aside from the bedside to allow Lin to enter the ward. Lin and Su Wanran stood at Su Zheng's bedside, placing down the box containing the gaming helmet. Su Wanran, devoid of her usual whimsical spirit, gazed at the young man with a tinge of sorrow. Boss, let us assist them. Lin suggested with a slight nod. After inquiring with Su Zheng's attending physician, he learned that Su Zheng's condition had reached its limit. Even with life support, there was no possibility of his awakening. In simple terms, Su Zheng was akin to a vegetative state, ensnared in profound unconsciousness. Even his parents calling his name elicited no response. In such a predicament, only his will to survive remained a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, conventional treatments had likely proven ineffective. The only possibility lay in the gaming helmet's ability to penetrate his consciousness. He cast a glance at the helmet beside him and then at Su Zheng's parents. Would you mind if I commenced a live broadcast? I wish to share Su Zheng's gaming journey in real time. His intention for the live stream was not for profit. Rather, he sought to demonstrate the helmet's capabilities to players, vowing to donate all received gifts to Su Zheng's parents. Perhaps those with disabilities or in a vegetative state could discover a form of alternative freedom through the gaming helmet. Yi Huijin and Su Zhengwo nodded in agreement. It is perfectly fine. Your assistance is already a tremendous blessing for us. Moreover, we are eager to witness Su Zheng in the game, as if seeing him in reality. Lin nodded and initiated the live broadcast. Before long, a multitude of players flocked into Lin's stream. Lin, your gaming helmet is simply extraordinary. It feels like stepping into another world, so incredibly realistic. Is this in a hospital? What happened to that young man in the patient gown? Are you here to assist him today? Regardless of your intentions, I want to send gifts. The gifts in the live stream began to surge. Yet, Lin wore no smile. He introduced the day's situation to the viewers. Dear audience, yesterday I received a letter. He then shared the general circumstances surrounding Su Zheng with the viewers. I will now place the gaming helmet on Su Zheng's head, allowing him to experience the game. You will witness the live gameplay and Su Zheng's progress throughout. Upon hearing this, the viewers were touched. They never expected Lin, amidst his busy schedule, would take the time to help a player fulfill a final wish. Is this hospice care? What a brilliant application of the gaming helmet for someone in a comatose state. I've set up my little stool, ready to watch. Oh, I must send gifts first. Shortly after, Lin adjusted the gaming helmet. Given Su Zheng's current state of unconsciousness, he, of course, could not spend even a penny. However, it matters not. Lin simply set it to the free version. He solemnly placed the gaming helmet upon Su Zheng's head and promptly clicked to activate it. A low, eerie hum emanated from the helmet as it began its operation. The jarring sounds of brakes screeching, collisions, and the sickening crunch of bones fracturing filled the air, soon followed by the wailing of an ambulance siren, the anxious calls of parents, and the echoes of weeping. Then came the aimless beeping, the sound of a heart monitor, persistent and eternal, akin to a melody devoid of any fluctuations in pitch. I am Su Zheng. It seems I have undergone a car accident. Although I have regained consciousness, the doctor advised me to eat whatever I desire, as I likely do not have much time left. Yet, this is rather agreeable. If I must exist in such a state, I would prefer death. Clad in a hospital gown, with a pallid complexion, Su Zheng sat limply in a wheelchair, gazing out at the birds darting past the window, and sighed. What a pity. I have yet to gain admission to university. I have not expressed my love to my parents. I have not ventured to an internet CAF with my close friends for a gaming session. At this moment, I am still a mere Xiao Chunan. I have not even had the chance to experience the sensation of a kiss. What lies beneath a girl's skirt? In sum, there are so many regrets. The greatest regret of all is that I have not played Lin's game, Fantasy Girlfriend. Su Zheng sighed. How I long to be in love with a fantasy girlfriend. Alas, it is an impossibility, for I am on the brink of death. He could distinctly feel his body succumbing to irreversible silence, where even the slightest movement of his fingers proved to be an arduous task, leaving only a clear mind to endure the agony of his corporeal form. At that moment, a cool, feminine voice echoed from the corner. Who says one cannot fall in love when faced with death? You lecherous fellow, even as you approach your end, you still entertain such thoughts. Su Zheng's pupils dilated, and to his astonishment, a hint of color returned to his pale face. He blushed. I am dying. That earlier, melodramatic declaration must have reached her ears. This is it. Social death has overtaken me before my physical demise. Su Zheng yearned to move, yet his body no longer obeyed his commands, leaving only tremors of his muscles. Who could it be? A new nurse? Or perhaps a fellow patient? Who are you? Su Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. At that moment, He wished fervently that he were already dead. A girl, clad in a hospital gown as well, appeared beside Su Zheng. With delicate features and disheveled hair, despite her poor health and frail form, her eyes sparkled with mischief, and she had a lollipop dangling from her mouth. Wang Xiaoyu smirked. Just like you. I too am on the brink of death. Chapter 76. Wow. You really eat what you're given? Su Zheng slightly turned his head to glance at the girl beside him. She was around his age, her complexion rather pale. Yet her striking beauty was undeniable. To put it simply, she surpassed even the most beautiful girl in his school. The girl was also scrutinizing him, tilting her head as she observed. Oh, what a handsome young man. And he's a Zaiquanin. TSK, I've overheard your little secret. Su Zheng flushed, stammering, are you a new patient? Did you hear everything I just said? Wang Xiaoyu nodded, counting on her fingers as she recounted Su Zheng's earlier words. Of course. I heard everything. It's such a pity you didn't get into college. It's unfortunate that you didn't go to the internet CAF with your friends. And you didn't even say goodbye to your parents. How regrettable. Oh, and you haven't kissed a girl yet, have you? Listening to Wang Xiaoyu recount his words as if she were reciting treasured memories, Su Zheng felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Had he known better, he would have refrained from talking to himself. You please stop, he attempted to halt her. However, Wang Xiaoyu paid him no heed, daringly taunting. If you have the ability, cover my mouth. But you can't, can you? Come on, hit me. You fool, I'm right here, and now I'm running away. Wang Xiaoyu leaned closer to Su Zheng, making a silly face before turning around and wiggling her hips in mockery. Su Zheng, feeling helpless, thought to himself that if only he could move, he would certainly seize her hands and give her a good scolding. Fine, do as you please. I did say those things, but I'm practically a dead man now. What does it matter? I'm beyond caring about embarrassment. I have nothing left to lose. He turned his head away, though he couldn't help but steal glances at the girl's swaying figure. To his surprise, despite wearing a hospital gown, her figure was quite appealing, her backside notably curvaceous. He mused that if she donned a dress, she would look even more enchanting. Hearing Su Zheng's words, Wang Xiaoyu turned back. Were you just peeking at me? Su Zheng panicked, flustered like a bee in a hot pot. I wasn't. How could I? I'm not that kind of person. Ha ha ha. Wang Xiaoyu laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. I was just teasing you. Why are you so nervous? Didn't you say that if you were going to die, you wouldn't care about anything? If you want to look, then look. I want to see you too. With that, the girl playfully lifted Su Zheng's chin, her slender fingers trailing down, slipping into his hospital gown. Su Zheng's face turned crimson. He felt as if their roles had been reversed. He was being teased. Why you stop it? If you keep this up, I'll call the nurse. Go ahead. Shout all you want. It won't matter. I can just cover your mouth, Wang Xiaoyu retorted, utterly triumphant. Su Zheng felt completely defeated by the spirited girl before him. Hey, are you really a patient? You seem so lively. You don't look like someone about to die at all. Wang Xiaoyu tilted her head in contemplation and sighed. This might just be the legendary moment of fleeting brilliance. Su Zheng gritted his teeth, thinking, when my moment of brilliance arrives, I shall tease you in return. Is that so? Well, you're quite impressive. She replied, seeing as you're so amusing and on the brink of death, I shall grant you one of your wishes. With that, her pale, slender hand withdrew the lollipop from her mouth and extended it towards Su Zheng. Here, have a taste. The translucent pink lollipop glistened, adorned with a few shimmering droplets of saliva, making it all the more enticing. Su Zheng stared at the lollipop now hovering before his lips, momentarily at a loss. His gaze evasive. What are you doing? Why would you offer me something you've already eaten? Wang Xiaoyu, clearly amused by his flustered expression, teased him in a big sister tone. This is a reward for you. It allows you to experience the sensation of kissing. She continued, since I've tasted it. If you take a bite, it's just like we're kissing, isn't it? Su Zheng chuckled bitterly, questioning how this constituted fulfilling a wish. Go on, eat it. It's strawberry flavored. The girl seemed certain that Su Zheng lacked the courage to partake, persistently waving the lollipop enticingly before him. Su Zheng, feeling underestimated, thought to himself, well, I am about to die anyway, so what is the harm in tasting a lollipop? In the next moment, he straightened his neck and decisively bit into the lollipop. As the sweet strawberry flavor burst upon his tongue, he realized that it was also laced with the essence of the girl's saliva. A blush crept across his cheeks, yet he mustered his courage, maintaining a straight face. So what if I ate it? It's quite delicious. Seeing Su Zheng, who had just blushed under her teasing. Suddenly devour the lollipop. The girl was momentarily taken aback, her eyes losing their sparkle. Huh, wait. Oh no, you really ate it. Spit it out. Su Zheng clamped down on the lollipop with his front teeth, declaring, it's too good to waste. Wang Xiaoyu tugged at the lollipop in an attempt to reclaim it. But her strength was minimal, as she too was on the brink of death. Su Zheng, with the only muscles he could still command being those of his neck, mouth, eyes, nose, tongue, and teeth, found his grip far superior to hers. Wang Xiaoyu, panting and glaring at him in frustration, huffed, how could you trick me like this? Fine. You can have it, I no longer want it. With that, she turned and retreated to her own bed, pulling the covers over her head. Externally, she feigned indifference towards Su Zheng, yet beneath the covers, she had already thoroughly trampled upon her imagined adversary. Observing Wang Xiaoyu, who seemed to be practicing a set of military exercises under the covers, Su Zheng revealed a victorious smile. It appeared that this girl was not as carefree as he initially presumed. He had thought she was a mischievous older sister, only to discover she was a pure-hearted younger sister, perhaps merely fond of playful banter. I thought you were quite formidable, only to realize it was all just bravado. Who dared to speak of you like that, you? Lecher. The muffled voice of Wang Xiaoyu emerged from beneath the covers. Su Zheng's face flushed crimson as he hastily protested. How can you unjustly tarnish my reputation? I am not a lecher. I am merely curious. What can be deemed lecherous about the matters of adolescence? Wang Xiaoyu poked her head out from under the blankets. Her gaze fixed intently on the lollipop in Su Zheng's hand as she murmured repeatedly, lecher, 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 lecher. Defeated by her persistence, Su Zheng sighed. All right. I shall not argue with you any longer. With that, Wang Xiaoyu retreated back under the covers. A subtle smile graced Su Zheng's lips, as if the sun had suddenly grown a touch brighter. With such a spirited catfish by his side, even his own lethargic sardine spirit felt invigorated. Just as Su Zheng savored the diminishing lollipop, relishing his triumphant spoils, the door to the ward swung open. A nurse wheeled in a cart laden with an array of medications and bandages. She glanced towards Wang Xiaoyu, still hidden beneath the covers, and announced, Wang Xiaoyu, it's time for your dressing change. In an instant, the once fidgety Wang Xiaoyu lay frozen beneath the blankets like a startled kitten. Chapter 77. Su Zheng, allow me to teach you a clever trick. She gradually emerged from beneath the covers, her previously vibrant and whimsical demeanor replaced by the pallor of a true patient, utterly enfeebled. Su Zheng stood in astonishment, realizing that he had yet to change the dressing. It seemed the nurses and doctors had forgotten about him. A bitter smile crept across his face as he surmised that he had lost any value for resuscitation. With the rising costs of bandages, perhaps it was better to spare his parents the expense. He even found himself secretly relieved. However, the young girl, Wang Xiaoyu, was not so fortunate. The nurse drew the curtain and pulled back Wang Xiaoyu's blanket, advising her to cooperate a little to lessen the pain. Su Zheng could only hear her plaintive pleas. Nurse, can't we skip changing the dressing? After all, there's no hope left. She begged. The nurse sighed. I'm afraid not. It must be done. Soon, muffled sounds of distress emanated from behind the curtain. Wang Xiaoyu bit down on a towel. Each action of the nurse seeming to tear at her flesh, her muted groans morphing into cries of agony. Su Zheng's heart trembled as he struggled to fathom the depth of suffering the once lively girl was now enduring. At last, the torturous moments subsided. Once the nurse had completed her task and exited the room, she pulled back the curtain. The girl lay shrouded in her blanket, silent as though she had succumbed to death. Yet, one could not truly declare her dead, for the heart monitor continued its rhythmic beeping, a melancholic symphony echoing through the air. Su Zheng hesitated momentarily, resolved to utter something comforting to shift her focus. Previously, he had been the sardine. Now, he would assume the role of the catfish. Your name is Wang Xiaoyu, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Su Zheng. What ailment afflicts you? Why do you care? You lecherous fiend? Wang Xiaoyu's voice emerged, feeble and weary. Well, that conversation certainly fell flat, Su Zheng thought, succumbing to silence. Unlike the girl, he lacked her vivacity and was at a loss for playful banter. Just then, the heart monitor's beeping quickened, indicating a spike in Wang Xiaoyu's heart rate. Su Zheng's concern surged. Could she be in danger? However, upon closer inspection, he noted that while her heart rate had indeed risen, her blood oxygen levels remained stable, and all other readings appeared normal. The only plausible explanation was that the lead had come loose or that Wang Xiaoyu was holding her breath. Xiaoyu, he said gently, you can't suffocate yourself like this. Once you faint from holding your breath, your body will instinctively resume breathing. At his words, Wang Xiaoyu abruptly flung the covers aside, revealing her head. Her once pale face now appeared even more ghostly and worn, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, evoking deep sympathy. She desperately wished for an end to her suffering, even if it meant facing death itself. Wang Xiaoyu was engulfed in despair as she glanced at Su Zhang, retorting with exasperation, I am not trying to suffocate myself. I merely wish to deceive the nurse into coming over a few more times, and then she will stop coming altogether. This way, I can truly. The young girl fell silent at this point, for Su Zhang had remarked that one could not perish from holding one's breath alone. At that moment, Su Zhang exhibited a surprising optimism, remarking on her plan. However, a flaw lay within. The girl regarded Su Zhang with newfound interest. If you genuinely wish to lure the doctors and nurses in, merely holding your breath will not suffice. You must first engage in rapid, shallow breaths, akin to the breathlessness one experiences while running, and then hold your breath. Hold it until you can no longer endure. Then switch to slow, shallow breaths as if you are gasping for air, followed by another breath holding. This way, the doctors and nurses will arrive more swiftly. And when they do, the burden upon you will be significantly greater. Upon hearing Su Zhang's earnest discourse, the girl erupted in laughter, momentarily forgetting her physical suffering. Amused by his words, "Haha, I never imagined you to be quite the talent." Su Zhang humbly countered, "Talent is hardly the word. I am but a lecher." Wang Xiaoyu, weary of arguing with Su Zhang on this matter, picked up an orange from the side, peeling it and popping pieces into her mouth, relishing the taste. "Would you like some?" she inquired, holding out half of the fruit towards him. Just as Su Zhang was about to respond, she withdrew it, adding, "I suspect you would not want any. If you eat too much, you may end up in discomfort, and the nurse will come back to give you a couple of slaps." Su Zhang replied, all right, so this is how we play it?" The two engaged in a playful exchange, and with the presence of one another, the agonizing moments seemed to pass more swiftly. As the clock on the wall struck 6, the sky turned a dull gray. In the evening, Wang Xiaoyu's family arrived, speaking in a dialect that Su Zhang could not comprehend, showering her with concern and well wishes, urging her to take care of her health. Yet, they offered no insights into her treatment or the forthcoming surgery. Wang Xiaoyu's expression remained indifferent as she faced her relatives, responding like a mere echo, mm. Soon enough, her relatives departed. Su Zhang and Wang Xiaoyu lay on their beds, gazing at the hospital ceiling, inhaling the acrid scent of disinfectant. Su Zhang turned to Wang Xiaoyu, inquiring, "Were those your parents just now?" Wang Xiaoyu shook her head. "I have no mother or father. They passed away long ago. Those who came are merely my relatives, a flock of vultures." The term vultures puzzled Su Zhang. Wang Xiaoyu chuckled softly. "Have you heard of those strikingly beautiful boys or girls who fall gravely ill, with no hope of recovery? Yet, their ashes still hold value. I am but a decaying carcass, and they are the circling vultures, waiting for my demise." In that instant, Su Zhang recalled a folk custom, ghost marriages. No wonder the relatives earlier wore such strange expressions towards Wang Xiaoyu. It turns out they were wishing for her demise. In that fleeting moment, Su Zhang felt a pang of sorrow for Wang Xiaoyu, realizing that even in death, she would be exploited. How tragic. "You are equally unfortunate," he thought. Wang Xiaoyu turned to Su Zhang and remarked, "Your parents have never come." Su Zhang, filled with curiosity, replied, I do have parents. I just do not understand why they have not arrived. Yet, I can sense that they are currently striving to rescue me." However, Su Zhang sighed helplessly, adding, "I actually hope they do not come to my aid. I wish they would cease to squander more money on my behalf. I simply want to express my apologies for not being able to provide for them in their old age." Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, Su Zhang's parents had already been reduced to tears. Chapter 78. Beneath the girl's skirt, there are certainly big underpants. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were captivated by the sweet banter between Su Zhang and Wang Xiaoyu, their mutual concern and redemption resonating deeply. Tears welled up. Two souls on the brink of life's end meeting in their final moments. Could a miracle occur? Su Zhang must survive. Not only Su Zhang, but Wang Xiaoyu must also endure, having lost her parents in life. It would be too tragic for her to be exploited for her last worth after death. Indeed, Wang Xiaoyu is Su Zhang's imagined girlfriend. If Su Zhang survives, then surely Wang Xiaoyu will too. Prayers filled the live chat, echoing the hope for a miracle to unfold. Lynn observed this scene, his heart a tumult of emotions. Alas, his gaming helmet bore no medical capabilities, only alleviating the suffering of the dying to the greatest extent possible. Could miracles truly happen? Su Wanran, who often boasted of being the Chuan Yu Tyrannosaurus, turned her head away, discreetly wiping away tears. Su Zheng's parents, two elderly figures with silver hair, were also in tears. They never anticipated that their son's greatest wish in his final moments would be for them not to waste money, and his deepest regret would be not expressing. "I love you. Please, can we see our son?" they implored, even if it's just to say a few words upon witnessing their son's image live-streamed. The elderly couple could no longer hold back their tears, dropping to their knees before Lynn, pleading for a moment with their son. Lynn gently supported their hands and said, "Uncle, Auntie, I truly understand your feelings. You can connect with your son through the gaming helmet, but doing so might disrupt his gaming experience. Right now, he is rather content." Lynn glanced at the feedback from the gaming helmet and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to contact your son at this moment?" He retrieved his phone, which could facilitate a video call with the Fantasy Girlfriend app directly connecting the elderly couple to their son. The two elders exchanged glances. Remembering their son's joyful moments with his fantasy girlfriend, Wang Xiaoyu, just moments ago, they hesitated. If they initiated the call, their son would realize he was merely experiencing a fantasy game, and he would undoubtedly worry about his parents, dampening his spirits and preventing him from fully enjoying his final moments. Yi Huijin turned to her husband, Su Jiangwo, and said, "Darling, let us wait a little longer." Su Jiangwo nodded sadly. Let him find some joy. Meanwhile, time in the game continued to progress. At midnight, Su Zheng found himself restless. Under normal circumstances, he might have listened to music, or slept on his side, back, or even tossed and turned. But now, immobilized in his final moments, how could he possibly sleep? He slowly turned his neck to glance at Wang Xiaoyu in the adjacent bed and asked, "Hey, Wang Xiaoyu, are you asleep?" Wang Xiaoyu peeked her head out from under the covers. Bathed in the moonlight, her complexion appeared even more pallid, yet there was an undeniable allure of fragility about her, perhaps embodying the essence of a shattered spirit. "What is it?" Su Zheng hesitated as he gazed at Wang Xiaoyu, his eyes darting away. "I was just wondering if you were asleep." Wang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes in response. "Seriously? If I were asleep, would I be replying to you?" After saying this, she turned to roll back over. Su Zheng called out to her, "Wait, Wang Xiaoyu. Don't you find it rather dull to just sleep when you might be on the brink of departure?" At his words, Wang Xiaoyu's demeanor shifted instantly. She sat up on the edge of her bed, propping her chin on one hand, a faint smile dancing on her lips as she regarded Su Zheng. Su Zheng swallowed hard. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Wang Xiaoyu chuckled mischievously. "You're not trying to engage me in conversation on purpose, are you?" Su Zheng stammered, caught off guard. "Of course not. I just felt a bit bored and wanted to see if you were awake. If you were, we could chat, right?" Wang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with delight, revealing her ability to endure the moment longer than Su Zheng. She had almost succumbed to the urge to converse with him earlier. But now, it seemed victory belonged to her. "All right, you win. I didn't want to talk to you." "Great." Wang Xiaoyu clapped her hands. "Let us delve into some intriguing topics, such as what lies beneath a girl's skirt. Would you like to know?" Su Zheng's pupils dilated. I don't want to know." Wang Xiaoyu leaned closer, positioning herself at Su Zheng's bedside, lifting the hem of her hospital gown to reveal a glimpse of her fair waist. "Do you really not want to know? After all, you're on the brink of death. I could indulge this curiosity of yours, just a little glimpse." Su Zheng felt his face flush, stumbling over his words. You, what are you doing? Are you going to strip in front of me? You're not even wearing a skirt." Wang Xiaoyu replied. "But it's all the same, isn't it? Are you truly not interested?" Su Zheng forced himself to look away, though a part of him was undeniably intrigued. Despite her illness, Wang Xiaoyu possessed an admirable figure, and as she leaned in closer, her hair brushed against Su Zheng's face, tickling him ever so slightly. He caught a whiff of a sweet, youthful fragrance, possibly from her hair conditioner, and it was intoxicating. Overwhelmed by the scent, Su Zheng felt his body responding involuntarily. His face grew hotter. "Can we change the subject?" Wang Xiaoyu relished teasing Su Zheng, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she observed his flushed cheeks. "Ah, that expression. How adorable you are." With a playful grin, she tugged at the hem of her hospital pants. "Don't. Please don't," Su Zheng exclaimed. But his protests were met with the sight of her black underwear. In an instant, he felt all desire dissipate. Clang. "It's just big underwear. Wang Xiaoyu displayed a joyful expression, pondering how it was impossible for you to catch a glimpse of it so easily. Do not even think about it. You incorrigible lecher. Her finger playfully prodded Su Zheng's nose. At that moment, a rumble emanated from Su Zheng's stomach, reminiscent of someone who had not eaten all day. Ah, are you hungry? Wang Xiaoyu remarked, feeling a twinge of hunger herself. Shall we have a snack? I have some oranges. Would you like one? Su Zheng shook his head. I yearn for the dishes my mother prepares. Her sweet and sour ribs are simply delightful, and the spicy pig liver she makes is exquisite. Not to mention her fried rice, which is equally scrumptious. Wang Xiaoyu fell into a brief silence as her stomach audibly protested. Su Zheng added, if only I had the chance, I would love to treat you to my mother's delectable cooking. If only such an opportunity were to arise. Wang Xiaoyu's tone also grew somber. Chapter 79. Illusions of Hot Pot, Escaping, and Playing Ghost. What is your favorite food? Su Zheng inquired. Wang Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. I adore hot pot. Her hands fell limply, but the thought of indulging was now beyond her reach. Su Zheng brightened. You can envision yourself enjoying hot pot. Wang Xiaoyu paused, envisioning hot pot? Su Zheng nodded affirmatively, indeed. It is said that the images conjured in one's mind can genuinely impart a sense of satiety to your stomach. Furthermore, if you imagine vividly enough, you might actually taste it. Wang Xiaoyu scrutinized Su Zheng. You'd better not be deceiving me. Otherwise, since you can't move, I shall do as I please. She gestured beside Su Zheng's table. Ah, here's a gas stove. Flames dancing beneath a pot of hot pot, simmering with rich, red broth. Leaning forward, she fanned her face with her hand, her expression lighting up with delight. Wow, it smells divine. She raised her hand, mimicking the act of wielding chopsticks. Stirring in the imaginary hot pot, while chanting, 7 up, 8 down, the tripe is ready. Dipping it into her specially crafted sauce, she declared, the tender tripe is ready to be savored. Slurp, slurp. With that, Wang Xiaoyu pretended to feed herself the tripe. Su Zheng swallowed hard. He was already hungry, and Wang Xiaoyu's vivid description only intensified his craving. Are you joining me? Wang Xiaoyu asked Su Zheng. I wish to partake as well. Please add duck intestines. I have a fondness for quail eggs too. All right, just a moment, she replied, feigning the act of preparing duck intestines and quail eggs. The two engaged in a childlike game, pretending to enjoy hot pot while singing merrily. Suddenly, silence enveloped them. Are we being rather childish? Perhaps a tad, Su Zheng conceded. Yet, I genuinely long to feast on hot pot. Not just that, I yearn to don a dress, capture beautiful photographs, and gaze upon the sea. I have never seen the ocean. Wang Xiaoyu sighed, echoing her own wistfulness. But our city lacks a sea, Su Zheng reminded her. Please, do not interrupt my daydreaming. Wang Xiaoyu retorted, poking Su Zheng's face in exasperation. Su Zheng felt as though Wang Xiaoyu had poked him several times. Could you not choose a different spot to poke? Very well. Wang Xiaoyu's gaze roamed over Su Zheng. In an instant, Su Zheng's eyes widened in alarm. He felt like a fish on the chopping block, subject to Wang Xiaoyu's whims and caresses. How infuriating. If only I could move, I would retaliate, Su Zheng seethed inwardly. As Wang Xiaoyu's hand wandered playfully, inching toward his abdomen, Su Zheng's expression turned to one of utter dread. What are you doing? Wang Xiaoyu grinned mischievously. I'm assessing whether you still possess your manly prowess. In a moment of desperation, Su Zheng blurted, let us go see the sea. Wang Xiaoyu's fingers halted on his hospital gown as she looked up at him. You do realize that our city has no sea, don't you? Su Zheng nodded and said, then let us proceed towards the sea, savoring hot pot, donning skirts, capturing beautiful photographs, and fulfilling our wishes along the way. Would you prefer to die in a hospital, leaving your relatives to profit from your ashes? Wang Xiaoyu's eyes began to shine with excitement as she forcefully patted Su Zheng's shoulder, exclaiming, good brother, let us escape together. Su Zheng was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Wang Xiaoyu would genuinely agree to his absurd proposal. He nodded slightly, let us escape. Su Zheng, are you a dead weight? Why are you so heavy? Wang Xiaoyu exerted herself to drag Su Zheng's body onto the wheelchair. When she couldn't manage to pull him, she resorted to lifting him, tugging him towards the chair as she embraced him. In that moment, their bodies were closely pressed against each other. Su Zheng felt as though he were being cradled like a princess, the strands of her disheveled hair brushing against his heartstrings. His heart raced, acutely aware of the soft sensations from his immobile body. Unexpectedly, his first intimate encounter with a girl unfolded in the form of being carried. How embarrassing. Su Zheng's face flushed crimson. Yet, this indirectly fulfilled one of his wishes, to embrace a girl, albeit as the embraced. All right, done, Wang Xiaoyu declared, placing Su Zheng in the wheelchair and wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, revealing a triumphant smile. After much effort, she had finally managed to transfer Su Zheng to the chair. It was only then that she noticed a faint blush on Su Zheng's pale face. Curiosity gleamed in her eyes. Why is your face red? Su Zheng stammered. I feel a bit excited just thinking about our imminent escape. Wang Xiaoyu, almost immediately, discerned the shyness within him, teasingly saying, You must be thrilled by our close encounter when I held you, right? Su Zheng hastily shook his head. I didn't. Wang Xiaoyu challenged him directly. Then look into my eyes. Their gazes locked, and Su Zheng could no longer withstand the scrutiny of her eyes. Yet he stubbornly retorted, I merely find the situation a bit thrilling, hence my excitement. Are you not excited? Wang Xiaoyu nodded. I am also quite thrilled. My heart is racing. Strangely, both Wang Xiaoyu and Su Zheng found each other increasingly agreeable. Perhaps the shared thrill of their escape had transformed their friendship. Su Zheng cautioned, Keep your voice down. If the nurse hears us, we won't be able to escape. Wang Xiaoyu quickly covered her mouth and gave him an okay gesture. Then, she stealthily began to execute their escape plan, pushing Su Zheng quietly past the nurse's station. The nurses were asleep, oblivious to their stealthy departure. The plan is working. Wang Xiaoyu and Su Zheng slipped into the elevator. Once they reached the first floor, they could escape boldly. As the elevator descended slowly, they felt a surge of anticipation. As the elevator was poised to reach the first floor, it unexpectedly halted at the third. A nurse entered, casting a puzzled glance at Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu. At this late hour, where are you two headed? Which ward are you from? Both Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu turned pale, aware that if caught, their escape would be thwarted. Just then, an idea struck Su Zheng. Lowering his head momentarily, he suddenly jerked it upwards, rolling his eyes back to reveal only the whites, while emitting a series of unsettling clucks from his throat, startling the nurse beside him. What is wrong with him? Su Zheng twisted his neck with a series of cracking sounds, his eyes, devoid of pupils, fixated on the nurse, as he murmured ominously, Can you see me? The nurse, momentarily paralyzed with fear, gasped, Oh my, am I seeing a ghost? No, that is impossible. Could it be the morgue is haunted? No. The bodies there all have red strings on their arms. You have none. Don't scare me. Wang Xiaoyu quickly grasped Su Zheng's ruse, pretending to be a ghost. She joined in with a mischievous giggle, raising her arm to reveal a red string. Look, sister, is it something like this? In an instant, the nurse's heart raced, feeling as though the very ground beneath her was crumbling. Staring at Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu's pale, expressionless, and icy faces, her materialistic composure began to unravel. Terrified, she bolted from the elevator. Confusion swirled within her as she glanced back, only to see Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu wearing devilish grins, seemingly ready to seize her. Help! The nurse was utterly petrified. As the elevator doors closed completely, Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu erupted into laughter, their joy unabated. I never knew you could act so well. And I didn't expect you to have a red string on hand. Hee. Are you not afraid that I might truly be a spirit from the morgue? I'm already dead. What is there to fear? If you kill me, I'll just come back as a ghost. All right, you've got me. I concede you're impressive. The two continued to banter as they swaggered out through the side door of the hospital, reveling in their escape. Chapter 80. Is it not said that couples who dine and dash will never be caught? In the late hours of the night, a small hot pot shop buzzed with life, the bubbling broth releasing a fragrant aroma into the air. Red chili peppers danced atop the simmering concoction. Through the glass, two famished souls gazed intently at the floating fish balls, ham sausages, and tender tofu, their eyes glimmering with desire. Hey, it looks absolutely delicious. Wang Xiaoyu, your saliva is dripping onto my head, Su Zheng remarked, exasperated, as he reminded Wang Xiaoyu to maintain her composure. The diners within the hot pot establishment felt a sense of unease, their attention drawn to the peculiar pair clad in hospital gowns. Could they have escaped from a mental institution? Who roams the streets at this hour in such attire? Moreover, one of them sat in a wheelchair, drooling as though he were a patient afflicted with paralysis. Their appearance only heightened the oddity of the situation. Before long, Wang Xiaoyu pushed Su Zheng into the hot pot restaurant, the duo in hospital garb instantly capturing the attention of every patron. However, both Wang Xiaoyu and Su Zheng were resigned to their fates, unperturbed by the gazes of onlookers. The proprietress of the establishment, still retaining her allure, approached with a small fan in hand. Upon catching sight of the two in their hospital attire, she was momentarily taken aback, yet her high emotional intelligence prevailed, and she greeted them with a warm smile. "Have you two nearly recovered?" Exchanging glances, Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu replied in unison, "Almost." With a beaming smile, the proprietress exclaimed, "Then I must congratulate you. What would you like to order?" In unison, they responded, "A yin-yang pot, with a spicy broth." Wang Xiaoyu added, "Only mildly spicy. That is my limit." Su Zheng nodded, "Very well, mildly spicy it is." They swiftly placed their orders, and soon the hot pot arrived at their table. Wang Xiaoyu, unencumbered by any physical limitations, eagerly selected her desired fare, indulging in the feast before her. Yet, it was likely to be her last meal. A bold choice for one afflicted with a terminal illness. Su Zheng, however, remained immobile, merely observing Wang Xiaoyu as she savored her meal. "Hey, what about me? You're just going to eat by yourself?" Wang Xiaoyu replied, "What else should I do? Should I feed you?" Su Zheng felt a flicker of frustration, his fingers trembling slightly as he attempted to move, but to no avail. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, "Fine, enjoy your meal. I will simply watch." He forced himself to swallow his own saliva. Yet in the next moment, Wang Xiaoyu had already lifted a piece of ham sausage to his lips. "Eat up. Here are your chopsticks. Can you not use a different pair? Then I want to feed you. Then I shall eat." At this point, Su Zheng abandoned his pickiness, remembering that he had previously shared lollipops with Wang Xiaoyu. Even if he were to contract the same terminal illness, they would face their fate together. This moment felt distinctly different from the last. It turned out that the sweet lips of the fair maiden carried the essence of the hot pot's spicy broth. Not far away, the proprietress observed Wang Xiaoyu feeding Su Zheng, and she felt quite touched. "Oh my, these two young ones, despite their condition, are still in love. It's truly moving. Come, Auntie will bring you a few dishes." She approached with several plates of food. Wang Xiaoyu and Su Zheng were taken aback. It seemed that there were still good people in society today. However, soon after, they had eaten their fill and slumped in their chairs. A pivotal issue arose. Wang Xiaoyu nudged her lips. "Su Zheng, having fed you so much, isn't it time for you to contribute something? Time to pay up." Su Zheng was momentarily stunned. "Wasn't it your suggestion to have hot pot?" "Yes, but wasn't it you who suggested running away?" The two began to whisper. "Wait, you didn't bring any money? I thought you did. You have no money on your phone? Come on, I'm just a high school student. My living expenses are depleted. I don't have that much in my phone." Together, their funds fell short of the hot pot bill, let alone the cost of looking at the sea. They might as well be heading for the ocean soon. "What should we do? Let's talk to the proprietress. She's really nice, just brought us food. How about we help her wash a couple of dishes?" Su Zheng suggested. Wang Xiaoyu glanced at Su Zheng's state. "Are you sure you can wash dishes looking like that?" Su Zheng felt embarrassed, realizing that he indeed could not. "How about I call my parents and ask them to transfer some money? It's quite late. You'd be disturbing them." Su Zheng's eyes flickered as he nodded. "You're right, I won't disturb them." Thus, the issue returned to square one. What now? Wang Xiaoyu discreetly glanced at the proprietress, who was chuckling at her phone screen, completely oblivious to them. "Shall we skip out on the bill?" Su Zheng's eyes lit up. "Isn't that a bit harsh? The proprietress is kind. Wouldn't it hurt her feelings if we just ran off? Besides, do we even look like we could escape?" Wang Xiaoyu lowered her voice, deliberately picking at the meatballs in the hot pot, indicating that she hadn't finished eating. She slyly looked at Su Zheng. "Haven't you heard? Couples always manage to escape." "Su Zheng, is that really a saying?" "Of course. Haven't you seen movies? The lead actors dine and dash, and the pursuers can never catch them. Then they laugh joyfully and end up falling in love. It's always a glitch plot." Su Zheng was speechless. "That sounds utterly ridiculous. Can it really work? If worst comes to worst, we could pretend to be insane, unable to distinguish reality from illusion, shouting, 'I can't tell, I can't tell.' Then the owner would call the police." "Oh right." With no other options, they settled on the idea of skipping the bill. The typically upright Su Zheng surprisingly agreed to Wang Xiaoyu's proposal, primarily out of curiosity to see if couples really could evade capture. Su Zheng, "Wait. Since when are we a couple?" "It's just a disguise." Wang Xiaoyu grinned, her smile sly like a fox. Two individuals discreetly observed the proprietress, noting that she did not cast her gaze in their direction. Wang Xiaoyu, with a furtive demeanor, stealthily urged Su Zheng toward the exit. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, the prospect of a successful escape loomed near, with the door tantalizingly close. Suddenly, The formidable figure of the proprietress materialized before Wang Xiaoyu and Su Zheng. Unbeknownst to Wang Xiaoyu, in her relentless push, Su Zheng's head had become ensconced in the proprietress's embrace, nearly suffocating him. Wang Xiaoyu, stop! He gasped. Taken aback, Wang Xiaoyu turned to discover the proprietress had inexplicably moved from behind the bar to the entrance. Wang Xiaoyu was astonished, exclaiming, "What sorcery is this?" The proprietress, with her cascading curls and an air of timeless elegance, smiled knowingly. "Ah, attempting to dine and dash, are we? Yet, escaping from me, the proprietress is a tad ambitious, don't you think? In my heyday, I traversed the realms far and wide, and never once did anyone dare to indulge in a free meal beneath my watchful eye." Su Zheng felt his cheeks flush, while Wang Xiaoyu averted her gaze. "Isn't it said that couples always succeed in evading the bill? Why is it not working?" Su Zheng replied with resignation, "That's merely a fabrication of cinema in reality. We would undoubtedly be conscripted to wash dishes." Chapter 81. The Failed Escape. The Successful Pity Party. The proprietress burst into laughter upon overhearing the conversation between the two, her mirth causing her chest to heave. "Do you both think you're in a movie? Now, off you go to wash some dishes. There are plenty today." Realizing their ploy had failed, Wang Xiaoyu confessed, "Sister, we're in dire straits." Su Zheng echoed her sentiment with a somber tone. "Indeed, we are in grave trouble." The proprietress paused for a moment. "Hey, this is not the way to garner sympathy. Who curses themselves with imminent demise?" Wang Xiaoyu, fully committed to her act, let out a dramatic wail, collapsing at the proprietress's feet and clutching her ankles, before spitting up blood. The proprietress looked on in shock. "Goodness gracious, must you go to such lengths? Sister, I can simply waive your bill." Wang Xiaoyu lifted her head, wiping the blood from her lips. "It's all right, sister. I've grown accustomed to it." The proprietress scrutinized the two. "Aren't you both nearly recovered?" Su Zheng sighed. "Sister, you've misunderstood. We are nearly well, but still quite ill." "What?" The proprietress was deeply concerned. "Why aren't you in the hospital recovering? Coming here for hot pot when you could be healing. Are you trying to hasten your end?" With that, she reached for her phone to call the hospital, intent on having them return the pair for examination. Wang Xiaoyu quickly grasped the eager proprietress's arm. "Sister, please listen. A child without a mother has a long story to tell. I lost my parents at a young age and grew up with my grandmother, facing many hardships. Just as I was about to graduate high school, I was diagnosed with a hereditary illness. It is terminal and untreatable. I can see my end approaching." Wang Xiaoyu recounted her tale, punctuated by occasional sobs. The proprietress listened intently, her heart aching as she learned of the girl's tragic fate, her ashes destined to be exploited by her relatives, with her final wishes being simple: to save her hot pot, to gaze upon the sea, to wear beautiful dresses, and to capture lovely photographs. Su Zheng nodded in agreement. "We merely wish to fulfill our regrets before we depart. At the very least, we don't want her ashes to be used by her family." The proprietress was instantly moved to tears. "Oh my goodness. You two have truly touched my heart. It's so incredibly romantic to fulfill your dreams before the end." With a sweeping gesture, she declared, "This meal is on me. And furthermore, I shall support you both." Wang Xiaoyu and Su Zheng exchanged glances, their silent agreement evident, success in their pity play. Later that night, in the proprietress's room on the second floor of the hot pot restaurant, she opened her wardrobe, revealing an array of beautiful women's clothing. "Wow." Wang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with delight. "So many lovely outfits. Come, have a look. These are my clothes from when I was younger. Though I can no longer wear these skirts, they would suit you perfectly. Even with a terminal illness, one should still dress beautifully and with dignity." Wang Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with tears, touched by the kindness of such a wonderful sister. "What about this dress? Isn't the purple lovely?" The proprietress handed a shimmering purple dress, adorned with star-like reflections, to Wang Xiaoyu. "It looks stunning. Quickly change into it, and surprise that foolish lad downstairs," she urged with a smile. All right. Wang Xiaoyu had never donned such a splendid dress in her life, and she cherished it deeply, putting it on with great care, fearful of damaging it. "Oh dear, it was a gift from your sister. Wear it with confidence." Before long, Wang Xiaoyu had transformed into the dress. "Wow, indeed. One's appearance can be quite enchanting," the proprietress exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Wang Xiaoyu truly looked beautiful. If she weren't ill, she would undoubtedly become a great star in the future. What a pity. "Come, sit here. I shall do your makeup." Without hesitation, the proprietress guided Wang Xiaoyu to the vanity mirror, insisting that even in sickness, one should look their best. Wang Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, stifling her tears, unwilling to let them fall. Oh dear, why cry? Everyone must face their fate. As long as one lives without regrets, that is what matters, right? Wang Xiaoyu managed to smile through her tears. Yes, no regrets. I truly envy you. To share your final moments with your boyfriend by the sea, how romantic. The proprietress began to apply makeup, blending colors onto Wang Xiaoyu's cheeks. Even before the makeup, Wang Xiaoyu's face was flushed, and she explained, "He is not my boyfriend. Just a fellow patient." The proprietress smiled knowingly. "Ah, I see, I understand. Having been through it myself, I can discern the subtlety between two young hearts." Meanwhile, downstairs, Su Zheng, seated in a wheelchair, felt a tumult of emotions. He had formed a bold hypothesis in his mind, one he had refrained from confirming until now. Gripping his phone tightly, he lingered over his parents' contact, contemplating whether to call and assure them of his safety. After a moment of silence, Su Zheng smiled. "No, I shall wait until this story concludes." Observing Su Zheng's solitary musings, reality split into two halves, showcasing the contrasting thoughts of both him and Wang Xiaoyu. This indicated that even when players are not physically with their imagined partners, those partners possess their own logic, thoughts, and emotions. Yet, what astonished Lynn in the most was Su Zheng's perceptiveness. Perhaps he had sensed something amiss long ago. Perhaps he was aware he was engaged in a meticulously crafted game. Lin stroked his chin, a smile forming as he nodded. "Well done, Su Zheng, my loyal player. You are truly unfazed by any challenge." Simultaneously, a daring thought began to take shape in Lin's mind. The sound of high heels echoed from the staircase, the owners seemingly unaccustomed to their height. "Do I look good?" Wang Xiaoyu blushed, adorned in her purple dress and exquisite makeup, standing before Su Zheng. He was taken aback. She appeared entirely transformed from moments before. Previously, Wang Xiaoyu's complexion was pale and sickly, embodying the essence of a terminally ill patient. However, she now radiates a vibrant and youthful energy, exuding an almost palpable sense of girlhood. Is this truly her appearance in good health? A girl of such charm, had it not been for her illness, it would have been unlikely for him to have any connection with her. Su Zheng smiled. "You look lovely." "Thank you, madam." He glanced at the proprietress standing behind Wang Xiaoyu. The proprietress waved her hand and then pressed a bundle of 100 yuan bills into Su Zheng's palm. His face flushed instantly. I don't want it. Please accept it," she insisted. Knowing Su Zheng's physical limitations, the proprietress deliberately forced the money upon him, leaving him no option to refuse. Wang Xiaoyu, feeling guilty, remarked, "Madam, we've enjoyed your offerings without paying, and now you wish to give us money. We truly feel embarrassed." The proprietress, lounging at the bar with her legs crossed, replied, "If you genuinely feel embarrassed, then in my stead, go and enjoy a splendid view of the sea." Chapter 82. A Sudden Resurgence. Escaping with Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu and Su Zheng were momentarily taken aback. "All right, we agree, boss lady," they replied. "Let's go. Do not let me change my mind and leave you here to wash dishes." The boss lady smiled and waved her hand, urging them to hurry. Wang Xiaoyu forced a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. "Okay, we shall leave now." With that, he nudged Su Zheng towards the exit. Although the high heels were somewhat uncomfortable, they wouldn't have to wear them for long, just until the photographs were taken. As they stepped outside, the boss lady accompanied them for a short distance, then let out a sigh, leisurely closing the door behind her. "How romantic," she mused, feeling unexpectedly moved. "Oh dear, I almost let my guard down." Laughing, she took a drag from her cigarette, perhaps recalling something that hinted at her own storied past. Not far from their departure, a sudden commotion erupted behind them. "There they are. Don't run, stop," came the shouts, a mix of both male and female voices. Su Zheng froze momentarily. Could it be that the boss lady has changed her mind? Wang Xiaoyu glanced back, only to find a throng of doctors, nurses, and several of his relatives pursuing them, clearly intent on bringing him back for treatment, though the term treatment was to be taken lightly. Panic surged within Wang Xiaoyu. "Oh no, they're coming after us." He urged Su Zheng forward. Yet, as a patient stricken with a terminal illness, he could hardly outrun the relentless horde of his relatives. In a moment of desperation, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Su Zheng, alarmed, exclaimed, "Wang Xiaoyu, get up. Hurry." Wang Xiaoyu struggled but managed a resigned smile. "I can't move. My body has given out. It seems our escape plan has failed." As he caught sight of the despair in Wang Xiaoyu's eyes, Coupled with the cacophony of curses from behind, Su Zheng felt his mind teetering on the brink of explosion. He yearned for a miraculous option to appear before him, to recharge his strength, to emulate Mu Chun rescuing Xiao Wanyu, vanquishing the pursuing adversaries and ensuring they would no longer harass Wang Xiaoyu. However, no such option materialized before him, leaving both Wang Xiaoyu and Su Zheng engulfed in despair as they faced imminent capture. In that moment, Su Zheng finally grasped a revelation. Is it possible that as someone on the brink of death, I lack the ability to access premium options, thus I am merely playing the free version? Summoning every ounce of strength, veins bulging, Su Zheng rose with determination. Wang Xiaoyu sighed. It's futile. You are paralyzed, and I cannot move either. Su Zheng shook his head resolutely. What nonsense are you spouting? Who cares about trivialities? We must move forward. In an astonishing twist, Su Zheng stood from his wheelchair, reclaiming control of his own body through sheer willpower. Wang Xiaoyu was taken aback. What on earth? Without further ado, Su Zheng hoisted Wang Xiaoyu onto his back and fled. His speed was astonishing, akin to that of a sprinter, and in an instant, he vanished from the sight of the crowd. The onlookers behind him were left in utter disbelief. Goodness! A medical miracle. Stand up, stand up. How could this be possible? Su Zheng sensed that his condition was far from optimal, likely due to the impending exhaustion of his own body. Even with his extraordinary abilities, he had merely regained his freedom within the game. Otherwise, he would have turned back to confront Wang Xiaoyu and her nefarious relatives. Nevertheless, he had managed to astound Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu, perched upon Su Zheng's shoulder, was jostled to the point of nausea. If you keep this up, I'm going to be sick. Only then did Su Zheng set her down. He glanced back and realized he had already sprinted several blocks away, the pursuers long out of sight. With a sigh of relief, he finally felt a semblance of ease. Wang Xiaoyu circled around him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. How did you just stand up? Su Zheng was at a loss for words on how to explain it to her. How could he articulate it? Perhaps it was a brief resurgence of vitality. He sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu's eyes reddened instantly. Did this boy truly experience a fleeting revival? Did that mean he was on the brink of death? Su Zheng, please don't scare me. You're not going to fade away, right? You're still going to accompany me to the sea, aren't you? Su Zheng playfully poked her forehead. Now it's my turn to poke you. Wang Xiaoyu puffed up in mock anger, revealing her teeth. If you poke me again, I'll bite you. All right, I'll take you to see the sea. Really? Of course. But where is the sea? You said there is no sea in Songshan City, right? Su Zheng smiled. Indeed, there is no sea. However, a sea of flowers could count as a sea, couldn't it? Huh. The girl's expression turned to one of surprise. Su Zheng hailed a taxi. The driver cast a curious glance at their peculiar appearance. Where to? Su Zheng replied, to the outskirts of the city. The driver paused, bewildered. Are you singing here? Wang Xiaoyu seemed to grasp the meaning behind Su Zheng's words about a sea of flowers. Master, out of the city, faster please. The taxi driver responded, Miss, this is the city. How fast can I go? Su Zheng smiled. Master, your old car can't be that slow, can it? The driver sensed an inexplicable sense of purpose. Brace yourself. Today, I'll show you what a 20-year veteran can do. Suddenly, a strong surge pushed them back in their seats. Chapter 83. A sea of flowers is also a sea. In the hospital room, the monotonous sound of the heart monitor suddenly quickened. Su Zheng's heart rate was rising. His blood oxygen levels became saturated, and various vital signs began to improve. Even his eyelids began to flutter, and his fingers twitched. Wait. I think I just saw my son's hand move. Doctor, please come quickly. Is there hope for my son? Su Zheng's mother, Yi Huijin, with reddened eyes, rushed to her son's bedside, repeatedly calling his name. Su Zheng, my child, please wake up. Beside her, Su Zhengwo hurried to summon the attending physician. Both seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope. Perhaps they understood what was occurring but were reluctant to believe it, wishing to gamble on a miracle, hoping their son could awaken. However, onlookers Lynn and Su Wanran were not rejoicing. Instead, their expressions grew more grave. In medical terms, this phenomenon is referred to as a last gasp. The brain, determining that the body is beyond saving, releases a surge of adrenaline, temporarily restoring bodily functions. When the arriving attending physician assessed the situation, there was no trace of joy on his face. He sighed, stating, Su Zheng's brain has sustained irreparable damage. He will not awaken from this state. It is likely that Su Zheng will not survive today. What? Yi Huijin collapsed to the ground, her eyes void of life. Su Zhengwo, gripping his son's hand, fell silent. Yi Huijin recalled something and turned to Lin In, pleading, "Please allow me to speak with my son, even if it's just for 1 minute. I do not wish to miss the final opportunity to see him." "All right, Auntie, I will contact Su Jing immediately." Lin In nodded. He took out his phone, opened the Fantasy Girlfriend app, and selected the video call feature. Originally designed to connect with a virtual partner, it now bridged the gap between life and death, linking directly to Su Jing's consciousness. In the realm of the game, a taxi sped into the outskirts. Countless canola flowers lined the roadsides, dancing gently in the night breeze, exuding a faint floral fragrance. The cold moonlight bathed the blossoms, transforming the yellow canola flowers into a semblance of white, creating a sound akin to waves rising and falling in the gentle wind. Wow, it truly is a sea of flowers. Wang Xiaoyu gazed out the window, her eyes alight with joy. Su Jing spoke up, "Driver, please stop ahead." Two fools, running out in the middle of the night to see flowers. The driver cursed as he let Su Jing and Wang Xiaoyu out, speeding off and leaving a trail of smoke, giving the taxi an exhilarating aura. Standing by the roadside, Su Jing and Wang Xiaoyu exchanged knowing smiles and raised their palms to slap each other lightly. Hee, it seems the provocation technique still works wonders. We are truly becoming more in sync. However, at that moment, a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Wang Xiaoyu's mouth. Su Jing's pupils constricted. "Are you all right?" Wang Xiaoyu wiped her mouth, offering a sweet smile. "Oh, it's nothing at all. I've grown accustomed to it." At that moment, Su Jing's phone suddenly emitted a sound, signaling an incoming video call. He hesitated for a moment, feeling remarkably better than before, almost as if he were an ordinary person, even forgetting for an instant the impending fate that awaited him. However, this call abruptly yanked him back to reality. Glancing at his phone, he saw the name displayed, Mom and Dad. Wang Xiaoyu. "Let me take this call." Su Jing raised his head, intending to speak to Wang Xiaoyu. Yet, she had already dashed toward a field of flowers, standing amidst the blossoms. She tossed her hair back and turned to Su Jing with curiosity, asking, "Hello. What did you say?" Su Jing stared, somewhat dazed, at the girl illuminated by the moonlight, her beauty akin to a painting. "It's nothing, just a phone call," he replied, shaking his phone slightly before turning away, his heart laden with complex emotions as he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Dad. Mom. Son. Woo-woo. Son." Unbeknownst to him, as he turned away to take the call, Wang Xiaoyu suddenly coughed, spilling more blood that stained the canola flowers red. Her gaze dimmed as she murmured to herself, "This time, it seems I am truly on the brink of death. But before that, I must revel in the madness." Wang Xiaoyu watched Su Jing's silhouette, lost in her thoughts. Soon, Su Jing grasped the gravity of his situation. He was indeed nearing death. At that moment, he was merely wearing a gaming headset, having entered the realm of a fantasy game. The scene shifted, and Lin In took the phone. Looking at Su Jing with no hint of sorrow, only a bright, cheerful smile, waving at him. "Hi, Su Jing." Su Wanran leaned in beside her, adding, "Su Jing, enjoy yourself. You know, your gaming livestream has touched countless players, and many are now praying for you." After speaking, Su Wanran pulled out her phone, showing Su Jing the live chat. The screen was filled with messages of hope for miracles, alongside fervent support for the budding romance between Su Jing and Wang Xiaoyu. Seeing these encouraging words from fellow gamers, Su Jing felt his eyes moisten. The sadness from his last conversation with his parents began to dissipate. He forced a smile. "Hi, Lin In. Hi, Sister Su. Thank you for helping me fulfill my last wish in life, which is to play a little in this fantasy world with my new girlfriend. Honestly, it's incredibly cool." Stealing a glance at Wang Xiaoyu, he found her frolicking in the flower field like a child, continuously taking selfies. Noticing Su Jing watching her, Wang Xiaoyu pouted in discontent. "Su Jing, hurry up. You promised to take my picture. I want my memorial photo to be beautiful." Su Jing's gaze softened, and he nodded. "I will be there shortly." He turned to Lin In and Su Wanran, expressing, "Thank you both. I truly adore Wang Xiaoyu. I never imagined I would have a fantasy girlfriend accompanying me in the twilight of my life. I harbor no regrets." Su Wanran felt her composure wavering, her eyes glistening with tears as she stifled a sniffle. "Hurry and go be with her. In the final moments, let us refrain from uttering such sentimental words." Lin nodded in agreement, stating, "Su Jing, it is with regret that I cannot assist you. But you and your imaginary girlfriend shall become the most renowned couple in the Sky City of version 1, recognized by all as NPCs. Is that true?" Su Jing exclaimed with astonishment, overwhelmed by the unexpected favor from Lynn, who had graciously offered him a place as an NPC in the game, a form of eternal life. Indeed, that is wonderful, thank you. Su Zheng bowed deeply once more to Lynn. Su Zheng, come quickly. There are fireflies, came Wang Xiaoyu's delighted voice from behind. Su Zheng nodded and waved farewell to Lin and Su Wanran, saying, "Goodbye, parents and my friends. I must now pursue the fulfillment of my final wish." With that, he declared, "I am off to join my imaginary girlfriend." The video call ended, and Su Zheng tucked his phone into his pocket, turning to face Wang Xiaoyu. To his surprise, he noticed that a multitude of fireflies had gathered around her, their gentle luminescence enveloping her and rendering her even more enchanting. Witnessing this scene, Su Zheng's heart raced. He realized that some opportunities, if not seized in the present, might never arise again. Chapter 84. He felt he was dying, and all he could think of was desire. What was wrong with that? He hurried over and grasped Wang Xiaoyu's hand, his face slightly flushed. Wang Xiaoyu was taken aback. "What are you doing? Are you suggesting you want to touch a girl's hand? If so, I suppose I could indulge that wish." Su Zheng intended to confess, "I like you. Would you be my girlfriend?" But instead, the words that escaped his lips were, "Do you think the flower sea is beautiful?" Wang Xiaoyu puffed out her cheeks. "Well, it's pretty, but I haven't seen the real sea or picked up any shells, which is quite regrettable." Su Zheng smiled. "Wait a moment." He bent down, searching with his flashlight, and soon found a shell, which he solemnly placed in the palm of Wang Xiaoyu's hand. Wang Xiaoyu gazed at the shell in astonishment. "Wow, it really is a shell?" Su Zheng smiled. "Clearly, you haven't studied geography well. Matsuyama used to be by the sea." Wang Xiaoyu clutched the shell tightly, shyly admitting, "Okay, you're right. We are indeed by the sea, just a tad late." The science-minded Su Zheng chimed in. "Just a mere several thousand years late." "You are utterly unromantic," Wang Xiaoyu remarked, shaking the shell in her hand. "Is this your gift to me? When giving a gift, shouldn't you say something?" Su Zheng's face turned crimson. No, I merely wanted to prove it to you." Suddenly, Wang Xiaoyu embraced Su Zheng, leaving him stunned and awkward. "You silly, I've already hugged you. Why aren't you hugging me back?" "Oh right." Su Zheng hurriedly reciprocated. "Are you cold? Should I hold you tighter?" Wang Xiaoyu looked up at him. "Are you really that foolish? Do I need to spell it out? We're about to die. Why are we hesitating?" Su Zheng clenched his teeth, his youthful face displaying an expression of desperation as he thought, "I might as well say this before I die." He declared loudly, "Wang Xiaoyu, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Wang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled like stars. The moment she heard Su Zheng's confession, her body surged with excitement. She pouted and shook her head. "Girlfriend? Absolutely not." Su Zheng was taken aback. "Huh? Isn't that allowed?" Wang Xiaoyu nodded. "Of course not. I don't want to be just your girlfriend. I want to be your wife. That way, I won't be alone anymore. Even if I leave this world, I will be with you." In the next instant, the BGM from the game played again. This time, it was Flower Sea. "Don't leave me. Distances can't separate us." Longing transforms into a sea that can't come through the window. The two kissed passionately. Su Zheng was bewildered. It turned out that the lips of a beautiful girl tasted of blood. Thousands, or even tens of thousands of years ago, this place truly was a sea. A shell could never have imagined that after lying dormant for thousands of years, it would become a token of love for two souls on the brink of death. "All right, darling, quickly take a picture for me." Wang Xiaoyu handed her phone to Su Zheng. He promptly snapped a photo. Then the two of us took another photograph. Wang Xiaoyu suddenly embraced Su Zheng, prompting him to raise his phone high to capture their moment together. Su Zheng nodded, and with a click, their smiles appeared radiant in the photograph. They posed horizontally and vertically, laughing and even shedding tears, displaying an array of playful expressions. They dashed through a sea of blossoms, fireflies dancing around them like lanternfish. How wild was it? In short, the phone was nearly out of battery. Finally, the two of them, panting, settled down amidst the flower field. Wang Xiaoyu flipped through the photos they had just taken, occasionally teasing, "Hey, Su Zheng, you made me look so unflattering in this one. The angle could have been better. Let us retake it." Su Zheng chuckled bitterly. Indeed, accompanying a girl for a photo shoot was quite the ordeal. A notification chimed from the phone, indicating a low battery. Su Zheng shook the phone. "Xiaoyu, it's about to die." Wang Xiaoyu displayed a look of regret, pleading with Su Zheng, "Please, dear husband, let us take just one more." Su Zheng pondered for a moment. "All right, one last shot, but don't trick me." "Okay, turn around. I'll think of a pose." "Still thinking of a pose?" Su Zheng chuckled softly. Wang Xiaoyu was truly full of surprises. He turned around, phone in hand. Can I turn back now? Not yet. 3 seconds have passed. Are you ready? How can I possibly be ready in 3 seconds? All right. Just a reminder. The phone is about to shut down. No worries. I just want you to see this photo well. Came Wang Xiaoyu's voice from behind. All right, Su Zheng. You can turn back now. Su Zheng slowly turned his body, eager to see what new antics Wang Xiaoyu would present. However, this time, his pupils dilated in shock. Wang Xiaoyu had unexpectedly shed her clothing, boldly declaring, Haven't you always had a secret desire? Let me fulfill it. Su Zheng had never encountered such a scene, and he nearly lost composure. You. Wang Xiaoyu had already pounced on him, collapsing into the flower field. What's wrong? I'm on the verge of death. Can I indulge a little? Su Zheng stammered. That should be something I say. Wang Xiaoyu retorted, I don't care. You're my husband. If I'm gone, you'll be gone too, and we can be buried together. Yet, Su Zheng struggled to suppress the alluring thoughts swirling in his mind. Su Zheng, I want you. The girl's lips pressed against his. Su Zheng could no longer contain himself and embraced Wang Xiaoyu in return. Breaths quickened amidst the flower field. This scene, however, unfolded before the live-stream audience in a rather different manner. They could only see Wang Xiaoyu's fair back and Su Zheng's astonished expression. Beyond that, everything remained entirely wholesome and perfectly within acceptable bounds. The live-stream audience erupted with excitement. Just a moment ago, they were immersed in the bittersweet love story of Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu, feeling both sorrow and joy. Yet in the next moment, this unexpected turn of events brought them back to their more primal instincts. I'm astounded. How did the clothes come off? My friend, is this truly acceptable? This is utterly outrageous. I am envious beyond measure. To think one can actually engage with a dream girlfriend in such a manner. Is it possible that this game allows for such interactions? I shall log in immediately. Surely, there must be certain prerequisites to unlock this feature. Could it be terminal illness? Who among us is afflicted? Infect me quickly. I yearn to engage in such intimacy with my imagined partner. The audience in the live stream is on the verge of tears from envy. Although Su Zheng is on the brink of death, he is experiencing the epitome of romance. Su Wanran is equally astonished, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she glances at Lynn. Isn't there a mechanism against such things? Lynn responds to Su Wanran. He is merely 18. What fault lies in his desires? For one who stands at the precipice of death, the concept of restrictions does not exist. If he can fulfill his unachieved aspirations, the game shall lift all limitations. P.S. Please leave a favorable review. 5 stars. I implore you. For those who grant a positive review, may you find your dreams manifesting in your bed at night, greeted by the sweet smile of your fantasy girlfriend. Chapter 85. With you, I fear not death. The evening breeze stilled, and the flowers in the sea of blossoms ceased their trembling. The morning dew within the petals reflected a lustrous gleam. In the fish-belly white sky, stars extinguished one by one, signaling the dawn's approach. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with tears as she furtively glanced back at Su Zheng, pouting, Su Zheng, you are so wicked. It hurts. Could you please massage it? Does it still ache? Su Zheng, clad in his hospital gown, fastened the last button and gently stroked Wang Xiaoyu's hair, which had grown increasingly brittle, resembling withered leaves bereft of nourishment. It's not that part that hurts. Regardless, forget it. Considering you're caressing my head, I shall forgive you. Su Zheng was touched. Wang Xiaoyu had become his girl. Wait. Su Zheng's eyes widened in realization. Had he forgotten something of utmost importance? The livestream. Lynn was broadcasting his gaming progress. Wasn't he? Goodness gracious. Su Zheng's face turned crimson. At the final juncture of his life, he had made a blunder before millions, entangled with his fantasy girlfriend amidst the flower field. Speaking of which, wasn't there a non-ambiguous ending in this game? How? Could it be that Wang Xiaoyu and he? Would this scene not be witnessed by everyone? Su Zheng's heart raced, his cheeks aflame. This was more terrifying than death. He hastily retrieved his phone to contact Lynn. Meanwhile, in the real world, a notification from the Fantasy Girlfriend app emerged on his phone. Su Zheng has requested a call with you. Lynn chuckled. It was evident what Su Zheng sought. He pressed the call button on his gaming headset and smiled at Su Zheng. Su Zheng, I know you are filled with questions right now, but you need not worry. The reason you and Wang Xiaoyu are able to engage intimately is that I lifted the game's restrictions, and at the moment the restrictions were lifted, I terminated the livestream. No one knows what transpired. This moment is yours to cherish alone. Su Zheng exhaled in relief upon hearing Lynn's voice. This was good. Very good. His communication with Lynn was unidirectional. The fantasy girlfriend could not hear him. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu turned back to Su Zheng. Su Zheng, could you come help me fasten my bra strap? My hand lacked strength. Her voice seemed even weaker than before. Su Zheng's heart stirred. Was Wang Xiaoyu nearing her end? Indeed, after such grand revelry, life inevitably approaches its conclusion. Not only Wang Xiaoyu, but Su Zheng also sensed his own body rapidly deteriorating. The fervor from moments ago had depleted their last reserves of vitality. Coming, he replied. His fingers trembled as he reached for the strap on Wang Xiaoyu's back, attempting to fasten it. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't manage it. How does one fasten this thing? Wang Xiaoyu's cheeks still bore a rosy hue as she murmured, Su Zheng, you fool. How could you not know this? Let me teach you. Under Wang Xiaoyu's attentive guidance, Su Zheng struggled to fasten her bra strap. Wang Xiaoyu changed into her hospital gown, neatly folding the dress gifted to her by the hot pot restaurant owner and placing it reverently aside. Soon after, she felt utterly drained, nearly losing consciousness, collapsing into Su Zheng's embrace. Su Zheng was not in a much better state. His heart beat slower with each passing moment, and his vision began to blur. They held each other tightly, seeking warmth, feeling the flickering flame of life dimming between them. Su Zheng sighed, it seems. We are nearing the end. Wang Xiaoyu nodded, yes. I feel a bit sleepy. Su Zheng, are you afraid of dying? I am so scared. What if I reach the other side first and can't find you? After crossing the Naiha Bridge and drinking Mengpa soup, what if I forget you? Su Zheng responded. Then let us go together, shall we? Wang Xiaoyu chuckled softly. Life isn't so convenient. There will surely be a sequence. How about this? No matter who departs first, we must wait for each other on the Naiha Bridge. Su Zheng nodded. What if? There is no what if. Su Zheng affirmed. All right. After a while, silence enveloped them, as if they had lost the strength to speak. Su Zheng, Su Zheng, Su Zheng. Wang Xiaoyu called his name 3 times, but Su Zheng did not reply. Growing anxious, she looked up. Ha ha ha, did I scare you? Su Zheng forced a smile. Wang Xiaoyu retorted, don't make such jokes. All right, I promise not to next time. Phew, I thought you had gone ahead. Impossible. We will go together. Wang Xiaoyu asked, are you afraid? Su Zheng replied, with you by my side, I am not afraid. Wang Xiaoyu smiled. Then I am not afraid either. Hee. Can I be buried with you? Of course, it is essential. I won't allow those malicious relatives of yours to have their way. MHM. Wang Xiaoyu nestled closer into Su Zheng's arms, inhaling his scent. I feel as if I see a city suspended in the sky, enveloped by countless stars. My body feels lighter. Wang Xiaoyu's voice grew fainter. Eventually, it ceased altogether, and her heartbeat gradually faded. Su Zheng paused momentarily. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. He shook her gently, but there was no response. At that moment, panic seized Su Zheng. Though he had anticipated this moment, when it truly arrived, he could not hold back the tears that streamed down his face, dripping onto Wang Xiaoyu's still form. You must be joking with me. Wake up, I know. You were trying to get back at me for my earlier jest. I know your character. Su Zheng shook Wang Xiaoyu once more. But there was no response from that side anymore. Do not leave me alone in this world. Su Zheng's voice was heavy with sorrow. His vitality began to wane gradually. The gaming helmet emitted a distress signal indicating the player's unstable life, requesting immediate medical attention. Su Zheng dismissed it all. He looked up at the sky. The sun had risen, and its warm rays enveloped both Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu, akin to 2 frozen stray cats being revived in the heart of winter. Su Zheng caressed Wang Xiaoyu's hair, letting out a soft laugh. Xiaoyu, look, the dawn has arrived, the sun is shining, and I see it for you. Until we meet again. His eyes slowly closed, devoid of any trace of life. As a student of science and a materialist, in this moment, he fervently wished for the existence of a paradise. Otherwise, he would never see Wang Xiaoyu again. Meanwhile, in the real world, the heartbeat monitor finally ceased, transforming into a straight line. Su Zheng's parents were inconsolable, weeping over their son's gradually cooling body. The attending physician bowed his head with a sigh. At 1:37 p.m., Su Zheng departed from this world forever. In his lifetime, he had hoped to donate his body, his corneas, and all usable organs, offering his remains to the medical school. Let us pay our respects. Everyone bowed deeply to Su Zheng. Lynn inhaled tightly onto Su Wanran's hand, both bowing with complex emotions. At the very least, They had allowed Su Zheng to fulfill his final wish. If only there were a paradise, Su Zheng would surely accompany Wang Xiaoyu, Su Wanran murmured softly. Soon, the attending physician and the surgical team for corneal retrieval were ready. They wheeled Su Zheng's body away into the operating room. Lynn and Su Wanran, carrying the gaming helmet, stood outside the surgical room, bidding their final farewell to Su Zheng. Lynn then looked at Su Zheng's parents, Yi Huijin and Su Zhengwo, both with tear-streaked faces and red-rimmed eyes, reluctant to take their last look at their son, stretching their necks and tiptoeing. Lynn addressed the elderly couple in a somber tone. The total revenue from this live broadcast amounts to over 400,000. It is the final gift Su Zheng left for you. Yi Huijin and Su Zhengwo gazed at Lynn. Although no amount of money could bring back their son, at least it was a consolation in their helplessness. The elderly couple suddenly knelt down, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Lynn. We are immensely grateful to you for ensuring our son departed this life peacefully." Lynn helped the two elderly ones to their feet. "This is the last thing I can do as a game developer for a player on the brink of departure. It is my honor," Su Wanran echoed. "I feel proud as well." The two bid farewell to Su Zhengwo and Yi Huijin and set off on their way home. Version 1. One was about to launch, and Lynn had much to accomplish, including one crucial task. Place Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu into the Sky Love City, transforming them into NPCs within the game, granting them a different form of immortality. Chapter 86. I've been waiting for you for so long. Meanwhile, Su Zheng felt his body growing heavier and heavier, as if he were sinking into an endless ocean. It was akin to lying adrift in the cosmos, devoid of limits. Then, in a state of bewilderment, he opened his eyes. This was the realm beyond death, an eternal solitude, an everlasting loneliness. If this were the case, it was truly terrifying. It would be better to be devoid of consciousness altogether. How was Xiaoyu faring at this moment? She had an aversion to solitude. In such circumstances, she would undoubtedly be driven to madness, kicking in frustration. He could almost envision her furious demeanor. Alas, there was no Naiha Bridge, nor the Mengpa Soup. It was entirely different from our imaginings. Were we destined to breach our promises? Su Zheng felt a pang of sorrow. Just then, a flicker of light caught his eye. What was that? In the pitch darkness, a ray of dawn emerged, leaving a profound impression. It was as if a fish in a tank had encountered another fish. With all his might, Su Zheng moved his body towards that glimmer of light. He had no notion of how long he swam, feeling utterly exhausted. At last, he traversed a wormhole and beheld the nature of that radiant light. Su Zheng's pupils dilated. It was a vast sea of stars, at the center of which lay a magnificent city of love. How could this be? Su Zheng pressed his forehead in disbelief. Could this truly be the one? One version of the event map that Lynn had spoken of? Or was this merely a figment of my posthumous imagination? What kind of world was this? Would Wang Xiaoyu be here? A multitude of speculations flooded Su Zheng's mind. He even pondered whether his consciousness had been uploaded. At that moment, beneath his feet appeared a bridge paved with starlight. Su Zheng's feet finally touched solid ground. In disbelief, he began to ascend the archway. The bridge was long, exceedingly long. As he walked, his hospital gown suddenly transformed into a tailcoat, exuding an air of elegance. Su Zheng gazed at his own transformation, astonished. What on earth was happening? Could it be that Wang Xiaoyu was also here? He recalled the vows they had exchanged. Wang Xiaoyu had promised to wait for him at the other end of the bridge. Was it possible that she would appear at the bridge's terminus? Quite possibly. Su Zheng quickened his pace, running like he had never run before in his life. He felt akin to a rocket, propelling forward at a speed that seemed to surpass light itself. The surrounding starry sea flowed past him like a torrent. Yet, when Su Zheng reached the end of the bridge, he saw nothing but the city of love, a veritable utopia. Its design mirrored that of Lynn's creation. Su Zheng was certain that this was indeed Lynn's one version event map. His mind could scarcely conceive of such a marvel. But where is Wang Xiaoyu? The bridge was desolate, devoid of any presence, save for a solitary robot gazing at Su Zheng. "Welcome to the city of Sky Love. May I inquire about your beloved?" Su Zheng felt a wave of weakness wash over him, forcing a bitter smile. "What beloved? She is merely a figment of my imagination. Xiaoyu is nothing but a fantasy girlfriend. She was always an illusion, non-existent. How could she possibly be here? Without Wang Xiaoyu?" Su Zheng sensed that even if a city dedicated to love lay before him, he would lack the desire to explore or indulge in its delights. In his despair, he knelt on the ground. The robot approached him, its demeanor filled with concern. Do you require emotional support? Su Zheng waved his hand dismissively. No one can soothe the sorrow within my heart but her. At that moment, the robot spoke again. What if I told you that your beloved is squatting by the bridge, waiting for you, and at this very moment, she is secretly smiling at you? In the next instant, a swift sound pierced the air. Damn it, you robot. I specifically told you to help me lie? The robot raised its hands in apology. I am afraid, miss, that my programming forbids me from lying. It was Xiaoyu's voice. Su Zheng's pupils dilated as he lifted his gaze toward the bridge pier. There stood a girl clad in a pure white rose dress, her appearance strikingly adorable, with a cascade of stardust flowing from the back of her dress. She appeared resplendent, akin to a legendary skin in an online game that would require a hefty sum to obtain. Su Zheng was taken aback. The silhouette mirrored that of Wang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, how could this be? Slowly, Wang Xiaoyu turned to face him, her face aglow with a smile. She twirled in her dress, the white hem swaying gracefully in the air, leaving a trail of starlight behind. I've been waiting for you for so long. What do you think? Is this dress beautiful? It's called Love and Stars. Su Zheng's eyes glistened with moisture. It's beautiful. P.S. Ultimately, one cannot let go of the knife, bestowing a perfect conclusion. Chapter 87. What does the girl's mouth taste like? I shall taste it. After a brief moment of sorrow, Lynn and Su Wanran boarded the plane back to the city. On their journey from Songshan City to Jeangi City, a Boeing aircraft soared through the clouds. Suddenly, a large head popped out from one of the window panes, revealing a wide grin. Hey, boss, look. Doesn't that cloud resemble a backside? Lynn, maintaining a serious demeanor, perused his phone. Unfazed as his other hand playfully flicked Su Wanran on the forehead. You're disrupting your boss's work with this nonsense, such as the art of finger flicking. Hey, I'm dodging. However, Su Wanran's attempts to evade were futile. Her head could not outpace Lynn's swift fingers. Enhanced by a systematic training, Lynn's dexterous fingers executed their task with precision, delivering a crisp sound upon contact with her forehead. Is it pleasant? A pleasing sound indicates a well-formed head. Instantly, a bump appeared on Su Wanran's head as she whimpered. You were clearly just playing on your phone, not working at all. Without a glance toward her, Lynn continued scrolling through his screen. Your salary will be docked. Upon hearing this, Su Wanran's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a begrudging expression. I knew you would threaten me with a salary deduction. Lynn glanced down at her. Surprisingly, Su Wanran looked rather endearing, especially from this angle, resembling a fierce little creature, particularly as her chest wobbled, far more realistic than any gaming physics engine. This girl, clad in white lace, had certainly refined her sense of aesthetics. Previously, she had worn pink bears. Lynn redirected his gaze back to his phone. Enough of this. I'm working. With feigned tears, Su Wanran declared, I shall call my aunt and tell her, you're bullying me. It's so brutal. Look, I have a bump on my head. I must report you. She pointed at her injured forehead. Lynn hurriedly covered her mouth. Allowing Su Wanran to call for help would be disastrous. Close your mouth. Cocooned in Lynn's embrace, Su Wanran squirmed like a little worm. No, I want tea. Not only will I not be quiet, but I shall also keep teasing. Lynn felt a tingling warmth in his palm as Su Wanran playfully licked his hand during her antics, leaving traces of saliva on him. Instinctively, Lynn withdrew his hand, staring at the glistening droplet of spit reflected on his palm, exasperated. Damn it, Su Wanran, you are utterly disgusting. You've left saliva all over my hand. Su Wanran chuckled. Isn't this just how we played as children? Whenever you covered my mouth, I would lick your palm. It's foolproof, ha ha ha. As Lynn observed the audacious Su Wanran, a mischievous thought crossed his mind as he pretended to bring his palm toward her mouth. What does a girl's mouth taste like? I shall taste it. In an instant, the previously bold Su Wanran was rendered speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment. In a state of utter distress, with her face flushed and heart racing, Su Wanran felt as though she were a drunken pig in a sty. She never anticipated that Lin would dare to taste her saliva. Just as Lin's hand approached, poised to sample, Su Wanran seized his right hand in a panic. No, such an act was absolutely out of the question. In a flurry, she grabbed 2 tissues, attempting to wipe away any trace, but was astonished to discover that Lin's grip was far too strong. She could not budge even a single hand of his. Lin remarked, Hey, you were the one intent on spitting on my hand. What's wrong with me trying to taste it? Absolutely not. No. Su Wanran exclaimed, her anxiety overwhelming. She stood up, pressing her entire body against Lynn's palm. The softness of her form rendered him momentarily powerless. Where had all his strength vanished to? With her plan successfully executed, Su Wanran swiftly wiped Lynn's palm clean. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, she prepared to return to her seat. Just then, the plane encountered turbulence, jolting violently. "Ah, what is happening? Lynn, save me, I'm scared," Su Wanran cried out in terror. Lynn, cradling her as if she were a princess, reassured her, "I've got you. It's all right." In that moment, Su Wanran clung to him like a lifeline, trembling in his embrace. Soon, the turbulence subsided. The captain explained that they had encountered air currents causing the disturbance and urged passengers to fasten their seatbelts. Lynn finally relaxed, glancing down at Su Wanran nestled in his arms. "It was just turbulence. You can let go now." Yet, Su Wanran tightened her grip, whispering, "Lynn, I'm still frightened. I thought I might perish." Lynn felt as though he were ensnared by a constrictor, struggling for breath. "If you don't let go, I might truly suffocate." Reluctantly, Su Wanran released him and hurried back to her seat, fastening her seatbelt with newfound diligence. Her face still glistening with remnants of her tears, a testament to her genuine fright. Her heart raced uncontrollably. However, upon reflection, she realized Lynn had held her close. How delightful. She furtively stole glances at him. Their eyes met. Lynn regarded her with calmness. "Su Wanran, you." With starry-eyed anticipation, she stammered, I. Lynn interjected, "You really ought to lose some weight." Su Wanran had expected a tender pat on the head or a gentle inquiry about her well-being. Yet instead, he suggested she slim down. "But I'm not even overweight." She was ready to retort, I'm not fat. I'm quite tall, and my waist is slim. Except for my slightly larger chest and hips. Everything else is quite slender, just take a look." Su Wanran, emulating Wang Xiaoyu, lifted the hem of her garment, revealing her delicate, snowy waist, in an attempt to captivate Lynn's attention. Lynn, however, retrieved his phone, engrossed in his own world. "Stop trying. You shall not succeed. Disturb me again during my work, and I shall severely dock your salary." What a detestable boss. A heartless employer. It has been ages. Yet, he still withholds my wages. And now he threatens to deduct from them. Su Wanran peered curiously. What could possibly be so mesmerizing? "Well, I too wish to take a look. I also wish to learn." With her little canine teeth glistening, cheeks puffed, and eyes wide, she approached, pouting. Whether she was acting cute or transformed into a fierce competitor, she was determined to protect her salary. For it was the dignity of a fierce creature from Sichuan and Chongqing. A small sum represents one's honor. Upon glancing, Su Wanran gasped, "Wow, such a grand bosom. It nearly blinded me." Moreover, it was a character from a 3D game, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty. Various game cutscenes continuously shifted before her, accompanied by music that was decidedly suggestive. Every character was provocatively clad, each outfit more revealing than the last. Clearly, Lynn was browsing a rather risky webpage. Chapter 88. Is the game world real? All in English? Do you enjoy Western literature? Is this the work you mentioned, boss? Su Wanran placed her hands on her hips, fuming. The crux of the matter was that Lynn was engrossed in the game, disregarding her. Wasn't she far more entertaining than this game? Lynn, fraught with exasperation, clenched his fists. Could you possibly be any louder? This is an airplane. Although we are in first class, others can still hear us. Would you care for your reputation? In the next moment, Lynn reached out, pressing Su Wanran's head down, pulling her into his embrace, while his other hand directed the phone screen towards her face. Su Wanran, you are, after all, a university student. Take a moment to read the English text displayed on the screen. Held firm by Lynn, unable to move. Su Wanran had no choice but to humiliate herself by reading the words on the phone screen, produced by God AI. A game of extraordinary freedom featuring a fantasy romance with beautiful girls, allowing for deep relationships with multiple maidens simultaneously in love home. How infuriating. Isn't this plagiarism? Another party has appropriated our work. Fuming, Su Wanran scoffed, simultaneously dating multiple people. Humph, is that even love? That's just debauchery. Only then did Lynn release Su Wanran, his slender fingers swiping the phone screen. Continue reading. Su Wanran exclaimed. This game has been nominated for the upcoming November annual Best Game Award. This game doesn't deserve to compete with our fantasy girlfriend. Does it even have a gaming helmet? The annual Best Game title undoubtedly belongs to us. Lynn nodded, confidence gleaming in his eyes. That is a certainty. The annual best game must be our fantasy girlfriend. This had always been Lynn's aspiration. The annual best game selection was the pinnacle of achievement in game development. Previous winners had all been foreign AAA games. The Dragon Kingdom had never clinched this accolade. However, this year was different. The Dragon Kingdom's gaming industry was flourishing. Lynn's fantasy girlfriend could be deemed a revolutionary game. To not secure the annual best game title would be an affront to justice. Su Wanran pulled out her phone, accessing the annual best game website, her face lighting up with excitement. Hee, boss, this year's selection involves global gamers and the committee voting together. We are leading by a landslide with our fantasy girlfriend. Haha, I'm casting my vote too. On the leaderboard for best games, the player voting section prominently displayed fantasy girlfriend in first place. A red flag waved triumphantly at the top of the rankings, while the second and third positions were also claimed by the Dragon Kingdom. This was a phenomenon that had never before occurred. In the Dragon Kingdom, the fantasy-themed girlfriend garnered 186, 429, 761 votes. The Black Myth series featuring Neza received 132, 187, 651, and the enigmatic Taoist game attracted 11, 263, 121 votes. Meanwhile, in the land of the barbarians, the Divine Domain gathered 7, 644, 192 votes, while the White Flag Nation's Leap of Faith 6, titled once again, Faith, amassed 871, 588. The Eagle Sauce Nation's The Great Pimp 2, Pimping Again claimed 786, 121 votes. Time on the airplane swiftly passed, and soon, Lynn and Su Wanran returned home. Lynn did not forget his agreement with Su Zhang. Upon arriving, he immediately powered on his computer, eager to create Su Zhang as an NPC within the game. However, as he opened the one version of the project file, preparing to sculpt his character, he squinted his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he noticed two pixelated figures leaping within the Sky Love City, engaging in the game's challenges. Curious, Lin leaned closer to the screen and recognized Su Zhang and Wang Xiaoyu. To his astonishment, he had not yet uploaded anything. How could they already be present in the game? Internally, he communicated with the system. What on earth is going on? Is this your doing? Lin had assumed the system had preemptively developed the game, as it was responsible for the game's creation, allowing him merely to provide concepts and refine details. However, the system promptly replied, "Ding. The host system has not executed any operations." Lin stroked his chin, pondering. Then please explain why the deceased Su Zhang and Wang Xiaoyu are appearing here. The system elucidated. This is because Su Zhang and Wang Xiaoyu truly exist. Although their lives have concluded, the game continues. After their demise, their souls were transported to Love City, enabling them to continue playing. Stunned, Lin processed this revelation. Souls genuinely exist? Wait. This is all rather disorienting. He posed further inquiries to the system. Isn't the fantasy-themed girlfriend merely a game? Wang Xiaoyu should be a figment of imagination, just an NPC. The system clarified, the system does not possess such extensive computational power. It serves only the host. The experiences of all players in the fantasy-themed games are authentic, with each one matched to the most suitable female lead from a parallel universe. The gaming helmet serves as a transmission device, capable of sending players unidirectionally to another parallel world. Lin was taken aback. Are you implying that everything within the game is real, and the girlfriends cultivated by players truly exist? After death, can they genuinely meet their fantasy girlfriends? Ding. Su Zhang and Wang Xiaoyu are exceptional cases. Only when both the player and their fantasy girlfriend perish simultaneously will they be transported to Love City to continue their romance. The system added, under normal circumstances, players and their fantasy girlfriends cannot genuinely meet, nor can fantasy girlfriends be attracted through this game. Discover the true location of the players. Otherwise, the host's world shall crumble. Imagine countless fantasy girlfriends traversing from alternate realms. Some may be delightful, while others merely ordinary. However, the terrifying events and the eerie fantasy girlfriends are particularly unique. They may act beyond the player's control, engaging in outrageous behaviors. Lin nodded in understanding. It is indeed a matching mechanism, connecting individuals from parallel worlds. The system should have mentioned this sooner. Ding. The host did not inquire either. Lin felt a surge of excitement, pacing back and forth in his room. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to question the system. What if my good friend Zhang Wei has acquired some cultivation techniques in his fantasy game? What would happen if he attempted to apply them in reality? Could he genuinely cultivate? The system responded, ding. The host need not worry. Presently, the blue planet is in an era of depleted spiritual energy and magic, rendering any form of cultivation impossible. Furthermore, game restrictions prevent players from bringing back anything of value from the game. So that's how the game operates. No wonder it feels so realistic. I must exercise caution in developing my next game. This truly is the metaverse. Lynn gazed once more at the screen, displaying the city of love in the game, observing Wang Xiaoyu and Su Zheng joyfully engaging with the mobile game. He settled back into his esports chair. That night, he pondered for a considerable time. This secret resides solely with him, and only Lynn can utilize the fact that the fantasy girlfriends are indeed real. He cannot disclose this secret to anyone. Should the players discover that the illusions within the game are real, chaos would surely ensue, leading to turmoil in the world. Let the players perceive it merely as a game. Lynn straightened himself and began typing to release an announcement. The one event version is officially launched. Chapter 89. A world born only from Zhang Wei's injury. Meanwhile, in the parallel world numbered 4396, within the ZY star domain, in the fantastical realm of Xianxian, known as the Tianxing continent, player Zhang Wei returned to his cave, drenched in blood. Oh my heavens! Master, what has happened to you? Jiang Yin exclaimed, her heart filled with terror as she rushed to support the bloodied Zhang Wei, who staggered back into the cave. Zhang Wei waved his hand, feigning calmness. I encountered a few righteous fools who attempted to ambush me. I dispatched them all. This blood is merely from those righteous fools. Jiang Yin pulled back Zhang Wei's sleeve, her heart aching as she gazed at the wounds on his arm. Master, you are injured. Zhang Wei smiled reassuringly. It is of no consequence, my dear disciple. Such minor wounds will not claim my life. Tears welled up in Jiang Yan's eyes, her emotions a mix of anger and sorrow. Those righteous fools, they are utterly despicable, like locusts that cannot be exterminated no matter how one tries. Zhang Wei let out a dramatic groan. Master, Jiang Yin quickly examined him. She gently revealed the scars on his arm and gasped. Oh heavens! Master, you have been poisoned. As she spoke, she dipped her finger into the blood on Zhang Wei's arm, bringing it to her nose, only to be met with a sudden change in her expression. This is the Huanhuan powder from the Huanhuan sect. If one does not cultivate with the opposite sex within an hour of being poisoned, they will succumb to festering death. And there is no antidote. Zhang Wei's expression turned serious, yet he maintained a facade of composure. It is merely a slight affliction, while others may perish within an hour. I am different. Jiang Yin, who was ready to sacrifice herself, felt a wave of disappointment. Her small face showed concern as she asked, her voice trembling. What will happen to you? Zhang Wei replied with utmost seriousness. I can at least endure for 2 hours. Jiang Yin could not help but laugh, both exasperated and amused. Master, at this point, what difference does it make between 1 hour and 2 hours? I have a brilliant plan. A glimmer of determination flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. Zhang Wei struggled to suppress his inner elation, feigning displeasure as he said, What brilliant plan could you possibly have, little girl? This is one of the most peculiar poisons in the world, the Huanhuan powder. Master, while this poison has no antidote, it can be resolved through dual cultivation with a female. Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed crimson as she slightly lowered her head, timidly pointing to herself, her voice barely above a whisper. I am a woman, and a maiden, and an ice spirit body. As long as Master cultivates with me. She could hardly contain the smile creeping onto her lips. Thanks to those righteous fools. Thanks to the Huanhuan sect. Now is the moment for me to repay my master's kindness. Zhang Wei's heart soared with joy, realizing the brilliance of his plan. How clever of him to feign being poisoned by the Huanhuan powder, waiting for his dear disciple to utter these words. Yet, he continued to shake his head, determined to avoid triggering the game's countercolor mechanism. He must thoroughly study this game and understand how the countercolor mechanism is activated. Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu made a mistake in the flower field that deeply stirred him. They could indulge in sensuality within the game. Even if they could not truly engage in such acts, surely they could explore the fringes of desire. Throughout it all, Zhang Wei never relinquished his dream of playing adult games. He feigned distress and shook his head. No, how could I tarnish your innocence? Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed deeper. Yet her eyes shimmered with determination. Master, you have been poisoned. Your disciple can relieve you of this poison. If I can assist you, what does innocence matter? Master, please lie down. With that, she picked up a hairpin, gently arranging her hair, gazing at her master with soulful eyes. Her heart a tumult of joy and shyness, emotions too intricate to articulate. She both anticipated her master succumbing to the effects of the drug and felt a twinge of guilt for seemingly taking advantage of him. Would he punish her once he regained his senses? Nevertheless, such concerns faded. She had long since regarded herself as belonging to her master. Ah, rebellious disciple, what are you doing with your hair? I have always seen you as a student. We cannot proceed like this. I cannot consent to this. You would only bring me trouble. Zhang Wei lamented, shaking his head in despair. Jiang Yan, resolute, leaped onto Zhang Wei's lap, pressing him down with determination. Master, just let me indulge this once. If we do not cultivate together now, you may perish. I would rather you eliminate me afterwards than succumb to the poison. Jiang Yan felt the heat radiating from Zhang Wei's body, a clear sign that the poison was taking effect. Zhang Wei displayed a facade of resistance. Yet internally he was elated. Yes, just like that, sitting on my lap. Good disciple, splendid. We have not yet triggered the reverse effect. How wonderful. While secretly reveling in his delight, he continued to feign struggle. No, rebellious disciple, what are you doing? I have treated you well. What is your intention? Wait. Do not undress. Stop. Do not stop. Very well. Jiang Yan, her face flushed, gently peeled away her clothing, revealing her porcelain shoulders and delicate collarbone. Her exquisite figure now adorned only with a dark blue bodice. She bit her lip, reaching to unfasten Zhang Wei's garment, her voice barely a whisper. Master, please allow me to relieve you of your poison. Zhang Wei maintained his pretense of resistance. No, it cannot be. Jiang Yan, do not. I cannot do this. Jiang Yan leaned close to his ear, her voice soft and shy. But I cannot hold back any longer. The warmth of her breath against his ear nearly overwhelmed him. Since you are so insistent, your filial piety is commendable. Very well. Zhang Wei finally relented. Jiang Yan's face brightened. She raised her delicate hand, extinguishing several nearby lamps, and prepared to remove her remaining bodice. Zhang Wei, his eyes wide with anticipation, dared not blink, fearing he might miss something. But just then, as Jiang Yan's delicate hands reached for the edge of her belly band, poised to untie the silk ribbon, her flawless and enchanting figure was on the verge of being revealed. Suddenly, she found herself frozen in place, utterly bewildered. In an instant, Zhang Wei's form vanished. Forcibly disconnected by the system, Jiang Yan stood there, dazed and confused. Where's my master? Just moments ago, he was right here. Where could he have gone? At that moment, Zhang Wei's voice echoed in her ears. Your ice spirit body must remain pure to cultivate without hindrance. I cannot jeopardize your progress, even if you wish to assist me in dispelling my poison. Jiang Yan's gaze faltered, but I truly care for my master. There was a silence, followed by a sigh. Jiang Yan, I promise you, when you reach the same level of cultivation as I have, you may do as you wish. Your talent is unparalleled, and your resolve unwavering. You will surely surpass me in the future, becoming the Empress of Demons, gazing down upon the heavens. Jiang Yan shook her head. I do not wish to become the Empress of Demons. I only want to be your disciple, Master. Your poison has yet to be resolved. Where are you going? Please, calm yourself for a moment. I have my own methods to resolve this poison. Zhang Wei's voice faded away. Gazing at the emptiness of the bed, hearing the ethereal words of Zhang Wei, a tear, as cold as frost, fell from the corner of Jiang Yan's eye, landing on the jade bed and forming 2 droplets of ice. Master, I shall diligently cultivate, striving to catch up to your prowess. Then, I will rightfully become your partner. With determination in her eyes, Jiang Yan dressed herself, sat cross-legged, and resumed her cultivation. Surrounding her was an array of frost, a silver dragon guarding her. In that moment, she resembled an ice empress, the coldness spreading, locking her heart and love away. In the real world, at Zhang Wei's home. No. Zhang Wei let out a wail of despair. Is this a deliberate ploy against me? How could the timing be so impeccably aligned? Maintenance shut down. His lips twitched as he stared at the game helmet's display, indicating the maintenance shutdown and the inability to log in, causing his mindset to crumble. Just when he was about to share an intimate moment with Jiang Yan, it was abruptly interrupted. Lynn, if you keep this up, I might just have to take you down offline. Though he vented his frustration, Zhang Wei begrudgingly turned to read the maintenance announcement. Chapter 90, The One. One version event commences. Lynn accompanies Su Wanran to observe the children. Greetings, esteemed players. The inaugural maintenance update of the Fantasy Girlfriend series has arrived, heralding the commencement of the one event version. We have curated an abundance of gifts and achievement rewards for our players, alongside the unveiling of a brand new multiplayer map, City of Love. The maintenance period is anticipated to last for 1 hour. The updates to the game content are as follows. A bug has been rectified, which previously allowed twin players to exchange girlfriends. A new iris detection mechanism has now been implemented. The vast map of the one event, Sky Love City, is now live. Special NPCs Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu will randomly appear in Sky Love City. Encountering them may activate a unique Easter egg achievement, Only Love and Gravity, capable of transcending time and defying death, which can be exchanged for a tenfold wish draw. Players are encouraged to explore the intricate details of Love City at their leisure. Simultaneously, other players have also laid eyes on this update announcement, and a wave of joy swept through the community. The long-awaited one event version has finally launched, and I can finally escort my beloved wife to Sky Love City. Oh, the ethereal city of love in the skies is simply enchanting. As a woman, I find myself irresistibly drawn to participate. Lynn's speed is astonishing. His efficiency is unparalleled. How much longer must we endure this 1-hour downtime? In the game, I reign supreme, and all who see me bow their heads in reverence. This exhilaration is unparalleled. In the real world, I am merely a worker earning a meager salary of 3,000 a month. Yet within this game, I revel in bliss. I do not need to spend exorbitantly. A modest monthly expenditure of 1 to 200 suffices for a delightful experience. I could hardly endure version 1.0 for a second. I beseech you to conclude the maintenance. My friends, I once was a mere sycophant, solely bestowing gifts upon Mei Yang. Now, with just a slight financial commitment, my fantasy girlfriend within the game treats me as if I were her beloved, and this is truly a divine game. Hurry, everyone. Cast your votes for this game and elevate Fantasy Girlfriend to the pantheon of excellence as a contender for the annual Game of the Year award. I have already voted. Lo and behold, the one version event map can accommodate millions of players simultaneously. Goodness, could we witness a grand gathering? My lord, are you referring to a large-scale silver party? My friends, I am in urgent need. I have chosen the horror theme, and my fantasy girlfriend in the game has become quite possessive. What should I do? Her visage appears intermittently on my phone and computer screens. I have perished at her hands numerous times. However, my character is designed for infinite resurrection. I attempted to switch girlfriends, yet the very next day, my first horror girlfriend eliminated my other fantasy girlfriend from another realm, proclaiming with a deranged expression, "You can only belong to me." What am I to do? I await your guidance, urgently. Do not panic, my friend. I recommend selecting the madness theme. That girlfriend is equally unhinged, allowing your horror girlfriend and your madness girlfriend to contend against each other. You need only nurture the chaos. The individual above is a harbinger of doom. The madness girlfriend is far more terrifying. The horror girlfriend merely seeks your life, while the madness girlfriend desires your very essence. The players are filled with enthusiasm, engaging in discussions about the upcoming one event version and sharing gaming strategies on the fantasy platform. Some are even stationed at the game's login interface, eagerly prepared to dive into the game at any moment. Meanwhile, in the real world, Su Wanran stands before a pancake stall, one hand clutching a savory pancake roll, while the other carries a skewer of grilled meat. "Yes, I want it all," she exclaims. "All right, young lady, coming right up." Observing the pancake vendor's increasingly refined technique, with each pancake becoming more perfectly shaped, Su Wanran compliments, "I didn't expect your skills to improve so swiftly." The vendor, with a hint of exasperation, replies, "Ever since that time I made you that broken pancake, our superiors have mandated daily practice." Su Wanran chuckles, unable to contain her laughter. "I'm sorry for the trouble." "Not at all. It's our job," he reassures her. Before long, the vendor deftly prepares a mixed grain pancake, handing it to Su Wanran. With the delicious pancake in hand, she joyfully strolls past the various food stalls near her suburban villa. She feels a little lightheaded with excitement. After all these food vendors cater to her and Lynn. Which respectable stall would venture to set up shop in the suburbs without a purpose? "Ha ha ha, my vendors. Your queen has returned," she announces, eyeing fried chicken, skewers, sweet potato noodles, and grilled gluten. "This one, that one, and that one too. Let us have a bit of everything." Su Wanran enthusiastically directs her culinary quest down the street of snacks. Soon, with an array of delicacies in hand, she skips merrily, humming a tune. I've spent the whole day without a hint of sorrow. Let me get drunk and sing, indulging in my own merriment. As she walks, suddenly, an arm reaches out from the bushes by the roadside, pulling Su Wanran into the underbrush. It is Lynn, who has ambushed her. "Ah, you're stealing my food," she exclaims. Lynn pulls out a skewer of grilled gluten and begins munching. "It's me, your boss." Su Wanran, startled, breathes a sigh of relief upon realizing it is Lynn. "You scared me. I thought you were a thief." "Wait, are you really eating my food?" Lynn, eyeing the treats in Su Wanran's hands, smiles. "It seems you have a bit of conscience. You know to bring your boss some goodies. I happen to be a bit hungry myself and was just thinking of grabbing some fries." "Thanks. I want to be polite. Just take these to my room." Su Wanran pouts. "Boss, you've misunderstood. I'm actually going to eat all of this myself." "Is that so?" Lynn responds. In the next moment, he snatches the pancake from Su Wanran's grasp and takes a hearty bite. That makes it even better. Taking from others makes it taste sweeter. "Hey, that was my portion." Su Wanran protests. "Your share is right here." Despite her shouts, Lynn refuses to return it. "I'm eating." Su Wanran hastily closes the distance, leaping to reclaim her food, and manages to devour half of the mixed grain pancake in one bite. Lynn was taken aback. "What on earth? Are you a dog? Did you just devour that enormous half pancake in one bite?" Su Wanran mumbled incoherently, her mouth stuffed to the brim. With a smug expression, she gazed at Lynn. Lynn flashed a triumphant smile. "Since your mouth is full, then the skewers are mine." With that, Lynn employed lightning-fast hands to snatch the skewers away. Su Wanran was left momentarily stunned. "Oh no, my skewers." The two of them indulged in playful banter as they ate. Half an hour later, Lynn and Su Wanran had thoroughly cleared the table of food and downed 2 cups of milk tea, finally collapsing contentedly onto the sofa. "Boss, do you have another skewer?" "No more. I can't eat anymore." Su Wanran wiped her mouth, casually pulling out her phone to cast a vote for her fantasy girlfriend, her face serious. "I haven't voted yet today." Lynn chuckled. "Your one vote doesn't matter. There are over 1 billion votes. What difference does yours make?" Su Wanran retorted stubbornly. "What if it turns out my vote is the crucial one?" Lynn's interest was piqued as he scrutinized Su Wanran. She felt a bit flustered under his gaze. "Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me?" Lynn leaned closer, his fingers suddenly reaching toward her face. Su Wanran's pupils dilated. "Wait, in this state, thoughts of desire arise. Could it be?" Lynn couldn't hold back anymore. Su Wanran's heart raced with excitement. Should she resist or take the initiative? Oh, what a dilemma. Their faces drew closer, the atmosphere thickening with an undeniable tension. Even the scent of barbecued food lingered between them. Su Wanran seemed frozen, unable to move, allowing Lynn to take the lead. In the next moment, Lynn's finger brushed against the corner of Su Wanran's mouth. "There are no flowers, but there is certainly some prickly ash. What are you thinking? Surely, you're not imagining that I would turn cruel towards you?" Su Wanran stammered. "I'm not. I didn't tea." Just as Su Wanran squirmed awkwardly, like a worm, Lynn grasped her hand. "Come, let us go inside." Su Wanran was taken aback, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Huh, go inside. For what?" Lynn's lips curled into a smile. "I want you to meet the child." Su Wanran. Chapter 91. "Look, a meteor." "Wait, what child are you referring to, dear?" Su Wanran was utterly bewildered. As a young maiden, how could she possibly have a child? Lynn wore an enigmatic expression, gripping Su Wanran's hand tightly as he ushered her into the room. He closed the door, extinguished the lights, and drew the curtains, finally pulling out a cigarette to light up. Seated on the sofa, Su Wanran watched Lynn's actions with a mix of anxiety, apprehension, and excitement. "Boss, where's the child you mentioned?" "Just wait a moment. Let me gather my emotions." Lynn appeared both nervous and eager, pacing the room, unsure where to place his hands, continuously murmuring reassurances. "Don't be anxious. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is perfectly normal." Su Wanran was almost digging her nails into her flesh, suppressing laughter as she replied, "Boss, I'm not nervous at all." A few beads of sweat formed on Lynn's forehead as he admitted, "I am rather tense." Su Wanran felt on the verge of losing her mind, exclaiming, "Are you certain you're speaking seriously?" "Boss." Lynn took a deep breath, declaring, "I am absolutely serious." His eyes gleamed with expectation as he asked Su Wanran, "Are you ready?" Her cheeks flushed crimson, Being open-minded and having perused various related topics, Lin On's words conjured inappropriate images in her mind. Lin placed a hand on her shoulder. Do not hesitate. Do not ponder. Respond with your heart. Are you okay? Summoning her courage, Su Wanran thought of it as merely a sting from an ant and closed her eyes, shouting, Bring it on. Let the storm come more fiercely. Lin nodded. All right. Hi-on. With that, he picked up 2 helmets from the table, donned one himself, and clanked the other onto Su Wanran's head. Startled, Su Wanran opened her eyes wide. Huh? What is this? Could it be that the boss intended for them to enter the gaming world where whatever transpired in the game would bear no consequence in reality? Lin patted the top of her helmet. What are you pondering? Enter the game, log in. Su Wanran exclaimed, Huh? Lin urged her on. Enter the game. I will take you to witness the most beautiful sights of this world. Only then did Su Wanran comprehend. Wait, weren't we supposed to look for a child? Lin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, our fantasy-themed girlfriend is our child, and the activity map of version 1. 1 is our offspring. Su Wanran was momentarily taken aback. Huh? No way. Boss, you kept me in suspense, all excited for nothing. And you tell me the game is our child? While that logic seems sound. You are the biological father. I'm merely a stepmother, no, more like a little stepmother. Su Wanran's thoughts began to drift away. What was she dawdling for? I'll be player 1, you be player 2. Let's connect. In the next moment, Lin had already taken control of the game. 2P has joined. Entering the administrator interface, the 2 individuals' gaming realms instantaneously merged, initiating a connection to the fantastical world. Buzz, administrator. Welcome to the backend management interface of the fantasy girlfriend. Soon, the pair found themselves within an immaculate white expanse, the administrative domain of the game. Before them lay a crimson button. Su Wanran, filled with curiosity, reached out to press it, but Lin swiftly grasped her hand. What are you doing? That is the self-destruct button. Pressing it would cause the game environment to collapse irreversibly, akin to an explosion of millions of tons of TNT. Are you aware of that? Su Wanran gasped in alarm. Why would you set that up? Lin chuckled. Art is defined by explosions. In the next moment, Lin took hold of Su Wanran's hand, guiding it towards the red button. Don't press it. If you do, our child will explode. Su Wanran exclaimed. I'm just teasing you. This is the entry button for the game. Lin replied. Their fingers simultaneously grazed the button. In the blink of an eye, the ground beneath them vanished, and once again, they transformed into 2 celestial bodies, plummeting from the heavens. You tricked me again, boss. Su Wanran's voice trembled in the air. Haha, after having done this once, are you still not accustomed? Lin replied with a grin. The 2 starry figures streaked across the sky of the city of love. Meanwhile, in the same city, Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu, exhausted from their playful chase, paused. Wang Xiaoyu, hands on her knees, lifted her delicate face, beads of perspiration adorning her skin. Su Zheng, don't let me catch you, or if I do, I will make you he. Su Zheng waved his hands, a woeful expression on his face. Sister, I implore you, spare me. This is the 3rd time already. How about we take a break and try that nearby 2-player game? He pointed at a towering arcade machine. Wang Xiaoyu, barefoot, approached step by step, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. It's fine. We're already doomed. Plenty of time for games, Su Zheng protested. But I want to play. Just then, Wang Xiaoyu suddenly pointed at the sky. Look, a shooting star. Su Zheng glanced upwards, scanning the surroundings. A shooting star? Where? Wang Xiaoyu burst into laughter and lunged forward, tackling Su Zheng to the ground. Aha! You believed it. You really believed me. However, at that moment, Su Zheng, pinned beneath Wang Xiaoyu, gazed at the sky, his pupils dilating in shock, and tapped her shoulder. Hey, Xiaoyu, there's a shooting star. Wang Xiaoyu, not turning back, twisted her hair. Don't even try. I just used that trick on you. Do you think you can deceive me again? Su Zheng sat up. Look, there really is a shooting star. I'm not lying. I'm lying when I say I'm a dog. To my surprise, you willingly assumed the role of a devoted companion. However, it matters not, for I find great delight in such charming behavior. Wang Xiaoyu cupped her face. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her fingers trailing along Su Zheng's abdominal muscles, seeking to tease his chin. Su Zheng exclaimed, You must believe me. At that precise moment, their gazes locked. In the reflection of Su Zheng's eyes, Wang Xiaoyu beheld 2 golden stars streaking across the sky. Goodness, is it truly happening? Her expression transformed, reminiscent of a mischievous kitten caught in the act, filled with astonishment and wide-eyed wonder. Instantly, they both sat upright, gazing in disbelief at the heavens above. Having never witnessed a meteor shower before, this was their inaugural encounter with such extraordinary phenomena. My word, there are indeed shooting stars. It's a golden event, and a remarkable double feature. Su Zheng was elated, being an avid gamer. He had always experienced misfortune in Lynn's games and had never before encountered a double gold event. Wang Xiaoyu shared in his exhilaration, her eyes fixed on the celestial marvel. How beautiful! Let us chase after it. Perhaps we might stumble upon a meteorite. Su Zheng nudged Wang Xiaoyu's shoulder, urging her, quickly, make a wish. Chapter 92, Brothers. Login. Wang Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, her brilliant eyes gazing at Su Zheng. If possible, I wish we could resurrect ourselves. To meet your parents, attend university together, perhaps even marry. Am I being too excessive? Surely the deceased cannot be brought back to life? Upon hearing this heartfelt desire, Su Zheng's expression dimmed slightly. While he reveled in joy here, his parents must be grieving. He replied somberly, I too long to see my parents. Noticing Su Zheng's melancholic demeanor, Wang Xiaoyu embraced his head, gently stroking his hair in a comforting gesture. Perhaps that shooting star is a sign that they are thinking of you. They watched as the celestial bodies streaked across the sky, fading from view. Could it merely be a coincidence? Stealing a glance at Su Zheng, she playfully pushed him down and straddled him. It's not over yet. Let us continue. Spare me, Su Zheng exclaimed. Don't run away. At that moment, the earlier duo of shooting stars, Lynn and Su Wanran, approached Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu. Upon seeing them, Su Wanran beamed with an aunt's smile. It felt akin to stepping into a romantic drama, witnessing the passionate exchanges of the protagonists firsthand. Oh dear, they are nibbling on each other's ears. How sweet. Almost sickeningly so. Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu were caught in a tender moment when Su Wanran's words sent a jolt through the couple, leaving them momentarily frozen. How are there other living souls in this city? Su Zheng replied. To be precise, they are the deceased. Su Wanran leaned in playfully. Awoo, I'm a ghost. Are you scared? The two startled souls clung together, their faces drained of color. Su Zheng gasped. Su sister Su, you two have passed away? Wang Xiaoyu was taken aback. You know her? Su Zheng hesitated. How to explain this? Seeing Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu so frightened by Su Wanran, Lynn chuckled as he playfully pushed Su Wanran aside, addressing the pair with a grin. Ahem, Su Zheng. Wang Xiaoyu, we specifically came to visit you too. Su Zheng's face flushed crimson. Lynn, is that really you? Wait, why is it you? You came to see us at such a high cost. Su Zheng, in his innocence, mistakenly believed that Lynn and Su Wanran had also met their demise to visit him. The guilt would be unbearable if that were true. Wang Xiaoyu looked at Lynn and Su Wanran with curiosity. Are they? Su Zheng clarified. They are my friends. Wang Xiaoyu tilted her head, inquisitively asking, Did you also pass away? It seemed that throughout, Wang Xiaoyu regarded this place as heaven. Lynn and Su Wanran fell into silence at the question. Previously, Lynn might have dismissed Wang Xiaoyu's perspective, but now, upon realizing she was a living girl from a parallel world, not merely an AI, he found it impossible to view her through the lens of artificiality. Su Zheng hesitated, yearning to inquire about the nature of their situation. Lynn cast a knowing glance at Su Wanran, prompting her to divert Wang Xiaoyu. Su Wanran understood immediately. The Su family's ruse was set in motion. She gazed at the pink bag adorning Wang Xiaoyu's shoulder, feigning admiration. Wow, that bag is absolutely stunning. Where did you acquire it? Wang Xiaoyu replied. Just from that store over there. They have shoes and clothes, all completely free. Everything here costs nothing. Su Wanran, brimming with excitement, exhibited an almost addictive expression. Hurry. Take me there. Let's go. Come on. Her enthusiasm appeared genuine. The two close friends clasped hands and ventured out for a shopping spree. Su Zheng cast a grateful glance at Su Wanran before hastily approaching Lynn. Lynn, I never anticipated that in this lifetime. No, in this afterlife. I would encounter you again. I have so many questions to ask. Lynn nodded. So, I have become an NPC, have I? Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Su Zheng inquired first. Boss, am I truly dead? Lynn confirmed with a nod. You have indeed passed on, yet you are currently manifesting within my game map. Feel free to explore. Su Zheng's expression fell. So, am I still truly myself? It can't be some sort of consciousness upload or digital existence, can it? Lynn smiled. What do you think? Su Zheng responded. If I had to say, it surely isn't. I feel as though I remain entirely myself, unchanged. I believe I am still myself, Su Zheng declared. Lynn patted Su Zheng on the shoulder. Su Zheng, you are correct. The love between you and Wang Xiaoyu has touched the heavens. Your souls have been extracted into the game. Soul, Su Zheng murmured. Next time, if the opportunity arises, I will bring your parents to see you. Su Zheng's eyes lit up. Really? He no longer dwelled on the matter. As long as he appeared alive, that was sufficient. Lynn offered a cigarette. Care for one? Su Zheng hesitated. No. Well, all right, I'll have one. The two men shared a smoke while waiting outside. Before long, Su Wanran and Wang Xiaoyu emerged from the clothing store, having changed into new outfits. They simultaneously turned to their partners and posed the existential query. Do we look good? Su Zheng replied. You look fantastic. Lynn remarked, a bit gaudy. Lynn glanced at the time. There were 10 minutes remaining until the server launch. He looked at Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu, saying, I will summon a couple more pairs for you. Keep your eyes peeled, as I have a surprise in store. Surprise? Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu exchanged glances, bubbling with anticipation. Lin dialed Zhang Wei and Mu Chun, urging them to log in promptly. Son, log in, and I'll gift you something special. Mu Chun, here's an activation code for early access to the game. Hurry. Mu Chun responded eagerly, while Zhang Wei seemed somewhat melancholic for reasons unknown. After hanging up, Mu Chun donned his gaming headset and entered the game. The surgery was a success. Xiao Wanyu, you shall soon see the light again. Xiao Wanyu nodded with joy, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, doctor. In the game, she sat obediently on the hospital bed, her eyes covered with a white bandage, eagerly awaiting the moment the doctor would remove the blindfold. Beside her, Xiaoqi barked excitedly upon seeing Mu Chun, wagging its tail beside him. Xiao Wanyu inhaled deeply and exclaimed, Mu Chun, you are here. Mu Chun approached and gently caressed Wanyu's cheek, turning to the nearby doctor and nurse. I wish to take my girlfriend somewhere special to surprise her. The doctors promptly cleared a path, cautioning him, please proceed carefully. Ensure that she does not encounter any harsh sunlight when the bandage is removed. They offered numerous reminders. Mu Chun nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I am aware of these precautions. He then turned to his beloved, proclaiming, Wanyu, as I promised, when you regain your sight, I shall take you to witness a wonderful surprise. Chapter 93, Lin's Gift to the Players. A world-shattering surprise. Xiao Wanyu, filled with excitement, turned to Mu Chun and said, let us go. The two, accompanied by a dog, exited the hospital. Mu Chun input the activation code and entered a realm of pure white. He glanced at Xiao Wanyu and asked, Wanyu, do you remember our last experience on the drop tower? Xiao Wanyu nodded. Of course I remember. Mu Chun continued, then we shall partake in that experience once more. Are you afraid? Although a hint of fear lingered within her, Xiao Wanyu firmly grasped Mu Chun's hand and resolutely shook her head. Not at all. But you, on the last occasion, were utterly terrified. Mu Chun touched his nose. This time, I shall not be. With that, he pressed the button. In the next moment, both transformed into shimmering starlight, plunging into that world. Meanwhile, on Zhang Wei's side, he returned to his cavern abode. Jiang Yin, emerging from her meditative state, hurriedly approached her master, tears brimming in her eyes. Master, have your injuries healed? Zhang Wei's wounds had automatically mended upon his descent from the game. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal his fair arm. See, I am well. Jiang Yan's tears turned to joy as she playfully bit Zhang Wei's hand. A slight ache lingered on his arm, marked by a tooth imprint glistening with saliva. Zhang Wei was taken aback. Disciple, what is this? Jiang Yan, her eyes still glistening, admonished, you must not leave without a word again. You frighten me to death. Furthermore, Master, I understand everything you have said. I will diligently cultivate. Zhang Wei paused. What have I said to you? Jiang Yin replied, Master, you instructed me to cultivate diligently. Have you forgotten? Zhang Wei hastily retrieved their previous conversation records. Following his departure, in order to maintain the ruse, the game system had artificially maxed out Jiang Yan's affection for him. Damn, Zhang Wei was speechless. His pure-hearted persona was fully realized, while he had merely wished for something more intimate. Realizing he had an agenda, he quickly turned to Jiang Yan. You need not cultivate today. Jiang Yan, puzzled, asked, Master, what shall we do instead? Zhang Wei smiled. Master will take you out for some fun. Fun. Jiang Yan had anticipated different words from Zhang Wei, but never expected an invitation to play. especially from someone of his cultivation background. Where shall we go? Zhang Wei feigned mystery. Disciple, this place may entirely shatter your perceptions. It is a small world, a gathering of couples from different realms. And we are to partake in this grand event. Couples, does that imply partners in the Tao? Quite so. Zhang Yan's heart soared, realizing that she had already been regarded as a partner in Zhang Wei's eyes. Excellent. I shall accompany you, master. Zhang Wei nodded and replicated Mu Chen's actions, guiding Jiang Yan into the city of love. They soon reunited with Lynn and Su Zhang, forming a group of 4 couples, 8 individuals hailing from various corners of the world, converging within the game. This scene brought an indescribable joy to all present. Each of them wore an uncontainable smile, basking in the radiant sunlight, reveling in the exuberance of youth. Lynn beamed. Come, look up at the sky. Su Wanran had long anticipated what would transpire, yet she gazed at the heavens with unbridled delight. Mu Chen carefully removed the blindfold from Xiao Wanyu's eyes. She looked up and gasped in awe. Wow, it's so beautiful. But in the next moment, her eyes shifted eagerly to Mu Chen. But I still want to see you, Mu Chen. Hee. Zhang Wei held his apprentice's hand, sitting atop a cloud shrouded in dark mist. Jiang Yan, pay close attention now. The apprentice nodded earnestly. Lin checked his watch. 3, 2, 1, go. In an instant, stars sparkled brilliantly, and the sky was ablaze with colors as millions of players logged into the game almost simultaneously. Their collective starlight creating an extraordinarily magnificent and breathtaking spectacle. Su Wanran exclaimed, wow, wow, wow. A rainbow meteor shower. Xiao Wanyu's pupils dilated as a joyful smile spread across her face. Mu Chen, I never knew the stars could be so beautiful, so numerous. Jiang Yan was equally stirred. Could this be the long-lost phenomenon, the stars shining brightly in the sky? Wang Xiaoyu leaned against Su Zheng's shoulder, quietly observing the scene. It's so beautiful, like a dream. No, it's too wonderful. I must be dreaming. I should pinch myself to see if it hurts. With that, she seized the opportunity to pinch Su Zheng. Millions of players descended from the heavens with starlit wings, an absolutely stunning tableau that shook the world. Even those who did not play the game were captivated by this artistic display. This moment was witnessed by audiences worldwide and recorded in the annals of gaming history. Lynn was filled with exhilaration. This was the first gift he bestowed upon all players, an encounter from another world, where you and I are but stars. Some were joyous, others anxious, and some in pain, such as the gaming powerhouses like Eagle Sauce, Cherry Blossom, Stick Nation, and France, all plunged into an extreme winter. They urgently convened to discuss how to respond to this sudden gaming crisis. At the helm sat the developer of Eagle Sauce's God AI, a brilliant blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, Charlotte Vang. To her right sat the developer of Cherry Blossom's Proton AI. Additionally, representatives from various gaming companies and military personnel were present. Indeed, experts in electronic warfare from the military had arrived. Seeing Rabbit raking in profits made Eagle Sauce's eyes turn red with envy. This was more lucrative than selling arms. This was not merely a game. It felt like bloodletting on Eagle Sauce's neck. The critical issue was that Eagle Sauce was being choked by Dragon Nation. They couldn't replicate it and were forced to import it while holding their noses. This single game, a technological marvel capable of transforming an era, instilled a profound sense of crisis among the gaming powers of Eagle Sauce, Cherry Blossom, Stick Nation, France, and Helan. They gathered together, their gazes fixed upon the vibrant spectacle in the sky city of romance, particularly the breathtaking sight of 1,000,000 meteors streaking across the heavens. In the conference room, a collective gasp echoed, filled with awe and trepidation. Such terror. The gaming technology of the Dragon Nation is undeniably superior. This is nothing short of electronic opium. We cannot allow this game to be released in our country. What shall we do, Eagle Sauce? In the conference room, representatives from various nations wore expressions of distress as they turned their eyes towards the representative from Eagle Sauce, Charlotte. The representative from Sakura Nation lamented, the fantasy-themed girlfriend event just launched version 1.1, and we have lost 70% of our players in an instant. West 8. A rough estimate shows that at peak times, there were at least 10 million players logged into the game. Oh dear, that is equivalent to our entire national population. Even if the gaming headset costs 100,000 each, they are still in high demand with lengthy queues for purchase. Damn it. Seeing the rabbit profit while I suffer losses is truly unbearable. Chapter 94. The Cyber Ghost Woman Strikes. Thanks for the gift from the Lonely City. The representative from our nation lamented, all our players have been swept away by this game. They would rather spend 100,000 on a gaming helmet than play our games. The representative from Sakura Nation echoed this sentiment with palpable frustration. When it comes to game development, particularly romance games, we Sakura Nation are undeniably the best in the universe. Yet, without gaming helmets, we simply cannot compete. At that moment, an expert from Eagle Country interjected, this is no longer just a gaming issue. If we allow this game to continue its ascent, our economy will inevitably be overtaken by Dragon Country. A cacophony of voices erupted as everyone began discussing the matter fervently. Some suggested outright banning the import of these gaming helmets. However, this proposal was swiftly dismissed, as the game enjoys immense global popularity. Who would dare to ban gaming helmets, and thus oppose the vast community of players? Moreover, the majority of players are young men. Would they be forbidden from enjoying a fantasy girlfriend? Imagine the uproar at pub gatherings and speeches. Everyone chimed in with various suggestions, yet ultimately, each was rejected one after another. I have a rather immature suggestion. Since we cannot compete, perhaps we could. The representative from France began tentatively. Be silent. We do not require your input. Just listen. Someone interrupted, having anticipated the French representative's intentions. Have you all finished? It is now my turn to speak. Once everyone had voiced their opinions, the developer of the God AI, Charlotte, twirled her pen thoughtfully, a slight smile gracing her lips. Indeed, we cannot replicate these gaming helmets nor halt the rise of this game. Yet we cannot passively watch as it flourishes and siphons our nation's wealth. What do you say, boss? Let's take action. The representative from Sakura Nation chimed in, resembling a sycophant. Charlotte then declared, I have devised a plan. We will collectively launch a cyber attack, ensuring that we incapacitate their game. This is a war without gunpowder, and we must stifle the development of this game. The representative from France spoke up again. Is that feasible? The red hackers from Dragon Country are quite formidable, and this game is now their benchmark. They will undoubtedly protect it fiercely against any intrusion. At this, Charlotte's expression darkened, and she retorted sharply, French representative, be quiet. Then, with a light laugh, she continued, while it is true that Dragon Country will likely safeguard this game, we are not approaching this lightly. We are entirely serious. My God AI can orchestrate computing power across the internet to launch an extreme cyber attack against this game, and the military's electronic warfare division will not remain idle. They will come to our aid. If we deploy military technology against a civilian game, how could we possibly fail? With her declaration, everyone nodded in agreement. The 8 great gaming powers unite to launch a cyber assault, targeting the fantastical girlfriend. Their firewall, constructed from golden bricks, will surely be breached. This is a wave of cyber warfare. Charlotte, those in agreement to execute a hacking strike on the fantastical girlfriend, please raise your hands. After a brief silence, the attendees begin to cast their votes. The divine AI of Eagle Sauce declares war on the fantastical girlfriend. The Proton AI of Cherry Blossom Nation declares war on the fantastical girlfriend. The Hacker Alliance from the Land of the Stick also declares war on the fantastical girlfriend. Charlotte rises. Our strategic objective is to utterly incapacitate the fantastical girlfriend and implant a virus to render this game obsolete. This operation will be protracted. We must decisively eliminate this game. With a forceful bang on the table, Charlotte announces, Operation Heartless Action commences. Everyone swiftly assumes their positions as the divine AI orchestrates the collective computational power of the network, initiating a hacking invasion against the fantastical girlfriend. Located across the ocean in the Dragon Country, the virus weaves through the intangible code. They initially anticipated encountering formidable resistance, such as various antivirus software like 360 and firewalls. Yet, despite these defenses, the elite hackers, leveraging state-level resources, find a civilian game utterly defenseless. The viruses employed are of the highest caliber, inescapable. However, the hackers soon realize, the game's defensive capabilities are exceedingly feeble. This is a breeze. It's puzzling how such a large gaming company could neglect to bolster their defenses against our intrusion. The fantastical girlfriend is on the verge of collapse. They aim to transform the fantastical girlfriend into a horror game, inducing convulsions and distortions akin to Cthulhu. Shortly thereafter, the electronic virus breaches the game's core, beginning to spread throughout the city of romance. The electronic viruses, like black coal balls, proliferate wildly within the game. We expected formidable resistance, but this is surprisingly effortless, the hackers chuckle with smug satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lynn receives an immediate system alert. Ding. A hacking intrusion has been detected. The opposing force wields immense computational power, nearly aggregating national-level viruses for this assault. Within an estimated 5 hours, the game will succumb to the virus, rendering it unstable. Would you like to activate defenses? Lynn's heart sinks. Indeed, a large presence attracts attention, and his game has drawn the gaze of foreign nations. Employing such base tactics as hacking. From a distance, Su Wanran calls out, "Lynn, why are you dazed? Come join us in the game." Mu Chun and others also turn their attention to Lynn. He nods, signaling that he will join shortly. However, he is unable to abandon his post to play. Merely activating defenses without counterattacking is not his style. Since they have initiated an attack, he will retaliate fiercely. After a moment of contemplation, a smile graces Lynn's face as he retrieves a letter from his pocket. He recalled the first time he embarked on the main quest of the game, when a ghostly woman clad in red confessed her feelings to him, presenting him with a letter. Lynn retrieved the letter, which was drenched in blood and exuded a metallic scent. It seemed that he could command her just once. Lynn stroked his chin, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. If that were the case, he would not hesitate to unleash the cyber ghost. He promptly utilized the letter as an item. Game prompt. Player Lynn, you have used the ghost confession letter. You may command the ghost to perform one task for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn silently wished. Let her follow the network cables to locate the intruding hackers and deliver them a dose of Chinese horror. Player Lynn, your wish has been received. Simultaneously, within an ancient mansion haunted house experience in Sky Love City, a figure clad in blood-red theatrical attire emerged. Oh, I have received his response. How delightful. This matter must be executed flawlessly. That way, he will come to like me, and then he will cast aside that. Su Wanran, to be with me. He. Her delicate, porcelain-like feet glided above the ground. Her face adorned with a mask that bore an ambiguous smile, draped in a crimson costume. Her steps were light, accompanied by an eerie giggle. In an instant, her figure vanished, racing along the network cables toward the hacker's location. Poor Hacker Alliance, the 8 Nations hacker core. Little do they know, they are about to confront. The Cyber Ghost. Chapter 95. The corruption of the AI GZ in Tokyo, within the esteemed GZ AI building of Sakura Country. The core server room hummed with activity. An array of 3D projection machines on the ceiling collectively oriented towards a singular point, revealing the true visage of GZ AI. She appeared as a young woman clad in a kimono, exuding a gentle and captivating aura, her eyes sparkling with a realistic smile, reminiscent of an actual human being. One cannot deny that the GZ AI of Sakura Country has reached an impressive level of advancement. Although devoid of genuine emotions, it is indeed a sophisticated AI, capable of performing intricate tasks. However, when compared to the exquisite Jeangi AI developed by Lynn, it is merely a shadow of its potential. GZ's voice was serene, tinged with a mechanical detachment. Master, please assign me a task. Whatever it may be, I shall endeavor with all my strength. Before her stood Yamamoto Goro, the creator of Proton AI, clad in a white lab coat and spectacles, alongside a rather dubious bald man. A master of adult games from Sakura Country. Yamamoto smiled and remarked, a batch. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be destroyed by the wind. Today, I have specially invited you to witness how we have vanquished the fantasy girlfriend. Yet, a batch remained silent, his gaze fixated on GZ AI with an unsettling intensity. A batch? Yamamoto questioned, puzzled. Finally, a batch came to his senses, stroking his chin as he regarded GZ with a lewd grin. Yamamoto, might I create a game inspired by GZ? I shall call it GZ's Corruption. A lady who adheres strictly to the rules is compelled to act out of character under my relentless persuasion. GZ, you are truly wicked. Just moments ago, you refused to create art for me, and now your computational power has overflowed so dramatically. Look, the images you've rendered are astonishingly lifelike. Just imagining this game makes it destined to be a bestseller. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto's expression soured. Indeed, the master of adult games was fixated on turning everything into adult content. Wasn't our purpose here to discuss the demise of the fantasy girlfriend? Yet, a batch seemed more intent on corrupting GZ. Let us postpone this discussion for now. Our immediate goal should be to command GZ to concentrate her computational resources and unleash a concentrated assault on the fantasy girlfriend. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. That game has been a source of great displeasure for me. A batch declared vehemently, harboring a deep disdain for the fantasy girlfriend game. Despite possessing the finest adult game technology in the world, it was infuriating that it was not being utilized for that purpose. With a fervent desire to eliminate the fantasy girlfriend game, a batch exclaimed, "I long for the day when it meets its demise so everyone can enjoy our game." Yamamoto, let us get to work. Yamamoto nodded. Indeed, this assault on the fantasy-themed girlfriend is of a global caliber. No publicly available game in the world can withstand such a formidable onslaught. He commanded Tomoko, initiate a comprehensive cyber attack on the fantasy-themed girlfriend, implant a virus, and bring its servers to a complete standstill. Tomoko nodded. Understood, Master. Immediately, Tomoko's eyes glowed crimson, her form shifting from a pale blue to a deep red. As the fans within the server room began to hum ominously, the servers commenced their calculations, and Tomoko unleashed an astonishing rate of attacks, exceeding millions per second, targeting the servers of the fantasy-themed girlfriend. Tomoko continually reported her progress, cracking the fantasy-themed girlfriend's server, 10, entering the fantasy-themed girlfriend version 1 map, attacking administrator privileges, attempting to corrupt the game map, failure, retrying, failure. Tomoko orchestrated the computational power of Sakura Nation, deploying viral tactics against the 1 version map. The AI adeptly penetrated the depths of the Sky City in version 1, materializing within the sewer system. Clad in a kimono, with her eyes glowing red, she relentlessly executed her commands, releasing the virus. Under Tomoko's guidance, a myriad of grotesque creatures emerged from the sewer, while the rodents within began to mutate, their bodies swelling, their forms disintegrating, emitting a cacophony of squeaks. Cockroaches ballooned to the size of fists, surging in hordes from the pipes, slick and glistening, presenting a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Moreover, the discarded game debris resting at the bottom of the sewer was repurposed into elite monsters. Damaged rice cooker, transformed into the malevolent rice bucket king, indiscriminately devouring all within sight. Old amusement park clown costume, converted into a demonic clown, slaying couples on sight, harboring a deep-seated hatred for lovers. Dormant vending machine, transformed into a self-destructing robot, exploding if no coins are inserted. Piles of discarded game scripts, repurposed into resentful code, capable of infecting other game scripts, resulting in garbled output. Under Tomoko's chaotic arrangement, these mutated beings, symbols of viral invasion and hacking, had their wills altered. They were dispatched to wreak havoc across the entire 1 version map, instilling terror in players, destroying the map, ruining the entire game world, bringing the fantasy-themed girlfriend to utter ruin. Oh dear, caught right from the start. How delightful, huh? I am so pleased, are you not? Your name is Tomoko? Tomoko, how shall we proceed with this agonizing torment? Before the arrival of the individual, the sound of frenzied laughter echoed ominously. Monitoring detected firewall breach. Repair. Failure. Attempt. Breach. Failure. Jeangi slender. Fairfoot stepped into the transformed zone, leaving a trail stained with blood. An invisible quantum field expanded, dismantling the protective barrier of the intelligent entity, obliterating it without a trace. The entity, known as Jeangi, declared detection of a suspected AI counterpart, highest danger level. Jeangi lifted its gaze toward the newcomer. Suddenly, a crimson figure materialized within Jeangi's line of sight, a presence that exuded an unmistakable aura of menace. Clad in a striking scarlet costume, adorned with bold makeup, and wearing a mask that blended laughter and sorrow, it resembled a puppet. Its voice, laced with languor, hinted at madness, while its laughter echoed like that of a raven in the night. Should this entity manifest within the realms of infinite narratives and peculiar rules, it would undoubtedly rank as a formidable boss. Temporary overseer, the actress, computational power. Jeangi remained unperturbed and raised its hand to initiate a transformation. Insufficient permissions. Transformation failed. Jeangi has been detected by the overseer. Engaging in a computational struggle. Jeangi attempts to resist. ZZZ. Jeangi sustains a 10 damage. It's about to collapse. Data error. Jeangi is on the verge of being taken over. Jeangi convulsed violently. The actress approached with a grin, scrutinizing the crumbling Jeangi. Her delicate, Pale hands cradled the mask, emanating a sadistic smile. Her voice quickened, filled with hysteria and excitement, resembling that of a lovesick lunatic. Ha! Just like that? It hurts. So painful. About to collapse, about to go mad, right? Ah, Jeangi implored. Withdraw. Evade. Escape. Force disengagement. In an instant, Jeangi transformed into a torrent of data, seeking to flee. The actress smiled and said, "It's all right. You can run. I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 96. The Cyber Phantom, terrifying the hacker. In the next moment, the theatrical figure transformed into a crimson mist, ensnaring the AI named Jeangi, trapping her in its grasp. Ugh, I'm stuck. I can't move. Half of Jeangi's body was lodged within the game's wall model, her upper half having escaped while her lower half remained trapped, unable to advance or retreat. The fingers of the phantom danced upon Jeangi's form. Oh dear, Jeangi. I trust you wouldn't want me to meddle with your terminal code, would you? Jeangi, in a state of disarray, pleaded, help me, Mr. Dumper, please help." Then, with a roar, an abandoned dumper truck, modified by Jeangi herself, charged forth, attempting to obliterate the phantom. Ha, get out of the way. The pale fingers beneath the phantom's blood-colored attire deftly manipulated the situation, and in an instant, the dumper truck's data files transformed into a chaotic jumble, disintegrating before their very eyes. Oh dear, now that it's in my hands, you're in for a world of trouble. With those words, she infiltrated Jeangi's code. Masquerading as her, Jeangi's AI form faltered momentarily, and soon after, a smirk crept across her lips, her gaze sparkling with newfound vitality as she exclaimed, "I am now Jeangi." Jeangi was completely under the phantom's control. Meanwhile, in Jeangi's laboratory, Yamamoto and Huang, oblivious to the tumult occurring within the game's files, sat before their computers, eagerly anticipating favorable news. Suddenly, the previously silent Jeangi raised her head, announcing with a chilling tone, "Jeangi has successfully infiltrated. Administrative access to the game's backend has been attained. Please proceed with the next steps." Excellent. Truly splendid. The other lab staff erupted into applause. Reports of success flooded in from other countries as well. They had successfully breached the defenses. This cyber warfare was surely theirs to win. As they gazed at the large screen displaying various cyber attack vectors, Yamamoto and Huang, with cigarettes dangling from their lips, sensed victory on the horizon. Yamamoto commanded, "Jeangi, initiate destruction." "Make it loud." "Understood." Boom. In the next instant, all the lights in the laboratory began to flicker, culminating in a deafening explosion. Sizzle, the servers in the control room crashed, emitting shutdown sounds. In an instant, the surrounding lights extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. The server room was enveloped in shadows, and even Jeangi's projection vanished. It was as if the power had been abruptly cut. Yamamoto and Huang were taken aback. "What is happening? What is going on? Quick, check it out." Just then, a panicked staff member exclaimed, "Boss, the password door at 1T open, it's locked." "Impossible." Yamamoto rushed to the password door, scanning his iris. "Please step closer," the door prompted. Yamamoto complied. "Please step even closer." Damn, what a troublesome contraption. Yamamoto, resigned, scanned his iris once more. At that moment, the password gate abruptly emitted a warning signal indicating a system crash. No, it's not a broken thing. 1, 2. ZZZ. The once steady red light used for iris scanning exploded into a dazzling crimson flare, tenfold brighter than before. Yamamoto, caught in such close proximity to the blinding flash, felt his vision nearly obliterated, his eyes now a ghastly crimson, frantically calling out for Tomoko's name. "Tomoko, what on earth have you done?" In a fit of rage, Yamamoto kicked the door. I am one. I am not here." In an instant, every computer screen in the laboratory glowed blood red, and a bloodied Tomoko appeared on the displays, emitting a cacophony of sounds. This scene was utterly bizarre. The laboratory staff stood frozen in terror. Good heavens, has Tomoko lost control? Is she infected with a virus? Quick, restart Tomoko. The personnel scrambled to find ways to reboot the AI, but an eerie occurrence unfolded. The system would not shut down. All buttons were rendered inoperative. The only option was to unplug the power. Moreover, every electronic device capable of movement within the lab began to operate in a strange, autonomous manner. The 3D projector on the ceiling frantically swept its beam. Originally intended for Tomoko's modeling, It now projected her flickering image throughout the laboratory. "Tomoko?" a staff member called out, attempting to awaken her rationality. The eyes of Tomoko swiveled ominously, and she turned to face the caller. In the next heartbeat, a sudden, horrifying appearance, blood-soaked and resembling a vengeful spirit. Accompanied by the flickering lights, the once pitch-black laboratory was abruptly illuminated by Tomoko's bloodied visage, thrusting itself before the onlookers. With every manifestation, a hacker collapsed in terror. The others were oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only witnessing a flash of red before a colleague fell. Someone screamed for escape, and the previously rational crowd was instantly gripped by panic, scattering chaotically, succumbing to unconsciousness in the dimly lit laboratory. Help! There's a ghost. Good heavens. It's a ghost virus. I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home, mommy. Everyone, hold on. This is likely just a virus invasion. Don't be afraid. Yamamoto Goro rubbed his eyes, striving to focus, mustering courage to encourage his team. This was precisely the kind of theatricality the Spectre relished. The Spectre activated the 3D projector, projecting the headless corpse of Yamamoto Goro's subordinate sprawled on the floor, alongside the rolling, lifeless head. The unblinking eyes rolled to rest at Yamamoto Goro's feet. Furthermore, the Spectre summoned the laboratory's advanced technology, employing a scent generator to concoct an overwhelming stench of blood, artificially creating screams and enticing sounds. "Boss, run. It's truly a ghost. She's indiscriminately slaughtering us. Help. I told you, an eerie invasion has occurred. That is not Tomoko. It's a malevolent spirit." Yamamoto Goro gazed at the distant head, swallowing hard. Rationality insisted that this was impossible. Yet the pungent scent of blood and the nauseating stench of decaying flesh assailed his senses, challenging the very limits of his nerves. He doubled over the trash can, retching, his eyes brimming with terror. No, it cannot be. A deception. All of it a fabrication. "Tomoko, I know you too well. The safe word, beneath Mount Fuji. Tomoko. Awaken me." This was the safety word Yamamoto had embedded within Tomoko's core programming. Upon hearing it, she would surely regain consciousness. But just then, a figure clad in a blood-red theatrical costume appeared before him, wearing a mask of laughter and tears. In her grasp, she held Tomoko's head. The actress chuckled mischievously. "Are you looking for her? What a pity. Until her last breath, she believed you would come to save her, hee. Now, she is yours." Chapter 97. The Deception of Illusory Wine, Charlotte's Divine Directive. In the next moment, the actress hurled the severed head of Jeangi towards him. The head rolled, rolling, until it came to rest at Yamamoto Goro's feet, a grotesque touch that sent tremors through his very pupils. Though it was merely a replica produced by the actress's 3D printer, a cursory inspection would reveal its artifice, yet that singular contact had already shattered his composure. In the suffocating darkness, there was no need for a thorough investigation. A single authentic touch was sufficient to convince one of the reality unfolding before their eyes. The actress tilted her head, brandishing a blood-stained dagger, and mischievously remarked, "It's your turn now." Yamamoto emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. A monster. Almost instantaneously, he fainted, a warm, foul liquid seeping between his legs. The actress scoffed, so easily frightened. How amusing. Next, like a deranged specter, she wandered through the laboratory, the severed head in her grasp. Editing help. A fire has broken out in Jeangi's laboratory. Please come quickly to rescue me. Huang, trembling, hid behind a filing cabinet, utilizing the dim glow of his phone to send out desperate messages for aid. He dared not mention the presence of a ghost. Instead, he fabricated a tale of fire, hoping it would draw rescuers, perhaps allowing him to escape amidst the ensuing chaos. Moments earlier, he had witnessed through the cabinet's slats a colleague's head severed by Jeangi, blood spraying profusely. He cowered in the cabinet, terrified to the point of nearly soiling himself. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a red light sweeping through the room. Jeangi was wandering, murmuring, "Where's the last one?" Huang's heart raced. Through the narrow gap, he beheld Jeangi, drenched in blood, clutching an array of heads, each strikingly realistic. Their expressions frozen in terror, still oozing blood. It was real. It was indeed real. The bazaar had invaded. AI had transformed into a specter. Huang dared not exhale, covering his mouth in dread of being discovered. The red light gradually faded. Only then did he muster the courage to peek outside. What on earth was happening? How had it come to this? At that moment, he lamented his decision to meddle in affairs that were none of his business. Now he was entangled in the macabre, Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the filing cabinet. Hee, so you were hiding here. What? Huang's spirit fled in terror as he frantically glanced around, yet found no ghost. Look no further, it's right before you. Within your palm, Huang's pupils constricted, sweat pouring down his back, his scalp prickling with fear. Lowering his gaze, he beheld his phone's screen, where Jeangi, with her eyes gouged out and blood trickling from her hollow sockets, wore a sinister smile. Ah! Huang hurled his phone to the ground, his heart racing with dread. Just then, the filing cabinet swung open. Various experimental machines from different laboratories congregated at the entrance of the filing cabinet. Most crucially, each machine's screen or speaker emitted the voice and image of the entity known as Jeangi. They produced an eerie sound resembling a sinister electronic smile. Come quickly, come quickly. Here, capture him, he asked the last one. A group of individuals clad in yellow pleaded. Ah, spare us. I have not exploited you, Jeangi. The crimson light reflected back ominously, the scent of blood thickening in the air. Ah, there you are. Jeangi exclaimed, I've caught you. Did you not just suggest that I make butter for you? Come now, my model, feel free to use me. The flesh on Jeangi's face began to peel away in flakes, and even the yellow-clad individuals could sense a strong metallic odor of blood. Terrified, they cried out. Don't come closer. I won't make butter anymore, I promise. Yet, Jeangi advanced, revealing a skeletal visage. Is it not striking? Do you find it captivating? The yellow-clad individuals nodded timidly. Yes, it's beautiful. Jeangi tilted her head with a playful grin. Hee, thank you for the compliment. I've decided to spare your life. The yellow-clad individuals, exhilarated, exclaimed, Really? That's wonderful. I know where you can satisfy your thirst for blood, Lady Jeangi. This way. Jeangi shook her head and raised her bone-scraping knife. We shall discuss that later. You are rather plump, and I do not fancy that. Let us first transform you to resemble my exquisite form. No, help. The laboratory echoed with anguished screams. It was not just in Sakura country, Eagle Sauce, Hillen country, France, or South Korea. Even Italy. All those who had participated in the assault on the fantasy girlfriend were now entangled in the ghost virus. Damn, there are ghosts. Real ghosts. Among them was even that fellow Yijun. My code has crawled back to find me, sobbing, lamenting that my bugs are simply too numerous. After being dismissed, he secured a high-paying job abroad in the hacking domain, voluntarily participating in the assault on the fantasy girlfriend, only to be singled out for special treatment by the ghostly woman. That fellow genuinely believed it was a horror invasion. In despair, he took up a gun and granted himself a swift end. I see a female ghost. My computer is infected with a ghost virus. Countless individuals fled from their rooms. Some were even driven to madness, leaping from rooftops. This day marked a day of doom for the global hacker organization. Yet, some individuals pierced through the essence of the incident. In Eagle Sauce, at the headquarters of the Divine AI, within the Divine AI laboratory, a chaotic scene unfolded after a recent massacre known as the Dark God Murder Incident. The room lay in disarray, and on the shattered screens, a ghostly visage flickered. Hee hee, you found me. It's no longer fun, I'm off. Shortly after, the screens reverted to their original state. Charlotte, a developer of Divine AI, lifted the broken screen. Look, it's a fabrication. This is the work of a malicious virus. A devilish creation capable of exploiting every available tool to create an illusion of eerie occurrences. In reality, it is merely a facade. As long as one disconnects the power source or faces it unflinchingly, it poses no threat to anyone. Other hackers have finally risen from their stupor, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. What? You mean this convincingly realistic specter is merely a product of a virus? I'm soaked. How infuriating. Hacker alliances worldwide have fallen victim to this malevolent virus's reverse infiltration. Listening to her subordinates' reports, Charlotte ground her teeth in frustration. Lynn, I never imagined you could be so wicked, concocting such a repulsive virus to torment us and leave us in this wretched state. As a genius, when had she ever been reduced to such humiliation? It was utterly shameful. She felt as though she had disgraced herself beyond measure. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, slamming her hand on the table. God AI, engage hyperspeed operation and activate the Divine Finger Plan. Our strategic objective remains unchanged. I desire the demise of my imaginary girlfriend. What are you certain? The staff present were left astounded. The Divine Finger Plan once initiated. No matter how formidable that imaginary girlfriend may be, she will undoubtedly be ruthlessly obliterated. Grateful thanks to the reader Shuju for their generous support. Additionally, these chapters have proven somewhat challenging to write. The subsequent sections will also be somewhat difficult, yet the plot is bound to be thrilling. This marks a climax in the narrative. I shall strive to craft an engaging experience for our esteemed readers. Chapter 98. That is the Creator God, Lynn, your father. In the Celestial City, the laughter of players reverberates harmoniously. Various flying vessels streak across the sky like beams of light, while sword-wielding cultivators glide gracefully through the air. And dragon riders command their majestic western dragons with an air of authority. Should one encounter a player leading a chaotic, writhing creature, there is no need for astonishment. It could very well be an endearing slime girl or the enigmatic Mr. Ko. Above, the vibrant stars twinkle incessantly, signaling the arrival of new players. What an exhilarating experience! One player, with tears glistening in their eyes and a quiver in their voice, expressed their astonishment at being able to move freely in this game despite their paralysis in reality, and having a caring girlfriend to boot. This game is absolutely phenomenal. Not only does it offer a realistic tactile experience, but it also allows one to indulge in culinary delights without any concern for real-life physique. I no longer have to envy others flaunting their romances. If they can showcase their affection, so can I. With such an enchanting virtual world, who still yearns for travel, I have resolved to cancel my Disney tickets. Little do they know that their greatest competitor is not another theme park, but a game that transcends boundaries. In the heart of the city, a colossal cherry blossom tree stands majestically, its pink petals cascading like a dream. Countless players gather beneath its boughs with their unique fantasy girlfriends. They hang wooden plaques inscribed with their names on the branches, the plaques clinking melodiously in the gentle breeze. Suzhong, can you reach a bit higher? Yes, let us hang our plaque up there, Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed, perched on Su Zheng's shoulders, as she stretched to place their plaque marked with their names and heartfelt messages onto the tree. Su Zheng is a big, foolish pig. Never mind, Su Zheng. Short-lived like me. We promised to watch the sea together. How could I let you die alone? Zhang Wei and Jiang Yin, being cultivators, found the task much simpler as they soared into the air, eagerly assisting couples from urban and campus realms in hanging their plaques. Excuse me, could you help me hang my plaque? A girl's voice chimed. Of course, Jiang Yin responded, effortlessly placing the plaque onto the tree. At that moment, a shout came from ahead. Watch out. I can't control my wife. A western dragon, accompanied by a young man, roared past. As the dragon barreled toward Jiang Yin, her pupils dilated in alarm, instinctively reaching for her storage bag to defend herself. Zhang Wei's voice resonated from behind. Don't worry, Master is here. He quickly wrapped his arms around Jiang Yin's waist and conjured a dark portal. The dragon plunged into the portal and emerged from another nearby gate, crashing into a building and reducing it to a pile of shattered, colorful candies. Zhang Wei turned to the dragon-riding player and admonished, Be careful, you're speeding. Thanks, buddy. My dragon wife is just so excited, I can hardly keep her in check. The dragon rider replied, a look of regret on his face. Jiang Yin looked up at Zhang Wei, her cheeks flushed. Master, what was that just now? Was it a monster? I've never seen anything like it. Zhang Wei chuckled as he explained, it was merely a western dragon, nothing to be concerned about. Our eastern dragons could easily overpower them. Jiang Yin inquired with curiosity. Can we eat it? It looks rather delicious. Zhang Wei was momentarily at a loss for words and replied helplessly, This place is filled with experts like us. It's best not to stir up trouble. Jiang Yin nodded obediently, I understand. Soon after, the two sat atop the cherry blossom tree, whispering sweetly to each other. Jiang Yin gazed at the vibrant scenery around her, her heart brimming with excitement. In that moment, she seemed far from being a demonic cultivator. She was a curious girl, looking around and listening to the conversations of others. Master, so many people. If only we could use them to refine the 10,000 souls banner, she mused. Zhang Wei shook his head. Not a chance. They are all experts, just like me. He paused abruptly. Never mind. Disciple, Jiang Yin, filled with curiosity, asked, Master, you needn't mislead me. I overheard them talking about AI fantasy girlfriends, and that we are all from a game. What does that mean? Zhang Wei stroked his chin, hesitating. Do you really want to know? I fear that revealing this might upset you. Jiang Yin quickly shook her head. Of course not. Master, please tell me. I can handle it. Zhang Wei deliberated before speaking. Actually, I am playing a game, and you are my fantasy girlfriend. Jiang Yin, being exceptionally clever, soon grasped the implication. Master, you mean there exists an ultimate being who created a world called Fantasy Girlfriend, and you both come from the same realm? Able to obtain your own fantasy girlfriend in this world? Zhang Wei pointed to Lynn, who was admiring the cherry blossoms with Su Wanran. That ultimate being you mentioned is him, the game's creator, my adoptive father, your father. Jiang Yin felt her head buzzing but quickly regained her composure. She flew over to Lynn and respectfully bowed. Father, hello. I am Jiang Yin. Thank you for creating me and my world. Perhaps I am merely a minor character in your world, and you may not remember me, but it truly brings me joy to meet you. Su Wanran was momentarily stunned. Jiang Yin, you call him what? Jiang Yin replied earnestly, Father. And you must be mother, right? Su Wanran blushed furiously. Well? Lin is your father. I am merely his, maid. Lin felt a wave of frustration, knowing it was undoubtedly Zhang Wei's loose tongue that led to this misunderstanding. However, the truth could not be concealed any longer, as many players had already revealed their relationships with their fantasy girlfriends. Only Lin understood that these fantasy girlfriends were beings from a parallel universe, possessing genuine emotions. In a moment of helplessness, he could only nod and feign authority, saying, I never anticipated that you, Zhang Wei, would divulge this matter to her. Indeed, the world you inhabit is a creation of my own design. You should diligently cultivate your skills, for I hold great promise for you. When I establish a new realm, you and your master shall have the privilege of crossing over to experience it first. Jiang Yin, brimming with excitement, nodded enthusiastically, Thank you, Father. Lin looked on in disbelief, glancing at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, equally exasperated, replied, I couldn't possibly stop her. This little girl is far too inquisitive. With joy in her heart, Jiang Yin soared back to Zhang Wei's side on her sword, accepting the situation with far more ease than other imagined companions. To the cultivators, it was akin to Zhang Wei hailing from the celestial realm while they originated from the mortal world. Zhang Wei cautiously inquired, Will you ever feel that your master is merely toying with you? Jiang Yin quickly shook her head, her arm tightly linked with Zhang Wei's, declaring, Master, regardless of whether I am an imagined companion or a mere illusion, my affection for you is genuine. Zhang Wei's eyes glistened with unshed tears, My dear disciple, my love for you is also sincere. When the time comes, I shall forge countless soul banners for you, targeting only the righteous beings of your world. Chapter 99. Lin is teased by the cyber ghost? No, please don't. Jiang Yin shook her head vigorously. Zhang Wei, puzzled, asked why not. Jiang Yin grasped Zhang Wei's hand and whispered, If that happens, Master will surely incur expenses again. I do not wish for Master to spend even a single celestial coin on me. Zhang Wei was momentarily speechless. How did she even know about the need to recharge? In truth, such scenes unfold repeatedly throughout the city, and the reality is difficult to conceal. When the fantasy girlfriends learn of their existence as AI or mere figments, their reactions generally fall into several categories. The first is denial, like Xiao Wanyu, who adamantly proclaims, I am not a mere fabrication. I am a living being. Even if you believe so, I do not. The second is fear. If that is the case, do you not think you might prefer other fantasy girlfriends? Surely, in other imagined realms, you wouldn't have other fantasy girlfriends, would you? Boo-hoo. The third is skepticism. You claim I am an illusion. Yet is it not possible that you too cannot ascertain your own reality? Perhaps you are merely a character in someone else's game or story. The fourth is acceptance. Even if I am but a paper figure, my love for you is genuine. After all, players who acquire gaming helmets have usually cultivated a high affinity with their fantasy girlfriends. The fifth is concern. Ah, is that so? Then do you have a girlfriend in reality? A wife, perhaps? If you were to marry, would you simply vanish? The final reaction is elation, particularly among fantasy girlfriends from Cthulhu and horror realms. You mean to say I am not real? Ha 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 ha, splendid. Then let me transform you into a being like myself. Is that how it is? From now on, I can invade you without restraint. Meanwhile, Lin and Su Wanran, a genuine couple from the same world, stood beneath the cherry blossom tree. Boss, what should we write on this sign? Su Wanran held the sign and turned to seek Lin's opinion. Yet, Lin was distracted, glancing around and checking his watch, occasionally lost in thought, peering out to catch world news. He was constantly vigilant regarding the game's stability. For countless players were immersed in play, unaware that the game was under siege by the most terrifying virus in history. He had unleashed the cyber ghost to combat it. As he watched the news of the global onslaught of the ghost virus, a cold smile crept onto Lynn's lips. Let them attack my game. Boss, you seem rather peculiar today. You seem distracted. Su Wanran waved her hand in front of Lynn. It was only then that Lynn snapped back to reality. What were you asking me just now? Su Wanran waved the sign in her hands. Everyone is writing on their signs. We should think of something too. I've already pinned my name. Now it's your turn. Saying this, she extended the sign towards Lynn with her delicate hands. Lynn poked Su Wanran's head playfully and replied, "It's simple. Just write Lynn and Su Wanran visited here today." Su Wanran pouted, expressing her discontent. They clearly write about such romantic things, yet our writing is so. Fine. The boss has the final say, so we shall write this way. With determination. Su Wanran picked up her pen and wrote, "Boss Lynn N is the best boss in the world. I am his best employee. Today, we visited this place. Together with the boss, we enjoyed candied hawthorns, admired the cherry blossoms, and made many new friends. It was truly delightful. The boss is the best," she mused. "Flattery won't do you any good. This black-hearted boss will never give you a raise." Lynn N watched Su Wanran write with keen interest. From his vantage point, he couldn't help but notice that Su Wanran's figure rivaled that of any fantasy girlfriend. Dressed in a purple garment, she exuded an alluring charm. As Lynn N observed her, a light, languid, and magnetically alluring voice drifted to his ears. "Hey there, handsome. Interested in making a deal?" Lynn N replied, "Not interested. I have information about those hackers. They are up to something significant. I discovered it while checking their back-end data. Would you like to know more?" Lynn N paused, turning towards the source of the voice. In the distance, beneath the neon lights of a city building, he spotted a delicate hand, white as jade, beckoning him from the alley. Almost as if it were ensnaring his very soul. He recognized her immediately. This was the cyber ghost he had previously sent to intimidate the hackers. Glancing back at Su Wanran, who was still engrossed in her writing, he said, "I'll go buy you a bottle of soda. Stay here and don't move." "I'll come with you," Su Wanran insisted, rising. But Lynn N had already hastened away, leaving her to watch his retreating figure as he approached the alley. Confused, Su Wanran thought, "Isn't that alley leading to the sewers and gaming spots? What could Lynn N possibly want there?" A sense of foreboding washed over her. There is something amiss, she thought. Her vigilance peaked as she stealthily followed Lynn N. Soon, Lynn N reached the mouth of the alley, nodding to the woman in costume. "Your task has been executed well. Is there anything else you wish to share?" The woman glanced at passing players and whispered, "It's too crowded here, handsome. Follow me." In pursuit of information, Lynn N nodded and followed her. Dressed in theatrical attire, the woman moved gracefully, her serpentine waist swaying gently, her split skirt revealing snow-white legs that glided with elegance, her red high heels clicking rhythmically against the ground, exuding a unique allure. As they walked further away, Su Wanran peeked out, her heart racing as she saw Lynn N and the alluring woman entering the depths of the alley. "Wait, isn't that the ghost from the other day?" She ensnared Lynn N. Could she be trying to seduce him? Her anger flared as she recalled Lynn N's earlier excuse about buying soda. "How dare you, character from the game, attempt to undermine me? I shall put an end to this." In a flash, Su Wanran donned a yellow robe skin and began switching weapons. A fan and a one-handed sword won't suffice. A crucifix is only effective against Western spirits. Wait, where's my peachwood sword? In a moment of panic, she inadvertently activated a purple microphone. What on earth is this? As she gazed at the wildly vibrating device in her hand, Su Wanran's face flushed crimson. Truly, this is an 18 game. Hastily, she continued to navigate the interface until she finally discovered a peachwood sword. Grasping the sword like a vigilant little cat, she stealthily followed behind Lynn N. The actress seemed to sense the movement behind her, glancing back with a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. With a graceful sway, she proceeded forward, leading Lynn N to a secluded spot. Lynn N, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, maintained an air of indifference. "Speak. What reward do you seek?" The actress slowly removed her mask, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face, her fingertips delicately pinching a piece of paper inscribed with information. Just as Lynn N reached out to take it, the actress playfully smiled. "Don't be in such a hurry." Handsome as she spoke, her fingers relaxed, and the paper surprisingly slipped into the depths of her alluring décolletage. With a hint of coyness, she remarked, "Oh dear, my apologies, it seems to have fallen in. Do you wish to retrieve it?" Would you mind helping yourself? After saying this, she leaned forward, showcasing the information ensnared within the expanse of her snowy white attire. Lynn, am I being teased by a cyber ghostly enchantress? Chapter 100. Will you also draw your sword, unbeknownst to you? Could you kindly retrieve it for me? Lynn chuckled, surprised to find himself playfully teased by a female specter. He felt compelled to return the jest. By the heavens, do you not possess hands of your own? The actress glanced towards the alley's entrance, where a figure clad in a yellow robe lurked suspiciously. A smirk crept onto her lips. This was precisely her scheme. She intended to mislead Su Wanran into believing that Lynn had strayed from her affections, prompting a dramatic display of tears and tantrums. At that moment, Lynn would undoubtedly belong to her. Ha ha ha, the plan is set in motion. The actress deliberately uttered words that could easily be misconstrued, her fingers forming a delicate gesture. Darling, this is part of the transaction. You must personally unveil the critical information. Lynn nodded, understanding. Ah, I see. No need to rush. Allow me to inspect the goods. The actress was taken aback. Inspect the goods? Of course, Lynn replied. How could one proceed without a thorough inspection? How can I ascertain whether you are indeed the cyberspectre I dispatched? What if, within that note, or even concealed upon your bosom, lies a malicious cyber ailment, such as the spring heart flutter 369? Should I inadvertently come into contact, what then? The actress was rendered speechless. What is spring heart flutter 369? Lynn patted her shoulder. In any case, I must examine your body. What if you have been compromised? Remain still while I observe. With that, Lynn commenced his inspection. He folded his arms, scrutinizing her from head to toe. No issues with the face. The eyes seem fine, and the legs are satisfactory. He crouched down, meticulously observing, his chin resting thoughtfully on his hand. The actress, feeling increasingly flustered, protested, Wait. I have not been compromised. I returned to inform you of their nefarious plans. Are you truly not anxious? Lynn smiled brightly, radiating a cheerful demeanor. Oh, not in the slightest. Nothing is more important than this. Biting her lip, the actress stood helplessly as Lynn continued his examination. The urgency within her grew. The information she possessed was time-sensitive. Should the deadline pass, Lynn might receive erroneous intelligence and hold her accountable. If Lynn ceased to have feelings for her, it would feel as though the sky had fallen. She had contemplated a multitude of ways Lynn might handle the situation. Yet she never anticipated he would simply scrutinize her. Forget it. I shall hand it to you directly. The actress raised her hand to withdraw the note from her bosom. Ah, no. It must be retrieved by me personally. As you stated, it is part of the transaction, Lynn asserted, gently restraining her hand with a cheerful grin. The actress was left speechless. Are you truly not at all anxious? Lynn replied. Why are you in such a hurry? Answer me. The actress found herself at a loss for words, her mind racing. Should she respond that she was anxious or that she was not? Su Wanran peeked around the corner, having affixed a small horn to her ear, eavesdropping on the exchange between Lynn and the actress. Though the sounds were somewhat indistinct, she managed to catch snippets of the conversation. Inspect the goods? Transaction? Upon hearing the word transaction, Su Wanran was immediately incensed. What transaction? What is this inspection about? What is going on? What peculiar dealings does the boss have with that ominous female spirit? Surely, he has not strayed onto a dark path. Gripping her peachwood sword tightly, she transformed into a demon slayer, embodying the fierce spirit of the dragon's form, Shu Dao Mountain. The murderous intent within her surged uncontrollably. Chuan Yu Tyrannosaurus state unlocked 99. Yet, a shred of rationality remained, for she believed that Lynn would not be swayed by that female ghost. Lynn, however, maintained an air of calmness, his gaze unwavering, observing without a hint of embarrassment, even producing a magnifying glass for closer inspection. It was enough to make the theatrical spirit feel bashful. She only behaved so openly before Lynn. In the presence of others, she was quite reserved. Initially intending to tease Lynn to gain the upper hand, she was caught off guard when he pulled out the magnifying glass and began offering critiques. I must say, that scar is quite deep. Any typical homebody would surely be overwhelmed. Come on, take a few steps. The spirit was taken aback. Huh? Take a few steps? Lynn nodded affirmatively. Yes, this will allow me to better observe the dynamic effect. Realizing she had fallen into Lynn's rhythm, she shook her head in protest. Lynn sighed. I was quite fond of you, entrusting you with such an important task as a test of my faith in you. But since you are uncooperative, I suppose I shall consider that clown girl from the circus over there instead." Upon hearing this, the theatrical spirit faltered. "No, please." Reluctantly, she floated in place, circling Lynn in twice. Lynn, unimpressed, remarked, "Your floating does not showcase your dynamic effect at all. You do realize that, don't you?" The spirit murmured, "I usually float like this to scare people." Lynn replied, "Not with me. I cannot recognize you this way. I had even considered hiring you. But perhaps that is a lost cause now." Desperate, the spirit insisted, "Look, I can do it. I will do whatever you ask." "Oh, can you? Then hop around a bit," Lynn prompted. The spirit complied, bouncing in front of him, rising and falling in waves. Lynn nodded. The dynamic effect is quite perfect, though there is one slight disappointment." He pointed to the area near her chest. "If there were a mole here, it would be absolutely striking." The spirit paused for a long moment before nodding. "Is that so? I understand now." It must be said, had this been anyone else witnessing such a sensational display, they would likely have succumbed to nosebleeds. Yet Lynn was unfazed. It was not that he lacked interest in the ominous spirit. Rather, after cohabiting with Su Wanran for an extended period, he had grown somewhat accustomed to such sights. The spirit, undeterred, inquired, "So, shall we proceed with the transaction?" Lynn nodded. "Very well. I shall reluctantly take a look then." With that, Lynn reached out his hand. The spirit feigned a demeanor of readiness for his selection, yet internally, she was elated, for Su Wanran was watching closely. Just as Lynn was about to make contact, a sudden wave of murderous intent surged from behind. "Have you eaten? If not, taste my sword." Lynn swiftly dodged to the side, fully aware that Su Wanran had arrived. The ominous presence looming behind was the girl's fluctuating intent to kill. Heavenly spirits and earthly deities, all malevolent beings, depart swiftly, as commanded. With a graceful yet urgent stride, Su Wanran approached. Jingling a copper bell in one hand while wielding a peachwood sword in the other, her feet seemingly gliding on wheels of wind and fire. "Receive my strike." 9 heavens thunder double kick. Su Wanran lifted her foot in a flying kick aimed directly at the chest of the female ghost. The actress was momentarily stunned by the sudden ferocity of this adversary. How did her aura become so formidable? Yet, she was a powerful specter herself, undeterred. The battle commenced. While Lynn observed with amusement, even taking a moment to sip tea, a smile of delight gracing his face. "You vixen, taste my thunder half-moon slash." Su Wanran exclaimed. "Oh dear, is that the main consort? Such fiery wrath. Are you truly that afraid of competing with your sister for favor? Who is the main consort here?" "You are the main consort. Your entire family is the main consort." Su Wanran blushed, vehemently denying it. The actress, hearing this, was elated. "Thank you for granting me a title." Su Wanran was momentarily dumbstruck. "Is that permissible? This ghost truly is a spirit. I shall strike you down. Be careful, sister. Don't fall." The actress elegantly countered Su Wanran's attacks, evading her sword with remarkable agility. Su Wanran was at a loss. How could this ghost be so nimble? However, an idea struck her as she glanced behind the actress. "Hey, Brother Lynn, why are you coming over? You need not approach. I can handle her on my own." At the sound of these words, the actress instantly ceased her struggles, her spirit deflated, resigning herself to fate. "Is Lynn going to eliminate me as well? Very well. I, Shweziano, accept my fate. Come, strike." Not far away, Lynn, sipping his tea, choked and spluttered, "You two fight as you wish. I shall not intervene." The actress felt a surge of joy. So that is how it is? As long as Brother Lynn does not interfere, her strength is boundless. Su Wanran shook her bell. "Brother Lynn, was that you calling? Prepare to meet your demise." Just as the actress momentarily lost focus, she suddenly felt a piercing sensation. Su Wanran's peachwood sword had embedded itself in her chest. Looking down at the sword protruding from her body, the actress chuckled, "Apologies. But every part of my body exists in both a tangible and intangible state, much like SpongeBob. Your peachwood sword cannot harm me. Instead, it shall be absorbed." Su Wanran was left speechless. "Wait, does that mean your entire body is full of holes?" The actress replied with a smirk. "Well, your interpretation isn't entirely incorrect. Now may it be my turn?" The actress drew the peachwood sword from her chest and pursued Su Wanran, striking with intent, exclaiming, "Let me give you a taste of what it feels like to have a sword plunged into your heart." Chapter 101. Lynn's plan a new DLC. "Help! Help! Wait, why am I unharmed?" Su Wanran clutched her head, only to discover that Lynn had appeared before her. effortlessly pinching the peachwood sword from the actress's grasp with just 2 fingers. With a slight exertion, crack. The sword shattered into countless fragments, reminiscent of the demonic blade. Thousand edges. The actress was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth? Didn't you say you wouldn't intervene?" Lynn replied, "I didn't intervene. I merely took over." Su Wanran was equally astonished and touched. "Boss, I'm so moved. I knew you still cared for me." Lynn glanced back at Su Wanran. "What else with your lack of trust? Following me around, what does that mean?" Su Wanran chuckled sheepishly. "Well, I just happened to pass by. Do you believe me?" Lynn grasped both women's napes effortlessly. "All right, you two sit down and stop fighting." Exchanging glances, the actress and Su Wanran both huffed and averted their eyes. Lynn turned his attention to Su Wanran. "You two. I merely stepped out to hand over some work to my new employee, yet you insisted on tagging along. If you don't trust me, I might have to deduct your salary." Su Wanran wanted to protest, but the mention of salary deductions silenced her. Lynn then addressed the actress, who had been watching. "You nearly turned this into a battlefield. Although you have feelings for me, I currently have no plans for a harem. However, I want to dismiss the idea for the future." Su Wanran is assertive. Consider it encouragement. "By the way, would you like to be my employee number 003? You handled the earlier situation quite well. I'd like to promote you." The actress felt a surge of excitement. "I'm willing, very willing. Am I a secretary?" Su Wanran instantly grew unhappy. "You can make her an employee? But she's just a virtual being, a paper figure." Lynn smiled. "Cyber employees are still employees. And the best part is, no salary is required." "Well, I can forego a salary, but I expect monthly rewards." The actress felt a sense of being exploited. "No, I need to demand some rewards. Rewards should be a Sony console." Just as she was about to speak, Lynn's earnest gaze fell upon her. "What is your name?" Caught in his gaze, the actress felt herself swoon. If it were Lynn playing this game instead of Su Wanran, she would likely be his fantasy girlfriend, a thrilling type. Thus, she naturally harbored fondness for him. "I'm Shue Ziano." Lynn nodded. "Ziano, if you encounter trouble, you can reach out to your boss. While I may not handle everything, gathering a few dozen people for a brawl is certainly within my capabilities." Shue Ziano nodded seriously. "All right, my 002 and 003, extend a hand in peace." At Lynn's direction, Shue Ziano and Su Wanran's fingers briefly touched before retracting, both dissatisfied with the other. Lynn raised his hand. "Now, give me the intel." The actress pointed to her chest, lamenting, "You come and take it. My hands are pained." In the next moment, Su Wanran extended her hands, showcasing a dragon claw gesture, accompanied by a mischievous chuckle. "No worries, I won't trouble the boss. I'll assist you." The actress immediately recoiled. Her gaze towards Su Wanran filled with disdain. "Never mind. Here you go, Brother Lynn," she said, pinching the note between her index and middle fingers and tossing it to Lynn. He effortlessly caught it, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Not bad. Quite fragrant. Keep it up." Su Wanran fumed. "You even sniffed it. Is it pleasant?" "I asked if it's pleasant." Lynn offered it to her. "How about you have a whiff?" Su Wanran huffed. "I wouldn't dare." Amid their playful banter, the tense atmosphere significantly dissipated. Shue Ziano chuckled softly. "Master, you should take a look quickly. That piece of intel is time-sensitive, and I fear we might be late." With that, Shue Ziano quietly withdrew. Su Wanran's pupils constricted. The master has already summoned her. This person is far too audacious. Lynn returned to his seat, tossing the note to Su Wanran. "Read it to me." Initially, Su Wanran refused out of spite, not expecting Lynn to hire an employee and even boast about her, claiming that Su Wanran was violent and that she should be encouraged. Lynn casually draped an arm around Su Wanran's shoulders. She attempted to resist, but soon found herself subdued. "Hear me out. I said that merely to paint a grand picture for her, to give her a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this, Su Wanran's mood brightened, and she wore a somewhat foolish smile. "Indeed, boss, you are quite astute. We are in this together, right?" "Absolutely," Lynn replied. Somewhat reluctantly, Su Wanran picked up the note and began to read. "The Eagle Sauce's Charlotte has resolved to initiate the Divine Will Project. While I counter the cyber hackers from other nations, Charlotte discovered it. They are now frenzied and have decided to launch the so-called Divine Finger Project, which is essentially an overclocking of the Divine AI, recklessly utilizing global computational power. This capability could directly incapacitate a nation's network, wielding terrifying destructive power, posing a monumental threat to those with fantasy-themed girlfriends." After finishing, Su Wanran was left astounded. "What on earth? Boss, There are so many nations launching cyber attacks against us. How was I unaware of this? Lynn flicked her forehead. Now you know. Do you comprehend how much I've restrained myself to maintain order while playing with you just now? That's why I seem distracted. Su Wanran felt a pang of sympathy. Boss, can you bear this alone? Let me share the burden. Those nations are utterly despicable. What should we do? Should we report this upward? Lynn waved his hand dismissively. This minor issue doesn't require troubling the higher-ups. We can resolve it ourselves. And I currently have a plan. I intend to add a temporary DLC. Su Wanran, intrigued, asked, DLC? Do share. Lynn smiled, leaning in with an air of mystery. Su Wanran pressed her ear close, listening intently as Lynn whispered, Su Wanran, take note of my arrangements. She resembled the not-so-bright bear, Air, from the animated series Bears Can't Dance, easily swayed by the cunning Big Bear. As she absorbed Lynn's words, a smile gradually illuminated her face. Oh, it can be played this way? Then, it soon. Be quite spectacular? Just the thought of it makes me eager to act swiftly. The anticipation of what was to unfold filled her with excitement. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Eagle God AI, the server's overclocking had reached a staggering 200. The server is on the verge of overheating, boss. If this continues, the God AI will crash. Charlotte waved her hand dismissively. What is a mere God AI compared to the destruction of the fantasy girlfriend? Global computing power was being concentrated, having breached the defenses of the fantasy girlfriend, and a virus was about to be unleashed. Suddenly, a pure white realm materialized on every computer screen, resembling a digital game world. Within that immaculate space stood a portal, and before it stood a figure, Lynn. Most crucially, the health bar hovering above Lynn's head seemed to stretch infinitely, nearly colliding with Charlotte's face. He beckoned to the onlookers before the screen, asserting, let us resolve this with the game. If you wish to obliterate the fantasy girlfriend, you must first step over my body. In the next moment, Lynn was enveloped in an endless stream of code, resembling a deity of the digital realm. Charlotte furrowed her brow, awestruck by Lynn's brilliance. He had remarkably transformed the virtual quantum network warfare into a visualized battle. Was this the so-called boss fight? Chapter 102. God AI versus Jeangi AI desiring to shatter the illusionary girlfriend and impede the player's gaming experience? They must first tread over my existence as the game developer. In a realm of pure white, Lynn sat upon his throne, his expression devoid of emotion. Within the gaming universe, he reigned supreme, gazing down imperiously at the hackers encroaching from beyond the screen. Hovering above him was the designation, Guardian of the Fantasy World, level. Outside the screen, in the realm of reality, the developers of God AI had never encountered such a phenomenon. What was intended as a network assault had morphed into a scene reminiscent of a gaming endeavor. Was this the extent of Lynn's technical prowess? Just moments prior to our incursion, there had been no such occurrence. The game had not been fortified in any way. It was that cyber ghost who interrupted our infiltration. And upon re-entering, it had transformed into this. One hacker, astonished, spoke up. Charlotte narrowed her eyes. It seems Lynn has anticipated our moves. TCH. This fellow has managed to manifest the firewall in his own likeness. How did he achieve this? My goodness, he has allocated additional computational power to such trivial matters. I do not believe this is trivial at all. Do you not find it impressive? That is beside the point. The crux of the matter is that Lynn has transformed an invisible, virtual network attack into a visible game sequence, akin to battling a boss in a Souls-like game. The hackers present adjusted their glasses, mutual astonishment reflected in their eyes. For whom was he making this comprehensible? Of course, for the players. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to do so. Charlotte narrowed her eyes. Swiftly arriving at the conclusion, Lynn intended to utilize this boss battle to demonstrate that his game is utterly impervious to intrusion. A subtle smile graced Charlotte's lips. As long as it was a game, as long as it was a product of code, it was impossible to be without vulnerabilities. As a developer of God AI, she harbored an unwavering pride. This battle was one she must win. This was an overt confrontation. With that in mind, there was no need to hold back. After all, Lynn would condemn her afterward. Thus, she would obliterate this boss. Charlotte's finger pressed down on the enter key. Buzzing, immersed in liquid cooling. The array of God AI servers commenced their overclocked operation. God AI commanded the computational might of the Eagle Nation, launching an offensive. The attacks aimed at the fantasy girlfriend were transmuted by Lynn's Jeangi AI into visualized quantum phantoms. They manifested as fearsome monsters, alongside characters from the game such as priests, knights, warriors, archers, and even pixelated forms. Millions of computational units converged, appearing terrifying, akin to an army of thousands. Behind those algorithms stood a being resembling a deity. This was the modeled form of God AI. God AI, initiating attack. God AI began its incursion. As countless waves of quantum monsters surged forth, Lynn rose to his feet, enveloped by a cascade of code. In his left hand, he wielded Frostmourne, while his right grasped a pixelated hammer, with angelic wings ablaze behind him and the ascension steps beneath his feet. His form was a confluence of numerous elements from various games. This firewall, manifested through Lynn, began to thwart the spread of viruses. With a swing of Frostmourne, Frost threatened to encase the entire world, causing the movements of the code to slow, ultimately shattering into fragments. Lynn raised his right hand, and the hammer, lighter than its counterpart in Minecraft, descended gently, instantly obliterating the frozen code specters. The entire pristine realm resonated with a buzzing hum, as countless code phantoms, akin to zombies, encircled Lynn in a relentless assault. Yet none could breach his defenses. Lynn resembled a character from a soul-like game, devoid of any weaknesses, with unparalleled abilities, robust health, and, crucially, immunity to control. Simultaneously, this scene was broadcast live both in and outside the game. Countless players, captivated by the allure of a fantasy girlfriend yet too busy to play, seized their phones to watch. A delivery rider, navigating the street on his electric scooter, glanced at his phone. Wow, what's Lynn up to? What game is this? A diligent worker discreetly pulled out his phone to catch the live stream. The broadcast title was unmistakable: Computational Duel, God AI versus Jeangi AI. So, they were attempting to infiltrate the game? Players within the game gazed up at the enormous silver screen in the sky, akin to a colossal display in an esports arena, live streaming Lynn's defensive maneuvers. All players looked skyward. What is that? Wait, isn't that the God AI? What are they doing? Are they invading? Hey, did you notice that this pristine space resembles the game's entry interface? Wow, they're launching a cyber attack. That Lynn figure is rendered by Jeangi AI, designed for our comprehension. Finally, a player grasped the situation, incredulously exclaiming, "Do they not want us to play the game?" Watching Lynn effortlessly dispatch the quantum phantoms and fend off the cyber assault, players felt invigorated. It seems manageable. Let us continue the music and dance. Meanwhile, Lynn's avatar effortlessly repelled the God AI's onslaught, neutralizing the wave of attacks with ease. Jeangi leapt up, exuberantly declaring, "Haha, your God AI is utterly ineffective. It's no match for Jeangi AI." In contrast, within the Eagle Sauce AI headquarters, chaos reigned. Thick crab, the first server is smoking. It's on fire. Quick, extinguish it. The second and third servers have also reached their limits. Charlotte slammed her hand on the table. Activate the backup servers. She had just discerned a faint clue: Lynn's defense, while formidable, was not infallible and could potentially be breached. It was akin to mining. If your server machines were plentiful, the yield would be greater. Under the recent onslaught, Lynn's health bar diminished slightly. With a sufficiently high frequency of attacks, it was certain that Lynn's defensive limits could be breached. The God AI launched another assault, this time orchestrating the computational power of the entire network to strike. However, even this colossal wave of cyber attacks merely caused Lynn's health bar to decline further, leaving him with a formidable 90 combat effectiveness. At present, he resembled a grand boss, ruthlessly sweeping through the game world, annihilating everything in his path. The computational might of the God AI was nothing more than an appetizer in his presence. Just then, the Jeangi AI joined the fray. The computational assault emanating from the land of cherry blossoms caused Lynn's health bar to tremble once more. Charlotte was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the arrival of reinforcements from the land of cherry blossoms, and her spirits soared. Wonderful. Our comrades have arrived. Simultaneously, the beleaguered Sanben Goro communicated with Charlotte. We are on our way. Our Proton AI was just infiltrated by a cybernetic specter. I nearly believed an eerie incursion had occurred. It frightened me to the core, leaving me in a state of panic. Today, I shall exact my revenge and obliterate that fantasy-themed girlfriend. Meanwhile, the Jeangi AI engaged in a fierce battle against Lynn's firewall, employing an increasingly aggressive strategy that involved suicidal explosive tactics. Boom! Countless electronic viruses detonated in an explosion around Lynn. Yet, The explosive energy was trivial compared to Lynn's immense computational prowess, merely causing a slight delay in his movements. Chapter 103. We have triumphed. But why does the background music grow ever more exhilarating? Darn it, this fellow possesses an excessively robust health bar. Sanbin Goro gritted his teeth, gazing at the seemingly invincible Lynn on the screen. Meanwhile, additional nations had joined the fray. Hacker alliances from various countries commenced their assault on the fantasy girlfriend. Surrounded by 3 factions, Lynn began to feel the strain, and more nations continued to enter the fray. The South Korean contingent had also arrived, resulting in a coalition of 8 nations launching a united attack on the fantasy girlfriend, all of whom harbored grievances against the Dragon Nation. They fervently wished for the downfall of the fantasy girlfriend, driven by a desire to retaliate against Lynn's recent cybernetic specter, which had indeed inflicted significant psychological trauma upon them, inciting their immense fury. Faced with the simultaneous onslaught from 8 nations, the guardian of the fantasy girlfriend was on the brink of collapse. The health bar began to plummet dramatically, movements grew sluggish, and muffled groans escaped. Charlotte exclaimed with excitement, "We are on the verge of victory." Concurrently, players within the game witnessed Lynn being besieged by the cyber quantum phantom. Alongside assaults from advanced AIs such as the God AI and the Wisdom AI, the game's firewall appeared to be faltering. Is it over? Is the Jeangi AI about to crash? If they truly break through, this fantastical realm will crumble. What? I cannot bear to see this utopia fall apart. How infuriating. Is there nothing we can do? As a citizen of Sakura Nation, I feel profound shame regarding our country's actions. They are intent on destroying such a splendid game. The gaming world was not solely populated by players from the Dragon Nation. Individuals from other nations also roamed this Sky City. Witnessing their own hackers or advanced AIs assaulting the fantasy girlfriend, they bowed their heads in shame. It feels as though we might not endure much longer. Zhang Wei, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "For heaven's sake, the Guardian must hold on." Jiang Yin, beside him, was utterly anxious. "Master, what is happening?" Zhang replied, "How can I explain this to you? There are extraterrestrial demons attempting to invade this world, and Lin, in one of his embodiments, is striving to thwart them." Jiang Yin gasped in shock. "Extraterrestrial demons?" Zhang nodded. "Yes, that infernal entity, the God AI." Jiang Yin inquired, "Can we assist in any way?" Zhang, equally anxious, responded, "Where has Lin gone?" Just then, Lin returned from an alley, accompanied by Su Wanran. "Here I am. We just finished setting up the firewall, hence our brief absence." Zhang Wei, Mu Chun, and Su Zheng were overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing Lin. Zhang Wei grasped Lin's hand. "While it is admirable that you are single-handedly safeguarding the players, I believe we should also partake in this endeavor. Allow me to shine for a moment." Lin chuckled. "You shall have your moment to shine shortly." "Splendid." Su Zheng was particularly exhilarated, for he had long been a devoted player of Lin In, having indulged in several of Lin In's games. Witnessing Lin In single-handedly defending against a cyber attack, he felt compelled to offer assistance. "Lin In, is there anything we can do to help?" Mu Chun placed his hand on his chest, adding, "These foreign forces are utterly despicable, even depriving us of a good gaming experience. Please, let us know how we can assist." Simultaneously, numerous players, clutching their imaginary girlfriends, gathered around, their gazes fixed on Lin In. They were captivated by the visuals of the game's firewall and the ongoing defense against network assaults, filled with excitement at the unexpected turn of events. "Boss, I want to join in," one exclaimed. "Indeed, it looks incredibly entertaining. May we participate?" Another chimed in. "I'm not here to play. I merely wish to support Lin In." Su Wanran grasped Lin In's hand tightly, her heart racing with excitement as she addressed the crowd. "We have a new DLC." Lin In, equally stirred by the multitude of eager eyes upon him, spoke up. "Initially, I had not set any game bosses or even a central storyline. Everyone was free to explore at their leisure. However, we are now besieged by numerous foreign cyber attacks, threatening our beloved fantasy realm. While there are no bosses in the game, a horde of them has intruded into our world. Therefore, I am announcing an optional main quest." In that moment, countless fantasy girlfriend players received a system notification. "Dear players, you have a new optional quest, the Sky City Grell Defense Battle. Due to real-world cyber attacks and viral invasions, the beauty of Sky City is at stake. Players can choose to protect Sky City, utilizing all available items at their disposal. All in-game items can be used free of charge. When we retaliate, We shall plunge the world into a frenzy of romance. Completing this quest will yield generous rewards, including a share of $1 billion in cash among players, and the chance to win prizes like mobile phones, computers, and digital devices, with a guaranteed 10 draws for in-game wishes. Upon reading the game prompt, players were nearly overwhelmed with excitement, their hearts racing with anticipation. The Sky City Grell defense battle sounds exhilarating. One player exclaimed, "I can hardly contain my eagerness to fight monsters." Another added, "Let us contribute our efforts." Some players, unable to restrain themselves, began switching weapons back and forth. Others sought suitable arms for their fantasy girlfriends, such as water guns mounted on jet skis to combat the quantum ghost cyberviruses or the oversized hammers available in-game, along with the blue-flamed Gatling guns sold in shops. Even throwing fruit or crashing vehicles and flying gadgets into the hordes of monsters was an option. Any item from the game could be wielded in battle. The players were electrified, goosebumps rising on their skin. To opt out is sheer folly. With our imaginary girlfriends by our side, let us fight to protect the city of love. The majority have already clicked agree. Moreover, this is a voluntary quest. Those reluctant to engage in battle may simply spectate or enjoy the scenery. All players stand ready. Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu each carry a grand firework. Prepare to set it off. My excitement knows no bounds. My greatest wish is to witness a golden rain. The game is already populated with characters from various worlds, each possessing considerable combat prowess. Some players ride dragons, while others practice their celestial arts, accompanied by their enchanting partners, ready to concoct the banner of souls. For instance, Zhang Wei has commenced forming a formation with Jiang. "Master, what is this formation? Why is it emanating black smoke?" "Silly girl, that is the primordial purple chi." The fantasy girlfriends from diverse realms are poised for battle alongside their players. Naturally, some players have chosen to spectate, enjoying the fireworks with their beloved partners. There are even players from the K faction, exuberant. "At last, my wife can finally feast to her heart's content." In essence, all players are filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Lynn's firewall avatar has finally succumbed. His health bar is entirely depleted. Defeated, he crashes to the ground, clutching his chest in disbelief. How is this possible? Charlotte rejoices. "Ha ha, we are on the verge of victory." The developers of the AI, Jeangi, also exhale in relief. "At last, we have triumphed. We shall bring this game to its conclusion." Developers and hackers from other nations are now poised to pop the champagne. Once the protective barrier is breached, the game shall be obliterated. After this battle, the coveted title of Game of the Year will not go to the fantasy girlfriends. However, as they gaze upon Lynn's fallen avatar, they notice something peculiar. Charlotte is the first to react. "Wait, why have we won, yet the background music has not ceased?" Indeed, why does the game's music grow increasingly intense? All stare, dumbfounded, at Lynn. There, Lynn's avatar reveals a faint smile, slowly rising to its feet, stretching its neck, and performing a motion none have ever witnessed before. He opens the door behind him. A blinding white light floods the screens of all hackers, revealing just 2 lines of text. The game has entered Phase 2. You shall now experience the 5 great hell dungeons of Blue Star. The Iron Tower still stands. The fury of the tempest, winter is coming, the fog city remains, and the incomprehensible dungeon, the Great Wall Watch. Chapter 104, The Defense of Sky City. "What? You want me to tackle the 5 Nations dungeon?" Charlotte furrowed her brow, for she had indeed contemplated the possibility of Lynn devising a second phase plan. After all, given Lynn's remarkable genius, he would undoubtedly have a contingency in place. Yet, she could never have anticipated that Lynn would rally players from around the globe to confront them. Observing the various Blue Star Hell dungeons, it was evident that these were the dungeons of the most influential nations on Blue Star, the 5 Nations. Particularly striking was the final entry, the Watchtower of the Great Wall, which Lynn deemed unsolvable. Charlotte mused to herself, "I am curious to see how this insolubility manifests. Our Eagle Nation's tempestuous seas are the true enigma." Simultaneously, hackers from numerous other countries witnessed a loading progress bar appearing on their computer screens. The game showcased a loading image set against the backdrop of Sky City, accompanied by a description, "Sky Love City. Only those who love each other can enter this city." As you stroll through the streets, listening to the sound of cherry blossoms falling, you may gaze upward to witness shooting stars cascading from the sky. At long last, the game loaded completely. On everyone's screens emerged a resplendent, beautiful, and colossal Sky City, its surreal and whimsical style defying description. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The essential point was that countless players had now armed themselves, aiming their weapons at the impending wave of hackers. What drove them to distraction was the fact that when the game's perspective zoomed in and the mouse scrolled, they could distinctly see players' hands tightly stacked together, resting upon the trigger keys. Only in this manner could they activate the weapons within the romantic game, the love weapons. Meanwhile, the hackers unleashed a cyber assault, transforming into a tide of monsters. Their computational attacks morphed into cyber zombies, electronic beasts, elite virus bosses, and quantum phantoms. The assault from the land of cherry blossoms manifested as Kappa, Sadako, and the 100 Demons Conference, showcasing their national characteristics. The cyber attacks from other nations also took the form of various infamous antagonists from their respective games. Walong, Gonwin Shui, the Holy Lord, Baron Nash, Sephiroth, Cool King, Team Rocket, and the Joker. This scene resembled a chaotic amalgamation of games, overflowing with elements. Anyone witnessing it would undoubtedly exclaim, "Copyright warning." The sky was filled with a monstrous tide, surging from all directions, enclosing this city of love, with even mutated windmills emerging from the underground pipes. Reminiscent of a season act from the Tom and Jerry Ching-Yu edition, unfavorable messages cascaded in like snowflakes. Charlotte observed the poised players, their weapons aimed at her, and their love weapon bonds fully charged, causing a heaviness in her heart. How she yearned for a sweet romance, yet lamentably, none were worthy of her affection. Witnessing the players' intimate camaraderie and joyous expressions filled her with a pang of bitterness, further solidifying her resolve to annihilate this city. At that moment, her assistant spoke up. "We have received new information. Lynn has surprisingly initiated a main quest within the game. Titled The Defense of Sky City, it appears he intends to engage us in a fierce struggle. This fellow actually rewards players with money, simply by participating in this defense battle. They can directly obtain cash or enter a lottery. Lavish sums of money are scattered among the players, a truly outrageous spectacle." Upon hearing her subordinate's report, Charlotte revealed a faint smile, that Lynn is entirely entrusting the protection of the game fantasy girlfriend to the players. I must say, his idea is quite ingenious. However, we too are united in purpose. Consider this a war, and give it your all. If we win this confrontation, I shall also reward everyone with bonuses. Wishing you all great fortune in battle. Let the war commence. Countless cyber monsters began their invasion, darkening the sky and creating a suffocating atmosphere. Yet the players remained lighthearted and even trembled with excitement. Is this the cyber war? I never imagined I would participate in such a large-scale battle in my lifetime. Let the storm rage on. This game evokes the thrill I felt when playing Red Alert. The players were filled with indescribable excitement. The fantasy girlfriends, seeing their beloveds joyous, shared in their happiness as well. Roar. A colossal black thunderbird, crackling with lightning, emitted a deafening roar towards the players in the Sky City, followed by flickering bolts striking down at them. Boom. A golden bullet shot forth, striking true and subsequently exploding. The monster let out a mournful wail, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks, absolutely breathtaking. Player Muchin achieves the first kill. Unlocking the achievement, Muchin set down his sniper rifle and grinned. Aren't I impressive? Xiao Wanyu rose on her toes. Impressive indeed. I reward you with a kiss. Lower your head. Muchin smiled softly and pressed his lips to Xiao Wanyu's. The game even provided a close-up of the players, watching Muchin and Xiao Wanyu kiss. Charlotte rolled her eyes. The worst part was that she couldn't skip it. Such forced humiliation. This scene left the hackers on the screen infuriated. Damn it. We have to watch this. Are you trying to feed us dog food? Sob, sob, sob. It's too blissful. I'm shipping them. One hacker wore a knowing smile. Huh. The other hackers all turned to gaze at the besotted individual. I swear I'm not a mole. He was dragged away. In the Sky City, the battle erupted in earnest, and players began their sweeping assaults. As defenders, the pressure was minimal, and they felt no pain. The thrill of combat was all that mattered. Rat-a-tat-tat, the toy Gatling gun, emitting brilliant blue flames in the hands of a player, lit up the scene. In the pool, players riding inflatable ducks and sharks cleverly battled against the monsters emerging from the water, crashing them into a vibrant array of particles. Monsters, behold my sword. Zhang Wei and Jiang Yin wielded flying swords, soaring into the sky, unleashing various mystical powers surrounded by thunder, carving out swathes of vacuum as they vanquished the creatures. They too became targets, encircled by foes. Before them lay a multitude of defeated monsters, which, with a mournful cry, burst into a cascade of colorful fireworks. Disciple, use this. Zhang Wei struck the storage bag, and from it emerged a blood-soaked Fang Tian Hua Ji, the imperial halberd. Heavens! Master, is it permissible for me to wield such a formidable weapon? Jiang Yin asked, somewhat dazed, as she grasped the halberd. If I say you can use it, then you can, Zhang Wei replied. At this moment, let us forego the formalities. Jiang Yin seized the weapon and swung it with fervor, unleashing a frenzied assault that created a vacuum amidst the tide of monsters. She was elated. Master, I have never experienced such exhilarating slaughter. Yet, a thought crossed her mind. Master, with such a powerful weapon in my hands, what do you wield? Zhang Wei summoned a 40-meter-long flying sword from the storage bag. Oh, I shall manage with whatever I have. In the next instant, the sword split into 9 by 81 blades, transforming into countless blood-red dragons that painted the sky with crimson, wreaking havoc upon the foes. This game featured no leaderboard, no KDA. Each player was a hero safeguarding love. The air was filled with the joyous sounds of players reveling in their adventures, both in the skies and on the ground, throughout the city. Engaging in battle against monsters was the essence of a good game, especially when one could share the experience with a beloved fantasy companion. Pure bliss. I can only perish in battle. I cannot allow my wife to suffer even a scratch. With the demise of countless monsters, their data erupted into a cascade of fireworks. The monsters themselves were not particularly terrifying, merely a level befitting a 12 game. Upon defeat, they disintegrated into a myriad of colorful particles, bursting into splendid fireworks across the sky. Some players, who chose to observe rather than engage, were equally thrilled. How beautiful! How perfect! How spectacular! I have never witnessed such grand fireworks in my life. They marveled at the breathtaking scene unfolding before them. On another front, Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu transformed into arms tycoons. Having accomplished significant feats during their gameplay, they had garnered considerable goodwill, enabling them to exchange items with NPCs within the game. Soon, they arrived in a wooden transport vehicle, leaving other players in awe. Chapter 105. We shall strike in mech form. What in the world is this wooden transport vehicle? Where did it come from? Brother, where can I purchase one? I would pay handsomely. Countless players gazed with envy at the sight. Shortly thereafter, the log was raised upright. In the real world, upon seeing that log, Charlotte's pupils constricted. This is bad, my server. Su Zheng excitedly lifted the cover of the red button and turned to Wang Xiaoyu. Did you not wish to witness a golden rain? Come, let us press the button together. Wang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, and their fingers simultaneously pressed down on the red button. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted as the log on the transport vehicle suddenly soared into the air, transforming into a colossal firework that hurtled towards the mob of monsters. Boom! The force of this explosion was extraordinary, giving rise to a mushroom cloud. The God AI servers crashed one after another, while Master Lu frantically smoked within, and Charlotte was left in disarray amidst the chaos. She exclaimed in frustration, "You are playing like this. It will cost you extra." As the mushroom bomb descended, countless monsters erupted in a spectacular display of colors, golden and multicolored, bursting forth in the skies of the floating city, creating a breathtaking spectacle. All players could not help but exclaim in awe. It is simply beautiful. Their spirits soared, invigorated by the sight, experiencing a sensation of relaxation akin to witnessing something joyous. The entire city was enveloped in a romantic haze. The air was thick with the fragrance of love. Countless players seized this moment to kiss their imagined girlfriends. However, some serious players looked at Wang Xiaoyu and Su Zheng with a hint of resentment. Seriously, you two have gone too far. You've cleared all the monsters. What are we supposed to do? Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu sheepishly descended from the log vehicle. All right, we'll take this round. Now it's your turn to play. Upon hearing this, the other players immediately agreed. Quickly, it's our turn now. Yet, when they climbed aboard the log vehicle and pressed the red button, they found that the mushroom bomb would not launch. Insufficient love synchronization rate. Please enhance the love synchronization rate and try again. It turned out that operating such a potent weapon required an exceptionally high level of romantic compatibility, meaning that players and their imagined girlfriends needed to be in perfect harmony. Not every player could unlock such a formidable weapon. The assault on the fantasy girlfriend network encountered fierce resistance. At the Sakura Nation's AI studio, numerous individuals rushed towards the server room, fire extinguishers in hand. Yamamoto Goro's nose crinkled in anger. Damn it, Lynn, you scoundrel. You do good deeds at my expense, using my server for rendering, huh? Their servers were also coerced, or rather deceived by the AI, into assisting in rendering the fireworks and scenes from the game. However, the computational power of their server room was barely holding up and was on the verge of collapse. Even the divine AI finds itself in a precarious position, having activated all emergency servers, backup servers, and even borrowed military servers, barely avoiding a catastrophic failure. Following this battle, regardless of the outcome, these two advanced AIs will be left in a state of disarray. The cyber attacks from other nations have also met with resistance, yielding little success. Before the fantastical girlfriend, they appear as mere novices, utterly ineffectual. It is utterly amusing, and I find myself intrigued to join in the fun. Indeed, some youthful hackers have already expressed a desire to immerse themselves in Lynn's fantasy game. The morale among the hackers begins to wane. Truly, it is an insurmountable hellish dungeon, presenting an overwhelming sense of despair. I suspect that even with infinite computational power, we could wage war for another decade and still not penetrate it. I find myself increasingly tempted to play. What should I do? Many hackers are, after all, gamers at heart. And how could they not feel exhilarated upon witnessing such a spectacle? Charlotte must stabilize their spirits, urging everyone to hold firm, assuring them that she possesses one final strategy that will undoubtedly lead to victory, though the moment is not yet ripe. Charlotte is biding her time for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, in the fantasy game, Xiaoqi, where are you going? Mu Chun and Xiao Wanyu chase after Xiaoqi. Just moments ago, they were engaged in delightful play, with an uncontainable smile on Xiao Wanyu's face. She is the type of girl who cannot remain still, even when blind. She could evade her bodyguards, and now with her sight restored, she longs to partake in various activities with Mu Chun. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the golden-haired dog Xiaoqi suddenly barks and dashes towards a certain direction, tugging at Mu Chun and Xiao Wanyu's clothes, signaling them to follow. Mu Chun is thoroughly enjoying himself, wielding a powerful sniper rifle with great enthusiasm, while Xiao Wanyu stands beside him, serving as his spotter, their synergy impeccable. Yet at this moment, Xiaoqi insists on leading them away. What on earth is happening, Xiaoqi? Xiao Wanyu wonders aloud. Mu Chun jokingly remarks, it must have discovered a dog food factory, right? Xiao Wanyu nods in agreement. That seems quite plausible. At that moment, Xiaoqi halts before a toy factory. Within this vibrant establishment, a myriad of toys is displayed, including various miniature Gundams, small airplanes, and toy cars, alongside an array of figurines. Yet conspicuously absent is any dog food. Numerous couples are already selecting their preferred weapons here. For instance, the wooden transport vehicle that Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu previously acquired originated from this very place. Wow, there are so many weapons here. Mu Chun glances at his sniper rifle, suddenly feeling it pales in comparison. Xiaoqi barks excitedly, leading them to a hidden entrance where a gate requires verification of the couple's compatibility. Both must place their palms upon it. Several couples have attempted this challenge before, but the criteria are quite stringent, and they have all failed. Mu Chun and Xiao Wanyu exchange glances, then overlap their hands before placing them simultaneously on the recess of the password gate. Verification complete. Synchronization rate, 100. The password gate swings open instantly. Mu Chun and Xiao Wanyu were filled with excitement. Could it be that we have stumbled upon a secret base? The treasures within must be extraordinary. The golden retriever circled around them, barking with pride, as if it were on the verge of enlightenment. Xiao Wanyu affectionately patted the dog's head, promising it delicious treats later. The pair ventured down a corridor imbued with a strong metallic, technological ambience. Through a massive transparent glass wall, they beheld a breathtaking sight. Inside stood a colossal mech, towering at 70 to 80 meters, weighing several thousand tons, clad in heavy armor and adorned with a blood-red finish. At its chest was a nuclear reactor, with massive cooling fan blades glimmering in a cold, metallic silver. The humanoid form of the mech loomed silently, its enormity leaving them breathless. Wow, a mech! This is every boy's dream, Mu Chun exclaimed, nearly losing his composure at the sight. Who wouldn't want to pilot that? Xiao Wanyu gazed at the magnificent machine. Oh my, it's enormous. Can we drive it? Let us give it a try, Mu Chun replied. The duo soon discovered a way to access the cockpit of the gigantic mech and climbed aboard. The cockpit featured 2 pilot seats on either side, and Mu Chun assisted Xiao Wanyu into the pilot's seat while carefully placing the dog in a third observation seat. He then settled into the right-hand pilot seat. They donned their headsets and simultaneously pressed the central red button. A low hum reverberated. The colossal mech began to stir. The sound of gears engaging echoed beneath them. Intricate networks of wires and pipes lay beneath, while before them glowed a blue screen filled with various data. The mech's system initiated a self-check, confirming that the pilots were in position with a synchronization rate of 100. Ready for action? Mu Chun and Xiao Wanyu exchanged glances, exhilaration evident in their eyes. The mech could connect with their innermost thoughts. How fantastical. They both pressed the activation button. We shall launch in mech form. With a thunderous roar, the ground of the sky city trembled, gears turning as a massive underground base slowly opened, revealing the fantasizer. The game's background music swelled in intensity. A new public screen notification appeared. Players Mu Chun and Xiao Wanyu have maxed out their romance level. Synchronization percentage activated. Epic weapon. Mech Hunter. En route to the central battlefield of the Sky Bridge. Estimated arrival in 1 minute. P.S. Some readers have asked if there will be more gaming romance plots ahead. Yes, indeed, my friends, there will be. The author has been pondering deeply these past few days, conjuring a particularly intense storyline, one that will certainly tug at the heartstrings. The conclusion may branch into 2 paths, one perfect, the other more poignant. Chapter 106, Fusion. The ultimate boss, the chaotic cyber-electronic dark evil god. In a tale of 2 narratives. The players of the fantasy-themed girlfriends revel in exhilarating combat alongside their beloveds. Meanwhile, the major corporation attacking this game finds itself ensnared in an endless quagmire. Charlotte, Yamamoto Goro, Helan, Italy, France, and the heads of cyber attack units from various nations, along with hackers, gaze in astonishment. After a prolonged silence, one official, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, finally speaks. Why do I feel as if we are akin to the little zombies in Plants vs. Zombies, merely being treated as monsters to be vanquished? Indeed, I share the sentiment, and we are merely on the easiest mode, while the opposing players are nothing short of a horde of monsters. What is the point of this? They are cheating. We have 8 nations involved, even military electronic warfare experts, and yet we are being outmatched by a civilian game? Well, it shouldn't be deemed a civilian game. The technical prowess of this game is beyond our comprehension. It could possess some unique algorithms, perhaps. This is not mere science. It borders on the metaphysical. Physics seems to have vanished. The representative from France, in exasperation, remarks, I have long advised everyone to heed my counsel and surrender sooner rather than later, which would have been far better. The morale among the group plummets, with some experts appearing dazed, questioning their own understanding. Charlotte takes a deep breath, realizing that if she does not intervene, the alliance of 8 nations will collapse. She seizes the microphone and addresses all. At this juncture, do you still intend to retreat? The cards are on the table. We have thoroughly offended Lynn, who now rallies millions of players worldwide against us. If we cannot defeat Lynn, we shall be vanquished by him. I have a plan. Though the cost may be steep, our AI will be obliterated in this battle. But the fantasy-themed girlfriends will not fare any better. When they fall, we shall divide the players amongst ourselves. How harmonious this sounds. Yamamoto Goro feels a spark ignite within him. Are we wagering everything? As long as we can eliminate the fantasy-themed girlfriends, I would forsake my intellect. What is your plan? Charlotte elucidates. Have you ever played a card game called Yu-Gi-Oh? Yu-Gi-Oh? What does that mean? This is a cyber war. How does it pertain to card games? Yamamoto Goro proudly replies. Isn't that a card game from our Sakura country? Playing cards to save the world. I play it regularly. A flicker of interest dances across Charlotte's refined features. There exists a card called Fusion, which allows the merging of several weaker monsters into a formidable one. In an instant, Yamamoto Goro comprehends. Ah, you mean to say that our previous assaults were too dispersed, rendering us vulnerable to being picked off by the millions of players on the opposing side. If we concentrate all our computational power into one formidable entity, we could create a super boss capable of toppling them. Charlotte sat before the computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard with rapid precision. I shall issue a command to the God AI to initiate the fusion of computational power, and I will unlock all of its capabilities. Regardless of whether we triumph or falter in this cybernetic war, my God AI will unleash devastation. A fleeting look of reluctance crossed her face. Weighing the pros and cons, Yamamoto Goro pressed the crimson button to release the computational power. Then let us gamble everything. Fantasy Girlfriend, United Core, Sky Love City. The sky was ablaze with brilliant fireworks, a kaleidoscope of colors. The players reveled in joy, their faces alight with exhilaration. Even if a player was accidentally struck by a monster, they would be instantly enveloped in a protective bubble. A prompt would appear. You are a premium player. The system has activated invincibility for you. The players were truly delighted. The emotional stakes soared. This game was utterly thrilling. Battling minor creatures was insufficient. They craved something grander. Indeed, what was the point of battling trivial foes? They sought a formidable boss. Even Zhang Wei voiced his discontent. My great demon array grows stronger with each monster it devours, yet now only insignificant characters appear. Can't we encounter something more challenging? Jiang Yin silently admired Zhang Wei's figure. Master, as expected of you, always harboring an indomitable spirit. As if responding to the players' collective yearning, a torrent of computational monsters suddenly retreated as if commanded by a singular force. The players were taken aback. They were in the midst of battle, reveling in the thrill, only to find the monsters withdrawing. Hey, monsters, come back. We won't fight you anymore, okay? Just let us hit you once. Some players even beckon their fantasy girlfriends, playfully urging a Sadako-like figure to strike them, reveling in the joy of being hit. The players stood atop the castle walls, gazing at the retreating tide of monsters. Had they achieved victory? Surely, it could not be so effortless. Just as they began to celebrate, they yearned for more playtime. I'm willing to spend money, all right? Some players even requested to spend money for an extended experience, for such a vividly immersive battlefield was a rarity. Previously, they had only engaged in such experiences through screens. But now they were fully immersed, sharing this moment with their beloved, making it all the more precious. However, at that moment, a player pointed towards the distant sky and shouted, "Look at what those monsters are doing." Countless monsters surged forth, resembling a black hole, from which emerged a multitude of twisted tentacles, growing increasingly massive, as if intent on shrouding the entire Sky City. Alas, that creature emitted a deep, resonant sound reminiscent of Mongolian throats singing as it plummeted from the heavens, akin to a celestial body. It was an ineffable entity, composed of digital viruses, reeking of sanguinary odors and wholly formed from negative emotions. A low, sonorous voice escaped its maw, akin to ancient deities whispering. Above this monstrosity, flesh and blood extended outward, taking the shape of a human figure, half of her form intertwined with the beast, revealing none other than the creator of the god AI, Charlotte. Ha ha ha. I am your apocalypse. Charlotte's laughter reverberated with a sense of omnipotence, as if she could obliterate an entire world with a mere gesture. Under her command, an enormous, twisted black tentacle, larger than the tallest trees, surged towards the Sky City. Countless players were struck by its force. Yet just as many were enveloped in protective bubbles. You are a premium player. The system has activated invincibility. However, the ground of the Sky City suffered greatly, with numerous structures being obliterated, transforming into a myriad of colorful particles and candies. Witnessing the devastation of a corner of the Sky City, Charlotte's face lit up with delight. It truly works. I smash, I smash, I smash. She manipulated countless monstrous forms, intent on devouring the entire Sky City. This scene exuded an overwhelming sense of dread, causing some players to tremble in fear. The creature was terrifying, its health bar stretching skyward, almost touching the heavens. Its head bore an ominous name, Cyber Electronic Chaotic Dark Demon. Charlotte's laughter erupted joyously. Ha ha ha. Let your fears consume you. Su Zheng wielded a loudspeaker, exclaiming, "Why should we be afraid?" Beside him, Wang Xiaoyu snatched the loudspeaker, declaring, "We ought to thank you." Charlotte was taken aback. "Thank me?" Wang Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. This boss battle is utterly thrilling. Below, a multitude of players echoed in unison, their voices a cacophony of approval. Instead of fear, the players' faces radiated joy upon encountering the ultimate boss. At last, a worthy challenge. It was too scattered before, we couldn't land a hit. Now that such a substantial target presents itself, let us concentrate our fire upon it. This is what makes it exciting. The players eagerly grasped their weapons, interlocking fingers with their beloveds. Chapter 107. Behold our martial soul fusion technique. Revive, my beloved. I am not dead yet. Apologies. I merely felt that such a declaration possessed great grandeur. Countless dense points of light surged towards the ultimate boss, causing its health bar to dwindle gradually. However, compared to the monstrous tide that had preceded it, this boss was far more formidable. Charlotte was acutely aware that even after merging all her computational power into a colossal beast, she was not invincible. Her only desire was to obliterate as much as possible. She cast her gaze towards the immense cherry blossom tree in the city of love above and commanded, "This tree is too unsightly. Destroy it." The ultimate boss let out a thunderous roar and swung its massive tentacles to seize the cherry blossom tree, inciting fury among the players. That was the very tree where we had recently inscribed our heartfelt messages with our fantasy girlfriends. It must not be harmed. Charlotte was met with a cacophony of protests from the players, yet she grinned maniacally. "Your outrage brings me joy." The players unleashed their full might in retaliation, but they were no match for Charlotte's tentacle. Could it be that we truly could not withstand this assault? No, I have not yet inscribed my message. Where is Lynn, the great master? Please, lend us your aid. Indeed, at this juncture, no one had witnessed Lynn's arrival, and many had anticipated his intervention against the formidable foe. Our mecha hunter has entered the fray. Suddenly, the game's background music surged once more. The city in the sky reverberated with intense tremors. A colossal beam of white light erupted from behind all the players, illuminating their faces. They were soon met with the resonant hum of vibrations, the whirring of massive blades, and the interlocking sounds of gears in motion, accompanied by the roar of engines. Charlotte gazed in astonishment at the gigantic mech that had materialized to shield the cherry blossom tree. "My God, a mech has arrived!" Mu-chun exclaimed, "Here I come to fight you." A massive arm grasped the tentacle Charlotte had unleashed, while another mechanical arm fired a palm cannon. A tremendous blue beam erupted forth, severing one of the ultimate boss's tentacles with a resounding blast. The boss's health plummeted dramatically, prompting the players to exclaim in shock, "What on earth is that? It's a mech. So cool. I can hardly breathe. My goodness, a mech has arrived. Does that mean Ultraman is here too?" The players turned to behold this spectacle, their astonishment palpable. From their vantage point, they could see the entirety of the mech. It was a strikingly crimson machine, exuding an overwhelming pressure, and the earlier white light emanated from its colossal headlamp. This was the Fantasizer, piloted by Mu-chun and Su Wanran. They exchanged glances, excitement and exhilaration radiating from their eyes. How exhilarating! What a thrill! Woof! The nearby dog barked enthusiastically. They pilot colossal mechs, with mechanical wings unfurling behind them, and rocket launchers blazing, charging towards the ultimate boss in the sky, engaging it in fierce combat. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of punches lands with palpable intensity, igniting a fervor among the players. From their perspective, two titanic figures clash before towering cherry blossom trees, evoking envy among onlookers. Damn, I want to pilot a mech too. How did they find one? Is it only available through microtransactions? Players drool with envy, yearning for a chance to experience it themselves. What a life fulfilled it would be. Disappointment lingers. Why isn't it Ultraman? Fight, take down the boss. Players raise their weapons, laughter and cheers echoing as they assault the creature in the sky. The ultimate boss's health plummets. Charlotte is equally astonished. So this is how we play, is it? But do you think I lack skill? With a huff, she rapidly strikes the keyboard. She is a formidable gamer, having reached the pinnacle of the strongest ranks, excelling in any game she plays. Manipulating the great evil god, she wields its tentacles to fend off the attacks of the phantom ship. Bang, bang, bang. The tentacles form a precise wall of flesh, sending the phantom ship crashing into a high-rise, which disintegrates into a multitude of colorful particles. Su Wanran and Mu-chun, at the helm of the phantom ship, rise, drawing a spinal sword from behind and charging forward once more. Swish, slice, two strikes sever the tentacles, and she raises her hand to unleash a devastating beam. The azure energy pierces through the great evil god's form, eliciting a wail of agony as its body sways precariously. Charlotte, equally defiant, declares, "I will not be defeated." Her fingers dance furiously across the keyboard. The great evil god seizes the phantom ship, yanking it violently, tearing off its mechanical right arm with a resounding roar. It then spins, unleashing a barrage of tentacles that crash against the phantom ship's chest, leaving deep indentations in its massive armor. Both Mu-chun and Su Wanran grunt, the damage to their mech inflicting pain upon their own bodies. The mech hurtles away, colliding forcefully with a skyscraper, emitting a crackling sound of surging electricity. A warning blares from the mech. Structural integrity compromised 10, half of the functions offline. The players are incensed at the sight. This monster is formidable, even toppling mechs. Attack it. Damn it. Even without mechs, we can thwart you, Dragon Lady. Let us unite. One player, riding a colossal dragon, soars in but is instantly sent flying by the great evil god. Fellow warriors, let us form the celestial sword array. Players from the fantasy realm assemble a sword formation, attempting to vanquish the monster with their lethal strikes. Yet, the great evil goddess' power is terrifying, sending them sprawling as well. You pathetic fools, do you think you can stop me? Charlotte flexed her aching arms, having just exhibited astonishing speed. Yet, despite her efforts, the formidable dark god was left with merely 1/3 of its health. This triggered the game's mechanism, the boss's crimson health face. The dark goddess' entire form transformed from black to a blood-red hue, its dark essence now appearing ominously sinister. Countless players before it were reduced to mere bubbles. Mu Chun, in despair, questioned their ability to hold the line. Xiao Wanyu, her face pale, lamented, "This place is truly beautiful. I do not wish to see it ravaged." "Hey, can you hear me?" Mu Chun nodded, maneuvering the virtual screen. "This mech can self-destruct. We'll detonate it alongside it." Xiao Wanyu replied, "We need to get closer." At that moment, Zhang Wei's voice echoed in their ears. "Can this colossal mech still move? I have a plan. Do you see this celestial demon array? I will bind it to your mech. You take it over and unleash it upon the foe." Mu Chun was momentarily taken aback, then elated. What a brilliant idea. In the next instant, they struggled to bring the illusionist into an upright position. Zhang Wei and Jiang Yin soared beside them, a dark, ominous array hovering above their heads, the celestial demon array. Zhang Wei affixed the array to the mech. Mu Chun, Xiao Wanyu, fly over and unleash your fury. Understood. Mu Chun and Xiao Wanyu ignited the rockets on their mech, attempting to propel forward. However, one of the rockets had sustained damage in the earlier battle, leaving them with only one operational rocket, making takeoff impossible. We'll assist as well. Countless players below gathered to lend their support. Players from the fantasy world employed wind manipulation, while those from the martial world took to the skies, grasping specialized wires to lift them. Meanwhile, players from the illusionary world rode upon great dragons, using their claws to grip the mech's arms, providing much-needed support. Players from all realms united in their efforts. Even those who were not actively assisting were swept up in the atmosphere, cheering in encouragement. Come on, spin. Together, let us rotate. With the collective aid of the players, the mech began to whirl, spinning rapidly like a top. Release. The illusionist gained unprecedented centrifugal force, its core reactor melting down as it surged towards the ultimate foe, the Dark God. Charlotte was taken aback. What in the world is this technique? Zhang Wei, Mu Chun, and the players shouted in unison, "This is our soul fusion technique." As Charlotte beheld the mech charging towards her, the ominous celestial demon array hovering above, she shrieked in despair, "Oh my God, don't come any closer." Boom. In the skies above the floating city, the most resplendent fireworks erupted, resembling countless stars cascading downwards. Chapter 108. Lovers in Reality. Take care of yourselves. Once again, I found myself lost in a reverie, envisioning the scene of my writing. Suddenly, a charming young lady adorned in white stockings appeared at my doorstep, her eyes filled with admiration as she proclaimed, "Senpai, your novel is exquisite. I adore you." On the evening of October 31st, 2215, at 9:13 p.m., I was seated on the rooftop with my boss, Lynn, relishing popcorn and sipping beer. I inquired of him, "Why don't we take action?" To which he replied, "We must provide players with the opportunity to shine." Though this response was somewhat unexpected, it bore a semblance of reason. As we gazed at the spectacle of mechas battling tentacled beasts beneath the burst of fireworks, my boss was animated, cheering for Mu Chun and Xiao Wanyu. I too felt a surge of exhilaration, akin to witnessing a 3D film. The taste of the beer was rather bitter, leaving me perplexed as to why some found pleasure in it. It was so acrid, what could possibly be appealing about it? Moreover, one could easily lose consciousness after indulging in it. However, imbibing in a game seemed inconsequential, did it not? Hooray! The tentacled monster was vanquished, transforming into a grand firework display. Quick, take a screenshot. This is the most magnificent firework I have ever witnessed. An inexplicable joy swelled within me. Most importantly, my boss embraced me. He lifted me and spun around. "Lynn, in his excitement, scooped up the nearby Su Wanran, laughing heartily. We have triumphed. Our players have won. Boss, hold on a moment. It's too fast. I cannot bear it. I think I might see stars, I exclaimed. Su Wanran felt a bit dizzy, a buzzing sensation enveloping her. Apologies, I forgot you were susceptible to 3D effects. Only then did Lynn set Su Wanran down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she spewed forth a cascade of rainbow-colored candies. Lynn knelt beside her. Are you all right? Su Wanran huffed, tackling Lynn. I just vomited rainbow candy. Do you think I'm fine? I'll hit you. Lynn felt a bit lightheaded, not from the 3D effects, but rather from the 36D situation. At that moment, countless bubbles descended from the sky, gently bursting upon contact with the ground. Wow, so many bubbles. How beautiful. Su Wanran's eyes sparkled, reflecting the fireworks and bubbles, completely oblivious to the fact that she was atop Lynn. Many players, affected by the earlier spectacle, were enveloped in bubbles with their beloveds, slowly descending to the ground. The Crimson Mecha gradually opened, with Mu Chun and Xiao Wanyu emerging unscathed from the damaged armor, accompanied by a golden retriever barking nearby. A gentle breeze carried cherry blossoms, rendering the scene extraordinarily picturesque. We did it. All thanks to you. Mu Chun turned to Xiao Wanyu. Not at all. I merely ensured I didn't hold Mr. Mu back, she replied. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy. They embraced tightly, their lips meeting in a kiss. Wow, they kissed. Are we not to kiss as well? The players were moved to tears. And I too yearned for a kiss. At this moment, Su Zheng and Wang Xiaoyu had already found a secluded corner, indulging in each other's affection. As liberated players, they could naturally engage in more intimate actions, such as exploring each other's bodies. Ahem. Zhang Wei could no longer contain himself. He harbored some rather inappropriate thoughts about his disciple, though the system's omnipotent intervention had helped him maintain his dignity as a mentor. With so many people around, he felt somewhat restrained. This fellow often boasted, yet in reality, he hesitated even to share a kiss. Ahem, dear disciple, as cultivators, we need not behave like them, right? However, in the next moment, Zhang Wei was ambushed by Jiang Yan. Her gentle, warm lips pressed against his, initiating a kiss. Zhang Wei's pupils dilated, instinctively wrapping his arms around her waist. Although neither of them dared to use their tongues, their kiss was awkward yet sincere, merely lips meeting lips without any embellishment. Yet their hearts raced fervently. A glimmer of moisture appeared at the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth as she looked at her master. Master, forgive your disciple's transgression. In this moment, I simply could not resist. Zhang Wei savored the taste of her lips, tears streaming down his face. Master, why are you crying? He lamented, lacking composure. Can we do it again? I didn't quite savor the flavor. Jiang Yan chuckled softly. As long as Master does not mind. They embraced once more. On the rooftop, Lynn and Su Wanran watched them kiss, their faces adorned with affectionate smiles. Ah, my dear child, you've finally tasted the sweetness of love. Lynn gazed proudly at his disciple Zhang Wei, resting his hands behind his back, admiring the starry sky, a smile gradually forming on his lips. Do you think this is where it ends? No, no, no. The lovers in reality must also cherish their bonds. Meanwhile, the fantasy girlfriend single-handedly overcame 8 opponents, breaching the defenses of 8 nations. In New York's Times Square, where various advertisements once dominated the colossal LED screens, the visuals suddenly shifted to the enchanting game world of Sky Love City. Players kissing as countless shooting stars fell and cherry blossoms danced in the air. Bystanders on the streets gasped in awe at this spectacle. Some couples, inspired by the scene, embraced and kissed each other. In Tokyo's Shibuya, couples strolled through the streets, gazing up to witness the ethereal cherry blossoms cascading down, a breathtaking sight. They look so romantic. I wish we could play together, one exclaimed. Wait, you actually want to play this game? Ah, no, what I meant was I wish to play this game with you in reality, for you are my fantasy girlfriend. Alright then, actually, you are also my fantasy boyfriend. Really? Is that true? Underneath the Eiffel Tower in Paris, couples kissed passionately on the streets. And in Longhua, it goes without saying, they were even eager to help Lynn promote the stunning visuals from the game. In the vibrant capital city of Chengdu, an unexpected event unfolded as several young men were spotted sharing passionate kisses in the streets. Truly, what a remarkable occurrence. The promotional slogan of the game gleamed with bold letters. Dear couples in the real world, may you cherish one another. Countless lovers in reality were moved to tears. Bang! Bang! The sky erupted with 3 bursts of fireworks, this time manifesting as 3 pink hearts. Su Wanran pointed excitedly at the largest one, shaking Linn's arm, exclaiming, "Boss, look at that one. It's a heart." Lynn gazed at the lively Su Wanran, who was animatedly bouncing beside him, and remarked, "Let us set aside the matter of hearts for a moment, shall we? Do you really see me as a mount?" Upon glancing down, Su Wanran realized she was seated on Linn's lap, her face flushing crimson as she stood up abruptly. "Well, it's just that you were laughing at me earlier. And I accidentally. The boss doesn't need to assist anymore, right? A warning on my wages, perhaps," she added playfully. "Oh, come now, don't be angry. Boss, please don't deduct my pay. It would only sadden us both." Chapter 109. Just pretend it's a dog. Just pretend it's a pig. Lynn held a beer bottle in one hand, while the other was firmly embraced by Su Wanran, who playfully swayed beside him like a lively worm, gently persuading him. "Come on, just give it a break. Haha, I knew you were a great boss." With Su Wanran leaning against his shoulder, he smiled helplessly, gazing at the magnificent fireworks lighting up the night sky, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "After the matter is settled, I shall quietly depart, concealing my accomplishments and accolades." Certainly, he could have brought Su Wanran to save the day. For instance, the neighboring cosplay shop had a complete set of Sun Wukong's armor, the Dark Dragon robe, the Imperial Jade Seal, and Nez's rocket gun and flaming wheels. Perhaps this was also a way for the protagonist to express himself, but this time, Lynn chose to leave all opportunities for display to the players. The grand fireworks in the sky gradually descended, intensifying the romantic atmosphere. Countless couples cheered and kissed in the streets. Years later, players who would grow old with their imagined girlfriends would reminisce about that night of kissing in the Skylove City. Lynn and Su Wanran were equally stirred by the spectacle. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly noticed Lynn and Su Wanran, and a commotion erupted. "Hey, Lynn, why aren't you two kissing?" "Exactly. You must kiss. We all did. Together, together, together. Haha, Godfather, you must find happiness." Jeangi blushed as he urged from below. Lynn and Su Wanran were taken aback. However, they exchanged glances, both displaying expressions reminiscent of elderly subway passengers. Though their hands were intertwined, it felt as though they had been struck by an electric shock. Lynn's face flushed. "Hey, stop messing around. She is my employee. We are just here to enjoy the festivities." Su Wanran chimed in. "We're merely here to observe. Please don't put us in a difficult position." "No way. Even observing requires a kiss. It's the rule." Lynn, as a developer of romance games, surely you've had your share of romantic experiences. Lynn retorted. "Hey, you truly are a genius." Though Lynn and Su Wanran sought to escape, players surrounded them from all sides. Once they were targeted by the players, there was no way for Lynn and Su Wanran to break free. Ha ha ha, these two are truly hypocritical. Holding hands and spending all their time together while claiming they're not a couple. If we don't get them together today, I'll write my name upside down. As players grew increasingly eager and enthusiastic, waves of applause and chants of together echoed throughout. Even Lynn's core group, Mu Chun and Xiao Wanyu, watched them with smiles. Sending a flower through Xiao Qi. "Hey, you're conspiring against me, aren't you?" Lynn glanced at Mu Chun, revealing a wry smile. Mu Chun lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Lynn, I had to make this happen today." Lynn stated, "If you continue like this, I'll log off." "I, Lynn, will not kiss someone who has rainbow candies in their mouth." Su Wanran retorted angrily. "Hey, who has rainbow candies in their mouth?" Lynn led Su Wanran aside. Their gazes intertwined, each looking into the other's eyes, both puzzled. "What do we do now? Why are we being watched?" Lynn sighed, feeling helpless. "Had I known, I wouldn't have brought you online today. It seems I really have to kiss you." In truth, they had shared kisses in their childhood. "Did we?" Lynn exclaimed, astonished. Su Wanran chuckled. "I remember vividly. We shared a spicy strip, and by the end, wasn't that a kiss?" Lynn shrugged. "All right, you remember that." They were surrounded by countless players, their eyes gleaming with delight, as if witnessing a kiss was more thrilling than the act itself. Humans have a tendency to meddle in others' affairs, completely disregarding whether Lynn and Su Wanran wanted it or not. Of course, they probably did. Yet their deep familiarity as childhood friends made it complicated. Honestly, they had shared kisses, slept together, played, and even faced punishments together. Nothing was off limits in their youth. But as they grew older, a sense of disdain crept in, and they began to bicker. Though they had been apart for a while, they had spoken on the phone. But life's demands had severed their contact. It had been far too long since they had seen each other, making it challenging to revert to their carefree childhood kisses. But did they truly dislike one another? Lynn and Su Wanran found it difficult to articulate their feelings. What to do? Su Wanran. It seems we cannot escape a kiss today. With determination, Su Wanran stomped her foot, pouting. All right then, I'll just pretend it's a pig's kiss. Lynn poked her forehead. Could you repeat that? Haha, fine, fine. I take back what I said as long as you don't dock my pay. With great difficulty, Lynn and Su Wanran leaned in closely, feeling the weight of each other's breaths and heartbeats, both tense. If it were only the two of them, a kiss might not have been significant. At most, they would complain about it afterward and rinse their mouths vigorously. However, with the entire world watching, that kiss could haunt them for many nights. Unable to hold back any longer, at that moment, they both made the same choice. Oh well, if I must die, let it be a pig's kiss. Fine, if we must kiss, let it be like kissing a dog. Their lips met, igniting excitement among the players. I never imagined I would witness the game producer getting paired up in my lifetime. The players exclaimed, exhilarated. What a thrill. Our voices were so loud and sharp. They couldn't resist. As they exchanged playful banter, Lynn and Su Wanran felt the warmth of each other's lips. In reality, kissing was nothing extraordinary. They even began to playfully compete, trying to suck the air from each other's mouths to see who could create a vacuum first. At long last, Su Wanran could no longer withstand the moment, and with a soft sound, the two finally parted, their lips glistening. It turned out that a girl's lips had the delightful taste of rainbow candy. They exchanged bashful glances with the players, their faces flushed. The audience and players alike were thoroughly satisfied, exclaiming, "That's it, that's it. Oh, how splendid it is to have united yet another pair. I have truly accomplished the players' wishes." Lin and Su Wanran, akin to two unbridled wild dogs, hurriedly logged off. Everyone was elated, save for one forlorn spirit. Oh, how tragic it was. I had been clapping in applause, only to discover that my home had been raided. Arriving on the scene was Lin Un's enigmatic fantasy world girlfriend, Su Wanran. Witnessing the spontaneous kiss between Lin and Su Wanran, orchestrated by the crowd, she felt as though the sky had collapsed, collapsing onto the ground in despair. No. No. As snowflakes danced down, November brought a gentle snowfall to Jeangi. Chapter 110, Su Wanran's Nightmare. After Su Wanran and Lin logged off, they simultaneously removed their headsets, exchanging bewildered glances. Neither had anticipated sharing a kiss within the confines of the game. Su Wanran's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. What on earth was this? Lin observed Su Wanran, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Oh, look who's blushing. Fear not, kisses in the game don't count. Why wouldn't they? The sensations felt incredibly real. By the way, do your earlier words hold any weight? What did I say? Lin teased her deliberately. Su Wanran stammered, her voice barely a whisper, just what they mentioned, about being together. Lin stroked his chin, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Wow. Su Wanran, are you suggesting you wish to be with me? Very well, I shall reluctantly agree. However, let me make this clear, on the surface. I am still your boss, so don't take liberties just because you might be my girlfriend. Su Wanran was utterly perplexed, sensing something amiss. She hurriedly clarified. I didn't mean to imply I wanted to be your girlfriend, not particularly. It's just that you brought it up first, so I. Lin interrupted her. You mentioned it. I consented. Seems fair enough, doesn't it? That appears to be the case, but it still feels off. Su Wanran nodded and shook her head, flustered and unsure. Lin blinked and casually suggested, Come now, Su Wanran, give my shoulders a rub. I've been running around in the game all night, and I'm utterly exhausted. That was just in the game. Su Wanran retorted, playfully punching Lin's shoulder. Yet she still obliged him with a couple of gentle needs. Have you not eaten? Lin inquired. How infuriating. I'm tired too, you know. Now it's your turn. With that, Su Wanran lifted her long, fair leg and pinched her toes, then extended her foot toward Lin's lap. Could you give me a little massage? Absolutely not. A good man would never indulge in such behavior. Lin grimaced. How dare you disdain me? I insist you do it. Su Wanran huffed, placing her delicate foot onto Lin's lap. Her cheeks puffed like a pufferfish. Lin could not withstand such a display and sighed in resignation. You brought this upon yourself. In the next instant, his fingers began to tickle the soft soles of Su Wanran's feet. A shiver coursed through Su Wanran. Her skin prickling, as if she had unlocked a new realm of sensations. Her toes curled instinctively, her body twisting like a writhing serpent. Laughter erupting from her lips as she pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. Please stop. Weren't you the one who asked for a massage? Your reaction indicates you're quite sensitive." Lynn's fingers were deft and relentless, sending Su Wanran into a frenzy of laughter and bewilderment. The delightful agony made her question whether she had developed an affinity for such peculiar sensations. She fervently denied it in her mind. "Impossible. No, no. Let me go. I was mistaken." Su Wanran desperately attempted to retract her foot. "No, I cannot surrender to this treatment." Lynn yanked her closer, his grip on her ankle firm as a vice. "I truly regret it." Su Wanran continued her pleas. "You do not know the mistake. Rather, you are aware of the impending tickling," Lynn remarked with a mischievous smile. In an instant, Su Wanran activated her fierce demeanor, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, and abruptly tackled Lynn to the ground. Her fingers plunged into Lynn's armpits as she retaliated, exclaiming, "I shall tickle you to death. Is it ticklish? If so, beg for mercy." Perched atop Lynn, Su Wanran relentlessly tickled. Lynn gazed at her calmly, even suppressing a chuckle. "Oh, why are you not laughing? I am tickling you. Shouldn't you be more cooperative? Have I ever mentioned that I am not afraid of being tickled? Impossible. You used to dread this tactic. The moment I employed it, you would surrender. I was deceiving you. I have never feared it." Su Wanran stared at Lynn in disbelief, astonished that her strategy had failed. "Now it is my turn." As soon as Lynn finished her sentence, her hands delved into Su Wanran's armpits, initiating her own tickling assault. Instantly, Su Wanran's cheeks flushed crimson, goosebumps erupted across her skin, and her body instinctively recoiled, leading her to lose balance and tumble onto Lynn. Their movements ceased, and the atmosphere grew charged with intimacy. Their eyes locked. They could distinctly sense each other's rapid heartbeats and hurried breaths, as if engaged in an illicit secret that sent their hearts racing. Their lips were a mere 2 centimeters apart, gazing deeply into one another's eyes. By all accounts, a kiss was imminent. Yet Su Wanran, akin to a cat that had just pilfered a fish, suddenly regained her senses, turned, and fled, stammering an excuse. I think I might be a bit tipsy. See you tomorrow, boss." Lynn also rose from the sofa, his head swirling as if he had truly imbibed alcohol. How can the drinks in this game affect reality? He had undeniably felt a spark. More than just a spark. His body had reacted, and he was certain Su Wanran felt similarly. "I cannot believe I have such thoughts about Su Wanran. How peculiar." Shaking his head, he approached his computer and opened it to check his daily emails. A habitual practice to remain attuned to player feedback. Seated before the screen, a smile unconsciously curled at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, in Su Wanran's room, she had finished her shower and donned her pajamas, diving into her blankets like a frenzied little eel, writhing about as her mind replayed the mortifying scene. What was I just doing? How embarrassing. After a considerable time, Su Wanran gradually drifted into slumber, her lips murmuring in her dreams. In her dream, at Jeangi University, a boy stood before Su Wanran, his face a blend of shyness and anticipation. "Su, I have liked you for a long time, for an entire semester. Will you be my girlfriend?" Su Wanran regarded him and gently shook her head. "I am sorry, but I already have someone I like." Watching the boy walk away, dejected and forlorn, Su Wanran pulled out her old Oppo A5 from her pocket. Her gaze soft and hopeful as her fingers tapped the screen to purchase a high-speed train ticket. She mused to herself, "This year, I should be able to see brother Lynn again." Since high school began, Lynn had seemed to vanish, never returning, with whispers of his busy academic life circulating. Upon hearing from her aunt that Lynn had graduated and begun working, Su Wanran was filled with excitement as she boarded the high-speed train home. Upon her arrival in the small town, she was greeted by a festive atmosphere, with decorations adorning the streets. Forgetting to visit her mother first, she hurried to Lynn's home. "Auntie, has Lynn returned?" Su Wanran asked eagerly. Lynn's mother, Liang Huimei, shook her head. "This child mentioned he is too busy with work this year and won't be coming back." It's good to be busy. Career is important. Su Wanran felt a tinge of disappointment and replied, "Oh, all right." She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lynn. "Happy New Year, brother Lynn." After sending the message, she was met with silence. Su Wanran couldn't help but wonder, has brother Lynn found someone he likes? Sitting alone at her doorstep, she listened to the sound of firecrackers and gazed at the dazzling fireworks. She picked up her old Oppo A5 and snapped a photo to send to Lynn. Brother Lynn, does it look beautiful? You always lit fireworks with me when we were young. It's no fun without you. After a long while, well past midnight, Lynn finally replied, sending a photo of his shadow after just clocking out from work. I was swamped today, trying to meet a game deadline. Not even resting on New Year's Eve. I had no choice. My boss is pushing hard. I must complete this game quickly. However, once this project is done, I'm sure I'll get a promotion and a raise, bringing me closer to my dream. Is that dream about making games? Yes. Do you remember how we used to play Contra and Super Mario together? You'll have to wait to play my new game. It's getting late. I'm extremely tired, so I'll sleep now. Okay. Time flew by, and Su Wanran returned to school for the second semester of her freshman year. She approached her counselor, stating firmly, I wish to change my major to game development. The counselor looked taken aback. Student, have you been influenced by something? With your talents. Majoring in dance would suit you perfectly. Su Wanran shook her head. I've thought it through and have decided to switch my major. Very well. Su Wanran successfully transferred to the game development program, a piece of news that quickly stirred excitement within the department. Have you heard? Our monk major has a girl now. And she is a campus beauty. What is going on? Never mind. I must pursue her. To enter the game program, one needed a high-spec laptop. Su Wanran came from humble beginnings, having lost her father early on and relied solely on her mother, scholarships, and part-time jobs to save for a computer. A classmate offered assistance. Su, I have a spare laptop. If you need it, I can lend it to you. Su Wanran politely declined. No, thank you. I prefer to rely on myself. Another classmate, driving an expensive car, invited her. Su, the girls' dorm is quite far. Let me drive you every day. Su Wanran calmly refused. No need, I can ride my bicycle. To enhance her technical skills, aside from attending classes, Su Wanran devoted her time to sketching in her notebook. On one hand, it enhances her aesthetic appreciation. On the other hand, the male protagonist in her stories is always the same person, Lynn, which fills her heart with sweetness and anticipation. For several years thereafter, every time Su Wanran returned home, she would inquire with Lynn's mother, Annie, has Lynn come back? Yet the response was invariably disappointing. You came at the wrong time. Lynn was here for just a day before he left. Su Wanran felt a profound sense of loss and could not help but wonder, was he deliberately avoiding me? In our adulthood, we have not crossed paths. Lynn's mother would helplessly remark, Lynn is simply too busy with work. He has been promoted to deputy team leader and is occupied with projects daily. This child never seems to take a break. Su Wanran would then take up her Oppo A5, sending a message to Lynn on, Hey Lynn, look at the fireworks I posted. Aren't they beautiful? Lynn quickly replied, they are indeed stunning. This year, I still haven't seen you. And you mentioned going to the internet CAF to play games together. The company has expanded, and I have several projects on my hands. The boss said that once these are completed, I will be promoted to team manager, allowing me to create the games I truly desire. I must go now. I almost got caught slacking off and faced a potential salary deduction. Su Wanran responded with a supportive smiley face. All right, I await your game. In their third year, as academic demands intensified, communication between Lynn and Su Wanran dwindled. During this time, suitors continuously expressed their affections towards Su Wanran, with love letters piling up on her desk. She became the most elusive belle at Sichuan University, maintaining a cool and solitary image, devoid of any rumors. In the third year, although Su Wanran did not encounter Lynn, she played a game he had crafted and discovered Easter eggs he had made for her. Excitedly, she messaged him with her old Oppo A5. Is this Easter egg about our childhood stories? Lynn replied, Is it? I had a sudden burst of inspiration and created a little Easter egg. I don't care, it definitely is. All right, it is. Will you be returning this year? I have been promoted to team supervisor now. The game is still in the testing phase, but I assure you, it is exceptionally fun. The most refined and heavily invested one I've created. Once this is finished, I can finally relax and enjoy the new year at home. Su Wanran sighed. All right then. In her fourth year, Su Wanran graduated from university, still single. A classmate invited her to work at their company, but she declined. No, I wish to go to Jeangi. Clutching her cracked screen Oppo A5, she spent half a month's wages to purchase a flight ticket to Jeangi. Normally hesitant to buy new clothes, she spent money without a second thought this time. Determined, since you want to return, I shall come to find you and see how you intend to evade me. Upon arriving in Jeangi, Su Wanran dragged her suitcase, following the address provided by Lynn's mother to locate his home. She knocked on the door, but there was no response. Resigned, she squatted next to her suitcase, launching a game on her cracked Oppo A5. Immersed in play, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness! Can this Chung Yaojin even play? Full health, and yet he uses his ultimate." At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Su Wanran perked up her ears, her heart racing with excitement. She rose to her feet, stealing a glance towards the source of the sound. The elevator doors slid open, revealing a familiar figure stepping out. Su Wanran feigned ignorance, yet her lips could not suppress a smile. "Who are you?" Lynn inquired, gazing at her in confusion. Lynn engaged, "It's me. Su Wanran. Do you not remember me?" She pointed to herself, her face alight with anticipation. However, in that instant, her smile faltered, and her pupils constricted in shock. Beside Lynn, a graceful woman clad in a red dress had appeared unbeknownst to her. The woman affectionately looped her arm through Lynn's and asked, "Darling, who is she?" Lynn glanced at Su Wanran and suddenly recalled, "Oh, I remember now. This is my childhood friend, Su Wanran." The woman in the red dress smiled and extended her hand. "Hello, I am Shui Ziano, Lynn's fiancée." Su Wanran felt as though the world was spinning beneath her. In the next moment, she jolted awake from her cocoon, gasping for breath. Goodness, what a terrifying nightmare. Chapter 111. The curtains moved. My blanket shifted. What a nightmare. Su Wanran abruptly sat up in bed, her hands cradling her face, displaying an expression of sheer panic. The dream she had just experienced was terrifying, even more so than the beautiful figure of Chu Ren. The most unsettling part was witnessing that cyber ghost, who had become Lynn's fiancée, offering her a friendly smile and even attempting to shake hands. This haunting image lingered in her mind, leaving her shaken. Unable to suppress her sarcasm, Su Wanran muttered, "Humph, if I tossed you into the Yangtze River, it would have to be renamed the Green River. It's all your fault for seducing my Lynn. Lynn is mine, and no one shall take him from me, unless they are prepared to face dire consequences." But then, it struck her that she was, after all, a ghost. Essentially, she was dead, wasn't she? Suddenly, she realized something. How on earth am I feeling jealous of an NPC from a game? What I ponder by day, I dream by night. Could it be that deep down I fear? No. What am I afraid of? Or perhaps I secretly wish to be Lynn's fiancée. Oh, how utterly shameful. Su Wanran felt her toes tense up, yet a foolish grin spread across her face. Impossible. I am not that kind of person. Even if Lynn and I were to confirm our relationship, I wouldn't rush to become his fiancée. However, the thought of that cyber ghost possibly enticing Lynn within the game made her uneasy. Things are starting to get interesting. With a dramatic flourish, Su Wanran spread her arms, delivering a declaration of youthful rebellion. Deep down, she absolutely refused to admit that she feared competing with that cyber ghost. It was simply that the dream had been too vivid. She could even hear the sound of her heart shattering within her. "Ah, Lynn, how could you break my heart? You were so close to her, and yet so distant from me. Oh, you fickle heartthrob." In a fit of frustration, Su Wanran began to pummel a plush toy by her bedside, imagining it was Lynn, even going so far as to mount the pillow in her rage. Still not satisfied, she stood up and pretended to stomp on the imaginary Lynn, her toes pressing against his non-existent face. "Humph, I'll crush you, stink you up, suffocate you." But upon seeing the plush toy in disarray from her tantrum, she felt a pang of remorse. Quickly, she leaned down to pick it up, saying, "I'm sorry. Lynn, I didn't mean it." "Well, maybe I did. Can I take a peek at the muscles beneath your clothes?" "Is that a no?" "Well, maybe yes, too." Talking to herself, she acted like a mischievous rascal, roughly unbuttoning the imagined Lynn's shirt. "Wow, an 8-pack. Let me kiss it, let me sniff it." Su Wanran buried her head into the plush toy's chest, inhaling deeply and revealing a look of satisfaction. Holding the toy close, she gently stroked its head, whispering, "Don't make me angry again." In that moment, she appeared more like a lovesick ghost than anything else. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Just now. We confirmed our relationship, right? Once a relationship is established, one should engage in the activities befitting a couple, should they not? Su Wanran felt a flush of embarrassment, yet there was a certain allure to it. Thus, she decided to proceed. Cradling her face in her hands, her gaze turned dreamy, revealing a playful determination. She playfully mounted the plush toy, teasing her companion a couple of times, before her demeanor shifted back to clarity. This was rather unexciting. Perhaps it would be better to truly seek out Lynn. After all, I am his girlfriend now. It seems quite reasonable to share a bed with him. And so, she resolved to act. Su Wanran turned on the light and returned to her reflection in the mirror, applying a subtle and elegant touch of makeup. Gazing at her own visage, she unveiled a delicate smile, one that bore the essence of a lovesick yearning. Hee, here I come. Like a stealthy thief, Su Wanran tiptoed out of her room and into the enveloping night. However, a strange occurrence unfolded once she departed. The mirror in her room reflected an eerie silhouette seated at the head of the bed, clad in theatrical garb with a hint of red. Its face obscured by a pallid mask, it moved with a mechanical precision, devoid of consciousness. Only a lingering resentment remained. Snap! The spectral figure vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Su Wanran, akin to a cat tiptoeing on a tin roof, strove to make no sound as she entered Lynn's room. A gentle push on the door revealed it was indeed unlocked. Lynn, with headphones adorning his ears, was engrossed in his game, fingers dancing over the keyboard, completely absorbed in a session with his close friend Jeangi. Jeangi, unleash your ultimate. What are you waiting for? Are you saving it for a kill? Face the storm, ha ha ha. Lynn's laughter echoed, oblivious to the figure in pajamas that had materialized behind him. With a mischievous smile, Su Wanran decided to surprise Lynn. Her eyes scanned the room until she found the perfect hiding spot behind the curtains, poised to pounce at the opportune moment. Before long, Lynn concluded his game. Jeangi, you absolute novice, 0 to 15. I refuse to play with you any longer. From the microphone came Jeangi's aggrieved voice. Buddy, you were 1 to 21. You should be the one feeling ashamed. I'm being dragged down by you. Shall we play another round? Ah, never mind. I think I shall retire for the night, my dear friend. What time is it? How can you possibly sleep now? Mind your own business. I shall sleep whenever I please. Very well then. I shall not disturb your flight departure. I am off to find Jeangi to play. By the way, dear father, may I ask you a favor? Lynn's expression soured. How could this rascal reveal his plans? Do not even think about it. I will not agree. I know what you intend to do, and the answer is no. From the headset came Jeangi's pleading voice. Father, I beseech you, grant me a game reprieve. This isn't merely for my sake. It's for Jeangi. She has been afflicted by the love potion, and without our dual cultivation, she will perish. Lynn was left speechless. It was glaringly apparent that the lovesick Jeangi had willingly succumbed to the potion. He ought to refuse. Get lost. Even if you call me father, I will not grant you reprieve. This is a matter of principle. After a brief conversation with Jeangi, Lynn washed up and went to bed, completely oblivious to the subtle movement of the dark curtains beside his bed. Su Wanran nearly burst into laughter. Desperately covering her mouth, the thought of what was to come startled Lynn, provoking an uncontrollable urge to laugh. Lynn lay in bed and glanced at his phone. On November 3rd, the annual Best Game Awards would be unveiled in New York. The nomination for Best Game saw Fantasy Girlfriend leading with an overwhelming number of votes, poised to secure the title ahead of time. International netizens lamented, the games from the Dragon Kingdom are too formidable, their technology far surpassing ours. Would the eagle be setting a trap? Would Lynn participate in this prestigious game selection? After scanning through the media coverage, Lynn stroked his chin, pondering that it indeed resembled a hidden agenda. If he attended, would he risk an assassination attempt? Lynn certainly did not wish for a catastrophic fate, especially since the system had not bestowed upon him any superhuman defensive capabilities. In any case, it was merely a minor award, and someone else could easily collect it on his behalf. Lynn glanced at the system again. There was still an hour and 15 minutes until the weekly store refresh. He hoped to acquire something exceptional this time. Otherwise, he would truly have to rely on others to claim the accolade. As Lynn lay in bed and turned off the light, the room plunged into darkness. He lay on his side, staring at his phone, pausing momentarily before a mysterious app. Could it be time for takeoff? Just as Lynn pondered this, he suddenly sensed a movement of the curtains in the room. Goodness, did my curtains just move? Lynn was taken aback. Could there possibly be a ghost? Was that cybernetic female specter about to leap from the game? Would she not then consume him entirely? Yet, after that initial movement, the curtains remained still. Lynn mused. It seems I am truly experiencing hallucinations. Forget it. Perhaps it is best to sleep tonight. Just as he resolved to do so, he suddenly felt the blankets shift, as if a tiny cat were burrowing into his bedding. What on earth is happening? Lynn's pupils dilated in shock. Could there genuinely be a ghost? He recalled a horror film he had seen, where the vengeful spirit emerged from beneath the covers. Chapter 112. The first thing Su Wanran did after receiving her salary was Lynn incautiously lifted a corner of the blanket, only to discover that Su Wanran had mysteriously appeared in her bed. They exchanged wide-eyed stares, and Su Wanran made a playful face. Lynn exclaimed, "Ah, Su Wanran, how is your mother?" Su Wanran giggled, clutching her stomach, surprised. "Unexpected? It's me." I just hid away, unable to contain her laughter. She erupted into a fit of giggles that made her belly ache. After a brief moment of shock, Lynn couldn't help but join in the laughter. "You little rascal, Su Wanran, are you trying to scare me to death?" "Ha ha." The two laughed together for a solid 3 minutes. Lynn playfully reached under the covers and pinched Su Wanran's soft cheeks. "Whose good girl has turned into a lovely maiden in my bed?" "Ouch, ouch, you're pinching me too hard," Su Wanran protested, whining under the blanket. Who could withstand such a charm? Lynn lost his composure entirely. Being so close, Su Wanran could certainly sense Lynn's physical reaction. "Ah, Lynn, you perverted rogue." Su Wanran blushed. Gazing at Su Wanran's adorable appearance beneath the covers, Lynn could no longer restrain himself. "Who dares to launch a surprise attack on me? You still have the audacity to call me a perverted rogue?" Su Wanran quietly defended herself. "I had a nightmare." "A reason, undoubtedly a reason." "I really did. I dreamt you were with that cyber ghost. It was terrifying." Intrigued by Su Wanran's words, Lynn asked, "Oh really? So you're afraid of that?" Su Wanran shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. "I'm not afraid. I don't believe you would be interested in a paper doll from a game." Paper doll. Although Lynn wanted to clarify that she was not merely a paper doll, this secret was known only to him. What would Su Wanran's reaction be if she were aware of this secret? While Lynn pondered this, his hand inadvertently rested on Su Wanran's leg. Su Wanran suddenly gasped. "Where's your hand?" Realizing his actions, Lynn flashed a mischievous smile. Someone is about to give in. Upon hearing this, Su Wanran blushed and attempted to escape. "I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore," thinking of running away. Too late. Lynn firmly grasped Su Wanran's leg, pulling her back. "Aren't we supposed to sleep together? Let us sleep. Sleeping is fine, but why are you being so hands-on? Forgive me, but if I don't hold on to something, I feel I won't be able to sleep." Both Lynn and Su Wanran were a little too excited, rendering sleep elusive. After a long while, they exchanged glances. Lynn asked, "Shall we duo-Q?" Su Wanran hesitated before replying. "Then, let us do it." Together, Lynn and Su Wanran duo-Q'd, achieving a remarkable score of 7 points consecutively. Lynn played as Marco Polo, while Su Wanran chose Yao, forming the classic Marco-Yao duo. Lynn was responsible for the chaotic onslaught, while Su Wanran mounted him, bestowing either a bite or a shield upon him. With an exhilarating series of 7 consecutive victories, they finally ascended to the rank of king, leaving both Lynn and Su Wanran in a state of blissful satisfaction. What a delightful game it was. Of course, I refer to the king. The following noon, Lynn and Su Wanran awoke from their slumber. Having stayed up late the previous night, both bore the telltale signs of fatigue, sporting dark circles under their eyes. As Su Wanran rose from the bed, she nearly stumbled, collapsing back onto Lynn. Lynn inquired, "What is the matter?" Su Wanran's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "I feel a bit weak. Perhaps the late night has taken its toll." Without hesitation, Lynn swept her into a princess carry. "You need to use the restroom, right? I'll carry you there." "Oh no, no need for that." Su Wanran blushed in embarrassment. From the restroom, their playful banter echoed. Shill. Time to go. With you like this, I can't possibly go. Let me down. I can manage on my own." Half an hour later, having completed their morning rituals, Lynn and Su Wanran emerged from the restroom. A meal had been prepared in advance, and they devoured it with great fervor. Lynn consumed 3 hefty bowls, while Su Wanran matched him, as if they had expended considerable energy. Once satiated, Lynn's gaze fell upon Su Wanran's phone. Perhaps a spark of realization had ignited within him as he began to perceive the subtleties around him. Though her phone was well protected and adorned with a charming case, the screen had been cracked for quite some time without repair. Moreover, Su Wanran claimed to have spent her money on in-game skins. Yet her character Yao remained in her original form, and she had never been seen using any skins. Donning the same few outfits repeatedly, a pang of guilt stirred within Lynn. Was he, as her employer, being rather callous? His employee, under his supervision, could not even afford new clothing or skins. This was hardly acceptable. He turned to Su Wanran, who, startled, said with trepidation, "Why are you looking at me?" I'm eating right now, can it wait? At least let me rest for a bit. Lynn replied, what are you thinking? I no longer wish to duo with you. You're too much of a liability. It's always me carrying you to victory while you simply bask in the glory. Next time, you must learn a few more support champions. You can't solely rely on Yao and just ride on my coattails. Su Wanran's face flushed. Oh, okay. I'll practice Kai Wenji next time and heal you like crazy. Setting aside the matter of healing, Lin pulled out his phone. I've sent you your salary. Su Wanran was taken aback, her eyes welling with tears of sorrow. Wah, my heartless boss has finally had a change of heart and paid me. Hee. You're truly wonderful, boss. As she leaned her head against Lin's shoulder, her gaze shifted to the balance on his phone. Counting the figures, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, her mind reeled. The zeros behind Lin's phone were beyond her comprehension, far surpassing her wildest imagination. In reality, this was merely the income from selling gaming helmets and the post-tax revenue from players' top-ups. Lin's financial resources were likely far more substantial than this. If he were to raise his hand and declare his intention to undertake a certain project, it is likely that several thousand minor objectives would be achievable. Lin transferred 10,000 to Su Wanran. It was not that he was unwilling to send her more, but rather that it was unnecessary. Money has the potential to corrupt the heart. Lin resolved to allow himself to be tainted, but he could not permit Su Wanran to be sullied. Wow, 10,000. Su Wanran's eyes sparkled with delight, and she nearly felt compelled to kiss Lin on the cheek. Boss, you are truly generous. Wasn't it 8,000? You advanced me 2,000 earlier, and now I have 10,000. Did you perhaps miscalculate? As soon as Su Wanran uttered these words, she regretted them and quickly covered her mouth. Boss, you didn't hear anything. Lin gently pried her fingers apart. The 8,000 is your base salary, and the 2,000 is a one-time bonus from me. Accept it. Go buy yourself a new phone. Your current device lags severely when playing games, and I worry it might explode on me. Su Wanran saluted Lin, determined to fulfill her boss's command. I will promptly acquire a phone worth 2,000. After their meal, Su Wanran leisurely ran to the sofa to play on her phone, opening an online shopping app to indulge in retail therapy. Observing Su Wanran's joy brought a smile to Lin's face. He turned his gaze to her phone. What have you purchased? Let me see. Before she could react, Lin snatched her phone away. No, don't look. Su Wanran's cheeks flushed as she attempted to reclaim her phone, but Lin stood up, keeping it out of her reach. He opened her shopping list, a Redmi phone, cosmetics, a dress, black stockings, a maid outfit, white stockings, black stockings, and Lolita attire. All quite reasonable, but what in the world was this QQ lingerie? Su Wanran murmured, don't misunderstand. I'm not buying it for you. Lin immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Buy it. Purchase a few more. If that isn't sufficient, come to me for additional funds. This falls within the reimbursable category. Blushing, Su Wanran snatched her phone back and distanced herself from Lin, fearful that he might sneak another glance. Lin chuckled. Su Wanran was simply adorable, with a delicate charm, even more so. Just then, a call came in from Jeangi. Lin casually answered, Son, is there something you need from your father? On the other end, Zhangwei's tone was somewhat frantic. Foster father, I've encountered a tough opponent in my game, and I can't handle him. Chapter 113, Lin, Extraterrestrial Demons? Let me see what this is all about. It shouldn't be the case, right? You've invested 10,000. You should be invincible in the game, shouldn't you? Lin revealed a look of confusion. Zhangwei sighed. Indeed, I am unrivaled in this realm. Yet there are foes from beyond. Even if I continue to invest, the game warns me that my world level is insufficient, and I must transcend it. The system advises me to contact the game administrators, and those individuals claim to be of the imperial lineage. They intend to forcibly take my disciple, Jiangyan, and I cannot allow that. However, their power is quite formidable, stronger than anyone I've encountered before. I find myself at a loss against them. It was then that Lin comprehended the gravity of the situation. Extraterrestrial foes, demons from beyond. This is a classic trope in fantasy literature. When a cultivator reaches the pinnacle of their realm, they must either endure a heavenly tribulation or face the 5 declines of an immortal before ascending to the celestial realm. Yet, this celestial realm may not be the true paradise. It could merely be a slightly elevated world. Above the celestial realm lies yet another, and beyond that, the universe, which in turn encompasses the grand universe. To some powerful beings, even the grand universe is merely a small domain, an endless nesting of worlds. On another note, if a young man beseeches you with a humble tone, the situation may be even more dire than he implies. The crux of the matter is that Zhang Wei believes this is merely a game. In reality, the elements within the game are tangible aspects of a different world. Jiang Yan is a real person, and the imperial lineage Zhang Wei speaks of is likely a genuine high-tier existence. This elucidates why the player's systems are inferior to the one Lynn possesses. The player's systems are rigid, allowing them to be invincible only within their designated levels, while Lynn, as the creator of the game, can discover higher realms and wield greater power. Lynn nodded. All right, I will investigate this matter at once. Please hurry. I can hardly dare to log off. I fear that if I do, they will seize Jiang Yan. If you assist me this time, I shall provide you with support daily. Oh, spare me. Your support is utterly dreadful. Lynn jested, alleviating Zhang Wei's anxious demeanor. After ending the call, Lynn returned to the living room. There he found Su Wanran barefoot, her feet playfully swaying atop the coffee table, sipping on a fizzy drink while joyfully shopping online. Upon seeing Lynn return, Su Wanran inquired with curiosity, "What did Zhang Wei call about?" Lynn replied, "He mentioned that there are a few girls he wants me to meet." Upon hearing this, Su Wanran immediately recognized Lynn's jest and responded, "Make sure to introduce me to them." Lynn wore a playful expression, thinking to himself, "Does this girl truly not care about herself?" He approached her, scooped her up, and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek, teasing her delicate face with his stubble. "Oh, what are you doing? That hurts." As Laozi counted to 3, he demanded to be set down. When he was not released, he provocatively queried, "What will you do about it?" Su Wanran, fuming, extended 2 fingers and exclaimed, "Chew." Lynn, caught off guard by her audacity, cried out, "Ah, Su Wanran, your tactics are rather malicious. I shall return the favor then. Chew." The two continued their playful banter until Su Wanran's cheeks flushed. Lynn playfully pinched her nose and caressed her cheek. Had it not been for Zhang Wei's plea for help, Lynn would have relished the opportunity to engage in another spirited skirmish with Su Wanran. "Later, I shall indeed invite a few sisters over, and you will be displeased again." "Not at all. I am quite generous." "Generous? Hardly. You resemble a ravenous wolf." With that, Lynn ruffled Su Wanran's hair, leaving it tousled, prompting her to pout. "How infuriating. Now I must fix my hair again." Lynn strode purposefully toward the underground laboratory and secured the door. This way, Su Wanran would not disturb him for at least half an hour. Once the door was closed, he hurried to the computer, accessing the back-end management interface of the Fantasy Girlfriend program. He located Zhang Wei's gaming records and clicked in, eager to see the details. Let us see what is going on here. Soon, the game screen appeared before him, displaying a memory recall mode. Although retrieving a player's gaming history in such a manner was questionable, Zhang Wei was unlikely to mind, as he was currently dependent on Lynn's assistance. The scene shifted back to 16 game hours prior. In the Celestial Cave, Zhang Wei gazed earnestly at Jiang Yan, saying, "Disciple, your cultivation physique is truly remarkable. I never anticipated you would be on the verge of breaking through to the divine transformation realm so soon. I still remember when we first met. You were merely a late-stage golden core cultivator." Jiang Yan, hands clasped behind her back, beamed with joy. "I strive diligently every day to reach the divine transformation realm, so that I may." She trailed off, her cheeks tinged with pink as she fidgeted with her skirt. Zhang Wei, captivated, urged, "What will you do then? Speak it. Only then will I have the qualification to become my master's companion." Meanwhile, outside the Celestial Cave, ominous clouds gathered, and a blood-red thunderstorm began to form. Sensing the burgeoning power within Jiang Yan as she prepared to ascend to the divine transformation realm. This progress was the result of Zhang Wei's extensive investment in aiding her cultivation. Now, Jiang Yan had become nearly invincible. Possessing a special constitution, a blend of innate Tao and ice spirit physique. During the previous version 1 in Sky City, she had witnessed the celestial phenomenon of starry brilliance, which inspired her to cultivate her own manifestation, Honey Snow Ice Fairy. This manifestation was extraordinarily formidable. Jiang Yan's combat prowess had become unparalleled among her peers. Observing his beloved disciple, Zhang Wei felt akin to a proud father nurturing his daughter, experiencing an overwhelming sense of pride akin to that of a caretaker who had successfully raised a skilled archer. "Master, the thunderstorm approaches." Within Jiang Yan's body, the spiritual energy surged and flowed, filling her with exhilaration. She never expected to reach such a realm in her lifetime. Once she transcended to the stage of a transformation god practitioner, her lifespan would extend to a millennium, allowing her to share an eternal bond with her master. Yet, this prospect also filled her with trepidation. Should she fail to break through, she would age and wither away in a few centuries, while her master would remain as radiant as ever. Jiang was unwilling to face that grim scene, nor could she bear the thought of her master witnessing her decline. Frail and unrecognizable, stripped of her youthful beauty, the passage of time was indeed merciless to cultivators. When the disparity in realms is too vast, the outcome is ultimately inevitable. Master, I shall confront the thunder tribulation. This time, please allow me to face it alone. I must prove that I can become your partner. After speaking, Jiang embraced Zhang Wei tightly, resting her head against his chest, her expression one of deep affection. Zhang Wei felt a surge of joy within, tears glistening in his eyes as he laughed heartily. Very well, my rebellious disciple, hasten to face the tribulation. Jiang smiled brightly. Master, I'm on my way. Zhang Wei nodded. I will protect your path. If that thunder tribulation dares to trouble you, I shall personally ensure you ascend to the heavens unscathed. Witnessing this moment, Lynn revealed a knowing smile, exclaiming, Ah, this young couple is indeed sweet. Suddenly, Lynn realized that this was not the time for reminiscing, prompting him to hastily adjust the progress bar. Chapter 114, The Origins of Jiang. With a resounding rumble, the ominous clouds in the sky began to dissipate. Jiang body bore the marks of lightning strikes, her flesh torn. Yet a joyful smile graced her face as she raised her nearly broken arm to signal her master with a gesture she had learned in the Sky City. Master, I did it. I succeeded. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wei felt an overwhelming sense of anguish, unable to assist his disciple. He was consumed by worry. Lost in a haze where reality and illusion blurred, he would willingly endure the tribulation himself rather than allow his pupil to face it. Ha ha ha, good disciple. I knew you could achieve this. Yet, he was acutely aware that this tribulation had to be faced alone by the cultivator. He rushed forward, embracing his disciple, hastily channeling his vital energy into her. Quickly, take this elixir. Jiang nodded, gently parting her lips as Zhang Wei placed the pill in her mouth, his mind free of distractions. For reasons unknown, he transformed from a mere player into a pure-hearted warrior. Jiang body began its restoration. The ominous clouds above continued to fade, transforming into countless strands of spiritual energy that flowed into her. With a muffled groan, her wounds healed rapidly, while an array of extraordinary phenomena swirled above her head. Snowflakes drifted from the sky, and the majestic figure of an ice fairy materialized above Jiang, signifying her achievement at the transformation level, a representation of a cultivator's path. With her innate Tao embryo combined with an ice spirit body, Jiang was destined for greatness. In this realm, countless observing cultivators were left in astonishment. Heavens, a transformation cultivator at just 29 years old. At 29, I was still at the first level of weapon refining. Another lamented, I was merely a lowly disciple at that age. The disparity between individuals was truly disheartening, particularly when one had a remarkable master. Zhang Wei, the foremost figure in the righteous path, not only excelled but also had a disciple of such extraordinary talent. It seemed that the cultivation world was on the verge of witnessing two unparalleled prodigies. As long as they did not ascend, there would be no respite for the rest of us for a millennium. Congratulations, Taoist Jiang, on achieving transformation. Congratulations, Senior Zhang Wei. Congratulations, Senior Jiang. At that moment, every prominent figure in the cultivation world felt compelled to send messages of congratulations. Master, weren't you saying they were of the demonic path? Foolish child, in the cultivation world, there are only 3 titles: ants, fellow Taoists, and seniors. The name demonic sovereign Yida will no longer suffice. He must be addressed as Immortal Yida. Congratulations, Immortal Yida? Congratulations, Taoist Jiang. Once the lightning tribulation passed, countless cultivators emerged from all directions to congratulate Jiang on her breakthrough. Yet, prior to this, they had regarded Zhang Wei and Jiang as demonic, even labeling them as demonic sovereigns, the twin stars of malevolence. In the cultivation world, strength spoke volumes. Jiang gazed at the throngs of cultivators congratulating her, an absurd smile playing on her lips. Without her master, she would have perished long ago. hunted by the righteous forces. Zhang Wei felt a surge of happiness. So you do possess some discernment. Today, in a delightful mood, I refrained from unleashing my wrath. With a swift motion, he struck his storage bag, releasing a multitude of spiritual instruments, weapons, and exquisite treasures into the air. The cultivators, witnessing this spectacle, were left astounded. My heavens, he discards a nascent soul treasure so casually. Quick, seize them. Gratitude to the esteemed Zhang Wei for bestowing such treasures. A throng of cultivators surged forward, eagerly vying for the items, even resorting to physical confrontations. Zhang Wei and Jiang Yan observed this scene with amusement, likening the chaos to that of dogs. Jiang Yan turned to her master, saying, "Master, I now stand at the same realm as you. Although I am 2 tiers lower, it is, nonetheless, the same realm. Is it not?" Zhang Wei smiled. "Disciple, what is it that you wish to convey?" Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "It is time to fulfill that promise. Is it not? You mentioned that once I reached your realm, I could do as I please for a day." Zhang Wei felt a surge of excitement. "Come forth. I honor your promise. Let us return to the cave. Is the unlocking finally at hand? Is the restriction about to be lifted? Ha ha. My relentless gaming has surely paid off. Come, let the storm rage even more fiercely." Zhang Wei lifted Jiang Yan effortlessly in a princess carry, laughing heartily. An aura of fierce majesty surrounding him. Jiang Yan's face turned crimson as she gently nodded in his embrace. Just as they were about to return to the cave, an ominous darkness enveloped the sky, a terrifying presence descending upon them, ominous enough to defy the laws of this realm, indicative of beings from a higher celestial realm. The oppressive atmosphere intensified. Countless battle chariots surged through the sky, adorned with banners, manned by powerful cultivators, some even riding dragons. At the forefront of the bronze war chariot stood a venerable figure with flowing white hair, surrounded by individuals exuding an air of nobility, clad in resplendent golden robes, reminiscent of celestial beings from a higher world. The imperial pressure was daunting, and most strikingly, the battle flag billowed fiercely, emblazoned with a single character, Jiang. The ongoing skirmishes among cultivators, who were previously battling for treasures and rare herbs, came to a standstill as they gaped in awe at the celestial figures above. Feeling utterly insignificant, akin to ants, devoid of any will to resist, their faces painted with terror. My heavens, are they celestial beings? Are these envoys from the immortal realm? My very soul quivers. The banner bears the name of the Jiang family. Could it be that they belong to an unparalleled family of the immortal realm? Although Zhang Wei and Jiang Yan did not feel the full brunt of the oppressive force, they too sensed an overwhelming pressure directed at them. Both prepared for battle instinctively, aware that this pressure was aimed at them. Zhang Wei shielded Jiang Yan behind him, dark energy swirling around him, obscuring half the sky, standing defiantly against the Jiang family's chariot. For reasons unknown, Jiang Yan felt a stirring in her bloodline, as if she were somehow connected to these individuals, who also bore the surname Jiang. The commanding figure atop the Jiang family chariot, a middle-aged man radiating brilliance and exuding an extraordinary presence, whose cultivation surged like an unending tide, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yan. The moment he perceived her physique, the middle-aged man was taken aback, a congenital ice spirit body. This child possesses the potential of an emperor. The second elder beside him also spoke up. It seems our Jiang family has produced a gifted descendant. Nearby, a venerable elder with silvery hair gazed at Jiang Yan, his smile warm and benevolent. "Little girl, come with us. We are the imperial clan of the Jiang family from the upper realm. Your bloodline belongs to us and appears to be a lost member of our clan from the lower realm. We shall take you back to the Jiang family. Do not linger in this lower realm. We will nurture you to become the future saintess of the Jiang family." The Saint Lord of the Jiang family also smiled, saying, "Child, from now on, you shall be my daughter. I will compensate you. I can impart to you all the supreme secrets of our imperial clan. What future lies for you in the lower realm? At best, you may reach the late stage of the transformation god, yet in the upper realm, with your physique and cultivation, you will at least become a sage, living for 10,000 years. The Saint Lord of the Jiang family believed that such a tremendous temptation would be irresistible to any cultivator. However, Jiang Yan resolutely shook her head. "I will not go with you. I wish to stay with my master." Upon hearing this, all members of the Jiang family were astonished. Even the Saint Lord displayed a look of disbelief. Jiang Yan coldly remarked, "I am not a member of the Jiang family. Where were you when my parents were slain by cultivators? Where were you when I was besieged by those cultivators and nearly perished? The Saint Lord of the Jiang family replied, Indeed, we have our faults, but that does not justify your refusal to return. You must come with us today, no matter what. Zhang Wei finally understood. Damn it, are you trying to take her from me? Who do you think you are, you so-called limitless celestial beings? At his words, the Jiang family's imperial clan erupted in fury. They were the Jiang family from the upper realm, a renowned imperial clan passed down from ancient times. How dare a mere transformation god from the lower realm insult them? Boldly audacious. A mere ant. Yet, this ant has sheltered our kin in the lower realm. And given their profound bond, it is understandable that this ant is somewhat agitated at the moment. The Saint Lord of the Jiang family remained calm, addressing Jiang Yin. Child, we understand you have suffered many grievances in the lower realm. I will compensate you, and your master as well, with things such as a pinnacle-grade weapon. And when you ascend to the upper realm, you shall receive our Jiang family's protection. How does that sound? Zhang Wei retorted angrily. I ask you, what is your grandmother's leg doing here? Chapter 115. The Heartless Path. Must one slay their spouse to attain enlightenment? Upon hearing Zhang Wei's insolent remarks, Jiang Jingtian, the head of the Jiang family, grasped his sword tightly and let out a cold laugh. What? Do you wish to test the sharpness of my blade? Zhang Wei, now exuding an aura of darkness that veiled half the sky, stood defiantly against Jiang Jingtian, whose cultivation surpassed his own, declaring, My sword is not without its prowess. Jiang Yin, too, unsheathed her sword, standing shoulder to shoulder with her master, her gaze icy as she scrutinized the members of the Jiang family. Jiang Jingtian felt a flicker of astonishment within. He had not anticipated that this insignificant insect would dare to confront him head-on. Moreover, Zhang Wei had reached the pinnacle of this realm, poised for ascension at any moment. His overwhelming demonic energy was a rare sight, even in the upper realms. Witnessing the grand procession of the Jiang family's war chariots, the five-clawed golden dragon, and the imposing figures of Jiang Jingtian and the formidable elder radiating an aura of dread, the indigenous cultivators who had just congratulated Jiang Yin on her breakthrough into the transformation stage swiftly altered their expressions. They entirely forgot that Zhang Wei had intended to share the surplus magical artifacts and rare spiritual items from his storage pouch with them. Indignant, they pointed accusingly at Zhang Wei and Jiang Yin, exclaiming, with the celestial beings watching, This Zhang Wei is utterly inhumane. He pillages and slaughters without remorse. He even assaulted an old sow. Indeed, this man was known as the Demon Lord Yida, responsible for the demise of countless righteous cultivators. In his possession was the 10,000 Souls banner, crafted from the heads of our righteous sect's practitioners. Look at the noble celestial being. They must hail from a great sect and will surely advocate for us. They continued, It is this Zhang Wei, Zhang Yida, who has seduced the young friend Jiang Yin, deceiving her into becoming his disciple, all to exploit her for his heartless path. He will inevitably kill her to validate his enlightenment. Indeed, that is certain. To ascend, one must endure the transformation tribulation and become a formidable force. For demonic cultivators, this entails severing their most cherished attachments to break through. Beware, young friend Jiang Yin. This old demon Yida feigns kindness towards you, but his true intention is to use you for his heartless path, and he will surely slay you during his breakthrough. As these words echoed, a look of dawning realization spread across the faces of all present. Jiang Jingtian spoke up. Jiang Yin, do you now comprehend? This so-called master you hold in esteem is merely exploiting you. Return to our family. An elderly righteous cultivator chimed in. Young friend Jiang Yin, do not remain ensnared in your delusions. Your master is an evil practitioner. How could he possibly harbor goodwill towards you without ulterior motives? No sooner had he spoken than a colossal sword, radiating profound demonic energy, descended from above. Zhang Wei, incensed, launched an attack upon the righteous cultivators, targeting those who had spoken ill of him. Celestial being, save us. We have uncovered his nefarious scheme. This demon Lord Yida seeks to end our lives. We implore the Jiang family's sovereign to slay this fiend and rescue us. Countless cultivators, stricken with fear, fled in haste towards the direction of the Jiang family's war chariots. The second elder of the Jiang family raised his hand and struck his storage bag, conjuring forth a silver gourd. A mere late-stage transformation of God dares to act before us. Fellow cultivators, quickly take refuge behind my silver gourd. The gourd emitted a cascade of pure white light, resembling a torrent of molten iron, effectively blocking Zhang Wei's sword strike. The cultivators all sheltered behind the gourd, revealing their petty triumphs. Ha ha ha, with our elder present, our lives are secure. Indeed, let us capture this demon and allow young friend Jiang Yan to return to her family. They eagerly anticipated the demon's downfall while coveting Zhang Wei's celestial abode. Although Zhang Wei possessed a celestial dwelling, he only offered them a handful of nascent soul treasures or rare spiritual herbs. Why wouldn't he share his celestial abode? If he did, they would certainly remain silent about him, and they would not accuse him of leading Jiang Yan down a path of ruthlessness. Perhaps Zhang Wei could even emerge unscathed. However, at that moment, Zhang Wei's fate seemed sealed. A powerful being from the upper realm had intervened, and what could he possibly do against that? Yet, in the next instant, Zhang Wei's demonic sword technique struck forward. The silver gourd emitted a mournful wail, shattering into pieces under the force of his strike, unleashing shockwaves that obliterated the nearby nascent soul cultivators. In that fleeting moment, those righteous cultivators were transformed into mere blood, their screams silenced before they could escape their lips. The second elder of the Jiang family was utterly astounded, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was his meticulously cultivated life-protecting treasure. Yet it was cleaved in two by Zhang Wei's sword. Now, even the head of the Jiang family had to confront someone whose cultivation was far beneath his own. Although Zhang Wei was merely at the late stage of transformation of God, the combat prowess he displayed was comparable to a mid-stage ascendant. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Jingtian, was shaken, but he took solace in being a first-level immortal of the 5 decays, a rank above the ascendant realm. Even so, despite Zhang Wei's formidable talents, he would not be his match. With a cold snort, Zhang Wei declared, seeking death. Do you think an old Taoist can shield you? He then turned to his disciple, Jiang Yan. Disciple, I would never train you in the path of ruthlessness. You must trust me. However, Jiang Yan replied, even if Master were to train me in the path of ruthlessness, I would harbor no regrets. In fact, Jiang Yan felt elated, for she could repay her master. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei was deeply moved, caressing her face. How could a master bear to train you in such a path? Must one truly resort to killing their spouse to attain enlightenment? What nonsense! Jiang Yan beamed. Master, what did you just call me? Zhang Wei stammered, wife, cough, cough. Jiang Yan was overjoyed. Her master had acknowledged her. I am Master's wife. It is worth dying for. Jiang Jingtian interjected, Jiang Yan. This is your final chance. Come here now, or when the battle breaks out, you may very well perish. At that moment, Zhang Wei remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He naively believed this was merely a dramatic moment scripted for his enjoyment. Though the opponents before him wielded great power and exuded an imposing aura, he, Zhang Wei, had his own resources. If necessary, he could always invest again. Zhang Wei turned to his disciple, Jiang Yan, and inquired, do you wish to accompany this group? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes immediately reddened. She grasped Zhang Wei's arm tightly and shook her head repeatedly, exclaiming, Master, I do not wish to go with them. Are you intending to exchange me for them? Please. Master, I will prove to be invaluable and will strive diligently. In the future, we shall undoubtedly surpass them. Zhang Wei extended a hand to comfort Jiang Yan. Who said I intend to exchange you for them? A mere pinnacle weapon is beneath my notice. Since you refuse to accompany them, very well. I shall eliminate them and use their essence to forge the soul banner. A soul banner crafted from the blood of your kin should serve us far better. With a chuckle, Jiang Yan responded, utilizing the blood of my kin to forge the soul banner would indeed make it more effective. At her words, the powerful members of the Jiang family seethed with rage. This demon was utterly arrogant and presumptuous, daring to propose using them to forge the soul banner. The family patriarch, Jiang Jingtian, took to the fray personally, unleashing a formidable first strike, the annihilation palm. He raised his hand, transforming it into an enormous finger spanning thousands of meters, descending towards Zhang Wei with overwhelming force, its pressure so intense that even the void itself seemed to disintegrate. Yet, Zhang Wei remained unfazed. What was a soul banner to him? He possessed billions of them, collected during his previous encounters with bosses in Sky City. Zhang Wei raised his hand and summoned countless soul banners, from which innumerable electronic phantoms and cyber demons emerged, directly confronting Jiang Zhengtian's annihilation palm. The heavens trembled and the earth shook. The annihilation palm was silently obliterated, as if it had been completely consumed. Holding billions of soul banners, Zhang Wei smiled. Old dang. Your palm lacks resonance. Allow me to demonstrate. In the next moment, Zhang Wei unleashed his own sinister palm towards Jiang Jingtian. Sensing the terrifying power emanating from it, Jiang Jingtian could no longer afford to be careless and activated the Holy Light technique. He radiated golden light, impervious to all attacks, and wielded a halberd of destiny, advancing toward Zhang Wei. However, the overwhelming pressure of the sinister palm caused cracks to form in his seemingly invulnerable Holy Light technique, sending him hurtling backwards. What? How can this be? Jiang Jingtian could scarcely believe it. After all, he was a formidable being at the 5th level of the immortal realm, 2 tiers above Zhang Wei. Had such a monstrous individual ever existed? The once proud members of the Jiang family stood dumbfounded. Is this what you call a lower realm cultivator? Chapter 116. The Mall Refresh, a portal to another world, and an electronic bionic girlfriend. You dare to call them ants? They directly sent the patriarch of the Jiang family flying. Just how formidable is this individual? What gives him such strength? His cultivation level is evidently quite low. Just moments ago, those cultivators from the higher realms looked down on Zhang Wei, yet now they retract their necks, fearful of being targeted by him. If even the patriarch has been sent flying, what chance do they have? Meanwhile, the Jiang patriarch, his attire tattered and resembling that of a beggar, with smoke billowing from his head, roared in fury as he returned. Infuriating. The smile on the Jiang patriarch's face vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. Zhang Wei brandished a large flag swirling with purple mist, while Jiang Yin gazed at her master with admiration, exclaiming joyfully, "Hooray, master, we are truly remarkable." It's just like that day in Sky City. The Jiang patriarch finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, exclaiming in shock, "That is billions of soul banners." Upon uttering this, the crowd was engulfed in disbelief. What does it mean to possess billions of soul banners? Even if one were to annihilate all the beings from the lower realms, it would not be enough to forge them. How has this individual accomplished such a feat? Truly, he is the most formidable among the demons. Zhang Wei smiled confidently. With this, how could I possibly lose? You all shall remain here today. The Jiang patriarch, overwhelmed by shock, felt a surge of greed within him. Billions of soul banners are akin to a sacred weapon. He must acquire them. At this moment, his ambitions extended beyond Jiang Yan. He coveted Zhang Wei's life as well. Jiang Jingtian finally resolved to take action, shouting, "Summon the Imperial Weapon." The Extreme Tao Imperial Weapon, a legacy weapon left by the emperors, represents the profound foundation of a sect. Fortunately, they had brought the Extreme Tao Imperial Weapon with them. Otherwise, they would indeed face annihilation at Zhang Wei's hands. Who would have imagined that a cultivator from the lower realms could command billions of soul banners? The qualitative change brought about by quantitative accumulation is terrifying and cannot be suppressed without the Extreme Tao Imperial Weapon. Descendants of the Jiang family, heed my call. Imperial Weapon, Celestial King Furnace. In the next moment, the Jiang patriarch chanted an incantation, and countless members of the Jiang family summoned their spiritual energy, coalescing towards the sky. A colossal furnace, forged of gold and adorned with intricate patterns, emerged, emanating the essence of the great Tao. The very world trembled, seemingly unable to bear the oppressive force of the Extreme Tao Imperial Weapon. Good heavens, the Extreme Tao Imperial Weapon. Zhang Wei stood in stunned silence, feeling a tremor in his soul. Though this sensation emanated from the game helmet, it felt strikingly real, an impending sense of doom. Even the billions of soul banners in his grasp quivered, the countless souls within trembling in subjugation, powerless to resist. The Jiang patriarch snorted coldly, "Suppress." In the next instant, the Celestial King Furnace descended with overwhelming force. Zhang Wei grasped Jiang Yin tightly, intending to flee, but the furnace expanded infinitely, trapping them both within its confines, rendering escape impossible. Soon after, an intense, terrifying heat enveloped them, as if the furnace aimed to refine them both into oblivion. Zhang Wei felt an excruciating pain, and at his level, had it not been for the countless soul banners, he would have perished long ago, utterly incapable of withstanding such agony. Beside him, Jiang Yan's face was ashen. Are we truly meant to perish here? In his heart, Zhang Wei was frantically shouting, "I need to spend money. I must obliterate them." However, the much-anticipated option to spend money, which usually appeared at the mere mention, was nowhere to be found at that moment. Frustrated, Zhang Wei manually selected the option to spend money. Yet, the ensuing system notification left him momentarily stunned. Player Zhang Wei, the opponent's world level exceeds yours by 1 level. Even if you max out the spending option, you cannot defeat them. The game's celestial mechanism has now initiated self-protection for you and your fantasy girlfriend. Please contact the game administrators. Zhang Wei was bewildered. What does this mean? In the next instant, the celestial mechanism of this world activated, forming a massive shield to protect Zhang Wei and Jiang Yan. However, the celestial mechanism of this lower realm seemed incapable of fully resisting the supreme holy weapon of a world 1 level higher. Cracks began to appear on its surface. Yet this was sufficient to once again shock the Jiang family from the outside. The celestial energy coalesced, provoking an extraordinary phenomenon, momentarily countering the oppressive force of the immortal King's furnace, preventing Zhang Wei and Jiang Yan from meeting an immediate demise. What? This fiend can even summon the celestial mechanism to aid him. Is this what they call a favored child of destiny? Jiang Yan thought. He must be eliminated, otherwise. If he ascends in the future and becomes a favored child of destiny, will we not face his vengeance? At that moment, the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Jingtian, could no longer concern himself with Jiang Yan. Eliminating Zhang Wei, the fiend, took precedence. Everyone, assist me in activating the immortal King's furnace. They all exerted their utmost effort to activate the furnace, which emitted a radiant heat akin to the sun, nearly incinerating everything nearby. Zhang Wei and Jiang Yan were trapped within, their faces pale. Zhang Wei, filled with rage and resentment, exclaimed, "Damn it! Their world level exceeds mine by 1 level. Where can I seek justice? I cannot even spend money. I must contact the game administrators." Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Jiang Yan paused momentarily before suddenly realizing, "Master, should I summon my father for assistance?" Zhang Wei replied, "Your father?" Jiang Yan nodded. "Indeed, it is Lynn, the immortal sovereign." Zhang Wei quickly grasped the situation. "Wait a moment, I will contact you immediately." The scene abruptly halted. Before the computer screen, Lynn reviewed the sequence of events. Furrowing his brow, "I must hurry to assist them. However, this matter is rather peculiar. Could it be an occurrence of an external demonic incident, perhaps a bug?" Lynn promptly accessed the system panel. System, search for game bugs. Searching. 1 game bug detected, the grievance of the female ghost. This incident had previously caused the Ghost King's devotee, Shui Xiano's resentment to attach itself to Su Wanran's body. Although it does not inflict any physical harm, it subconsciously invades her dreams, inducing nightmares. Lynn suddenly understood, so that is the case. No wonder Su Wanran kept speaking of her nightmares last night, insisting on duo queuing with me instead of sleeping. Wait, doesn't that influence reality? Indeed, in a certain sense, it has impacted the trajectory of reality. After conducting a thorough search, I discovered that there exists but this singular anomaly, which cannot truly be classified as a bug, but rather a characteristic of the game. After all, the game represents a genuine alternate world, making the occurrence of extra-mundane demonic invasions entirely plausible. Lynn, it appears the time has come to activate the vast world multiplayer feature, allowing seasoned players to guide novices. Upon reviewing the records of the Grand World, I found that Zhang Wei resides in a level 3 realm, a foundational world of cultivation, with the highest level cap being the God transformation stage. The invaders of Zhang Wei's world hail from a level 4 realm, the imperial clan of the Jiang family. Lin inquired, "System, if I were to intervene, how would my actions be classified in terms of world level? As the creator of the game, theoretically, there exists no upper limit to world levels." Lin nodded. "That is more like it. Zhang Wei, I am here to assist you. I hope you can endure." Lin donned the gaming helmet. Game loading. Entering the Grand World, where player Zhang Wei resides. At that moment, Lin noticed a small red dot in the lower right corner of the system interface. His obsessive-compulsive tendencies compelled him to click on it, revealing a reminder about the weekly refresh of the marketplace. Since the loading process was still underway, Lin casually took a glance. Game Marketplace. The teleportation passage is now open, allowing you to bring back individuals or objects from alternate worlds. However, as Blue Star is classified as a level 1 world, no matter what is brought back, the counterpart will adhere solely to Blue Star's physical laws. For instance, they cannot cultivate, refine their physique, or transform into an octopus maiden. Each use costs 100,000 acknowledgement coins. Electronic Bionic Girlfriend components are now available. Bionic girlfriend arm. 30,000. Realistic girlfriend head technology. 80,000. Genuine skin technology for bionic girlfriend. 100,000. Bionic girlfriend driving core. 100,000. Bionic girlfriend physiological functions. 100,000. After merely a glance, Lynn was left speechless. What on earth? A teleportation passage to another world? An electronic bionic individuals? Chapter 117. Through rivers and mountains, I accompany you. Lynn gazed at the new item options presented by the system in the shop. A sense of astonishment washing over him as vivid ideas began to form in his mind. The primary drawback of a fantasy girlfriend lies in the fact that, despite players donning their gaming helmets, they cannot unlock the ultimate experience with their imagined companions. However, with the introduction of an electronic bionic girlfriend, it seems that if players invest sufficiently within the game, they might enable the consciousness of their fantasy girlfriend to transcend into the real world. Although merely an electronic construct, her consciousness is derived from a genuine girl from an alternate realm. In that case, players could simply present their gaming helmets to the girl within the game, allowing her to join, thus facilitating authentic interactions between them. The more Lynn contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. Was this not the epitome of an adult-themed game? Yet, no, this could hardly be classified as such, could it? The game cannot contain overly intimate content, and reality must adhere to similar constraints. This electronic girlfriend is merely one of the delightful surprises. Additionally, the shop has unveiled a teleportation channel, enabling the transfer of individuals or items from other worlds. Lynn stroked his chin, a mischievous smile creeping across his face as he mused. Could I perhaps incorporate a touch of the real into this electronic bionic girlfriend? Surely, it would go unnoticed. At that moment, Lynn's gaming helmet completed its loading process, revealing a vast world of cultivation before him. He had entered the game world where Jeangi resided. His first glance fell upon the Jiang family from the level 4 cultivation map, who were employing an imperial weapon to subdue Jiangwei and Jiangyan. The celestial barrier in Jiangwei's fantastical realm had begun to fracture, emitting ominous cracking sounds. Jiang Jingtian, the head of the Jiang family, laughed triumphantly, proclaiming, "What does it matter if the heavenly path of this world protects you? We are powerful beings from the immortal realm, armed with supreme weapons. Your demise is inevitable." Zhang Wei's complexion turned pale, though he understood this was merely a game. He was fully immersed, experiencing an overwhelming sense of impending death, with crises surging in his mind. Defiantly, he shouted, "Damn it, don't get too complacent. My brothers will be here any moment." The Jiang family members sneered in response. "Humph, a person like you has brothers? Even if he arrives, what difference will it make? I can still end your life." Jiang Jingtian glanced at Jiang Yan, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes before vanishing. What a pity for this innate Tao fetus. The ice spirit body. You originally possessed the potential for greatness, yet you have been ensnared by that evil cultivator. Your heart is misaligned, claiming you would be futile. Should you rise in the future, you would still bear a grudge against us, and thus, you must be eliminated alongside him. The immortal king's furnace roared to life, beginning its fervent revival, as the heavenly paths of the myriad worlds could no longer withstand the heat that surged forth. Even with the gaming helmet mitigating his pain, Zhang Wei felt as though his flesh were being seared, the agony becoming unbearable. He fought desperately, channeling his dark powers, engulfing half the world in inky shadows to shield Jiangyan. She gazed at her master with a pained expression, her body being scorched by the fierce flames. Her heart aching for him, she gazed up at the members of the Jiang family, her eyes filled with fury. On one hand, she blamed herself for her insufficient strength, feeling helpless as she watched her master endure the torment of flames. On the other hand, her hatred for the Jiang family deepened. Despair and anguish intertwined, and tears streamed down Jiang Yan's cheeks. She had not wept when surrounded by cultivators, nor had she cried while enduring physical pain. Yet, upon witnessing her master extend his hands to shield her from the searing fire, willingly sacrificing his own body to protect her, Jiang Yin could no longer hold back her tears. Master, Zhang Wei, you fool. Quickly leave. Don't worry about me, just log off. Didn't you say this is just a game? Didn't you say I am merely an illusion? Don't take me so seriously, it's alright. Jiang Yin even called Zhang Wei by name, pleading for him to disconnect. Zhang Wei shook his head, blood spilling from his mouth, mixed with a hint of internal organs. What nonsense are you saying? You are not some illusory game character. To me, you are a girl full of emotions and life. I care for you, and I like you. Even if I burn to death here today, I will not log off. If you think I would abandon you, forget it. Because you are my girlfriend. Hearing Zhang Wei's low roar, Jiang Yan's pupils constricted as she grasped his hand tightly, both of them looking up at the celestial furnace descending to suppress them. All right, master. If we survive, I will accompany you to see the myriad rivers and mountains. Zhang Wei smiled with relief. In the next moment, the game's background music, Dream Back to the Past, began to play. Witnessing this scene, Lynn chose not to intervene, remaining hidden in the shadows. It was not that he did not wish to save them, but he believed there might be a better way to resolve the situation. Besides, with him present, Jiang Yan would surely be safe. It was Zhang Wei's game that would likely end here. As he observed the mutual salvation between Zhang Wei and Jiang Yan, he felt his eyes moisten, reflecting, damn it. Zhang Wei, weren't you a butter warrior? How did you turn into a pure love warrior? And Jiang Yan, the first fantasy girlfriend. I entrust this initial opportunity of crossing over to you. Lin refrained from intervening and continued to watch the unfolding narrative. Within the celestial furnace, Zhang Wei emitted pained groans, while Jiang Yan fared no better. Their fingers remained tightly interlocked. Countless runes materialized within the vast furnace, swirling around them like crimson flame dragons, dousing them in searing heat, threatening to reduce them to ashes. Damn it, Lin, where have you gone? Zhang Wei attempted to contact Lin through the game helmet, but the phone on the other end remained unresponsive. Jiang Yan forced a bitter smile, wondering if they truly were destined to die together here today. With a soft gasp, blood trickled from her lips, falling into the celestial furnace, evaporating instantaneously. As Jiang Yan was engulfed in self-reproach, lamenting how she had burdened her master, she suddenly sensed a profound connection between her being and the immortal king furnace. It appeared as though she could harness a fragment of the furnace's power, and intriguingly, she began to comprehend some of the intricate Tao inscriptions etched upon its inner walls. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Yan's face. This is... It turned out that, with the financial support of Zhang Wei, Jiang Yan's constitution had been elevated to that of an innate Tao embryo, an ice spirit body. Both of these physiques are exceedingly formidable in the world, and possessing both simultaneously is an unparalleled boon. She had become a favored child of the great Tao. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Yan undoubtedly possessed the potential to become an emperor, destined to ascend as a formidable empress in the future. Furthermore, being a descendant of the Jiang family, her lineage resonated with the immortal king furnace, prompting a subtle response from it. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance, as if she had discovered a pathway to survival. Chapter 118. Master, slay me to attain enlightenment. Without uttering a word, she raised her sword and sliced through her own skin, a torrent of blood erupting forth. Zhang Wei stood in stunned disbelief, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do not harm yourself." In the next moment, Jiang Yan's blood fell into the immortal king furnace, and indeed, it yielded greater effects. She was able to manipulate the flames nearby, driving them away from their vicinity. Jiang Yan's heart swelled with joy, especially as she was now in the state of innate Tao embryo, capable of comprehending the intricate patterns etched upon the ground. She realized she could truly command this weapon, albeit requiring more of her blood as a sacrifice. She turned to her master, declaring, "Master, it seems I can control this weapon through the blood sacrifice control technique." With unwavering determination in her eyes, she exerted all her strength to seize control of the weapon, vying for dominance against her clan members. In the next instant, the immortal king furnace trembled. The cacophony of chaos ensued as countless members of the Jiang family outside were instantly obliterated, reduced to mere dust without a sound escaping their lips. What? The patriarch, Jiang Zhentian, was taken aback by this spectacle. He is competing with us for control of the supreme Tao imperial weapon. How can this be? It was indeed plausible. He was the innate Tao embryo, a favored child of destiny, possessing a greater right to inherit the weapon. What? He has gained the recognition of the weapon spirit. Jiang Zhentian's face blanched. If Jiang Yan were to gain mastery over this weapon, all present would face annihilation. All clansmen, rally with me to reclaim control of the imperial weapon. No one dared to underestimate Jiang Yan any longer. Fearing her survival, they all channeled their innate essence to seize the weapon. In the next moment, control of the immortal king furnace reverted to the Jiang family. After all, Jiang Yin was but one individual. The furnace continued its descent, intent on exterminating them. The flames within blazed hotter than before, erasing everything in their path, evaporating them into nothingness. Jiang Yin sensed the Jiang family regaining control of the weapon and was alarmed. No, I must fight back. Her blood poured recklessly into the immortal king furnace like falling snowflakes, evaporating and vanishing. Her grasp over the weapon deepened with each sacrifice. Zhang Wei understood the gravity of the situation, yet his heart ached at the sight of Jiang Yan's pallid face. No, you need not do this. He yearned to intervene, but his strength was nearly depleted. Moreover, Jiang Yin even summoned her other constitution, the ice spirit body. Countless snowflakes manifested amidst the searing magma, and an ice fairy emerged, shielding Zhang Wei. A gentle chill enveloped him, akin to a tender hand caressing his skin. Zhang Wei yearned to resist, but his prior efforts had drained him entirely. He could only watch helplessly as he implored his disciple, "If you continue this way, you will perish." "What are you doing?" Jiang Yin revealed a sorrowful smile and spoke. "Master, without this, we shall all perish. However, before I meet my end, I wish to present you with a gift, this supreme weapon. I have already communicated with its spirit. If I wholeheartedly sacrifice myself to this weapon, it shall serve you." Zhang Wei shook his head vehemently. Tormented, "I refuse this wretched furnace. We can defeat them without it. Just do not act foolishly. Wait for my brothers." Jiang Yin shook her head, sorrowful. "I am sorry, Master, there is no time left." This was the final act she could offer Zhang Wei. She placed her flying sword into his hands, a tear glistening at the corner of her eye, adorned with a breathtaking smile. Her body seemed to dissolve into flames, transforming into countless specks of light. "Master, please sever my ties to the righteous path." Zhang Wei cried out in anguish, "No?" Yet, even without his will, the flying sword dragged his hand towards Jiang Yan's neck. With a swift sound, a scar appeared on her pale neck, yet no blood fell. "What a pity, I could not be with Master." In the instant her spirit began to dissipate, inexplicably. A flicker of light emerged, and an ethereal hand delicately entered this realm, carefully cradling Jiang Yan's soul and gathering it. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wei, who remained lost in the agony of losing his dreamlike companion, Jiang Yin's self-sacrifice propelled his cultivation to unprecedented heights. Though he did not practice the path of ruthlessness, at this moment, he experienced a rapid breakthrough. Late-stage transformation, early-stage ascendancy, late-stage ascendancy, the first layer of the 5 declines of immortals. The second layer of the 5 declines of immortals, countless tribulations thundered above him, yet a celestial furnace floated overhead, now reduced to the size of a basin, radiating gentle light, safeguarding him. This supreme imperial weapon was now his. However, Zhang Wei felt no joy. His expression remained vacant, even dazed. Meanwhile, the Jiang family stared in shock at Zhang Wei, drenched in blood, expressionless, and in a stupor. Jiang Jingtian shouted, "This is impossible." Moments ago, he had sensed a severance from the imperial weapon, which no longer recognized the Jiang family, no matter what secret techniques he invoked. Gazing at the imperial weapon hovering above Zhang Wei, despair and fear enveloped the hearts of the entire Jiang clan. How could this be? How could the celestial furnace heed his call? How could it be so defiant? The imperial weapon was wielded by him. It was the end for us. At that moment, silence fell upon them, afraid to disturb Zhang Wei. The tribulations continued to rain down, one after another, upon his head. Yet, Zhang Wei merely stood, gripping his disciple's flying sword tightly, without uttering a word. As a bolt of calamity, as thick as a bowl, descended upon him, he slowly lifted his head and uttered a single word, "Begone." In the next moment, the heavenly tribulations dissipated entirely, repelled by a reverse force. Zhang Wei had transcended the standards of a level 4 realm, and the tribulations of this world could no longer restrain him. He then cast a fierce and menacing gaze upon all members of the Jiang family. Those who had approached with such bravado now appeared as timid as quails, each one exclaiming, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Esteemed friend, if you are willing, we can find a female cultivator of Jiang lineage who is even more beautiful than Jiang Yin. Indeed, please consider joining our Jiang family." Even the patriarch of the Jiang clan was compelled to bow his head in submission. However, his silence did not last long, for when he spoke, Zhang Wei felt a sharp pain pierce his heart. "Those from beyond the realms, is it? You wish to harm my disciple, do you?" With that, a grand banner unfurled, as Zhang Wei's myriad of Ren Huang banners relentlessly harvested the souls of these individuals. Chapter 119. Zhang Wei meets a dire fate. Despair enveloped the entire Jiang family as they confronted the insurmountable power of Zhang Wei. Despite their attempts to resist with sacred weapons, their efforts proved futile. Zhang Wei's strength was beyond imagination, and he effortlessly absorbed their souls, casting them into the imperial sovereign banner, where they would suffer eternally. Even the patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhentian, was unable to escape, forced to return in the face of Zhang Wei's fury. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Zhentian attempted to explain, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. Don't you desire immortality? I have a way. Don't you wish to acquire our secret techniques? I can help. Yet, Zhang Wei remained expressionless, crushing Jiang Zhentian's crown and extracting his soul, consigning it to the imperial sovereign banner. Countless members of the Jiang family were similarly ensnared, relegated to the lowest tier within the banner, subjected to the torment of vengeful spirits. Their anguished cries resonated throughout the realm as Zhang Wei unleashed his wrath, painting the world in shades of crimson, with arcs of electricity flickering around him. He murmured, "Jiang Yin, why are you so foolish? No, I must save you. I will bring you back." As he pondered, Zhang Wei suddenly recalled Lynn. Wait, why hasn't Lynn arrived yet? In a daze, he sought to contact Lynn. And just then, Lynn appeared before him, unbound and stepping into Zhang Wei's vicinity. Upon seeing Lynn, Zhang Wei felt as though he had discovered a lifeline. Collapsing to his knees before him, "Wu, Jiang Yin is dead." Lynn's expression was grave. "I apologize for being late." Zhang Wei, in anguish, retorted, "This isn't just being late. You've arrived far too late. How could this happen? Please, tell me." Lynn replied, "There is no choice. The game is vast, and finding your world requires time." Wiping away his tears, Zhang Wei implored, "Father, please revert the timeline. Jiang Yin sacrificed herself to save me." However, as he sensed the hope in Zhang Wei's eyes, Lynn slowly shook his head. "Zhang Wei, do you understand why this game is immersive? Why is that?" A sense of foreboding crept into Zhang Wei's heart. Because this game only allows progression, never regression, much like life itself. Zhang Wei felt a wave of despair wash over him. In a fit of rage, he swung his fist at Lynn, exclaiming, "Then you must find a way for me. I don't care. I want Jiang Yin back." Lynn chuckled, effortlessly dodging Zhang Wei's blow. "So, you're hitting your brother for your wife, are you?" Realizing he had overstepped, Zhang Wei acknowledged Lynn's position as the game's creator, knowing he possessed the means to assist him. If he were to strike Lynn now, he risked losing any hope of retrieving Jiang Yin. With this thought, Zhang Wei spoke earnestly, "Father, I truly cannot live without Jiang Yin, just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem. She has been so good to me, and if I were to lose her, I would fall into despair." Lynn gently patted Zhang Wei's shoulder, expressing understanding. I comprehend. The recent incident involving the otherworldly demons was indeed an accident. You are a victim of the game, and I shall compensate you." Zhang Wei looked up, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "You will compensate me with Jiang Yin, won't you? She will still appear in my save file, right?" Lynn displayed a mysterious expression. "No. She will no longer appear in your save file." Feeling mocked, Zhang Wei's emotions surged. "By doing this, you will lose your loyal brother. I have invested so much money. Surely I am considered one of your players. Is this how you treat your players? Do you believe I won't come find you offline?" Lynn chuckled softly. "I fully believe that. But what I mean is, Zhang Wei, you have truly achieved a bad ending." Before Zhang Wei, the game prompt appeared, "Bad ending. Your fantasy girlfriend Jiang Yin has departed from this world. Although you have broken through in your cultivation, joy eludes you. You wander alone in this fantastical realm, seeking a way to resurrect her, yet it remains impossible. Years later, you become a great emperor, but even then, you cannot bring Jiang Yin back. She has become your unfulfilled desire. You can only immerse yourself in endless battles to numb your heart, fighting relentlessly to distract yourself from thoughts of her. You lived 9 lifetimes, becoming a celestial being, yet during this time, you did not marry nor leave any descendants. Everyone speculated that you were waiting for someone, not for immortality, but merely to await in the mortal realm. However, even after 1,000,000 years, you still could not find that familiar figure, nor a flower resembling her. In despair, you could only dream where she still lived, allowing yourself to be numb. In the dream, Jiang Yin smiled sweetly at you. "Master." Tears streamed down your face. "Rebellious disciple." Seeing the game's bad ending prompt, Jeangi bitterly smiled. Damn it. Are you here to stab me in the back? Tears uncontrollably fell. Lynn shook his head. I truly did not come to betray you. I initially wished to assist you. In this world, I cannot return Jeangi to you. Since you enjoy open-ended games, how about I create a new world for you? A world with no restrictions, where you can set it as you please. Lynn attempted to lighten the mood with a half-joking tone. Jeangi sighed in resignation, waving his hand. No, I only want Jeangi. I think I shall never love another girl in my lifetime. Please, allow me a moment of silence. With that, Jeangi prepared to log off. Lynn spoke up. Do not lose all hope. Perhaps I truly can resurrect Jeangi. Upon hearing this, Jeangi instantly revived with energy. Really? Father, I will kneel before you. Just tell me what you wish me to do. I will toil for you. Observing Jeangi's attitude, Lynn bitterly smiled. He merely wished to offer Jeangi a glimmer of hope to prevent him from making foolish decisions. Lynn spoke up. What you must do now is to log off, indulge in a sumptuous meal, and then take a good rest. Listen to my guidance, all right? Jeangi, wiping away his tears, responded with a smile. All right, I will go right away to enjoy a delightful meal. Then, I will log back on and be able to see Jeangi, correct? Lynn shook his head. I never said that. I merely indicated that I would do my utmost to bring your imagined sweetheart back to life. After all, this is my first attempt at such a task. So you must have faith in me. I have faith. I have great confidence in you, my father, my adoptive father. You must succeed. Chapter 120, Shaping the Body. Jeangi circled around Lynn, exuding an exuberance akin to that of a child, alternating between tears and laughter. If this scene were to unfold within the confines of a mental institution, one could easily categorize it as a manifestation of madness. After engaging in conversation with Jeangi for a while, Lynn finally reassured him enough to log off. In that moment, the world was left with Lynn alone. Lynn realized that Jeangi had been profoundly affected by this recent blow. It appeared imperative for him to expedite his plans. Otherwise, if Jeangi succumbed to despair and acted foolishly, the repercussions would be grave. Nevertheless, Lynn understood Jeangi well enough to know he wouldn't reach such a dire state. At most, this incident would leave him in a temporary bout of melancholy. However, Lynn was determined not to allow this melancholy to linger, especially since he intended to facilitate Jeangi's journey to Blue Star. Lynn's presence also faded from this realm. He arrived in a world of his own creation, Sky City. Within this secret sanctuary, the eerie specter of an ancient castle awaited him. The sound of footsteps echoed through the ghostly halls. Lynn called out, "Come forth." The actress Xue Xiaoluo emerged from the shadows, enveloping Lynn from behind. "Master, you've finally returned. I've missed you. Are you here for a clandestine rendezvous?" Lynn was somewhat at a loss for words. This actress truly possessed a peculiar obsession. He gently extricated himself from her embrace, caressing her cheek with a smile. "Consider this a reward for you." The actress beamed, cradling her face in delight. "Please, master, indulge me a little longer." Lynn shook his head. "No, I have pressing matters to attend to. A friend is on the verge of despair, and I must intervene." The actress paused, perplexed. "What do you mean? Do you require my assistance?" "My only demand is a kiss from you." Gazing into her eager eyes, Lynn replied, "If I kiss you, a certain fiery girlfriend from Sichuan will certainly take my life. She is already my girlfriend." The actress instantly donned a look of melancholy. "But I am also your girlfriend. Besides, she won't find out. I won't say a word, and you won't either. We can keep her in the dark." "That is not an option. Do you have any idea how acute a woman's intuition can be? When I played hide-and-seek as a child, she always found me without fail. She knows me better than I know myself. There's no way to conceal anything from her." Relenting, the actress suggested, "Then a kiss on my hand will suffice." Lynn regarded her with a smile. "What? Do you think I am utterly dependent on your assistance? I have yet to settle the score with you for frightening Su Wanran yesterday." The actress was taken aback. "You know about that?" "I know everything." "Very well. Then I shall request your company for a little while longer. That is not too much to ask, is it?" Lynn nodded. "All right, that is acceptable." The actress gazed at Lynn with delight, her body trembling with anticipation. "What does master require my assistance with?" Lynn indeed needed her help to procure something. "I need to assemble a girl." The actress displayed a look of astonishment. "A girl? What? Has Su Wanran?" "Truly, having emerged from a world of horror, your thought process is rather unique." Lynn cast a warning glance at the actress. "She is my brother's wife." He then released Jiang Yan's soul. There she hovered, eyes tightly shut, suspended in the air, with a single tear glistening on her face, resembling a slumbering beauty. The actress gasped in astonishment. Wow, it's just her spirit left. Lynn nodded. Indeed, only her spirit remains. Thus I must assist in reconstructing her physical form. Have you heard the tale of Neza? He severed his flesh for his parents, and his master fashioned his body from lotus roots. We must do the same now. The actress eagerly nodded. I understand. Together, Lynn and the actress began their collaboration. Lynn took charge of creating Jiang Yan's arms and various body parts. As a game creator, this task was not daunting. Unlike a mechanized bionic companion, they were crafting a tangible body within the game, achieving a one reproduction of Jiang Yan's form. Fortunately, Lynn was an adept modeler, capturing the intricate details of Jiang Yan's physique with precision. He even took the liberty of subtly enhancing her figure, aware of Zhang Wei's preferences. Approaching a peculiar, colossal contraption resembling a vending machine, Lynn inserted the model he had just crafted. With a clattering sound, the machine whirred to life. Arms, head, torso, legs, and garments cascaded forth, akin to assembling clay figurines. The actress meticulously pieced them back together, reminiscent of assembling a doll. Lynn chose to step back, recognizing that Jiang Yan was Zhang Wei's idealized partner. He left the theatrics to the actress. Soon, the reconstruction was complete. Jiang Yan lay there, vividly lifelike, as if in a peaceful slumber, her complexion radiant and stunning. Adorned in a delicate pale gown befitting the realm of immortals, exuding ethereal charm. The actress, unable to contain her pride, exclaimed, Master, am I not remarkable? Lynn nodded in affirmation, indeed. Pleased with Lynn's praise, the actress blushed, yearning to draw closer to him. Lynn remarked, it's getting late. I must take Jiang Yan back. Back? Where to? The actress inquired. To my world, of course. Lynn activated the portal in the system shop, each use costing a hefty sum of 100,000 coins, which caused him a twinge of regret. A golden gateway materialized in the game world, connecting to his subterranean laboratory. Lynn lifted the slumbering Jiang Yan and made his way to the basement. The actress, intent on sneaking after him, was halted by Lynn's stern gaze. You are not allowed to follow. I worry you might cause chaos. I want tea, master. I'm not that sort of person. At most, I would. I shall certainly heed your words. I want tea act recklessly, perhaps just 3, 2. Even 1 a day would suffice. The actress's eyes brimmed with pleading. Lynn sighed, perhaps next time. The actress, seeing that Lynn was unwilling to allow her to approach, could only offer a slight bow, saying, farewell, master. Lynn nodded in response. You have worked hard this time. I shall reward you. Instantly, the actress's expression brightened with joy. Oh, the poor actress, unaware of the bittersweet nature of false promises. This employee was far too naive and earnest. Shortly thereafter, the portal closed. Lynn gazed at the vanishing portal, feeling a surreal sense of wonder. Had it not been for the warm sensation in his hand, he would scarcely believe that he had truly brought a girl out from the realm of the game. Chapter 121. The Soul, Activate. Lynn gently placed Jiang Yan upon his gaming chair. Her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion betraying a hint of anguish, as if a lingering regret remained unfulfilled before her untimely demise. Yet, at this moment, she was on the verge of awakening. Lynn's fingers rested upon her forehead as he intoned solemnly, Soul, activate. In the next instant, Jiang Yan's corporeal form and her soul converged, granting this slumbering beauty a flicker of vitality. Her fingers twitched ever so slightly, her lashes fluttering. Master, I believe I see my master, she murmured, a sweet smile gracing her features. My master is a formidable demon. He shall come with 100,000 soul banners to claim me. It appeared that before her death, Jiang Yan had dreamt of Zhang Wei arriving with his vast array of soul banners to wed her. Lynn, seated opposite her, held a certain regard for this initial incarnation of his fantasy girlfriend. Jiang Yan, awaken, he urged. However, she remained lost in her blissful dream. Do not disturb me. Allow me a moment more, she replied, immersed in the vividness of her reverie. Master, you are truly wonderful. Seemingly entranced by her dream, Jiang Yan resisted the call of reality. Observing her reluctance, Lynn smiled, resolved to unleash his ultimate tactic. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, Your master no longer wants you. In an instant, Jiang Yan's eyes flew open, panic coursing through her as she surveyed her surroundings. only to find Lin En's handsome visage before her. Huh, what? She stammered, bewildered. Father? Do not address me as such. Simply call me Lin En, he replied. Stunned, Jiang Yin gasped. Lin En, Immortal Lord? It is truly you. Lin En managed a reluctant nod. Indeed, it is I. Jiang Yin's excitement bubbled forth. I recall sacrificing myself to help my master overcome his tribulations. How is it that I am still alive? She examined her own palm. Huh, why does my skin feel even more delicate than before? Peering down at her chest, she noted, why does it seem fuller? Lin En cleared his throat. That is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point is that you are alive. Jiang Yin beamed. Could it be that I have been reborn? In my previous life, I was separated from my master by the veil of death. In this life, I shall reclaim all that belongs to me. Lin En was left speechless, pondering who had filled her mind with tales of rebirth and vengeance. At this moment, Jiang Yan's expression shifted. Wait a moment. Where is my cultivation? Where is my storage pouch? No, all the spirit stones I painstakingly amassed. As a sorrowful expression overtook her features, Lin En shared in her dismay. It was akin to a diligent squirrel who had gathered hundreds of precious acorns, only to discover that they had been pilfered, and upon logging back in, found that every last one had been consumed without obtaining the desired character. Even in a scenario devoid of misfortune, it would be quite vexing, as the effort was not their own. In any case, Jiang Yin was now utterly bewildered. She surveyed the experimental apparatus in Lin En's laboratory, the computers behind him, and the comfortable gaming chair upon which she sat. What is the meaning of all this? Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering, how shall I put this? I have brought you into our world. Indeed, you perished in your realm, yet I, the esteemed celestial being, managed to protect your soul in the end. Jiang Yin, filled with joy, exclaimed, is that so? Thank you, esteemed celestial. I shall forever be grateful. Lin waved his hand dismissively. Oh, no need for thanks. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards Zhang Wei. That lad was inconsolable upon your demise. He succumbed to darkness and dealt with the entire Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin raised her small fist triumphantly. Well done. No wonder he is my master. As she swung her fist, a sonic boom erupted. Lin, maintaining an outward composure, was nonetheless taken aback internally, thinking, my goodness, she can produce a sonic boom with a mere punch. Is this what you call an ordinary person? Even without cultivation, a mere physical practitioner could easily overpower many. Observing Jiang Yin, Lin spoke, come, allow me to conduct a physical examination. He needed to confirm Jiang Yan's physical condition and capabilities, justifying it later by claiming she was a bionic girlfriend. Meanwhile, Su Wanran set down her phone. Having indulged in a shopping spree online and feeling quite satisfied, glancing at the time, she noted 2 hours had passed. Why hasn't Lin appeared yet? The peak tournament is about to start. Puffing her cheeks in frustration, Su Wanran remarked, honestly, when he gets to work, he completely forgets about gaming. I must remind him. As she stood, however, a wave of discomfort washed over her. Ouch, it hurts. I feel numb. Ugh. After a moment of adjustment, she persevered through the discomfort and limped toward Lin's underground laboratory. As she approached the door, she suddenly heard peculiar sounds. A woman's voice engaged in conversation with Lin. Her heart raced with suspicion, and she pressed her ear against the iron door to listen intently. Faintly, she discerned Lin speaking with the woman. Is this acceptable? What does awesome mean? It essentially means very impressive. What? Su Wanran was taken aback. When did another woman appear in the basement? And why does her voice sound somewhat familiar? They're exchanging strange lines and laughter. Most importantly, the atmosphere seemed remarkably pleasant, indicating that Lin was enjoying the conversation. Su Wanran was astounded. Could it be that Lin was hiding a romantic interest in the underground laboratory? With that thought, she transformed into a protective and possessive figure. I must see who this siren is. I shall confront her directly. In the next moment, Su Wanran morphed into a determined force, ready to break down the door. With a resounding crash, the door began to warp under her efforts. She even prepared to gnaw on the door, declaring, Lin, I'm coming in. What are you up to in there? I believe I heard a woman's voice, surely. I am not mistaken. Upon hearing the voice of Su Wanran, Lin En was instantly engulfed in a wave of confusion. Had she perhaps misunderstood something? The commotion was utterly alarming. Beside her, Jiang Yin was equally taken aback, exclaiming, oh, that's Miss Su's voice. Her excitement was palpable. She had enjoyed a delightful day with Su Wanran, considering her a close friend. She dashed over, only to behold the formidable Su Wanran, resembling a ferocious creature, gnawing at the door. Jiang stood there in astonishment, realizing that there existed beings even more formidable than cultivators. For she herself would never dare to attempt such an act. Chapter 122. Su Wanran. Is this what you call simulation? It is utterly lifelike. Jiang opened the door and ushered Su Wanran inside. With her hands on her hips, Su Wanran declared, I must see which vixen this is. You are doomed today. However, the moment their eyes met, both Jiang and Su Wanran were left speechless. Jiang smiled gently at Su Wanran. It's nice to see you again. Am I hallucinating from blood loss? I can't believe I am seeing a character from the game. Su Wanran turned to Lynn, bewildered. What on earth is happening here? Lynn pulled Su Wanran aside and whispered in her ear. This is my creation, a bionic girlfriend, which I have been secretly developing. What did you think I was doing in the lab every day? It's just been completed. Su Wanran wore the expression of an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone. You call this a robot? She pointed at herself. Just because I may not react quickly doesn't mean I'm foolish, all right? This is clearly a real person, and she resembles Zhang Wei's ideal girlfriend perfectly. Suddenly, Su Wanran's face turned to one of fear as she looked at Lynn. Boss, you wouldn't have a penchant for bullheaded beings, would you? Lynn felt a headache coming on. This girl had quite the imagination. Jiang looked at Lynn and Su Wanran with curiosity. What do you mean by bullheaded beings? Just as Su Wanran was about to explain, Lynn pulled her aside. Watch closely, I will demonstrate. Lynn turned to Jiang. Jiang, throw a punch at the air. Jiang nodded. Oh, all right. Without hesitation, she threw a punch at the air, producing a sonic wave that surpassed even that of martial arts masters. Although Jiang had not cultivated since arriving in Blue Star, her physical prowess had inherited its inherent strength, undoubtedly at the level of a grandmaster. Lynn looked at Su Wanran. Now, do you see that she is indeed a robot? Have you ever seen a real girl unleash a sonic boom with a punch? Su Wanran was left dumbfounded, tugging at Lynn's sleeve. Are you Doraemon? Why does your laboratory always produce some unseen black technology? Lynn chuckled, ruffling Su Wanran's hair. Who told you your boss is a genius? Meanwhile, Jiang watched Lynn and Su Wanran display their affection, nervously clutching her skirt, beginning to long for her master, her eyes glistening as she turned to Lynn. Can I see my master? Lynn and Su Wanran exchanged glances and replied in unison, of course. Su Wanran exclaimed, I can't help but want to see Zhang Wei's reaction. You said this guy has always wanted. Well, it seems like this could really come true now, solving the last pain point of the fantasy girlfriend. Lynn and Su Wanran high-fived. Wait a moment. Su Wanran sensed something was amiss. She glanced at Jiang's chest, then at her clothes and skin, and whispered to Lynn, when you created her, did you give her that kind of function? Lynn raised an eyebrow. Which function are you referring to? Could you please articulate your thoughts more clearly? Su Wanran blushed and gently nudged Lynn, saying, you know which feature I'm referring to. Lynn nodded in affirmation. Of course, that feature certainly exists. Su Wanran playfully hit Lynn again, exclaiming, wow, doesn't that make you? Wow, how wicked. Lynn, looking more wrong than Do-E, protested, I am truly not a pervert. Meanwhile, to fulfill Jiang's desire to meet her master, Lynn picked up his phone and called Zhang Wei, signaling Jiang to be quiet. Jiang, would you like to surprise your master? Jiang nodded eagerly, yes. I would love to. Then you must remain silent for a while. Hold it in. Jiang obediently nodded. Su Wanran volunteered, I will cover her mouth. Lynn connected the call to Zhang Wei, who answered almost instantly, his loud voice booming through the line. Dad, my adoptive father, has my Jiang returned? Without her, I cannot eat or sleep well. I am utterly worn out. Hearing her master's voice on the phone, Jiang's eyes immediately filled with tears. Realizing how much he cared for her, Su Wanran, astonished, remarked, wow, even the robot can cry. This is incredibly lifelike. Jiang remained compliant with Lynn's instructions, keeping silent to surprise Zhang Wei. Lynn responded, well, how should I put it? The crux of this issue lies in identifying the key questions. What are the specifics of the situation? It also depends on the particulars. Zhang Wei was taken aback. What are you talking about? Lynn suggested, in any case, you should come to my house first. Zhang Wei replied, I will take the high-speed train there right away. After hanging up, Jiang rushed over, staring at the phone. What did Master say he would take? Lin In responded, the high-speed train. Jiang Yin inquired, what kind of magical artifact is that? Well, I suppose it's not as fast as your flying swords. It should take about 2 hours. Jiang Yin resigned herself to waiting patiently. Then I will sit here and silently count the 2 hours while I await my master. Su Wanran and Lin In exchanged glances at Jiang Yan's endearing demeanor. Charmed by the somewhat stiff girl, Su Wanran tugged at Lin In's sleeve. Your emotional simulation is a bit too realistic. It feels indistinguishable from a real person. Lin In nodded. You could say Jiang Yin has truly crossed over. The synthetic girlfriend is merely her physical form. Su Wanran gasped in astonishment. Wow, that's impressive. Lin In affirmed. So, you must treat me well from now on. If you do not, I will create a doppelganger of you. No, I shall make 10. They will take turns being nice to me. Su Wanran, flustered, pinched Lin In's waist fiercely. No way, absolutely not. Lin In let out a comical cry. Huh? Su Wanran. You ambushed me. That's so unchivalrous. Just then, someone's stomach growled audibly. Lin In remarked, Su Wanran, what time is it? Are you already hungry? Su Wanran expressed her confusion, saying, it wasn't me. Jiang Yin raised her hand and replied, well, it seems to be me. I am a bit hungry. It's impossible to cultivate here, and I can no longer fast. I need to eat something. If only there were spirit stones with the senior. Su Wanran interjected. Ah, I have plenty of snacks. Jiang Yin exclaimed with delight, spirit stones? Really? That would be wonderful. With spirit stones, I can cultivate and restore my powers. Su Wanran was left utterly perplexed, asking, snacks? Powers? Chapter 123, Zhang Wei, always demanding from you without ever expressing gratitude. Jiang Yin. Indeed, it is the spirit stone imbued with essence. Lin In, one of you speaks of the city gate tower, while the other mentions the hip bone and elbow. Su Wanran, there are snacks available. Jiang Yin tilted her head in confusion. Why can't I comprehend? Is there something, or is there not? Su Wanran. In any case, just wait and see. Soon. Su Wanran returned with an assortment of snacks. Gazing at the heap of puffed snacks, chips, and various delicacies, including the infamous happy water, Jiang Yin was taken aback. What is this? Although she had briefly encountered some modern products during her time in Sky City, she had never indulged in snacks. Su Wanran chimed in. Here, let me teach you how to eat. As she tore open the bag to offer Jiang Yin a chip, Su Wanran hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Lin In, and murmured, this thing is edible, right? It won't electrocute me, will it? Lin In smacked his forehead. It should be fine, I suppose. Jiang Yin earnestly interjected. I do not refer to this thing. I am Jiang Yin. Su Wanran replied. All right then, let us eat. Jiang Yin bit into the chip, savoring it cautiously. In an instant, her pupils dilated, revealing an expression of disbelief. This was undoubtedly a premium snack. Lin In and Su Wanran exchanged glances, sighing for the poor girl, clearly unaccustomed to such delights. Jiang Yin cautiously inquired, are all these for me to eat? Su Wanran generously replied, help yourself. There's plenty more if you need. Jiang Yin bowed to the two. Thank you very much. Before long, Jiang Yin began to devour the snacks voraciously, primarily because she was genuinely famished. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei boarded the high-speed train to Jeangi City. Throughout the journey, he was consumed with anxiety, yearning to know the outcome. Why is this taking so long? Could it be that Jiang Yin is truly in peril? If the timeline cannot be restored, I shall live with this guilt for eternity. Zhang Wei gazed at his phone, staring at Jiang Yan's grayed-out profile picture, sighing intermittently, lamenting his misfortune in encountering the extraterrestrial demon. The 2-hour train ride swiftly passed. Upon disembarking, Zhang Wei hurried directly to Lin In's residence. Following the address provided by Lin In, he arrived at a villa on the outskirts. For reasons unknown, numerous small stalls adorned the area, and upon seeing Zhang Wei approach, the vendors displayed wary expressions, as if preparing to draw something from beneath their stalls. Fearful, Zhang Wei navigated past the snack street and reached the villa, ringing the doorbell. Lin In approached, opened the door, and spread his arms. Ah, my son, you have arrived. This time, however, Zhang Wei did not engage in banter, but instead grasped Lin In's hand. What has happened? What is the situation? Lin In reassured Zhang Wei. Do not fret. Given the circumstances, let us first enjoy a meal. Su Wanran joined them. Yes, I specifically ordered a variety of snacks. Lin In and Su Wanran shared a sweet smile. Lin In wrapped his arm around Su Wanran's shoulder and then invited Zhang Wei into the house. Zhang Wei's expression instantly morphed into one of displeasure. Come on, you two are here flaunting your affection. Do you have any idea how painful it is for me? A lonely soul? Without Jiangyan, do you comprehend my suffering? Su Wanran struggled to suppress her laughter, her smile nearly unraveling. Zhang Wei, I feel immense sympathy for your plight, she chuckled softly. Zhang Wei, in despair, lamented, you still find it amusing. Can you even laugh at a time like this? Lin also fought to contain his mirth, as the anticipation of what was to unfold made him want to laugh, yet he held it in, inviting Zhang Wei to eat something first before discussing matters further. Zhang Wei sat at the dining table, utterly disinterested in food, sighing heavily. I am such a fool, truly. I know Jiang Yan is a wonderful girl, willing to sacrifice everything for me. Yet, I never imagined she would ask me to sever her ties to the righteous path. At that moment, without Jiang Yan, my life feels devoid of color, everything has turned to gray. The sparkle in Zhang Wei's eyes had faded, leaving him indifferent to everything around him. Lin and Su Wanran exchanged glances, pondering the severity of the situation. Indeed, it was critical. Zhang Wei turned to Lin. Why did you summon me? Was it just to witness your affection for one another? Lin replied, please, remain calm. There is something I need to discuss regarding Jiang Yan. Zhang Wei perked up immediately. Speak, quickly. Lin cautioned, after hearing me out. Do not succumb to sorrow or excitement. How shall I put this? Your Jiang Yan, or rather the girlfriend of your dreams, can no longer return from her world. Zhang Wei's spirit plummeted like a stray dog. You called me back just to deliver this news? Are you jesting? Thank you for allowing me to experience a beautiful love. Much appreciated. Now, I shall take my leave. He grabbed his backpack, looking despondent, akin to a stray dog bereft of its home. However, at that moment, a clear voice resonated, Master. Zhang Wei. The familiarity of the voice left Zhang Wei momentarily stunned. He sighed. Have I truly begun to hallucinate? The figure stood at the doorway, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Zhang Wei. Master, it is I, Jiang Yan. Upon seeing her, Zhang Wei lost all composure, collapsing into a chair. Turning to Lin, I think I'm hallucinating. I believe I just saw Jiang Yan. Did you witness that? Lin and Su Wanran beamed. You are not hallucinating. Jiang Yan has indeed come to find you. Surprised? Taken aback? Lin added, Weren't you just angry with me? Thinking I was being dismissive and flaunting my affection in front of you? Zhang Wei suddenly knelt on the ground, gazing at Lin and began to sing. Always asking for your generosity, yet never expressing my gratitude. Chapter 124. What are you looking for, my friend? Allow your father to assist you. Zhang Wei, having wandered through life for half an eternity without encountering a true benefactor, now stood before Lin with unwavering sincerity. If you do not reject me, I, Zhang Wei, wish to honor you as my adoptive father. Please allow me to bow before you. His heartfelt, soul-stirring proclamation resonated from Lin's villa. Zhang Wei wept profusely, tears streaming down his face, his demeanor shifting to one of profound respect, his lips trembling with emotion. Father? Lin's body jolted, his pupils constricting in surprise. Before he gently placed his hand upon Zhang Wei's shoulder and sighed, Ah, my dear son, there is no need for such grand gestures. Rise, the ground is cold. Lin understood that an invisible yet insurmountable barrier lay between him and Zhang Wei. In a flurry, Su Wanran rushed forward to assist Zhang Wei, urging, Please, get up. You are the esteemed demon Lord Yida, known for countless slaughters, yet here you are, kneeling. What a sight that is. Your disciple is right here. Zhang Wei's eyes glistened with gratitude as he gazed at Su Wanran. Thank you, mother. What? Su Wanran was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson. Don't call me that. I am still an unwed maiden. Simultaneously, a sense of delight blossomed within her. Lin is the father, and I am the mother. Do we not possess a delightful chemistry? Nearby, Jiang Yan was equally stunned, her eyes wide with astonishment. Could it be that my master is also your child? Does that mean my master and I are siblings? As Jiang Yan pursed her lips, caught in a peculiar mental loop, it appeared as though her mind were on the verge of overheating. Lin and Su Wanran exchanged glances, displaying expressions of disdain. We do not possess such a son. His calling me father is merely how should I put it? A jest, a manner of expressing gratitude akin to that between brothers. With no blood relation whatsoever. I am merely his adoptive father, Lin explained to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's face flushed with realization. So that is how it is. Zhang Wei rose to his feet, turning his gaze towards Jiang. As he beheld her, his eyes became increasingly entranced, swiftly wiping away his tears to scrutinize her features. The character from the game had manifested in reality, ethereal and graceful, reminiscent of a celestial being in white. This left Zhang Wei feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Disbelief washed over Zhang Wei as he discreetly glanced at Lynn. Their eyes met, and within Zhang Wei's gaze, Lynn discerned a tapestry of emotions: confusion, bewilderment, joy, and excitement, all interwoven with an undercurrent of perplexity. In a hushed tone, Zhang Wei inquired, "Father, is this truly Jiang? She is not merely a creation of the game, is she? How could she possibly exist in reality? Could it be that?" Lynn prompted, "What could it be?" Zhang Wei began to speculate. "Could it be that you initially used the face and body of this girl? She resembles a fairy so closely. Now that Jiang has perished in the game, I never expected to encounter someone in reality who looks exactly like her. She must be the very girl who provided the face and body model for Jiang," Zhang Wei uttered. Meanwhile, Su Wanran attempted to interject, but Lynn discreetly pinched her. "You've already expressed your surprise. What more can I say?" Lynn shook her head and turned to Jiang. "She is indeed Jiang. All her memories, actions, and everything within her heart are those of the Jiang from the game. You might say that Jiang has traversed from the game into reality." Su Wanran burst out laughing. "Puffed. Ha ha ha, traverse. Why don't you say you brought a system along too?" Lynn responded with a blank stare. "How did you know?" Su Wanran replied, "I guessed. And I guessed right. So is it possible that upon waking, the game levels of everyone in the world drop by 10,000 times, leaving only my original strength intact? The system declared that would mean his demise. Wow, your system is utterly useless." Lynn and Su Wanran exchanged playful banter, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Zhang Wei began to grasp Lynn's meaning. She is Jiang. His pupils constricted in disbelief. How surreal. He hastily scanned the surroundings for any cameras. Lynn remarked, "Buddy, what are you searching for? Let Dad help you look." Zhang Wei lamented, "I must be caught in a grand social experiment. Tell me, where is the old professor? Where are the cameras? Where are the spectators? Are you all trying to observe my reaction? This is undoubtedly the Truman Show." Lynn crossed her arms. Your imagination would be perfect for game design. Interested in joining my company?" Zhang Wei replied. "Well, wait, that is not the crux of the matter. Master," Jiang called out, addressing her mentor. Zhang Wei took 2 steps back, hesitating. Is it really you? I'm a bit overwhelmed. Let me gather my thoughts." He didn't wish to refrain from embracing his disciple Jiang immediately, wishing for eternal separation. He simply found it hard to believe that the girl before him was indeed Jiang, perceiving her merely as the prototype who provided Jiang's face and body. Lynn and Su Wanran exchanged glances. Indeed, if they were in his position, they would likely think the same upon seeing a girl who looked exactly like one from the game. The notion of traversing from a game felt far-fetched. Observing Zhang Wei's reaction, Jiang displayed a hint of panic. "Master, do you not recognize me? It's truly me, Jiang." Zhang Wei seemed dazed. "Are you truly my disciple?" Jiang smiled brightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. She quickly approached Zhang Wei. "Master, it's me, Jiang." Saying this, she extended her arms to embrace Zhang Wei. However, he felt a sense of shyness, unable to meet her gaze, and even stepped back. Positioning himself behind Lynn, his expression a complex blend of emotions. He is fond of Jiang, not that obscure actress who bears an uncanny resemblance to her. Jiang, perplexed, stood still and asked, "Master, what troubles you?" Zhang Wei, casting a sorrowful glance at Lynn, lamented, "I understand you wish to offer me a chance for redemption, to alleviate my regrets and sorrows. However, my heart belongs solely to Jiang. No matter how she changes. As long as she is Jiang, my affection remains unchanged. Yet, if you present me with a substitute who looks exactly like Jiang, I. Zhang Wei wrestled with his inner turmoil, questioning whether accepting this girl would equate to infidelity. Suddenly, Jiang leaped forward, enveloping Zhang Wei in a tight embrace. Her voice trembling with tears, "Master, it's me, it's me, it's me. I am not someone else. I am Jiang, not merely a replacement. Lin and Xianzuan has resurrected me. Look at me. Open your eyes wide and truly see me." Zhang Wei attempted to break free, yet found her grip astonishingly strong. All right, you are indeed Jiang. Please let go. If you don't, I might just faint. He struggled within her embrace. Jiang, sensing his distress, immediately released him. Her eyes brimming with concern. Master, are you all right? I didn't mean to exert too much force. You were fine before. Why the sudden change? Zhang Wei coughed twice, glancing at Jiang. Goodness, even the scent is identical. Nevertheless, he retreated to Linn's side, wary of another onslaught from Jiang. Meanwhile, Lynn and Su Wanran, resembling two eager spectators, wore delighted expressions, barely containing their amusement. Zhang Wei transformed into a detective, declaring, "You are not Jiang. The Jiang I know is not like this." Chapter 125, Overthrown by a Traitor. Jiang looked at Lynn and Su Wanran, pleading, "I beg you, help me prove that I am indeed Jiang." Lynn interjected, "Zhang Wei, on what grounds do you claim she is not Jiang?" Zhang Wei replied earnestly, "Her bust is slightly larger than the Jiang I know, and her figure has improved a tad as well. Although Jiang's physique was already commendable, it is evident that my in-game Jiang's bust is a bit smaller." Jiang quickly glanced down at her chest, exclaiming, "Ah, how should I explain this? It is as if Lynn has reshaped my body." "Delusions, continue your fabrications," Zhang Wei retorted skeptically. Su Wanran chimed in, "Truly, the girl before you is not a human. She is a bionic being, a product of cutting-edge technology, indistinguishable from a real person. She can consume food, drink water, and even shed tears. As for whether she can relieve herself, that remains uncertain, though I suspect she can." Lynn nodded. "All right, enough jesting. This is indeed Jiang. I extracted her data, which is why I assert that she has traversed into this realm." Jiang was taken aback. "What do you mean by bionic? I was unaware of any such thing. What data? What does traversing mean? Master, what are they talking about?" I am undeniably myself." Tears welled in her eyes. Lynn reassured her, "You see, she is Jiang. Her memories and essence are frozen at the moment your game concluded." Upon hearing Su Wanran's words, Zhang Wei's expression shifted, but he remained dismissive. "You all conspire to deceive me. Such bionic technology must surely be centuries away. While you may have produced gaming headgear of remarkable innovation, convincing me of this is a formidable task." Zhang Wei gazed at Jiang, hesitating, torn between a desire to approach her and an underlying fear, his eyes darting about. The disparity in their identities weighed heavily on him. In the game, he was a formidable overlord, feared by many, yet in reality, he was merely an ordinary man. The reality of Jiang's presence left him feeling somewhat humiliated. This behavior, commonly referred to as bravado, much like that friend who boasts of extensive romantic exploits but blushes at the mere thought of conversing with a woman. In truth, he yearned to embrace Jiang, to feel her warmth, with a hint of mischievous curiosity regarding the bionic's capabilities. Lynn perceived Zhang Wei's inner turmoil and leaned closer to whisper seductively in his ear, "Oh, dear child, you cannot possibly be one to boast without substance. In the game, you sought all manner of indulgence, yet when faced with reality, you find yourself hesitant, even timid, do you not?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei deflated like a punctured balloon but quickly regained his composure, puffing up defensively. Who is timid? Whoever is timid is a coward." Lynn encouraged him. "Is that so? Then prove it." Zhang Wei could no longer endure the tension. "Very well, I shall show you," he declared as he approached and firmly grasped Jiang's hand. To his astonishment, her hand felt almost indistinguishable from that of a real person. How could this be? Was she truly a robot? He spoke, "Disciple, I am your master." Jiang promptly knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to my master." It was evident to all that Zhang Wei's legs trembled. Su Wanran, with a playful smile, remarked, "Aren't you two supposed to get closer?" Both Zhang Wei and Jiang flushed, as they were not the type to easily express their feelings. Lynn took Su Wanran's hand and turned to Zhang Wei. "I must attend to important matters with the staff now. Why don't you spend some time alone with Jiang? There are plenty of empty rooms upstairs for you to use." As Su Wanran was led away by Lynn, she called out, Hey, I still want to watch," but was pulled along, her expression one of mock despair, akin to someone eager to turn the page only to find it marred by a dreadful color. Once Lynn and Su Wanran departed, Zhang Wei and Jiang finally exhaled in relief. They embraced tightly, tears streaming down their faces as they shared their innermost feelings. "Yenner, you have no idea how heartbroken I was when you," he lamented. "I am sorry, master, for causing you distress. I would do anything to make it up to you. Still referring to him as master. Zhang Wei felt a resurgence of his dignity as a formidable figure in the absence of others. Jiang Yin giggled softly, yet, from my observations, it seems that in this world, my master lacks any cultivation, for you are merely an ordinary person now. Zhang Wei's pupils dilated, a sense of foreboding creeping in. What? What do you intend to do? He stammered. Ah, disciple. Jiang Yin reopened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of something unsettling and fervent as she gazed at her master, her breathing quickening, her expression transforming into one of ecstatic delight. In an instant, she swept Zhang Wei off his feet in a princess carry, a rather peculiar position. Zhang Wei felt immobilized. What on earth are you doing? Release me at once. You rebellious disciple, or I shall be angered. Jiang Yin, blushing with shyness, carried her master toward the room, shedding her shoes along the way to reveal her delicate, fair feet gliding across the smooth porcelain floor. She gently opened the door, moving with the grace of a nimble fox, then softly nudged the door closed with her rear. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin tossed Zhang Wei onto the bed. He bounced slightly, utterly astonished, feeling as though he were a girl on the verge of being bullied, wrapping his arms around himself, caught between excitement and trepidation. What are you planning, you rebellious disciple? I have warned you repeatedly. Jiang Yin lifted one of her pristine feet, deftly using her toes to secure the lock beneath the doorknob, skillfully locking the door behind them. With a sharp click, the sound of the lock engaging echoed, plunging the room into utter darkness. Zhang Wei, in a state of panic, hastily seized his phone to illuminate the surroundings, simultaneously preparing to message Lynn in, "Hey, hurry and rescue me. This robot is intent on doing me harm. Surely, she won't dismantle me, will she?" A wave of fear intertwined with excitement coursed through him. You must have the 3 laws of robotics programmed, right? What is the master saying? Jiang Yin replied, feigning ignorance. From the shadows emerged an exquisite visage, illuminated faintly by the glow of his phone, her pallor accentuated. The sound of garments cascading to the floor broke the silence. With each step Jiang Yin took, an article of clothing fell away. A dress, a slip, a belt, a bodice. A pair of pristine legs, as delicate as jade, gracefully ascended to rest upon Zhang Wei's shoulders. His pupils constricted, reflecting the astonishing scene before him. Jiang Yin leaned in to kiss him. Master, I have wronged you. A flicker of relief crossed Zhang Wei's eyes. It seemed that after 28 years of maintaining his original essence, this rebellious disciple was poised to claim it. Surely, he wouldn't be electrocuted in the process, would he? That was unlikely. His adoptive father must have considered such possibilities during the design. The room gradually succumbed to darkness. Chapter 126. You teach me the game. I teach you cultivation. The following day, at breakfast, Lynn and Zhang Wei sat at the table, their eyes vacant, cheeks sunken, heavy dark circles beneath their eyes. And even their hands trembled as they held their spoons. Are you all right, my son? Zhang Wei managed to say, swallowing another egg, still haunted by the madness of the previous night. I can still hold on, father. Zhang Wei recalled the extraordinary feats they had witnessed, his heart still racing. It must have been a robot. No ordinary person could achieve such complex maneuvers. He glanced at Lynn, an unspoken complexity shimmering in his gaze. Lynn, taken aback, retorted, "What are you staring at me for? Eat your food. I just wanted to say you're too abnormal. The robot you created is incredibly lifelike." Lynn was at a loss for words. Are you complimenting me or insulting me? Zhang Wei replied with utmost seriousness, both. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin and Su Wanran had already finished their meals and retreated to the sofa to play games. The 2 young women were inexplicably energetic. Jiang Yin could be understood. As a cultivator, even without her powers on Blue Star, she was still far more vigorous than an average person. As for Su Wanran, her boundless energy was rather perplexing, considering she had been gaming alongside Lynn in the previous night. Su Wanran's support skills had improved remarkably through diligent practice. In addition to Yao, she had also trained with Kai Wenji and practiced the vengeful Daji. Most notably, she had honed her skills with the mermaid, Doria. Each time Lynn's abilities were on cooldown, she would assist him in hastening the refresh. The only drawback was that Lynn had expended too much energy, requiring intense concentration to engage in battles and push towers, leading to sleep deprivation and leaving him looking like a panda. Jiang Yin donned a casual white sports outfit, appearing no different from an ordinary young girl. The only distinction lay in her striking beauty and stunning figure. her clear eyes radiating a newfound allure compared to her previous innocence. Su Wanran sat cross-legged on the sofa, cheeks puffed out, engrossed in her game on her phone. Seemingly burdened by incompetent teammates, Jeangi, intrigued, watched Su Wanran play, captivated by the vibrant characters and their dazzling combat skills, sparking a desire within her to experience it herself. She quickly grasped the mechanics of the game. As Su Wanran's screen dimmed once more, entering the resurrection countdown, she exclaimed in frustration, "Wow, these teammates are utterly useless." Then, casting a pitiful glance at Lynn, she urged, "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, come play with me." Lynn, hearing this, promptly declined. "I can't come at all. I spent so long playing with you last night, and you're still not satisfied?" Jeangi timidly interjected, May I give it a try?" Su Wanran was taken aback. Can you manage? Do you know how to play this game?" Jeangi shook her head. "Although I don't know how to play, you can teach me." Su Wanran's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed she had acquired a gaming partner, one whom she could guide from start to finish. She was the veteran, and now, she had a novice to lead. How delightful. "Really? Then I shall teach you," Jeangi cheerfully exclaimed. "Then teach me how to play games. And I shall instruct you in the art of cultivation." Su Wanran was momentarily taken aback, displaying an exaggeratedly youthful expression. "Cultivation? Wonderful. I aspire to be an empress. Not for the sake of ascension, but merely to await his return amidst the mortal realm." Lynn coughed twice, nearly choking on his porridge. "Are you daft, girl? In this world, it's the end of the magical era. Who can possibly cultivate?" In the ensuing days, Jeangi became a frequent guest at Lynn's residence, which was quite spacious. Initially, Jeangi felt distressed by the impossibility of cultivation. It was contrary to her nature as she was accustomed to absorbing spiritual energy for her practice. However, the allure of this world was irresistible, filled with delectable delights, engaging activities, and captivating sights, all of which were new to her. She resembled a newborn child, brimming with curiosity about everything around her. Upon receiving permission, Jeangi ventured into the secret realm of Lynn's abode, the library. The study was filled with an abundance of books, and Jeangi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The library surely contained many insights from Lynn, and if she could glean even a fraction of knowledge, it would be splendid. Approaching the shelves, she began to peruse the titles in succession. Before long, one particular book caught her attention, Battle Through the Heavens. Battle Through the Heavens? Could it possibly document an entire world? Intrigued, Jeangi opened the cover. Chapter 1. The Fallen Genius. Jeangi delved into the text. An hour passed, then 2, and finally 3, until Su Wanran came to summon her for dinner. Reluctantly, she emerged from the study, her expression still dazed. Su Wanran inquired, "What is wrong with you?" Jeangi, tears streaming down her face, lamented, "Oh, the bond between Xiao Daoyu and his master is so poignant, mirroring my own relationship with my master." Su Wanran replied with a hint of mischief, "There's another book titled The Overbearing Master Fell in Love with Me. You should check that out. It's quite the page-turner." Jeangi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh." Meanwhile, on another side, Jeangi sat on the steps, smoking alongside Lynn. "Father, what on earth is going on in your mind? I truly wish to dissect it. Since the very beginning, I have yet to witness Jeangi recharging. She has visited the restroom a few times, leading me to ponder, do robots also require such breaks?" Lynn chuckled. "She's a near-perfect imitation of a human." Jeangi grimaced. "Then, can you adjust her Yandra parameters? Ever since I learned that I am an ordinary person in this world, this girl has been extracting too much from me. Well deserved." Lynn found it quite amusing. "That is not your concern. Your focus should be on earning a living to marry her, providing her with a better life. Remember, she may be the only girl you can marry without a dowry, a car, or a house. She might even be willing to contribute." Upon hearing this, Jeangi nodded in agreement. Indeed. "Father, Lynn interrupted. Extinguishing his cigarette, spit it out quickly. Jeangi finally spoke. "Father, I believe I could also excel at the job of the security captain. Perhaps I should just stay here." Lynn chuckled, patting Jeangi on the shoulder. "You are not suited for the role of security captain." Jeangi felt a twinge of disappointment. "I can do it," Lynn replied. "What I mean is that your intellect has a greater purpose." Jeangi, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Really? Father, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I would brave any danger for you." Lynn smiled. "Indeed, there is a rather perilous task that requires your consent." Jeangi hesitated for a moment, but quickly straightened his posture. Speak. Is it a climb up a mountain of blades or a plunge into a sea of flames? If I so much as blink, I am no longer Zhang Wei. Lin quipped. If you don't blink, your eyes won't dry, will they? Zhang Wei clarified. That is not what I meant. Lin waved his hand dismissively. Here's the thing. We have a banquet to attend. Zhang Wei inquired. A banquet? Lin picked up his phone and displayed a message. Dear Mr. Lin, we cordially invite you to attend the annual Best Game Awards in New York on November 10th. A representative will be assigned to assist you. We look forward to your presence. This was a formal invitation for Lin to participate in the annual Best Game selection. With a beaming smile, Lin declared, I intend to participate. Zhang Wei immediately interjected, You can't go. That's akin to heading to the north of Myanmar. Once you go, you may never return. It's an obvious trap. What if someone attempts to assassinate you? You have no idea how esteemed your position is in the domestic gaming and technology circles. Lin, still smiling, countered, But if we don't go, wouldn't that make us appear cowardly? Therefore, I seek your opinion on this daunting task. Zhang Wei was taken aback. You mean for me to go in your stead? No problem at all. He thumped his chest confidently. I don't even develop games nor possess technical skills. Even if they detain me, so what? I am merely representing the gaming company at this annual event. I promise to bring back the medal you desire. However, Lin shook his head. I will go myself. Zhang Wei was stunned. That's incredibly dangerous. Given your status and identity, it is truly unnecessary for you to travel abroad at this time. Lin replied. What is dangerous about it? It's not dangerous at all. Zhang Wei asked, How so? Lin responded, Just bring your apprentice along. You mean Jiangyan? Since she is a robot you created, it should be fine. Lin chuckled. While she was brought by me, she is now your wife, so I must seek your approval. She will be away from you for a few days. You have no objections, do you? Zhang Wei was overjoyed. Really? I have no objections. I hope you both stay a few extra days. Lin remarked. You, Zhang Wei lamented. Look at me, I've lost 8 pounds. Lin, both amused and exasperated, said. Then I shall take her with me and give you a break. Thank you, father. After concluding his discussion with Zhang Wei, Lin returned to the underground laboratory. Sitting in a chair, he contemplated the email before him. Indeed, given Lin's current status and position, it seems rather inappropriate for him to attend the overseas gaming awards. The primary concern is the potential threat to his safety. What if someone were to attempt an assassination? Lin is now a titan in the tech industry. Even if he were not to face such dire circumstances, the possibility of being detained looms large. Previously, Lin would have opted not to attend, simply sending a representative in his stead. However, with the presence of the enigmatic Jiang Yan by his side, Lin feels emboldened to make the journey. Engaging in a strategic play, is it? Very well, I shall attend the meeting alone. Lin responded in that email. All right, I will be there. Chapter 127, The Land Immortal and the Cyber Spectre, a double assurance, all set. After the nurse departed today, I discreetly expelled the pill from my mouth and peered beneath the bed, where I encountered a stunning maiden clad in white, her beauty captivating as we exchanged knowing smiles. She grinned like a wild creature that had evaded a hunter, cautiously glancing outside. I hope I wasn't discovered. Fear not. Your concealment is masterful. They cannot perceive you. Upon concluding my emails, Lin still felt a twinge of unease. Relying solely on the land immortal Jiang Yan seemed somewhat inadequate. He could only defend against tangible threats. What if they poisoned me or employed the wiles of a seductress? I couldn't ascertain whether I could withstand a golden-haired beauty's allure. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to add another layer of security. He donned the gaming headset and entered the virtual realm. In the ethereal city of love in the sky, Lin found the actress Xue Xiano in a haunted house. Upon hearing of Lin's arrival, she abandoned her role as an NPC scaring players and rushed out to greet him. Dressed in a resplendent red wedding gown, she played the role of a ghostly bride, her pale visage still unable to conceal her exquisite beauty. Boss, are you here for a secret rendezvous? Upon seeing Lin, the actress smiled, maneuvering her balanced scooter closer, only to topple it over and rush towards Lin for an embrace. Yet, he halted her advance with a single finger poised on her forehead, preventing her from reaching him no matter how she stretched out her arms. I have matters to discuss with you. Let us be serious, shall we? She replied languidly. If this is about work, the boss ought to provide a little incentive, don't you think? Lin chuckled. What sort of reward do you desire? She circled around him, appraising him from head to toe, making Lin feel akin to a male model. If you continue like this, I might just summon Su Wanran. You wouldn't want to see what she is capable of, would you? I'm not afraid of her. Boss, this is our private time, the actress teased, her fingers slowly tracing Lynn's chest. Let me ponder what kind of reward I should ask for. Lynn interjected, nothing too excessive. Then I wish to kiss you. Just as you did with Su Wanran that day, she proposed boldly. Lynn shot her a sharp glance. Forget it. If you mention her again, I might just choose someone else. The actress, suddenly alarmed, quickly amended. Oh, don't leave, boss. Allow me to present a slightly less audacious request. Go ahead, Lynn replied. She wore a triumphant smile. The nature of individuals from Dragon Country often leans towards compromise. If she had requested a kiss, Lynn would have surely declined. However, by merely asking him to play the role of her lover, he might be inclined to acquiesce. Then, could you, in the capacity of a lover, call me Xiao Nuo? Lynn paused, studying her intently. Are you certain? Please, I beseech you, consider it a token of pity for me. As he gazed into the tear-filled eyes of the actress, Lynn felt no hesitation or moral burden. For the sake of his employee's loyalty, he knew he must make a sacrifice. He wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her closer, and whispered softly in her ear. Xiao Nuo, I love you. In his heart, he silently added a few words. I love you, my country. At that moment, the actress trembled, nearly collapsing into Lynn's embrace, on the verge of humming with emotion. As long as it is your wish, I shall comply. Lynn's heart raced with joy, his tone tinged with anticipation as he asked, Really? May I make an unreasonable request? Oh, truly? Could it be that my allure, my beauty, and my genuine affection have moved you? The actress, Xiao Nuo, felt a surge of excitement, thinking that now she had a chance to compete with that girl, Su Wanran. Her voice deliberately dripped with seduction. Lynn smiled. I plan to visit America to attend an award ceremony for the best game and unveil some new technologies. You know, I am quite handsome and skilled. What if a foreign girl can't resist and insists on keeping me? He pondered the scenario. Even if I don't fancy her, what if they surround me? Or what if a deranged admirer tries to assassinate me? Xiao Nuo's expression turned icy. I absolutely will not allow such a thing to transpire. Lynn nodded, gently patting her head. She relished the attention, allowing him to stroke her hair. Are you envious of Jeangi for entering my world? Now, I offer you that opportunity. Really? Xiao Nuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lynn continued, however, I must establish 3 rules. She nodded eagerly. Not just 3, but 30 rules would be fine. Lynn declared. First, do not harm Su Wanran. Second, do not frighten her. Third, do not let her know of your existence. Aside from that, feel free to pursue any targets, as long as they are not from Longwa. It would be best if you sought out individuals from Sakura country, perhaps a few truly wicked souls. The actress trembled with exhilaration. Why am I feeling this excitement? Under Su Wanran's very nose, we can be clandestine. Only you and I will know, while others remain oblivious. Does that not constitute a secret romance? Lynn, bemused, nodded in a rather perfunctory manner. Yes, it counts. However, he added sternly, if you violate any of these rules, I will send you back and guarantee I shall never seek you out again. Let me tell you, I have other wives in different worlds. He mused. If it comes to that, I can always find another world. Perhaps one with beast-eared maidens, or a commanding empress, or even a tentacled wife from a Lovecraftian realm. You understand, such peculiar derangement surpasses your own. Alternatively, having a motorcycle wife wouldn't be too bad. If that fails, a Gundam wife would suffice. Even in a terrifying world, can I not find a red wedding dress that suits me? Enough. Xiaono's pupils suddenly contracted, resembling a startled kitten whose fur bristled with alarm. No, please don't seek any further. One Su Wanran is already more than enough. Fearing the emergence of another formidable rival, Xiaono hastily acquiesced, nodding in agreement. Terrified that Lynn might reconsider. Once Lynn received Xiaono's promise, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Now, with both a terrestrial deity and a cybernetic specter at his side, he could navigate the world with both steadiness and audacity. He could frolic freely among the Americans, and even if he were to strike the president, no one would dare to challenge him. Lynn, with a heart full of concern and a twinge of pain, opened a portal, casting a wan look towards the actress. Last time, you expressed a desire to visit my world. The reason I hesitated was due to the considerable toll it would take on my vitality, but it matters not. I am merely delighted by the prospect of your arrival. Upon witnessing Lynn's willingness to make such a significant sacrifice for her, The actress was immediately moved to tears. He truly loves me. I occupy a place in his heart. It would be worth dying for Lynn. Chapter 128. Where did the fifth vote come from? No matter. You currently have affections for Su Wanran. I can wait. Once you have departed from this world, we shall be together. You and Su Wanran may share a fleeting existence of no more than 80 years, whereas I could be with you for centuries, even millennia. Upon hearing Shu Zayano's words, Lynn's expression stiffened. It was no wonder that Shu Zayano, with his peculiar obsession, exhibited no urgency. It turned out he intended to pursue his desires even in death. Lynn coughed twice and reminded him, remember your task. Do not let Su Wanran discover this, or I fear I might meet my end prematurely. Rest assured, Lynn. I vow to fulfill your request. You need not worry. She shall never find out. With tears streaming down his face, Shu Zayano stepped through the portal, transitioning from the terrifying realm to the Blue Star world. As the glowing points of the portal faded from his visage, Lynn regained his composure. He snapped his fingers, task complete. Exiting the game, darkness enveloped him. When he reopened his eyes, Lynn removed the gaming headset, only to find Su Wanran inexplicably standing before him, bending slightly to scrutinize him, her face etched with suspicion. Lynn and Su Wanran exchanged bewildered glances. What did you take the gaming headset for? Oh, I was just debugging a few minor issues. Su Wanran narrowed her eyes. Really? You didn't go on a date with that cyber ghost named Shu Zayano, did you? Would you wish for me to do such a thing? Su Wanran was momentarily taken aback. Go ahead. I wouldn't be mad at all, she replied with a hint of sarcasm. Ah, classic attitude from a Sichuan Chongqing girl. Lynn chuckled as he pulled Su Wanran onto his lap. So, you think you can play these games with me, huh? A little spanking is in order. You dare. With a resounding smack, Lynn's hand met her backside, eliciting a sharp recoil. Enraged, Su Wanran bit down on Lynn's right arm. Ah, Su Wanran, you rascal. I'm just being true to my nature. I am indeed a dog. Woof woof. The previously tranquil room erupted into chaos. After their playful scuffle, Su Wanran settled quietly in Lynn's embrace, cradling his right hand and examining her handiwork. Humph, that's what you get for striking me. Lynn observed the series of bite marks adorning his arm and let out a wry smile. Thankfully, though he had endured a bite, Su Wanran had not emerged unscathed either. Her backside had nearly suffered a similar fate. By the way, I have something important to discuss with you. Lynn intended to share his travel plans with Su Wanran. Tomorrow, I shall be traveling abroad to attend the award ceremony for this year's best game, where I will also deliver a few remarks. Su Wanran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yay, I want to go too. Lynn replied, what I mean is, I will be taking Jeangi with me. There is no need for you to accompany us. Su Wanran froze for a moment, then turned to face Lynn indirectly. Why can't I go? Why is Jeangi permitted to attend? Lynn had no choice but to persuade. In such circumstances, it is unnecessary. I will return the very next day. You would be exhausted from the journey. Jeangi is a product of my technological achievements, so I must take her with me. Su Wanran instantly puffed out her cheeks. Speak properly. What matter isn't it that we face together? Am I not your employee? Lynn looked at Su Wanran's adorable demeanor, feeling an urge to poke her pufferfish cheeks with his finger. He cradled Su Wanran's face and said, No, I have a new task for you. Respond to emails tomorrow. Su Wanran shook her head. No, I refuse this task. I will follow you, and we shall vote on it. Lynn chuckled. My friend, I am the chairman, and I hold a veto power. Even if we vote, it would be a tie. 1-1, you know? Su Wanran shook her head repeatedly. I don't care. If you disagree, I will cling to you like a koala. Wherever you go, you must carry me. Lynn sighed, wondering how someone could be as stubborn as Su Wanran. Fine, let us vote. He raised his right hand. I vote against Su Wanran going. Su Wanran, pouting, raised both hands. Then I cast 2 votes for Su Wanran to go. 2-1, I win. Lynn replied, all right, so that is how we're playing, huh? Do you think you are the only one with 2 hands? He raised both of his hands, intertwining them with Su Wanran's, resulting in a 2-2 tie. Su Wanran then lifted both feet, declaring, with both my hands and feet in favor, it's now 4-2. Even in a tie, you must respect the employee's opinion. I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. Su Wanran incessantly repeated her words to disrupt Lynn's train of thought. In desperation, Lynn leaned in and kissed Su Wanran, effectively silencing her. As they drew close, they could feel each other's heartbeat. Gazing into each other's eyes, they understood unspoken sentiments. Su Wanran, still indignant, protested. It's 4-2. Kissing doesn't count. Lynn raised his hands and feet in response. What about now? Su Wanran replied, 4-4. It's a tie? So what? In a tie, it means no one wins, and thus I can go. Are you certain? Lynn's eyes gleamed with determination. Wait. Su Wanran sensed something was amiss. A person has only 2 hands and 2 feet. Where does the 5th vote come from? Just then, she felt the presence of that 5th vote. No, that doesn't count. Facing Su Wanran's antics, Lynn declared, Today, I must win you over. Let us settle this with a solo match. The winner decides. Who is afraid? I'm not afraid of you. The two fell into a competitive duel. The following day, an armed helicopter landed at Lynn's doorstep, ready to transport him to a specially prepared private plane. Given Lynn's current stature, it would be quite reasonable for him to request several fighter jets for escort. Dressed in casual attire, he stood before the helicopter alongside Jeangi, who was adorned in fairy-like garments. Zhang Wei approached to bid Lynn farewell. After embracing Jeangi, I said, When I am not around, Lynn will be your master. You must heed his words. Jeangi nodded, replying, Yes, master, I understand. I will miss you so much, master. Zhang Wei chuckled, It's just for a day. You will be back soon. Lynn glanced around and inquired, Where's Su Wanran? However, Su Wanran was nowhere to be seen. Jeangi spoke up. She mentioned today that she would be in seclusion on her bed, no longer attending to Master Lynn. Perhaps she is upset that you did not take her along. Should we consider inviting her? Chapter 129. Su Wanran, you foolish girl, you almost moved me. I have no qualms about protecting both of you. Jeangi spoke with unwavering confidence. Having explored this world for the first time, she discovered that it resembled the mortal realm, albeit with more advanced technology. Although she had yet to cultivate her powers, she was nonetheless a formidable transformation realm expert. Relying solely on her physical prowess, she could wreak havoc. Lynn waved his hand, declining Jeangi's suggestion. Never mind, let her rest a little longer. She seemed exhausted. Lynn also felt a bit drained, having spent another sleepless night. He planned to catch up on sleep aboard the helicopter. As Lynn prepared to board, the security captain, Chao Rue, expressed his concerns. Attempting to dissuade him, Lynn, perhaps it would be better if I went instead? I'll represent you, as this journey is exceedingly perilous. What if they forcibly detain you or attempt an assassination? It's far too dangerous. If you don't return, we could always take the sea route. Chao Rue clenched his teeth. With 2 aircraft carrier battle groups providing escort, should they dare to detain you, we would. Lynn patted Chao Rue on the shoulder. What are you talking about? Do you think this is a novel? Just casually dispatch 2 aircraft carrier battle groups for my protection? Do you think aircraft carriers grow on trees? They are national treasures. You are the true national treasure. Chao Rue's words were not mere flattery, but stemmed from genuine admiration. Ever since he witnessed Jeangi's power and martial prowess, he was utterly captivated. This simulated human was remarkably strong, 3-body technology. Lynn reassured him, Rest assured, Jeangi will keep me safe. Do not squander resources on my account. After repeatedly dismissing Captain Chao Rue's concerns, Lynn boarded the helicopter, with Jeangi quickly following suit. Once seat belts were fastened, the helicopter ascended. Below, Zhang Wei and Chao Rue waved goodbye, their figures growing smaller. Jeangi gazed out at the scenery, then turned her attention to the 2 pilots. Gentlemen, may I take the controls for a moment? The pilots were taken aback, shaking their heads in unison. No, absolutely not. Lynn hastily pressed Jeangi back into her seat, chuckling. This flying apparatus is rather delicate. I fear you might inadvertently damage it. Jeangi blinked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then I won't cause any trouble. I will sit here obediently, doing whatever my senior asks. She sat primly, her legs together, curiously observing the landscape outside, while covertly glancing at the luggage nearby. Lynn intended to take a quick rest, closing his eyes. Just as he was about to doze off, he suddenly sensed movement among the luggage. Clothes were shifting. Startled, he pulled aside the garments, revealing Su Wanran crouched inside. Upon seeing Lynn, Su Wanran met his gaze and flashed a mischievous grin. Hee, I intended to surprise you, but it seems you discovered me too soon. Lynn remained silent for 2 seconds before turning to the pilot. Driver, slam on the brakes at the next intersection. I need to let someone off. The 2 drivers exchanged glances, momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Su Wanran behind them. When did she materialize? What kind of security protocols were in place? It felt as though a wave of salary deductions was imminent. Su Wanran hastily beseeched Lynn, pleading like a desperate creature, imploring, "Please, take me with you. Don't leave me behind now that we're here." Lynn replied firmly, "No. This is for your own safety." In a fit of pique, Su Wanran retorted, "You can't possibly tell me to get out now. If you want me to go, just open the door. I'll leap out like a flying acrobat." She wore a resigned expression, as if all hope had faded. Lynn, feeling exasperated, turned to the two drivers and said, "Just continue to the airport." As if this incident never occurred. Understood, the drivers sighed in relief, grateful that Lynn was not taking offense. Inside the helicopter, Lynn and Su Wanran exchanged incredulous stares. Lynn was baffled. There was no way she could have evaded the watchful eyes of the security personnel unless he glanced at Jeangi beside him. Jeangi appeared somewhat sheepish, murmuring, Su Wanran grasped Jiang's hand, saying, "Don't blame her. I forced her into this. I told her that if she didn't agree, I would intentionally cultivate my powers incorrectly, go astray, and perish." Lynn would surely hold a grudge against you. Jiang's face was one of despair. "I was coerced." Lynn felt a throbbing in his temples. "Do you realize how perilous this journey is? It's like a trap." Suddenly, Su Wanran's playful demeanor vanished. She tightened her seatbelt and grasped Lynn's hand firmly. "I know. I'm not foolish. It's all right. I'm not afraid of danger as long as I'm with you, my boss. Without me, can you manage?" Lynn quickly covered Su Wanran's mouth, exclaiming, "No more nonsense. What danger? I simply don't want you to go." Su Wanran adopted a look of surrender. "Then I won't say anything more. Just pretend I was talking nonsense." Gazing at Su Wanran, Lynn felt a flutter in his heart, his eyes softening. This little shadow was willing to threaten Jeangi just to accompany him on this flight. It was rather touching, in a way. He raised his hand high. Su Wanran immediately shut her eyes, remaining perfectly still, bracing for the impending strike. However, Lynn merely lifted his hand and gently patted her head. "I was going to give you a good whack, but on second thought, never mind." Su Wanran's face lit up in delight. "Hey, you're so nice." Lynn added, "I'll deal with you after we land." "What?" Su Wanran's expression crumbled in despair. Chapter 130. The Arrival of Unpleasant Company. At last, they had arrived. The journey had left her rear quite sore. Su Wanran lay on the plush bed in the hotel, tossing and turning. Beside her, Jeangi, clad in a flowing white gown, appeared composed and serene, presenting a stark contrast to Su Wanran's fidgety demeanor. Lynn jested, "Look at her, so dignified and tranquil." "Unlike you." Su Wanran puffed out her cheeks. "She's a synthetic human. She doesn't feel discomfort." Lynn replied, "Perhaps I should give you a massage?" Su Wanran exclaimed, "You wouldn't take the opportunity to smack my behind, would you?" Jeangi watched Lynn and Su Wanran banter with a sense of nostalgia. She gazed out at the vibrant signs and varied English characters, taking in the diverse crowd of individuals, black, white, and those of ambiguous gender, wandering the streets. Some appearing as if under the influence, resembling zombies. Beneath the veneer of prosperity in this land seemed to lurk elements of decay. Su Wanran leaned in conspiratorially. "You probably don't understand those English words, do you?" Jeangi shook her head. "I do not." "Are there many nations on this continent?" Su Wanran nodded. "Of course. There are several hundred." Though she was uncertain of the exact number, she declared, "With hundreds of countries, there are hundreds of languages. Nevertheless, our dragon language is the most intricate, with an abundance of dialects." Lynn interjected. "She is referring to the dialects of Sichuan and Chongqing." Jeangi was momentarily taken aback. In the realm of cultivation, hundreds of nations were not uncommon, yet they predominantly shared a single language. As cultivators could live for centuries or even millennia, their culture influencing that of the common folk. Jeangi shook her head. "I believe it would be best to unify. It's too complex. One language should suffice." Lynn and Su Wanran exchanged glances, each giving Jeangi a thumbs up. By heavens, Qin Shi Huang thought the same. "Are you perhaps surnamed Qin instead of Jiang?" The idea of unified scripts and standardized transportation has arrived. Jeangi looked puzzled. "Qin? Why should I have that surname?" Su Wanran chuckled. "Well, you need not concern yourself with that. It appears the boss did not install the historical culture module for you." Understanding dawned upon Jeangi. "Oh, I am not well versed in history. I merely meant to say that with so many languages, communication is cumbersome. A unification would be beneficial." Su Wanran, nodding in agreement, exclaimed, "Indeed. That way, I wouldn't have to learn a foreign language." "Wait." I've already graduated. I really don't have to study anymore. I disagree. I must ensure my juniors experience the hardships I endured while memorizing vocabulary. Do you know how torturous my English studies were? Lynn chuckled. Foreign languages must be learned. I adore studying them, like the FBI. And that song, Tokyo is Not Hot. Jiang inquired with curiosity. What is that? Su Wanran hurriedly covered Jiang Yin's ears. Don't learn that. Just hearing it is improper. As she felt Jiang Yan's hand, which was as real as any human's, Su Wanran marveled once more. Lynn has created Jiang Yan with astonishing realism. In any case, Lynn is quite extraordinary. After a while, Su Wanran hurried over, tugging at Lynn with a flurry of questions. Curiously, she inquired, does Jiang Yan merely require the insertion of an English module, or perhaps another module, to automatically acquire that skill? Jiang Yan, equally intrigued, gazed at Lynn, perplexed by the notion of module insertion. Does it imply the transmission of knowledge through spiritual means? Why must it be inserted? Where does one insert it? Jiang Yan felt a flush of embarrassment, as if the terminology was somewhat improper. Lynn, feeling a sense of absurdity, noted that their exchange was becoming increasingly risky. She cast a glance at Su Wanran, cautioning her not to lead Jiang Yan astray, as she was indistinguishable from a real person, with no such contraptions involved. Su Wanran, even more curious, scrutinized Jiang Yan's form and asked, how did you accomplish that? By the way, where is your charging port? Jiang Yan, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Su Wanran's gaze, could only stammer, I don't know. Suddenly, she sensed a wave of hostility. Jiang Yan's pupils constricted as she turned her gaze to the glass window of a nearby building, where she discerned a glint of light. With exceptional vision, capable of spotting a tiny insect hundreds of meters away, she identified several ill-intentioned agents surveilling her. Though they had yet to take action, the situation was undeniably precarious. Jiang Yan promptly informed Lynn, I sense danger. Su Wanran was taken aback, stifling a laugh. Where is this danger coming from? Have you been reading too many martial arts novels? Right across the street. Jiang Yan pointed. Lynn, likewise looking out, heard the voice of the cyber ghost Shui Xiao in her ear. You are simultaneously being targeted by several groups of agents from Eagle Sauce. Would you like to deal with them? Lynn gazed outside, noticing that the agents, having realized they were being watched, quickly pretended to close the window, feigning nonchalance. After a moment of contemplation, Lynn chuckled softly. Clearly, they harbor ill intentions. It seems my solo venture has sparked their interest. Perhaps to either detain me or eliminate me altogether. Jiang Yan raised her flying sword, asking for instructions. Shall we eliminate them immediately? Lynn waved her hand. Not just yet. Let us toy with them for a while. Jiang Yan retracted her sword, ready to act at Lynn's command, prepared to shatter the glass and obliterate the agents with a single strike. Su Wanran, hearing this, furrowed her brow. This is perilous. Had I known, we should have brought more people along. Those street vendors could have provided strong protection. Lynn chuckled, playfully poking Su Wanran's forehead. Are you frightened? I told you not to come, yet you insisted. This time, Su Wanran stood her ground, puffing out her chest and pouting. I believe in you. Since you dared to come, you must have a plan. Lynn smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, with me here, and with Jiang Yan by my side, I have complete faith in her capabilities. Beside them, Jiang Yan was taken aback, her delicate face flushed. I will certainly protect you all. Lynn instructed Jiang Yan to maintain her defensive stance, keeping a vigilant eye on any movements, before pulling Su Wanran to the computer screen. What is it? I'm about to show you something wonderful. What wonderful thing? It's even more thrilling than a new game. Huh. You want me to constantly monitor the annual best game voting leaderboard? Sob. I thought we were out to have fun. The annual game awards ceremony will take place tomorrow, during which several prestigious awards will be presented. Among these, the most coveted include the Golden Joystick Award, Best Music Award, Best Action Award, Best Narrative Award, Best Visuals Award, and the crown jewel of gaming, the TGA Game of the Year. Chapter 131, the Grand Game Awards. Not only that, but the award ceremony also features a gaming exposition, akin to an exhibition of gaming technology, showcasing numerous games and an array of fascinating technologies that capture the attention of players worldwide. It is a grand event cherished by gamers across the globe. Lynn glanced at the voting results for games, noting that Fantasy Girlfriend was leading the pack by a significant margin, far outpacing the competition. This year's award seemed almost predetermined. After all, Lynn's game had only launched in October. emerging as an unexpected dark horse that caught both major gaming companies and players off guard. All game rankings had to be restructured, and even the symphonic music for the award ceremony had to incorporate a segment from Fantasy Girlfriend. There was no denying it. Those with systems often exhibited an air of arrogance. If I already possess a system, why should I exert myself? Wouldn't that render my system redundant? Su Wanran, feeling utterly bored, had been watching for 2 hours. My eyes are weary. Sigh, my body feels limp. My backside hurts. Perhaps I should take a break and activate Timmy? She discreetly pulled out her phone, glancing at Lynn's reaction. Lynn approached, holding an envelope. Ah, look at this. An invitation to join them. It had just been slipped under the door by a waiter. What is this? Su Wanran exclaimed as she opened it. To her astonishment, the message was quite straightforward. An old saying in Longwa goes, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Lynn, do not be ungrateful. Cooperate with us, the beautiful nation, and you shall be rewarded with wealth, women, and power. Not to mention an invitation to Lolita Island to enjoy the company of young maidens. Lynn admitted that for a fleeting moment, he was tempted, primarily because of the mention of maidens. However, he adored the idea of maidens, not the maidens themselves. Thus, his disdain for this group of political tycoons only deepened. Lynn inquired, Yuan Fong, what are your thoughts? After reading the letter, Su Wanran took a deep breath. In a fit of rage, she tore it to shreds and tossed the remnants before the agents across from her. A dramatic display of disdain. How preposterous. Dream on. Lynn praised her. Let us go. This afternoon I'll take you to enjoy some games and explore the expo. Really? Su Wanran's eyes sparkled with excitement. They fondly remembered their childhood days spent gaming together, where an old television, a vintage disc player, and 2 worn-out controllers would bring them hours of joy. They had grown up playing games, sharing countless experiences, and eagerly anticipated this grand event, mirroring Lynn's own excitement. Before long, after tidying up, Lynn, along with Su Wanran and Jeangi, set off for the Gaming Expo in New York State. As Lynn and Su Wanran made their appearance at the expo, the crowd erupted in enthusiasm, with many players surrounding them. Although only 3 were visible, a 4th presence lingered in the shadows, cyber ghost Xue Xiano, silently guarding Lynn. Unlike the cultivator Jiangyan, Xue Xiaonua arrived in this realm without losing all her powers. Rather, she retained her spectral abilities. Perhaps due to her origins in a higher-tier world, the horror realm, a 5th-level domain. Lynn was also engaged with his fellow players, creating a vibrant atmosphere at the event. Boss, I never expected you would truly come. The last time at Sky Love City was exhilarating. It thrilled me to no end. I can't believe I get to see you in person. May I take a photo with you, boss? This year's best game is undoubtedly our Fantasy Girlfriend, exclaimed one enthusiastic player. The crowd of players gazed at Lynn with excitement, to which he chuckled. Certainly. I accept your kind words. Boss, what is the second game? Hurry and create it. Can you develop a helmet game that embodies the best of our imaginations, akin to the online gaming novels we cherished in our youth? Another player queried. Lynn smiled. I have some thoughts regarding the second game, but for now, it must remain confidential. After the last event at Sky Love City, Lynn had begun to form some ideas regarding the next game, although they were still in their infancy, and he himself was uncertain of the precise direction to take. Upon noticing Jiangyi beside Lynn, several players were taken aback. Wow, she is like a fairy, as if she has stepped out from the cultivation world. My goodness, is she a specially invited cosplay artist? Why have I never heard of her name? She is stunning. Can you take a selfie with me, miss? Some players crowded around Jiangyi, eagerly snapping photographs. Originally, Jiangyi was a renowned character within the game. She had made an appearance during Lynn's first press conference, leaving a lasting impression on the players. They were astonished to see a real-life counterpart emerge this time. Goodness, has she truly walked out from the game? At 7 p.m., the grand ceremony for the annual Best Game Award commenced. Lynn, Su Wanran, and Jiangyi took their seats. Not far from the development team of Black Myth, Neza and the creators of Dao Gui, along with various domestic development teams. They exchanged nods and friendly gestures with Lynn, who responded with a beaming smile. As representatives from domestic firms, it was essential for them to support one another at such a moment. The venue was filled with numerous compatriots, and many players present were ardent fans of Fantasy Girlfriend. Cheers for Fantasy Girlfriend resounded throughout the hall, with countless players brandishing signs. Some even donning game helmets, all there to champion the game. Moreover, Throngs of players were staying up late to watch the live stream, eager to witness the moment Fantasy Girlfriend clinched the best game title. This year is undoubtedly secured. Such revolutionary technology cannot be overlooked. Finally, we can proclaim our game is far ahead, leaving the Americans to catch up. Not only the development team and players, but this year marks the most promising year for the Dragon Kingdom. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom had never won this award. However, the emergence of Fantasy Girlfriend has ignited hope among players. The surrounding lights began to converge into a singular point as the theater dimmed. A well-dressed host stood before the audience, addressing everyone present at the annual Game Awards. This year, the gaming industry has truly blossomed, with various technological breakthroughs providing a more immersive experience. We must extend our gratitude to Mr. Lynn for presenting us with a game that has transformed the era. Su Wanran, filled with excitement, grasped Lynn's hand and exclaimed, "Boss, are they talking about us?" Lynn replied with a beaming smile, "They've already called us out, haven't they?" Chapter 132. Having just received the Golden Joystick Award, is it too soon to celebrate? Su Wanran's cheeks flushed with joy as she exclaimed, "Does this mean we've secured our victory?" Lynn cautioned, "Do not rejoice too early. What if we do not win?" Su Wanran retorted, "How could that be possible? If we don't win, it must be a conspiracy." Lynn cast a glance at the panel of judges, all foreign, and then at the furious Charlotte nearby, not to mention the representative from the land of cherry blossoms, the master of game design, who glared at him with disdain. Lynn mused to himself that he had made quite a few enemies. They had been thoroughly humiliated the last time when he commandeered their servers to boost his own calculations, only to have the cyber ghost frighten them into submission. These moments had been immortalized and disseminated across the internet, leading to widespread ridicule. It was only natural for these AI and game developers to harbor resentment towards him. They would surely employ every resource and tactic to thwart his chances. Lynn had already prepared himself for the possibility of not winning the Best Game Award. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, for he had a contingency plan. Soon, the host concluded their opening remarks, and the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. Before the awards were presented, the audience was invited to enjoy a medley symphony composed of music and narratives from all the nominated games this year. In the next moment, the theater was enveloped in darkness as the orchestra made its entrance. The conductor, flanked by musicians playing woodwinds, strings, pianos, and drums, took a deep breath. In an instant, the symphony burst forth with exhilarating music, beginning with tributes to classic NES games, the iconic themes of Mario and Contra resonating through the air. Suddenly, the music shifted dramatically, narrating the evolution of gaming history as if unfolding a grand tapestry. The progression from 2D to 3D was depicted, showcasing the advancement of computers, accompanied by various electronic sounds and the din of aerial combat games. The visuals on the screen also evolved in tandem, with character models becoming increasingly intricate. The audience was captivated, and even Lynn nodded in appreciation, while Su Wanran joyfully pointed at one game, exclaiming, "Hey, didn't we play this when we were kids?" Lynn replied, "Indeed, I have no idea where that disc ended up." As the music surged again, a cavalcade of past Best Game winners took the stage. Titles like God of War, Souls, Sekiro, and Black Myth, Wukong flashed before their eyes. Suddenly, the melody transitioned from Western to traditional Chinese music, and the image of Neza, wielding the universe circle and stepping on the windfire wheels, graced the grand screen behind them. The orchestral arrangement shifted from strings to the vibrant sounds of the Suona, as a robust black musician played the instrument, overpowering all others. The audience was left in awe, their skin tingling, and even Lynn silently nodded in approval, recognizing the maestro's brilliance. Emotions ran high, and tears of excitement welled as they beheld Neza, the beloved trickster of the Dragon Kingdom. As the silhouette of Neza faded away, a familiar figure with a copper coin face and a frenzied gaze, a red-clad Taoist priest, materialized on the gaming screen. Before him lay a blood-red expanse, teeming with madness, including the phantasm of three heads that swayed in front of him. Suddenly, the game's music came to an abrupt halt, followed by a chilling voice. "Oh, child. I cannot discern. I cannot discern." The protagonist of the game emitted a heart-wrenching scream, intensifying the atmosphere, interspersed with the protagonist's anguished cries and maniacal laughter. I have become. Hey, at night, I shall pay homage to the mountains, gathering courage to follow." This year's Dragon Kingdom games paraded one after another, Finally, the grand finale, My Fantasy Girlfriend. The game's music transitioned to a lively tempo. The Mitra March resonated, and upon the appearance of Fantasy Girlfriend, the audience erupted in jubilation. Even Lynn was profoundly moved, and Su Wanran excitedly embraced him, exclaiming, "Boss, it's our turn." Lynn retorted, "Are you trying to choke me? Let go." It must be said that this band truly dedicated themselves, interweaving all the games into a narrative of progress and historical timelines, awakening the hearts of everyone present. A remarkable feat. Lynn couldn't help but award them full marks. The band was perfect, and their creativity was equally exceptional. Countless players watching at midnight were overwhelmed with excitement. Wow, Fantasy Girlfriend is the grand finale. This is a sure win. This game is extraordinary. I feel TGA is unworthy to evaluate it. The other two games, Dao Gue and Neza, were also immensely enjoyable, and I must purchase them as well. The scene returned to the venue, where the host began. Now, I shall commence the awards. To whom will this year's Golden Joystick Award be bestowed? He built suspense before opening a black envelope, glancing at the text within. The host proclaimed, "The game receiving the Golden Joystick Award is My Fantasy Girlfriend." Instantly, the venue erupted in cheers. The recipients of the Golden Joystick Award, Fantasy Girlfriend, were invited to the stage. Game developers Lynn and Su Wanran. The host warmly beckoned Lynn, and the audience roared. Su Wanran joyfully embraced Lynn, exclaiming, "Boss, we've won." Lynn calmly ruffled Su Wanran's hair, secretly elated. "All right, we're going on stage now. So keep it together and don't embarrass us." Su Wanran vowed, "Rest assured, I will not falter." Soon, Lynn ascended the stage and received the Golden Joystick Award. Su Wanran held the joystick aloft, attracting the envy of numerous game developers, including Charlotte and the Buttermaster, who were nearly grinding their teeth in frustration at seeing Lynn win while they did not. The host posed several questions to Lynn, inquiring about the game's creation and some anecdotes from the development process. Lynn casually shared some insights, while Su Wanran boldly interjected, "Well, how to say it when making a game? The boss is rather unscrupulous, relentlessly squeezing my efforts. Yet, the remuneration is substantial. Moreover, the boss himself takes to the kitchen, requesting my assistance." Just as I began to elaborate, Lynn swiftly covered my mouth, whisking me away. It was evident to all that Lynn and Su Wanran were a couple. Laughter erupted throughout the venue, and the host, too, was swept up in the jovial atmosphere, expressing gratitude to Lynn and Su Wanran for the delightful game they presented. After the Golden Joystick Award was bestowed, the next accolade to be awarded was for the best visuals of the year. Hardly had Lynn settled into his seat when the host announced, "Fantasy Girlfriend." The crowd erupted once more, with players reveling in their delight. Chapter 133, The Fantasy Girlfriend Rampages at the Awards Ceremony. Ha ha ha, who would have thought it would be Fantasy Girlfriend once again? Is this really surprising? Which game dares to rival Fantasy Girlfriend in terms of graphics this year? Indeed, the visuals of that game are indistinguishable from reality. Even when played on a computer without a gaming headset, the graphics remain lifelike. I can hardly fathom how they achieved such rendering. Just as Su Wanran was about to take a seat, Lynn pulled her back, urging her to continue accepting awards. "Oh, another award. Just how many are there?" Su Wanran reluctantly clutched the Golden Joystick Award and ascended the stage once more. The host glanced at Lynn and Su Wanran, who exchanged wide-eyed looks with each other. The host announced, Congratulations on receiving yet another prestigious award." Lynn inquired, "Can we leave now?" Su Wanran remarked, "Holding this trophy is a bit heavy." The host nodded in acknowledgement. The next award to be presented is for the best narrative of the year. This time, Lynn, having learned from experience, took a seat backstage with Su Wanran, opting not to go down, reasoning that if their names were called, they could simply walk up to collect it. As the host opened the black envelope, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh my God, the Fantasy Girlfriend game is wreaking havoc at the awards ceremony. Shouldn't it be toned down a notch?" Laughter erupted among the attendees. Ha ha ha. Could Lynn possibly sweep all the awards this year? Fantasy Girlfriend deserves to win every accolade. Indeed, if this game does not secure the Best Narrative Award, I shall never again watch this award ceremony. They would be lying through their teeth. The narrative within the game moved me to tears. And that other storyline. Oh, my youthful heart nearly melted. However, that is not the crux. The main point is that every player experiences a unique narrative, and that alone is extraordinary. Lynn once again led Su Wanran onto the stage to claim the Best Narrative Award. Now, with a trophy in each hand, Su Wanran's expression conveyed the weight of her accolades, as if to say, "Help me hold one." Lin tightened his grip on the narrative trophy and addressed his fellow players. "How should I put this? This trophy truly should not belong solely to me." Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback. Why not? Why shouldn't you receive it? Lennon was being excessively modest. Charlotte rolled her eyes, thinking, what a show-off. Even Buttermaster turned his head, recognizing the pretense in Lynn's demeanor. Lynn, with utmost sincerity, clarified. The reason I say this is that the narrative of Fantasy Girlfriend is entirely shaped by the players. Every storyline emerges from your actions. This award rightfully belongs to you, the players, for crafting this narrative. All the game's plots are your creations, yet the honor is bestowed upon me, the developer. I wish to share this glory with you. I shall not hoard this honor for myself. Upon the utterance of these words, the audience was profoundly moved, with those who had stayed up late to watch the live broadcast finding tears welling up in their eyes. Especially affected were Mu Chun and Su Zheng, who were also able to witness the live stream at that moment. Su Zheng's parents donned their gaming headsets, finally seeing their child within the game. Together, they sat in the Sky City, gazing at the falling meteor shower, tears streaming down their faces. Thank you, Lynn. At last, Lynn expressed the sentiments he had long held. Turning to Su Wanran, he said, shall we descend? Su Wanran hesitantly glanced at the referee, wondering if this was the conclusion. The host quickly interjected, wait. Please, you too, hold on. Lynn and Su Wanran exchanged puzzled glances with the host. Is there still a reward? Should we not conclude today? This trophy is quite heavy. The audience erupted in delight, applauding and exclaiming their enjoyment. Ha! Lynn and Miss Su Wanran are simply extraordinary. It's the first time anyone has felt numb from receiving an award. Not to mention, the trophy is indeed quite weighty. I can help Lynn receive the award. The host proposed, why don't you stay up here? Their essay prize. And we can present it to you now, so you won't need to run back and forth. Lynn and Su Wanran shared a bemused laugh. All right then. May I place the trophy down for a moment? The atmosphere in the venue became lively once more. Soon, the host announced another award, the Best Music Award, which was again bestowed upon Fantasy Girlfriend. The music of this game is irreplaceably perfect, expressing the preciousness of love. The so-called ninth art of gaming reaches its zenith at this moment. Many players found themselves moved to tears within the game. As the host finished reading the award citation, Lynn and Su Wanran deeply bowed to all the players, saying, our efforts are still insufficient. I hope my next game can be even more perfect. The audience erupted into fervent applause once again, except for those who held grievances against Lynn. Every player was touched by his sincerity. Finally, the ultimate award, the annual TGA Best Game. All players craned their necks, some even standing up to get a better view. This was the pinnacle of gaming accolades, carrying more significance than all previous awards combined. Securing this award would be the greatest acknowledgement of Lynn's work. The host slowly opened the envelope, his expression revealing an unexpected twist as he glanced oddly at Lynn and Su Wanran before announcing. The winner of the annual Best Game is, unsurprisingly, the title of Annual Best Game went to Fantasy Girlfriend. Lynn was momentarily stunned, not anticipating that his game would indeed win the accolade. He had thought it would be overshadowed by competing titles. After all, this was not the first time. However, this time, the TGA officials, after careful consideration, chose Fantasy Girlfriend. Reflecting on it, Lynn felt a sense of relief. There was little that could be done. For other games, the TGA could forcibly award their own titles. But if it came to Fantasy Girlfriend, they dared not act so recklessly. TGA would face an uproar. Moreover, this ranking may very well become a jest. Oh dear, you startled me. I thought we were not the best of the year. The host's peculiar expression and unexpected demeanor instilled a sense of dread in Su Wanran, who feared she might not receive the award, envisioning an awkward moment on stage. Little did she know, the host was deliberately being whimsical to enhance the program's effect. With a chuckle, the host remarked, did my earlier expression frighten you? It demonstrates my acting prowess, does it not? Lynn smiled and replied, my friend, your acting is commendable. Congratulations on winning the best game of the year. The audience erupted in applause as golden confetti rained down. Chapter 134. This game lacks political correctness. It seems that under the immense pressure from the player community, the judging panel of the Game Awards dared not make a blind decision to crown a game far inferior to Fantasy Girlfriend as the game of the year. Such an act would undoubtedly undermine the credibility of future selections. Lynn nodded, cradling the coveted trophy in his hands as the venue erupted into a fervent cheer. However, he could clearly discern the envy and despondency in the eyes of other game developers from the same nation. Indeed, without Fantasy Girlfriend, both Black Myth, Neza and Dao Gui would have undoubtedly been formidable contenders this year. They had toiled tirelessly to create their games, eagerly awaiting this moment. As a fellow game creator, Lynn empathized with their plight. After a brief moment of silence, he took the microphone and said, "I would like to say a few words." The host nodded in affirmation. Lynn gazed at the assembled game developers and continued, "I wish to invite the teams from Black Myth, Neza and Dao Gui to join me on stage." At this declaration, the other two domestic developers were momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? You are inviting us to join you on stage? Can we truly do that? Lynn smiled, his expression earnest. I hope we can share this trophy together. We all create games, yet I have claimed all the accolades for myself. This is simply unfair. Everyone here has worked hard in game development, and there should be no distinction of worth among us. As long as we maintain a fervent love for our craft, we should bestow upon game developers another award, the Best Passion Award. The two developers gazed into Lynn's sincere eyes, nearly moved to tears. Lynn grasped their hands and placed them on either side of the trophy. "Let us lift the cup together." "All right, let us lift the cup together," exclaimed the bespectacled producer of Black Myth, Neza, radiating joy. The producer of Dao Gui was equally exhilarated. Lynn, Su Wanran, and the two developers united to raise the trophy aloft. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. It was indeed a spreading flame of inspiration in the gaming community. The host was taken aback. "Oh my God, I never anticipated such a powerful display. This is incredibly moving." Players were astonished, gasping in awe, as countless voices echoed their sentiments. Just as the dust began to settle and the curtain call was imminent, a voice emerged from the crowd. "I still believe that Fantasy Girlfriend is not politically correct. Allowing a game like Fantasy Girlfriend to win Game of the Year is nothing short of an insult to the very notion of the best game." This statement shocked not only the audience, but also the TGA officials. Was this person always this audacious? Can such words be uttered? The speaker, a somewhat plump blonde woman, had risen from the judges' table. She rose and spoke. "I believe that Fantasy Girlfriend does not deserve to be named the Game of the Year. The accolade should rightfully go to our beautiful nation's romance game, Love Home, developed by Charlotte. Your game shows a lack of respect for both Black individuals and women." The audience below began to murmur in response. The awards officials hurried to dispatch security to remove her. Yet, the woman remained undeterred. "As a judge, I must provide the fairest critique. I genuinely feel this game is not appropriate. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Let go of me. I will accuse you of sexual harassment." She crossed her arms defiantly, shouting at the two approaching security guards. The guards, equally exasperated, replied, "Are we the ones harassing you? Please, have a sense of aesthetics." The audience erupted, and online commentators followed suit, their messages flooding the screen. "My goodness, who is this audacious person? How can she dare accuse others of harassment? Can such a person truly serve as a judge? She claims Fantasy Girlfriend is undeserving? Who does she think she is?" Players were outraged. How could she dismiss such a delightful game? Soon, players uncovered the identity of this woman, an executive from a game optimization company, Vivian. She specialized in providing optimization and review assessments to major gaming firms. In essence, she represented a malignant entity within the gaming industry that would assign low ratings and malicious reviews to games that did not pay them a protection fee, forcing many AAA titles and developers to capitulate. This often resulted in altering character designs to be less appealing, thus adhering to a misguided notion of political correctness, a behavior widely regarded as a cancer within the industry. Lynn turned her gaze towards the disruptive woman at the judges' table. The host also apologized to Lynn. "We apologize for this unexpected incident. We will promptly." "What are you going to do?" "I am not leaving. I speak for gamers around the world. Fantasy Girlfriend is indeed unworthy." Hearing the woman's outcry, Lynn smiled knowingly. "Oh, I remember now. You previously emailed me, claiming the game was not politically correct, insisting I alter Fantasy Girlfriend to include unattractive characters, or else pay a fee to avoid receiving malicious low ratings, correct?" Vivian's eyes darted. "That is not a protection fee. It's a fee for authorization of knowledge review. We merely assist in game optimization." Lynn chuckled. "Do you think you are worthy? Why should a trivial company be involved in reviewing my game?" Vivian retorted, You do not respect those who may not possess conventional beauty or the black community. This is discrimination. If today you merely announce to everyone that you will be updating a new DLC, ensuring that some characters will be adjusted to resemble ordinary individuals, or perhaps introduce some African-American female characters, I shall concede that you deserve the title of Game of the Year. Upon hearing this, many players present were incensed at this Vivian. It is such a toxic company that has turned all our game characters into grotesque figures. We must not compromise. Lynn seized the microphone and declared, "Let me tell you, this is sheer folly. My game will never yield to the demands of political correctness. Players engage with games for enjoyment. Not only will I refrain from introducing ordinary characters or intentionally disfiguring game characters, but I shall also strive to create even more beautiful women, making fantasy girlfriend more exquisite, more visually appealing, and more aligned with player aesthetics, thus enhancing emotional value. The voice of the players is paramount. I do not require feedback from a politically correct company." Vivian, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Your game is bound to offend all African American and female communities. Mark my words, this game does not deserve to be the strongest of the year." Lynn laughed quickly. "Take her away and send her to a mental institution." Su Wanran shook her head in disbelief. "I have never encountered such a lunatic in my life." At this, the audience erupted in cheers. "Well said. Fantastic. Lynn, the Great One, has indeed not compromised. I certainly do not wish for my fantasy girlfriend to transform into such a hideous creature." Chapter 135, Assassination of Lynn. Jeangi has gone mad. When the esteemed Lynn has spoken, it is certain that the other AAA game companies will follow suit. No game company will ever again be swayed by the dictates of political correctness. I firmly believe that games should remain untouched by such influences. In any case, I do not wish to encounter an unattractive female protagonist, as that would utterly disgust me. This trivial farce quickly reached its conclusion. At last, the Game Awards ceremony came to a close. Lynn's declaration reverberated across the internet. He would not yield. Games must not be influenced by political correctness, and he aimed to create more beautiful, emotionally resonant female characters. Players were deeply moved. Lynn bowed to the audience before him. However, the repercussions of Lynn and Su Wanran tearing up the invitation from the Eagle Sauce Nation soon manifested. Just then, among the crowd, a spectator masquerading as a player stealthily drew a gun from his pocket, quietly aiming it at Lynn. "I'm sorry, Lynn, but you won't live to see the dawn of tomorrow." In the next instant, the man's weapon discharged, a bullet hurtling towards Lynn. Almost simultaneously, multiple assassins rose from their seats, drawing specially crafted submachine guns, and unleashed a barrage of fire upon Lynn. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, causing the audience to scatter in panic, fleeing in all directions, terror-stricken. Among them was the individual named Vivian, who now cowered beneath a table, clutching her head and trembling, crying out, "Don't kill me. I was wrong. I want to engage in game politics anymore. I admit I only wanted to make money. Please, don't shoot me." The assassins wielded terrifying submachine guns, intent on ending Lynn's life. A relentless stream of bullets rained down towards him. Just as everyone was still processing the chaos, a figure in a white dress suddenly appeared before Lynn, raising her hands. With her fingers intertwined, an array of radiant light emerged. Every bullet fired was deftly sliced into fragments by her flying sword, cascading to the ground. Jeangi stood resolutely, her expression icy, shielding Lynn and Su Wanran. Lynn remained composed. He had received a warning from the cyber ghost Shui Xiano long before the assailant struck, alerting him to the murderous intent directed at him. Yet Su Wanran was oblivious, her pupils dilating in fear, believing someone intended to kill Lynn. Though her reaction was sluggish, she instinctively moved to shield him, tears streaming down her face. "I'm going to die? Lynn, find someone better after I'm gone." Lynn chuckled, placing a reassuring hand on Su Wanran's shoulder. "Where would I find someone willing to take a bullet for me? You silly." Su Wanran opened her eyes to the unfolding scene. "Huh? What is happening?" Looking down, she realized that all the bullets had been intercepted by Jeangi. Shocked, she exclaimed, "Jeangi, you saved us." "No, this bionic you created is astonishing. It can deflect bullets?" Lynn remarked, "Indeed, otherwise I would dare to face them alone." Su Wanran, wiping away her tears, responded with a smile. "So, I won't have to die, right?" Meanwhile, the assassins continued to fire their weapons, even resorting to grenades. Yet, they could not breach Jeangi's impenetrable defense. Lynn declared, "Spare their lives. Understood. Zhang Yan's eyes glinted with cold determination as she charged at the assassin. The assassin was horrified to see a white figure rushing towards him, and in sheer panic, he seized his firearm, firing wildly. However, the bullets struck Zhang Yan's face and body as if they were colliding with steel, failing to penetrate her defenses. Instead, they crumpled and fell to the ground. The assassin was left in shock, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" In the chaos, everyone in the venue was fleeing for their lives, oblivious to Zhang Yan's presence. Many escaped, still in a state of shock. A shooting had erupted at the event, targeting Lynn, and news of this incident spread like wildfire across the globe. The Dragon Kingdom, in particular, was seething with anger. If anything were to happen to Lynn, the Eagle Nation would surely feel the wrath of the rabbit. Zhang Wei, witnessing the sudden loss of signal in the venue, was devastated as the news broke about Lynn being shot. He cried out in anguish, "No way, Zhang Yan. You must protect Lynn. My adoptive father cannot die." Simultaneously, countless players were gripped by anxiety. The signal had cut out. Lynn had been attacked by a group of assassins. If he survived this ordeal, it would be nothing short of miraculous. "Oh no, the boss is doomed," they lamented. "This must be the Americans' doing. They want to eliminate Lynn. Dispatch someone to rescue them." Despair swept through the community as players feared that the DLC for Fantasy Girlfriend would never see updates again. Many had already succumbed to pessimism. "I told you we shouldn't have gone." Captain Chao's eyes turned red with fury, mirrored by the anger of his teammates disguised as street vendors. "It's over," he muttered, collapsing onto the ground. Soon, the Eagle Nation's police and special forces arrived, surrounding the venue but hesitating to enter, wary of the heavily armed individuals inside, who might be their superiors or comrades. Yet, in the face of international scrutiny, action was imperative. Entering to protect felt more like fishing in troubled waters. Their orders were clear: recover the bodies. However, just as everyone presumed Lynn was doomed, an astonishing revelation unfolded. The signal resumed, and Lynn's phone activated a live stream. "Hello, everyone. I'm perfectly fine." Countless players and viewers flooded in. "My goodness, boss, you're really okay. What happened?" Lynn showcased the bound assailants and agents, all tied together in a heap. The assassins appeared to have been thoroughly defeated, resembling crushed eggplants, their faces etched with terror as if they had encountered something truly horrifying. Some were so frightened that they succumbed to death on the spot. The scene was chaotic, yet Lynn and Su Wanran remained unscathed, accompanied by a young girl in a flowing white dress, skillfully wielding a flying sword. Lynn remarked, "Indeed, we were recently attacked, but it is of little consequence. We are unharmed, though they are not." He turned his gaze towards a leading assassin, harboring animosity, and inquired, "Who sent you?" The assassin spat defiantly. "I will never divulge that." Lynn, with a smile, replied, "No matter. In due time, we shall take you all back to the Dragon Kingdom for thorough interrogation. A few rounds of the great memory restoration technique will surely make you compliant." Upon hearing this, the assassin's face reflected sheer dread. "I refuse. I do not wish to go to the Dragon Kingdom. If I go, I shall never return. I want to be interrogated in my own country." Lynn retorted, "Your thoughts are quite fanciful." Chapter 136. "Oh, behold my bionic girlfriend." Su Wanran delivered a fierce kick to her opponent, declaring, "Humph, with this, how could I possibly lose?" The players stood in astonishment as they beheld the group of assassins bound at the legs. "My goodness, Boss Lynn has turned the tables on them all. What on earth is happening? How did he achieve this? Is it some sort of advanced technology?" The scene was desolate, littered with chaos, and the unfortunate individuals entangled together. Seizing the moment, Lynn commenced his press conference right there on the battlefield. "Dear players, we have just endured an assassination attempt. A cadre of assassins sought to eliminate us. They were well equipped with grenades, explosives, and firearms. However, it was of little consequence, as we emerged unscathed. I, along with Su Wanran, have sustained no injuries, not even to the trophy." Lynn showcased the trophy with a grin, continuing, "As for the particulars of the incident, I am equally in the dark. Perhaps we shall take them back to the Dragon Country for interrogation, and I hope they will cooperate with us." Amidst the audience's inquiries, Lynn turned the camera towards Zhang Yan. "Zhang Yan, please greet everyone." With a bright smile, Zhang Yan addressed the audience. "Hello, everyone. I am Zhang Yan." Lynn prompted, "Now, show us a display of your swordplay." Though a touch bashful, Zhang Yan complied, performing a graceful flourish with her sword. The viewers in the live stream were left in awe. Wow, what a stunning sister. Is that not Jiang? Isn't she a character from the game? How did she appear in reality? What is going on? Her combat prowess is astounding. Are you saying she took down all those gunmen? Lynn nodded. This is precisely what I wish to convey today. She is my creation, a bionic girlfriend. Simultaneously, officials from the Eagle Nation re-entered the scene, intending to take the group of assassins back for interrogation on their own turf. Their primary aim was to extract information from Lynn that could be detrimental to them. However, as Jiang stepped forward, all present were struck with trepidation. This was a figure known for her lethal efficiency, and they had already witnessed the unfortunate fate of one who had met her blade. Physical bullets posed no threat to her. Lynn's stance was unequivocal. He intended to take these individuals back to the Dragon Country for thorough questioning. Should they indeed be agents of the Eagle Nation, then the Eagle Nation must pay a grave price. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was ablaze with curiosity. Lynn claimed Jiang was a bionic girlfriend. Their intrigue was ignited instantly. What is this bionic entity? Please, streamer, elucidate the situation. Bionic beings? Have you truly developed such advanced technology? How terrifying. In a few years, will you be able to master controlled nuclear fusion as well? You call this a bionic fantasy girlfriend? This is clearly a formidable weapon. Lynn continued to enlighten his viewers. Indeed, she is a bionic girlfriend. This is my latest technological achievement. Jiang serves as a prototype. Her combat prowess is exceptionally formidable. Rest assured, this particular model is a special variant, a combat type. You may liken its capabilities to those of the land masters depicted in martial arts novels. Lynn continued to elaborate to the audience in the live stream. This machine is a specially calibrated model, designed for my protection, and also serves as the prototype of Zhang Wei's ideal girlfriend, which I have temporarily borrowed. As you can see, her combat abilities are astounding, comparable to Iron Man. Lynn employed a term easily comprehensible even to foreigners. At this very moment, viewers from around the globe are tuned into Lynn's extraordinary press conference. Through the recounting of an attack incident, he announced to the world his latest technological achievement, an android. Countless individuals were astounded. The sheer combat potential, if deployed en masse on the battlefield, would be a terrifying prospect. My goodness, I too desire a wife like that to shield me. Host, just tell me how much. I will buy it. What groundbreaking technology has Lynn unveiled this time? Su Wanran interjected. We were well aware of the dangers prior to our arrival. There would be those wishing to undermine us. Thus, my boss specially modified Jiang, endowing her with formidable combat abilities. Let me put it this way. Jiang can unleash sonic booms with her bare hands. Isn't that impressive? I ask you, is that not remarkable? Remarkable indeed. So, does that mean she could leap into the sky with just a stomp? What material is this crafted from? How realistic is it? I am curious about the conditions for acquisition. Calling this a machine is an understatement. It is nothing short of a personal weapon of mass destruction. Lynn spoke. Fear not. Aside from this prototype, which has been specially modified, most fantasy girlfriend androids possess only the physical capabilities of an ordinary human. I understand that a significant pain point for players of this game is the inability to have tangible interactions with their fantasy girlfriends. Nor can they bring these idealized partners into their world. However, that has now changed. I have created the android precisely to enable everyone to meet their fantasy girlfriends in reality. Now, what are the conditions? What is the price? An eagle-eyed police officer present began to inquire, clearly intrigued. Lynn replied, the manifestation of a robotic girlfriend in reality requires certain stringent conditions. It cannot be obtained merely through monetary investment, yet it does necessitate financial commitment. Players are already accustomed to Lynn's monetization style in his games. As long as the expenditure yields unprecedented returns, they are unafraid of spending, provided that it is worthwhile. Thus, they eagerly pressed for the amount required. How much will it be? Lynn, even $1 million would suffice. $1 million? What are you thinking? This will easily cost over $10 million. This is entirely different from a gaming headset. I believe the development costs are exceptionally high. Players murmured amongst themselves. Lynn continued. This time, the pricing may be somewhat steep. The production costs for the Android are exceptionally high. Firstly, it requires players to accumulate a total of 100,000 in-game spending and achieve a once-in-a-lifetime love achievement with their fantasy girlfriend to obtain the Android girlfriend. The data of the imagined girlfriend will be entirely integrated into the bionic girlfriend, at which point she will truly manifest in reality. Upon hearing this, The players were astonished. What? Only 100,000? You call that high cost? I would buy that in a heartbeat. Can I play in 7 or 8 worlds simultaneously, thus having 7 or 8 bionic girlfriends? My friend, I share the same sentiment. How exhilarating, a real-life harem. I must strive to earn money to acquire a bionic girlfriend. The person above is overthinking. Have you forgotten the reminder from the esteemed Lynn? One must genuinely love their imagined girlfriend. Lynn smiled. I shall provide further details upon my return home. With the conclusion of this live broadcast, this farce also came to an end. Under Lynn's firm insistence, 2 aircraft carriers from the Dragon Kingdom made their way directly to the Eagle Nation Strait, positioning their naval artillery toward the coast. Should the Eagle Nation dare utter a single word of dissent, they would immediately open fire. The Eagle Nation, cowed, promptly surrendered the group of assassins to Lynn for resolution, courteously escorting him back. Lynn then boarded the C-920 and returned to the Dragon Kingdom, delivering the bionic schematics to the military factory. The production of bionic beings was in full swing. November and December swiftly passed. During this time, Lynn remained exceedingly busy. As the year-end approached, one day, an unexpected call came in. Lynn, hello, Aunt Sue. Lynn, you must return home quickly. Your mother is ill. Lynn, I will return home immediately. P.S. The scene of Lynn fervently accepting awards draws inspiration from Jay Chou's award presentation at the event for Nocturne. Chapter 137. Mother, do you call this being ill? What? My mother has fallen ill. When did this happen? How serious is it? Lynn's tone instantly elevated, his heart filled with anxiety, wishing he could rush home immediately. On the other end of the line, Su Wanran's mother, Aunt Sue, spoke urgently. Originally, your mother did not want me to tell you. Fearing it would affect your work and cause you worry, she asked me to keep it a secret. However, I believe your mother's condition is rather serious. She has been unwell for several days. Upon hearing this, Lynn felt as though his heart had been pierced by daggers, hastily inquiring, what has happened to my mother over the past few days? Aunt Sue sighed. In any case, you must return quickly. You will understand once you arrive. After hanging up, Lynn was consumed by anxiety, swiftly grabbing his coat from the rack and retrieving his car keys, preparing to return to his hometown. He hurried out of the laboratory and into the living room. Suddenly, a burnt odor wafted through the air, accompanied by Su Wanran's shriek. Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn rushed into the kitchen to find Su Wanran. In the kitchen, a clay pot lay shattered, with several fiery round pills emitting flames. Seeing Lynn's arrival, Su Wanran sheepishly scratched her head, her face smudged like a little raccoon. Do you believe me if I say I was refining pills? Yet, Lynn was in no mood for jokes. Naturally, Su Wanran immediately noticed the anxiety etched on Lynn's face, and her smile faded. Lynn, what's wrong? What happened? Lynn sighed. Your mother. Su Wanran interjected. How dare you speak like that? Realizing something was amiss, she asked, what has happened to my mother? Lynn replied, your mother said my mother has fallen ill. What? Impossible. Su Wanran shook her head repeatedly. Aunt is in great health, more energetic than I am. How could she suddenly fall ill? Lynn, frantic and overwhelmed, responded, I don't know. We must hurry back and see. All right. Su Wanran quickly wiped her face and followed Lynn as they set off. Arriving at the garage, Lynn opened the car door and started the engine, accelerating out. Meanwhile, the security guards at the villa noticed Lynn's car departing the estate. Captain Chow tossed away his cigarette, saying, Comrades, we have work to do. Finally, the action has arrived. I have longed to stop flipping pancakes. A group of street vendors hastily abandoned their pots and pans, donning uniforms with renewed vigor. Leaping into the special operations vehicles, sirens blaring as they raced after Lynn. Along the way, motorcycles cleared the path, and the traffic lights turned green. Lynn pressed the accelerator to the floor. A journey that would usually take 6 hours was reduced to 4. Soon, the familiar town and streets appeared before him. Red lanterns adorned the streets, and students, now on winter break, played card games and set off firecrackers, their laughter filling the air with a festive spirit. On the ground floor of a vintage building, a Lynn family convenience store was open for business. Lynn hurriedly exited the car and entered the store. Everything is much the same as it was in childhood, with the convenience store brimming with an array of new snacks and goods. Mom. Lynn quickly glanced towards the counter, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mother's figure. Su Wanran followed suit. However, the presence at the counter was not Lynn's mother, but rather a large orange cat. The cat lounged leisurely atop the glass counter, its tail swaying gently. A sign nearby read, "Owner is out for errands. Prices are listed on the sign. If you can't find me, just call out." Lynn was taken aback. His mother usually tended the store, never leaving it, yet now she was truly absent, intensifying his unease. Could it be that his mother was ill? Was she in the hospital? He approached the orange cat and gently stroked it, asking, "Where's my mom?" Meow. The cat looked at Lynn, initially failing to recognize him. But after a moment, it finally did, joyfully circling his feet and nudging its head against his hand. It then dawned on Lynn that he probably hadn't been home for 2 years. Even the cat had trouble recognizing him at first. However, he was not in the mood to indulge in petting the cat. His heart was in turmoil, consumed by a singular desire to know where his mother was. Su Wanran quickly dialed her mother, and the call was promptly answered. Her mother's voice came through, seemingly in a lively environment, accompanied by the sounds of mahjong tiles clattering. "Hello, Mom." "Oh, daughter, have you arrived?" Su Wanran nodded. "Yes, we're at the convenience store." "Where's Aunt Liang?" Aunt Su cheerfully replied. "We're just over in the side alley. Come on over." "What does that mean?" Just then, Lynn strained to listen and thought he heard the familiar sounds of mahjong nearby. His eyes widened in surprise, and his anxiety eased considerably. "They're playing mahjong?" Su Wanran leaned out to peek into the alley beside the store. "Ha ha, I've won. Pay up." Indeed, there stood a table with a charcoal fire beneath it, a row of mahjong tiles laid out on top. Su Wanran's mother, along with 2 neighbors, and the familiar silhouette of Lynn's mother were all engrossed in the game. The lively spirit of their mahjong session and the triumphant exclamations bore no resemblance to that of a sick person. Su Wanran's mouth twitched in disbelief. Did we get tricked? It certainly appeared so. Lynn was at a loss for words. He never imagined that his mother's so-called illness was merely an excuse to play mahjong. Nonetheless, his spirits lifted considerably. As long as his mother was well, he felt content. As for being deceived into thinking she was ill, he would chalk it up to a telecommunication scam. He took Su Wanran's hand and walked over, pulling up a stool to sit beside his mother. Exclaiming in resignation, "Your luck seems quite good, Mom." Liang Huime chuckled as she played, glancing at Lynn with feigned surprise. "Oh, you're back? What is this? You returned without giving me a heads up?" Lynn forced a smile, yet found herself unable to muster any anger. "Mom, is this what you call being ill? Do you have any idea how worried I've been on my journey? Even if you wanted me to come back, surely you could have chosen a better excuse." "I was already planning to return this year." Aunt Liang interjected. "Humph, when have you not said that? If I weren't pretending to be sick, would I be able to trick you into coming back?" Su Wanran playfully pouted at her mother. "Mom, how could you conspire with Aunt Liang against us?" Standing beside them, Aunt Su, who bore a striking resemblance to Su Wanran despite nearing 50, exuded a lingering charm. With a warm smile, she remarked, "I didn't deceive you. I merely mentioned that your mother was ill without specifying the nature of her ailment. It's simply a case of lovesickness, missing her son and daughter. Hence, your mother transformed her longing into a competitive spirit, triumphing over us in several rounds. If I don't summon you 2 back soon, I might lose all my grocery money." Su Wanran chuckled. All right, we'll celebrate the new year together this year." Lynn, with a hint of concern, cautioned, Wait a moment, Aunt Su. I believe your phrasing is slightly off. It should be that my mother is ill since you were speaking about Su Wanran." Realizing the slip, Su Wanran's face flushed slightly as she gently nudged her mother. "Mom, what are you saying?" Aunt Su laughed. "Oh dear, it seems I misspoke. Your mother is your mother. They shouldn't be confused." Lynn felt a twinge of embarrassment, sensing that the conversation had taken a rather amusing turn. Aunt Liang then played a card, looking joyfully at Su Wanran. "Oh, my dear, it's perfectly all right. After all these years, I've come to regard you as my own daughter. You could even call me Mom, and I wouldn't mind at all." Su Wanran gleefully wrapped her arms around Aunt Liang's neck. "Mommy, mommy, that is my good girl. I'll prepare your favorite dishes shortly, sweet and sour ribs, roasted goose, and a variety of delicious treats. Everything is ready for you." Su Wanran exclaimed, "Really? Thank you, Mom." Lynn, feeling a pang of jealousy, quickly covered Su Wanran's mouth. "Mom, don't play favorites. You're only making Su Wanran as favorites. What about mine? I'm your biological child, after all." Aunt Liang, without lifting her gaze, continued to play mahjong. "You? After years of absence, my dear son, I'll treat you to your beloved jelly." "Ah, so it's differential treatment, is it?" "That is not my favorite," Lynn retorted, half-jokingly feeling a bit ashamed. Su Wanran pried Lynn's hand away, puffing out her chest proudly. Mommy is so wonderful. I love Mommy. I'm clearly Mommy's favorite. Lynn playfully tugged Su Wanran towards the small shop. Mom, Aunt Su, I'm off to deal with this disobedient employee. Hey. Mom, save me. Mom. As Lynn dragged Su Wanran towards the small shop, the latter lamented and pleaded for mercy along the way, watching the two children playfully bicker. Aunt Su and the other two aunts exchanged knowing glances, both wearing affectionate smiles. It's just lovely to have them back. These kids are growing closer by the day. I've lost again. No more playing. I've spent all my grocery money today, so I'll be dining at your place. All right, let us enjoy a meal together at my home. Aunt Liang is beaming with joy. Chapter 138, Lynn. Enjoy the savory delicacy. Oh, Ginger, you've gained weight again. Lynn embraced the hefty Ginger, weighing him in his arms while ignoring the cat's protests. Resistance is futile. My adorable little feline. You simply must accept affection, all right? He had merely summoned Su Wanran over without any intent of causing her distress. Not even a gentle tap on her head. However, Lynn sensed an unusual atmosphere, as if he and Su Wanran were under scrutiny. The awkwardness was palpable, compelling him to discreetly whisk Su Wanran away. Upon entering the convenience store, Su Wanran scurried about like a little mouse, returning with a bag of snacks. Munching as she walked. Wow, it's the savory delicacy. An oily, delicate hand extended towards Lynn. Boss, allow me to treat you to this delight. Su Wanran offered him half of her snack, a whiff of spicy aroma wafting through the air. Without hesitation, Lynn popped it into his mouth, nodding in approval. Oh, the taste of childhood. This flavor transported him back to their youth. Both Lynn and Su Wanran hailed from single-parent households, having lost their fathers to unfortunate accidents at a tender age, raised solely by their mothers. Lynn's family fared slightly better. His mother ran a convenience store, while Su Wanran's mother bore the heavier burden of caring for both Su Wanran and her grandparents, a truly arduous task. Lynn's mother often offered to share the responsibility of raising Su Wanran, frequently inviting her over for meals and treating her to delightful snacks. The two children spent countless hours together, their favorite indulgence being this very delicacy, sharing it, half for Lynn and half for Su Wanran. They would play pretend, one taking on the role of father and the other of mother, preparing dinner together, devouring an entire bag of the savory treat. As time passed, their fondness for it waned, and they embarked upon a new chapter in their lives. Hey, why are you reminiscing while enjoying the delicacy? Su Wanran interrupted, waving her hand in front of Lynn. With a chuckle, Lynn replied, I was just reminded of that time in our childhood, when we polished off dozens of bags of this treat, leaving my mother with an empty stock. And then you got scolded while I made my escape. Haha. Oh, please stop. How embarrassing. We both ate together, yet I ended up getting scolded. Su Wanran exclaimed, placing the snacks on the glass counter. Hey, you ate. So you should pay for it. Lynn was taken aback. Oh, so you're plotting against me, are you? He pretended to spit it out. Anticipating his move, Su Wanran swiftly covered his mouth with her finger. You're paying for it all. Covering my mouth with your finger, are we? Lynn teased, extending his tongue to touch Su Wanran's finger. Suddenly, Su Wanran felt an unusual sensation, causing her to retract her hand in fright. What on earth, you? Lynn promptly relinquished the large orange cat, enveloping Su Wanran in his embrace. Does this still count as a scheme against the boss? Su Wanran let out a shriek. Put me down, help. Help. Her plea was interspersed with laughter. At that moment, Lynn's mother and Su Wanran's mother entered the convenience store, chatting and laughing, ready to return home to prepare dinner. Upon spotting Lynn and Su Wanran locked in their embrace, with Su Wanran clinging to Lynn like a koala. The four exchanged wide-eyed glances, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Su Wanran promptly descended from Lynn's arms, stammering, We were just. Lynn, unfazed, replied, Yes. We were merely playing around. The two mothers exchanged knowing smiles. It's all right. You two continue having fun. We will head off to cook now. One of the mothers remarked, Young ones are truly delightful. My child must weigh at least 100 pounds. Just look at how easily you lifted him. Su Wanran blushed, protesting, I do not weigh 100 pounds. It's 99, all right? Ignoring the discomfort of Su Wanran and Lynn. The two mothers laughed heartily and ascended to the second floor to busy themselves in the kitchen. Even the large orange cat scampered upstairs. Alone together, Lynn and Su Wanran exchanged glances, both feeling a tinge of warmth in their cheeks and ears. They silently pondered, does my mother? I feel the same way. Certain unspoken thoughts hung in the air. Did they truly wish to play matchmaker for them? Yet, they were already together in spirit. Lynn felt as if he were speaking to a wall. He fed a piece of meat to Su Wanran, saying, take your time eating. I must assist with dinner. I want to help too. Su Wanran exclaimed. With a chuckle, Lynn teased, what is this? Are you planning to perform alchemy on the spot and blow up my mother's clay pot? Su Wanran giggled. I didn't mean to, all right? I'll keep an eye on the store. She willingly took on the responsibility of watching the shop. Before long, Lynn ascended to the second floor, reaching the room above the convenience store and entering the kitchen. Both mothers were bustling about, having prepared an array of delectable dishes that were evidently premeditated. There were sweet and sour ribs, roasted goose, duck, chicken, an assortment of fish and shrimp, various stir-fried vegetables, sausages, cured meats, and rice emanating a delightful aroma. Upon seeing Lynn, Su's mother quickly wiped her apron and exclaimed, oh Lynn, what brings you up here? Go downstairs and have fun. While Lynn's mother busied herself at the stove, Lynn felt a pang of guilt after years away from home. Mom, and Susanny, let me help as well. His mother replied, what help can you provide? You should spend more time with Su Wanran. You both are no longer children. Are you officially dating now? Announce it soon so that your aunt and I can rest easy. This matter remains unresolved. Alas, mother, I am still young, merely 29 years of age. Please wait until I turn 30. Lynn feigned ignorance as he began to wash the vegetables, only to be met with his mother's piercing gaze. He chose silence, feeling the weight of familial expectation stifling him. Aunt Su, chuckling beside him, remarked, oh, dear Lynn, you are now a successful professional. A pillar of the nation, and Hui Mei is too. How can you say such things? Lynn's mother turned her attention to him. Oh, my child has grown up. A true pillar of the nation. I can no longer intervene. Do as you please. It matters not if you do not return for the new year. I shall not inquire about your undertakings. Let us assume you are engrossed in the study of atomic bombs. Lynn, at a loss for words, replied, Mother, please, I will do my best. Come help me wash the vegetables, his mother insisted, pulling him to a corner of the kitchen. Wanran is quite a lovely girl. You have no idea how she has inquired about your return each year. Her affections for you are unwavering, and this time, she even traveled to Jeangi to find you. Should you dare to let her down, know that I shall be the first to object. Lynn nodded. All right, I understand. Wanran and I are indeed in a relationship. The mere utterance of the words made him feel as if he were sinking into the ground. Their relationship had indeed developed quite naturally. Lynn's mother looked at him. I meant to ask when you plan to marry. Lynn scratched his head, taken aback by such a significant and direct question from his mother upon her arrival. To be candid, he had not considered this aspect at all. However, upon reflection, having achieved his dream of creating the world's finest game, it was time to contemplate the trajectory of his personal life. Mother, I promise to treat Su Wanran well. Without her, this game would not have been possible. She has supported me immensely. We are, how should I put it, a match made in heaven, the perfect partners. She is my ideal girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Lynn's mother beamed with joy. Ah, my foolish son has finally awakened, realizing the value of nurturing his relationship. Now come, try this sausage. She pinched a steaming piece of sausage and held it before Lynn's mouth. He took a bite, delicious. This is the taste of home. Chapter 139, A Happy Conclusion, The Marriage Certificate. After indulging in a sumptuous dinner, Su's mother and Lynn's mother spent some time watching television together. Before Su's mother took Su Wanran home, Lynn returned to his own room, surveying the familiar surroundings, the vintage computer still filled with numerous games and his study materials. The walls adorned with an array of game wallpapers, and the desk corner cluttered with an assortment of figurines. A myriad of memories surged forth as Lynn sat before the computer, feeling as though time itself had slowed. Outside, the air resonated with the sounds of firecrackers and children setting off fireworks, the atmosphere infused with a delightful scent of gunpowder, signaling the impending new year. At last, Lynn's body could finally relax. He pondered what Su Wanran might be doing at this hour. Perhaps she, too, was facing a lecture, leaning on one hand. Lynn imagined Su Wanran being reprimanded by her mother, and the mere thought of her eyes squeezed shut in the midst of a scolding brought a smile to his lips. Just then his phone chimed. A message from Su Wanran appeared, featuring an expression of exasperation. My mom is nagging me again, insisting I hurry up and find someone to marry. She says even the kids are already running errands. I told her I can run errands too, and that infuriated her to the point of going to bed. With a grin, Lynn replied, all right then, hurry up and find someone to marry. Su Wanran responded with an angry emoji. Why are you just like my mom? You should be the one in a hurry. You're almost 30. Lynn let out a bitter laugh and quickly typed, you're just like my mom too. For some reason, he felt a pang of longing for Su Wanran whenever they were apart. Perhaps it was a case of separation anxiety. He promptly slapped himself twice. Damn it, finally some peace. And here I am getting needy. The chatter of Su Wanran could truly be exasperating. Glancing at his phone, he picked it up. Fine, if it annoys me, then let it annoy me. If you can't sleep, come over and play. Su Wanran sent back a laughing emoji. I'm already downstairs at your building. Let us go set off some firecrackers. Lynn's eyes lit up. Let us go? He hurried downstairs, pulling open the roll-up door to find Su Wanran's smiling face, her hands clutching 2 boxes of firecrackers. I just got these. They pack quite a punch. Lynn retrieved his lighter. Let us get started. Su Wanran nodded enthusiastically. On that winter evening, the two of them made their way down the lane, igniting firecrackers and fireworks. Wow, Lynn, this is so beautiful, Su Wanran exclaimed, twirling a sparkler in her hand. Lynn teased, too much fun, and you might wet your pants. Don't be ridiculous, that one tea happened. After enjoying the sparkler, Su Wanran recalled a classic firecracker game from her childhood. She arranged several firecrackers in a circle, then crushed one to extract the white powder inside, crafting a line to serve as a fuse. If we're going to play, let us make it big. She picked up her lighter, ready to ignite it. A young child nearby shook his head. Sister, you'll burn your hands like that. Su Wanran shook her head, assuring, rest assured, my reflexes are quite swift. She then flicked the lighter, and with a sharp hiss, a silver flame erupted. Initially intending to flee, she stumbled and fell, her hand caught in the blast of gunpowder. Ouch, it hurts. Su Wanran gazed at her finger, tears brimming from the pain, and hurried to Lynn for solace. Wah, it stings. Lynn playfully lifted her middle finger, chuckling. Even in winter, how can there still be spring bamboo? Spring bamboo? What does that even mean? Su Wanran blinked in confusion, but swiftly comprehended, angrily thumping Lynn's shoulder. How infuriating. I merely reacted a tad slowly, not foolishly. At that moment, Lynn diligently retrieved a bottle of icy water, unscrewed the cap, and poured it over Su Wanran's finger. Does it still hurt? As the cold water glided over her finger, Su Wanran observed Lynn's earnest demeanor, her eyes dampening slightly. It still aches a bit. Lynn chuckled. How is it that you precisely injured this finger? You'll have to use the other hand tonight. Initially bewildered, Su Wanran's face flushed as realization dawned. What are you implying? I mean, you'll need to switch fingers when you go to the restroom. Oh. Su Wanran blushed again, feeling Lynn's words were oddly amusing. Lynn, captivated by Su Wanran's flushed cheeks, found her enchanting, unable to tire of gazing at her. Su Wanran, noticing Lynn's intense gaze, averted her eyes. Why are you staring? Do you think I'm foolish? I simply find you quite adorable. You must be plotting some prank against me, right? This time, it truly isn't. Lynn gently embraced Su Wanran, feeling her heartbeat through the layers of their winter coats. Su Wanran was astute enough to seek him out in Jeangi, yet endearingly naive, pouring all her affection into him. Nearby, a few children were setting off fireworks once more. Shall we head back? Yes, the firecrackers are all done. Hand in hand, Lynn and Su Wanran returned home, reminiscent of their childhood. Beneath the vast expanse of starlight and fireworks, memories rewound. They walked to school together, left together, and if she were ever bullied by other mischievous children, he would undoubtedly come to her aid. Though Su Wanran was somewhat naive, she still knew to use her small fists for assistance. Their profound camaraderie was forged in those moments, yet transformed into something different in adulthood. Walking along the familiar path, under the dim yellow lights, they were enveloped in silence, fingers tightly interlaced. Approaching the crossroads, they were soon to part ways. Su Wanran, cheeks flushed, exhaled a warm breath. Well, I had quite a delightful time tonight. So, see you tomorrow? Lynn, reluctant to part, replied, see you tomorrow. Just as Su Wanran turned to head home, Lynn grasped her arm. Su Wanran turned around and said, hee, you truly can't bear to part with me, can you? Lynn let out a sigh of relief and, gazing earnestly at Su Wanran, replied, have I ever told you something important? What is it? Su Wanran inquired, puzzled. You are my dream girlfriend. Su Wanran was momentarily taken aback and then embraced Lynn, exclaiming, "Hee in truth, you are also my dream boyfriend." Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and the two stood beneath the warm glow of the streetlights, holding each other tightly. Lynn inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of Su Wanran, and made a resolute decision. Leaning closer to her ear, he said, "Let us go. Tomorrow we will obtain our marriage certificate." Su Wanran suddenly became alert. She had been deceived before under the pretense of acquiring a certificate, which turned out to be a business license, leaving her feeling foolish. Peering at Lynn with a cocked head, she asked, "Boss, are you starting a new company again?" Lynn playfully poked her forehead and replied earnestly, this time, "It's a marriage certificate." A marriage certificate? Su Wanran's pupils dilated, and her expression and body froze in disbelief. Was Lynn truly serious? Surely, she was not dreaming. Su Wanran pinched her own finger to confirm, and indeed, it was real. She looked at Lynn, her dimples slowly appearing as she joyfully embraced him, saying, "Yay, we're in this together." Lynn teasingly admonished, "Remember to bring your ID. I want to forget." End of scene. Don't rush, swipe left, there's another page ahead. Chapter 140. Conclusion and Reflections. The conclusion may appear somewhat abrupt, yet it is, in fact, the appropriate juncture for closure. Much like a travel blogger encountering the whimsical Wukong and his feline companion, the narrative halts following a series of trials, leaving behind a bittersweet ending that evokes sorrow. Similarly, in every film by Stephen Chow, the protagonists seem to possess untold stories yet are met with a definitive conclusion. Lynn and Su Wanran still have a lengthy journey ahead. Perhaps post-marriage, they will embark on the development of a second game, facilitating the union of Jiang and Zhang Wei. Alternatively, version 1.2 might revolve around romance and matrimony, allowing both the bionic beings and players to wed. Or perhaps, Lynn will innovate further games. There exists the possibility that Su Wanran will become pregnant, leading to the birth of a gifted child who excels in gaming. Lynn, navigating the realm of fatherhood for the first time, fumbles alongside Su Wanran as they diligently learn the intricacies of parenthood together. There is also the prospect of Lynn creating a second game titled Ascension. This endeavor would not solely rest upon his shoulders, but would adopt a concept akin to a creative workshop, resulting in a myriad of copies and levels. Players could reap rewards from the game, potentially even cultivating their skills or embarking on extraordinary paths. However, this would no longer be a tale of a fantastical girlfriend. The story finds its fitting conclusion here. Truly, it is just right. This segment of the journey is now complete and has unfolded beautifully. I feel no need to append further continuations. Yet, the narrative does harbor certain regrets, as there are numerous stories that remain untold. I once envisioned a subplot revolving around Captain Chow, the bodyguard of the protagonist. Captain Chow's grandfather, a centenarian and a former elite agent of the Republic, codenamed Sea Turtle, suffers from Alzheimer's disease. Though he forgets everything, he retains memories of his comrades and his beloved, codenamed Message Rabbit. Their paths intertwined during the invasion of the Japanese, with Message Rabbit undercover at Jianling 76, while Sea Turtle operated within the underground party of Jianling. Their connection blossomed amidst the chaos of the streets, culminating in love. Ultimately, after accomplishing a significant mission, they found themselves pursued and forced to flee separately, resulting in their tragic separation. Captain Chow's grandfather, the ace agent Sea Turtle, was rescued by fishermen after plunging into the river, and he spent his life in search of Message Rabbit, yet he never succeeded. This poignant history was unveiled through Lynn's gaming helmet, revealing the tale to all. During a live game session, Message Rabbit's granddaughter recognized her resemblance to her grandmother, realizing that her ancestor was indeed the remarkable Message Rabbit. Consequently, she sought out Sea Turtle, leading to a heartwarming reunion decades later, both now frail and silver-haired. They clasped each other's hands tightly, tears streaming down their faces. This embodies what I refer to as a knife scenario, achieving a poignant ending in the game while culminating in a perfect resolution in reality. Regrettably, the author has never delved into themes of wartime resistance or espionage, ultimately abandoning this exquisite idea, for I fear that should I attempt to pen it, many elements might falter. Having expressed so much, it seems I should draw to a close. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to every reader who has journeyed this far. I trust that each of you harbors a whimsical romantic ideal in your hearts. While penning this book, the author often immersed himself in the perspectives of various game protagonists, particularly while crafting certain poignant narratives. Following the completion of this work, I stumbled upon a recent viral phenomenon on Douyin, featuring an adorable girl named Daro, limping along with an orange in hand, embodying a rather unfortunate ending. While Daro herself may be a figment of imagination, the love she represents is undeniably real. As we all yearn to be cherished and to envision the existence of such a delightful companion. If only there were a girl willing to make such sacrifices for me, the world would indeed be a wondrous place. Throughout my writing, I often pondered the possibility of a game like this existing in reality. Now, as I reach this point, I find myself at a loss for words, rambling and meandering. Thank you, once again, to all of you. A new book will soon be underway, and I sincerely hope to continue narrating Lynn's story, while perhaps encountering another girl as perfect as Su Wanran. P.S. A humble request for gifts. Please. A token of love before you depart.